Chapter 1. Rebirth before the apocalypse. Heat, scorching heat as if it could melt bones, surged in waves. Amelia felt that even the air was burning hot, and each breath scorched her throat painfully. A loud bang startled her awake, and she sat up abruptly. She was drenched in sweat, as if she had just been pulled out of water. Instinctively reaching for the dagger she usually carried, she found nothing but empty air. At that moment, the shadow spoke. "It's already this late, Amelia. How can you still be sleeping?" Roommate Justine entered, seeing Amelia's sweaty and dazed face, walked over to feel her forehead. "You're so warm. Are you running a fever? Are you all right?" Another roommate sneered under her breath. "You were out all night. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to handle it either." "Shut up." Justine shot her a glare, then turned back to Amelia. "Do you want to go to the hospital again?" The laughter and reprimands from the girls in the dorm, the campus announcements outside the window, and the honking of cars speeding down the tree-lined path intertwined into an ordinary symphony of daily life that streamed into her ears. Amelia stared blankly for a long time before coming to one conclusion. She had been reborn. Back to before the apocalypse began. Her phone showed the date as July 24th, 30XX, 3 days before the outbreak of the zombie virus. "Eat slower, no one's fighting you for it." Justine watched in disbelief as Amelia devoured steamed buns greedily, worried she might bite her own tongue. TSK, if it were me, I'd die from embarrassment, but she still has the appetite to eat. Right, being out on the streets must be different. Hearing the vulgar remarks from the other two girls in the dorm, Justine was about to throw down her chopsticks in protest when she saw Amelia standing up and walking towards them. They dared to mock Amelia so openly because they knew she was gentle and submissive, shrinking away like a timid rabbit whenever someone said something harsh, doing nothing but cry. But now, looking at this girl standing tall and composed before them, with her serene gaze sweeping over them, they were pierced through by a chilling intent and stuttered. What do you want?" Amelia paused, then raised an eyebrow. "You don't want to eat, right? Then I won't hold back." With that, she picked up the bowl of soup noodles from their table and devoured it eagerly. Justine was speechless. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you haven't eaten for half a month. Amelia smiled bitterly. More than half a month indeed. She had lived through 7 years of the apocalypse. The disaster began with one person, spreading to a family, a town, a country, until the entire world was affected. Zombies, multiplying rapidly due to infection, began to take over the planet from humans. The once beautiful environment vanished, grand and majestic buildings now lay in ruins. People could only cling to life amidst the chaos, praying they would see the next day's sun. Prophecies predicted that the human world would become a land of zombies within 10 years. In the later stages of the apocalypse, with food resources scarce, survivors resorted to cannibalism just to survive. Many, unable to bear the hunger, resorted to eating infected zombie flesh, poisoning themselves just to stave off starvation. As a researcher for the end-of-days vaccine team in New Country, Amelia's living conditions were relatively better. Most of the time, she relied on special nutritional supplements to maintain her strength. Forget steaming buns, even moldy compressed biscuits were luxuries she couldn't afford for weeks on end. Swallowing the last sip of noodle broth, Amelia wiped her fingers and grabbed her backpack, heading for the door. Behind her, Justine called out. "Where are you going, Amelia? We have class this afternoon." Home. The word home had long since become unfamiliar to Amelia. Before stepping out of the dormitory, Amelia glanced back at Justine, who was wearing the denim shorts Amelia had given her for her birthday, waving goodbye. Smiling sweetly, she replied. "The shorts look great on you." And without looking back, she left the dormitory. Amelia's parents were both high-ranking intellectuals working at the Academy of Sciences, often spending months in laboratories without returning home. Growing up, she was raised by her grandmother. In her previous life, Amelia used her free time to tutor students to earn extra money. One rainy day, while a parent drove her back to school, she was spotted by classmates who took photos and posted them online. Due to her striking appearance and the luxury car, rumors quickly spread that second-year biological medicine student Amelia was being kept by a wealthy benefactor. Even her boyfriend Sullivan, after nearly a year together, believed the rumors and broke up with her, quickly getting involved with the department's beauty queen Nova. The school also invited Amelia's parents due to the private life issues. Back then, the naive Amelia was overwhelmed by these series of events. She shut down her heart and refused to communicate with her parents and friends. After leaving the school administration office, she ran away alone and sat by the artificial lake on campus all night, returning to the dormitory with a high fever. However, reborn into this life, after enduring such harsh times in the apocalypse, the current rumors didn't faze her at all. At this moment, there was only one thing on Amelia's mind: go home and see her beloved family. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the small paths of the campus and occasionally passing pedestrians. Amelia closed her eyes, not blocking out the glaring sunlight but feeling it warmly on her skin, finding it exceptionally comfortable. The experiences from the apocalypse felt like just a dream, too painful to recall. No matter how much she tried to escape, the apocalypse would come as scheduled. But in this life, she wouldn't live humbly again. As she was thinking, a group of laughing men and women walked towards her. A tall and slender girl stopped Amelia in her tracks. "Look who it is, our campus beauty Amelia. Where are you rushing off to?" A short-haired girl laughed loudly. "Don't tell me, you're going for class Tilda." Hearing this, disdain showed openly on everyone's faces. The girls looked at Amelia with disgust, while the boys looked at her with lecherousness. Amelia's ex-boyfriend, Sullivan, was among them. Seeing Amelia's reputation in shambles and these men still eyeing her, the tall slender girl punched each of them, saying, "What are you looking at? Look again and you'll blind yourselves. What do you think, Sullivan?" Sullivan, looking handsome and refined, instinctively averted his gaze when their eyes met, feeling somewhat guilty. But seeing his current girlfriend Nova observing his reaction, he cleared his throat and said, "I don't want to see you anymore. Don't come bothering me." Even though they had initiated the confrontation, he accused her of troubling him. Amelia couldn't help but sneer, wondering how blind she must have been in her previous life to fall for someone like him. Nova seemed satisfied with Sullivan's response, clinging closer to him and looking at Amelia smugly. In the past, Amelia would have fled in despair. But now, she was no longer that crybaby who knew nothing but tears. With a cold glance, she silenced the chattering crowd. To the intertwined hands of the two, Amelia paid no heed. Instead, she turned to the tall slender girl blocking her path and said, "A good dog doesn't block the road." The tall slender girl, caught off guard by her retort, became flustered. "Who are you calling a dog?" Amelia's voice was cool, laced with a hint of a smile. Naturally, whoever blocks the road is. Those standing in front of her involuntarily took a half-step back, creating a narrow passage for Amelia. Not wanting to tangle with them further, she stepped forward and left. Unwilling to be humiliated, the tall slender girl reached out to grab Amelia's ponytail as she passed. Amelia's agility and reflexes were honed from dealing with zombies. Although her movements weren't as fluid as those of bodyguards due to physical constraints, handling a college girl was effortless. She abruptly sidestepped, grabbing the girl's wrist with her right hand and pulling it toward her, unslung her backpack from her left shoulder, and swung it into the girl's back. The tall slender girl stumbled forward, and Amelia easily tripped her with a sideways foot, causing her to fall face-first into the ground. Everything happened in an instant, and by the time everyone reacted, Amelia was already several meters away. Nova gritted her teeth and shouted, "Give up, Amelia. Ishio will never leave me." Recalling what this man did after the apocalypse, Amelia turned to Nova and said, "I hope in 3 days, you won't regret it." Amelia's home was in the West District of Pinghai City, about an hour's drive from the school in the development zone. After Uncle Flint occupied the Jiang family old house, Amelia's parents, the Flynn couple, moved her grandmother over under the pretext of taking care of Amelia. When Amelia stood before the place she dreamed of returning to, she inexplicably felt timid. She fumbled for the key in the mailbox and paused her hand 2 centimeters from the lock, unable to bring it any closer. In her previous life, after the zombie virus outbreak, thanks to her parents' acting prowess, the Jiang family received 2 spots to enter the underground city quarantine zone. These 2 slots were supposed to go to Amelia and her grandmother, but the Flint couple lied, claiming Amelia went missing on her way back from school. In a fit of madness, they even pushed her grandmother out the door to feed the zombies. When Amelia returned home, all she saw were bloodstains on the walls and her grandmother, with only half of her head remaining, still crawling toward her, drooling. That was the first zombie she had ever killed. The grey-green face kept flashing before her eyes, with those rough yet gentle hands now showing white bones, still reaching out to her relentlessly. "Shuan." Her shoulder was suddenly tapped. Amelia turned around in terror, her red eyes brimming with killing intent. Chapter 2. Is it him? Orlando's wife, Jimena, was startled by the glare that seemed ready to devour her. She took 2 steps back before speaking. "You shouldn't be here at this time. Shouldn't you be in school?" This couple, like parasites, had been occupying grandmother's old house and frequently coming home uninvited. Not only did they eat and drink for free, but they also took whatever they could carry when they left. Upon seeing these 2 arrive, Amelia knew without asking that they were here to raid again. "Second uncle, second aunt, you've been visiting really often lately. Are you out of rice again?" Embarrassment flashed across the faces of Orlando and his wife. They hadn't expected the usually docile Amelia to so directly expose their intentions. The reason they acted so boldly was that they were sure Jiang Ziming and his wife were always away, leaving Amelia, a meek junior, even more compliant than her simple-minded elder brother. They never hesitated to borrow money, not daring to say no even if it was for thousands of yuan. Today, unexpectedly, Amelia had changed, catching them off guard with her questions. Cough, cough. Orlando cleared his throat. "Just as you said, your second uncle and aunt came to visit Grandma." Amelia gestured to their empty hands. "You're coming here with nothing but your heads on your shoulders and still have the nerve to say you're visiting an elder." Jimena paused, forcing an awkward smile. "We just rushed over and didn't get around to bringing anything." Regardless of whether they had rushed or simply forgot, Amelia promptly issued an eviction notice. "Our home isn't welcoming to you. Come back when my father is here if you have any matters to discuss." "Brat, how dare you talk to your elders like this?" Orlando raised his hand to strike, but Jimena caught sight of the neighbors watching. These 2 only had the courage to act arrogantly within their own family and naturally didn't want to lose face in front of others. Seemingly hearing the commotion at the door, a familiar voice called from inside. "Who is it?" The lock clicked open. "Jan, why are you back? What's going on?" Lizzie was as kind as Amelia remembered, her silver hair neatly styled, wearing reading glasses that framed her bright eyes, revealing hints of wisdom and strength from her youth. Amelia held her grandmother's hand tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. "What's wrong, child?" The elderly woman comforted her, gently stroking her hair, placing a slightly rough hand on her forehead. Why are you burning up? Do you have a fever? Orlando shot a glare at Amelia, pushing past Jimena into the house as if they belonged there, heading straight for the kitchen. Seeing only leftovers, he complained. Mom, I'm hungry. Make some food quickly. Lizzie scolded, your niece is sick, and you don't care about her at all. Why make food right after lunch? Amelia glanced at her uncle sprawled on the sofa, looking lazy, then pulled her grandmother's hand, saying, Lizzie, I think I'm not feeling well. How about you come with me to the hospital, and we can buy some vegetables on the way back to entertain second uncle and second aunt. Jimena laughed. Yes, go ahead. Don't buy too much when you return, just bring some roasted chicken, duck, and fruits. You too. The elderly woman was angry at the selfish couple but was stopped by Amelia. She skillfully grabbed the wallet from the shoe cabinet and hurriedly left with her grandmother. After hearing the footsteps fade away, Jimena turned to Orlando. Amelia has become quite articulate after just 2 days of schooling. She better not tell your older brother and sister-in-law about all the things and money we've taken from her family. So what if she tells? Orlando aimlessly flipped through TV channels. I'd say the same thing even if Jiang Ziming were here. If it weren't for me giving up my chance to study, would he be the research director today? Forget eating and drinking his stuff, he should support us for life. Even if you had studied, you wouldn't have made it anyway. Jimena scoffed but enjoyed the free ride, leisurely thinking about the feast to come once the granddaughter returned with food. Amelia and her grandmother hailed a taxi at the neighborhood entrance and drove off. On the road, the elderly woman looked worriedly at Amelia's flushed face. Why did you catch a fever suddenly? Did you kick off your blanket during the night? Amelia smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, Lizzie, I'm fine. It's just because of the sun. The elderly woman didn't believe her. Nonsense, could the sun cause such a high fever? Look at your red face. Amelia indeed felt dizzy, but compared to the hardships she endured in the post-apocalypse world, a fever wasn't much of an issue. She held her grandmother's hand, feeling the warmth, then turned to the driver, saying, Driver, please take us to Pinghai Science Research Institute instead. What? Not going to the hospital? Then what about your body? Amelia patted her chest to indicate she was fine. I'll take you to Dad first and then go to the hospital. Also, please write down the names of the blood pressure medications you usually take. I'll get some extra doses for you when I return. Although the Research Institute had protection from the military and government, ensuring no shortage of food and resources in the early days of the apocalypse, Lizzie had always suffered from hypertension and occasional symptoms of chest tightness and angina. These were early signs of coronary heart disease, so having extra medication on hand was wise. The elderly woman didn't understand Amelia's intention. Why spend that money? There's still plenty of medicine at home, I won't need that much. Amelia thought of the 2 parasites back home and decided not to hide anything from her grandmother. Lizzie, we probably can't go home for a while. Why? Faced with the elderly woman's question, Amelia's brows furrowed deeper. Because zombies, the apocalypse, and rebirth, these were all real experiences for Amelia, but they sounded incredibly unbelievable, and she didn't know how to begin. The elderly woman, noticing Amelia's unusual behavior today, gently tapped her granddaughter's forehead with her index finger. I've always known you're a thoughtful child, but no matter what happens, don't neglect your health, remember? Amelia knew her parents must have already told Lizzie about her past. This moment of trust meant a lot to her, so she nodded heavily. Don't worry, Lizzie. I'll remember. The car soon arrived at the entrance of the Research Institute. Amelia planned to leave her grandmother with the guards and then continue to the hospital to stock up on medicine. After all, the apocalypse was imminent, leaving her only 3 days. She had much to do and couldn't afford to waste a single moment. But just as she was about to get out of the car, she heard someone call her name. Zun, Mom? Why are you here? It was Flynn, who had come to pick up a package from the reception room, coinciding with Amelia and Liz's arrival. Hearing Zun brought Amelia's thoughts back to the vaccine research lab during the later stages of the apocalypse. At that time, people had adapted to the suffering brought by zombies. Some gave in to despair, while others fought for survival, doing everything to find a way to fight back. Amelia's research group was one of many such efforts. She had become the leader of the team, arriving early for every experiment and staying until completion. There was only one exception. The subject of that experiment was her father, Flynn, who had already turned into a zombie. When the researchers found her, it had been over 2 hours since the experiment started. She sat dazedly in the changing room, staring at herself in the mirror, coming to life only when she heard the researcher's voice. Rising slowly, she blinked repeatedly, almost unrecognizable. Upon entering the lab, she found several medical staff and researchers waiting. Seeing her, they stood solemnly, though their eyes held not anger but sympathy and helplessness despite the long wait. In contrast, Amelia's delicate face remained eerily calm, almost cold. Her father, strapped to the bed with tubes and instruments connected, focused his clouded eyes on her, seemingly hoping for something from her. Zun. Amelia took a small handgun, pointed it at his forehead, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The machines immediately began beeping wildly, numbers fluctuating wildly before flattening into a straight line. Some of those present lowered their heads, while others wiped blood off their faces. Despite mixed emotions, they felt more relief and envy than anything else. Peaceful, serene, swift. In the world of the apocalypse, this was perhaps the best way to die. Flynn had dedicated his entire life to the lab. Even after being diagnosed with late-stage cancer, he chose to test the drugs on himself. Initially, things went smoothly, but 3 hours into the new vaccine trial, the inevitable zombification began. Amelia couldn't bear to look, changing gloves as her voice wavered slightly. Extract the samples, continue the research. The experiment later proved successful. By the time the researcher called out to Amelia, who was about to leave, Flynn's body showed a clear reduction in zombie symptoms. However, before the research team could extract blood samples for study, the experimental base was invaded by zombies. As Amelia escorted her father's blood sample to another base, she found herself surrounded by zombies and had no choice but to detonate a grenade. Her father's lifeless gaze during his final moments lingered in her mind, still causing turmoil within her even now as she recalled it. Amelia forced herself to calm down, quickly sliding back into the taxi's rear seat. She lowered the window and gave a sweet smile to Flynn and Lizzie, who were approaching. "Dad, I'll be right back after I take care of this." "Wait." Concerned about Amelia's state following the earlier rumors, Flynn hastily took off his work ID before driving away and threw it into the car window. "Take this to find Uncle Doohan." Amelia replied with a nod, restraining herself from looking back, fearing that one more glance at those closest to her would make her reluctant to leave. The figures in the rearview mirror grew increasingly distant, and the young girl with a somewhat immature face stared intently at the work ID, lost in thought over the scholarly man on the card. Heaven had given her a second chance. This time, she vowed to protect her family from any harm. The road to the city center hospital was always congested. Amelia got off early and hurriedly ran towards the outpatient department. In the past, whenever Lizzie sought medical help, they would visit Dr. Bowen, an expert cardiologist at the Central Hospital. He was a senior classmate of her father and a longtime acquaintance. After explaining her purpose, Dr. Bowen took the medical card from Amelia and asked, "No problem, how much medication do you need?" Amelia considered, at least 2 years' worth, including hypertension, hyperlipidemia, and coronary heart disease treatments. In the previous apocalypse, people were caught off guard by the sudden zombie outbreak. By the time stable safety zones were established, half a year had already passed. During prolonged displacement, many pharmaceutical companies and factories were destroyed by zombies. Even attempts to resume production later failed due to a shortage of raw materials and lost formulas. So while there was still time, it was best to stockpile as much as possible. "So much?" Dr. Bowen was surprised. "Oh, it's like this." Amelia explained, "Lizzie is tired of living in the city, so Dad plans to take me on a trip and then send her back to our hometown. Small towns have fewer varieties of medicines, and it's inconvenient to come and go, so we want to prepare plenty. Well, as long as you follow the dosage, just call me if anything comes up." Dr. Bowen didn't suspect anything. "Oh, right," Amelia added after some thought, "we're also running low on common household medications like anti-inflammatory drugs, fever reducers, cold medicine, alcohol, iodine tincture, and antibiotics. Could Uncle Doohan include these too?" Dr. Bowen didn't think much of it, agreeing to help his old classmate. "Thanks, Uncle Doohan." Because the dosage was unusually large, Dr. Bowen needed to confirm it with the pharmacy. With several patients still waiting, he asked Amelia to wait at the department entrance until he was done. As Amelia rose to leave, she used the rare moment of leisure to ponder how the zombie virus had spread. But before she could think for more than a minute, she was abruptly jostled by a sturdy figure walking towards her, scattering the documents she was holding. Chapter 3. Turns out his name is Brad. Internal medicine was different from surgery and the emergency department. Although patients also came in a steady stream, the urgency was much less. The kind of patient who barged in without any regard for others was a rare exception. Lab reports, payment slips, and diagnosis forms were scattered on the ground, mixed together. Amelia knitted her brows and squatted down to gather them up. Just as she was about to grumble a bit, she looked up and saw the face of the person who had bumped into her. She couldn't help but gasp and sit back on the floor. It wasn't because he looked menacing. On the contrary, he was remarkably handsome, even outshining top-tier fresh meat idols in the entertainment industry. However, when Amelia met him in her past life, only half his handsome face remained intact. An eyeball dangled precariously outside its socket, swaying, while dried, blackened blood surrounded his white teeth. He emitted a ghastly gurgling sound, seeming eager to pounce and bite through someone's neck. And Amelia almost did die at his hands. That was during the 3rd month after the end times began. As a student majoring in biomedicine with some medical knowledge, she worked in a safety base called High Wall, tending to the injured and providing medical care. One time, while dressing a woman's wound, she overheard the woman pleading with the base manager. Her daughter, out of curiosity, had crawled through a dog hole to the outside world and hadn't returned. However, the woman had neither the right to go outside nor the ability to fend off zombies. She begged the base to dispatch patrol guards to look for her daughter. Otherwise, with her young age, her daughter would never survive out there. The manager found it difficult. After all, the outside situation was too complex. Even a seasoned special operations soldier might not be able to return safely when facing a horde of zombies. No matter how many people were sent out, it was very dangerous. Moreover, each time the gate opened, the residents inside the high wall faced more danger. Once this precedent was set, if one family asked for help when their child went missing, and then another when a family member disappeared tomorrow, where would it end? Men, especially strong, skilled men, were vital for ensuring the base's safety against zombie attacks. He didn't want to sacrifice the base's security for an unfamiliar little girl nor put everyone in danger, so he firmly rejected the woman's request, unmoved by her cries. Amelia had seen too many similar scenes in the post-apocalyptic world, and with her meager strength, even if she wanted to help, it would have been useless. She thought that would be the end of it, but late that night, after checking the rooms, Amelia stepped out to take a breath of air and found the same woman anxiously peering through a metal fence. Before Amelia could approach to inquire, a nimble figure climbed over the fence. From his clothing, he appeared to be a patrol guard from the base. He presented a cloth bag to the woman, who first looked bewildered. When she recognized what was in the man's hand, she started sobbing uncontrollably. Amelia then saw that inside the bag was a bloody severed arm. A silver bracelet still hung on the wrist, a clear sign it belonged to the woman's daughter. The woman, overwhelmed with grief, grabbed onto the man's clothes and wouldn't let go. The man's star-like eyes looked down despondently as he allowed the woman to punch and kick him. Amelia knew the pain of losing a loved one better than anyone else. She rushed over, hoping to bring the woman back to the medical station for examination and check if the patrol guard needed any treatment. Unbeknownst to them, perhaps the woman's cries drew the attention of wandering zombies. Initially, just one or two banged against the fence, making clanging noises. Gradually, more and more zombies piled up on each other, forming a small mountain before the three of them. The metal fence began to wobble, and the man had no choice but to call for reinforcements. Seizing the opportunity when both weren't paying attention, the woman desperately dashed toward the horde of zombies beside the fence. Her cries turned into screams of agony. In no time, the fallen woman stood stiffly, shambling towards Amelia and the man. Amelia narrowly avoided a fatal attack. The man pushed her into the driver's seat of a nearby car, shouting, "Go, find reinforcements quickly." The fence showed signs of weakening. Amelia knew that if help didn't arrive soon to reinforce it, letting the zombie horde into the base would truly mark the beginning of a nightmare. So, she started the engine and sped towards the base security office. Despite this, the base was breached. However, due to Amelia's early warning and the guards' desperate protection, more than half of the residents managed to escape safely. On the ambulance transferring the injured, Amelia saw that man again. The face under his helmet visor was already ashen, and he opened his blood-soaked mouth eagerly for human blood. He roared and leaped to chase the car with all his might. His hand, like an iron clamp, grabbed Amelia's ankle. Amelia screamed in pain and was barely saved from being dragged out of the car by someone who pulled her waist back inside. The man turned into a zombie but showed no signs of letting go and was dragged along for several hundred meters. Her captured ankle bled profusely, revealing bone fragments. Amelia knew she couldn't let this continue. If she were dragged out, the most cruel death would await her. She reached under the now unhuman thing and retrieved a short knife, then closed her eyes and thrust it fiercely into his skull. "Sorry, I didn't hurt you, did I?" The terrifying face in her memory overlapped with the handsome one before her. The man's clear voice brought Amelia back to reality. "No, it's okay." With her naturally gentle appearance and a flushed face due to fever, she looked like she was blushing now. Her gaze fell on the ID card he accidentally dropped, which had his well-trimmed hair photo and personal information, Special Forces Battalion 1, Bliss. Before she could react, Bliss had already gathered the scattered papers, handed them to Amelia, and hurried down the corridor after seeing she was fine. Watching him leave in similar attire from her past life, a multi-pocket tactical vest on top and military green work pants, something familiar hung 3 inches below his side. Amelia realized why she hadn't found her dagger when she woke up. It was still on its original owner. Regaining her composure, Amelia began organizing the disheveled papers in her hands. As she looked at a lab report, her pupils widened slowly. Amelia had always been sharp and had a photographic memory. The numbers were unmistakable, the first blood sample containing antibodies against the zombie virus. This discovery shocked her immensely. How could this be? If this man had antibodies, how did he become a zombie in her past life and die at her hands? Looking further up, she saw that the blood test belonged not to Bliss but to a 19-year-old girl named Lisbeth. Dr. Dewan finished his work and called Amelia in to write prescriptions. She placed the lab report on his desk. "Uncle Dewan, is this patient also in your department?" Bowen recalled immediately upon seeing the name. "Yes, she used to be my patient, but a week ago she was transferred to oncology. Poor thing, it has already spread." "What?" So, he had such an experience before, no wonder he risked danger to help that woman find her missing daughter outside the wall back then. Seeing Amelia's troubled expression, Bowen asked, "Do you know her?" "Oh, no," Amelia replied, snapping back to reality. Her family just left this paper behind. "I was going to return it." As they spoke, an intern came in to notify senior physicians about a meeting. Bowen instructed the intern to take Amelia to Lisbeth's ward, and they agreed to meet later at the pharmacy. This short journey filled Amelia with countless thoughts. 2 questions weighed on her mind. Firstly, why did the antibodies appear twice in patients with advanced cancer? Was it a coincidence or related somehow? Secondly, according to Bowen, Lisbeth shouldn't live much longer, so how could her blood sample show up during the mid-end times? Could it have been preserved for some reason? A significant clue flashed in her mind, but she couldn't grasp it. Shortly, they arrived at the oncology ward and coincidentally encountered Bliss accompanying Lisbeth for a blood draw at the nurse station. The pale-faced girl showed no sign of pain even as the needle pierced her vein, clearly having grown numb to this level of discomfort. Amelia made a bold decision: get her blood sample. In her past life, she spent years researching vaccines and was thoroughly familiar with all the data and procedures. If she could develop a vaccine against the zombie virus now, perhaps she could prevent or end the apocalypse early. Amelia wasn't motivated by grand ambitions of saving the world, she simply didn't want her grandmother to die tragically again, nor her father to pass away with regrets after a life of hard work. In this life, she wanted nothing more than for her family to live peacefully together. With this thought, Amelia handed the lab report to the intern and excused herself to use the restroom. She quickly slipped into the stairwell beside the nurse station, planning to intercept the sample before it was sent to the laboratory. She crouched there for 2 hours, finally managing to catch Nurse Danny changing shifts and swapping medications, and she stealthily obtained the sample. Amelia's heart raced with excitement, completely unaware that her every move had not escaped the sharp, hawk-like eyes watching from behind. She tucked the sample into her pants pocket and finally made her way to the pharmacy. Bowen, unable to wait any longer, had already left after giving instructions to the staff. Amelia could only carry the large bag of medicine herself, eager to return to the research institute where her father worked as quickly as possible. Leaving the hospital, she hailed a taxi. Just as she opened the rear door, a pair of well-defined hands appeared in front of her, blocking her from getting in. "Who are you? What do you want with my sister's blood?" Chapter 4. Everything happened ahead of time. The person who arrived was Bliss. He had noticed Amelia from the moment she stepped into the oncology department, not for any other reason but because this girl was exceptionally eye-catching. Her face was round yet delicately small, and a pair of clear, big eyes that shone like water. She appeared tender and gentle at first glance, but when their gazes met, he saw in her eyes a stubbornness, obsession, and ambition that shouldn't belong to someone her age. His memories of his previous life were too vivid, preventing Amelia from viewing Bliss as just an ordinary handsome man. Especially now, caught in the act, she tried to run away before explanations could be made. However, Bliss, still battle-hardened despite the peace era, was too strong. The strength gap was too huge, and even after several attempts to pull, her hand on the car door remained motionless. As time passed with them locked in a standoff, the driver lost patience first. "Are you still going or not? Young lovers should argue with some decorum, it's affecting my business." I'm not." Before Amelia could finish speaking, Bliss slammed the car door shut. "Sorry, sir. My girlfriend is upset. I can't let her walk alone." "You." Amelia really admired how shameless this man could be. Bliss didn't stay idle either. He reached out from outside Amelia's thigh and retrieved the blood sample. "You pervert." Amelia blushed with anger. "I haven't degraded to harassing you in public," said Bliss calmly. Only then did Amelia notice the sample in his hand. "Give it back." She jumped up to grab it, but Bliss was a full head taller than her, towering like a mountain. "This sample means a lot to me." "It means more to me," replied Bliss unwaveringly. Amelia persisted. "This matter is complicated." "I'm listening." Bliss looked at her intently. Amelia inwardly thought that this guy was unyielding. She needed the sample desperately and was thinking of how to get rid of Bliss when a piercing screech of brakes nearly ruptured their eardrums. Then a middle-aged man was crushed under the wheels without even having time to scream. The driver was terrified and quickly got out to check. Bliss put the sample in his pocket and was ready to go help. An alarm sounded in Amelia's heart. A bad premonition rose as she watched the state of the middle-aged man who was flattened. Seeing him suddenly sit up stiffly, she immediately warned Bliss and others loudly. "Don't go near. It's dangerous." The closest one to the accident was the driver. Before he reacted, the middle-aged man yanked him forward and bit into his neck artery. Blood spurted everywhere, splattering the man and making him look even more terrifying. Seeing the violent attack right before him, Bliss, being a soldier, couldn't stand by idly. He approached the middle-aged man from behind and locked his head with both arms, while asking the attacked driver, "Hey, how are you? Can you stand up?" The driver slumped sideways with an uncertain state, his neck wound continuously bleeding. The middle-aged man was incredibly strong, struggling relentlessly under Bliss's lock, preventing him from checking properly. Suddenly, the driver moved. Bliss felt relieved and was about to speak when he heard a snarl coming from the driver. With eyes rolling backward, the driver lunged at Bliss. Despite Bliss's quick reflexes, the driver was too close, and with another person restrained in his arms, he couldn't dodge. Just as he feared the driver would bite through his throat again, a sweet voice came from behind. "Borrow this for a moment." A gust of leg wind came, and the attacking driver was kicked backward a few steps. Then a dagger pierced through his chin into his brain, rendering him motionless. In the beginning of the apocalypse, people did not know that these monsters' weakness lay in destroying the brain and spinal nerves, often getting killed while trying to fight back ineffectively. Amelia had the strength to fight even higher-level zombies, so dealing with newly infected ones was effortless for her. Stimulated by the sight of blood, the middle-aged man struggled harder, ignoring the restraint and grabbing wildly. He grabbed the girl's ponytail and pulled hard. With no way to divide his attention, Bliss could only shout a warning. The girl made a TCH sound and swiftly turned, delivering an elbow strike that snapped the zombie's arm with a sickening crack. In the next moment, she plunged the dagger straight into the man's brow, twisting his neck and breaking his cervical spine effortlessly. As her strength abruptly withdrew, the man's body went limp. She pulled out the short knife and wiped off the filth on it with her sleeve. Then, holding the blade level with her ear, she cut forcefully, causing her long hair to fall like a waterfall cut off from its flow. Bliss stared at the bloodstained but clue-eyed girl in front of him. That hand speed and reaction were beyond what even their female soldiers in the Special Operations Unit could achieve. Yet this girl looked barely in her early 20s, slender-armed and slim-legged, showing no signs of training whatsoever. How could she instantly kill two strong men? Who was she? Amelia knew she had definitely raised Bliss's suspicions, but she couldn't care less now. All she could think about was one word: pain. The moment her foot kicked the zombie, an ache and swelling began in her ankle. While she handled the two newly infected lower-level zombies skillfully, Amelia's current physical condition was far from satisfactory. Moreover, the chaos in front of her puzzled her. The zombie virus wasn't supposed to hit Binhai City for another 3 days, so why did it happen earlier this time? Thankfully, she had already sent her grandmother to her father in time. Amelia felt relieved as she glanced at Bliss and met his deep, inscrutable gaze, feeling slightly awkward. She flipped the dagger in her hand, returning it as it was borrowed. Here you go. Casually, she patted the man. TSK, really good build. Amelia couldn't help but think. This long-bladed dagger was a specially designed paratrooper knife by their team, extremely sharp and capable of slicing through metal. It had a ring at the end of the handle for finger attachment, designed specifically for close combat, unmatched in quality by anything available on the market. Seeing how fluidly Amelia alternated between using both hands, Bliss marveled at her proficiency, almost surpassing his own. Thank you. Amelia waved her hand. No problem, I have things to do. Just as she tried to slip away, she was once again held back by Bliss's grip on her arm. His jade-like hand reached toward her face. You can't take the blood sample. He had noticed her sneaking the blood sample while returning the dagger. Amelia pouted. This guy was too perceptive. The bystanders around them didn't realize the danger, still gossiping over the injured person at Amelia's feet. But disaster wasn't slowing down. Another scream came from not far away, and the crowd surged toward them. Trying to pull away, Amelia struggled against Bliss's strong grip. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, she gestured towards the increasing number of people. Do you want the blood sample, or your sister? Knowing the value of family, Amelia understood this was far more effective than any attack. Indeed, Bliss hesitated, loosening his grip just enough for her to slip away like an eel. The chaos drew closer, and Bliss, still feeling the softness of her skin on his fingertips, watched her blend into the crowd before running towards the hospital building. Amelia kept running until she heard a deafening crash. Considering the zombie-induced commotion, she didn't dwell on it further. Instead, she headed straight for a locked sedan, expertly opening the door and sliding inside. Taking advantage of the unblocked roads amid the sudden chaos, she sped towards the research institute with the medicine she had collected. Her journey was relatively smooth, indicating that the zombie virus was currently confined to the hospital area. However, disaster would inevitably spread throughout the city sooner or later. Amelia couldn't understand why this timeline was different, possibly due to the butterfly effect caused by her rebirth. Lost in thought, she suddenly saw a figure plummet from above and land on her moving car. Instantly, the windshield was covered with a layer of red, yellow, and white substances. Even though Amelia was accustomed to such bloody scenes, she couldn't suppress her nausea this time. She quickly pulled the car to the side of the road and got out to check. Meanwhile, store clerks and passers-by gathered around. What happened? I don't know. It seems to have fallen from a building and landed right on the girl's car. Poor thing, call for help quickly. Amelia glanced at the lump of flesh on the hood, clearly lifeless. However, a gurgling sound emerged from the throat, and the limbs began to twitch unnaturally. Seeing signs of possible resurrection, Amelia pulled out the windshield wiper and aimed it at the back of the person's head, intending to stab. However, she was stopped by an uninformed passerby. What are you doing? There's no saving him, Amelia said coldly. She grabbed the ankle and dragged the person off the hood of the car. Just as she was about to put him out of misery, someone stopped her again. How can you say he can't be saved? Are you a doctor? That's right. What relation are you to him that you can make such a decision for him? Hey, Mr. on the ground, are you okay? Don't worry, we won't let her do anything until she explains clearly. She cast a cold glance at the noisy crowd, her gaze carrying an intimidating presence that brought an instant silence. Amelia took advantage of this moment to swiftly pierce the brain of the person on the ground. But when Amelia raised her head, the passers-by looked at her with strange eyes, as if the terrifying monster was not the one who was already dead but her. You're too reckless. Quickly, call the police and arrest this woman. Everyone, stop her from running away, don't let this murderer escape. Right, so many people are watching here. Do you still have any morals or laws in your eyes? Chapter 5, A Step Too Late. Morality, law. Amelia pondered over these two words. In peacetime, these two concepts that are frequently invoked to regulate behavior quickly became nothing more than scraps of paper in the end times, with human nature experiencing unprecedented release here. Powerful figures like financial magnates exploited their resources to plunder even more voraciously, and ordinary people's inherent greed and selfishness were laid bare. People pointed fingers at one another, but not a single soul dared to take a step forward. Amelia wiped the blood off her face, disregarding the idle gossip. She knew she was doing the right thing. This person is already dead. We should leave now while we can, she reminded them coolly. But those around her didn't realize Amelia was indirectly saving their lives, continuing to badger her relentlessly. You killed someone. You can't just walk away. Yes, we outnumber her. Let's all escort her to the JC Bureau. Let her explain herself to the JC. That's right, let's go together. Amelia had never been a saint. She was too aware that these people, standing on the moral high ground and criticizing others so sternly, were only doing so because disaster hadn't befallen them yet. Amelia's cold gaze swept toward the person shouting the loudest, approaching 2 steps closer. Pointing at what could no longer be called a person on the ground, her usually soft and sweet voice sounded like raindrops hitting an iceberg, chilling to the bone. Do you wish to die in its place? That person was evidently someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. But he never imagined that this delicate, gentle girl who looked like a little rabbit would speak such cold-hearted words. You. He stammered for a long time, unable to form a complete sentence. And what about you? Amelia's eyes swept across everyone present. Immediately, the scene fell into silence. She sneered. See? Bystanders will never truly understand. She's crazy, absolutely mad. What are you all standing there for? Shouldn't you catch her before she kills us all? Why don't you say it to her face instead of pushing me? Indeed, when condemning her you all seemed so righteous, but now you're willing to push others to certain death. What kind of people are you? You guys. Public opinion began to slowly shift direction. Feeling the vial of blood in her pocket, Amelia didn't have time to continue bickering with the crowd. She noticed a delivery truck for food and beverages parked by the supermarket entrance, slung a large bag of medicine over her shoulder, and walked straight over. Be it out of fear or respect, no one present tried to stop her, they automatically made way for her passage. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Amelia climbed into the truck. Only after starting the engine did she nod toward the store owner not far away. Thanks. Only after Amelia and the vehicle had long since departed did the store owner wipe his sweating forehead. Why was she driving my truck? Not long after his words faded, another thing fell from the tall building's floor-to-ceiling windows, smashing onto the solid concrete pavement below. It momentarily stiffened, then staggered upright, wobbling toward where the people had previously gathered. Amelia saw the escalating chaos through her rearview mirror but only glanced once before withdrawing her gaze. There were some people she could save only once. At first, it was merely occasional infected humans crashing towards Amelia's vehicle, all of which she plowed through without changing expression. But as the curses behind her gradually turned into more and more cries of pain, Amelia confirmed that the apocalypse had indeed arrived earlier than expected. However, with the blood sample in hand, as long as she reached the research institute promptly, all the mysteries might be unraveled. Thinking of this, she pressed down harder on the accelerator. Yet when she stood at the institute's entrance, she was dumbfounded. A few hours ago, she was still speaking with her loved ones here, but now the research institute had become a scorched wasteland devoid of life. Originally thinking that reborn with prior knowledge she could protect her family, she never imagined this outcome. Dad. Mom. Lizzie. Finally, Amelia couldn't hold back her emotions, letting them run free. Living in the apocalypse, she believed she'd stopped crying years ago, but her cheeks felt wet with tears mixing with dried blood flowing down, some landing on the ground, some striking her shoes. She struggled to move forward but collapsed to her knees. How can this be? Just as Amelia mumbled to herself, a familiar click-clack sound echoed from not far away. That sound was all too familiar to her. It was the sound that infected humans made in their throats after turning into zombies. The approaching footsteps grew louder, but the slender figure showed no intention of moving. It wouldn't be bad to end like this. At least she wouldn't have to live as exhaustedly as in her previous life. She thought so. Zun. Suddenly, a voice struck her heart out of nowhere. If the experiment fails, promise Dad not to let me become one of those monsters. Just as the zombie lunged forward, its mouth gaping wide to drink the young woman's blood, a steel bar pierced through its head in the next second. Red and white fluid splattered, staining the already dust-covered white lab coat crimson. The zombie screeched once in pain and then fell silent. Amelia tried to pull out the steel bar but failed. She scavenged from the rubble, finding an L-shaped iron rod about the size of a forearm, with a few long nails sticking out at the end. She bent the heads of the nails to prevent them from falling off easily. Looking at the researchers gradually gathering due to the commotion, Amelia lifted her head, her eyes frighteningly red. Dad, Mom, Lizzie. She wrapped her hands with clothing, assuming a ready stance. I won't let you turn into monsters. The sky was painted a fiery red by the sunset, blinding anyone who dared to look. Unbeknownst to Amelia, her actions were watched by someone in black on the top of the experimental building. This person observed Amelia fighting endlessly among the zombies, then dialed a phone call with a raspy voice that couldn't be clearly identified as male or female. All taken care of, no survivors, but, glancing down at the fighting figure, they hesitated before continuing. It's nothing, just got a little dirty. I'll change clothes and head back to headquarters. In this person's view, no matter how powerful one was, it was impossible to handle so many zombies alone. Within 10 minutes, this young girl would surely become another zombie. Brushing off the dust, they threw a used wet wipe downstairs and disappeared among the buildings without waiting for it to land. Also not. Amelia swung the iron rod while breathing heavily, fending off the zombies charging at her. The stench of decay mixed with the smell of blood made her want to vomit. Where are you? The iron rod wasn't as short and handy as the daggers she was used to in her past life. Each swing drained a lot of energy. Even if she had been somewhat fit in her past life, she couldn't last long now, especially given her current lack of exercise as a college student. Finding her family in this sea of zombies was incredibly difficult. Yet Amelia stubbornly kept swinging her weapon. Several times, she nearly dropped the iron rod because her palms bled, making it slippery. She tore off strips from her jacket to wrap around her hands, determined to continue forward. After an indeterminate amount of time, she barely had the strength to pull the iron rod from the zombies' heads. Yet looking ahead, there were still many zombies shuffling towards the entrance of the large experimental building. Amelia replaced the soaked bandage with a new one but found her jacket torn beyond use. She could only look at the lab coats worn by the zombies lying around her feet. Even the simple act of tearing cloth drained her strength. Weak-kneed, she sat down when a one-armed woman suddenly pounced on her. Amelia wedged the iron rod against the woman's throat, preventing the foul saliva from dripping onto her face. Just as she was about to give up, Amelia's eyes widened, staring intently at the name tag on the woman's left chest. Institute of Physics. Amaris. Chapter 6 Mysterious Disappearance. She shifted her gaze back to that ashen face. Compared to the right eye rolling upwards, the left eye drooped at an unnatural angle. Amelia remembered very clearly that not long before the end of the world in her previous life, she followed the school's arrangements and came to visit her parents' scientific research institute for learning. She happened to encounter Amaris, who liked spreading gossip at the neighboring physics research institute, quarreling with her father and his intern. To save face, Amaris falsely accused them of having an inappropriate relationship. Flynn had always been a simple and honest man focused solely on experiments. He was naturally no match for a histrionic woman who raised her voice to gain advantage. Ultimately, it was Amelia's mother, Candace, who arrived just in time. She exaggerated the wrongdoings Amaris usually committed in front of everyone, using magic to defeat magic. Infuriated but unable to retaliate, Amaris didn't expect Candace to strike first, slapping her and causing her recently implanted cosmetic threads to fall out. Embarrassed and defeated, Amaris's eyes drooped as she slunk away. The zombie woman in front of her could only be Amaris. But since she worked at the Physics Institute, why would she appear here? Glancing around at the fallen figures, despite their lab coats looking similar and some name tags missing, the embroidered emblem on the left chest was clearly from Pinghai City Physics Institute. These were all people from the Physics Institute. Regaining her composure after being momentarily overwhelmed by emotions, Amelia mustered all her strength, kicking the monster pinning her down onto its back and took this opportunity to get up. However, after prolonged combat, her limbs were barely responsive. Soon, she was captured again by Amaris, who grabbed her shoulders and slowly brought her blood-red mouth close to Amelia's neck. Amelia knew if they kept struggling, she would definitely be the first to lose energy. Seeing the metal bar on the ground, Amelia steeled her resolve. Using her weight, she pressed Amaris towards the longest nail. PFFF. The nail penetrated the back of the head and emerged from the forehead, aiming straight for Amelia's left eye. With her eyes wide open, Amelia watched helplessly as the nail got closer, stretching her arms as far as possible to keep distance. Fortunately, she stopped less than 3 inches away from the nail. Huff huff. Breathing heavily from the narrow escape, Amelia felt a lingering fear. She was afraid of dying, especially becoming zombie fodder without finding her family or confirming their fate. Realizing this, Amelia forced herself to stand up. The cold, grey laboratory building blocked the last remnants of sunlight, and darkness quickly fell. Looking around, although there were many zombies in the research institute, most were concentrated in the square and the ground floor of the experimental building. Higher floors seemed untouched. A bold conjecture surfaced. The personnel of the research institute were secretly relocated for some reason and replaced by staff from the neighboring physics institute to maintain appearances. After all, with the apocalypse coming, who would care about what clothes or identities the zombies wore? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Amelia noticed a faint tire mark under a decapitated body. Black and sticky, it must have accidentally caught asphalt from the road, allowing it to remain visible in this complex environment. Though unsure of the reason for the relocation, Amelia felt a glimmer of hope with her conjecture confirmed. Her parents and grandmother were still alive. Mom and Dad. Lizzie. As long as they were alive, she vowed to find them, no matter where. The prolonged fight and emotional highs and lows took a toll on her body. Amelia decided to rest in the experimental building while searching for clues left during the transfer. Using her phone wrapped in a blooded cloth as a distraction in one direction, she ran toward the experimental building. Luckily, these zombies were still basic types, strong and tireless but otherwise manageable. It would be truly terrifying when more powerful, faster, and even intelligent zombies emerged. Recalling her past life, Amelia thought about how survivors initially countered zombies with updated firearms and ammunition, as well as capturing and experimenting on zombies for modifications. Some successful modifications played crucial roles in protecting bases and human lives. There were also some failures, which ultimately paid a heavy price. Later on, many of those mutated zombies likely evolved from these failed modifications. While people created weapons to protect themselves, they inadvertently gave these creatures the ability to destroy humanity. At this thought, Amelia slapped her thigh. Perhaps it was an organization or institution that transferred the researchers in advance to better combat zombies in the future. But then she thought again and found something amiss. From the appearance of the first zombie until now, only 2 or 3 hours had passed. Even if it were the higher-ups of U country or the military, they wouldn't be able to react so quickly to transfer everyone unless there was someone else like her, with memories from the previous life. This thought made Amelia frown. If there really were such people, were they individuals or a group? What were their identities, friend or foe? Looking down at those initial stage zombies, which researchers later called zombies, sacrificing so many people to cover up the truth about the researchers' transfer must have been done by no good entities. Who knows what they would do to these researchers? Amelia quickened her pace. She had to find her family as soon as possible. In her past life, the Research Institute's experimental building always had 1 or 2 lights burning through the night. Now walking through it, Amelia felt a deathly silence. Flynn's office was at the far end of the 4th floor. Passing the laboratory, Amelia noticed everything inside had been moved out long ago, leaving not even a table or chair. It seemed her guess was right, the researcher's transfer had been premeditated. Despite this, Amelia still entered Flynn's office, perhaps just to see this place where her father once worked, which held childhood memories for her. The office was as empty as all the rooms she'd passed through. Occasionally, there were scattered printed papers on the ground, indicating how hastily people had left. Daring not to turn on the lights, Amelia lit a match from the cargo truck and moved around under its dim light. Though the footprints were messy, she didn't find any signs of struggle or dragging, which put her mind at ease. People weren't forcibly taken away. The night gradually grew windy, blowing through the office window into the room. Something rustled with the wind. Following the sound, Amelia couldn't help but smile. She had always liked following her father Flynn since childhood, even drawing on white paper while he worked. The slightly chaotic sketch in front of her told her that regardless of how casually she drew back then, her father had kept every piece carefully. Her heart warmed immediately. Amelia carefully folded the drawing and slipped it into her pocket. Just as she was about to stand up, she noticed a loose screw on the electrical box in the corner behind the door, dangling precariously in the breeze. This office was partitioned from an old lab, so it had 2 electrical boxes, one at the entrance and one inside. The one at the entrance, due to aging, had long been unused, often used by young Amelia to hide snacks and toys. Amelia unscrewed the loose screw and instinctively removed the rest. With the entire panel removed, inside wasn't an electric meter or switch but a small object reflecting metallic luster in the faint light. A small pistol. Amelia was surprised. Why would there be a pistol here? Upon closer inspection, it didn't quite resemble a real one. Living through 7 years of the apocalypse, Amelia was quite familiar with firearms. She weighed the pistol-like object in her hand and confirmed it wasn't real. A lethal weapon wouldn't weigh so little. A fake. Who would hide a toy gun in such a place? Amelia felt bewildered. This was Flynn's office. Clearly, no one besides her father would act so oddly. But knowing Flynn, he wouldn't do anything meaningless out of boredom. Just as she pondered over this, a beam of flashlight broke her thoughts, instinctively making her crouch low to hide. Her heart pounded. Zombies clearly couldn't use flashlights. There was someone else here. The flashlight beam swept through the room and disappeared, based on the angle, coming from downstairs. Squatting, Amelia slowly moved to the window and cautiously peeked outside. Sure enough, in a dark corner of the square, several unidentified individuals were holding flashlights, checking each room one by one. Amelia tucked the toy gun into her waistband and stealthily slipped out of Flynn's office. The group had been inspecting every room from the 1st floor to the 4th. Now they had gathered in the central hall on the 4th floor. "Aide, we've checked everywhere, found nothing." A scar-faced man spoke respectfully with his head lowered. "Every nook and cranny?" The bald man in front of him glared fiercely. The scar-faced man looked uneasy. "This place is huge, and our manpower is limited." Sweat trickled down the bald man's forehead as he decapitated an approaching zombie with a chop, spitting onto the ground. "Damn it, they just sit there talking, while all the dirty work falls on me." Another big-built man asked the bald man, "What exactly are they after that even the bishop would go to such lengths?" The bald man cursed, "How should I know?" He slapped the big-built man's neck. "Don't ask what you shouldn't. Watch yourself, or you'll end up like these filth." The big-built man glanced at the twitching, dismembered flesh on the ground and shivered, obediently shutting up. "Boss." The walkie-talkie clipped to the bald man's belt crackled with a raspy voice and the sound of a car starting. "There's someone. They're escaping in a van." The bald man peered out the window and saw the cargo truck fishtailing away. Furious, he yelled, "Useless. Can't even guard a door, not even as good as a dog." Amelia heard intermittent shouts behind her, gripping the steering wheel tightly, not daring to ease off the gas pedal for a moment. Chapter 7, Feeding the Zombie Couple. The cargo van was too conspicuous on the road, attracting too much attention. Besides, the number of zombies increased much faster than she had expected. The roads could be cut off at any time, and now there were pursuers behind them. If they got blocked, things would get even more passive. However, to abandon the hard-won medical supplies and all the materials in this vehicle made Amelia feel a bit of pain, thinking that finding a safe place to switch vehicles was the best choice. Her eyes swept over the roadside. There were many unclaimed private cars, but it would attract too much attention if she stopped temporarily and moved so many supplies around on the chaotic road. Amelia's mind raced. A safe place to find a car could only be either a private garage or a parking lot. Of the two, a private garage was more private, and even if danger appeared, it would be easier to escape. Amelia sharply turned the steering wheel, having already decided on her destination. Dongcheng and the development zone in Pinghai City mostly comprised office buildings and schools with dense populations. As the zombie outbreak occurred on a workday, the situation in Shicheng across the river, which mainly consisted of residential areas, was much better in comparison. Even if a zombie or two occasionally pounced over, Amelia could easily take care of them with the wrench from the cargo van. Returning to the family in trance for the second time, she felt differently from before. She didn't linger much on this place. After living in the post-apocalypse world for 7 years, being displaced was already a habit. But thinking about only having seen her family briefly after being reborn and the strange relocation of the research institute made her somewhat worried. Relying on memory, she input the password for the garage door, skillfully opening the trunk and starting to move the items. Perhaps due to some matters weighing on her mind, her movements weren't as agile as usual. A can fell to the ground, clattering loudly. With everything already so quiet around, the sound echoed far into the dark night without stopping. If there were zombies nearby, they would surely be drawn by the noise. Annoyed, Amelia clicked her tongue, picked up an iron chain as thick as a forearm, and listened carefully in the darkness. Calmly observing the surroundings, she heard rustling footsteps coming from behind. She held her breath, stayed still, waiting for the footsteps to slowly approach. Suddenly, she spun around, swinging the iron chain. The person behind moved quickly, bending down to dodge the blow. The chain struck the stone pillar in the garage, pieces of plaster falling off. Seeing another chain strike impending, the man covered his head, begging for mercy. Don't hit me, it's me, your Uncle Flint." Hearing this, Amelia deflected her swing but didn't lessen the force. The chain landed on the garage floor, sparking slightly. Pretending to realize who it was, she said, "I thought you were a monster trying to sneak attack me from behind. Uncle, why are you still here?" At this moment, Jimena, who had been hiding on the side, hurried out to help Flint up from where he sat on the ground. "Haven't you seen the news? These monsters are everywhere. Where would I go with your uncle? Trying to monopolize the quota for yourself." As soon as these words left Jimena's mouth, Flint nudged her with his elbow, realizing she had spoken out of turn. Amelia raised an eyebrow, knowingly asking, "Quota? What quota?" Flint then moaned and complained. "You little wretch, you didn't check before hitting, trying to kill your uncle." Amelia knew he was trying to divert the topic, glancing at what he held in his hand and following up on her question. "Didn't you also want to kill me in one hit?" For a moment, Flint looked guilty but quickly covered it up. "What nonsense are you talking about? Things are so chaotic outside. When I heard noises in the garage, I thought it was a thief or a monster. If I knew it was you, I wouldn't have gone for the kill." Amelia looked coldly at the two pretenders. In her previous life, she knew Flint and his wife were selfish and self-serving, but she hadn't expected them to actually harm her own mother to save their lives. Living through this life again, Amelia saw through their malicious intentions long ago. She had opened the garage with a code and had been exposed under the streetlights while moving supplies. They confirmed it was her in the garage and decided to try and kill her. Only if she died could they take her place and survive in the underground city base. Indeed, people who could harm their own mother wouldn't care about their niece's life. A chill emanated from Amelia's tight lips and straightened spine as she slowly walked toward Flint with the iron chain in hand. Just as Flint felt timid and thought he was about to be beaten by the iron chain, Amelia suddenly patted her chest and laughed. "Ah, it's like this. I was just tense. Uncle and Aunt didn't eat yet, right? I brought back instant noodles, sausages, smoked chicken, and so on. Let's go inside and have something to eat." Initially wary of Amelia's sudden change in attitude, Flint and Jimena quickly became distracted by hunger when they heard there was food. They had been hungry all day since morning and could barely hold on. Jimena eagerly said, "There's food." "Where?" "I'll get it." Amelia pointed at the cargo van behind her. "Everything is in the cargo van. Aunt, take whatever you want. No need to be polite." Overjoyed, Jimena wasted no time climbing into the cargo area to look for food. I also." Hungry himself, Flint was about to follow but was stopped by Amelia. "Uncle, wait a moment. Did you receive the call from the research institute to escort family members?" Flint's heart skipped a beat. He wondered how Amelia knew but refused to admit it. "What call? What are you talking about?" Amelia came straight to the point. "I've already sent Grandma to the safe base, so I know about the quota." Realizing he couldn't hide it any longer, Flint stammered, "Oh, that quota. Someone did call earlier saying they reserved a spot for Jan to enter the base, but I thought you and Mom had already left, so I forgot." Amelia understood. This Life's Research Institute was indeed the same as before, reserving spots for her and her grandma. Since she sent her grandma ahead, only one spot remained, exactly as she wished. "Uncle." Amelia leaned close to Flint, speaking softly so only he could hear. "The evacuation quotas are issued by the Research Institute. You know Lizzie and I occupied too. Getting an extra one required Dad begging the unit for me. It's meant to prevent Aunt from having other thoughts." Flint caught on quickly. "So you mean?" Amelia feigned a helpless expression. "I know Uncle values loyalty, but with the end times approaching and monsters everywhere, our family can't protect ourselves. Aunt isn't even family." To convince him, Amelia showed Flint Jiang Danny Ming's work ID. "Dad gave me this personally. With this, I can report to the underground city base." Flint had long wanted the remaining quota for himself. After the call from the institute, he'd considered abandoning Jimena. He'd seen firsthand how a pedestrian was torn apart by zombies. Though they were hiding in the house now, without food, death was inevitable. Leaving for a safer place was his top priority. Others' fates mattered little to him. Meanwhile, oblivious, Jimena carried food from the van into the house, asking, "Why aren't you moving?" "This is all for me, don't fight over it." Noticing the murderous intent in Flint's eyes as he stared at Jimena's back, Amelia handed him the work ID, fueling his intentions further. How to handle it is up to you, uncle. Seeming to make up his mind, Flint followed Jimena into the house. Moments later, sounds of heavy objects falling were heard inside. Soon, Flint emerged, covered in blood. Seeing the 7-seater minivan moved out behind the cargo van but no sign of Amelia, he called out. Jan, when are we leaving for the base? Jan. Amelia appeared at the garage door, silently staring at Flint. Feeling uneasy under her gaze, Flint approached her, asking, Jan? You. Before he finished, Amelia pressed a button, and the metal garage door slammed shut. Flint shouted frantically, What are you doing? I haven't gone out yet. He ran, intending to get out of the garage before the roller shutter came down completely. However, just as he reached the door, Amelia lashed him on the shin with her iron chain, making him wail and fall back. Clank. The roller shutter then landed completely, and Flint clutched his leg, cursing. You damned girl. You dare to attack me. When I get out, I'll definitely chop you down with an axe. Amelia curled her lip in mockery. Just like how you chopped Jimena. Chapter 8. Setting out alone. It seemed Flint had come to his senses, pointing fiercely at Amelia. You deliberately sowed discord. Just to make us kill each other. Amelia retorted, Which of my words prompted you to kill? Flint, I gave you a chance. If you still had a trace of humanity and chose to hand over the work permit to Jimena or told her the truth that I intended to leave all the supplies and food behind so that you could survive for now once the rescue team arrived, even if there was only one slot available, none of you would have been left behind. It is because of your wicked intentions to monopolize this only entry spot into the underground base that you were willing to commit murder. Speechless from Amelia's words, Flint still refused to give up his chance of survival. Just as he wanted to curse again, he heard a faint gurgling sound coming from the side door of the garage. It was a zombie wandering nearby, lured by the scent of blood. His lifeline was in Amelia's hands now, so he immediately put on a fawning face. Jan, we share the same surname, we're family. Could you open the door and let Uncle out? We can talk everything through once we're outside. I promise to change my ways and treat you like my own daughter. Unmoved, Amelia knew that everything he said and did was merely for the sake of survival. The gurgling grew louder. The garage side door was just a fence and not securely locked, so it wasn't long before it swung wide open under the zombie's impact. With an injured leg, Flint found it hard to move and could barely hold off the zombies with the axe in his hands. Xiao. Jan. Save Uncle. Uncle knows he was wrong. Open the door, give me a way out. The person you should apologize to isn't me. Amelia squatted down and pointed towards the house. Ask her if she will give you a chance to live. Following Amelia's finger, Flint saw Jimena staggering out of the house. No way. Fear gripped Flint, driving him to scream hysterically. How could she still be alive? He had clearly chopped off a third of her head with the axe, leaving wounds on her neck exposing her trachea. How could anyone with such injuries still stand? Amelia's tone remained calm. She is indeed dead now. Zombies are attracted by the fresh smell of blood. In other words, if you hadn't inflicted such brutal injuries on her, these monsters wouldn't have been lured here so quickly to feast on her, turning another living being into a walking corpse within this house. Apart from the zombie that directly attacked Flint, the others had entered the house and stripped away Jimena's last breath of life. All hope abandoned, Flint struggled to fend off the zombies clinging to him, too preoccupied to stop Jimena from approaching. Amelia reached through the gap in the roller shutter and retrieved Flynn's work permit, ignoring Flint's cries. In the end, he didn't last long. Exhausted, he was bitten on the shoulder, spurting blood and screaming loudly. Jimena's nose twitched. One of her eyes was completely white, while the other's pupil rolled halfway upward. Nevertheless, Flint felt she was staring right at him, getting closer. No. Don't come near. Save. The heart-wrenching screams abruptly stopped. Amelia glanced inside without urgency, securing the roller shutter and the side door of the garage with chains, ensuring the monsters couldn't easily escape in the short term. After transferring all the supplies she could carry into the 7-seater minivan, Amelia didn't rush to leave. Instead, she climbed onto the second floor via the garage ceiling, copying down the phone number mentioned by Flint. Back in the driver's seat, drenched in sweat, Amelia wiped Flynn's work permit repeatedly, caressing it in her hand. According to Flint, the Research Institute retained the qualification for family members of outstanding scientists to enter the underground city during relocation, just like in her previous life. So, if she called back the number, she could find their location. However, unsure of their intentions, Amelia hesitated. What if they harbored ill intentions? Wouldn't she be throwing herself into a trap? Then there was the vial of blood sample, which she took out from her pants pocket. This item must not fall into the wrong hands before examination. But all the equipment from the Research Institute had already been relocated along with its personnel. Where could she find usable facilities for testing? Suddenly, she slapped her thigh. The school laboratory. The University of Science and Technology she attended was an affiliated university under the U-Country Research Institute. The experimental instruments there were not as advanced as those at the Research Institute, but conducting a blood analysis should be feasible. Moreover, with zombies appearing frequently now, the school would likely be in chaos. Sneaking into the laboratory without being noticed shouldn't be too difficult. Decided to go. Whether in her past life or now, Amelia never liked harboring doubts in her heart. She wanted to see what secrets this blood sample held. The disturbance caused by zombies was gradually spreading throughout the city. After a few twists and turns, the vehicle finally arrived near the university. Amelia wasn't foolish enough to expose all the supplies she had brought. 1 kilometer away from the University of Science and Technology, she hid the minivan. She had also been exhausted after the day's exertion. To prepare better for action, she locked the car doors, moved to the backseat, gripping a wrench in her hand, and closed her eyes to rest. In a daze, Amelia had a dream. The bright moonlight shone down on the quiet street, with countless stars twinkling in the sky. Cicadas chirped incessantly in a tall phoenix tree. A small figure sat in the shadow beneath the tree, flipping through a colorful picture book intently. "What are you reading, Jan? So focused." A gentle male voice approached, wiping away the sweat on her forehead with a wet wipe before sitting down beside her. "The book says that many tiny dust particles and bacteria exist in our lives, which can't be seen by the naked eye. They need to be magnified by a mirror like the one in the picture, but..." The little girl looked very anxious. If these bacteria are so harmful when they're small, wouldn't they be even more dangerous if they grew bigger? The man, warm and gentle, stroked the little girl's soft hair and smiled. "Jan, you're talking about a microscope. It just uses light imaging to enlarge images of very tiny objects so we can see them clearly. But the actual size remains unchanged." The little girl suddenly understood, pinching her thumb and index finger together. "Oh Tilda, they're still that tiny." Her chubby hands were gently enclosed in a pair of large ones. "Yes, they can't escape from our hands." A tall woman came over, looking at the laughing father and daughter under the tree. If something could magnify tiny things, what would Jan want? She placed a pink ice cream cone in front of the little girl. The little girl exclaimed and grabbed the cone, sucking eagerly. As she ate, she said, "Of course, I want an ice cream cone as big as a building, to share with Mom and Dad." Little glutton Tilda. Watching the woman sit down next to the little girl, the man softly asked, "What's up? Is there new progress in your research?" The woman's excited expression matched that of her cherished daughter. "We have some results from the experiment, but it's still unstable. The revolution isn't complete yet. There are still people who try to take credit without doing much work. We still have a lot of effort ahead to achieve results." The man's gaze softened. "Move over to the research institute earlier, and I can help you." The woman beamed. "Sure, it's time to get rid of those parasites, Tilda." The little girl only cared about eating her ice cream, unaware that the shadows and voices around her were slowly dissipating. By the time she realized, she seemed to be in a dim grey place. The ice cream fell to the ground with a plop. "Dad! Mom! Where are you?" "Ah." Amelia abruptly woke up, still mumbling about Mom and Dad. Outside, daylight was already bright, and it was the afternoon of the next day. However, when Amelia looked out of the car, everything still felt somewhat grey. There was a persistent buzzing in her ears, and she shook herself back to reality, realizing she had been dreaming. Just as she opened the car door intending to stretch, although her legs were already outside, they seemed to hit something that prevented them from straightening. This was strange. Amelia pulled her legs back and tried reaching out with her hands instead. Suddenly, a long beep sounded, and the moment the sound stopped, the sensation in her fingertips vanished. Losing balance, she toppled out headfirst. Ouch! Dusting herself off, Amelia stood up feeling quite bewildered. She had parked the car under a dry bridge. Looking up at the sky now, it didn't seem different from usual. How peculiar, truly peculiar. This strangeness was really pushing the limits. Amelia scratched her head and walked back. She inadvertently stepped on something, which made a short beep dash sound. Before she could stop, she bumped into a greyish wall, causing her to squat down in pain, cursing under her breath. The buzzing in her ears started again, but this time Amelia seemed to have noticed something odd. She cautiously approached and picked up the object she had stepped on. It was the small handgun she had brought from Flynn's office. Memories flooded in, as if connecting with reality. Chapter 9, Spatial Activation. This was not actually a handgun but a particle amplifier that only appeared in the late stages of the last apocalypse. Her mother, Candace, had already begun researching this when she was a child. Earlier, in a science fiction novel, it was mentioned that the smallest particles in nature, such as atoms and protons, could also be unfolded and amplified through certain technological means. While everyone else considered this merely a creative idea in science fiction, Amelia's mother, an industry-recognized genius appearing once in 100 years, gradually turned this concept into reality. Amelia did not fully understand the technical jargon, she just vaguely knew from her mother's explanations that certain techniques could unfold atoms and protons in 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional, or even higher-dimensional spaces. However, higher-dimensional unfolding required more energy, which could not yet be met at that time. She held this small device carefully in her hand, thinking that her mom had managed to unfold particles using this amplifier so many years earlier, given how she was now in this greyish space. Suddenly, an idea popped into her mind. Did she now have a portable, mobile space? Amelia almost jumped for joy. In the post-apocalyptic world, carrying so many supplies would eventually attract attention. Compared to low-level zombie monsters, selfish and greedy people were the real threat. But with this space, she could store food, drinking water, medicines, and other essentials inside it, and when closing the particle amplifier, these supplies would be as easy to carry as a proton. Excited like discovering new continents, Amelia couldn't wait to try it out. First, she picked up the particle amplifier and fiddled with it. This thing really looked like a small handgun, with a barrel, grip, and magazine. The trigger position must be the switch for the particle amplifier. Amelia turned off the particle amplifier, which indeed emitted a long beep. When it completely stopped, she skillfully dismantled the barrel and magazine, finding only 3 very small, differently colored pellets, 1 inside the barrel and 2 in the magazine, resembling BB pellets from toy guns she used to play with as a child. These were probably the particles. If each pellet represented a separate space, then she currently had at least 3 spaces to store supplies. After reassembling the particle amplifier, Amelia decisively pulled the trigger towards the other end of the underpass. With a short beep dash, a grey space of about 7 to 8 square meters appeared before her eyes, circular on top and square below, while that familiar humming returned, making her ears uncomfortable. Covering her ears didn't alleviate the discomfort. She tried to find a way to enter the space despite the annoyance. After hitting the wall multiple times in frustration, she angrily threw the particle amplifier aside. What's the difference from watching Titanic in 3D? You can see it, but you can't use it. Coincidentally, when Amelia flung the small gun, something stuck to the bottom of the magazine fell out. Curious, she picked it up and found it was an earplug. Thinking back to the earlier humming sound, Amelia suddenly understood. Perhaps this device connects via brainwaves. Indeed, after putting on the earplug, the humming sound disappeared. Instead, she could see a door opening within the grey space. Without hesitation, Amelia moved all the supplies from the trunk into the space. Although it was only about 10 square meters, the supplies took up only about half of the room. Though wonderful, Amelia's sharp senses noticed some subtle changes while entering and exiting the space. For example, occasional flashes of golden threads appeared within the space, and most noticeably, time seemed to pass faster here. It should have taken only about an hour to move and organize the supplies, but when Amelia emerged from the space, the sky was starting to darken. It was summer, so dusk came later. By the looks of the sky, at least 5 or 6 hours had passed. Until she figured out how many dimensions these particles were unfolded into, she decided to use this cautiously. Amelia grabbed a backpack, packed some essential food, water, and first aid supplies, exited the space, turned off the particle amplifier, and made her way toward the University of Science and Technology. The University of Science and Technology was different now compared to the past. Due to the ravages of zombies, the once clean and beautiful campus filled with reading and laughter was replaced by screams, fear, and scattered limbs everywhere. Amelia tiptoed over 2 incomplete corpses, lifting her foot to scrape off the blood from her shoe bottom on the edge of the flower bed, so as not to attract zombies with the smell of blood. She carried out the whole process smoothly without showing any signs of discomfort on her face, because she had seen far worse scenes than this before. During her escape in her previous life, cold and hungry, Amelia finally managed to open a courtyard door of a library locked layer upon layer. Inside were survivors who had fled from other fallen bases. Upon hearing the sound at the door, they all tensely looked over, but seeing that it was just a thin, uninjured young girl, they relaxed and resumed what they were doing. And Donovan with his grandson took pity on Amelia and called her over, giving her some food and hot water. The long night finally passed, and the new day began again with knocks on the door. This time, 2 children around 10 years old came. Their mother had sacrificed herself to distract a horde of zombies, telling them to run westward while she ran in the opposite direction, never returning. Even though most zombies were lured away by the mother, one of the slightly younger children was still clawed by a zombie during the escape. They eventually reached this shelter for help, but people in the courtyard refused to let them in due to their ankle wounds. Don't let them in. Anyone bitten by zombies will eventually turn into one. You're right. Don't let your sympathy endanger everyone. Go away, knock elsewhere, leave. Yes, go, or you'll bring more zombies here. Hurry up. Don't force me to get angry. People grew more agitated, treating the 2 orphaned children as if they were criminals. The younger brother cried incessantly due to his leg wound, while the older brother tightly held his hand. Xiao Danny's body trembled involuntarily from hunger and cold. Amelia felt uneasy and wanted to do something for the children, but she was helpless, like a dry leaf drifting in the apocalypse, barely able to protect herself, let alone help others. The Donovan could not bear to see this. He picked out 2 relatively intact clothes from his belongings and walked to the courtyard entrance. The guard sternly reminded him, "What are you doing? You can't open the door without everyone's permission. At least give the kids some warm clothes." The little grandson following the Donovan held up the clothes, looking at the guard with big eyes until he turned away guiltily. Amelia mustered her courage and tore her relatively clean sweater into strips quickly, walking up fast. "They won't mutate immediately, let me bandage them." The guard became impatient but eventually compromised, opening the gate only enough for Amelia and the Donovan to squeeze out, helping the children outside. Once Amelia and the Donovan crossed the threshold, the guard immediately locked the door. "You have half an hour. Beyond that, I can't guarantee anything." Though he said this, he locked the door layer after layer, seemingly unwilling to ever open it again. He squatted nearby, closely watching Amelia and the Donovan, ready to alert others at the slightest sign of trouble. The older brother started to hold his brother's hand cautiously until Amelia offered to clean his wound, and the Donovan provided them with food and clothes, slowly easing their tension. The younger brother showed his ankle, which was already inflamed and oozing pus with a strong stench. "It might hurt a bit, but don't be afraid." The younger brother had initially cried upon seeing the wound, but Amelia's gentle and calm voice gradually calmed him down. As Amelia cleaned the wound, removing the rotten flesh and wrapping it with cloth, a series of footsteps and shouts interrupted her. "You ran where?" "Put my grandson down." It turned out that after finishing his food, the older brother had taken the Donovan's grandson and fled. Amelia felt frustrated. Originally trying to save lives, she did not expect such ingratitude. Likely influenced by the guard's words, he probably intended to seek protection from them by delaying their return. Although dawn was breaking, the light was still dim, and if he kept running, encountering zombies would be disastrous. Without hesitation, Amelia picked up the younger brother and helped the Donovan chase after the older brother. It wasn't until they had chased nearly 2 li away that the older brother, being just a child, became too exhausted to carry on. He put down the Donovan's grandson and rested, gasping for breath. Amelia took the chance to pounce on him, handing the child over to the Donovan behind her. Realizing the time, even if they turned back immediately, it was already past the agreed time with the guard. Frustration welled up inside Amelia. She wanted to slap this selfish kid, but as she raised her hand, she heard him sobbing. "Whoa, on the rooftop, there's a monster on the rooftop, I'm scared." Hearing about the possible presence of a zombie, Amelia quickly scanned the area to locate the monster he spoke of. But after looking around for a long while, there was nothing but flat ground. Not only were there no zombies in sight, but there wasn't even a building tall enough to be called a rooftop. The rooftop he referred to must be. Amelia felt a chill run down her spine, the library courtyard. Chapter 10, A Scumbag Who Never Changes. Since the library is built in a square shape, the central area forms a courtyard that only connects to the top floor. People assume zombies can only mechanically move in one direction and lack the intelligence to climb stairs. Thus, they regard the courtyard with just one entrance as a natural shelter. But if zombies manage to climb up to the rooftop, then that single layer of glass covering the courtyard. Amelia didn't dare to think further. She explained her thoughts to the Donovan, and both decided to check back just in case. While running back, Amelia understood her brother's intentions. He had noticed the zombies on the rooftop earlier but didn't know how to tell everyone to escape. So he simply picked up the child and ran, ignoring Amelia and the Donovan's shouts behind him. However, when they stood before the library's courtyard, neither could have imagined that the place once considered a haven had already turned into a hellish scene, a carnival for the undead. Amelia covered the child's eyes. It was a sight she wished never to remember again. Bloodstains covered the transparent walls of the courtyard. At that moment, crooked figures were still jumping from the rooftop onto the glass canopy, drawn by the scent of blood. The glass canopy of the courtyard had long been shattered by the zombies, leaving a large hole. Those who jumped down and were still mobile crawled through the hole, indulging themselves in the feast before them. The vivid red resembled mandala flowers blooming in hell, each more striking than the last, determined to turn all living beings into a bloody mess. Dense blood seeped out from under the door, flowing toward Amelia and the others' feet. The cries and screams of adults and children echoed, spreading far in the morning air. A clear blood-stained palm print was left on the glass door by the person who had been guarding the entrance earlier. He looked at Amelia outside with despair before being dragged back by a crimson tongue. Their only escape route had been locked shut by their own hands. There was an irony to it. Amelia even thought she saw mockery in the eyes of the zombie that dragged him away. That gaze. Years later, recalling the form of the zombie that dragged the guard back, Amelia realized it seemed different from the others. It appeared thinner and acted intelligently, not merely driven by instinct. Ordinary zombies would tear and bite their victims on the spot, preferring fresh blood over dead bodies. But this zombie swiftly dragged the lifeless guard away, its speed astonishing. It was somewhat reminiscent of a tongue zombie, which appeared later in the outbreak. Tongue zombies are evolved forms of zombies, reaching the 3rd level of mutation. Level 1 tongue zombies are extremely thin, with only skin covering their bones, and possess tongues over 10 meters long that can wrap around or pierce through human bodies. It seems the shattering of the courtyard's glass canopy wasn't a coincidence. Perhaps it was breached by a tongue zombie first. Amelia muttered to herself as she walked, suddenly attracted by a few dark figures in a classroom ahead. Were they zombies? Amelia switched the wrench to her right hand. As she approached, her initial suspicion was dispelled when she saw several men taking turns with a woman. Even in these times, they still had such refined interests. Amelia crouched low against the wall, intending to pass quietly. However, she heard one of the men speaking halfway through. "Nova, weren't you pretending to be noble and pure? Are you hungry now? Is your big brother good to eat?" The woman sobbed, her mouth stuffed with something, only able to make muffled sounds. Unsatisfied with the response, the man slapped Nova hard. "Answer me. I'm talking to you." Before Nova could respond, a deeper voice hushed the others. "Sure, keep quiet, you idiot. Don't attract the zombies. We don't want to die for a woman." The sleazy voice quickly agreed. Yes, I got it. "I'm done," said the burly man, zipping up his pants. "Give her the leftover bread bag and take it back to share with the pretty boy." Since the zombies appeared at the school, most students died within a day and night. The survivors fled hastily without food or water. Clothing was less of an issue, given the midsummer weather. But food and water became a significant problem. Nearby convenience stores and supermarkets were either dominated by some tall and robust male students or surrounded by numerous zombies. Soft packages like Sullivan had once tried to beg for supplies but returned with a severe beating. Ever since then, he started eyeing Nova. After a rustling sound of plastic bags, the lecherous voice spoke again. "Here, when you get hungry next time, remember to come back to your big brother." Nova was bruised all over. She looked at the half loaf of bread on the ground. Her stomach was rumbling. She hesitated whether to pick it up or not when another hand snatched it away. "That's it, we're leaving." Sullivan didn't even bother helping Nova up from the ground, looking at her as if even a glance would make him dirty. Nova lifted her head and cursed. "Sullivan, you're not human." "How am I not? If it weren't for me, you'd have been eaten by zombies long ago." You're just exchanging effort for food, why be so pretentious? Sullivan acted as if everything was perfectly reasonable. Nova felt both ashamed and furious, blushing hard and unable to utter a word. Seeing that the men were smirking at him, Sullivan divided the half loaf of bread into 2 more pieces and gestured. All right, here's a bigger piece. Before he could finish, he caught sight of a petite figure outside the window. Amelia. All present turned to look in the direction Sullivan was staring. In the moonlight stood a slender yet dignified figure. Although small in stature, she stood with perfect posture, her black eyes filled with restrained anger, exuding an irresistible charm. In their previous lives, although Sullivan and Amelia had broken up, after the zombie outbreak, he found Amelia trembling in the dormitory bathroom and brought her along while escaping. Initially, Amelia thought that though he didn't love her, at least he was a good person. But later she realized he had only brought her along to use her body to trade for necessities. Once, to gain more time to escape, he even pushed her towards a crazily attacking zombie. Luckily, the Special Forces team arrived in time for the rescue, otherwise Amelia might have lost her life in the zombies' mouths. She never expected this lifetime, he wouldn't change his ways and again used Nova in the same manner. While Amelia was stunned, the burly male student wiped his hand on his red t-shirt. Hey, is this ice beauty also yours? Quite attractive, worth a whole loaf of bread. Saying so, he licked his lips and walked towards Amelia. You look familiar. Which college are you from? Have we met before? Amelia raised an eyebrow slightly and moved her lips. The perverted man leaned closer, as if he hadn't heard clearly, asking, what did you say? $%, I said, go ask your grandfather if you want to know who I am. As soon as she finished speaking, she swung a wrench between his legs, causing him such intense pain that he almost cried out. But Amelia was faster. She quickly climbed through the window into the classroom, holding his neck from behind and covering his mouth, imitating the tone he had used earlier to lecture others. Sure, my dear grandson, don't scream. You'll suffer terribly if you attract the zombies. The other few, seeing their leader being subdued by a girl, immediately wanted to help. Amelia held the wrench threateningly against the glass window. Don't move, unless you want to feed the zombies. It had been over a day since the first zombies appeared. Anyone with a bit of sense or who had seen zombies attack should know they act based on smell and sound. Moreover, the group knew better than to make too much noise while doing things, indicating they understood the importance of sound. They thus knew breaking the glass would attract zombies, so none dared to act rashly. Seeing Amelia easily control the situation, Sullivan figured they wouldn't have to worry about food and water anymore. He came to the window and said to Amelia, Amelia, when did you learn this trick? So impressive. These people have been controlling this snack store in the comprehensive building, demanding trades for food and water, even beating people up. Many students have been bullied by them. Make them give up the store. Amelia ignored Sullivan and asked Nova instead. Can you stand up on your own? Nova only reacted when she saw Amelia's gaze fall upon her. She stuttered, thinking of how Amelia must have seen what happened to her, feeling oddly resistant to talking with her. Amelia couldn't wait for her dawdling and hardened her tone. If you can move, get away a bit further. Don't blame me if you get hurt by mistake later. Sullivan had initially thought Amelia would mind knowing that he traded other women for food, but now seeing her attitude towards Nova, he was reassured. After all, they were rivals in love, there was no way they would sympathize with each other. He continued speaking to Amelia. Well, about Nova, she forced me into it. First, she showed me photos of you getting out of a luxury car to make me misunderstand, and then she said her father, who is the dean, could find me a good internship position. I got confused for a moment, so, believe me, my heart has always been with you. Nova shook her head while crying, feeling extremely wronged. You're lying. I didn't do that. Amelia found their babbling annoying and turned to look at Sullivan. She could force you to break up with me, and even force you into bed. Sullivan was somewhat stunned. Just as he subconsciously wanted to explain, the remaining lace from his pocket fell out. Chapter 11 Who is your sister-in-law? The summer heat was intense, and people wore thin clothes. When she had encountered him on the road yesterday, Amelia had already noticed the circular shape in his pocket. And now they were coming back from the direction of a cluster of small inns near the school. Now he was here talking about having her in his heart as if his left and right atria and ventricles could serve as 4 separate rooms with 1 room to spare for each person. Sullivan was speechless when questioned. Nova felt oddly vindicated and took the chance to stand up, slowly moving to a position beside Amelia on the same side of the window. What do you really want? The man in the red vest, held by Amelia, could not straighten his back due to pain and now his legs were trembling. He angrily whispered to those behind him. Amelia, seeing all unrelated personnel far away, leisurely said, hand over your phones. Seeing no one moved in front of her, Amelia tightened her arm. The red vest man gagged and quickly waved his hand. Listen to her, hand over your phones. Only then did the remaining 2 start searching their pockets for phones, placing them on the table one by one. Amelia glanced sideways at Sullivan. And yours? Sullivan hesitated. I don't. Before he finished, Amelia gave him a sharp look. Recalling how she didn't blink an eye when cracking the eggs of the man in red vest earlier, Sullivan swallowed the rest of his words and obediently took out his phone and placed it on the desk like the others. Amelia added, unlock them and line up. Not knowing what she intended to do, Sullivan hesitated but, seeing Amelia's uncompromising expression, reluctantly complied. They all have the video from just now stored in their phones. You decide whether you want to delete them. With Nova nearby, Amelia crushed the screen of the red vest's phone underfoot and then turned to Nova. Nova, who had just relaxed a bit, immediately rushed to the desk and checked her phone again upon hearing this. The sounds of came from the video, making Nova feel as if her wounds, not yet healed, had been torn open again, especially seeing that even Sullivan's phone contained such videos. She looked at him in disbelief. How can you, too? These are their product introductions. They keep the videos to show potential buyers. Amelia tried to hide the anger in her voice because last time, Sullivan sold her countless times. Nova first covered her mouth sobbing uncontrollably, then frantically deleted the footage, throwing each phone after deleting its content, releasing all her pent-up anger. When only the last phone remained, Amelia stopped her. Hold on, don't throw this one. It's still useful. Releasing the red vest man, knowing he couldn't escape in his state, she saw the other men trying to flee. Don't move. With a sharp shout, Amelia picked up the broken pieces of the red vest's phone and threw it out the window. It hit the rain gutter outside and made clanging sounds. You're crazy. After a loud roar, everyone inside instantly went silent, listening to the faint crunching sounds and footsteps approaching outside. Amelia smiled coldly. Do you still want to run? Sprinting now will attract zombies, you know. Her sweet voice sounded chilling. Crazy, absolutely crazy. The men saw zombies shuffling towards them, instantly cowering together. 1, 2, 3. Amelia silently counted. 3 zombies, manageable. These newly infected zombies weren't very aggressive or destructive, wandering around without finding targets. Just a moment ago, you seemed so enthusiastic. Now, let you try something different. Look, she gestured to Sullivan. He's also quite presentable. Discuss among yourselves who goes first. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially Sullivan, seemingly unable to believe that such words would come from the good girl Amelia. In a panic, he didn't control his volume. Amelia, what do you mean? Even if I hurt you, there's no need for this, you. Before he finished, a zombie poked its head through the window, and everyone fell silent, eyes glued to the zombie's movements. The gurgling sound came from above as the zombie's foul saliva dripped onto the red vest man's hair. He clenched his teeth hard, forcing himself not to make a sound. One of the male students could no longer endure the psychological torment and let out a scream as he rushed towards the door. But before he had taken a few steps, a zombie leaped from the window, pounced on him, and began tearing into him on the ground. The smell of blood immediately permeated the air. Soon more zombies would be attracted and encircle them. Whether you live or die depends on you. Amelia's voice was cold, laced with blatant threats. A boy was close to tears. I'll go, all right. His face wore an expression of heroic sacrifice. Sorry, brother, we're all just trying to stay alive. Sullivan wanted to resist but, upon seeing the zombies gnawing at people, he closed his mouth. Seizing this opportunity, they overpowered him. Amelia didn't pay attention to them but signaled to the man in red t-shirt to join in. With a miserable face, he pointed to himself. I just got beaten by you. Amelia showed no mercy and pointed to Sullivan. Let him figure it out. Realizing what she meant, they understood that this man lying on the desk was an easier target than the frenzied beauty. Even though unwilling, they moved to block Sullivan's incessant muttering. Satisfied, Amelia called out to Nova, who was crouching against the wall, trembling. Hey, aren't you going to record? Nova remembered she still held a phone and shakily turned on the camera. She felt lost, following Amelia's commands without question. As she recorded, Nova realized Amelia was helping her get revenge. So she sneakily glanced at her. Under the moonlight, the girl looked unusually serene, her gaze focused outside the window, not on Sullivan. Her serious demeanor revealed no sign of madness, she was simply repaying them in kind. Use some force. Amelia suddenly spoke, startling Nova, who promptly continued recording. Then she saw Amelia nonchalantly teasing, if you act like that, you won't sell for a good price. Thinking Amelia was avenging her, Nova didn't know that Amelia was actually thinking of her past self. Those words had been used by Sullivan after selling her to hungry men when recording videos. Seeing the time was right, Amelia took out a sausage from her backpack and threw it towards a rat hole in the corner. Drawn by the food, rats emerged, catching the zombies' attention. They pounced greedily for fresh blood. Amelia told Nova to put away her phone and prepare to leave. She wasn't being kind but merely ensuring Nova wouldn't be left in danger again. They might as well find a temporary shelter to leave her there. Amelia thought. Just as they reached the classroom door, preparing to escape through another route, footsteps echoed in the hallway. Had they attracted too much attention? Were there more zombies? But then she dismissed the idea. The steps were rhythmic, unlike zombies. It must be people. Lowering herself, she motioned for Nova to stay put and observed quietly. As soon as she peeked out, a gun barrel pressed against her forehead. Its warmth reminded her it had just fired. Despite numerous perilous situations, the shock of a firearm made her break out in a cold sweat. Just as she opened her mouth to explain, a clear voice interrupted. Captain, don't shoot, it's sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? Who is he calling sister-in-law? Confused by the term, Amelia found the gun finally removed. The person holding the gun revealed himself to be Bliss. Fully armed, he appeared even more formidable than in the hospital, his hawk-like gaze filled with excitement upon spotting prey. Amelia instinctively touched the blood sample in her pocket, feeling guilty as if caught red-handed. Before she could say anything, a bullet, silenced, flew over her head, striking a zombie's knee accurately. The force of the repulsion was strong, but it only impeded the zombie's movements. One zombie dragged its injured leg and continued to crawl towards the 3 men in the classroom. Just as Amelia was about to remind them that they needed to aim for the head to kill the zombies completely, a large hand pulled her behind Bliss. "Get out now," he commanded calmly, his voice steady and slightly hoarse but devoid of any fluctuation in emotion. In the classroom, a couple more zombies had crawled in, but they were drawn to the wounded zombie's blood. Since the 3 men weren't injured, they weren't immediately attacked. Upon hearing Bliss's order, the men hastily pulled up their pants and retreated under the cover of the Special Forces soldiers. Almost simultaneously, the sound of gunfire, muffled by silencers, echoed, instantly taking down all the zombies inside. Bliss glanced to confirm and gestured towards a direction. The team members formed a protective circle around the students and withdrew from the building in an orderly manner, searching for a safe place. Amelia had intended to slip away during the chaos, but at a corner, she was pulled back by Bliss, who was responsible for covering the rear. He pushed her into the wall. A chill ran down her neck as a sharp dagger was placed against her throat. "Who are you? What is your motive behind orchestrating this riot?" Chapter 12. Reaching an agreement. Due to the extremely close distance, Amelia's gaze immediately met a pair of gloomy eyes. Bliss's eyes were slightly red at the corners, as if he had been crying or hadn't slept for a long time. At this moment, there was a flame burning ominously in his dark pupils. Amelia was sure that if she made the slightest move, her throat would be instantly pierced by the short blade. She swallowed hard, and felt the weight on her body increase due to this small movement, emanating a threatening aura. "Did you misunderstand something? I'm just an ordinary student," Amelia said cautiously. Bliss clearly found her explanation insincere and pressed closer to her. "An ordinary student? What kind of ordinary student can take down 2 monsters with 1 move and wander alone in a city overrun by zombies all day?" Amelia felt the tip of the dagger already digging into her flesh but still dared to retort, someone like me?" Bliss's lips twitched, and with one hand, he clamped her chin, eyes full of menace. "If you don't tell the truth, I have ways to make you talk." He brandished the short knife in a show of intimidation, making it hard for Amelia to breathe. Just as she was about to lose her composure, a voice saved her. "Captain, you didn't." Special Forces soldier Alexander, noticing they hadn't caught up, came looking, thinking something might have gone wrong. Seeing the 2 intertwined figures, he felt awkward for interrupting something inappropriate. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat. "I saw nothing, carry on." "Hold on a minute." Amelia seized this opportunity immediately. "What's the matter, sister-in-law?" Amelia couldn't care less about the title issue. "Do you have any external medicine?" "My shoulder is injured." By the time Bliss wanted to cover her mouth, it was too late. He frowned and loosened his grip slightly as Alexander approached. Sensing this change, Amelia deliberately elbowed Bliss's knife, not too lightly nor too heavily, causing the blade to cut across her shoulder, leaving a shallow wound. Blood slowly oozed from the white scratch, its distinctive sweet coppery smell filling both their nostrils. "Where are you hurt? Is it serious?" Using Alexander's inquiry as an opportunity, Amelia wriggled out of Bliss's hold, feeling a sense of renewed life. This man was terrifying. His sharp gaze reminded her of the chilling blood-red eyes she had seen right before dying in her previous life. Back then, under the protection of the base guards, Amelia had run for her life with the test sample. Unfortunately, within half a day, she was chased by a horde of zombies. With the last guard, Delfino, being torn apart, Amelia became the sole survivor of the research group. Too shaken to mourn, she dragged her injured leg and ran mechanically forward. A tall building came into view, reaching it meant a glimmer of hope. As soon as Delfino was devoured, the zombies focused on Amelia. A putrid wind blew from behind as Amelia, now stronger than her wimpy self in the early days of the apocalypse, jumped over the zombie almost grabbing her shoulder. Hiss. The moment she touched the cliff wall, excruciating pain shot through her ankle. Using the force from embedding her dagger into the rock, she avoided falling into the ravine below. Zombies tumbled off the cliff like dumplings being cooked, one after another. Climbing up using her hands and feet, Amelia arrived at the base of the building without delay. Pushing open the rusted door, the entire structure shook. Expecting at least a brief respite, her heart sank when she saw what was inside. Scores of black figures crowded together, numbering no less than 800, yet the damage to them made it impossible to associate them with living beings. They surrounded a towering figure, moving stiffly, seemingly engaged in some ritual. Shocked by the sound of the door, they twisted unnaturally to look at her. Low-level corpse ghosts, tongue demons, giants, audials, ravagers, healers. Amelia could no longer recall more names for the different types of zombies, trembling while clutching the experimental sample her father died for. What frightened her most was the towering figure in the center. Unlike other zombies that had no pupils or were staring blankly, those bloodshot eyes that emitted a dangerous glint were particularly heart-stirring in the dim environment. The moment it locked eyes on Amelia, fear slithered up her throat like a slippery snake, the feeling of suffocation overwhelming her from all directions. With a low grunt from the towering figure, the nearest ravager seemed to receive an order and lunged at Amelia with its sharp claws. Amelia dodged instinctively, but her injured leg didn't react quickly enough. She was immediately torn apart. Ah! The spurting blood and piercing screams excited the zombies, making them stir and move closer. Amelia bit her lips until they bled, her face ashen, fingers brushing against the last grenade at her waist. At least she could choose how she would die. This thought flashed through Amelia's mind before the explosion. Sister-in-law? Sister-in-law. Alexander's voice interrupted Amelia's flashback. She subconsciously replied, "Huh? What? I asked where you got hurt and if you need help bandaging it." Alexander, looking youthful and clean-cut, resembled more of a college student than the ones present, now holding medicine and water, his gaze genuinely sincere, hard to refuse. Ah! Amelia was momentarily speechless when Bliss stepped over and snatched the external medicine from Alexander. "You're not fit." Alexander gave him a knowing look and turned to catch up with the main group. After their previous encounters, Amelia knew Bliss wasn't one to kill women. If he had pressed down with the full force of the knife earlier, her collision would have sent her straight to the underworld. Clearly, Bliss held back intentionally, not wanting to kill her. But due to that experience, Amelia didn't want to be alone with him anymore and decided to catch up with Alexander. "I know you're not afraid of death, but what about this?" Bliss's voice cooled further as he nonchalantly waved the blood sample, ready to crush it at any moment. "Stop." Damn. He knew exactly how to get under her skin. I'll talk, but Amelia was clearly flustered, pulling at her hair. "I don't know where to start." Bliss raised an eyebrow, suggesting, "How about starting with why you value my sister's blood sample more than your own life?" Amelia knew she had to reveal some truth now, so she briefly explained that she needed the blood sample for researching a vaccine to cure zombies, as internal information suggested antibodies might be present in Bliss's sister's blood, hoping to analyze it further. She kept silent about her reincarnation into the apocalypse world, knowing it wouldn't be believable and could raise suspicion. So, Amelia sighed. "I mean no harm to you or your sister. I'm not behind this chaos. Analyzing her blood sample is just to find a cure faster. If I caused any misunderstanding, I apologize." Bliss remained silent, scrutinizing Amelia's micro-expressions to gauge her sincerity. "Where did you hear this information?" After a long pause, Bliss asked. "What?" He rephrased, "From where did you learn that my sister's blood sample contains antibodies?" Amelia admitted he was really good at pinpointing keywords in others' words. She mentally cursed Bliss and his family. "Sorry, I have my principles, and I can't disclose this." Was she going to tell him she studied this blood sample in her past life and remembered the parameters? However, Bliss's question reminded her how the blood sample initially reached the research lab. Given Andrea's condition at the time, she couldn't have survived until the later stages of the apocalypse. Thus, only Bliss was seen at the high wall base. Bliss didn't know Amelia's thoughts, only focusing on her intensely, eventually looking at the blood sample in his hand. Amelia wondered if her attitude was too rigid. Just as she wanted to soften the atmosphere, Bliss spoke again. "You can take the blood sample, but I have a condition." "What's the condition?" "A turning point. Take me to your research team." Bliss's tone sounded more like an announcement. "I want to confirm your claims firsthand." Amelia was speechless. She hadn't done anything that would make her feel guilty, so she wasn't afraid of being exposed by Bliss. But it was only the early stages of the apocalypse. Where was she supposed to find a vaccine research team now? Even the personnel from the suddenly relocated research institute were nowhere to be found. Seeing that she didn't respond, Bliss wasn't about to give her any other choice. He kept the blood sample close to his body, ensuring she wouldn't casually take it as she did last time, then approached with his knife drawn. Amelia knew better than to pick a fight. Okay, you're the boss, you decide." Before she could finish speaking, Bliss's glare made her shut up obediently. At the same time, the sound of shuffling footsteps gradually grew louder behind them. The zombies were following Amelia's scent of blood. Chapter 13 Thoroughly Despicable. Without hesitation, Bliss placed Amelia behind him and called for backup over the radio. The corridor of the comprehensive building was long and narrow. 3 Special Forces team members who had rushed to the scene formed a triangular formation with Bliss leading at the front. Under his well-organized shooting, this wave of zombies was quickly wiped out. It wasn't until her shoulder was suddenly slashed by a combat knife that Amelia let out an unprepared "ah." Then she heard Bliss's indifferent voice. "Turn around and keep watch." The Special Forces team members turned around in unison without a word, surrounding Amelia and Bliss, who was dressing her wound. Although Bliss's movements were gentle, when the medicine touched the wound, Amelia still winced and hissed in pain. "If you'd been more obedient, you wouldn't be suffering now." To Amelia, these sounded like threats. But to the other team members, it seemed more like flirting. They exchanged glances and couldn't hide their smiles as they nudged each other. Amelia's ears turned red as she avoided meeting Bliss's eyes. There was no denying it, this man was exceptionally handsome. Especially when he was now seriously treating her wounds. His jade-like fingers, clad in half-finger gloves, applied ointment on the cut, which felt cool and less irritating compared to the powder before. The bandaging was quick, almost as if he couldn't bear to see her in pain any longer. Bliss glanced up and saw Amelia frowning. He withdrew his hand. "I thought you were tougher. Afraid of a little pain?" Amelia rolled her eyes. "Am I afraid of pain or of you butchering me?" Finally done, Bliss turned and walked away, ready to rejoin the front team, not even bothering to check if Amelia would follow, certain that she would. Amelia glanced at the direction they came from, gritted her teeth, and followed him. The Special Forces mission was to search and rescue in the nearby area. Along the way, including Amelia and others, they found 13 surviving students. Bliss arranged for the survivors to rest in the basketball court, while he studied the school map and determined the search routes using the radio. Amelia seized the opportunity to inquire about the current situation in Pinghai City from Alexander, who was more approachable. Turns out, the city hospital wasn't the first place where zombies appeared. As early as the night before last, a large-scale riot had broken out at the Pinghai City Labor Reform Center located in the outskirts. Within hours, both prisoners and guards turned into zombies. To prevent information from leaking, local armed forces were dispatched to clear out the Labor Reform Center. They locked the iron gates and used flamethrowers to burn everything inside, only to realize some people were already scratched by zombies. At the time, the injured thought it was minor and didn't report it. By the time they realized something was wrong on the road, it was too late. A vehicle loaded with zombies rushed into Pinghai City, causing the virus to spread randomly. Now, all 6 districts of the city, including East and West cities, had fallen. Only the inner island remained relatively safe, free from zombie attacks. Amelia had heard in her previous life that the zombies came from outside the city, but she never imagined the source was the Labor Reform Center. As for why the inner island escaped the catastrophe, it was because the initial zombies couldn't swim and their quick response in cutting off transportation links and destroying bridges kept them safe initially. However, this isolation indirectly led to a resource shortage later on, causing severe shortages of food and drinking water. Most people either died during the prolonged wait or in fights for resources. Inner island. A sudden idea struck Amelia. A relatively safe and temporarily isolated place, wouldn't it be perfect for hiding people? Could the people from the research institute have been secretly relocated there? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Amelia immediately made plans to investigate the inner island, but she looked at Bliss, who was engrossed in his work, knowing she needed to get the blood sample back from him first. While she was thinking, Alexander handed her a bottle of water and some compressed biscuits. Initially, Amelia intended to refuse, but considering she didn't know how long she would have to survive alone in this apocalypse, she accepted and put them all in her backpack. Sister-in-law, you don't need to be so cautious. Feel free to eat. We still have plenty of food. Alexander thought she was hesitant to eat and tried to reassure her. How long have you two been together? Emiliano never mentioned it before, asked another Special Forces member, Harry, joining in the gossip. Amelia thought to herself, how could it be your fault? Even I haven't heard anything. Sullivan, sitting nearby, chuckled softly. I see why you didn't show any sign of sorrow after our breakup. You must have hooked up with someone else in secret and are playing both ends against the middle, you bitch. Before Amelia could respond, Nova stepped forward and slapped him. Sullivan covered his face, speechless. You still have the nerve to accuse others. Nova's voice was low, even trembling slightly. When I met you at a bar 3 months ago, you said you were single. After we got together, my best friend told me you had a girlfriend and you claimed it was your ex harassing you. Now that all 3 of us are here, dare you explain to everyone when exactly you broke up with Amelia? Sullivan was cornered by her question. He never thought that these 2 girls would one day stand united against him. Even the thugs who traded food for women's favors turned their noses up at him now. Dude, you really went too far. We at least got what we wanted from each other. You duped both sides. One after another, they edged closer. Seeing these small-time thugs approaching, Sullivan felt a chill down his spine and kept retreating. You, don't listen to these bitches. As he pondered how to defend himself, some onlookers stirred up trouble. But it's true that the woman was being kept, right? The forum photos were clear. The man was cheated on, his actions can be understood. Encouraged by this support, Sullivan straightened up a little. Exactly, who would want such a despicable woman as a girlfriend? She wronged me first. Amelia reflected ruefully on her poor judgment not recognizing his two-faced nature sooner. Why didn't you think I was despicable when you asked me for money? If not for his extravagance depleting his living expenses before the month end, she wouldn't have had to tutor to earn money. This reminder seemed to give Sullivan an opening. We're all students. Where would you get so much money if you weren't being kept? Amelia laughed bitterly. She calmly took out her phone, opened a live streaming app featuring recordings from her tutoring sessions. One video showed her being driven home by the student's family, captured inadvertently, revealing the car license plate matching the luxury vehicle in the forum photo. If not for the parents' habit of remote monitoring, I'd be hard-pressed to explain. Amelia found even looking at this man disgusting, barely suppressing the urge to vomit. And the driver who picks me up always uses an idle grocery van. Or would you say more than one person is keeping me? Sullivan felt guilty, but not over misunderstanding Amelia as a mistress. Fear he did much more than that. Just as Sullivan was ready to back down, Bliss, who had finished reporting, stood beside Amelia, holding Sullivan's phone that Nova had used to record videos. He unlocked it effortlessly, swiping through until he found the forum account. Under the main account, a secondary one linked to the post female returns to school in luxury car, possibly kept woman? How could you? Previously, Amelia made Sullivan unlock the phone, yet now Bliss managed it without fingerprint or password. Sullivan looked incredulous. Bliss tossed the decoder back to Alexander, not bothering to explain. His tone grew more serious. The article was posted exactly a month ago, coinciding with when you two supposedly started dating. Different clothes and locations, yet the angles were crystal clear, as if stepping closer, exerting pressure, waiting there intentionally. Chapter 14, Down with the Scumbag. His words reminded Amelia of her past life when she was teaching. Every time it rained, although Sullivan didn't come to pick her up, his calls and messages were especially frequent. Where are you? Did you get wet? When will you be back? What time exactly will you arrive at school? She had thought he cared about her, but now she realized it was all to pin down the timing for catching her cheating red-handed. Bliss looked at her suddenly enlightened face, teasing in a tone that addressed both everyone and Amelia alone. Well, she's foolish enough to count the money even after being sold out. Amelia held her forehead in exasperation. What did her foolishness from the past life have to do with this one? The students present also understood this point and started voicing their thoughts. To slander his girlfriend's integrity when he himself is cheating, how despicable. It's too convenient, being photographed so many times. Indeed, if only he had such luck to help the police solve cases. He deliberately set up that girl to break up with her. People like him shouldn't be helping anyone. Scumbag, dog, pa. What's the point of someone like him living? Waste of food, feed him to the zombies. Yes, feed him to the zombies. The discussion eventually turned into a public condemnation of the scumbag, but the zombies were also drawn by the commotion. Bliss signaled for silence, gathering the students in the middle before issuing orders. Conserve ammunition, use burst fire as much as possible. If they get too close, use the butt of the rifle. At the sound of voices, crazed zombies surged toward them like a tidal wave, surrounding the small group entirely in no time. Bliss frowned. These numbers far exceeded the intelligence report. With just his men, they wouldn't last long. They needed to send someone to fetch the vehicle immediately. Harry, Giacomo, here. Leave the weapons and ammo, find a vehicle. Yes. The two Special Forces members acted swiftly, vanishing into the zombie crowd under the cover of their teammates. In this perilous environment, leaving weapons meant facing dangers unarmed, potentially leading to close combat with the monsters. Even for battle-hardened Special Forces, survival chances were slim with such high infection rates. Yet, they obeyed without hesitation to ensure the safety of the students, a resolve beyond mere discipline. Perhaps everyone on Bliss's team, including him, had already put their lives on the line the moment they accepted the rescue mission. Amelia was moved inside. She stretched her limbs, picked up a wrench, and stood up. What are you doing? Nova, who considered Amelia a friend, warned, it's too dangerous over there. We should. The lives of the Special Forces matter too. Amelia pointed to the shrinking circle, addressing the students. If we continue like this, we'll all end up as zombie fodder. There will be more emergencies like this in the future. We can't always rely on others, we need to save ourselves. She took a deep breath. Whoever wants to survive, follow me. With that, she charged forward, swinging her arm to smash a zombie's skull. Mostly boys among the crowd, seeing Amelia fight, couldn't stay seated. To hell with it, dying here anyway. Let's fight these disgusting creatures. I'm in. Hiding behind women won't leave us with any dignity. Fight. Me too. And me. Most of the crowd stood up, even the few delinquents joined enthusiastically, wielding whatever they could grab wood sticks, iron bars, rebar, basketball hoops, and joined the battle. The girls weren't idle either. Two would handle what one couldn't, and those unable to fight assisted from the back, passing weapons and tending to wounds. For a moment, almost everyone participated in the fight, striving to survive together. Bliss watched the students rally under Amelia's few words, gazing deeply at the blood-soaked girl. His eyes were intense. The roar of an engine approached, and the crowd seemed to act in unison, focusing their efforts to clear a path. Only Giacomo returned, covered in grime and blood, showing an empty hand with his dagger. Harry, he's gone. Amelia paused mid-swing, feeling a pang of regret for the man who had been laughing with her not long ago. However, this momentary distraction gave the zombie that lunged from behind an opportunity. As a putrid wind swept past, she realized too late that there was no way to avoid it. But someone moved even faster, delivering a flying kick that snapped the zombie's neck. The remaining body flopped down without support, lying awkwardly to one side. Perhaps it was Amelia's illusion, but she thought she saw a glimmer of tears in the eyes of this man who looked like a heavenly deity. Bliss slung the submachine gun over his shoulder, neither dodging nor blocking the relentless zombies closing in. Just as the nearest zombie was about to grab his throat, he deftly retracted his body. The zombie missed and instead found its temple pierced by the combat knife Bliss had already wielded in hand. Then he kicked out again, pulling out the knife in one fluid motion, and with the momentum of his elbow strike, smashed the skull of another zombie behind him. In one swift action, 2 zombies were dead, and within a minute, 7 or 8 more nearby zombies met the same fate. Amelia couldn't help but swallow hard after witnessing such high-level melee combat. If this level of skill had been used on her before, 10 Amelias would have been dead long ago. Even though Bliss was fighting fiercely, he didn't forget to instruct his team to organize the students to board the vehicle for evacuation. After this fierce battle, the students felt like comrades who had shared life and death together. At the car door, they spontaneously formed a defensive line to protect the injured and girls, letting them board first. Except for one person. Sullivan forcibly helped a sprained-footed girl, trying to blend into the middle of the queue. But Alexander yanked him down. You go last. Sullivan wanted to argue, but seeing everyone's stern faces, he obediently shut up. Seeing most people already on the vehicle, Bliss slowly approached Amelia. Leave the rest to me, you go first. Amelia didn't hesitate, nodded, and turned back. Just a few steps later, a basketball hoop was knocked down by zombies. Seeing it about to crush her head, Amelia did a sideways roll, narrowly avoiding immediate death but blocking her path to the car. TSK. Amelia's strength was waning, each swing of the wrench lighter than the last, eventually needing an additional kick to fend off the zombies. Bliss noticed early and leaped onto the basketball frame, unleashing a burst of gunfire before extending his hand. Come here. Amelia took his hand and climbed to the top. Bliss pointed to the opposite side, simply asking, can you jump? Amelia estimated the distance. The zombies were momentarily flattened, and the gap was at least 2 meters wide. If it were earlier, a running start might have made it possible, but now, with her legs cramping and weak, missing a step could be disastrous. Hardly, she shook her head at Bliss. Bliss didn't even look at her, jumping over himself. Amelia and those on the vehicle were stunned. He just abandoned her so easily. When Bliss stood firm and turned to shout, "You have to jump. Come over, I'll catch you." Amelia thought, "Do you think I'm a world champion, immune to 2 or 3 meter gaps? And if others miss a jump, it's just a failure. If she misses, she'd become a midnight snack for zombies." Just as she prepared to curse in her final moments, Bliss's calm voice penetrated the roaring zombie crowd. "Come, trust me." Amelia swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue. She had to admit, his words brought hope along with absolute authority. Looking down again, new zombies surrounded the fallen ones. There was no time left. Amelia discarded the wrench and all her heavy items, took a deep breath, and jumped powerfully. Her toes almost reached the other side, but she lost balance and fell backward. Bliss kept his promise, grabbing her waist and effortlessly turning her around amid cheers, rushing toward the vehicle. Nova extended her hand at the car door, celebrating Amelia's safe return in her own way. Alexander covered Bliss with gunfire while saying, "What about him?" Following his gaze, Bliss saw Sullivan cowering in a ball. "We only have the right to expose. As for the right to judge." He looked at Amelia and Nova at the door. "Let's leave it to them." During the struggle with zombies, Amelia accumulated various bruises and was nearly exhausted, showing little interest in Sullivan's fate. Nova, who had always seemed gentle and frail, nodded slightly with a touch of timidity and stood in front of Amelia. Sullivan was terrified to the core, his legs buckled and he dropped to his knees. "Aya, I know I was wrong, I'll change. Please spare my wretched life. I promise that from now on, whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it." Nova's expression was only one of disdain. "Anything at all?" Sullivan nodded frantically. "Absolutely anything, no questions asked." Nova seemed to have made up her mind. She shoved his phone back into his hands. "Then go to your death." Chapter 15, Would an average person randomly acknowledge a girlfriend? Having said that, he pushed hard, ran toward the car, and with the help of Bliss and Alexander, the car door was tightly shut, leaving Sullivan alone facing the wave-like crowd of zombies. Sullivan stood stunned for a few seconds before realizing the car had driven away. He chased after it recklessly. The more he shouted, the more excited the zombies behind him became. More of them chased after him until his body was gradually overwhelmed by countless hands, and the screams finally ceased. Nova covered her ears, unwilling to hear that hellish cry. Amelia treated her own scratched calf while quietly speaking to Nova. Someone like him staying would have endangered even more people. "You didn't do anything wrong." Nova looked up and took the bandage from Amelia's hand to help bandage her. "Sister-in-law, here's the external medicine." Before Alexander finished speaking, Bliss corrected him. "Not sister-in-law, don't call her that in the future." Alexander blinked. Not sister-in-law, then why did you tell us?" Bliss remained expressionless. "Would you find out this quickly if I didn't say it that way?" Everyone present was speechless. Especially Amelia, who first found out she mysteriously had a boyfriend and then just as mysteriously lost one. Both times she was almost the last to know. But in a sense, he did clear things up in front of everyone. Later, hearing from Alexander, the team led by Bliss arrived at the school and immediately noticed the notice board where Amelia had been cyberbullied. Pointing at her portrait, he told his team members this was their sister-in-law, emphasizing they needed to find her as soon as possible. The team members, who long regarded Bliss, indifferent to women, as unmovable ironwood, were more than once curious what kind of girl could make their godlike captain fall for her. When they heard he already fell in love, and the other party was kept, they all wanted to see who this girl was, so they searched diligently. Indeed, human nature is inherently gossipy, even the apocalypse can't stop it. Amelia held her forehead, concluding that this man would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. She mustn't provoke him. Qinghai Science and Technology University's campus wasn't small. The group in the car dodged zombies repeatedly, finally making it out of the school gate half an hour later. Just when everyone began to breathe a sigh of relief, a new task came through Bliss's walkie-talkie. A distress signal has been issued from the girls' dormitory. The special operations team must immediately proceed to rescue. Girls' dormitory. Amelia instantly thought of her two good roommates, Justine and Elsa, wondering if they were still alive. Initially, she planned to return to school after settling her family affairs, determined to take the two best friends away no matter what. Who knew the apocalypse came sooner, robbing her even of the chance to warn them. Bliss estimated the distance and immediately instructed the team to let the students get off first and return to the temporary base camp. He picked two reliable helpers to drive back to rescue the people. As the students got off the minibus one by one, Amelia showed no intention of moving. "Get out of the car." Bliss spoke coldly. Amelia remained still. Bliss softened his tone slightly. "We need to execute a rescue mission. Please cooperate." "I'm going too." Amelia looked resolutely towards the dormitory building outside the window. "No." Bliss pulled on her arm and pushed her towards the exit. "Hey, this guy." Amelia felt Bliss was being unreasonable and cut her off mid-sentence with a gasp as he touched her wound. Bliss glanced at her. Despite her well-proportioned figure, Amelia was only about 1.60 meters tall and quite light. Easily lifting her over his shoulder, he carried her like she weighed nothing. Carrying her as if she were a little rabbit, Bliss walked briskly out of the vehicle and disappeared into the distance. Amelia steadied herself on Nova's shoulder, snorting through her nose, not convinced. She realized they were at the north gate of the school, just 2 intersections away from the lab. Unfortunately, she didn't have the blood sample with her and blamed Bliss even more for his autocratic behavior. Amelia. Nova patted her gently. I owe you an apology. Amelia waved her hand indifferently. This can't be blamed on you. Besides, I didn't take him seriously anyway. Nova sighed with relief and smiled. Indeed, Emiliano looks good and feels so safe. He seems much better than that trash, Sullivan. Amelia looked at her strangely. I have nothing to do with him. Didn't we clarify that earlier? But Emiliano seems quite fond of you. Nova winked. An ordinary person wouldn't say someone is their girlfriend just to find them, right? Living 2 lives, Amelia was still somewhat slow when it came to personal feelings. So what? Doesn't that mean he's not ordinary? She scratched her head. Nova felt a bit exasperated, realizing she still hadn't gotten her point across. Just as she was about to explain further, she noticed Amelia constantly looking in one direction and asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" Amelia replied casually, "I'm thinking if I can ask someone to help move the machines from the Academy's laboratory." She thought that if she could bring out the experimental equipment and temporarily store it in her spatial bag, she could later retrieve blood samples for testing whenever she had the opportunity. Things like test tubes, petri dishes, and reagents were easy to carry, but the blood analyzer stood half a person tall and weighed over 100 pounds. It would be no simple task to get it out. Given the current critical situation, saving lives took precedence. There was neither time nor energy to salvage a machine. Nova clearly agreed with this sentiment. Right now, you're still thinking about experiments. Even if your thesis is approved, they can't issue a degree anymore. Amelia's expression grew serious. No, I have to go inside and take a look. Since the space was limited, she could just prioritize the important equipment and fill up her spatial bag until it was full. Nova hesitated for a moment but still followed Amelia. I'll go with you. Amelia shook her head and waved her hand. You barely managed to escape. Don't take any risks. After some consideration, Nova continued. My dad mentioned before that the Institute acquired some new equipment. These devices are much more sophisticated than the old ones, and I know where they're stored. Hearing this, Amelia's eyes lit up. Reflecting on her previous life, even though humanity in the apocalypse couldn't ensure basic needs, 2 things developed astonishingly fast: weapons and technology. Especially auxiliary instruments, such as the particle amplifier she held. It was currently only an experimental model. A fully operational instrument would be as tall as a person and capable of unfolding protons into over 10 dimensions, making this small pistol seem like a toy by comparison. These advancements involved both enlarging some instruments and miniaturizing others, like gas chromatography units, blood analyzers, and MRI scanners, all becoming smaller and more portable. Nova's father, being the dean, naturally decided on the placement of the new equipment. So, Amelia was somewhat tempted. Tell me where it's located, and I can go myself. She didn't want Nova to accompany her in danger and also preferred not to reveal her spatial ability. But Nova seemed determined to follow Amelia. I don't want to stay at the temporary base, and I don't want to see those little thugs. By going with you, I hope you will help me in return because I can assist you. What kind of help? Amelia asked. To find my father, if he's still alive. Tears welled up in Nova's eyes. Isn't it better to ask the Special Operations team? Amelia wasn't unwilling to agree, she just had better alternatives. The Special Forces have their own missions and won't prioritize my request. There are too many people who need rescue right now. Nova tried to make her gaze firm. You said it yourself, during this time, the best way is to save oneself. I want to do something for my family. Family was always Amelia's weakness, and she couldn't stand seeing others feel the same. Seeing her wavering, Nova pressed on. I know you won't stay at the base. Let me come with you. It will be very dangerous, it might. I'm not afraid. Nova interrupted Amelia. It's better than living without dignity. Amelia watched her increasingly resolute expression and thought of herself from her past life. She had always been alone, even if occasionally traveling with others, but everyone eventually left her. Her father, Flynn, had also gone away. When Flynn set foot on the experimental platform, it had only been a month since he and Amelia reunited. Her mother, Candace, had died even earlier from a plague without ever meeting Amelia again. Maybe having a partner wouldn't be so bad. Amelia thought. I can't guarantee finding your father. Since you want to come, stay close. Overjoyed, Nova took out a long-prepared wolf-toothed mace and hurriedly followed. The journey was relatively quiet. Occasionally, a few zombies approached but were promptly dealt with by Amelia and Nova. The 2 girls quickly reached the entrance of the dean's office. Nova deftly retrieved a spare key hidden under the carpet, and when the door lock clicked open, Amelia hid on the side, ready to attack any zombie that emerged. Taking a deep breath, Nova gave Amelia a prepared look and then swung the door open. A wave of bloodiness assaulted their noses, but after searching thoroughly, they found neither bodies nor zombies. There's no body, maybe he escaped. There's still hope if we keep looking. While comforting Nova, Amelia noticed the experimental equipment piled up in the adjacent meeting room. Not only were there various types, but the reagents were also quite complete. Most instruments could be picked up with one hand, except for the MRI machine, which was a bit heavier but manageable by 2 girls. Nova took out a bag from the cabinet and handed it to her. I'll keep watch outside. With that, she walked out, gripping the wolf-toothed mace. Amelia packed some commonly used supplies into the bag. While Nova guarded the door, she took out the particle amplifier from her chest and moved all the experimental equipment into her spatial space. With these tools, it was like having a portable laboratory, far more convenient than in her previous life. Just as she was thinking about this, she heard Nova's scream from outside the door. Chapter 16 Begging for help. Amelia immediately rushed out, but before she could swing her arms, someone grabbed her and pinned her hands behind her back. "Weren't you told not to come in here? Are you looking for death?" Bliss's voice came from above her, filled with a tone of blame. "It was my insistence that Amelia join me to look for my father. Emiliano, if you want to blame someone, blame me." Bliss glanced at Nova, thinking that they used to be rivals, yet now they seemed inseparable. Considering Amelia's injured shoulder, he loosened his grip. Amelia rubbed her sore shoulder and asked, "Didn't you go to rescue people in the dormitory building? Why are you here?" Alexander quickly replied, "We were blocked by zombies there. We couldn't get through and had to find another way around." Amelia and Nova exchanged glances. There really is another way. The second floors of the office building and the Western teaching building were connected. However, the door was usually locked, and students and staff always used the main entrance on the eastern side. As Rusty Adelitayan should have the keys to the main door. Sure enough, after rummaging through the drawers, Nova found a large bunch of keys. Under the guidance of Amelia and Nova, Bliss and the others made their way through the teaching building to the student dormitories. As they walked, Bliss determined their position according to the signal from headquarters. Just as they reached a small garden less than 50 meters from the dormitory, Amelia seemed to see something under the moonlight. "Is that? Could it be?" Without waiting for a response, she ran towards the girls' dormitory. "Hold her back," Nova called out urgently, over there, over there." Before hearing her out, Bliss sprinted after Amelia. The group looked at each other and followed suit. As they were about to catch up, Amelia stopped and staggered down beside a body. What appeared to be a corpse was actually just some indiscernible limbs, but Amelia wouldn't mistake those suspenders shorts. Before leaving the dormitory yesterday, Justine had waved goodbye to her. How could it all change so drastically in one day? Amelia felt dizzy. In her previous life, Justine had been rescued by the timely arrival of the search team. Though injured, she managed to survive in the underground city base. How could she end up like this in this life, devoured by zombies? Was this another chain reaction caused by her rebirth? Lost in self-doubt, Amelia failed to notice two disheveled zombies suddenly charging out from the stairwell, howling, "Danger!" While Alexander warned Amelia, Bliss had already raised his gun and fired 2 consecutive shots, both hitting the center of the zombies' foreheads. The 2 zombies fell one after another. Nova joined the others by Amelia's side. Yesterday afternoon, zombies suddenly appeared on campus. I fled past the area and saw chaos in the dormitory. Justine was climbing down from the 6th floor using a rope made from curtains, but a zombie on the 3rd floor grabbed her ankle through the window. She screamed for help, but the other roommates, fearing that the zombies would follow, cut the rope. Justine had tried to escape using the balcony because she feared being trapped inside, only to meet her fate at the hands of selfish roommates. After hearing this, everyone fell silent. A lump formed in Amelia's chest, neither rising nor falling. She picked up a metal clothes hanger lying nearby and approached the still-twitching zombies. Once she recognized them, she lifted her hand high and struck their distorted faces with the pole. One hit, then another, and another. Until both heads were smashed into pulp, she didn't stop. Bliss stepped forward. "Enough, they're already dead." Ignoring him, Amelia continued swinging as if determined to grind these vermin into powder. Blood seeped through the bandages on her hands. Bliss stopped her mid-swing with his arm and forcibly took the hanger away, then pulled Amelia into his embrace, shielding her from everyone else. At first stunned, Amelia started punching and kicking, trying to break free. "Now no one can see you cry." Her ears filled with a hoarse but resolute voice. Amelia's nose tingled instantly. Her tightly clenched palms slowly unfolded, grabbing hold of Bliss's tactical vest and pulling it tight. She bit her lips, refusing to make a sound, but wiped her snot and tears all over it. The people behind did not know what had happened. They tried to move forward but were stopped by Alexander. Suddenly, a scream came from the dormitory building, making everyone present tense up once again. Amelia recognized the voice and mumbled, "Raynar." Then she suddenly pushed Bliss away and ran towards the floor where the dorm was located. Bliss signaled for Alexander to stay alert outside and follow if there was an emergency, before chasing after Amelia into the stairwell. "Raynar." While running, Amelia kept calling out, both to find her friend and also to draw the zombies' attention to herself, so that Sue Raynar could escape. A lump of decaying flesh suddenly tumbled down from upstairs, landing on the ground and lunging toward Amelia. She had no weapon at hand and could only dodge in panic. The narrowness of the stairwell made it difficult for her to maneuver. Moreover, the monsters were close and moved quickly, so guns wouldn't be much use. "Duck!" Bliss shouted, and then something shiny flew towards Amelia's head. Reacting instantly, the paratrooper knife grazed her scalp and accurately pierced the face of the zombie in front of her. Though it wasn't fatal, this gave Amelia a chance to fight back. Gripping the handle of the paratrooper knife firmly, she pushed forward with force, making the zombie retreat several steps. Finally, Amelia stabbed the brain and felled the creature. Without much effort, Amelia pulled out the paratrooper knife, thinking how handy this one was, and continued running towards the source of the scream. Bliss followed behind her, watching this seemingly weak but stubborn girl fighting bravely to save her friend, feeling oddly amused yet surprised at how well his knife suited her. They moved together without much conversation, as if they had been fighting side by side for years. Finally arriving at the 5th floor bathroom, Amelia caught a strong scent of blood as she reached the door. Just as she was about to step inside, Bliss pulled her back. He slung his submachine gun aside and drew a more flexible pistol, stepping into the bathroom first. Inside, 2 zombies were crazily pounding on a cubicle corner, roaring in anger from time to time. The top parts of the other cubicles were connected, except for this completely enclosed storage room, which prevented the zombies from entering, keeping the person inside alive. Entering swiftly, Bliss shot the zombies dead in just 2 shots, then motioned for Amelia. "You go ahead." Before he finished speaking, the door of the cubicle behind him suddenly swung open, hitting his gun arm. The 92-style pistol flew out of the window immediately. At the same time, a relatively tall female zombie rushed towards Bliss. Bliss could have kicked the zombie away, but considering Amelia was facing him, he held back. This sudden change happened in a flash, leaving Bliss unprepared. The bathroom window shattered under the pressure, and Bliss and the zombie fell towards the ground. Moments later, a dull thud echoed from the ground, followed by the clattering of falling glass. Everyone looked up at the dormitory building in shock. They saw Bliss hanging upside down outside the window, clinging to a water pipe with one hand, half hanging from the edge of the 5th floor bathroom window. A slender white hand tightly held onto the strap around his leg. Ah! Feeling the pull from his leg, Bliss saw Amelia's face pale from pain. "If you let go, I can." He wanted to say that he could climb back up if she let go, but Amelia fiercely interrupted him. "Shut up. Give me your hand, now." Her palms were already injured, and the strain of saving Bliss worsened the pain, causing cold sweat to break out, yet she persisted with all her might. If someone had been as determined to hold on to Justine back then, would she still be alive? Whatever it took, she couldn't let such a tragedy happen again before her eyes. "Please, give me your hand. Hurry." Seeing the broken body on the ground, Bliss complied for the first time, extending his hand upwards. Amelia grabbed his foot strap with one hand and gripped his hand with the other. Only when Bliss managed to pull himself up to the window frame did she hug him and dragged him inside. The person in his arms had a chest that rose and fell violently, and Bliss could even hear her heart pounding more fiercely than his own. For some reason, the hand that encircled her lingered on this softness, reluctant to let go. "Jiang. Amelia. Is it you?" A small gap opened in the corner storage room. When the person inside spoke, both of them were electrified and instinctively pulled apart. A familiar face appeared before them, and Amelia couldn't control her tears as they flowed again. "Raynor, it's me." Sue Raynor emerged from the cubicle and embraced Amelia tightly. "So many monsters, I thought I would never see you again. By the way, Justine, she." Sue Raynor was unable to speak through her sobs. Chapter 17, I will grant you rest. Amelia held her hand even tighter. "I know everything, it's all right now, but this place isn't safe. Are there any other survivors in the building? We need to leave as soon as possible." Bliss looked at the signal marker. "Did you send this signal?" Elsa nodded. "Yes, I studied information technology and used the building's radio transmission to send out a distress signal. As for whether there are other survivors in the building, I'm not sure." Amelia patted her shoulder and glanced at Bliss. "Let's get out first." Bliss nodded and handed his pistol to Amelia. "Be careful. Once I confirm there are no other survivors, I'll come out and meet up with you." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait." Amelia didn't realize she had called out. "Be careful." Bliss gave a reassuring look and slipped out of the bathroom. "Who is he?" "He's really handsome, could give the top stars a run for their money." "New love interest." Elsa, being from the information engineering department, started gossiping right after escaping danger. "Girl, we need to focus on running for our lives." Amelia pulled her faster. Amelia led Elsa out of the dormitory, and Alexander came running over to provide cover. Soon, Bliss reappeared from the building, carrying another girl on his back. The group fought while retreating and quickly returned to their original route out of the school. Dong Xiangsheng, who was guarding the outpost, saw them returning from afar. Just as he waved and ran over to provide cover, he was overwhelmed by a swarm of zombies turning the corner, swallowed up in an instant. Shock still lingered on Amelia and Bliss's faces, gradually turning into fear. "Go!" Bliss's lips trembled, then he shouted to those behind him moments later. "Run! Run in the opposite direction! Hurry!" Their legs were trembling, but they dared not stop, immediately turning around and sprinting back the way they came. Amelia, in her panic, glanced back at the crowd of zombies, which seemed unconcerned with the fleeing group and rushed towards the outpost like they had received some command. Bliss led the group into a nearby building, observing the outpost from a side window on the 3rd floor. Alexander visibly clenched his fists, aiming his submachine gun out the window to shoot at the zombies, but was stopped by Bliss grabbing the silencer. "Captain!" Seeing former teammates struggling in agony, unable to do anything while hiding, Alexander cried out in frustration. "Do we just watch and do nothing?" Halfway through, he realized how far he'd gone, punching the wall and bursting into tears. Amelia caught the eye of one of the special ops soldiers and suddenly recalled Jiang Danny Ming's gaze on the operating table. It was a look of despair, expressing his last hope with all his strength. Bliss's eyes were bloodshot, but the next second, he raised his gun resolutely aiming not at the enemy but at his comrades. With 2 precise shots, bullets hit the foreheads of 2 wounded team members. For a moment, the victims looked bewildered, then peacefully closed their eyes. "My comrades, if the world is already broken, I will grant you rest with my own hands." Captain! Captain! Alexander's voice quivered as he watched Bliss's brows deepen each time he fired, then wiped away his tears and mimicked him, aiming his gun at his best brothers-in-arms. This was their final farewell to former brothers. Soon, the entire Special Operations Squad except Bliss and Alexander on the upper floors were lost. Amelia watched the two iron-blooded soldiers cry like children and instinctively looked at her hands, feeling a wave of sorrow. She too had ended the life of someone closest to her. The outpost is destroyed, and it's all zombies below. What do we do now? Alexander asked. What about command? Bliss asked. Alexander put down the walkie-talkie and shook his head at Bliss. Can't contact them. What about other outposts? Bliss asked again. Alexander replied, no word either. This left them uncertain of their next move. As Amelia hesitated whether to suggest her idea about going inland, the rescued girl raised her hand first. I know a place where we can take refuge. Saying this, she handed over a small slip of paper with a messy address written on it. Fengya Road 76. City Government Air Raid Shelter. Alexander, known as the living map of Pingshai City, instantly recognized the location upon seeing the address. All eyes turned to the girl who had just produced the address as questions arose. You are. A hint of pride flickered across the girl's face. My name is Kiana, and my father is Daryl. He told me over the phone that if I could escape, I should find him here. Daryl was a capable official. Amelia remembered how, in her previous life, when the zombie outbreak began, he quickly reacted and led a guard team to rescue survivors before fleeing into an underground shelter. This later became the first established base for tens of thousands of people in the post-apocalypse world, named Underground City. She never expected this rescued person to be his daughter. Bliss and Alexander exchanged glances. They could only deliver her there first and then try to contact the command center. Although Fengya Road was not far from the city center, with different levels of stamina among them, walking would inevitably be dangerous. Amelia found the nearby 7-seater minivan she had hidden earlier and distributed supplies to everyone to replenish their energy. Elsa hadn't eaten or drunk water for over a day. She gulped down half a bottle of water and stuffed herself with beef jerky and bread but still couldn't stop chatting with Amelia. Fortunately, you stockpiled food. Otherwise, we'd have starved before reaching the shelter. With these supplies, we wouldn't have to worry even if it takes a few days on the road. Amelia touched the particle amplifier in her pocket and smiled without saying a word, thinking that eating away at these supplies wouldn't be an issue for months. Nova noticed a small medicine box in the backseat and found some hemostatic gel to change Amelia's bandages. The gauze was stained with blood and mud, long since losing its original color, and some wounds were stuck to dried blood, making it painful like peeling off flesh when removed. Even though Nova handled the process gently, it made Amelia break out in a cold sweat. A girl's hands damaged like this will surely scar. Nova muttered softly, now treating Amelia as a dear friend, feeling a bit regretful. You did a good job with the bandaging. Amelia tried clenching her fist. The tightness was perfect, not hindering her movements. She looked at Nova nonchalantly. It's good that I'm still alive. As she finished, she attempted to wipe the sweat from her forehead with her newly wrapped hand. Hey, wait a minute, use this instead. Nova stopped her, cut a piece of clean bandage, and lifted her hand to wipe the sweat. The moment her fingers touched Amelia's forehead, she drew back in shock. Oh my, you're burning up. You're running a fever. Bliss was cleaning his wound on the other side of the vehicle and hurried over upon hearing Nova's scream. What happened? Nova, being a top biology student, immediately understood the cause of the fever. Amelia has injuries all over her body, and her temperature is high, indicating a secondary infection likely due to inflammation of her wounds. Since her rebirth, after 2 days of hardship, Amelia had become accustomed to the fact that she was continuously running a fever. She waved her hand to quiet her. Not so dramatic, probably because of. She intended to say that it might be due to staying by the lake last night, but before she could finish, someone grabbed her hand, pulling her head forward, and placed a cool forehead against hers, which was strangely comforting. Bliss had just treated his own wounds and had blood on his hands, so he used his forehead to check her temperature. It's a bit high. Glancing at her hands and right shoulder, he raised his eyes and asked, do you have any antibiotics? Being so close, Amelia felt her heart race uncontrollably. Her gaze lingered on his thin lips, and the warmth of his breath caused a flush on her neck. Fortunately, due to her elevated body temperature, no one noticed. Just as Amelia was about to answer, Elsa found a vial of penicillin from the medicine box. I found it. Looking seriously at Bliss, she said, Emiliano, you need to hold her down. Before Amelia realized what was happening, the needle had already pierced her skin, causing her muscles to tense instinctively. However, a large hand held her tightly, preventing her from retracting her arm. Nova, despite being a student, showed remarkable skill and stability. She injected the penicillin into Amelia smoothly and withdrew the needle effortlessly. Everything went smoothly, except for Elsa, who jumped back warily. Seeing everything under control, Bliss released Amelia's arm. You need to rest. He was about to step back when Amelia lunged forward and bit his arm through his clothing. Though the bite hurt, he hesitated to push her too hard and instead called Alexander for help. Could you? Elsa mumbled, covering her ears in anticipation of a potential outburst. Before she could explain, Amelia let out an ear-piercing howl that made the hair stand on end for everyone around her. Woo-wah. Bliss didn't care if his hands were clean or not. One hand hugged her waist while the other covered her mouth. Lady, do you want to invite more wolves? After much effort, They finally calmed Amelia down from her injection trauma, leaving everyone drenched in sweat again. It was less than 4 hours until dawn. Bliss decided to take turns with Alexander keeping watch through the night so the others could rest. They would set off for Fengyao Road at daybreak. Elsa and Nova were exhausted. They leaned against the seats and fell asleep immediately. Though Amelia felt like her body was falling apart, she couldn't feel a bit sleepy. She looked up at the tranquil night sky, where the stars twinkled as usual, contrasting sharply with the chaotic and desolate earth below. As if the disaster had never happened. Under the starry sky, Alexander stood guard with a gun, probably about to switch shifts with Bliss. Amelia quietly opened the car door and stepped out. Just as she was about to stretch her body, a voice came from above her head. The journey tomorrow is still long. You won't make it without resting. Chapter 18, Save Us. Amelia was startled, and the goosebumps she had just shaken off came back. Seeing Bliss sitting on top of the SUV, looking down at her from above, she couldn't help but ask, weren't you supposed to be on a shift? Why aren't you sleeping? This man seemed to follow her like a shadow, as if he were a ghost. Luckily, she had only thought about escaping when she moved just now and didn't have time to act. Otherwise, if he caught her in the act, there would surely be another lecture waiting for her. What did you plan to do while I was sleeping? Bliss's words carried an ambiguous undertone, yet his face remained cold like ice. What could I do? Struck by guilt, Amelia felt suddenly guilty. I saw that there are many beautiful stars tonight. Is it not allowed to come out and look at them? Rarely, Bliss's lips curved slightly as he lay down on the car roof. Indeed, the stars were exceptionally beautiful tonight, almost too beautiful to belong to this sky. About your sister. Amelia wanted to take this opportunity to inquire about Lisbeth. Even if she couldn't get the blood sample, she might find clues to understand why she had the antibodies in her body. But before she could finish her sentence, Bliss interrupted her. If you're not sleepy, go replace Alexander on night watch and let those who need rest have their time. Amelia cursed silently. This man's temper was as stubborn as dogshit, both foul and hard. She turned around and walked towards Alexander, taking his gun and sending him back. Alexander, confused, scratched his head and asked Bliss, Captain, what's going on with her? Bliss didn't answer but stared deeply at the petite figure, sitting up straighter. After daybreak, Amelia sat between Kayla and Nova, nodding vigorously, with two panda eyes. She wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but every time she met Bliss's gaze, it felt like he was mocking her for being tired because she hadn't listened to his advice. It made her angry inside. When she couldn't hold on any longer, she ran to the trunk, rummaging through it until she found a pack of instant coffee. Without even brewing it, she poured it directly into her mouth, which relieved her drowsiness but also earned her a tease from Kayla. Hey fish vendor, eating dry coffee beans? Amelia glared at her, crossing her arms and looking out the window. The vehicle had already entered the urban area, which was in worse condition than the development zone where the school was located. Inside and outside buildings, supermarkets, and residential areas, piles of limbs were scattered everywhere. Some had begun to rot due to high temperatures, attracting countless flies. White maggots crawled in and out of mouths and noses, and just passing by was enough to make one choke on the stench. Amelia was about to check her phone for the distance to Fengyao Road when the car braked abruptly, causing her to lurch forward, her forehead smashing solidly against the backrest of the seat in front. Rubbing her forehead, her anger surged because of her exhaustion. Just as she was about to unleash some choice words, she saw Bliss staring intently at the front of the car. Shortly after, a man's head appeared next to the hood, thin-faced and cunning-looking. His beady eyes scanned everyone on the bus before settling on Bliss and Alexander in the front rows. Please save my wife and child. Save them. Alexander jumped out of the driver's seat and quickly helped the man up. Sir, don't panic. It's not safe here. Let's talk inside the car. Once the skinny monkey-like man got in the car, his eyes were fixed on the food in the back seat. Kayla handed him a bottle of water and a bread roll, which he devoured without hesitation. After eating and drinking, Alexander parked the car in a relatively safe spot and began to ask for details. The skinny monkey-like man explained that his family, himself, his wife, and their 1-year-old daughter had come from elsewhere to work in Pinghai City and lived in a low-income rental house nearby. After the zombie virus outbreak, they had hidden in the room, afraid to come out. The adults could bear hunger for a day or two, but without milk, the baby couldn't last long and started crying incessantly. Fearing both starving the child and attracting zombies with its cries, they decided to send the skinny monkey-like man out to find food and drinks at a nearby convenience store. When he returned with baby formula and some food, he found a few zombies wandering in the courtyard of the rental housing, blocking his way home. Scared stiff, the skinny monkey-like man dared not confront the zombies. Yet, fearing his wife and child might die if left too long, he came out looking for help. That's heartbreaking. We should help him, Layla suggested sympathetically, then looked at Bliss. Brother Xiao, isn't it part of the Special Forces' duty to assist with rescues? Layla phrased it as if seeking Bliss's opinion, but her words gave him no room to say no. And the tone she used, so high and mighty, was very uncomfortable to listen to. Her petty calculations were crystal clear to Amelia even from the last row. If the rescue succeeded, all the credit would be hers as the mayor's daughter. If it failed, others would be injured or sacrificed, but she would suffer no losses. Kayla's family also had some connections, so she understood these dynamics well. Moreover, Kayla herself had a straightforward temper and didn't care whether you were the mayor's daughter or the prime minister's daughter. If something irked her, she would speak her mind. Are the lives of Special Forces members not valuable? Don't forget that you were saved by people risking their lives. So should we just stand by and let them die? Layla argued back with Alexander. Alexander stepped between the two flushed faces. Students, please stop arguing. Since we know someone is trapped, we definitely can't just sit and watch. Kayla grabbed his arm urgently. You don't understand. If we are to rescue anyone, it will be the Special Forces members who risk their lives for others. Whether the mission succeeds or fails has nothing to do with this mayor's daughter. Don't think you can claim all the glory for those risking their lives. You. Layla's thoughts were exposed by Kayla, leaving her speechless. When the skinny man realized he was dealing with a Special Forces team for assistance rather than immediate rescuers, he did not show the expected excitement. Instead, there was a hint of difficulty in his eyes. Amelia noticed everything. Suddenly, she looked at the skinny man and asked, "Where are the supplies you found?" What? What supplies? The skinny man didn't react immediately, but his eyes quickly darted around cunningly. Amelia repeated her question. Didn't you come out to find supplies? Formula, food, drinking water, why don't you have any with you? I was in such a hurry to save my family that I hid the supplies in a safe place. You girls ask really strange questions. How could I carry all that stuff with me? Really? Bliss picked up where Amelia left off. Did you get so desperate that you didn't even replenish your own energy? Feeling everyone's gaze on him and still clutching an empty mineral water bottle and food bag, the skinny man said, "Well, yes, my wife and child are in danger, I couldn't eat." As he spoke, his voice became weaker. Where exactly did you hide the supplies? Bliss changed the subject and opened a tablet computer with limited battery life, showing a map to the skinny man. Sensing the pressure from the man, the skinny man swallowed hard and pointed to an area. Right, here. Amelia leaned over, seeing where the skinny man pointed, and sarcastically remarked, "You ran so far, you must have suffered a lot." Bliss ignored the skinny man's evasive look and instructed Alexander to drive towards the indicated location. Amelia thought Bliss understood her warning, but her body, pushed back by inertia, suddenly shot up again. "Are you serious? Are you going even now?" Knowing it might be a trap yet still willing to take the risk. No wonder this man turned into a zombie so early in the previous life. Bliss glanced at Amelia in the back seat. Go. Even though he knew this man seemed suspicious, he couldn't ignore a rescue request. It was his duty as a soldier. Amelia spread her hands wide. If you want to send yourself to death, leave me out. Stop the car. She then squeezed forward from behind, trying to unlock the car door. Just as her hand was about to touch the button, Bliss gently lifted his hand, and a knot appeared around Amelia's wrist. He spoke softly into her ear, "We still have an agreement." Then Amelia was thrown back into the back seat. "I won't let you go until I die." Everyone didn't know what agreement they had, but saw Amelia's red eyes and aggrieved face like a bullied little rabbit. Nova patted Amelia's back to comfort her. The car continued southward, heading towards the low-income housing area. Houses grew denser as they followed the skinny man's guidance, eventually stopping at a narrow alley entrance. "It's inside." The skinny man pointed deeper into the alley. The morning sun was already up but still couldn't reach the end of the small path. "Captain, let me go." Alexander unbuckled his seatbelt and was about to get out. Bliss pulled him back and asked the skinny man, "Can you lead the way?" The skinny man shook his head like a tambourine. I'm too scared." Amelia kicked him out through the open door, throwing a scornful glance at Bliss. "No thanks." Layla's self-righteous compassion overflowed again. "Isn't that too much? There are zombies in there and you're forcing him to lead the way." Amelia found it amusing. "Isn't it too much to force him to lead the way when there are zombies inside?" Layla knew she couldn't argue with Amelia and pouted as she sat back in her seat. The skinny man became visibly more nervous. "Brother, Bliss got out from the passenger seat. "If you can clearly explain the location, you don't have to come with me into the yard." The skinny man was relieved as if a great burden had been lifted. He rushed to Bliss's feet and started drawing on the ground with a stone. "Turn right after entering the yard and go up to the second floor. The room at the far end is my home." Chapter 19 The Same Death. Bliss glanced at the sketch drawn by Donnie a few more times, memorizing the locations and preparing to set off. "Captain," Alexander slung his weapon and blocked the way. "Why don't I go instead? In case something unexpected happens and I can't come back, you can lead everyone to continue heading for Fengya Road." Bliss lowered his eyelashes, patted Alexander's shoulder, and slipped past him. "Captain." Alexander watched Bliss's retreating figure as if he would never return after this trip. There are only 2 or 3 zombies. With his skills, there's nothing to worry about. It took a while before a voice brought him back to reality. Turning around, he saw Amelia with her mouth pouting while Nova and Elsa were fiddling with the rope knots on her hands. None of them knew how Bliss had tied the knots. The two had studied for half an hour and finally cut the knots open. Alexander smiled awkwardly. "This is our captain's unique skill. He taught us during training, but most of us could only learn basic knots like the butterfly knot, tent knot, slip knot, and lanyard knot. We never learned how to tie or untie these fast and sturdy knots." Amelia, now free, stretched her stiff wrists and chatted casually with Alexander about Bliss. "Your Emiliano looks young but has a high rank. Does he have a powerful background?" Since they would inevitably travel together, it was better to understand each other better to avoid conflicts. Once Bliss was mentioned, Alexander became talkative. His family originally wasn't from Pinghai but from the mountainous areas of Shingen Ridge, where they were genuine Orokin hunters, making a living by hunting animals and picking valuable herbs. By the time Bliss's grandfather was conscripted into the army, they left the forest and fought in numerous battles over decades, earning numerous military medals before retiring. Bliss's father was influenced from a young age and entered the barracks. Though brave in combat, he was severely injured by an enemy suicide bomber during an offensive battle, losing his career at a young age. The family initially intended to direct Bliss toward a safer profession. However, like his father, Bliss had an unexplained passion for the military and applied to a military academy after the college entrance exam. Lisbeth was proud to have such an outstanding and handsome brother. Thinking it was a peaceful era, his parents allowed him to pursue his military career without worrying about frequent life-threatening situations. Unbeknownst to them, starting from the day the elder passed away, misfortune began to visit the Xiao family one after another. First, Bliss's parents died in a car accident on their way to the funeral. Upon hearing the news, Lisbeth fainted and was diagnosed with a rare malignant brain tumor that threatened her life. Within a single day, all his close family members either passed away or fell critically ill, and all responsibilities fell on Bliss's shoulders at the tender age of 20. He completed the funeral arrangements alone and transferred to the Qinghai Special Forces to take care of his sister, performing numerous dangerous rescue and firefighting missions over 3 years. Later, after the old captain retired, Bliss was selected as the new captain, becoming the youngest in the history of the Special Forces. Though we do have connections within the military, Captain has absolutely earned his position through his own effort. It was clear that Alexander greatly admired Bliss. Even Amelia, who hadn't known him long, could tell from his skills, quick responses to emergencies, and attitude toward saving people that he was extraordinarily capable. Resolute yet not inflexible, he seemed almost perfect. But why did he always seem to be against her? Amelia held her head, pondering. Was it just because she touched his sister's blood sample? Thinking aloud, she murmured. The city hospital fell early, so Lisbeth must have been moved to a safer place. Otherwise, Bliss wouldn't have thrown himself into rescue work so quickly. Alexander was speechless, unsure how to respond. Actually, before he could finish, Elsa and Nova appeared from the corner, twisting Donnie's arms. Come quick, this guy is up to something behind our backs. They pushed him forward, and Donnie stumbled, almost falling in front of Amelia. I didn't. Among the group, apart from Bliss, Donnie feared Amelia the most. She looked fragile but seemed to see right through people. You were lying. Elsa pointed towards where the three had come from. You were skulking around there alone, doing what? If you didn't have something to hide, why did you run when Nova called you? Troy could feel the intense, scrutinizing gaze of Amelia burning into him. I was peeing, he retorted defensively. A man has his 3 emergencies. You girls wouldn't understand, I need some privacy for this. Amelia glanced at his unbuttoned pants, then thoughtfully circled around behind him. Where did you go? Show me. Amelia's sudden question startled Troy. He fidgeted and avoided eye contact, muttering agreement but stepping in the opposite direction. Elsa, impatient with his stalling, strode forward. I'll show her. They arrived at the corner they'd just passed. As they neared, Amelia smelled a strong urine odor. The flashlight beam revealed a pile of broken bricks and tiles in the corner. Seeing no abnormality, Elsa pinched her nose. Just like a dog, peeing everywhere. But Amelia felt that things weren't so simple. She found a long stick and began poking through the pile casually. Soon, she felt the end of the stick hit something soft beneath the soil. Pulling it out, she saw a cloth bundle. Shaking it slightly, its contents scattered a small piece of black, decaying matter that released an overwhelming stench. What is this thing? Such a horrible smell. Even before she saw what it was, Amelia's experience told her. Human organs. In her previous life, she had dissected countless human bodies for experiments and vaccines, including highly decomposed ones. It wasn't strange to see human organs on the streets during the zombie apocalypse, but finding them hidden in a cloth bundle and buried was troubling. Clearly, Troy was responsible for this. How long has Bliss been gone? Why hasn't he returned? Amelia suddenly asked. Elsa hesitated for a moment. About 40 minutes. According to Troy, the alley was only a dozen meters deep. Even if Bliss encountered zombies in the yard, he shouldn't take this long to give any news. A bad premonition stirred in Amelia's mind. Something must be happening today. Let's go back. She turned and started walking back immediately. Elsa held the piece of organ with the wooden stick. Shouldn't we take this as evidence? Before Amelia could respond about the foul smell attracting zombies, she saw a dark figure rapidly approaching Elsa. Get down now. Amelia shouted hoarsely, lunging toward her roommate without thinking. Though she reacted immediately, the figure moved with terrifying speed, leaping onto the wall closest to Elsa. Its limbs clung to the brick seams, then it jumped high, swinging a long, sharp object at the unprepared Elsa. Alerted by Amelia, Elsa turned and saw the creature attacking. But she couldn't react as quickly as Amelia. Paralyzed by fear, she couldn't move even if she wanted to, watching helplessly as death approached. The sound of tearing fabric echoed. Amelia hugged Elsa, falling to the side, sending up a cloud of dust that enveloped both of them. The creature, sensing the attack missed, didn't rush, repositioning itself for another strike once the dust settled. A large hole appeared in the back of Amelia's shirt, causing intense pain. Ignoring her injury, she quickly pulled off her dirty clothes and dragged Elsa away. They rolled behind a corner before she could straighten up. Danu, we can't stay here. You need to stand up so I can help you leave. Amelia. Elsa felt Amelia trembling beside her. Since their reunion, within 2 days, she had noticed Amelia was different, strong, brave, considerate, and seemingly invincible, unlike her former timid self. It was as if she had lived in this world for a long time, fully adapted to its rules. With her around, one felt safer than even having Bliss, the Special Forces captain. Yet, this same person now radiated undeniable fear. What kind of monster attacked them that even Amelia was so afraid? Amelia's heart pounded. Of course, she was scared it wasn't an ordinary zombie that attacked them from the shadows but a Tier 1 Ripper. It looked no different from an ordinary zombie on the surface, but its hands had turned into claws, incredibly hard and impervious to bullets, capable of tearing a human body apart in an instant. In her previous life, she had been ripped apart by it, losing a leg. With no hope of survival, she had detonated a grenade to end it all. The excruciating pain still lingered in her memory, and her body reacted before her mind could catch up. Yet, she couldn't understand how this could happen now, so early in the apocalypse. There shouldn't be any Tier 1 Rippers yet. Time didn't allow her much room for thought. The dust that had hidden them was about to settle. Facing a Ripper head-on without weapons, they would have no means to defend themselves. They would only serve as fresh organs for this cruel executioner, one after another. Crack crack. The Ripper had already brushed aside the dust, eagerly searching for the 2 morsels right in front of it. Raina. Amelia pulled Elsa off the ground with all her might and shoved her toward the other side of the wall. Get back to the minivan and get everyone to leave. She then grabbed a fire extinguisher with one hand and held the nozzle with the other, positioning herself between the Ripper and Elsa. Amelia. Elsa saw this girl, slightly shorter than herself, standing straight like a wall, blocking the monster. She knew staying wouldn't help, so she shouted while running, "Hang on, Amelia. I'll bring help back." But Amelia didn't expect Elsa to find reinforcements. Even if Bliss were here, they still wouldn't be a match for the Ripper. Seeing its prey still alive and moving, the Ripper decided to toy with them, testing with left and right strikes. Amelia remained tense, playing a game of cat and mouse with this malevolent creature. She knew death was inevitable once the Ripper targeted her, but every extra second she delayed could buy more time for everyone to escape. Seeing Elsa run far enough, the Ripper, greedy to take down both, lowered its forelimbs to the ground, bowing slightly, ready to pounce. Amelia watched the creature's every move, deciding to attack as soon as it started its leap. Even with just a fire extinguisher in hand, Amelia wasn't the type to wait for death. She was ready to fight to the death, hoping to at least draw some blood even if she couldn't deliver a fatal blow. Confident in its position atop the food chain, the Ripper paid little attention to Amelia, roaring as it pursued Elsa. But mid-leap, its vision was covered by white foam, causing it to fall back to the ground. Seizing this moment, Amelia raised the fire extinguisher high and smashed it down onto the Ripper's head. Though the Ripper was a variant of zombies, with claws and hind legs as tough as alloy, its skull surely couldn't metallize too. This blow, though not likely fatal, should have hurt it. But what Amelia hadn't anticipated was that despite its eyes being blinded by foam, the Ripper's claws moved quickly, slicing through the fire extinguisher's bottle. The sudden change in pressure caused the internal carbon dioxide and foam to spray wildly. Amelia, closer to the Ripper, was knocked backward by the force. Ooh! After the cold rush, the Ripper's claws emerged from the mist, swift and powerful, aiming to tear her apart before she even hit the ground. Amelia was airborne, with no way to avoid it. Over. She couldn't believe that in both lives, she would die at the hands of the same kind of monster. What a disgraceful way to go. Chapter 20, The Calculating Petty Person. Just as Amelia was lost in thought, comparing which death would be more gruesome, being blown to bits or being disemboweled, she was sent flying to the side by a forceful collision. The Shredder's tough claws also produced a metallic clang upon impact. Amelia tumbled to the ground, feeling as though her internal organs had been displaced from the blow. She clutched her chest, unable to get up for a long time. In the backpack, there's a propane spray bottle. Bliss was doing his best to withstand the attack of the Shredder's claws. Take it out, and use it against it. At the sound of Bliss's voice, Amelia felt a mix of surprise and joy. His back. But when she looked up and saw him grappling with the Shredder, her brow furrowed deeply. She didn't know what had happened to Bliss while he went alone to save people at the courtyard, but his left sleeve was soaked with blood, his left arm hanging limply, relying solely on his right arm to fend off the Shredder. A crack, as if joints were breaking, came from where the Shredder's claws tightened inward, piercing Bliss's right shoulder. Even though the Shredder's attacks were not contagious and injuries wouldn't turn victims into zombies, seeing Bliss's already pale face become even whiter due to blood loss, yet still using his collarbone and scapula to hold back the Shredder's claws to restrict its movements and buy himself time, made Amelia forget her pain and crawl towards the backpack. After retrieving the propane spray bottle, Amelia hurried toward Bliss, crawling and rolling. But once close, she hesitated, unsure how to proceed. The distance between the Shredder and Bliss was too close. Even if the propane flame could severely injure the Shredder, Bliss would also suffer severe burns. In her previous life, Amelia had no hesitation ending her father's life. Facing the surging zombie crowd, she never faltered. But now, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Don't be afraid. Despite the situation, Bliss's voice remained calm. Amelia bit her lower lip. It wasn't that she was afraid of the monster, but she was afraid of hurting him. Seeming to sense Amelia's hesitation, Bliss looked at her and spoke in as light a tone as he could muster. Come over here. Amelia subconsciously obeyed, standing beside him, facing the Shredder's foul-smelling maw. He moved his wounded right shoulder, grimacing in pain. I'll count 1, 2, 3. We kick it backward together and press the propane spray button simultaneously. Coughing uncontrollably after speaking, he looked at Amelia with a gaze filled with serious trust. Can you do it? No way. Amelia immediately objected. That will leave your hand. Not only did she doubt they could successfully kick away the shredder, but even if they could, Bliss's right hand would be useless afterward. In this perilous world, losing one's hands meant unimaginable consequences, and Amelia dared not think about it. Bliss paused for a moment, realizing Amelia's concern. Worrying about his hands even before ensuring they survived the present danger, she truly was a silly girl. But precisely because of her care, it made enduring more pain worth it for her. With this thought, he gestured with his right hand, holding a combat knife, indicating his intention to sever the shredder's claws. I have a plan. Amelia understood his meaning, but this was the shredder, an evolved creature with limbs harder than steel. Bliss only had a combat knife and was injured. How could it possibly? Trust me. Hearing these 3 words again, Amelia felt reassured as if taking a deep breath. The last time he said trust, everything turned out well despite the danger. So this time, Amelia steadied herself, one hand circling Bliss's slender waist, the other raising the propane spray bottle. Ready to sacrifice her arm if needed to drag him away. Almost simultaneously, they both took their fighting stances, with Bliss shifting his weight onto his right leg. 1, 2. Amelia wiped the sweat from her fingers and placed them on the propane spray button, waiting for Bliss's final command. Before hearing 3, her left hand suddenly became empty. Bliss had lunged into the shredder's lower body first, pushing it backward, shouting to Amelia. Do it. Gritting her teeth, Amelia pressed the button on the propane spray bottle. A jet of fire shot exactly from the spot Bliss had just vacated, grazing his tactical vest and rushing toward the shredder's head. The smell of burning flesh filled her nostrils, and Amelia couldn't tell if it was from the shredder or the burns on Bliss's back. The creature screamed in agony from the fatal wound, but Bliss did not stop pushing it backward after the collision. Amelia's vision blurred. It was precisely because he had perfectly controlled the distance that even though the flame burned through his clothes, charring his back to a bloody mess, it did not harm him at all. Damn, fooled by him again. Due to the limited capacity of the portable propane spray bottle, after spraying about 3 or 4 high-intensity flames, pressing the button again yielded no result. At this moment, the shredder's head had become a huge fireball, only roaring and striking out at Bliss in front of it. Bliss seemed to have anticipated its attack pattern. Every strike of the combat knife accurately blocked the sharp claws, emitting an unpleasant metallic clang. Amelia watched as Bliss and the shredder continued retreating, her eyes suddenly widening. Be careful. Don't go any further. Bliss had been bending over, shoving the shredder backward, his gaze focused on the ground. He didn't notice the deep fissure just a few meters ahead. Falling into it would be enough to crush any living thing into pieces. He heard Amelia's warning, withdrew the combat knife, and used all his strength to slash the claw embedded in his body. The shredder seemed to sense its impending doom and went wildly beating at Bliss. Soon, several more blood holes appeared on his body, turning this resolute man into a crimson gourd. Amelia was in an anguish. If this continued, Bliss would definitely be dragged into the crevice with the shredder. While searching for anything useful around, she saw the scattered fire extinguishers once again. She immediately picked one up and ran towards them. By this time, Bliss could hardly bear the shredder's relentless attacks anymore. The combat knife flew out of his hand while blocking. The pitch-black crevice appeared in his field of vision. There was no way for him to escape now. Just as he lamented reaching such a dead end, a frost-like chill surged up his back. Amelia had already picked up the combat knife and rushed over, using the fire extinguisher to forcefully spray the claws piercing through Bliss. Seeing that the shredder's hind legs were already off the ground, she shoved the entire fire extinguisher into its chest and brandished the combat knife. Go to hell, you monster. She fiercely jabbed the fire extinguisher. As the bottle exploded, the shredder was hurled into the fissure, howling until it disappeared into the deepest darkness. Amelia tightly hugged Bliss's waist. They rolled backward a few times before stopping, not daring to open their eyes for a long time. It wasn't until she heard footsteps that she looked up to see Bliss gazing at her with bright eyes. Realizing she was still sprawled on top of him, she tried to get up. Her right hand, having been struck by large amounts of carbon dioxide and foam while slashing through the claws, was now purple-blue. When she tried to push herself up, she found it couldn't exert much force and fell heavily back onto Bliss's chest. OOF. Bliss winced in pain. Then, looking at Amelia's embarrassed expression, he said, I thought you were trying to save me. As he spoke, he leaned close to her ear. Amelia felt her ears heat up from his breath. His voice was very seductive. So, you didn't want me to die by the monster's hands but to kill me yourself. Realizing he was teasing her about her weight, Amelia gave a fake smile and pinched his side. When Elsa arrived with a laxander, they saw this scene of mutual affectionate torment. I didn't waste any time running back and forth to save you, only to interrupt your flirting. Elsa pouted. Amelia rolled her eyes, raising her hand to signal Elsa to help her up. Is there anyone who flirts by breaking someone's arms and hitting them like a bloody gourd? How perverted is that? Though Elsa was joking, she noticed the varying degrees of injuries on both of them, realizing how intense the battle had been. Carefully avoiding Amelia's wounds, she helped her up. Who knows, maybe Emiliano likes that kind of thing. As she spoke, Alexander quickly bandaged Bliss's wounds. He had never seen anyone injure their captain so badly before. How could it be so serious? Wasn't there just one zombie? Amelia looked at the deep, bottomless crevice. That's not an ordinary zombie, it's a creature with reinforced limbs, called a level 1 shredder in the laboratory. Recalling the sharp and powerful claws, Bliss didn't doubt that it could tear a person apart instantly. The name shredder fit it perfectly. If not for Amelia's idea to cool it rapidly with carbon dioxide from the fire extinguisher after burning it, causing it to become brittle due to the drastic temperature change, they would indeed have perished together today. There would be no more chances to investigate the truth she sought. Bliss shifted his gaze back to Amelia. She must know more about this disaster than she let on. Amelia noticed only Elsa and Alexander had returned, so she asked, "Where's Adelita?" Elsa replied, still by the car, watching over Donnie. A bad feeling arose in Amelia's heart. "Let's head back first. That person is not simple. I'm worried Adelita can't handle it." Elsa helped Amelia to her feet while Alexander carried Bliss as they hurriedly made their way back. On the way, Amelia told everyone about her theory. Donnie used the rotten organs he hid during a bathroom break to attract the shredder. Bliss, frowning, also recounted what had happened when he went to save people. Bliss nimbly flipped into the rental unit where a young mother was covering her mouth with one hand while feeding her infant with the other. There were no signs of zombies breaking in. Initially, based on Donnie's account, all they needed to do was clear the courtyard of zombies, prevent any injury, and bring out the trapped mother and child. But as he turned to open the door, the young mother suddenly let out a strange cry and lunged at him. Her eyes were filled with bloody spots, and 2 fingers on her hand were already bitten off. Had Bliss not reacted quickly, using his commando knife to block her sharp teeth, he might have become a zombie too. Regrettably, he had to deliver a fatal blow to the young mother. He then carefully checked the baby, wrapped it in a small blanket, and carried it out. Even after becoming a zombie, she'd rather bite off her own fingers than attack her child, continuing to breastfeed. Such is the power of a mother, Elsa sighed. Hearing this, Amelia felt puzzled. This mother's actions were indeed admirable, but if there were no signs of zombies entering the room, how did she turn into one? Before they could find an answer, they arrived back at their original location. However, there were only skid marks left by tires. The minivan was nowhere to be seen. Emiliano? Just as they began cursing, Nova, dirty and holding the baby, peeked out from a nearby building. "You're finally back." Relieved that they were alive, she couldn't help shedding tears seeing the extent of their injuries. Adelita, stop crying for now." Elsa asked her, "What happened after we left? Where's the car? What about Donnie?" Wiping away her tears, Nova placed the sleeping baby down and rubbed Amelia's bruised right hand under her armpit before explaining. "Right after you left, Donnie revealed his true colors. He cut his restraints with a hidden blade, threw the baby out of the car, and tried to run it over. Thankfully, the door wasn't locked, so I rolled out and hid with the baby. By the time I looked back, he had fled with the van and supplies." Spitting on the ground, she added, "Damn scum." Amelia didn't really care about the lost supplies, her space held plenty. But Kiana, the key to opening the government shelter, couldn't be left with Donnie. Inside the speeding minivan, Donnie laughed. "Hey, thought these people were smart? They still fell for my trick." As he spoke, he took a bottle of alcohol and gulped it down greedily. "Where are you taking me?" Looking at Kiana trembling in the rearview mirror, Donnie licked his lips lecherously. "To Fengya Road, of course." He steered the vehicle toward a secluded alleyway. Upon hearing he only wanted to use her to gain refuge, Kiana felt slightly relieved. "That's fine. If you take me there, my father will thank you properly and let you stay in the shelter." Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt. Donnie clicked his teeth and crawled from the driver's seat. "But just talking won't do. To ensure Miss Rich doesn't betray me once we arrive, I need some insurance." He started unbuttoning his pants and lunged toward Kiana like a wolf. Chapter 21, A miserable person must have a hateful side. While venting his desires on Kiana's body, Troy was uttering lewd words. "Such a pampered young lady, you're really exciting." Kiana bit her lip and beat on Troy. "You ugly freak, you pervert. How dare you touch me? I'll kill you." Although Troy was somewhat smaller and thinner compared to soldiers like Bliss, controlling a girl wasn't difficult for him. "Don't pretend to be a chaste woman. Aren't you enjoying it too? Just scream out. The car is soundproof, no zombies will come. Let's treat today as our wedding night." Kiana spat in his face. Do you even deserve the honor of this young lady marrying you? Dream on." Troy's smile widened as if he had heard something amusing. At the same time, he increased his force, causing Kiana to scream again and again. "Not worthy? I suggest you be more obedient. Once we find your father, the mayor, just say what I taught you. Otherwise, you'll suffer." "What do you want?" Kiana asked. "What do I want?" Troy pondered for a moment. "Like, when I'm done playing with you, I'll beat you until you can barely breathe or speak coherently. Tell me, how would the mayor thank me for saving his daughter from a pile of corpses?" "You." Judging by his tone, he wasn't joking. This man had previously committed such heinous acts as driving over children. "You, please don't." Kiana's expression changed from humiliation to fear. Troy was quite pleased with his idea. "Think about it, isn't this easier? What do you think, miss?" She began to feel terrified, her voice changing completely from before. "Don't hurt me. I can have my father give you a lot of money. Whatever you want." Seeing Kiana submit, Troy's arrogance grew even stronger. To enhance the moment, he choked her neck with one hand while pinching her body with the other. He enjoyed watching her struggle, unable to scream, turning red with effort. "Tell me, are you stupid?" Troy moved relentlessly, but clearly his strength was running out. He panted as he spoke. The world has ended. Money is just worthless paper now. What mattered now? Power. With power, he could command people, have enough resources at his disposal. With these two things, what could he not get? As a low-level worker with no education or connections, climbing to a high position in the old world was just a pipe dream. But life didn't abandon him. The well-ordered world suddenly collapsed into chaos overnight. The once petty thief first tasted the pleasure of killing when he robbed an elderly neighbor's drinking water. Looking at his blood-stained hands, he felt no fear or remorse, only an unprecedented excitement. For ordinary people, the apocalypse was hell. But for him, unrestrained by morality, it was paradise where he could act as he pleased. He vowed to make those who looked down on him bow and apologize. He wanted his family, who had suffered because of him, to look up to him again, relying on him. Tasting the sweetness of power, Troy set his eyes on the single mother in the inner room, who had just given birth. A woman who has given birth may not be as tight, but she has a different kind of flavor. Troy licked his lips, boasting about his despicable deeds to Kiana. But it doesn't matter. Once I become the mayor's son-in-law, what kind of women won't I have? They'll line up to beg me. Ha ha ha. Kiana felt an overwhelming sense of despair, seeing her bleak future in Troy's words. Seeing that the woman beneath him had given up resisting, Troy knew she had accepted her fate. Now, he could do whatever he wanted to her. Just as he felt he was about to reach the peak of his life, there came a tapping sound at the car window. Troy didn't want to bother, but the person outside kept knocking. Probably someone passing by, trying to escape. Troy didn't care whether Kiana would cry for help, no one would interfere. Letting go with one hand, he lowered the window and shouted. Who has no eyes to see? Interrupting my good time. A playful face appeared before him, blinking and asking. Gage, looking at my beauty, where would I rank? Still lost in his daydream, Troy was momentarily at a loss when suddenly asked. But Elsa and Alexander didn't give him any slack. Each grabbing one of his arms, they forcefully dragged him out of the small opening in the car window. Asking you a question and you actually start to think. Don't overestimate yourself. Troy hadn't even had time to put on his pants, face planting into the ground. Wanting to lift his head, he couldn't due to someone stepping on the back of his skull. In a hurry, his mouth moved faster than his brain, begging for mercy first. Spare me, hero. I don't know how I offended you all, please be generous and let me off this time. Fimpage, you. Elsa, enraged by him, burst into laughter and gave him a hard kick on the back of the head. Open your dog eyes wide and recognize whose ancestor stands before you. Crying out in pain, Troy finally managed to lift his head. Seeing that it was Amelia and Bliss and others who had come, he wore an expression as if he had seen ghosts. How are you? Ghosts. Before he could finish speaking, Alexander grabbed his jaw with immense force. Everyone nearby could hear the grinding of bones. Ooh. Troy felt excruciating pain but couldn't make a sound since his throat was within Alexander's grasp. In his discomfort, he tried using both hands to pry them off, but the moment he lifted his arms, someone kicked them hard in the opposite direction. With two snap sounds, one of Troy's arms broke at the elbow and the other dislocated from the shoulder, flopping down helplessly. Ah! Like before, just as he was about to scream in agony, Alexander gripped his throat again, causing his face to turn red with frustration just like Kiana's had. This is what you owe our captain, consider this interest-free. Amelia had never seen the always polite Alexander so enraged. His cherubic face paired with such ruthlessness was surprisingly fitting, almost like a dark-faced doll, sending chills down anyone's spine. She had forgotten that these two were seasoned special forces operatives, veterans of countless battles. Even in peacetime, they must have fought darkness and evil with their own bodies, and the real killing intent honed by bullets was most effective at breaking one's spirit. Compared to herself, they were true gods of death. You. Troy was in terrible pain and fear, unable to utter a complex syllable. It was clear he wanted to ask how they had managed to chase him here alive. Amelia also had questions for him. She took out the rag used to wrap intestines. First-stage rippers enjoy eating decayed human organs, this is something even the special forces don't know. Who told you? If Troy's expression was merely agonized from physical pain earlier, it turned to sheer terror after hearing Amelia. I don't know. No one told me. I haven't met anyone. I swear. Seeing that he still wasn't being honest, Alexander was about to act when Amelia stopped him. Even if you don't say, I already have my suspicions. But without strong testimony from you, I'll have to take you before them for confrontation. Amelia only meant to scare him, but Troy began to frantically squirm, propping up his battered body to bang his head against the ground repeatedly before her. No, miss, lady, no, ancestor. His jaw was dislocated from Alexander's grip, forcing his mouth partially open and causing saliva to involuntarily drip from his lips, running down his face, yet he didn't care. Do whatever you want to me, just don't hand me over to them. Amelia furrowed her brows. He said them, not him. The group that created the Ripper monsters during the early days of the apocalypse consisted of multiple people. Where did you meet them? What did they tell you? Amelia continued questioning. Troy appeared genuinely unwilling to face them again, fearing that even a moment's hesitation might lead to him being handed over to those people. That would truly be hell on earth. I'll talk. It was a hospital, but I don't know where. My eyes were blindfolded the whole time. I remember passing over a suspension bridge before entering, with water sounds around and a strong acidic stench. Troy paused mid-sentence, banging his head on the ground for a while, struggling to recall, then continued. Inside, there were many people, some vomiting, some screaming, some. Recalling those inhuman days, Troy found it difficult to continue. After mumbling for a long time, he recomposed himself and continued. I overheard them while getting a blood transfusion. They said to throw the rotten organs of dead people to the thing in the truck. I secretly pulled out the needle, knocked out the person feeding the monster, and escaped by clinging to the bottom of the vehicle. That monster suddenly attacked and bit the driver during the journey. When I got off the car, it was near where I lived before, so I hid back in the low-rent apartment. Later, the zombies came, and then, you all know what happened. Amelia pondered deeply. From what Donnie confessed, it seemed someone was conducting experiments for some purpose, and these monsters were just failed products. This aligned with what she knew from her previous life. Back then, many official or civilian medical organizations were racing against time to develop vaccines and drugs to treat zombification, hoping to save the nearly extinct human race. Unfortunately, all efforts were in vain. Not only did patients with incurable diseases like leukemia and cancer continue to appear in large numbers, but some normal people, due to being deceived by unscrupulous pharmaceutical companies, purchased and consumed substandard, even toxic medicines. Thus, at that time, there was also a theory that zombification might be a self-rescue mechanism developed by critically ill individuals desperately wanting to survive. Unable to accept death, they ultimately became monstrous beings, neither human nor ghost. I've told you everything I know. Now I'm crippled, please let me go, Donnie sobbed, but no one present felt any sympathy for him. Everyone understood that his skillful diversion of Bliss and luring those to attack the group while he seized supplies suggested that he had committed such immoral acts more than once. Amelia asked Elsa to accompany Nova, who still had a child in her arms, to the car first. She then turned around and helped Alexander support Bliss as they slowly moved him to the back seat. The moment Donnie saw the child, a flicker of shock crossed his face, followed by an immediate lowering of his head, kneeling still. As they approached the car door, Amelia noticed Bliss's steps visibly pause. His sharp gaze fixed on Donnie kneeling on the ground. Forget it, letting him live or die on his own is enough, it's not worth our hands. Bliss, however, remained silent for a while before suddenly speaking. Who is Hu Dongmei to you? Donnie's pupils dilated. She is my sister. You know her? Bliss shook his head. She was buried during a mission. Her body wasn't cold yet, and there wasn't a single intact patch of skin left. Only in her hand was a corner of a photo with Happy New Marriage written on it. With that, Bliss didn't linger, allowing Amelia and Alexander to help him move towards the car. Donnie felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. What? How could my sister? Who? His voice erupted in a scream, uglier than any cry. Don't go, don't leave. Tell me, who killed my sister? I will tear him apart. Trying to get up and chase after the moving van, Donnie fell heavily back to the ground due to his injuries. Aya, who? Who is it? The person he wanted to live and prove something to was already dead, brutally murdered. All the inhuman treatment he endured and the blood he shed, what was it all for? I will kill him. Kill him. If he had known earlier, Donnie would have found that person and used the most cruel methods to repay tenfold, 100-fold what his sister endured before her death. But now he was crippled, what could he do? Why, all he could do was roar in impotent fury. The roars attracted nearby zombies. At first, it was 1 or 2, then 3 or 5, and finally a whole group. Slowly encircling Donnie as he knelt. He started laughing wildly, then screamed and stumbled towards the approaching zombies. Amelia watched all this through the rear window, then looked complexly at Bliss, who was receiving bandages. You never saw his sister's body, right? Chapter 22, killing him again with her own hands. Bliss was somewhat surprised that Amelia had seen through him. His eyes flickered slightly, and after a mere glance, he cast his gaze downward, neither denying nor admitting it. Elsa found Bliss's statement utterly unbelievable after hearing it in such detail just moments ago. She asked in disbelief. Then how did you know he has an older sister, and even her name, something Mai? The photo under the glass on his desk when we retreated from the public rental area had both of their names written on the back, Bliss said coldly. Upon hearing this, Elsa blinked a few times before suddenly realizing what he meant with an R. You saw that photo in his room, yet you deceived him by saying she held it in her hand when she died. Everard hadn't expected Bliss to survive the zombie attack. Upon being informed of his sister's death, he was overwhelmed by grief, unable to discern the truth from lies. Ultimately, he lost all hope and committed suicide. Seeing Elsa covering her mouth and staring at him, Bliss raised an eyebrow. Is there any problem? No, cough cough. Stammering, Elsa winked and gestured at Amelia. She thought, what a ruthless person. Amelia, based on years of understanding, understood what she wanted to express and shrugged. It was as if to say, what do you think? However, Amelia felt Everard's death was not unjustified. Who could blame him for choosing shamelessness over life or wealth? Nova tidied up the bloody bandages from Bliss and tied them to a rock before throwing them toward the opposite building. The broken window attracted several zombies, easing the pressure on their journey forward and disposing of the garbage they carried. Muffled sobs came from the back seat continuously. Though Amelia disliked it, she still asked Nova for a blanket to separate the driver's seat from the front passenger seat. Then she said to Layla, in an emergency situation like this, clean yourself up. Layla, having been violated by Everard earlier, felt immensely wronged. In normal times, if she were even slightly upset, people would rush to comfort her. But now, not only did no one care, but she was also asked to clean herself, wiping away the traces of what had happened. This enraged her immediately. How am I supposed to clean myself? You come here and help me. While Amelia hesitated due to her injuries, Elsa, as always, spoke first. Everyone in this car is more severely injured than you. Do you really think you're a princess? She then turned Amelia around. Don't pay attention to her. If she wants to keep those filthy things until we reach the shelter, let her. If she gives birth to a little monkey tomorrow, don't blame us for not warning her. Still feeling unsatisfied, she muttered quietly to herself. That's why they say at the start of the apocalypse, the first thing to kill is a Mary Sue, they just create trouble for others. Thinking of Everard's face and what he did to her made Layla feel disgusted all over again. Enraged completely, she pointed at Elsa and started cursing. You criticize everyone else, but what have you done? At least I can get everyone into the shelter to escape. What have you done? My father won't accept a cripple. Elsa placed her hands on her hips and scoffed. Ha! If it weren't for this cripple sending out a distress signal, you'd still be stuck in the dormitory building. Layla's face turned green, searching for words when she heard Nova suddenly say, Look at this child, isn't there something wrong with him? Amelia remembered the child Bliss rescued from the zombie-infested public rental house, looking past Elsa toward Nova's arms. The tiny infant was sucking on its finger, sleeping soundly, not comprehending what Nova meant by wrong. Nova seemed to be considering how to phrase her thoughts. Let me put it this way, he's too quiet. Elsa scratched her head. Isn't being quiet a good thing? If the child kept crying, it might attract zombies, causing unnecessary trouble. But he's too quiet. Nova, who had relatives working as pediatricians, continued explaining when she realized others didn't fully understand. Children at this age usually need to be fed every 2 hours. Since Emiliano gave him to me, it's been 3 or 4 hours, yet the baby hasn't cried or even opened his eyes. After hearing Nova's explanation, even Amelia, who knew little about babies, sensed something was unusual. She slowly took the child from Nova's hands, confirming its breathing and heartbeat were fine, then asked the front seat Bliss. Emiliano, was it like this when you found him? Bliss recalled and lifted the blanket that had been blocking his view after a moment of contemplation. I didn't hear any sound from him either. Just as he was speaking, the baby in Amelia's arms seemed to stir restlessly in its sleep. It slowly moved its tiny mouth, emitting a faint gurgling sound. Elsa let out a long breath of relief. Well, it did move, right? He was just sleeping deeply. Look at how worried you all are. Let Auntie hold. As she said this, she reached out to take the baby from Amelia. Her hand paused halfway through the motion. That a yow. She hesitated for a moment, uncertainly asking, how soon after birth do babies start teething? Nova was not overly concerned. Some babies start teething as early as 2 to 3 months, while others might be later, possibly even 9 to 10 months. This baby is at least 3 months old, so growing milk teeth isn't unusual. But Elsa, rather than feeling reassured by her words, became even more anxious. You mean those milk teeth? They are like sharp little drills, right? Amelia, upon hearing this, lowered her head to look into the baby's mouth. Inside the baby's rosy little mouth, 3 rows of closely packed sharp teeth had grown, both inside and out. They were hook-like, and if it bit someone, it would tear off a large piece of flesh and skin. Moreover, there was no tongue behind these sharp teeth but instead a cone-shaped structure similar to an insect's mouthpart. As it opened and closed, it revealed what it had been sucking on, a severed adult finger. Amelia felt her scalp tingle with horror. Was this still human? It was practically a human form insect. She wondered why the mother turned into a zombie when there were no signs of intrusion in the rental house. Apparently, the baby had been infected first. Then the mother couldn't bear to kill her own child and was bitten while breastfeeding, turning both of them into zombies. If so, this baby must be infectious. It couldn't be allowed to hurt anyone else. Otherwise, this speeding car would become a steel cage, trapping everyone inside with no hope of survival. Luckily, it seemed to still be in a dormant phase, and everyone fell silent upon seeing the baby's abnormal condition. Especially Amelia and Bliss, who quickly considered how to extricate the group without disturbing it. But then Layla saw the baby full of sharp teeth in Amelia's arms and screamed. Ah, what kind of monster is this? Stay away from me. This scream was enough to rouse the baby, which abruptly opened its eyes. Its black silk-covered, pupilless eyes stared straight at Amelia, who was closest. Before she could react, it leaped out of her arms with great force, smashing through the door and dragging her out of the car. Bliss cursed under his breath. He ordered Alexander to slow down and lead everyone to a safe place. Thrown out by the zombie baby, Amelia rolled and skidded, scraping her back and elbows. She couldn't shake off the baby. When she stopped, the baby seemed larger than before, its mouth changing from pink to dark purple, emitting an ear-piercing cry that sounded like both weeping and insect buzzing. With no weapons at hand, she could only barely defend herself with the deformed car door, preventing the zombie baby from biting through her neck. The friction between its sharp teeth and the car door made an unbearable screeching sound. Black liquid dripped from the corners of its mouth, undoubtedly toxic. Seeing it about to drip onto Amelia, knowing it would turn her into a zombie if it entered her bloodstream through a wound, Bliss swiftly arrived. With one swift strike, he split the zombie baby's head in 2, leaving it lifeless. Seeing Bliss extending his hand to help her up, Amelia read the words lifesaver on his calm face. Though she was reluctant to admit it, she had to acknowledge this fact. Trying to reach for his hand, she winced in pain from the strain on her wound. Seeing this, Bliss bent down to support her. The pocket of his tactical vest had somehow been slashed open, causing blood samples inside to drop to the ground. Wanting to help her up before retrieving the samples, he noticed the decapitated zombie baby rising unsteadily on half a head. The test tube had rolled beneath its feet. One slight step would shatter it. Bliss's eyes reddened. It was too late to retrieve it. Before Amelia could warn him, Bliss had already lunged forward and collided with the zombie baby. The infant was knocked away, but its teeth, dripping with black liquid, still grazed his right arm. Amelia hurried over and berated him immediately. "You're crazy. Is it really worth it for just a blood sample? It's not like it's irreplaceable." With that, she grabbed the combat knife and prepared to cut out the infected wound. In just a moment, the toxin had spread significantly. Amelia couldn't imagine how much worse it would be if she had been any slower. Bliss's arm might have been ruined. Bliss lowered his head for a long time. "Gone. What?" Amelia was focused on her task and didn't immediately understand what he meant. At that moment, she felt a gust of foul wind coming from behind her. Before she could turn around, someone had already grabbed her waist and spun her in another direction. The sound of flesh being pierced followed. Amelia turned back to see the cylindrical mouthpart of the infant sinking into Bliss's back. Blood was rapidly turning black as it flowed out. "You." She was at a loss for words. It was hard to believe such a dramatic turn of events had occurred in such a short time. "The blood sample is gone forever." Bliss spat out a mouthful of blood. "My sister is gone." "What?" Shock piled upon shock, striking Amelia one after another. Her mind went blank as she listened to Bliss continue. "Quick, go." He shoved the blood sample into Amelia's arms and pushed her towards the car. Realizing there was no hope for Bliss, Amelia started running once she regained her senses. She quickly caught up with the minivan waiting to pick them up. "Captain." Alexander hesitated to ask further, fearing the worst. By now, Amelia had recovered enough to recount what had happened and sought their opinion. An ordinary person turning into a zombie could devastate a small team of 3 or 4 people. As a Special Forces member, Bliss's power was even more formidable. This man's ferocity had been evident before. He had been their protector, their hero. Now, however, he posed the greatest threat. If they didn't eliminate him before he fully turned into a zombie, the consequences could be catastrophic if he were to feed off more human blood and grow stronger. "I'll do it." Amelia's eyes darkened as she got out of the vehicle, reminding everyone, "If I'm not back in half an hour, leave this place and go as far as you can." If circumstances weren't so dire, she wouldn't have wanted to take action against this man who had saved her life. But like in her previous life, she had no other choice. With this resolve, Amelia retraced her steps. First, she saw the dismembered remains of the zombie infant. Bliss hadn't given it a chance to cause more harm. Following the trail of blood, she arrived at a room. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door and slipped inside. It was evening, and the setting sun cast long shadows, dyeing the sky and ground a bloody red. Inside the shack, the light was dim. Bliss sat with his back to the window, bathed in the golden glow of the sunset. Though he appeared godlike, the torn, bleeding bite marks on his shoulder warned that soon, he would become a terrifying demon. Amelia stood before him, holding the combat knife against his crown. Although it wasn't the first time she'd faced this situation, previously she had killed a guard she barely knew. Now, she had to kill a comrade who had fought by her side and trusted her with his life. Looking at his blood-streaked face, which bore wounds from battles with zombies, his blood, their blood, but never a comrade's, she raised and lowered the combat knife several times. She didn't know how long she hesitated until she heard the gurgling sounds coming from Bliss's throat, knowing she couldn't delay any longer. Raising the combat knife once more, she closed her eyes and thrust it toward Bliss's head. Chapter 23, Bliss, you bastard. The feeling of the blade-piercing flesh was off. When Amelia opened her eyes, she saw Bliss raising his hand to block the fatal strike, the combat knife now embedded in his forearm. Even with blood flowing profusely, it seemed trivial for a zombie that felt no pain. On her side, the combat knife was firmly lodged in his forearm. If she lost this sole weapon, she would have no chance at all. TCH. Amelia spat silently, intending to launch another attack while Bliss was still reacting, even if just pulling out the combat knife would do. Little did she know, as soon as she moved, Bliss was quicker. His pale, slightly stiff hand had already grabbed her slender ankle and yanked hard, causing Amelia to fall backward onto the ground. Bliss took advantage of the situation to press down on her, pinning her so tightly she could not struggle free. It's over. As Bliss opened his mouth to bite down, Amelia thought to herself. The expected pain from the biting came from her left neck, and Amelia could even hear the sound of blood rapidly leaving her body. She had initially feared that Alexander would hesitate to kill Bliss due to their years of comradeship. Never did she think it would end like this when she took action herself. She had clearly overestimated her own detachment. Fine, consider this paying back a life. It's just a pity that she hadn't found her parents and grandmother yet, nor unraveled the secrets behind the blood sample, nor witnessed the end of this calamity with her own eyes. Amelia stared blankly at the ceiling, waiting for the final moment. After a while, the burning sensation on her left neck began to subside somewhat. That gnawing turned, at some point, into the soft caressing of lips and tongue. The previously cold hands were now scaldingly hot, wandering across her delicate frame and igniting fires everywhere. With only one hand, Amelia couldn't support herself and had to let go of the combat knife, pushing against his chest to prevent further advances. But how could she match up with the battle-hardened Bliss with her cat-claw rabbit-kick strength? Not only did he not retreat, but he nearly suffocated her by pressing down harder. Bliss, you, ugh. A hand gripped her waist, cutting off the words about to escape her lips. Seemingly displeased with being pushed away, Bliss seized the troublesome little hands near her chest and raised them high above her head. His hot lips clung greedily to her fair neck and ears, unwilling to leave even an inch. Since rebirth, Amelia had intermittently been running a high fever. However, compared to more extreme survival conditions, this physical discomfort had long been something she got used to. Though her body temperature was higher than normal, Bliss radiated even more heat at this moment. Amelia felt as if a ball of fire was drilling into her arms. Even if she were iron, she might melt. Let me go, Bliss. Whether due to her strangled cry or something else, the weight on top of her vanished abruptly. Amelia seized this opportunity to flip over, but before she could stabilize herself, she was scooped up again by the waist. This time, his burning chest pressed tightly against her back, and his arms, like iron bands, fixed her waist. The sudden chill made her breath catch in her throat, and almost simultaneously, searing heat invaded her once more. By the time Amelia realized what was happening, she was already speechless from shock. Stop, please. At this moment, Bliss's eyes weren't rolling back like a zombie's nor as deep as water as usual, but rather crimson red like blood. One glance made Amelia recall the bone-deep fear from the moment of her death in her previous life. In the dark hall, amidst the mountainous crowd of zombies, stood a towering zombie king with blood-red eyes. You! Something spread within Amelia's heart. She tried to grasp it but failed because she couldn't control her trembling body. Please, stop. Bliss no longer heard Amelia's plea. He acted mechanically, seeking actions to cool himself down. After a long while, Amelia felt both the pain, shame, and anger. When the tide finally receded, she croaked out her last remaining strength. Bliss, you bastard. Not far away, inside the business van, the few people did not heed Amelia's words to leave when time came. Alexander, gripping a spade, watched the shack intently. Nova and Kayla counted the minutes, one lowering her head, the other wiping away secret tears. Hearing what sounded like Amelia's scream, the two girls tightened their grips on each other's hands, seeing the worry in each other's eyes. It's over, all over. Layla, regardless of her naivety, understood those two might not return. Maybe we should just go and not wait anymore. If those two were to turn into zombies at the same time, their fighting capabilities would make it impossible for everyone in this van to survive. It was likely that within a few miles radius, everything would turn into a dead zone. Shut up. Kayla glared angrily. If you hadn't woken the zombie by screaming randomly, would Emiliano have sacrificed himself to protect us? Now even Amelia. Tears welled up in her eyes as she could not bear to finish her sentence. Layla felt guilty but couldn't help asking how many people could remain calm when faced with zombies. She didn't want to stay and be buried along with Amelia and Bliss, so she turned to Alexander. Hey, don't just stand there. If we don't leave now. Before she could finish, a door flew out and embedded itself straight into the tree trunk opposite with a loud bang. Everyone's attention turned back to the shack. Soon enough, a tall figure slowly emerged. You look, that is. Nova struggled to suppress the trembling in her voice. Everyone knew Amelia's build. This figure with broad shoulders and narrow waist was undoubtedly a man. It was Bliss. Amelia hadn't managed to kill him before he became a zombie. Damn. Alexander cursed and slammed the car door. Go. I can hold him off for a while. Kayla clung to the window. Leaving you here means death. Get in the car and we still have a chance to escape. Alexander stood tall and firm. No, I can't let the captain walk away from here. Even if it cost him his life, he had to stop him. They were soldiers. They couldn't allow themselves to become monsters that hurt others. Kayla closed her eyes and climbed into the driver's seat to start the car. But just as she pressed the accelerator, it seemed as though she hit something, causing the car to lurch. Bliss carried Amelia on one shoulder and made an enormous dent in the hood with his other hand, looking down at the people inside. He had been dozens of meters away moments ago. All Kayla did was turn her head, yet he appeared instantly in front of the car. This was too unbelievable. Was he still human or? Everything happened too fast for Alexander to even return to the car, leaving him to shakily raise his gun at the once-admired captain. Don't shoot. The muffled voice came from Amelia, who finally stirred on Bliss's back. Her voice was hoarse, filled with exhaustion. Amelia, she's alive. Nova, surprised and elated, rushed to open the door to help her. However, her action immediately caught Bliss's attention. He carried Amelia over in large strides, reached out and grabbed Nova by the neck, dragging her out of the car. Ah! Nova, choked and turning red, wanted to scream but couldn't. Her feet dangled in the air, and she lacked the strength to fight back, only able to look at Amelia with fear and a plea for help. Seeing this, Amelia froze momentarily before quickly regaining her senses. She pushed herself up using Bliss's shoulders, her eyes slightly red, pounding on his arm. Let her go. Surprisingly, Bliss hesitated, then loosened his grip. Nova fell and started coughing violently. Alexander wanted to check her condition, but due to Bliss's unpredictable state, he feared provoking him again, stopping short at the rear of the car. Amelia was also surprised that he listened to her but worried about another sudden attack, so she cautiously asked Nova, "Can you move?" After some time, Nova managed to catch her breath, nodding weakly towards her. "Get back in the car." As Amelia spoke, she patted Bliss's shoulder, signaling him to step back 2 steps. Bliss did not move, watching Nova sitting on the ground, growling lowly. Everyone's hearts tightened. It was a sound that only zombies made. especially Layla, who couldn't help but want to scream again from the backseat until Alexander covered her mouth in time. Perhaps because of the earlier commotion or perhaps because Amelia's fresh blood smelled especially sweet after injury, the surrounding zombies began responding with low growls, gathering around them. Now, the only person among them with combat capability was Alexander. Staying here and tangling with them would likely attract more zombies, making it harder to escape. So Amelia, without worrying about Bliss's reaction, shouted loudly to Nova. "There's no time. Get in the car." Nova, to her credit, crawled back into the car, shaking under Bliss's intense gaze. Then she leaned out of the window and asked Amelia, "What about you?" Amelia wanted to get down from Bliss's shoulders, but every time she tried to move her waist, his arm would tighten. Reluctantly, she could only first speak to Nova. "You guys go ahead, I'll catch up in a bit." "No way," everyone said in unison. In the days they had spent together, everyone understood all too well what it meant when someone said you go first. Except for Layla, who wanted to escape as soon as possible, the rest did not want another one of their team members to sacrifice themselves for them. "We leave together." Kayla gripped the steering wheel tightly, her palms already sweaty. She stared intently at the stumbling figures in front, ready to drive over them at any moment. Amelia knew she couldn't win this argument alone, so she turned to Bliss again to negotiate. "Can you let me down?" It seemed that since meeting him, she was always the one to soften and give in, which made her extremely uncomfortable. Her voice was naturally sweet and melodic, and with the slightly rising tone, it sounded more like flirting than pleading. Like a feather gently brushing against one's heart. Strangely, this worked, and Bliss loosened his grip on her waist. Amelia felt herself turn over and was laid down gently. When her feet touched the ground, it felt almost surreal. After setting her down, Bliss remained motionless, still holding her wrist like an iron clamp and keeping his eyes firmly on her. Seeing Amelia standing still while the zombies were closing in, Kayla immediately reminded her. "Don't just stand there, watch out behind you." Amelia snapped back to reality and dodged a zombie's attack. To her surprise, she managed to free herself from Bliss's grip and stumbled backward. Nova reacted quickly despite the soreness in her throat, catching Amelia under her armpits before she hit the ground. Otherwise, Amelia might have hit her head directly on the car body, possibly causing serious injury. As the zombie missed its first strike and attempted again, Nova pulled Amelia towards the car. Amelia's lower back was caught between the car door, making her unable to use strength due to the pain. The zombie had grabbed her leg and started dragging her out. With limited space in the backseat, Alexander could not reach past Nova and was frustrated. The tugging created a tearing sensation at her ankle. Amelia felt like she would be torn apart if this continued. Suddenly, Bliss stepped in. He held the zombie's head with one hand and applied force in the opposite direction, snapping its neck with a sickening crack and tossing it aside. Amelia and Nova fell into the car as the pulling force vanished. When she looked outside again, the situation had changed. Bliss was now fighting the approaching zombies ferociously, different from his previous efficient killings. This time, his attacks were as brutal as those of the zombies. Because of his immense strength, he effortlessly tore off a zombie's arm and used it to impale another zombie's belly, ripping it open and spilling intestines everywhere. Some splattered onto the car window, blocking their view. The zombies' howls lasted less than 5 minutes. When Amelia and the others emerged from the car, Bliss stood still amidst the carnage, surrounded by shredded remains. His dull gaze met Amelia's eyes, and he slowly walked towards her, grabbing her wrist again without letting go, his face expressionless, waiting for her response. Amelia could feel the warmth in his palm, no different from that of a living person. Kayla scratched her head and asked everyone, "What do we do now? Should we take him with us?" Chapter 24, "I'm not dressed, don't come over. What kind of joke is this?" Kiana was the first to object. "I am not getting into a car with a zombie that could eat people any time." Elsa rolled her eyes at her, too tired to argue. "I don't think Emiliano would. He saved us again in this situation. We can't give up on him. What do you think, little Lingtong?" "I agree, but Alexander certainly wouldn't abandon any comrades in arms, especially someone like Bliss. But he wasn't sure if the captain was still the same as before. If the captain couldn't control himself and hurt people, could he stop him in time? Forget your buts. There are 2 votes in agreement now. What about you, Adelita?" They looked toward Nova. Nova rubbed her neck fearfully, which still had purplish bruises from finger marks. "I'm not saying this because I was attacked, but is Emiliano's condition really suitable for traveling with us?" Elsa didn't quite understand Nova. Adelita, how come even you?" Kiana, however, felt triumphant. "Now it's 2 to 2, and I think we should kill him now to prevent future trouble, not just walk away." "Why are you so anxious?" Elsa interrupted her. "We have 1 more vote." She then turned to Amelia. "Tell us, we all listen to you." Amelia had never found a decision so difficult to make. Her years of survival experience had nurtured a habit of always making the most self-serving choice. She didn't blame Nova for having doubts. Anyone who had just narrowly escaped death wouldn't feel safe traveling together either. Even she herself initially wanted to kill him. Had anyone told her earlier that she could be rid of Bliss sooner, she definitely would have left without hesitation. But right now, this man stood in front of her, his palms carrying the warmth of human beings. She hesitated, not only because he had saved her life multiple times, but also because she saw a possibility in him. The possibility of transformation and evolution. She wasn't sure if Bliss was a zombie, but who said there'd be no way to turn him back into a normal human being in the future? Scientists and militarists in her previous life had once conducted countless experiments to make zombies serve them. While they did indeed create some zombies that could serve as combat forces, these efforts eventually failed due to their uncontrollable nature. However, Bliss seemed somewhat different, maybe worth a try. But before anything else, she needed to find out why he differed from other zombies who went mad. As she thought, Amelia reached into her pocket. It was damp and slightly sticky. The particle amplifier was still intact, but the blood sample tube had been damaged in several rounds of transfers. Recalling Bliss's words no more, Amelia suddenly asked Alexander, "Where is Lisbeth now?" Alexander's mind was still on Bliss when he was asked, not fully registering the question. "What?" Amelia repeated, "Lisbeth, your captain's sister, where is she?" With an O, Alexander finally recalled who owned this name. He then regretfully said, "She passed away." "What?" This time it was Amelia's eyes widened. When did this happen? Alexander pondered a little before continuing. Just the other day, when the explosion happened in the inpatient department of the city center hospital, she was on the list of victims. Amelia was stunned. Wasn't that when she was reborn, saw Bliss bringing his sister to see a doctor, and snatched the blood sample from him? It was also the first time zombies appeared. So the loud bang back then was an explosion at the inpatient department. No wonder Bliss resorted to any means to find her and insisted on investigating the truth behind the zombie outbreak. He knew from her that his sister possessed an important serum to cure the zombie virus, suspected someone had designed the explosion deliberately to snatch his sister's life. That's why he interrogated her intensely, looking at her with scrutiny and suspicion. Then what feelings made him protect her from the fatal attack of the zombie infant? Amelia was confused, but more certain. "Can't let him die, I think." Cough cough cough. Amelia tried to share her thoughts with everyone, but after fighting consecutively for too long, with great physical strain, she began to cough violently as soon as she spoke, her mouth dry and thirsty. Just as she was about to ask for some water, her body suddenly rose into the air, hastily retreating backward. Bliss had actually hoisted her back onto his shoulder again and started running madly without a word. His speed was as swift as before. In no time he vanished from everyone's sight. The crowd by the car looked at each other in confusion. Elsa clapped her hands. "What are you staring at? Aren't you going to chase after him?" As their vehicle drove further away, several men dressed in black, with masks covering their faces, walked into the prefabricated room where Bliss had killed the zombie infant earlier. They held small data sheets and inspected the area cautiously. "There it is. It has already lost all signs of life." One of them rushed towards the infant's corpse, using tweezers to pick up a piece of brain tissue and place it into a test tube. Another older-looking individual summarized. "Report to headquarters. Test subject 3031 damaged beyond recovery, experiment failed." He then glanced at the remains on the ground, unable to help but shake his head. What a pity, this one was given the latest formula. If it had fully grown, its speed and strength would have been top-notch. "Master," said a young man wearing a beret. "There's barely any brain tissue left. Could it be that the signal source was consumed by something else?" Upon hearing this, the few present took another look at the ground. Indeed, it seemed less than expected. If what he said were true, finding that thing might. There's a reaction. While they hesitated, the readings on the detector held by the beret-wearing youth suddenly fluctuated. The signal source hasn't disappeared. It's located approximately 8 kilometers away, near an artificial lake according to the map. "So, shall we?" Everyone waited for instructions from the elder, but before he could finish speaking, the door slammed shut. Then, a zombie crashed through the wall on the other side, half its body already rotten, carrying a human head in its hand. The sunset bathed everything in blood-red light, but it couldn't penetrate this tiny room. Amelia was already badly injured and felt even more disoriented after being carried around roughly by Bliss. When she was finally put down, she couldn't stop feeling dizzy. Rubbing her head to regain focus, she realized Bliss had brought her to a lake in the forest park. Looking at the numb yet focused gaze of the person beside her, Amelia couldn't help but chuckle. Surely he wouldn't expect her to drink the lake water? With no one around, Amelia took out the particle amplifier and entered the spatial dimension to drink her fill. Afterward, she felt extremely uncomfortable. Both the battle against zombies and her previous encounter with Bliss had left her body sticky with sweat and blood, making her clothes unrecognizable. Seeing the lake in front of her, she thought it would be perfect for a refreshing bath. She glanced at Bliss, who had stayed within 3 steps of her since arriving. Most of the time, his eyes lacked focus. At this moment, he quietly guarded the entrance to the spatial dimension, obedient like a puppy. But as she moved towards the lakeside, he slowly stood up and continued following her closely. Feeling somewhat awkward, though not overly conservative, Amelia still couldn't bring herself to bathe under Bliss's watchful eyes. "Could you turn around?" she asked tentatively, remembering he had listened to her before. Bliss's throat rumbled, and he turned his face away slowly. Relieved, thinking it was fine as long as he wasn't staring directly, Amelia took off her dirty clothes and stepped onto the pebbles by the lake's edge, moving deeper into the water. The early evening lake still retained warmth from the sun, cleansing the burning heat and fatigue from her body on this midsummer night. Only then did Amelia notice the numerous wounds and scars on her body, each telling the story of the fierce battles of the past few days. Still, compared to her previous life, things were much better now. At least she was independent and free, not dependent on scum like Sullivan, exchanging her body for scraps of food and water. Past, present, and future intertwined in Amelia's thoughts. She pondered practically about how to contact Alexander and Elsa later. Lost in thought, she didn't notice the gentle ripples in the moonless part of the lake approaching her, until the sound of splashing interrupted her thoughts. Turning around, she saw Bliss striding confidently toward her. You! What are you doing? Go back. Bliss continued advancing, unfazed and oblivious. She could accept having an intimate moment with this man under duress, but she absolutely did not allow him to forcefully violate her twice within one day. But this was in the lake, where she was completely naked. Before, at least she had the survival knife in her hand, and even that couldn't stop him. This time. Amelia clenched her fists and thought if he pushed her too far, she would take him down with her. Thus, she took advantage of Bliss's movements, lifting her foot to kick toward his vital areas. Unfortunately, she forgot they were in water. The resistance was significantly different from that in the air. Though she managed to lift her foot, it only hit his calf, feeling like kicking a steel plate, making her toes instantly sore and numb. However, before Amelia could retract her foot, Bliss bent over and grabbed her smooth ankle. Bliss, don't think I dare not kill you, Before she finished her sentence, her ankle was yanked hard, causing her to lose balance and fall backward. Her waist was already wrapped by another arm, pulling her into his embrace. She swallowed 2 mouthfuls of water, choking and grabbing Bliss's waist to stabilize herself. Turning around, just as she was about to berate him, she saw a green-striped water snake wrapped around his other hand. It turned out he wasn't trying to. Cough cough cough. Amelia realized she had misunderstood. Well, good corpse. Forget what he was, but her face turned awkward. However, more embarrassing was her current posture. That. Bliss tilted his head, looked at the snake coiling around his hand, then pinched its head and flung it away, separating its body and head. Then he put the remaining part into his mouth, gulping down large mouthfuls of snake blood. Amelia felt a bit disgusted but thought as long as he didn't bite her, she could handle it. Recalling that Bliss had bitten her during his frenzied moment. Did that mean she now had a risk of turning into a zombie? She touched her neck and found the tooth marks still there on the side, but she seemed absolutely fine. Not only that, from the fact that Bliss, who drank her blood, retained some sanity and didn't fully turn into a zombie, she speculated that perhaps she was the one in 2 lifetimes who could be the cure for the zombie virus. Amelia was startled by this thought but quickly realized it didn't quite fit. In her previous life, after joining the vaccine research group, everyone went through blood tests, and nothing unusual was found in her body back then. Regardless of the reason, Amelia, thrilled by this news, wanted to start collecting samples immediately. However, the iron grip around her waist didn't intend to release her. Bliss, everything is fine. Let me down. She guided him just as she did before. After confirming the surroundings were safe, Bliss's expression gradually softened from ferocious to blank, gently loosening his arms. Amelia steadied herself, leaning on his waist. By moonlight, she noticed he was covered in wounds. Especially on his right shoulder, where the tearer's wound was deep to the bone, and his back had burns from the propane spray can. A pang of sadness surged within her. She put on a coat and pulled him to the shore. Compared to Nova, Amelia's bandaging skills were not great. While removing Bliss's shirt, she found it was stuck to the skin and flesh, so she had to use the survival knife to cut them off. Luckily, Bliss seemed insensitive to pain now, reducing her psychological burden significantly. Finally, seeing his upper body full of wounds, she fetched bandages from the spatial dimension and wrapped him tightly like a mummy. At last, while wrapping the front of his chest, Amelia stood on tiptoe to tie the knot. As she lifted her eyes, Bliss's Adam's apple came into view. Remembering how his sweat dripped onto her earlier, Amelia blushed and involuntarily reached out to touch it. Sizzling. Amelia, where are you? Can you hear me? Chapter 25, Ambushed. The sudden voice not only startled Amelia, nearly causing her to choke on her own saliva, but she quickly discarded the inappropriate thoughts filling her mind. Bliss, who had been quiet, suddenly stood up, his muscles tensing as he entered a state of alertness. Once Amelia confirmed that the voice was coming from the tactical vest beside her, she patted her chest and retrieved the walkie-talkie from inside. Is it Raina? Upon receiving a response, Elsa and the others on the other side of the walkie-talkie sighed in relief, no longer wandering aimlessly like headless flies. Finally got in touch with you. Where did you run off to? Amelia looked around the lake, unsure how to answer. Pinghai has several lakeside forest parks and wetland parks. After the zombie outbreak, some landmark buildings were destroyed, so she couldn't pinpoint her exact location immediately. However, Elsa had a plan. She instructed Alexander to pull up Pinghai's satellite map and then said to Amelia, look around for any municipal public facilities, distribution boxes, fire hydrants, transformers, electric meter boxes, utility poles, streetlights, anything like that. Amelia raised her head and saw a tilted streetlight just a few steps away, flickering due to unstable voltage. She replied, there's a streetlight. Elsa's voice continued, that makes things easier. Look for a string of numbers on it. Amelia stood up and, under the flickering light, found a 7-digit number near the base of the streetlight. She reported the digits one by one to Elsa over the walkie-talkie, then packed away the supplies and turned off the particle amplifier. Bliss's shirt was mostly shredded and unusable, so she cleaned the tactical vest and put it back on him. Within 10 minutes, the familiar 7-seater business van appeared in sight. Elsa rushed over as soon as she got out of the car, inspecting Amelia from head to toe, front to back, left to right. Unsatisfied, she pulled Nova over and ordered her to thoroughly check Amelia, ensuring there were no new injuries beyond the previous ones. Finally, satisfied, she hugged Amelia tightly and cried, Okay, Amelia patted her back while keeping an eye on Bliss's every move. Apart from showing slight hostility when the van first arrived, after Amelia calmed him down, no further conflict occurred. How did you find us? Amelia asked. The codes on municipal public facilities are specific, including administrative zones, roads, and coordinates. Based on whether the last digit is odd or even, we can pinpoint which side of the road they're on. However, Alexander explained while glancing at Elsa admiringly, this wetland park is part of the residential complex behind it, and the streetlights aren't included in the municipal numbering system. Luckily, your friend hacked into the property management system. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found you so quickly. Amelia brushed away Elsa's hand that was trying to wipe tears and snot on her, smiling. It seems that the diverse knowledge our dorm manager gave us wasn't entirely useless. There were 6 people in Amelia's dorm, each from different majors. Amelia and Justine studied biomedical science, Elsa was in information engineering, the 2 who became zombies were in early childhood education, and the other studied journalism, spending all her time writing novels in the dorm until the end of the world severed any further contact. After Nova finished treating Amelia's wounds, she glanced fearfully at Bliss and asked, Emiliano, how about his injuries? I've given him preliminary treatment. For future dressing changes, either I or Alexander will handle it. Ching Yao. Amelia took Nova's hand, you've done enough already. Nova's eyes welled up, I thought you'd be angry at what I said to Emiliano. She wasn't someone who enjoyed protection without contributing. She had been working hard to support everyone logistically and medically. Even when she almost choked to death at Bliss's hands, she still cared about his injuries. Nova was once the beloved daughter of a dean, unable to lift a finger or carry a load before the apocalypse. Seeing her now, Amelia knew better than to blame her. It's fine. I'll be careful and should be able to control him. Shall we go together? Of course. Nova wiped her tears, her expression more resolute than ever. Amelia counted heads and glanced toward the car. Where's Layla? Mentioning her made Elsa's lips droop. She's probably sleeping in the car. What a princess. We should have left her behind right now. We're not planning to enter her father's bunker anyway, and with her attitude, would she really have any place among us? You all planned like this? Amelia was surprised by everyone's thoughts. She herself was going to find her missing family and wouldn't stay in one place for long. But Elsa and Nova, 2 girls in the apocalypse, needed a more stable place to stay. Even Adelita, she added, there's a high possibility that your father is also in that air raid shelter base. Nova shook her head, if my dad is there, I'll persuade him to go with us. As Danishien said, we might not have a place inside. Alexander, seeing everyone express their plans for next steps, stated his own stance as well. I won't stay either. Only 2 of us survived from our squad. The captain is in such a condition, I must find the team and reorganize the Falcon squad after rejoining. Elsa stroked her chin, the disconnection might be due to your command moving without setting up new base stations, disrupting the previous frequency. Once we reach the air raid shelter, I can use their signal transmission station to conduct a full spectrum search, maybe helping you locate your team. Alexander was pleasantly surprised, looking at Elsa. If so, thank you very much. Then don't wait any longer. We will take turns driving and resting, aiming to send Bliss to the bunker early so we can attend to our own matters. Elsa and Nova supported Amelia from either side as everyone returned to the vehicle. Seeing Bliss follow them from afar, Layla wanted to say something but only opened her mouth and closed it again. Amelia instructed everyone to sit in the front half of the vehicle while she sat in the back with Bliss. After replenishing their strength with supplies, they set off toward Fongyao Road under the cover of darkness, fearing delays and not waiting for dawn. Along the way, although they encountered several wandering zombies, the numbers were manageable, and no high-tier monsters appeared, allowing them to pass smoothly. During the journey, Amelia educated the group on the types of zombies they currently faced. One type resulted from nuclear wastewater entering the sea, where radiation caused or accelerated cancerous mutations in some people. After death, these individuals turned into slow-moving, skin-rotted, irrational low-tier zombies. These zombies attacked humans but weren't contagious. The other type had bloodshot eyes filled with black veins. They appeared identical to ordinary zombies but could infect victims through bites, turning even those who were only half alive into aggressive undead. These likely resulted from a virus affecting regular zombies. In her past life, Amelia had worked on vaccines primarily targeting this strain. If the deaths of radiation victims couldn't be avoided, at least the living shouldn't turn into zombies. The 4th type, the Rippers, were another kind of zombie mutation, enhanced through human experiments and modifications, resulting in heightened abilities often used as weapons against zombies. In her past life, these superpowered zombies typically emerged mid-apocalypse. Encountering them earlier this time raised suspicions tied to the disappearance of the Research Institute staff and Lisbeth's death, suggesting someone manipulated these events. As dawn approached, they finally arrived at the 76th marker on Fongyao Road. Alexander rolled down the window, searching for the bunker entrance. This area was once a lively fountain square, bustling with music and dance before the disaster. Amelia recalled fond memories from her childhood, playing barefoot among the fountains. Now, the square lay desolate, occasionally seeing distorted figures moving unnaturally. Are you sure it's here? Elsa asked Alexander. Alexander nodded then shook his head. I'm just a soldier, knowing only the general direction. The specific location isn't within my access. Everyone looked at Layla. Amelia asked, your father told you to come here, but didn't mention where the entrance is. Layla, possibly feeling in control, responded dismissively. Haven't you heard the communicator? Those with insufficient ranks can't know. Why bother asking? Elsa ignored the hierarchy. Without the entrance information, how do we get you in? Should we wait here for zombies to come bite us? I advise you to watch your word. Layla stood her ground. If you upset me, none of you will stay in the base. Elsa shrugged. Who cares? Not wanting to create unnecessary complications at the last moment, Alexander stood in the middle as a peacemaker. Don't argue. Miss Sun, if you could tell us how to contact the air raid shelter, we can get you to safety sooner. Layla, finding Alexander's words somewhat reasonable, casually pointed towards the underground mall behind the square statue. Over there, I guess. But I need to ask my father first. Saying this, she reached out her hand, satellite phone. Alexander fished out the only remaining battery from his tactical vest pocket, pressed it into the phone, and handed it over. Layla dialed a number, spoke a few sentences, scanned the group with her eyes, then nodded and hung up. Follow me, not everyone can get in, you know. With that, she asked Alexander to lead the way while they walked as closely together as possible toward the underground mall. Passing through an open-air corridor, Layla led them to the back door of a restaurant kitchen. She instructed Alexander to move aside the kitchen waste before revealing a dark grey fire door. Layla approached and rang the bell. The sharp sound echoed for some time in the empty underground area before the sound of locks being opened was heard. A slightly bald middle-aged man emerged from inside, escorted by several bodyguards. Layla rushed forward. Dad, I finally found you. But the bald man wasn't as excited as she was. He just patted her shoulder, had a bodyguard drape a coat over her, and looked at Amelia and the others with a scrutinizing eye. Thank you for bringing Shishi back. Saying this, he bowed deeply, almost formally. Alexander hurriedly replied that it was his duty, politely asking the mayor not to worry. If there were no other matters, they still had tasks at hand and wouldn't delay any longer. The mayor's expression turned noticeably less friendly when he lifted his head. I only said thank you, I didn't say you could leave. As he finished speaking, many fully armed men in dark grey camouflage uniforms appeared from behind him. Amelia instinctively grabbed Bliss's hand, fearing he might react violently to the sudden change. Keeping an alert eye on the middle-aged man, she asked, "What does Mr. Mayor mean by this? This question should be for you." The middle-aged man crossed his arms. The base received intelligence that your squad, which reported those call signs, was wiped out by zombies. How did you two survive? He referred to Bliss and Alexander. We already explained. They received our signal and came to rescue people at the dormitory building, escaping the attack. Your daughter was rescued then too, Elsa tried to explain, puzzled why suspicion still lingered. However, Daryl dismissed her words. But my daughter mentioned seeing both of you shoot at the temporary camp's members. That. Alexander was momentarily speechless. Daryl quickly glanced at Bliss, retreated into the bodyguard circle, and waved a hand. Given your dangerous actions and inability to verify your identities, please accompany us inside to clarify matters. Take them away. Surrounding men surged forward, first disarming Alexander. Then they used helmets, handcuffs, and leg irons to secure Bliss firmly, triggering a switch on the helmet. Bliss immediately slumped like a deflated vegetable. These were methods used against mutated zombies. They must have known this all along. Perhaps it wasn't the early appearance of mutant zombies but the government and related institutions researching these topics even before the apocalypse. In her past life, Amelia had misinterpreted this because of her late involvement. At the same moment she felt her hands being tied behind her back, she glanced at Layla, now surrounded by bodyguards. Layla must have contacted the air raid shelter discreetly when no one was paying attention. Even if Alexander explained that the shooting was to ease his teammates' suffering, they probably wouldn't let them go easily. Moreover, their preparedness suggested this might have been aimed specifically at Bliss. Chapter 26, An Old Acquaintance of Mom. The group had their limbs restrained, and after being covered with cloths over their mouths and noses for a short while, they lost consciousness. When they woke up, they found themselves in a gloomy dungeon. Amelia rubbed her temples and sat up, feeling dizzy and as if her limbs were weighed down with lead. Nova, seeing that she had awakened, pulled Elsa over. This is what I hid in my clothes before I was captured. As she spoke, she took out a half bottle of water, shielding it with her body to prevent the others in the dungeon from seeing. Not much, but enough to rinse your mouth. Amelia could still smell a sweet odor in her breath, realizing that those people had used ether. People generally experience dizziness and weakness after waking from an ether-induced unconsciousness. Inhaling too much can result in copious white foam-like secretions from the mouth and nose. Rinsing the mouth indeed significantly alleviates these symptoms. However, she pushed away the water bottle Nova handed to her. Give it to Danishen first. I'm fine. Elsa took a small sip, then insisted on giving the bottle back to Amelia. Amelia complied with their wishes and took a sip, feeling the coolness mitigate the sourness in her mouth. She smiled at Nova. Much better, thank you, Qingyao. You're always so thoughtful. Nova blushed slightly, feeling needed by such gratitude. After regaining some composure, Elsa started cursing the Sun family father and daughter for their treachery. Especially Kiona, who not only didn't appreciate the life-saving grace of Bliss and others but turned around to defame him and Alexander, throwing everyone into the dungeon, a true ingrate. Amelia surveyed the prison cell. Apart from them, many others were also imprisoned here, men and women alike, grouped in twos and threes, each claiming their territory. A woman with a sickly yellow complexion saw the water bottle in Nova's hand and slowly shuffled over, mumbling, "Give me some water," over and over. Seeing her pitiful state, Nova handed over the almost empty bottle. The woman grabbed the bottle like it was her last hope, trembling as she unscrewed the cap. But once she finally managed to open it, she accidentally dropped the bottle, spilling the remaining water on the ground. She fell to the floor, frantically licking the wet patches. The commotion drew others, who crowded in with bloodshot eyes. Some tore at the plastic bottle, desperate to get the last drop of water. Others pushed and shoved the woman, vying to lick the filthy floor. Some even tugged at Nova's clothes, hoping to find more food or water. Terrified by the chaos, Nova screamed and backed away. Amelia reacted quickly, grabbing her waistband to keep her from being pulled into the frenzied crowd. Timing it perfectly, she kicked the wrist of the person grabbing Nova. A sickening crack sounded, perhaps breaking the entire wrist bone. The man winced in pain, loosening his grip. His eyes scanned the three girls, deciding it wasn't worth provoking them, and instead joined the crowd crawling on the dirty floor, searching for any remaining water. How did this happen? Nova shivered behind Amelia, comforted by Elsa's patting her back. It's okay. They just wanted water. They won't come again. Maybe not. At that moment, a hoarse voice emerged from a corner. Startled, Nova clung tighter to Amelia's waist. Amelia held her hand and followed the sound. All she could see was a vague outline, as if someone was lying sideways. Only two tiny lamps illuminated the corridor outside the barred entrance, casting no light into the dim corner where the person lay. Elsa took out her keychain, which had a small LED light. The dim light revealed the person, whose neck downward was wrapped in a moldy blanket, barely discernible in its original color. Only a bearded face was visible. Once adjusted to the light, his eyes were sharp and alert. What did you mean by that? Unable to see his movements under the blanket, Amelia remained cautious. The man nodded toward the light source in Elsa's hand. You've just arrived, so naturally you have the most supplies on you. That will protect you today or tomorrow, but when your strength wanes, you'll be. He chuckled softly. Stripped bare, without even underpants left. Ignore him, he's a rogue. Elsa saw how lewd his words were and scolded him with a glance. Amelia, however, felt this man wasn't as simple as he appeared. Although his words were full of innuendos toward the three girls, his gaze did not linger on them, distinctly different from the greedy looks around them. How long have you been in here? Amelia took a step closer and asked. The man's head knocked against the wall, thudding repeatedly. How long? At first, I could still remember the days, but later, well, indeed. Even before the apocalypse, certain forces had already been secretly stirring. Amelia wanted to probe his identity. While talking to distract him, she slowly approached. Everyone here was caught because they committed some mistake. The man sneered. Mistake? If living can be considered a mistake, then maybe. He continued to knock his head slowly against the wall. They're all experimental subjects. Amelia suddenly said. How do you determine that? The man didn't seem surprised by Amelia's deduction. There was no shock on his face. Though it was phrased as a question, his tone confirmed her assumption. Age. Amelia scanned those nearby. Though they differ in gender, height, and weight, they're clearly all between 40 and 50 years old. If she guessed correctly, there should be people of other age groups in the other dungeon rooms. Anything else? The man seemed to deliberately test Amelia and asked again. Region. Amelia raised an eyebrow but continued without hesitation. Judging by their accents, they are from the same place. Not bad, the man chuckled. Any more? Diseases. This time, Nova spoke up, having listened to Amelia's conversation with the man. They all have varying degrees of rashes, blisters, and skin lesions. They must be patients who've suffered from radiation. Ha 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 ha, very good. The man seemed pleased. Then, can you guess what the experiment is about? The answer was becoming clear. Testing new drugs on people with radiation sickness. Not just that. Amelia added before the man could speak. They may also be creating new patients using radiation sources. Satisfied with Amelia's words, the man nodded. Setting control groups, strictly controlling variables, conducting parallel or repeated experiments, plus bold hypotheses. You two might have a knack for being researchers. While he talked, he didn't notice Amelia approaching within 2 steps. Is that so? Compared to you, the real deal, we're far behind. With that, she forcefully pulled off the blanket covering him. The man hadn't expected such quick action. Trying to cover himself was too late. His white coat, though worn, bore red letters on the left chest clearly stating Pinghai City Research Institute. Seeing this, Amelia felt a surge of emotion and grabbed his collar. You're from the Research Institute? The man had spent too long in this dark dungeon. Though not emaciated, he lacked strength and was easily controlled by Amelia. He sized up her exquisite face, as if remembering something. You know the Institute. What's your relationship with Candice? Hearing him mention her mother, Amelia was visibly moved. With countless questions awaiting answers, she had no patience for his queries. The Institute staff participated in these experiments. Where are they now? Where is Candice? From her reaction, the man found his answer and fell into bitter reminiscence. No wonder, your eyes, mannerisms, and intelligence all too much like hers. I remember you called Amelia, right? Yes, Amelia. Who exactly are you? Amelia grew impatient with their non-sequiturs. The man straightened up, running his fingers through his messy hair and extending a hand, polite as a scholar. My name is Pablo, Candice's colleague and mentor. Amelia froze. She had heard of Pablo from her mother. Back when Candice completed her graduate thesis, her supervisor was Pablo. They once disagreed significantly on the topic. Pablo believed students like Candace, whose thinking was unconventional, weren't suited for applied physics research, lacking rigorous control over objective facts. Candace, however, achieved excellent graduation results and successively entered the Institute of Physics Research and the Academy of Sciences Research Institute, participating in extremely important experiments and development work. Since Pablo also stayed on as a mentor after graduation, the two were not much apart in age. He looked down on Candace for using her husband Flynn's connections to enter the research institute, trying every possible way to find flaws between her published papers and achievements, nitpicking her wordings. This search, however, instead revealed him to be captivated by her lively ideas and pioneering theories, gradually developing a special kind of sentiment towards this woman. He stubbornly believed it was not love but something more advanced than love. For this reason, he resigned from his position as a postgraduate mentor at a university and switched to applying for a job at the research institute. Even if he had to start as a low-level lab assistant, he believed it was all part of pursuing his heart's desires, and he took great pleasure in doing so. He was like a chronicler, diligently recording nearly a decade of Candace's experimental results and data, including her health condition. Looking at Amelia in front of him, Pablo felt an indescribable burning sensation in his heart. She was the one experimental sample he had never accessed. I discovered that your mother might have contracted radiation sickness. I advised her many times to seek medical attention early, but she said that no one, not Pinghai City, not even the entire country, could save her. Sadness showed in Pablo's eyes. I refused to believe it. Around this time, someone approached me, saying they would give me unlimited resources if I could develop a special medicine. It was such a rare opportunity. Not only did I want to save her, but I also wanted to prove that biological laws could be predicted by a physical system. As he spoke, his tone became increasingly fanatical. Amelia had met countless scholars in her previous life, all bearing expressions similar to Pablo's at this moment. They disregarded patients' feelings and even their physical conditions, forcing them to participate in experiments for the sake of realizing their hypotheses. In the end, they not only made themselves wretched, but they also failed to achieve their goals. Amelia released Pablo's collar. He must have left the research institute when he was lured away by Daryl's forces, thus being unaware of what happened afterward. However, Amelia's eyes felt sore. Her mother also suffered from radiation disease. Why hadn't anyone ever told her? How is she now? Has her condition improved? Does father know? Where are they both now? All these questions remained unanswered. Nova and Elsa supported Amelia from behind, giving her some strength invisibly. Don't listen to this lunatic. Your aunt will be fine. Let's go rest for a while. Pablo watched the two women lead Amelia back, frantically searching through his ragged pockets and muttering, "It should be here. Where did it go?" Just as Amelia returned to her seat with the others, there came disordered footsteps from the corridor outside. The prisoners huddled in fear, tucking their heads between their legs, afraid of being summoned. The footsteps stopped at the door of Amelia's cell. A rough voice barked out, illuminating half the corridor. "Who is Amelia?" Lifting her head, Amelia met the gaze of a tall man in a grey camouflage uniform. He ordered his men to come in and drag her out. Nova and Elsa held onto Amelia's arms tightly, unwilling to let go. "What are you going to do with her? Leave her alone." The large man had no patience, kicking out at Amelia. Turning around, Amelia shielded herself with her back, then whispered to the two women, "Watch over Pablo, I still need to ask him some things." The large man roughly lifted Amelia off the ground, cursing under his breath. "Just come along." Amelia was jostled all the way to what looked like an office. Inside, she saw Daryl seated in the middle, wearing a Zhongshan suit. He glanced at Amelia and pointed to the sofa beside him. "You're here. Sit down." But Amelia got straight to the point. "There's no need for pleasantries. Since you can't control bliss, you've come to me, haven't you?" Chapter 27 Immediate Retribution. Harvey was surprised by Amelia's incisive comment. Indeed, he nodded in agreement. For this to have such a level of sophistication, your side must have invested considerable effort. As he spoke, he took the paper and pen in hand and walked over to the coffee table in front of Amelia. "If you're willing to disclose the contents of the medication, I would be extremely grateful." Amelia hadn't sat down earlier, but now, after Harvey finished his request, she bent forward and sat on the sofa, her gaze straight ahead, not even glancing at the blank sheet of paper. Harvey understood and sat down in the main seat on the other side, taking on a negotiation posture. "I know that information is wealth. If you write down the formula for the medication, we can discuss whatever you want." He paused after speaking and then added, "Even if you wish to stay inside the cave, I will vouch for you with my position and ensure you can secure a post." Amelia gave a derisive laugh. She well understood that survival was paramount in this apocalypse and knew that her most potent leverage now was holding the air raid shelter that controlled absolute resources of Pinghai City. Leaving a person behind meant giving up insignificant resources while gaining experimental results that they had never achieved despite exhausting manpower, material resources, and finances up until the apocalypse arrived. It seemed that this mayor acted too much like a merchant. Thinking of how people entrusted their lives and assets to such a person made Amelia feel despair on their behalf. "Mayor, there's no need to probe into my background. Your daughter must have already told you on the way here. I'm just a student, not part of any faction as you suggested, and I don't know the formula for any medication. I apologize for disappointing you." Harvey, upon hearing Amelia's words, retracted his smiling facade. "Skylar said you were the smartest one in there, but it seems not." Harvey lit a cigar, smoke curling upward, and a sweet aroma began to spread throughout the room. You claim to be of no value. Have you thought about how you're going to get out of this room? Just as he finished speaking, a secretary-looking person approached and whispered something into Harvey's ear. Immediately, an impatient expression appeared on his face. He gestured toward the door with his eyes and chin, signaling the secretary to leave. The secretary understood from his reaction and went to the door, making a throat-cutting gesture to the guards outside. This mayor alternated between acting like a profit-driven businessman and a heartless warlord, but never quite like his role, a public servant. Assuming Amelia was startled by the scene, Harvey took satisfaction in puffing another drag from his cigar. Mayor is also relieved that I don't belong to any factions. It's as if saying so turned it into a disadvantage for me. Amelia's tone remained light, as if entirely unaffected by what had just transpired. Harvey held the smoke in his mouth until the cigar went out due to the dampness below, finally exhaling a smoke ring. Oh, how so? You yourself said someone is disrupting the city's balance, intentionally attacking temporary encampments and destroying communication towers. It's very likely that their next move will be to seize control of the city's vital resources. Amelia glanced at the scattered official documents on Harvey's desk as she spoke. If someone infiltrates the base and works from within, Mayor's hard work could all go to waste. With that, Amelia stood up, and guards immediately pressed her shoulders. Harvey waved his hand, signaling them not to restrain her. Amelia shook off the guard's hand, picked up a match from the table, struck it to produce a small flame, and offered it to Harvey. The cigar was relit, and the girl's eyes sparkled under the firelight. Harvey puffed on the cigar again, leaning back slightly to avoid Amelia's face before exhaling a large smoke ring. He treated her more seriously now than before. You let us in, having certainly done background checks beforehand. If I'm not mistaken, your target has always been Bliss. If current methods couldn't make him comply, my head would probably already be gone, right? Amelia blew out the match in her hand. Harvey found it interesting. There are countless researchers in the base, and I can experiment with different methods. Why keep you specifically? Perhaps because. Amelia pondered for a moment. Mayor desires something urgently, and ordinary military force cannot achieve it. According to Layla, there's an extraordinary zombie now. Manipulating him would save many casualties. Ha 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 ha. Daryl puffed on his cigar, clapping and laughing. Good, 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 indeed exceptionally intelligent. Amelia thought to herself, laugh all you want, soon the ashes will burn your hand. Since I guessed right, tell me what you want me to do. Daryl waved his hand, and the secretary handed him a folder. Another was placed on the coffee table, pushed in front of Amelia. This is the city's largest oil refinery. Half of our engine fuel comes from here. After the riots broke out, it was surrounded by zombies. To avoid direct conflict, I once sent a team through the subway lines, but they found the path was occupied by a monster. That monster is different from ordinary zombies, its body pitch black and extremely fast. The underground area is filled with pipes and flammable fuel. Using heat weapons would cause uncontrollable consequences. Close combat would expose us to corrosive acidic liquid it spits, so we haven't made much progress. Daryl smiled. Fuel and water are lifelines for the people, but I can't just sacrifice soldiers' lives. Amelia thought humorously that Bliss and her life didn't count. If only lives could solve the problem, Daryl wouldn't hesitate for a second. He opened the cigar box again, pushing it toward Amelia. I'll stick to my word. If you can get this done, conditions are negotiable. If not, Amelia knew exactly what he was planning. If I can't, I won't be coming back alive. Talking with smart people is refreshing. Daryl stood up again. I'm really going to miss you. With that, he had food and water brought over, placed in front of Amelia, gesturing for her to eat as she pleased. Amelia didn't mind her image, devouring the food rapidly. While eating, she spoke. What about my companions? Daryl glanced at the secretary. Immediately, he ordered food and water for Elsa and the others. Amelia quickly finished her meal, wiped her mouth, and said, Take me to Bliss. As they walked, Amelia noticed how expansive the underground air raid shelter was. Not only could it accommodate tens of thousands of people, but it also had hospitals, plazas, and supermarkets, basically recreating above-ground life underground, even simulating sunlight with a joint power generation laboratory. No wonder it became the first and largest survivor base in the pre-apocalypse era. But then, she realized the person leading these people was actually a greedy smiling tiger of a mayor. Thinking of this, Amelia felt the current scene wasn't so good after all. Though signs of life were everywhere, mothers walking with their children, elderly playing chess under simulated sunlight in the square, middle-aged people chatting in cafes, it was clear only the wealthy were present. Where were the poor? Lost in thought, Amelia arrived at the entrance of a large experimental building. The entire structure was pure white, round at the top and square at the bottom, more like an opera house than a scientific lab. Indeed, without successful scientific outcomes, it was nothing but a show for the leaders. Just as Amelia was mockingly criticizing, her blood pressure shot up. Because she saw Alexander sitting in an outer room of a lab, bound to an electric chair, bruised and clearly interrogated. Alexander. Ignoring whether the chair was electrified, Amelia rushed forward to check his injuries. Fortunately, they were just surface wounds. Alexander, despite being a special forces member with excellent physical conditioning, couldn't withstand their torture, revealing how ruthless these people were. Alexander, wake up. Water. Amelia's tone left no room for refusal. The secretary glanced at the guard next to him. Give it to her. A bodyguard prepared to pour water on Alexander's face, but Amelia stopped him just in time. Get lost. She glared at the man, poured water into her hand, and gently wet Alexander's lips. The coolness revived Alexander, who immediately quivered upon seeing Amelia. Quick, Captain, he. Amelia stroked his head. I'll handle it. You've worked hard. Let them take you to rest with Adelita and Danishen. An experimenter nearby seemed unwilling, still holding a bloody pair of tongs, which must have caused Alexander's injuries. Who are you? What gives you the authority to make such decisions? Amelia fought the urge to kill him. She turned to the secretary. Besides the mayor, should I need anyone else's permission? The secretary waved his hand. Do as she says. Then to the experimenter, open the door. Mr. Gustavo, inside is. Open the door. The secretary, surnamed Gustavo, threw his access badge at him. The lab technician reluctantly glanced between Amelia and the main laboratory door, then took out his own access card from his pocket and walked over. Beep, identity verification passed. As a mechanical voice sounded, the main laboratory door slowly opened. Just as Amelia approached, she was blinded by a cloud of white mist. As the mist gradually cleared, despite her mental preparation, when she clearly saw the scene inside the lab, her hands unconsciously clenched into fists. In the center of the room stood a large operating table where Bliss was strapped down wearing a helmet, with various tubes and electrical patches all over his body, twitching involuntarily from time to time. Beside the operating table was a long rack filled with test tubes containing dark red liquid, numbering more than a dozen in total. Below the test tube rack were smaller petri dishes holding dark red, deep purple, and bluish-black substances, all resembling human organ. Amelia came to Bliss's side, noting that the knife wound on his abdomen hadn't even been stitched up yet. The secretary Gustavo strode in, gestured to the experimental equipment and drugs around, and said to Amelia, "The mayor's instructions are that you can use anything here however you like." He didn't intend to leave and instructed his subordinates to prepare a camera, determined to record how Amelia would control this body. Amelia naturally understood his intention but paid no heed. She searched around, picked up a medical triangular needle from the tray nearby, and swiftly began stitching up his wound with precision. She could feel that Bliss's flesh had turned stiff, and a rattling sound continued from his throat. He had completely transformed into a zombie, just as Amelia had witnessed in her past life. While sewing, Bliss's gaze remained unfocused. For him, perhaps Amelia now appeared no different from those who had dissected him. After finishing treating all his wounds, Amelia removed the helmet. Bliss's head hung slightly, his eyes tightly shut, revealing only a pale face and bloodless lips. Amelia cupped his cheeks gently and called softly, "Bliss, I've come to rescue you." As she spoke, she cautiously cut her wrist, offering her blood to his lips. At the scent of fresh blood, Bliss's eyes snapped open. Though still possessing pupils, his once brilliant eyes were now covered by a milky white film. He instinctively grabbed Amelia's wrist and bit down. Ouch! Amelia winced from pain but soon realized he had lessened his grip, gently caressing her instead, pulling her into his lap. More so kissing than biting, Bliss seemed lost in it. Amelia felt his tongue touch her skin, sending shivers through her, while his large hand became restless. Recalling their previous encounter, she hurriedly pushed Bliss away. It wasn't that she wanted to hide their connection, but performing such an intimate act in front of others was not appropriate, lest it turn into some erotic drama. Bliss clearly wasn't satisfied, emitting a low growl from his throat. The surprised lab technician watched. Earlier, no matter what he did to Bliss, there was never any reaction, as if his body wasn't even his own. Seeing Amelia elicit a response, he curiously approached to observe closely. Heaven! How did you manage? Ah! Before he could finish speaking, Bliss seized him, flipped him over, and bit into his jugular vein. Mr. Gustavo, save! The lab technician helplessly sought assistance, but as the guards prepared to restrain Bliss, a slender figure blocked them. The mayor wants work done, shouldn't we make sure everyone is well fed first, Hilda? Chapter 28, Eyes Only for Her. Amelia stood smilingly between Bliss and the armed guards. Blood spattered across her face, making her appear both gentle and cruel without any contradiction, but this gave people an indescribable chill. Under the dual intimidation of her and Bliss, no one dared to approach. In full view of everyone, the lab technician was drained dry by Bliss. Secretary Gustavo's hand, holding the recorder, imperceptibly trembled before he pushed up his glasses. The person has been brought here. If Student Jiang has no other requests, I will ask my deputy to take you to collect your equipment. He meant to urge them to set off. Amelia refastened the tactical vest on Bliss and nodded. Please lead the way, Secretary Gustavo. Just as they were about to leave the laboratory, the secretary stopped her. Wait, that helmet. Amelia pulled Bliss's hand and walked straight past everyone. He doesn't need that thing. By the time they exited the laboratory building, a squad was already waiting at the door. The leader was a square-faced man with a beard, cold and hard in appearance, but not as muscular as the others looked. Let me introduce, said Secretary Gustavo. This is Director Frisco of the laboratory. Although he is a researcher, he has years of experience leading troops and knows the oil refinery and its terrain very well. He will be leading this mission. Director Diao, these two are. No need for introductions. Frisco interrupted Secretary Gustavo. You two just need to kill that monster. As for the rest, stay out of it. He clearly looked down on Amelia, thinking she was nothing but a little girl. For the deputy mayor to have her accompany him was truly disappointing. Since he was the leader, if any danger occurred along the way, Don't count on him saving them. Amelia didn't mind, whether water or oil, she had no time to care about the affairs in this air raid shelter. She only wanted to finish the job quickly and leave with her companion. Frisco nodded to Secretary Gustavo and immediately led the group on their way. Initially, Amelia and Bliss walked at the back of the group. Once they left the air raid shelter and entered the subway network, Frisco fell behind and let Amelia lead the way. Give me a gun, Amelia said to Frisco. She could lead the way, but she needed a weapon to handle emergencies. Frisco glanced at her and tossed her a 6-shot revolver with a sneer. If a gun could solve everything, what do we need you for? TCH. Amelia quickly scanned the group. Everyone in Frisco's squad carried the famous 6-type submachine gun named Changfeng, which was slightly inferior to the 20-type new submachine guns used by Bliss's team but still had a longer range, faster rate of fire, and larger magazine capacity. Yet, he gave her an old-fashioned revolver. It seemed he wished her to die too easily. But Amelia accepted it and clipped it to her waist. Having something was better than nothing. As the saying goes, a cat that can catch mice is a good cat. Can you handle it, sister? Don't accidentally shoot your own foot, Frisco's aide sneered. Seeing that Amelia didn't respond and obediently went ahead, the aide whispered into Frisco's ear. Director, I think this time we'll probably return empty-handed again. This little girl isn't worth much, acting tougher than our brothers. She even wants a gun. I bet she can't even stand straight with it in her hands. Frisco's expression clearly read, you think? So he spoke in a low voice to the aide. Keep everyone alert, and retreat if things look bad. Don't worry, Director, the aide, who seemed experienced in such matters, replied. I've already arranged it. We'll conserve energy for moving the oil instead of fighting. Frisco smacked him on the head. Moving oil, my ass. The aide scratched his head. Right. We haven't accomplished it, so why would they succeed on their first try? No way. Amelia turned around and saw the two men whispering together. She didn't need to listen to know they weren't planning anything good. But she didn't care. These people only wanted to reap the benefits. If they didn't stab her in the back when critical, it would be considered lucky. Relying on them for help might mean death without knowing how it happened. Knowing she could only rely on herself, Amelia recalled Secretary Gustavo's description of the creature. All black, extremely fast, capable of spraying acidic liquid. She knew it must be a corroder. From her previous life, creatures called corroders didn't just spew acid from their mouths, their bodily fluids were also acidic, and the black, slippery skin was coated with corrosive fluid. Anyone approaching would surely be injured. Though its form was humanoid, it had developed an exceptionally long tail. Its hands and feet were equipped with suction cups, allowing it to traverse walls and ceilings as easily as walking on flat ground. Fortunately, its attack and defense capabilities were not particularly superior. As long as they could control it, it would not be difficult to deal with. The challenge lay in how to approach a creature of absolute speed. Thinking about this, she turned her head to look at Bliss beside her. The man's movements were slightly stiff, but his gaze had been fixed on her ever since they left the lab building, as if she was his entire faith. Amelia rarely experienced such intense and singular attention. In her previous life, her parents were absorbed in their own careers, her classmates and roommates had their own circles. Even her boyfriend was merely someone who could satisfy her desires and her need for money. At this moment, although Bliss was now just a zombie devoid of emotion, he only saw her. His eyes only followed her, obeying her commands implicitly. This subtle feeling made Amelia feel a mix of joy and excitement. Looking at his body again, the wounds she had stitched up showed signs of healing, and even the scars on his upper body were now shallow. In the world of zombies, only high-level mutated creatures possessed such self-healing abilities. Perhaps this happened unintentionally during those experiments in the lab when the so-called researchers injected various agents. If Bliss gained this ability after all the turmoil, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. As she thought this, a scream erupted from the back of the group. A team member, making his first descent into the subway lines, slipped and instinctively grabbed the wall to steady himself. Instantly, a burning sensation spread from his palm up his forearm. When he shone his flashlight, he found that everything from his elbow down was nothing but bone, eliciting a scream. Amelia noticed that the walls around them were almost entirely covered in dark, sticky fluid. It seemed they had entered the territory of the corroder. Everyone, pay attention. Try not to touch the walls, they're coated with the creature's corrosive fluid. Someone in the group shouted. And it didn't stop there. Amelia realized this and quietly jumped onto a section of railway track. Sure enough, before she could finish thinking, another voice cried out in panic. Oh no, my foot. Ah. It turned out that not only the walls but also patches of the ground were covered with corrosive fluid. People hadn't noticed their footing until the shoes were corroded away, revealing their feet. Amelia pulled Bliss's hand. Come up here, watch out for deformed sections on the tracks and avoid them. Without electricity, underground lighting was a significant issue. Each person had a flashlight, but the illuminated range was too small. Observing the corrosion level on the tracks was more intuitive for avoiding the corrosive liquid on the ground. However, Amelia understood this was just a temporary measure. If they encountered the corroder directly, its speed would make it hard to track even with flashlights. Director Diao, does anyone have cold flares or helmet-mounted searchlights? Frisco, though reluctant, still produced some equipment when asked by Amelia. He had flare guns, LED emergency radar lights, triangular handheld searchlights, and more. He selected some items and passed them over. Just as a few people were about to reach Amelia, Their flashlight flickered and went out. Simultaneously, everyone heard a gust of wind. With no trains running underground, where did the wind come from? Amelia knew it was coming. She immediately warned the group. Turn on the searchlights. Scatter, scatter. No sooner had she spoken than she felt a strong wind rush towards her face. Instinctively, she stepped back and collided with a solid chest. Thinking to retreat together, the owner of the chest immediately grabbed her waist and leaped sideways, while the wall behind them crumbled loudly. As the lights came on, several screams echoed through the crowd. A black humanoid creature, having failed to bite Amelia, swiftly attacked two large men. One had a gaping hole in his chest, smoking white, while the other was thrown into a pool of corrosive fluid, dissolving half his head instantly. Bliss held Amelia in one arm and had deeply embedded his other hand into the wall, hanging off the side. When Amelia looked, she saw white smoke rising from his fingers embedded in the wall, clearly due to contact with corrosive fluid. However, Bliss's hardened muscles slowed the corrosive effects. And without pain sensation, he didn't fear close combat with the corroder. So this was the plan of Daryl and his team. Amelia cursed their ancestors up and down in her heart. During this interval, the corroder had already retreated far away after attacking two people. The triangular handheld searchlight was set to its maximum, just enough to catch a glimpse of its outline at the farthest distance. It was very smart, staying at the edge of the illuminated area, where it could attack but remain out of reach. Amelia whispered to Bliss for a while, then jumped down and took out the revolver she had earlier. She fired several shots at the monster. Be careful. Frisco scolded, if you hit a gas pipe, we'll all be finished. But Amelia ignored him and asked Frisco for more ammunition after using up all the bullets in her hand. Give me a submachine gun, and everyone follow the gunfire to focus the light on it. Frisco said, you're joking. How can you hit it when it moves in the dark? Just as he finished speaking, the monster whizzed by overhead like a gust of wind. Corrosive fluid dripped onto one side of his face, burning two large holes. Damn it. Everyone, shoot. At Frisco's order, sporadic gunfire rang out among the crowd. He realized that because Bliss was chasing it, the corroder was forced to stay in the lit areas. Meanwhile, Amelia picked up a gun next to a fallen comrade and began pursuing the corroder. Suddenly, the pitch-black creature dropped from the wall. After a quick somersault, it snarled at Amelia, though its speed had slowed significantly. It turned out Amelia had hit its hands and feet in the chaos, damaging the suction cups and making it unable to support its full weight, forcing it to fall. How could this be? How did she do it? Not only Frisco but also those who previously looked down on Amelia stared with wide eyes. This calm girl, with her delicate features, pale skin, and slender limbs showing no signs of training, seemed like a mere student. Yet, she outperformed these men with military backgrounds. She shot at the edges of the light, blocking the monster's retreat path in coordination with Bliss, preventing it from hiding in the dark. Within the illuminated range, she anticipated the monster's movements and aimed at its hands and feet with suction cups. Her steady technique and clear thinking were breathtaking. Who is she? Before Frisco could get an answer, the crowd's gunfire followed Amelia's lead. Some of the shots inevitably hit it. The monster was now restricted. The corroder realized fleeing wouldn't work and immediately spotted Amelia leading the group. It was she who made it visible. Kill her! Kill her! With a roar, the corroder charged at Amelia, exuding a stench. Ratter! Amelia's submachine gun emptied its last few rounds. She quickly reloaded and lifted her weapon again, only to find a black head with a tongue lolling out right in front of her. Her heart leaped into her throat. But in the next moment, something felt off. Its face was so close, yet it didn't attack her. Her gaze moved downward. She saw that the corroder's shoulders were empty, its arms missing, with corrosive fluid dripping onto the tracks below, sizzling. What happened? The corroder itself probably didn't know. It had been eager to take revenge on Amelia moments ago, but suddenly its extended arms were severed at the roots, vanished. Amelia's eyes welled up as she looked behind the monster. There, 3 steps away, lay the corroder's severed arms, not a drop of fluid touching her. Bliss was holding its tail to prevent it from getting closer. How could he catch up to the full-speed corroder? It was unbelievable. Because of the corrosive fluid, his hands were reduced to white bones, yet he continued wrapping the tail around his hand. Amelia exhaled deeply, saying slowly, Bliss, let go. Chapter 29 Companion, but more than just a companion. Seeing Bliss standing there with no expression, Amelia pressed the nozzle of the assault rifle under the chin of the corroder and repeated what she had just said. Bliss, let go. Then she fired directly. The bullet entered through the monster's chin and exited from the back top of its skull. Most of the corrosive fluid was confined within its head. Even with a little splashing out, it couldn't harm anyone. Almost simultaneously with the gunshot, Bliss also let go. Due to his close distance, he was still burned on the top of his foot by the bodily fluids dripping down from the monster's head. Watching the creature lose strength and about to fall backward, Bliss remained rooted in place. Sighing, Amelia leaped over and landed accurately into his familiar embrace, her skin still stung painfully from being scratched by his bony hand. Turning back, she saw that the corroder was already lying motionless on the ground, and her heart relaxed. Thankfully, this fool wouldn't be hurt again by the corpse of the monster. Amelia skillfully propped herself up from Bliss's chest. Meeting his gaze, she pointed at her heart. In the future, before you do anything, first consider your own safety. Remember that. Amelia believed that if she didn't issue orders to force him, next time something like this happened, Bliss would still get himself severely injured. Bliss tilted his head slightly, as if thinking. Not knowing how much he actually took in, Amelia shook her head with a bitter smile. This person, whether he was the once formidable and decisive special operations captain or now this mindless zombie, always managed to tie her in knots. At this moment, Frisco's people gathered around, discussing the now lifeless monster. Is it dead? It's dead. Really dead. Heaven, we killed the monster. Long live director, the monster is killed by our team. This is quite an achievement. Frisco also approached, glancing at Amelia but quickly issued orders when he noticed she wasn't looking his way. What are you all staring at? Hurry up and deal with this monster, and the communicator, report our progress to inside the cave immediately. His subordinates exchanged looks. Director, this thing is corrosive, everything it touches turns to mush, how do we handle it? This question left Frisco speechless, mumbling without any solid answer. Amelia led Bliss past them. Get some lime and burn it. The people slapped their thighs in realization. That's right, since they can't move or transport it, burning it on the spot is the best choice. Just as they were about to act, they caught Frisco's less than pleased look out of the corner of their eyes. Frisco kicked one of them. What are you looking at? I just forgot for a second, hurry up and work. The entrance to the oil factory was near, and all that remained was to lead these people to repair the oil pipeline. Once done, this mission would be considered successfully completed. Amelia had no interest in arguing over credit, especially in the chaos around, so she pulled Bliss to a quieter place ahead. Hey, don't go too far. Frisco's men suddenly stopped Amelia. Don't worry, I'm just taking him to treat his wounds, not running away. Amelia did not turn her head. What? Treat wounds? Ha ha ha. A zombie needs wound treatment. What a joke. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Treating him like a real person? Miss, I suggest you save your effort, he's just a tool, throw it away if broken. Bang. Interrupted mid-sentence, a bullet skimmed past his ear, lodging into the cave wall behind him. One more word. Amelia still did not turn around, but her voice sent chills down everyone's spine. The next one will hit your tongue. Only after the surroundings gradually quieted down did Amelia open a triangular handheld searchlight and place it on the ground facing the crowd. As the saying goes, shadows linger beneath the lamp. This setup somewhat blocked the prying gazes from the other side. Pulling off Bliss's tactical vest, she saw that most of his chest bore signs of corrosion, some parts still sizzling with white smoke. It was proof of his unwavering determination to confront the monster head-on. Amelia felt a pang of pain, and lifting her hand, a gunshot rang out. The fire sprinkler in the subway line was pierced, water pouring down like a heavy rain. Without caring that she was drenched, Amelia pushed Bliss under the sprinkler, letting the falling water wash over his wounds. After wiping Bliss with cotton cloth, she approached a random person, snatching iodine and sterile gauze without asking. How many? Too many. The medicine won't cover them all. Amelia worked tirelessly, yet Bliss's injuries were extensive. Small wounds connected into large patches, layered one on top of another, each worse than the last. Her hands, which had not trembled while facing the corroder, now shook uncontrollably, her lips bitten until they bled. Bliss looked as if nothing had happened, letting Amelia do as she wished. Lifting her eyes to his unfocused gaze, Amelia suddenly felt a surge of frustration and punched him. Are you made of wood? When there's danger, why don't you move out of the way? If you keep doing this, it would confirm what they say, that you're just a tool, only acting on my orders without any will of your own. These injuries, all because of me. Although she had threatened the man who spoke earlier fiercely, those words hit deep into Amelia's heart. She had indeed considered how to fight the corroder, subconsciously treating Bliss as a bargaining chip, taking for granted that he should control the corroder. But how could she forget that this person has always been her companion? Amelia's hand trembled again, and the gauze in her hand fell to the ground. Perhaps from a certain moment on, he had become more than just a companion to her. The water gradually soaked both of them, especially Amelia, making her look like a hairless rabbit, her head lowered as droplets disturbed her black hair, obscuring her beautiful eyes. After a long pause, Bliss, who had remained unresponsive, finally moved. In the next moment, Amelia felt her hand being grasped, and something cold pressed against her lips, tracing and grinding. It was Bliss. He was licking the blood from her lips. At first, his lips were cold, but then they became hot and forceful, unskilled yet insistently close. Seemingly unsatisfied with this exploration, Amelia felt her jaw tighten, forcing her mouth open. The rough collision widened the wound from before, warm blood flowing into his mouth. Like an inferno raging under a heavy downpour, continuously burning, rising. Finally, it enveloped them in a steamy haze, wet and blurred, surrounding the two of them. Bliss's grip tightened, craving more, so much so that Amelia felt the desire through the layers of clothing. His uninjured hand, calloused palms and fingers, felt rough against her waist, yet enough to cause more shivers. Don't. Not here. Amelia hurriedly grabbed his hand, only to find that both palms were similarly injured. She couldn't help but push Bliss away to examine him. She saw that his hand, which had been badly corroded by holding the corroder's tail, had miraculously recovered halfway. Upon closer inspection, even the other half was visibly growing new muscle and skin at an astonishing speed. Yet it hadn't been this fast just moments ago. Could it be? Amelia licked her lip, tasting blood. Her blood could accelerate his recovery. She immediately reached for Bliss's combat knife. If so, let him drink to his heart's content. Whoosh. As she thought this, she suddenly felt covered in sticky, slimy liquid. Gurgle, gurgle. The zombie-like sound came from right next to her, But it wasn't Bliss. Amelia's flushed face turned white as paper, her gaze dropping. There was a large hole in Bliss's chest, and behind him stood a Ripper, eyeing them curiously. Director. Director, another monster appeared. Frisco, drenched in sweat, muttered to himself, having no idea another monster was lurking here. How can this be? The mayor said only one was left here to guard the resources. Should we go? One of them asked. Frisco gritted his teeth. Of course, the message has been sent back. If we return empty-handed now, our heads won't stay on our shoulders. Go. Yes. Follow me. Frisco watched his men pass by, thinking for a moment, then stopped the deputy officer. When we shoot, you'll... The rest of their conversation was lost in the chaos of battle. What about this one? I've never seen it before. Can we use guns directly? The fastest of Frisco's men approached Amelia and Bliss. Faced with the clearly different Ripper compared to the Corroder, they hesitated on how to attack. You. Amelia stared at Bliss for a long time, stunned by the sudden scene. Only when she saw Bliss gripping the Ripper's claw that pierced through its chest did she react. Why aren't you moving? Kill it. The Ripper's most notable feature was its hardened limbs and immense strength. Since Bliss could easily control its front limbs now, it meant he definitely had the strength to kill it. Then why didn't he? Amelia stared at Bliss as he stubbornly held onto the Ripper, his eyes fixed on her. Suddenly she had an epiphany and looked at the combat knife in her hand. Perhaps he was leaving this chance for her, or maybe. Amelia lifted her head again, meeting Bliss's unfocused gaze. I understand, leave the rest to me. The strong light from the triangular-handled searchlight blinded everyone. Even though the team members were holding guns close by, no one dared to take the first shot. Then what? What do we do? You ask me. Ask the girl. Why don't you ask? What if I attract more monsters by opening my mouth? Before he finished speaking, a flash of silver blade cut through the air behind the glaring light, severing the Ripper's head in one swift motion. With Bliss's control, Amelia used the razor-sharp combat knife to swiftly end the creature's life. Not far away, Frisco obviously saw this scene and felt a jolt in his heart. He immediately shouted at the deputy officer beside him. Fire! Fire now! As he said this, he looked up again to find Amelia and Bliss already out of sight. Where are they? However, before Frisco could search further, a still warm blade was pressed against his neck. Mr. Diao, are you looking for me? Amelia smiled faintly at the corner of her lips, with Bliss standing beside her, who had just choked the deputy officer until he foamed at the mouth. In the underground air raid shelter base, Secretary Gustavo refilled Daryl's teacup. Mayor, Miss Jiang came again, still for that matter. Daryl took a sip of tea, then put it down. Let her be. Killing is not something done on a whim. Those two female students and the soldier are still useful. You go tell her later. Secretary Gustavo nodded. Are we keeping them as hostages to control Miss Jiang? She. Ha. Daryl chuckled. Do you know why I assigned this task to Mr. Diao? Secretary Gustavo frowned in thought. Isn't it because he knows the oil route best? It's because his jealousy is the strongest among you all, Daryl corrected. Secretary Gustavo was confused. He went several times but couldn't clear the path, yet a young girl managed to do it. Do you think he can accept that? Daryl continued. No matter if this mission succeeds or fails, the girl won't survive. We'll leave the zombie for the lab. Anyway, the oil route is open, and we have plenty of time. Just then, someone reported from outside. Report to the vice mayor. He didn't finish before being slapped by Secretary Gustavo, dislocating his jaw. So much time has passed, and your mouth still doesn't know how to address properly. The title vice mayor is not for you to use. The guard bowed humbly, drooling as he apologized. Sorry, mayor. I misspoke. Director Diao and his team are back. Secretary Gustavo quickly asked, all of them? The guard replied, all of them, but I didn't see that girl. Daryl raised an eyebrow and spat out his tea before surprisingly standing up. Secretary Gustavo immediately gave a thumbs up. Truly convinced. Enough. Daryl waved his hand. Let Mr. Diao come in. Director Diao entered, covering his face, silent without any sign of triumphant return. Daryl assumed he was going to act pitiful again because he acted without permission. So he walked forward, putting a hand on Diao's shoulder. Old Diao, you've done a great job this time. I haven't even figured out how to reward you yet. As for other matters, let them pass. But something felt off about the person in front of him. Frisco seemed slimmer than he remembered. Upon closer inspection, he saw a delicate, beautiful face under the hat brim, with large, innocent eyes scanning him with an intensity they shouldn't possess. Mayor, isn't it too heartless to treat Liv so lightly, brushing it aside like nothing happened? Chapter 30. The place in his arms is absolutely safe. It's you. Daryl was extremely surprised but forced himself to calm down. Secretary Gustavo beside him was also controlled by Bliss and kept a few steps away. The black-suited bodyguards were even farther, by the door. No matter how fast they moved, they couldn't be faster than the knife against their own necks. I never thought that you, young Danny Fengji, would have such methods. Where's old Dia? Daryl intended to probe Amelia's intentions. He's sleeping with his favorite oil drum right now. Amelia smiled sweetly. Mr. Mayor, I must say your subordinates are too eager for profit. They tried to kill me before confirming if the mission was completed. With one sentence, Amelia revealed she knew why Frisco wanted to kill her. It was simple. As one of Daryl's trusted men, Frisco urgently wanted to prove himself in front of Sun to gain a higher position. But he couldn't take care of the corruptor in the subway. Initially, when the mayor assigned this task to a young girl, he had disregarded it, doubting her ability to complete it. After she managed to capture the creature, he feared she might outshine him in front of the mayor, thus he harbored murderous intent. And Daryl and his secretary's conversation in the office had been clearly heard by Amelia, who waited outside. Knowing fully well that Frisco could do anything for fame and fortune, Sun ignored his actions and thereby promoted this kind of behavior. Daryl realized he had underestimated Amelia. A talent with such strategy and combat skills would significantly increase his chances of winning if used properly on his side. He thought for a moment and then said to Amelia, "Frisco is weak inside and strong outside. I've long planned to replace him. If you're interested, his position can be yours immediately." Amelia shook her head with a smile. "Unfortunately, what I want is not his position." Seeing she had a request, Daryl felt hopeful. "You can ask for whatever you have set your sights on." Unfortunately, halfway through his sentence, his voice became breathy as Amelia released her hold on him. Daryl clutched at his throat, his face full of disbelief. With bloody hands, he grabbed onto Amelia's clothes, staining them. "What I set my sights on is your life." Watching Daryl slowly fall down, Amelia's eyes replayed what she saw earlier during the return trip to the underground city in the air raid shelter. That place was a truly dark underground world. Filthy, muddy, and starving. Far more desolate than the world post-apocalypse. Turns out the air raid shelter wasn't without poor people, they were all in places unseen. Those with better physical conditions were selected into laboratories as human subjects for drugs and mutant zombies research. As for those in poorer health, they were sent to this 18th level underground, like living in hell, providing light, water, and electricity to the upper echelon. Among them were frail elderly people and malnourished children. Due to nuclear sewage discharge, they were sent here under the guise of relocation before the apocalypse. When zombies broke out, besides officials and the wealthy, they allowed many commoners to enter after evaluating each person's fitness. This made their exploitation even worse than before. All these atrocities were orchestrated by this beastly Daryl. Recalling how this place was once called the best place to live in the apocalypse, Amelia felt an intense sense of irony. Gustavo's secretary, seeing that Sun was killed by Amelia, was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. He barely held back a scream as Bliss tightly covered his mouth. Amelia signaled Bliss to loosen up a bit and addressed Gustavo's secretary. "Hand over the key to the underground city, and I might consider sparing your life." Gustavo's secretary attempted to pry Bliss's hand away but recoiled at the sight of bluish veins under pale skin. He evaded the question. "Weren't we already in the underground city?" "I'm talking about the real underground city." Amelia stepped closer with her knife. Gustavo's secretary knew her capabilities and hastily explained, "You mean that underground place?" "I don't have access to the keys, they are locked in Mr." He glanced at the pile on the ground. "They are locked in Daryl's safe." Amelia took over control of Gustavo's secretary from Bliss. "Take us there." The three of them arrived at a steel safe inside the office. Gustavo's secretary said, "Only Daryl knows how to open this, but he..." Amelia waved off his concern, nodding to Bliss. With one punch, Bliss directly punched through 2 layers of steel plates, causing the big bunch of keys and gold inside to fall out together. Under the fluorescent light, the golden glow dazzled everyone's eyes. Even Amelia couldn't help but glance a few more times, while Bliss only took the target set of keys, handing them over to Master. "This damned Janmin's son." Secretary Gustavo's eyes couldn't tear away from these gold bars and leaves, cursing under his breath. "He lied to me, saying all the gold bars underground had been traded away, forcing me to send my family into." He didn't continue the rest of his words, as neither the laboratory nor the underground city were places where normal people should be sent. And for his own selfish gains, he had climbed up in rank, willing to sacrifice his own kin. "Release the people in the underground city and the laboratory, and the entire complex will be yours." Amelia knew that freeing those laborious and test subjects wouldn't save them, but she and Bliss's power was limited. Ultimately, each person's path must be walked by themselves. Moreover, the death of Harvey would certainly cause chaos within the air raid shelter. Their time was limited, they had to escape as soon as possible. Hearing Amelia's words, Secretary Gustavo felt like he finally saw a way out, but then asked, "If they are all released, how will I maintain daily operations in the shelter?" His words clearly showed he already considered himself the new master of the shelter. Amelia patted his shoulder. "As the leader, do you really need me to teach you how to manage your subordinates?" Gustavo's secretary half understood, thinking it best to grab this real power first. Thus, he used the mayor's official seal, assigning tasks according to Amelia's instructions. Then, he followed Amelia and Bliss personally to release her companions. Zishu and Sue and others were brought to a private room with food and drinks. Harvey hadn't lied about this arrangement. Seeing Amelia return with Bliss, who was no longer moving so stiffly, they all shed tears. All right. Amelia, surrounded on both sides, patted Zishu and Sue and Qingyao Wen's backs, gently urging them on. "We'll catch up later, let's get out of here first." Yubin Kong also watched Bliss follow closely behind Amelia and put on his reading glasses to take a closer look. Luckily, Amelia quickly stopped him. "What are you doing?" Pablo said in disbelief. "Amazing, zombies, creatures that have lost bioelectricity, can actually sense humans. You might even surpass your mother's accomplishments in the future." "Right." Amelia said, "Speaking of my mother, I have something to ask you about her. But Pablo waved his hand and only pulled out a folded perforated continuous sheet filled with numbers and formulas from his pocket. The only thing I can provide you with is this. Facing this somewhat stubborn old man, Amelia didn't waste any more time, storing the unknown material and leading everyone out. As they reached the lab's outer room, Pablo paused, staring at the instruments, mumbling terms like bioelectricity and magnetic induction, diving right in. Hey, how did one get left behind? Hearing Zishu and Sue's question, Amelia glanced back but didn't stop walking. Experimentation has become part of his life. Let him be. She, however, glanced a bit longer at the experimental equipment, asking everyone else to follow Gustavo's secretary outside, calling Bliss along to enter another lab with her. Upon entering, she first punched out the surveillance cameras in the lab, ensuring no one else was around before pulling out the particle amplifier. Can you move this one? And this one too? Bliss looked bewildered but acted first, lifting hundreds of pounds effortlessly and then gazed dreamily at Amelia again. Amelia was surprised she could feel excited under such circumstances. But her uncontrollably excited hands pointed towards an adjacent space. Put them all in that small room. She was about to have a fully equipped portable lab of her own. Without stopping, she collected as many reserve medicines from the lab as possible, throwing them all into the spatial bag. Not until a noticeable vibration beneath her feet did she halt her urge to empty the lab. The door of the underground city opened. It signaled that their time was running short. Amelia reluctantly cast one last glance and was just about to turn to leave with Bliss when she noticed an inconspicuous small door that seemed never to exist under the dim lighting. If not for accidentally hitting the electrical switch while destroying the cameras, she might never have found it. Even though she knew it wasn't the right time, curiosity still drove her to push open this small door. The temperature inside was much lower than outside. The cold air sent shivers down Amelia's spine as soon as she opened the door. The medicine cabinets were neatly lined up, filled to the brim. Each reagent bottle had labels that were indecipherable. These must be the drugs developed for zombie modification, thought Amelia. Before she could examine the labels in detail, a violent tremor made her lose balance and topple sideways. Bottles and vials from the cabinets crashed towards her. If they all landed on her, she'd either be crushed or drowned. However, there was no time for her to react otherwise. She could only raise her arms in defense, resigning herself to fate. Clatter. Glass shards shattered everywhere. When the shaking subsided, Amelia saw that aside from minor cuts from the glass fragments by her feet, she hadn't suffered any additional injuries. It was then that she understood what happened. Opening her eyes, the familiar figure was indeed before her. Bliss's hand pressed against the cabinet behind her, shielding her from all harm with his back. He formed a completely safe space with his embrace, placing her inside. Amelia wanted to speak, but an unusual smell invaded her nose and mouth, almost choking her. Bad, the gas is toxic. She pushed Bliss's chest, signaling him to move away quickly. In that moment, red began spreading in her vision, stinging like being cut with a knife. Her breathing halted abruptly, and she fainted. Unbeknownst to her how much time passed, an explosion sounded at the entrance of the shelter. A group of people in white combat suits rushed in, followed by masked researchers. Among them were the bald thugs she had encountered at the Science Academy. They commandeered control of the entire shelter. Some laborists just freed from the underground city were caught in the chaos, either hit by stray bullets or seized as test subjects, losing their newly gained freedom. But in this apocalypse, true freedom was an illusion. After the shelter stabilized, the bald thug led in a man in a suit wearing a helmet respectfully. So fast. There was a tinge of boredom in the suited man's voice. The bald thug handed him a handkerchief, guiding him to where Gino lay dead. It seems there was an internal uprising before our arrival. Sun's throat was slit, and the lower levels were released. Is that so? The suited man's voice was low. Who's in charge now? As if on cue, Secretary Gustavo was pushed out. His glasses were broken, and he couldn't see clearly who stood before him. Let him get closer. Following orders, the bald thug forced Secretary Gustavo's head close to the suited man's feet. Without looking up, Secretary Gustavo recognized the person by the shoes alone. That Mr. Akil. Annoyed by his words, the suited man kicked Secretary Gustavo's face, knocking out 2 teeth. Take him out, he's not capable. Secretary Gustavo was gagged and dragged away before he could utter another sound. The bald thug then retrieved the gold bars and leaves from inside. The suited man waved dismissively. This is nothing special. Turning to leave, the bald thug stopped him. You'll surely be interested in this. He showed a video from the surveillance footage. At a glance, the suited man paused, turning to watch the phone more closely. Indeed interesting. Bring me this person's information and the item you lost last time. The bald thug complied and asked, what about this shelter? The suited man didn't hesitate. Burn it. Managing it would be a waste of manpower. That night, no one emerged from the burning shelter. In her hazy state, Amelia felt herself being pulled apart. Struggling to open her eyes, she saw Bliss carrying her with one hand while holding Marty's neck with the other, standing off against several others with a laxander underfoot. Chapter 31, Wildfire. What are you doing? Amelia, head hanging down, felt dizzy as Bliss was shaking her. Seeing Amelia awake, Elsa's attempts to speak came out in vain, her face turning from red to green. Nova hurriedly stumbled back and shouted at Amelia. Hurry, get him to let go. Danishien is about to be strangled to death. From Alexander's look, Amelia knew Elsa must be in mortal danger, and she patted Bliss's back quickly. Let them go. Bliss's throat rattled loudly. Not only did he have no intention of letting go, but he also bared his fangs looking at the wound on Elsa's neck that had appeared at some point. Elsa could still hit Bliss's arm initially, but gradually, with strength draining from her body, her hands slowly dropped. Suddenly he let go of Amelia, pinning Elsa with one hand while dragging her arm towards his mouth with the other. Bliss. Stop. Amelia winced from the pain and wanted to roll over to stop Bliss from biting Elsa's throat. However, the loud shout caused a sudden shortness of breath, a sweetness in her throat, and then she spat out a mouthful of black blood. She found herself trembling badly, lacking any strength to move. Nova reminded her, "You've been poisoned. Don't move recklessly." Still vivid in everyone's mind was Bliss draining the staff in the lab. She couldn't let Elsa endure that agony too. With her weakened body, Amelia picked up a broken branch from the ground and cut open her palm. Each movement was endured through intense dizziness, yet she moved closer to Bliss. Alexander, having been stepped on until his organs were cramped, watched Amelia struggle to crawl toward him. "Step up, I'll help you." Amelia didn't hesitate, took a deep breath, stepped on Alexander's knee, grabbed Bliss from behind, and covered his mouth with her hand. "Bliss," she whispered tenderly into his ear, just like lovers whispering sweet nothings. "Don't do something you'll regret, please." Uncertain if it was the fresh blood by his mouth attracting him or listening to Amelia's whispers, Bliss finally paused and released his grip on Elsa. Recovering the fresh air, Elsa began to cough violently. Seeing Elsa was safe, Amelia immediately lost her composure, falling off Bliss like a leaf about to fall. Bliss reacted swiftly, turned around, and embraced Amelia tightly, moving his foot off Alexander. He made Amelia sit on his leg, kneeling on one knee, like a knight kissing his princess. Once the blood on Amelia's palm was licked clean, he finally resumed his usual dull and lifeless expression. Amelia opened her eyes again and saw they were in the corner of an abandoned building's parking lot, next to the entrance to an air raid shelter. Elsa, Alexander, and Nova stood about 5 to 6 meters away, nervously watching her. They were afraid both of alarming Bliss and accidentally getting hurt themselves. Forcing a smile, Amelia waved to everyone. "Everyone okay?" Elsa, hoarse-voiced, said, "Your complexion is so poor, worry about yourself first." "Where have you been? Didn't you think this would drive us crazy with worry?" Amelia looked at the sky, estimating that she must have been carried out by Bliss after fainting, and replied, "I went to the lab to get something. I managed to catch up." Elsa almost snapped. "What kind of something took so long? Do you know how we spent these days?" "Several days." Amelia was bewildered. "How long have I been gone?" Nova glanced at her watch. By 5 o'clock, it's been exactly 7 days. What? Had she been unconscious for that long? No, even if she slept for that long, it was impossible not to meet up with Elsa and the others for a full 7 days. She looked at Bliss, who was licking her hand like a devoted puppy. Where had he taken her these past few days? The fire in the air raid shelter burned for a whole day and night. If we hadn't found you, we wouldn't have known what to do. Elsa's eyes were red, clearly having cried more than once. Fire! Amelia rubbed her nose bridge, remembering only that before fainting, the two were in the lab's darkroom. The underground tremors shattered the medicine cabinet, causing her to inhale poisonous gas and lose consciousness. Then a fire broke out in the air raid shelter afterward. Amelia glanced at Bliss. His hair indeed showed signs of being scorched by something. And something inside his coat poked her. Upon touching, it turned out to be the particle amplifier. It hadn't been lost. Perhaps. Amelia's mind raced. Perhaps the fire happened too quickly, and Bliss couldn't carry her out, so he entered the space to avoid it until the fire in the air raid shelter burned out. And the flow of time inside the space was different from the outside. Maybe just one night had passed for Amelia, but 7 days had already gone by for Elsa and the others. The more Amelia thought about this, the stronger the stuffiness in her chest grew, until she could hardly catch her breath, gasping with her head thrown back. "You seem to have been poisoned," Nova remarked. "We saw Emiliano carrying you out with a bad look on his face, and we wanted to see what was going on, but who knew that we would start fighting as soon as we got close." Elsa finally felt what Nova had experienced when her neck was choked, gesturing fists at Bliss. Dog-faced bastard, still protecting his prey. Several people were speechless. "Don't say such things." Alexander's face showed difficulty, breaking the awkwardness. "After all, he is my captain." Elsa gave him a dirty look. "Why don't you ask your captain what our next step should be? Where should we stay? See if he can answer." Amelia winced as Bliss bit her palm as if sulking. After drawing attention, he continued to watch her reaction with a tilted head. Amelia thought he was indeed like a little dog. But Elsa's question was something Amelia had already considered before leaving the air raid shelter. So she said, "It's only a day's journey from here to Inner Island. Perhaps we can go there, replenish our resources, and gather some news." In her previous life, she heard that a pharmaceutical factory co-invested by U Country and Sakura Country was located there. She had long suspected that the research institute had been secretly relocated here and wanted to find out. Moreover, Bliss's condition was unique. To improve the current situation and revert him to human form would be impossible based solely on her knowledge. Coupled with no contact from the command center Alexander mentioned, it wasn't clear whether they had been labeled as deserters or rebels yet. If so, things would get complicated. Elsa raised her hand to indicate, "See? This is what a captain should do." As she spoke, she came over, but unconsciously took a step back when their gazes met with Bliss. "That." She steadied herself and continued, Captain Jiang, give us instructions. Alexander and Nova also looked at Amelia. Although they knew calling her captain was a joke, after seeing how starved the three looked after just a few days, she cleared her throat and said, "First, let's find something to eat." Mentioning food made Elsa instinctively lick her chapped lips. Amelia quickened her speech. "Secondly, we can't stay in the city. We'll head outside and find a car to go to the island." After deciding on the next steps, they all split up. Some went to find food, while others found a vehicle. It had been only a few days, but Pinghai City was already becoming a dead city. Almost every path revealed groups of zombies roaming around. Buildings and squares, streets and alleys, all were desolate. When Alexander returned driving a pickup truck, the others had hurriedly filled their bellies, taking turns sitting in the driver's seat and heading out of town. Amelia was extremely tired but still stared intently at Bliss, afraid that if she closed her eyes, the incident of harming her comrades might happen again. Nova sat next to Amelia. She felt her body burning hot, but her lips had no color. Unfortunately, using shallow traditional Chinese medical theory to feel her pulse, she shook her head helplessly. "Your condition is not good. What exactly happened in the lab?" Amelia told her about discovering the zombie modification drug, which surprised Nova enough to cover her mouth. How can someone be so ruthless? Elsa pursed her lips. There are still some Japanese insisting that nuclear wastewater is harmless and can be drained into the sea without issue. Do you think they treat people like fools? If it's harmless, why don't they drink it themselves? At least it would be self-production and self-consumption. Amelia shook her head helplessly. Now it's too late to talk about this, but it gives me hope that Bliss might still become human. Really? Alexander was the most excited. Is there hope for the captain? Amelia nodded, then uncertainly shook her head. In the lab, I saw his organs, fresh and lively, unlike those of a corpse. It's highly possible that he's like those modified monsters, having retained rationality due to some reason. Everyone understood this reason after reuniting today. That was Amelia's blood. But to determine what was special about her blood would require testing. But the most important thing now is your body. If those medications are as powerful as you said, then... Nova was still somewhat frightened, not daring to imagine what would happen if Amelia also turned into a zombie. Look, there's a small river ahead. Elsa interrupted her, turning back to look at Amelia. We haven't bathed for days. Shouldn't we clean up before setting off? Everyone agreed, and they drove toward the river. Pinghai, a city that emphasized tourism and trade, wasn't as desolate as expected even in its surroundings. It was surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, with streams flowing gracefully. If they weren't fleeing for their lives but rather sightseeing, this place would have a different kind of beauty. Because this area had a low population density, there were only a few zombies wandering around. With no supplies in the vehicle requiring guarding, Alexander led the way and dealt with them first. Everyone then jumped into the river. The river water carried away the fatigue from their bodies, making Amelia feel much clearer and refreshed. She looked at Bliss standing on the shore, thinking he probably wouldn't dare to enter the water like ordinary zombies, so she walked up and took his hand. They seemed to have done this many times recently, gradually getting used to touching him. Amelia felt that the bond between her and this man was deepening, perhaps due to the fusion of their blood. She led him into the water. It seemed that wherever she was, he had no fear. She gently splashed water over his waist, chest, shoulders. Amelia was too tired to raise a handful of water any higher. Alexander dove under the water and came back up after enjoying himself thoroughly. There's a small waterfall over there. We can rinse off there. Amelia followed his pointing finger and, before she could react, was already being carried toward it. The wet clothes clung tightly to her body, and Amelia could even hear her own heartbeat pounding like drums. Do you need help? You might find it inconvenient. Just as Alexander finished speaking, Elsa dragged him back toward the shore, saying, Why do you always meddle in everything? Want to get choked again? I can help. Their voices gradually faded away as the roar of the waterfall filled their ears. Bliss placed Amelia on a small rock beneath the waterfall. But the rock was slippery, and Amelia was exhausted. She slipped backward into the water as soon as she touched the smooth surface. Amelia didn't have time to hold her breath, and river water surged into her mouth and nose from all directions. She instinctively reached out wildly, grabbing onto something and using her last bit of strength to pull herself up. But as she stood up, her lips crashed into Bliss, who bent down to catch her. A red flower instantly bloomed on the water's surface. Bliss paused, then lowered his head to capture that sweet taste. The storm enveloped Amelia in an instant. The sound of tearing fabric, skin colliding, the paratrooper knife hitting the rocks, and countless other muffled sounds were all drowned out by the roaring waterfall, leaving only the overwhelming desire. Amelia felt the body holding her return to the scorching heat of that sunset day. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared before her eyes, piercing through her body from his hands, eyes, heart, and spreading to hers. Her intertwined fingers refused to let her retreat even an inch. He was like a fire in the water, crazily draining all moisture, leaving only the raw instincts with a scorched mind. Amelia felt she was about to suffocate, clinging tightly to Bliss's neck, pressed against his body, waiting for the first storm to pass. In a daze, her consciousness was pulled back by Elsa's voice. Not here, maybe she was washed downstream. Amelia abruptly regained awareness and tried to push away, but Bliss held her waist firmly. Fortunately, the waterfall was loud enough, and the rocks provided good cover. Amelia estimated that they wouldn't be seen from above, so she called out to Elsa. Danishen, my clothes are dirty. Can you find me some clean ones? Chapter 32, A Birthday in the Apocalypse. Elsa didn't suspect anything amiss, merely responding as footsteps gradually faded away. Amelia tried to pry off her fingers from around her waist, but an accidental twist brought on a fierce collision again. TSK, she grunted softly, truly a monster. Waiting for the river to wash away their restlessness, Bliss finally stopped with a reluctant look, staring blankly at Amelia in his arms. Amelia rested her back against a large rock. Whether it was an illusion or not, her body felt somewhat lighter than before. With nothing else handy, she tore open Bliss's shirt and used it as a towel to clean the marks and wounds on her body. Noticing him tilting his head and staring at her, worried that he might do something impulsive again, she pushed him under the waterfall and started rinsing and cleaning while doing so. During this time, Bliss quietly let Amelia manipulate him like a well-behaved little dog. Amelia unraveled the bandages on his body. The wound on his abdomen, which she had stitched up earlier, was now only a faint trace. However, around it were numerous scars of varying sizes, evidently not all created at the same time. Amelia's heart ached. Hearing someone running towards them from afar, she composed herself and pulled him onto the shore. Nova handed over 2 sets of short-sleeved shirts and long pants found at a nearby store, looking anxiously in the direction they came from. Ari Adelita, Amelia patted her shoulder. Are you unwell? No, Nova stammered. I, she, they. Ah. Amelia became instantly worried. Take your time. What happened? I can't explain it. Nova spread her hands out. Amelia, you should just go see for yourself. Without bothering to dress properly, Amelia hastily put the clothes on Bliss and followed Nova jogging back to the camp. It was already dark, making it difficult to see Alexander and Elsa clearly from a distance. All she could see were clusters of firelight, blocked by a pickup truck, twinkling like stars in the sky. Danny Shea, Alexander. Amelia called out twice without any response, growing increasingly anxious, wondering if something dangerous had occurred. She hurried around to the front of the vehicle. Where are you? What is this? What met her eyes was a bonfire burning and billowing black smoke, with a pot of boiling broth placed on top. Around the firelight were several small blankets laid out on the ground, atop which sat instant noodles, incomplete slices of ham. There were also a few disposable paper cups containing liquids of different colors, looking like carbonated drinks. The sounds of Elsa and Alexander arguing came from the nearby bushes. Can you even do this? This doesn't look like a candle at all. Ah, you burned my hand. Don't move. I only managed to get a little wax, don't spill it. I told you this wouldn't work. The wick has fallen over, how will it light? How are you so stupid? Let it solidify for a bit, it will stand up. You're not stupid, once it solidifies, melting it again will still make it fall over. Forget it, let's leave it like this, people will be back soon. Complaining, Elsa emerged from the bush to see Amelia standing by the fire, arms crossed, watching her. Oh, Amelia, how did you get here so quickly? Turning to Nova, she asked, Ari Adelita, didn't I tell you to keep her here a bit longer? Nova looked apologetic. Sorry, I really couldn't think of any reason. Amelia waved her hand. Don't bully Ari Adelita, come clean with what you've been holding back. Heaven knows, I've been holding in some good things. Elsa shouted, pulling Alexander out of the bushes too. She reignited the wax in the teacup, her eyes sparkling. Today is your birthday, forgot? Amelia froze. Alexander tore open a small bread bag in his hand and together they presented it to her. Originally, we planned to surprise you with food, fruits, and cake while you were bathing, but everything near here except for that fishing gear rental shop was looted. We managed to find only these after rummaging through everything. Elsa recomposed her expression, cleared her throat. Since the zombie outbreak swept across the school, the night we hid in the bathroom felt like an eternity. If you and Emiliano hadn't rescued me from the dormitory, Elsa would likely no longer be in this world. Our journey has been tough, but we survived, thanks to you all. I owe you all a thank you. Amelia watched as Elsa's eyes glistened red, carrying the tiny flickering light closer. Always loud and boisterous, her eyes were filled with sincerity at this moment. Thank you for shielding me in times of danger, thank you for doing everything to rescue me from captivity, and thank you for all the efforts you've made to keep us alive. Amelia, happy birthday. Before Elsa even finished speaking, Nova led the singing of the birthday song. The stars twinkled in the sky, and the riverbank fire gently burned. From her past life to this rebirth, Amelia had forgotten when she last celebrated her birthday. She had always been alone. Alone in searching for food, alone in battling zombies, alone in striving to survive, and alone in trying to find her missing family. At this moment, seeing the flickering candlelight reflecting on the hopeful and smiling faces around her, something within her heart was touched, leaving her speechless for a long time. The wax gradually melted under the flame, and the wick seemed about to fall again. Elsa moved the candle closer to Amelia once more. Make a wish, blow out the candles, Tilda. Amelia clasped her hands together, taking advantage of her overflowing thoughts to silently make a wish. Opening her eyes, she blew out the light in front of her with one breath. Turning to pick up the paper cup from the ground, she didn't forget to give Bliss one as well. In the days to come, let's live together and survive. They all raised their cups at the same time. Together, we'll survive. Although there were no delicious foods or music this night, it remained deeply imprinted on Amelia's memory. It was one of the rare moments of relaxation and contentment in this post-apocalyptic world. After finishing all the collected food, they insisted that the birthday girl should not take the night watch, urging Amelia to rest in the car. Having changed Bliss's bandages, Nova left, leaving only Bliss on duty around the car. Amelia couldn't sleep after lying down. She rubbed the particle amplifier in her hand, lost in thought. Since they emerged from the air raid shelter, the space seemed unable to be used due to the damage to the particle amplifier. Her plan to have blood tests also had to be postponed indefinitely. In her memory, her mother had once asked her to input a thesis, which seemed to relate to the unfolding of protons. She recalled while taking out paper and pen, writing down all the formulas she could remember. And then she deduced based on certain principles. However, Amelia was not a physics major. Despite having a photographic memory, she found it very challenging to deduce highly technical and specialized things. When she couldn't proceed any further, she could only grab her hair and give up, staring blankly at her draft like a student unable to solve a problem. Suddenly, she felt these formulas, numbers, and models looked familiar. And it wasn't some distant memory, it happened recently. Student, data, thesis. That's right, Pablo. Amelia hastily flipped through the stack of materials given by Pablo and quickly found the matching formulas and deduction process from her memory. Pablo had said he had always kept an eye on her mother Candace's experiments and research projects. He had even copied and preserved entire sets of experimental data obsessively. Matching the calculation results of those formulas, excitement gradually appeared on Amelia's face. This was undoubtedly the data and improvement methods of her mother's particle amplifier research project. With this valuable material, she could upgrade the particle amplifier in her possession, essentially upgrading the spatial ability. Perhaps in the future, when the space unfolded again, she would have her own sanctuary in this apocalypse. Say what must be done. Amelia was not someone who procrastinated. So, when the last shift worker, Elsa, knocked on the car window early the next morning, she saw the back seat filled with diagrams, nearly drowning Amelia, and scratched her head in confusion. You didn't need to write down every little detail for your wish, did you? Aren't you going to exhaust the gods? Amelia rubbed her slightly sore eyes. Why are you here alone? Where are the others? Elsa stretched widely and pointed towards the ferry position. Alexander said this waterway connects to the inland sea. We might get to the island faster if we take a boat from here. The bright sunlight was blinding. Amelia got out of the car and saw Nova returning with some wild fruits wrapped in clothing, sweat glistening on her excited face. Elsa took one without hesitation, wiped off the mud, and popped it into her mouth. Millimeter, soft, sweet, and fragrant, so good. What is this? It's a ground fruit, Amelia observed. Also called ground loquat, it's a vine-like plant with evergreen leaves, growing on hillsides, ditches, and forest edges. As they walked towards the water, Elsa, holding what Nova brought, remarked incredulously, Amelia, sometimes I wonder, we're both college students living in the city, why do you know so much? Is this the dimension wall between majors? Nova smiled, I'm in the same major as Amelia, but even I don't know as much as she does. Amelia smiled without speaking, thinking to herself that if they had also lived for 7 or 8 years in this post-apocalyptic world, they would know that these skills were basic necessities for survival. Alexander had caught 2 fish from the river and was now skillfully cleaning them. Seeing Amelia and the others approach, he waved at them. Perfect timing. Get the fire going, and we'll have grilled fish soon. Everyone became excited upon hearing there was fish to eat, rubbing their hands together eagerly. After having their fill, Alexander brought out the flood rescue inflatable boat he found at a fishing gear rental shop. They gathered some useful items like ropes, knives, flashlights, batteries, etc., and Amelia packed all her calculation papers into a waterproof bag before they all boarded the inflatable boat and set off down the river. Amelia and Bliss sat at the front, with Elsa and Nova in the middle, while Alexander was responsible for steering at the back. Due to the fear of water common among ordinary zombies, they encountered no obstacles along the way and smoothly reached the ferry point leading to the island. The inflatable boat used for flood rescue was both airtight and wear-resistant, but attempting to cross the sea with it was still too risky. These days, boats at the ferry point were either too old to be usable or filled with zombies, making it challenging to find a serviceable one to clear and use. Amelia shared her concerns with everyone, and Alexander proposed a solution. Apparently, when his special operations team assisted in rescue missions in the past, they once visited a cave by the inland sea's cliff. There was an exploration ship stranded inside. By the time help arrived, all the crew members had perished, leaving no survivors. The rescue team removed the bodies but left the ship inside. The place was hidden and uninhabited, even if a few zombies approached, they should be manageable. Perhaps they could take this ship to reach the island. Elsa felt uneasy when she heard that everyone on the ship had mysteriously died. A ship where people died, wouldn't it be kind of ominous? Amelia didn't feel anything unusual about it, but the group's food and water supplies were limited, barely enough for a day. Since the space couldn't be opened, further delays meant certain death. However, she knew the sea was merciless. Without a suitable ship, it was better to stay on land, finding wild fruits and vegetables, than to risk inadequate preparation. Once at sea, a boat would be their only lifeline. After much consideration, it would be best to first check the cave Alexander mentioned before making a decision. The ferry point extended like a V towards the coastline. Alexander maneuvered the inflatable boat around a bend, and suddenly the cliff above split open. As they went deeper, the sky narrowed into a thin strip. In the shadows, a tall silhouette lay docked deep within. Unlike modern seafaring vessels or speedboats, even Alexander, who came from a family of sailors, had never seen such a design. As a child, he often accompanied her family out to sea fishing and heard the elder fishermen talk about a tree growing underwater called the sea tree, which would not deform whether exposed to moisture or heat. It was resistant to insect bites, incredibly sturdy yet remarkably light. A boat made from it would remain stable in any storm. This type of tree was rare, almost extinct in modern times, rarely seen even by the previous generation. Local legend claimed that ships built from the sea tree would receive protection from the water god when sailing. The main material of the ship before them was reportedly the sea tree. Amelia reached out to touch the hull. Despite being abandoned here for so long, there were no signs of dampness, indeed making it a fine vessel. If they could really sail it out, it should have no problem taking them to the island. But she looked at the ship again and inexplicably felt something strange about it. Chapter 33, The Ghost Ship. This style of ship was clearly not built in modern times. According to Alexander's account, it could very likely be an antique several hundred years old. However, as Amelia circled around the hull, she noticed many areas had undergone modifications. If it were aiming for lightness, the bottom had been replaced with copper plates and the hull carried heavier cannons. If it were a warship, fishing nets, harpoons, winches, and other equipment for sea fishing were fully equipped. Even more strangely, there were several large spheres hanging upside down at the back that even Alexander couldn't identify their function. They looked extremely heavy. It wasn't really a fishing boat or a speedboat. Overall, it seemed somewhat like a jack-of-all-trades but master of none. And it had run aground in such a dead-end location, with all crew members dying under mysterious circumstances. It didn't sound like a good choice no matter how you thought about it. Elsa, despite being carefree most of the time, had a particular aversion to ghostly or divine-related stories. Seriously, must we board this ship? I think this inflatable boat is fine. The island isn't far either. Why don't we just stay here? But Alexander shook his head. You probably haven't gone out to sea for a long time, so you may not know, earthquakes and volcanic eruptions have occurred frequently in recent years, completely changing the terrain around the island. Areas that were once plains have suddenly cracked into deep ocean trenches. Hot springs surge from them, capable of vaporizing marine life easily. And then, natural disasters can't be avoided, but when it came to man-made ones, Alexander clenched his fists tightly. The discharge of nuclear wastewater has led to mutations in marine life by year's end, either growing larger in size or becoming more aggressive. Going out to sea in this kind of inflatable boat is no different from courting death. Amelia agreed with Alexander. Without a suitable ship to deal with the crisis at sea, it would be better not to go at all. Moreover, she had heard in her past life that after the apocalypse, treacherous reefs appeared in the surrounding waters of the island. Although this effectively isolated the zombie threat, it also caused this small place to lose its resource supply, slowly fading away. The ship made of seaweed before her eyes was indeed peculiar, but they had fought zombies and monsters. What was there to fear about ghosts? To reassure Elsa, Amelia climbed aboard first, then leaned over the side of the ship, peering downward. I see this ship has such a mixed style because it changed hands multiple times. Pirates were rampant in the old days. Perhaps there are treasures on board, which is why it was hidden here. Hey, what's that? Elsa was a money lover. Hearing about treasures instantly perked her up. What? What did you see? Leave it be, let me handle it. Saying that, she scrambled up the ladder beside the ship. Amelia winked at Alexander and Nova. The three silently moved everything from the inflatable boat onto this one. Though the ship had been in a humid environment for a long time, the deck and cabin surprisingly had no moldy smell, but rather a faint fragrance unique to wood. Moreover, the ship was clean and tidy, needing only a quick cleanup to be habitable. By the time Elsa had thoroughly searched the ship inside and out and came back to the deck, the others had already prepared to set sail, only realizing this belatedly. Hey, Amelia, you tricked me. Elsa glared at her. All checked. No ghosts, right Tilda? Amelia leaned against the rail, feeling the sea breeze blowing from the narrow sky opening, her fluttering hair adding a rare sense of freshness, making her look especially relaxed. She let Elsa explore the ship entirely not only to ease her concerns but also to check its overall condition. If there were any special features, it would be better to find them early. Now it's broad daylight. If there were any ghosts, it'd be at night. Alexander teased her. Elsa hit him. You're not getting ready to set sail, so why come over here to stir things up? Alexander shrugged. It's low tide now, the water level isn't enough to sail. I can't exactly put tires on the ship, can I? That. Elsa thought for a moment. How about asking Emiliano to help push? Amelia tapped her head. A ship of this size stranded here, 10 Bliss wouldn't be able to budget until high tide Tilda. So when will the tide rise? Elsa asked again. Alexander did some mental math. I guess, it will be tonight. Watching the two playfully chase each other around Nova, Amelia returned to the cabin with Bliss to continue studying improvements for the particle amplifier. Finally, as the sun neared the western horizon, the sound of waves crashing against the rocks woke everyone who had taken a nap. Amelia glanced at the water beneath the ship, estimating it was about right. Sure enough, not long after, Alexander came into the cabin saying it was time to set sail. Elsa suggested naming the seaweed-made ship Chengfeng, meaning sailing smoothly against the wind, hoping it would safely carry them to their destination. Since Alexander was the only one among them with experience in the navy, he naturally took on the role of captain, steering the ancient Chengfeng ship out of the narrow strait and into the deep sea. Bliss, who hadn't slept since they boarded the ship, finally fell asleep. Amelia checked on him several times in the cabin, but he showed no signs of waking up. However, seeing his wounds rapidly healing without any abnormalities, Amelia left him to rest. Elsa had never been at sea before, even though it was calm now, she still couldn't stop vomiting from seasickness. Nova took care of her on the deck. Amelia entered the cockpit and watched the bloody sunset on the horizon, feeling somewhat sentimental. Little Alexander, what kind of person is Bliss? Since their first meeting in the hospital, through the school rescue and the battle with the terrors, to later being infected by zombie poison from a monster and still fighting alongside her, everything happened so fast that she felt she never got a chance to really understand him. Apart from being the special operations team leader, she knew little about Bliss's personality, hobbies, or if he had ever liked anyone. Alexander, steering the ship, said proudly, "Our captain is the top soldier in our team, multi-talented, brave in combat, always volunteering for the dirtiest and hardest work, leaving difficulties for himself and convenience for others." "Ah, that's not what I mean." Amelia cut him off with an awkward expression. She wasn't here to promote officials. Alexander first looked puzzled, then seeing Amelia's slightly embarrassed look, he understood. Oh, Tilda Emiliano, although he often looks grim and seems fierce when scolding people, he's very popular among female soldiers. He's also gentle and caring. Once during a field exercise, a wild rabbit darted into a minefield. Our captain personally caught it and kept it in the backpack until the end of the exercise. Amelia was surprised. Bliss, who often threatened courting death and could crush hearts with just a few words, actually had this side. She asked, "Then what happened after the exercise?" "Ah." Alexander scratched his head sheepishly. "After the exercise, we roasted it on the back mountain and ate it. It was quite tasty." Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted their conversation. "Amelia, Alexander, come to the deck quickly, come see." Elsa's voice came from the speaking tube. The chengfeng, made from sea plant wood, wasn't big but had 3 full levels, lower, middle, and upper. The lowest level was filled with fuel tanks. The largest cabin was used for storing supplies and sleeping, while activities were usually conducted on the deck. To stay in touch, they used the speaking tubes between the compartments. Hearing the urgency in her voice, they knew something must have happened. Amelia set the ship to autopilot and hurriedly walked to the deck with Alexander. "What happened? What's wrong?" Elsa was holding onto Nova's arm, and they were both looking at something intently. Seeing Amelia arrive, Elsa pointed to where the sky met the sea, with the setting sun casting its final glow over the rolling waves. "Look over there, such a huge fish." Nova was observing through a telescope found in the cabin, marveling at the spectacular scene. Amelia gazed into the distance and saw white foam from waves churning far away, revealing large whales leaping out of the water in groups. Although spread out, their broad backs looked like islands standing in the sea, watching over each other. Amelia grew up in a coastal city but rarely ventured near the sea due to nuclear wastewater incidents. She had heard stories about countless giant fish dragons, over 100 meters long, and sea stars as big as truck heads in the unfathomable ocean depths. Thinking these were exaggerations, she never imagined they could be real and even more impressive. However, this stretch of sea no longer resembled the blue she remembered. Knowing such rare oceanic spectacles might become harder to see in the future, she, like Alexander, wished to erase Japan, the instigator, from the map entirely. After all, actions must bear consequences. Elsa, forgetting her seasickness in excitement, exclaimed, "They're coming this way. Will they collide with Chengfeng?" Alexander waved his hand. "Don't worry about that." He pointed to the cannons and harpoon guns on the side of the ship. These old-style cloud cannons aren't for pirates, they're for the sudden emergence of large fish from the sea, to prevent being capsized. The whales we see now are not that big yet. The truly monstrous deep-sea creatures lurking in the trenches won't come up easily. Elsa patted her chest. "Then that's good." Listening to the casual chat among them, Amelia suddenly felt a faint worry about the future. Just like a tiny leaf boat on this vast ocean, on such a tumultuous and unfathomable sea surface, they were too insignificant. Though they were calm now, the blood-red sun was slowly setting at the bow, shining on the fish that occasionally rolled or leaped. One moment they danced like fire snakes, but soon they were enveloped by a thin mist. It seemed to confirm Amelia's premonition. As the Chengfeng sailed forward, it seemed to have run into the fog, with visibility getting worse. So she asked Alexander, "Is this sudden fog okay?" Alexander said this should be common advection fog on the sea. Due to temperature differences, the water surface is warmer, while the air is cooler, causing water vapor to evaporate from the water and condense in the cold air to form fog. If near coastal waters, it might cause 2 ships to collide if they couldn't turn in time. But they were already in open sea, where the horizon was so wide there was no need to worry. Once the wind blew or it got light again, the fog would dissipate. Amelia used the last sliver of daylight to look far away. The sea mist lay heavily on the surface, clearly separated from the sky. The rising water vapor from the sea wasn't just grey-white. Some had the distinctive black-green hue of pollution, reaching toward the sky. It looked like a monster hiding in the clouds, extending terrifying claws toward the sea surface. Turn on all the searchlights on the ship, reduce speed to the minimum, and proceed cautiously. Even after saying this, Amelia still felt uneasy. Since the ship's mast wasn't made of sea plant wood and had rotted long ago, she asked the 3 to find all the line lights and hang them from the bow to the stern. If there were other ships passing by, these lights could serve as warnings to avoid collisions. Elsa teased Amelia, saying that she was afraid despite previously accusing her of cowardice. Amelia didn't have time to argue. As the Chengfeng slowly entered the thick fog, she stared calmly and vigilantly at the surroundings. The sea was silent except for the sound of the hull cutting through the water. Surrounded by heavy fog, it felt like some unknown disaster was brewing unseen. Just as Amelia wanted to return to the cabin to wake Bliss in case of emergencies, Nova pointed out something in the distance. Look, isn't there something over there? Amelia and Alexander immediately strained their eyes to see. Sure enough, in the thick fog, there appeared a dimly visible point of light. It looks like a ship's mast light. Alexander confirmed it first. But after a while, he hesitated. Visibility on the sea was less than a few dozen meters, seeing it meant the ship must be very close. However, apart from the greenish mast light, they saw no other lights on the ship. This strange ship silently emerging from the vast sea was odd enough. Even more unsettling was that from bow to stern, no one was visible, and all the hatches were tightly shut, evoking a chilling word. Ghost ship. Elsa, who feared such things most, shivered behind Amelia and asked timidly, Does what you're thinking match mine? Is this legendary? Before Amelia could respond, that ship seemed to accelerate towards them. Steer quickly, Amelia shouted. Alexander also noticed something was wrong and rushed back to the cockpit to turn left sharply. Even though the Chengfeng was built for speed and had great maneuverability, under Alexander's precise operation, it was still hit by the speeding ghost ship, which knocked off the lifeboats on the right side of the hull. As the ship shook violently during the collision, the two ships passed each other. Due to the close distance, the large patches of blood on the ghost ship's deck and hatches stung Amelia's eyes on the deck. Chapter 34, Wake up or you'll lose your wife. In the fleeting moment as the two boats passed each other, Amelia wasn't sure if Kayla and Nova saw the bloodstains on the opposite boat. Knowing that the railing area was unsafe, she pushed the two women toward the cabin. What happened? Did we hit something? Is the boat going to sink? Kayla was clearly terrified to the extreme, afraid to open her eyes again. She clung tightly to Amelia's blouse. Suddenly, a jolt threw their steps into disarray, sending them flying towards the opposite side due to inertia. And there, precisely where the ghost ship had struck, was the shattered hull of their boat. Fortunately, Nova was quick-handed and held onto Amelia's waist belt, preventing both from falling directly into the dark sea. The blood-streaked boat did not stop after scraping past but plunged straight into the dense fog, vanishing as if it had never appeared. The mist-covered sea returned to an eerie stillness. But all of this sudden occurrence sent shivers down everyone's spines, cold spreading from their feet to the rest of their bodies. Amelia wiped cold sweat off her forehead. Seeing that Nova's face had turned deathly pale, she quickened her pace, dragging Kayla back to the cockpit. Alexander had been at the helm all along, oblivious to the scene on the ghost ship. Noticing their terrible expressions, he tried to reassure them. The Fengchuang has steel plates for protection on the exterior. A mere scrape is nothing much. I'll find a plank and fix the damaged hull shortly. Don't get close until then. He walked towards the cluttered corner of the cabin, rummaging through toolboxes. As he searched, he continued speaking. All kinds of things can happen at sea. Maybe it was another survivor's ship just like ours, lost its way in the heavy fog and drifted over. Amelia and the others remained silent. However, before Alexander could open the door to look for the plank, he looked up and saw that greenish lantern appear silently beside the Fengchuang once more. This. Everyone else noticed his unease, following his gaze with horror, unable to speak. Is this really a ghost ship? If its appearance at the bow earlier could be considered a coincidence, then reappearing from the side in such a short time suggested only one thing: this was no ordinary vessel but a ghost ship capable of moving freely in the mist. Amelia felt a headache coming on. She had fought plenty of zombies and monsters before, but this invisible, intangible apparition was beyond her understanding. She had heard that so-called ghosts might be plasmas that existed only in special environments. Such plasmas recorded information from a certain period using some unique method, thus potentially retaining characteristics of that time. Since plasma could exist for long periods only under high temperature or high electric field conditions, ghosts or spirits would always come with significant electromagnetic changes. But these were only hypotheses, none proven. The only thing Amelia knew for sure was that the ghost ship returning wouldn't bring good luck this time. In a split second, the ghost ship enveloped in chilling wind and dense fog came rushing towards the Fengchuang again. True to his naval background, Alexander stayed calm, steering with all his might and narrowly avoiding a head-on collision at the last possible moment. However, the fishing nets hanging from the modified boat sides entangled during the scrape between the two vessels. Previously, they couldn't see the ghost ship clearly as it swiftly passed by. Now, as it sailed alongside the Fengchuang, the spotlight illuminated the entire scene vividly. The ship and deck were painted in light colors, starkly contrasting with the splattered blood. Apart from the flickering lamp tied by a rope on the mast, all lighting fixtures inside the cabin were destroyed. The deck and cabin doors showed various signs of clawing, hacking, and smashing, a harrowing sight. There wasn't a single crew member on board. Were they all dead or, if all the crew members had perished, who could be driving this ship? No one knew the answer. It has caught us. Kayla stuttered nervously. Alexander growled, I'll load the cannon and blast it. No. Amelia stopped him, pointing to where the ship scraped. That old rotten ship has already suffered significant damage. The collision with Fengchuang left a huge gash, allowing seawater to seep in. Hearing this, Alexander glanced towards the ghost ship. Indeed, they saw a large black hole on the pale white hull of the ghost ship, with seawater gushing in. Due to the entanglement of the fishing nets and life raft, one side of the Fengchuang had already lost its balance. Amelia, with a grave expression, continued speaking. This strange boat is much larger than ours. If we sink it now, the Fengchuang will inevitably be dragged into the deep sea. So, should we abandon the life raft? Alexander asked again. Amelia quickly thought for a moment. No, the vast ocean is unpredictable. We don't know what else we might encounter. The life raft is our last line of defense. We can't throw it away. By this point, Alexander was sweating profusely just from holding the helm, almost losing his ability to think clearly. What should we do? He gritted his teeth and persisted. Just let it drag us into the sea. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud rumble from the old ghost ship's bottom, as if it had collided with a large fish or something similar. More water poured in, and the ship tilted further, pulling the Fengchuang down with it. Everyone immediately lost their balance, tumbling around inside the cabin. Alexander was struck by the toolbox he had just taken out, and his leg hit the cabin post with a crack. His knee was either broken or dislocated. Even so, he endured the pain without crying out, biting his lip tightly and crawling back to the helm, determined to hold his position even with one leg. This ghost ship, it's like a water ghost. It's sinking itself and trying to drag us down with it. Nova was also unusually anxious. She held on to Kayla, who dared not open her eyes, while keeping a close eye on the water level of the opposing ship. Amelia pondered hard, knowing they couldn't just sit there waiting to die. She glanced at the distance between the Fengchuang and the ghost ship and suddenly remembered that Alexander had mentioned earlier about fetching a plank from the stern. An idea formed in her mind. Shaoling Tong, where is the plank you were talking about? Amelia asked. Alexander didn't know what she intended to do. Surely she couldn't still be thinking of repairing the ship at such a critical moment. It's under the waterproof tarpaulin on the deck. Amelia thought it was perfect. She grabbed an axe and pulled open the cabin door. Amelia, where are you going? Nova called out to her. Amelia steadied herself and signaled for Nova to take care of herself and Kayla. To cut the fishing nets. Fishing nets? Alexander was surprised. The fishing nets are with the lifeboat. Didn't you say, oh, you mean? Before he could finish, Amelia had already firmly closed the cabin door behind her, disappearing into the night. What did you say? What do you mean? Nova had a bad feeling, sensing that Amelia was going to take a huge risk. As Amelia's figure passed by outside the cabin, Alexander saw the wooden plank she was holding, confirming his suspicion. She's going to. Alexander tightened his grip on the helm, jump onto the ghost ship to cut the fishing nets. What? Nova and Kayla were both startled. Go to the ghost ship. She's insane. Not only was the ship eerie, but even ignoring the bloodstains and signs of struggle, it was destined to sink into the vast ocean. If Amelia went over now, even if she managed to sever the fishing nets and free the Fengchuang, she might not escape in time and end up drowning with the ghost ship. Zhuxian, look at me. Nova felt they shouldn't let Amelia take the risk alone. I'll check Alexander's injuries first. Can you go to the cabin and wake up Emiliano? Kayla was initially startled but then realized Amelia was in danger, understanding that now wasn't the time to be scared. She took a few deep breaths and nodded solemnly. Unaware of their plan in the cabin, Amelia held onto the side of the boat and approached the front of the ghost ship. At this moment, seawater was almost filling the ship's cabin, slowly rising toward the deck. Finding a damaged edge of the deck, she wedged the wooden plank into place. Amelia pressed it down hard, deciding it should support her weight, and climbed onto the side of the boat using a rope. The ghost ship was moving with the current, dragging the Fengchuang around in circles. Fortunately, Alexander's boating skills were excellent, so the movement between the two boats wasn't too severe. Had it been anyone else, they might not have given Amelia this chance to jump across. Standing on the side of the boat, Amelia hesitated before taking the leap. The plank was only as wide as an adult man's hand, with turbulent waves below. One misstep could mean falling into the sea. Knowing she wouldn't muster the courage later, she clenched her teeth, shut her eyes, and took a few steps, leaping onto the ghost ship. Only when her feet touched solid ground did she dare open her eyes. Looking at the surging waves, she exhaled deeply in relief. In this brief moment, the water had risen to the deck, barely covering her ankles. Realizing there was no time to waste, Amelia raised her axe and began hacking at the fishing nets attached to the side of the ship. As she chopped, Amelia also recalled the news about ghost ships she had read before. This notion first originated in some Western countries. The most famous one she remembered was a sailboat called La Dame Blanche. It was said that at the end of the 19th century, a British three-masted ship encountered the La Dame Blanche in the Atlantic Ocean and found no one steering it. The British sailors boarded this strange ship, only to find it empty except for a black cat mewing pitifully. Strangely, the ship was intact and fully loaded with cargo. On the table in the captain's cabin, there were still charts and instruments laid out. In the galley, the pot still gave off steam from its hot soup. But on the deck, they discovered an axe stained with blood, which frightened the British sailors back to their own ship, reporting what they saw to their captain. A few days later, the British dragged the sailboat back to port. However, people never understood what terrible thing happened on La Dame Blanche. Later, people got used to calling such mysterious, long-lost or sunken ships found sailing years later without anyone on board as ghost ships. Amelia chopped until she was drenched in sweat, feeling her strength drain with every swing of the axe. She previously thought of ghost ships as perhaps just some kind of mirage-like spirit. But now, each chop left a real mark, confirming that this was solid reality. Just moments ago, she even considered whether, as Alexander suggested, there might be more than one such ship in this fog, and they coincidentally encountered two ships sailing in the mist. One bumped the bow, while another scraped the side. But when Amelia looked up at the high prow of the ghost ship, she clearly saw the marks left by the collision with the Fengchuang. and something light seemed to fly out in between, a piece of paper money. A suspicion arose in her mind, and she dared not waste any more time. Pulling at the nearly severed fishing nets, the rough chopping finally freed them. Due to the waves, before Amelia could fully cut the remaining threads, the two boats suddenly separated. Suddenly, the boat rocked violently, and Amelia lost her balance, falling backward toward the cabin. Amelia. Nova, having finished simple bandaging for Alexander, had been watching through the cabin window anxiously. Seeing Amelia fall, she called her name worriedly. The Feng Chuang no longer felt the pull of the ghost ship and gradually regained stability. However, this also meant the distance and height difference between the two ships increased. The wooden plank connecting the two ships earlier had already fallen into the churning sea, and if this continued, Amelia wouldn't be able to return. While shouting, Nova glanced at the cabin door. Finally, Kayla appeared, but Bliss did not follow. Zhuxian, how is it? Kayla sobbed, I can't wake him up. He only listens to Amelia among us. What should we do? Amelia. She couldn't bear to continue. Nova, usually the calmest and gentlest of the group, wished she could bite her lip until it bled. She pushed the medical kit into Kayla's hands. You stay here and be ready to help Amelia. Then, staggering, she stood up. Where are you going? Kayla asked, hugging the medical kit. To the cabin. At this moment, Nova's face showed unwavering determination. Even if I have to carry Emiliano here, I'll do it. His wife will be lost forever if he doesn't wake up. Amelia rubbed the back of her head, feeling dizzy. She expected a nasty injury after such a strong impact but only fell into the cabin, relatively unharmed, which further confirmed her suspicion. She got up and saw that the bottom of the cabin was crushed deeply, and pressing down produced a crisp sound like cardboard. Damn it. Amelia couldn't help cursing. She realized this was a funeral ship, taking the dead to the depths of the ocean for burial, but she didn't expect that, apart from the outer hull, everything else was made of paper. If she didn't leave soon, she'd sink with this burial ship. Chapter 35. Can't always hide behind her. Thinking about the countless bodies under her feet, Amelia felt a chill despite her usual boldness. But when she saw the broken bow spilling out not only paper money but also safety charms and deity statues people had prayed for, she realized this might not be a funeral boat for the dead, but rather a great heat boat. Amelia grew up in a coastal city and often heard the elderly at home talk about the custom of sending off the great heat boat. Legend has it that during the Qing dynasty, epidemics frequently plagued the coastal areas around Jiadiji, especially during the Great Heat period. Local residents believed these were caused by the 5 pestilence gods. To combat this, they built a 5 saints temple by the riverbank, regularly praying for protection against disease and disaster. Since the temple was located near the river mouth, with many fishermen along the shore, they decided to collectively honor the deities on the day of the Great Heat. This custom began preparations in the 4th lunar month, culminating on the Great Heat Day. Young and strong fishermen would carry the constructed Great Heat boat from the 5 Saints Temple to the riverside mudflats. The procession would parade through the streets, attracting throngs of onlookers. The parade featured palanquins carrying the 5 saints and local deities, along with traditional performances like dragon and lion dances, candy vendors, sedan chairs, lake boats, and street theater. Devotees lined the route, praying for safety as the boat was sent off. After setting up an altar by the river, they placed the 5 pestilence gods in the boat's shrine, then fireworks escorted it into the sea by a fishing vessel, where it drifted away with the outgoing tide, eventually being burned on the open ocean. This symbolized ridding the world of feared diseases and misfortune forever. Typically, such boats were made from old fishing vessels loaded with paper figures, paper money, and sometimes even the bodies of plague victims, sent out to sea to be incinerated. At this point, the origin of the ship mattered little. Water had already flooded to knee-height on the deck. If they didn't find a way to leave soon, whether it was a funeral boat or a great heat boat, it would become their own grave. Moreover, there might be even more dangerous things lurking at the bottom of the ship, ready to strike. Amelia waded through the water back to the side of the ship. Seeing that only part of the fishing net remained entangled on the lifeboat of the Cheng Feng, she lifted an axe to cut through the remaining sections. 1 swing, 2 swings. As she raised the axe for the 3rd time, Elsa's blood-curdling scream pierced through the wind and waves. Amelia, behind you, be careful behind you. A gust of wind slashed toward her back, its lethal intent evident even over the crashing waves. Knowing it was too late to turn around, Amelia swung the axe blindly, striking whatever was behind her. Clang. Despite her quick reflexes, the blow from what seemed like an iron pipe shook her hand, causing the axe to fly from her grip and fall into the sea. Roar. The searchlight from the Cheng Feng revealed a face covered in decaying flesh and maggots before her. Its mutilated cheeks barely allowed it to let out a complete growl. Saliva dripped down its cheeks, making Amelia step back in disgust. Indeed, the corpses below had turned into zombies. The festering sores on their bodies made them even more terrifying. Without a weapon, Amelia tried to keep her distance while searching for something to defend herself with. Initially, she managed, but as more zombies emerged from the cabin, her space rapidly diminished. Several times, she narrowly escaped being grabbed by zombies with oozing sores. With nowhere left to retreat, backed by the raging sea beyond the ship's edge, Amelia was cornered. At this moment, the storm scattered the thick fog and bent the old ship's mast until it snapped with a crack, falling onto the deck. Amelia had anticipated this moment. She had observed the swaying mast lights to predict the direction of the fall. Rolling sideways just as it struck, she still couldn't avoid being slashed by a splinter from the mast, severing her Achilles tendon. Blood quickly spread around her. Meanwhile, the heavy wooden mast crushed several zombies into pulp. The tattered ship flags covered most of the zombies. Even when some could struggle to their feet, they were still entangled and restricted in their movements, giving Amelia time to escape. Seeing an opportunity, Amelia grabbed a broken mast piece and used it like a club against the zombies' heads, trying to carve out a bloody path. The first two went down easily, but by the fifth one, Amelia felt an unusual tightness in her chest, her movements hesitating. Just like in the lab's medicine room, she vomited a mouthful of black blood, then dizziness and blurred vision followed. She bent over, supporting herself with the mast piece while catching her breath. It seems Adelita was right, I've been poisoned. However, the poison didn't seem noticeable under normal circumstances. Once excessively strained, it felt like being punched in the chest, making it impossible for her to catch her breath or continue moving. Amelia knew she couldn't stay here. She shifted her attention and dragged her injured leg forward. TSK. How did it improve last time? It was at the waterfall where Bliss behaved like an insatiable beast, crazily demanding. Amelia shook her head. Why do these thoughts always come up now? She glanced into the Cheng Feng's cabin. How is Bliss doing now? Just as she thought this, a zombie broke free from the flag's entanglement and lunged at Amelia. Amelia steadied her breath and thought, are you really going to think I can't pick up a knife now? She waited until the zombie was close, then dodged low as its claw was about to reach her face. The sharp end of the mast pierced through its chin and out the top of its skull. Seeing the zombie dead, she flung it aside. But then, a series of light and agile footsteps came from behind the zombies, definitely not the heavy steps of corpses. Suddenly, someone leaped out from beside the fallen zombie and tackled Amelia, muttering die die while tightly choking her neck with a steel pipe. No, don't. Amelia. Elsa watched everything happening on the opposite ship from above, including Amelia, who was powerless to break free, struggling for each breath. She turned to look at the cabin. Adelita hasn't returned yet. Amelia might be. She dared not say no hope. Since the apocalypse began, ever since seeing Amelia in the bathroom stall of the dormitory, Amelia had completely changed from her formerly weak self, becoming strong and brave, adept at fighting. Following her meant no need to worry about food, danger, or imprisonment and betrayal. Over time, people forgot that such a sense of security shouldn't be provided by a girl in her prime. Yet, she managed it, decisive in facing monsters and villains, never betraying or abandoning her companions. Every action reminded Elsa that as long as Amelia was there, she would never have to face a crisis alone. But now, the very person who brought her hope amidst despair was risking her life to save everyone, while she could only watch helplessly as Amelia faced danger, unable to do anything. What should I do? What can I do? Deities of the 4 seas and 8 deserts, Elsa didn't dare ask for your descent into this desolate world. I only beg you to open your eyes and give a sign to help my friend. A high-caliber graduate in modern information technology made a heartfelt wish. She's here, she's here. Alexander alerted her. Adelita has brought the captain out. Elsa opened her eyes sharply and indeed saw Nova staggering step by step toward the cabin. Bliss's towering figure pressed down on her like a mountain. Even under immense pressure and injury, she was determined to bring him over. Adelita. Elsa's legs had gone numb from kneeling, yet she stumbled forward. Emiliano, his still. Both looked at Bliss's sleeping face, calm and serene, seemingly lifeless, looking like a corpse that had been dead for a long time. Pour water on him. Nova, clearly exhausted, struggled to get up and find a basin. Finding none, she simply unscrewed a few water bottles and poured them onto Bliss's face. It's not working. Elsa panicked. No response. He hasn't responded at all. What's going on? Why is he like this all of a sudden? Nova was also surprised. After his injury, although Bliss didn't turn into a bloodthirsty zombie, he should have been similar to them. They had witnessed firsthand how he neither ate nor slept, only temporarily suppressing his madness by drinking Amelia's blood during frenzies, becoming numb and sluggish. If he wouldn't fall into deep exhaustion, why couldn't he wake up after falling asleep? Could there be something on this ship making him slip into a deep slumber? Questions piled up one after another, but Nova had no time to find answers one by one. If it were Amelia, what would she do? Nova had never handled such thorny issues alone, yet beneath her seemingly gentle exterior lay a resilient heart. This was evident from the way she personally dealt with Sullivan, the scumbag who deceived her. After thinking for a moment, she steeled herself and threw away the water bottles. She took out a sharp scalpel from the first aid kit and approached Bliss. Qingyao, what are you going to do? What are you planning? Elsa and Alexander asked simultaneously. Nova, however, remained resolute. He's not a zombie, right? Then we'll use the method to awaken zombies to wake him. With that, a silver flash revealed a crimson line like a slippery snake climbing up her pale wrist, emitting a sweet, coppery scent. Qingyao, you. Elsa and Alexander gaped, astonished at seeing the usually gentle and tender Nova show such resolve. Though risky, this might be the fastest solution in this situation. She slowly raised her hand near Bliss's nose, hoping he would quickly wake up guided by the smell of fresh blood. The three watched anxiously as Bliss's nose twitched faintly, showing signs of regaining consciousness. It worked, it worked. He's finally waking. Qingyao. Just as Elsa celebrated the effectiveness of Nova's method, Bliss, still with his eyes closed, accurately grabbed Nova's throat. Ah! Caught off guard, Nova's breath was choked off, leaving her unable to muster any strength. Her hand, originally between his mouth and nose, fell uncontrollably while still gripping the scalpel stubbornly. Elsa rushed over, pounding on Bliss's arms. Qingyao, don't be afraid, I'll save you. She remembered how traumatized Nova had been after being choked by Bliss last time. This repeat scenario would undoubtedly cause even greater harm. Don't. Nova struggled to speak, her words fragmented. Don't worry about me. Although Bliss wasn't fully conscious, the strength in his hands was enough to easily strangle an adult. Hurry. Save Amelia. Elsa paused, remembering Amelia. Yes, she was also in mortal danger. Qingyao's method could work. If Bliss woke up soon, Amelia might still be saved. With this thought, she grabbed the scalpel from Nova's hand and slashed at her own wrist. Unlike Nova, she wasn't as precise. The first slash only left a white mark on her skin. She had to adjust her angle and stab again with her eyes closed. Half the blade sank into her wrist, finally drawing blood. Almost instantly, Bliss, lured by the sweetness of the blood, opened his bloodshot eyes and fiercely grabbed Elsa's neck as well. Doing this is too dangerous. Alexander's voice was filled with tears. He vividly remembered how the researcher in the lab had been drained dry by Bliss. But now, holding the ship's helm, he couldn't leave his post. Any rash move in these towering waves would mean everyone's doom. You'll die. On the brink of death, Elsa surprisingly felt no fear. As the air in her lungs depleted, she heard as if a god whispered encouragement in her ear. Finding an unknown source of strength, she lifted the scalpel again. Even if I'm strangled to death, Bliss has to save Amelia today. Saying this, she slashed at her neck forcefully. Amelia, gagged by the iron pipe, gasped for breath, her eyes growing bloodshot. Her fingernails dug deeply into the attacker's arm, leaving bloody marks. Not a zombie, but undoubtedly human. You are. The man suddenly laughed. Want to know who I am? Ask King Yama when you meet him. With all his might, he pushed the steel pipe toward Amelia's throat. Chapter 36. He was someone who couldn't be given up under any circumstances. Amelia took one last look at the Fengchong. Her hand, which had been tightly gripping that man's, suddenly loosened. That man, sensing Amelia giving up struggling, became not excited but even more enraged. With an absolute madman's strength, he pushed against the steel pipe, roaring while putting in all his effort. Resist. Why aren't you resisting? You think it's okay to just die like this, don't you? Ha 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 ha, how truly laughable. Why can someone like you choose to end it all, yet they cannot? In this world, the one thing that could make Amelia compromise was curiosity. She opened her eyes, those innocent almond eyes now sharp enough to seem as if they could pierce through one's heart. People like me? What kind of person am I? Amelia asked hoarsely. That man clearly froze for a moment, not expecting anyone, at such a critical juncture between life and death, would be thinking about gaining knowledge rather than begging for mercy. He regained his senses, but none of this mattered anymore. She, he, they, these cruel people, would eventually die at his hands. But why did the process of killing take so long? Hadn't he used all his might to strangle her neck? Why hadn't she suffocated to death yet and could still continue speaking? Not wanting to meet her gaze, for it stirred a struggle within him. Amelia could distinctly feel the hesitation of the person on top of her, the hand choking her neck starting to weaken. She lay flat on her back, her lips curving into a smile that wasn't quite a smile. What are you laughing at? The person on top of her grew even more frantic, feeling mocked. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing. The darkness caused by blood rushing to her head slowly dissipated, and a familiar figure came into view. If you don't answer soon, there will be no more chance. Just as these words were spoken, the man heard the sounds of impacts on the deck intensifying. It didn't sound like zombies struggling to rise from under the mast but more like something heavy being thrown around, gradually approaching from behind. What? He wanted to turn his head but didn't get a chance to act when he felt himself slowly lifted by the collar off Amelia's body. Not only that, he was raised higher and higher until he was above the ship's railing, with a clear view of the opposite cabin of the Fengchong and several fish swimming past in the sea. Then, a resolute female voice echoed from the other ship. Beautiful. Hit Emiliano like that. Throw all these harmful little devils into the sea to feed the fish. Kayla, with bandages wrapped around her neck and hands, couldn't help cheering and jumping while clinging to the ship's side. Nova supported her, fearing she might fall into the water from excitement, while also casting concerned glances over. Amelia, are you all right? Amelia got up, coughing violently, then waved at the Fengchong, indicating she was fine. Bliss's face was pale, almost ghostly, holding the troublemaker by the collar like a kitten. With traces of dried blood still on his mouth, he looked more like a devil freshly crawled out of hell than the zombies on the ship. However, to Amelia, his presence meant peace itself. Feeling the struggles of the person in his grip, Bliss casually flung him aside, smashing him hard against the ship's railing, causing immediate bleeding. Emiliano, he almost killed Amelia just now, don't let him run away, finish him off. Kayla fiercely waved her fist. If given the chance, she might have jumped up to bite him herself. Hearing this, Bliss's neck moved unnaturally as he walked towards the man again. The man, dazed from the impact, hadn't even managed to get up when he was stomped down hard once more. It felt as though a heavily armored tank had parked on him, making even breathing difficult. Blood streamed from his nose and mouth. Fearing Bliss might really stomp him to death, Amelia quickly stopped him. Bliss, stop and don't kill him, I still have questions to ask. Bliss lifted his foot but kept his bloody gaze locked on him, standing ready to tear him apart at any suspicious movement. The man had taken quite a beating, and even after Bliss lifted his foot, it took him a long time to get up. Turning around and wiping his eyes, he saw Bliss's appearance and mumbled, You're not human. How can this really happen? Looking at Amelia again, his eyes contained hatred along with a hint of hope. You're not from the island, who exactly are you? Amelia stood up using the ship's railing, inwardly thinking these people were strange, always asking who she was as if answering them would make a difference. Looking at the zombies still scattered on the deck, though differing in age and gender, their clothing was somewhat similar, she wondered if they were another batch of test subjects. Indeed, I'm not from the island. But you brought a ship full of zombies from the island. Where were you going, and what did you intend to do? As she spoke, she had already walked over to Bliss's side, pointing the sharp end of the steel pipe at him. Is the zombie outbreak in Pinghai City related to you? The man was taken aback by Amelia's question, taking a long time to prop himself up with his hands and feet. Pinghai City was overrun by zombies? How is that even possible? The research on radiation disease has always been limited to within the island, even Xiaoshuo Archipelago is strictly prohibited from involvement. How could it expand to Pinghai? Amelia patted Bliss on the shoulder, making her intentions clear. You said we are not from the island. If there was no expansion, how would he explain it? The man was speechless, looking at Bliss with a mixture of fear and hope. Just as Amelia was about to ask more questions, a clattering sound of footsteps came from the cabin. A disheveled little zombie emerged. Her mouth was tied with a piece of cloth, making muffled sounds. After looking around, she followed the scent of blood trickling from Amelia's ankle toward her. Amelia didn't even bother to look. With Bliss around, no matter how many zombies attacked together, she couldn't be ambushed. Sure enough, just as the little zombie was a few steps away from Amelia, Bliss turned and grabbed her by the hair, then pressed her head down with his other hand until it detached from her body. Stop. Don't touch her. Suddenly, the man went berserk, shoving Bliss aside and trying to lift the little zombie by her legs. I'll tell you everything, just don't hurt her. Amelia was about to ask Bliss to put the little zombie down when she noticed the scalp being pulled off along with the hair. Unable to bear the weight of the little zombie's body, even before Bliss let go, the scalp came off completely. The man held the little zombie in his arms, soothing her. Nuan, be good, don't be afraid, Daddy's here, Tilda. While speaking, he patted her back as if putting a child to sleep. She is. Amelia suddenly understood upon seeing the wristband on the little zombie's wrist. These zombies were wearing patient gowns, not lab coats. They might all have been patients affected by nuclear radiation. My name is Porter. She is my daughter, Diamond. A few years ago, I was hired as the chief physician by Ingxing Pharmaceuticals for a high salary to conduct research on radiation disease treatments in the headquarters on the island. Back then, I was considered the pioneer in developing the treatment. Full of ambition, I believed I could achieve a breakthrough and leave a significant mark in medical history. At that time, out of arrogance, I organized a large group of volunteer patients for drug trials, promising that the day the new drug was released would also be the day their radiation sickness would be cured. When her neck was being choked earlier, Amelia had closely observed Porter's hands. His fingers were thick, with calluses on his thumb and middle finger, marks left by an experienced surgeon who frequently tied surgical knots. But gradually, I realized it wasn't as simple as I had imagined. Porter looked like a child who had done something wrong. The power of nuclear radiation was beyond imagination. It could scatter chromosomes instantly, and while the drug delayed the process of deterioration by hardening the skin, it couldn't stop those with severe conditions from dying due to organ liquefaction. Even Nuan, who often visited me at the hospital, inevitably contracted radiation disease. Amelia closed her eyes upon hearing this. In her previous life, she had seen severe cases of nuclear radiation at a research center, the gastrointestinal tissues expelled through the bladder, which was terrifying. Porter's face was filled with paternal tenderness when talking about his daughter, but as the story unfolded, his expression became complex, with regret and resentment overwhelming his heart. I worked tirelessly for Nuan's recovery, and at first, it seemed to work. Although her condition didn't significantly improve, the medication reduced her pain. During the few hours she woke up each day, she could still smile at me. But over time, as her body developed resistance, even analgesic drugs couldn't alleviate the excruciating pain from skin ulcers. Qianqian would wake up even during her comas, pleading with me, saying sorry, Dad. She couldn't hold on anymore and asked if I could end her suffering. Tears streamed down Porter's face. That period must have been the most tormenting time in his life. I didn't want Qianqian to leave me, but I couldn't bear watching such a young girl suffer unimaginable pain because of my selfishness. Eventually, I went to the department head and asked if they could remove Qianqian's oxygen tube. The department head had watched Qianqian grow up. Seeing her in so much pain, he bowed to me and stopped her oxygen supply. But when I came back after completing the formalities, I saw them inserting a ventilator into Qianqian's lungs and pushing the hospital bed down the corridor. Porter's eyes seemed ready to devour someone. I rushed over like a madman and found that Qianqian, whose heart had already stopped beating before I left, was now breathing again with her chest rising and falling slowly. It was they who, under Ingxing's instruction, said Qianqian was a very special case of nuclear radiation, highly valuable for research purposes. So, the hospital and the experimental center decided to save her and send her to Ingxing's base to continue aiding the development of new medications and treatment of radiation sickness. As Porter spoke, the listeners cast sympathetic glances at the little girl. She could have died directly when her body's functions couldn't be restored, but some ruthless people, in order to study the effects of nuclear radiation on humans, developed drugs to delay or cure the condition, turning her into a specimen, tormenting her to death. Porter held Diamond tightly, weeping uncontrollably. Later, I was expelled from the hospital and Ingxing. Then they secretly used an untested drug on radiation patients without their family's consent, claiming it would give them eternal life, but actually turned them into mindless, irrational zombies. He pointed at the cloth tied in Diamond's mouth. One night, I secretly drugged the security guard and took Chanxian out, tying this cloth in her mouth. Even though my Chanxian has become a zombie, she has never harmed anyone. I swear she is innocent. Elsa grabbed onto the boat's edge, clearly not buying Porter's story. TSK, so you are the one behind all this. If Emiliano hadn't arrived in time, Emilia would have been torn apart by the zombies. Also, what kind of scheme were you planning by bringing a bunch of zombies out to sea at night? Were you really just admiring the moon? At that moment, a piece of white paper slapped Elsa on the forehead. She pulled it off only to find it was funeral money, quickly throwing it away. What is this? So unlucky. However, Emilia reached into the flying funeral money and grabbed a handful, speaking slowly. He wanted to take his daughter and sink with this ship into the sea. Porter smiled faintly. Yes. He gently tidied up his daughter's messy hair. If it weren't for me, these fellow patients wouldn't have ended up like this. They are all like Chanxian, innocent and harmless. Since I can't give them hope for life, at least I should let them die with dignity. Bullshit. Elsa was clearly still suspicious of him. If you really wanted to commit suicide, why did you ram our boat? Isn't that hurting others? Porter explained. I saw a boat through the fog and thought it was Ingxing chasing us. Porter then looked at Emilia. When I saw you boarding alone, I assumed you were looking for the documents I had taken out. Documents? Emilia asked, puzzled. Porter nodded. Before sailing out, I destroyed all the data on Ingxing's medication and copied a set myself. Perhaps these things shouldn't exist at all, but... His gaze shifted to Bliss. Can I closely examine him? Porter asked. Emilia nodded. Porter gently placed Diamond down. With this simple action, a large piece of his daughter's flesh stuck to his hand, filled with pus and emitting a foul smell. But he didn't care, holding Diamond's hand as he slowly approached Bliss. Porter first circled around Bliss, then touched his skin, and finally checked his pulse, marveling. Remarkable. To retain moisture in the skin and internal organs while hardened, and even keep some semblance of reason, it's a perfect specimen. Incredible. Maybe. He looked at his daughter whose face was already partially decayed. Although I don't know who did this, if I had met you earlier, perhaps Chanxian and the other patients wouldn't have. He isn't a specimen or any kind of test subject. Emilia stepped forward, her eyes shining. He is someone I will never, ever give up on. Chapter 37, Evolution. A person who will never give up no matter what. Porter recalled, it seemed like someone else had said similar words to him before. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind. He looked at Emilia again, observing her from head to toe. His expression gradually changed from surprise to relief. With such skills at hand, she could remain calm in any dire situation, plus that innate confidence and determination. Yes, she really does resemble that person. He took out a USB drive from his pocket and held it in front of Emilia. Previously I destroyed it because I still couldn't see any hope, but seeing you. After some thought, Porter decided not to reveal everything to Emilia. Seeing you all, I feel this is precious experimental data. Now I will hand it over to you and give you a warning. What? Emilia asked. Porter shook his head. Don't go to the island. Saying this, he picked up his daughter, leaned back, and fell into the churning waves. Hey, wait. Emilia reached out but grabbed nothing. Although Porter said he brought everyone on this ship out, both Ingxing Pharmaceutical at that time and the hospital should have already dismissed him. To bring so many people out simultaneously, there must have been help from inside. If she knew who this person was, it might aid their trip to the island. She put the USB drive in her chest pocket and turned to look at Bliss. The reason Porter didn't want her to go to the island probably had something to do with Bliss. If what he said was true, that U country and Sakura countries jointly owned Ingxing Pharmaceutical was using the island's resources for unscrupulous drug research, then a unique case like Bliss would be hard to escape once caught by them. While she was thinking, she heard Kayla and Nova calling anxiously from the Cheng phone. Emilia, what are you still standing there for? The ship is sinking. Come back quickly. Little Ling Tong, get the boat closer. Alexander had been gripping the steering wheel tightly. His hands were numb. It's impossible. He clenched his jaw. Any closer, and the Cheng phone could get caught by the wave surge. Throw the rope instead. Since the Cheng phone had no flag, all ropes were piled under the mast. Upon hearing this, Nova rushed to grab the bundled ropes, but they wouldn't budge, causing her to slip backward. These ropes are made of nylon mixed with steel wire. A 100-meter rope can weigh over 400 kilograms. You can't lift it alone, let alone throw it. As Alexander spoke, he pointed to the winch on the deck. Use that. Nova hurriedly ran to the winch and managed to pull out a length of rope. Under Alexander's instructions, she tied 2 lifebuoys to it and, together with Kayla, threw it toward Emilia's boat. With most of the deck submerged in seawater, Emilia had no choice but to climb up the mast with Bliss, intending to swing across the sea like on a swing. Nova tried to focus the searchlight on Emilia to help her aim better. However, inexperienced, she aimed incorrectly, casting the light onto the water and revealing something underneath. When she focused again, Nova's hair stood on end. Sharks. They're sharks. Everyone looked over to see more than a dozen shark fins circling the water, excited by the scent of blood and moving swiftly. Drawn by the smell, sharks gathered from all directions, their numbers countless, tearing apart zombie limbs on the deck. Soon they finished devouring the remains and began to gather around the mast. Amelia's heart sank as she saw blood trickling down the mast from her injured Achilles tendon. Having finished eating the zombie remains, the sharks now targeted the 2 people on the mast. Any slip now would result in instant destruction. As the thick fog dissipated, the previously calm water started to churn with waves. The 2 ships swayed with the waves, and the distance between them widened. Due to the rush of seawater into the cabins, the old ship's body tilted severely. Even the mast they were on was at risk of collapsing. The greater the distance, the higher the danger of falling into the water while swinging over with the rope. But time didn't allow Amelia to prepare mentally. Holding the rope tightly, she shouted to the opposite side. "Ready? I'm coming over." Kayla anxiously replied, "We've been ready. Hurry up, don't look down when you come. If you fall, you'll be shark bait." Amelia thought, "I don't want to be shark food either." She glanced down at Bliss and said gently but firmly, "Follow my example and swing over using this rope, okay?" Bliss seemed to nod faintly and then stretched out his hand, supporting Amelia's foot and pushing her higher. Amelia was both startled and delighted. He appeared to be gradually responding from his dazed state. Given time, with the data provided by Porter, there might really be a possibility of making him normal again. But that was for later. For now, she needed to get out of this place as soon as possible. Thinking this, she gave a signal, utilizing Bliss's upward push, holding onto the lifebuoy, and gracefully sliding across the water propelled by the cable. Just as her limbs touched the side of Chengfeng, she grabbed the ship's rail, and Kayla and Nova pulled her up safely. The moment she stepped on the deck of Chengfeng, an eerie squeaking sound of metal came from the opposite old ship. The ancient vessel was no longer able to bear the strain, tilting nearly 90 degrees, with its mast swaying in the sea breeze, almost ready to break. Amelia quickly threw the lifebuoy back towards Bliss. But her strength was too weak, and the gap between the 2 ships had widened considerably. The rope didn't reach accurately and was instead dragged into the water by the lifebuoy. She didn't give up, quickly reeling back the rope and throwing it again, only for it to be swept into the water by the wind and waves. After a heavy downpour following the gale, within moments Amelia could barely see Bliss's face, only the solitary mast light flickering in the rainy night. Perhaps drawn by the scent of Amelia's blood on the mast, sharks began bumping into it after feasting on zombie flesh. It looked like it would fall into the water at any moment. Amelia cursed under her breath, climbed onto the side of Chengfeng, and looped her legs around the fishing net, leaning her upper body out over the deck. Once she was ready, Kayla handed her the rope tied to the lifebuoy from the deck. Amelia took the lifebuoy and estimated the distance to the other ship. "Alexander, I'm here." Alexander replied. On the count of 3, ram into the ghost ship. Amelia planned to take a desperate gamble. Kayla and Nova were taken aback. "Come on, are you crazy, Amelia?" This collision could not only put herself at risk of hitting the ghost ship but also cause Chengfeng to sink, endangering everyone on board. Amelia knew this but paid no heed, repeatedly confirming with Alexander, "Do you understand?" Alexander hesitated. This. It was quite a test of his steering skills. What if? Lieutenant Alexander. At hearing these words, Alexander instinctively straightened up, his voice resounding powerfully in the storm. "Present." Amelia continued shouting. "In the name of your commanding officer, I order you to ram full speed into the ghost ship. Can you do it?" No one knew where such energy came from in her frail frame. Her voice pierced through the rain and darkness, not just reaching those on Chengfeng but even Bliss could hear clearly. Alexander clicked his heels together, boots clashing with a sharp sound. Yes, mission guaranteed. The speedboat on the vast sea lived up to its name, riding the waves, breaking through layers of danger and obstacles, flying towards her waiting teammate. Hanging on the ship's side, Amelia seized the opportunity, once again exerting all her strength to throw the lifebuoy. This time the lifebuoy landed perfectly on the tip of the mast, creating a bridge of rope between the old ghost ship and Chengfeng. While throwing the lifebuoy with all her might, Amelia almost flew out with it, but fortunately, Kayla and Nova held onto her legs tightly, preventing her from falling into the sea. Alexander also skillfully controlled the helm, avoiding a real collision with the ghost ship by turning back at the last moment. Now the rope hung between the 2 ships, sometimes slack, sometimes taut, stretched to its limits. Seeing precious time ticking away, Amelia shouted at Bliss on the mast. "Bliss, come over." Bliss tilted his head, seeing Amelia pointing at him and the rope, tentatively reaching out his hand. "Yes, that's right." Amelia patiently guided, "Climb over slowly on the rope." Bliss remained confused but obeyed Amelia unconditionally. The distance between the 2 ships was about 10 meters, Bliss hanging from the rope, moving toward Chengfeng with alternating hands, feet dangling above a swarm of vicious sharks. Almost there, just a little more." Amelia extended her hands far ahead, eager to pull Bliss over quicker. But often things don't go as planned. Just as Amelia was about to reach Bliss, a shark in the sea lunged forward and collided with the already unstable mast base. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. The mast could no longer withstand the continuous impacts and wobbled precariously, leaning toward the sea. No. Amelia leaned her entire body over, trying to grab the falling Bliss. The rope, previously taut, suddenly dropped, slipping through her fingers and taking Bliss down into the churning waters. While zombies might look cute and harmless on land and can survive briefly in water, they cannot swim and certainly can't compete with sharks, let alone a pack of over a dozen ferocious sharks in this water. Bliss's chances of survival were slim. With that thought, Amelia stared at her hands, disbelieving that she had missed him by just an inch. Bliss, hanging upside down from the ship's rail, rain drenched her completely, stinging her mouth and nose more painfully than being in the sea. She never imagined saying goodbye to him like this. No, not yet. Amelia forced herself to calm down. She pulled out her paratrooper knife and cut through the fishing net that bound her legs. Emiliano is gone. Amelia, don't do anything foolish. Kayla watched her movements, breaking into a cold sweat. You can't save him even if you jump in. There are too many sharks. We've already lost one teammate. We can't lose you too. Shut up. Amelia was both anxious and angry. She couldn't allow Bliss to die before her eyes again. The paratrooper knife was cutting too slowly, so Amelia put the blade in her mouth and tried to remove her shoe stuck in the fishing net. Amelia, wait. Nova squinted at the churning water below. After hanging upside down for a while, Amelia's eyes, either from urgency or bloodshot, were red like a rabbit's, tears glistening in the rain-soaked face. Unable to cut the net or free her shoes, she helplessly pounded on the hull with her hands. Amelia, calm down. Look at the water. Nova pointed excitedly at where the water churned violently. It's Emiliano. He's still alive. Hearing this, Amelia immediately looked down. In the turbulent waves, a shark was torn open, its blood staining the nearby water red, attracting other sharks to tear it apart. Meanwhile, Bliss swam swiftly among them, dodging attacks from the sharks as they focused on their prey. Amelia's eyes widened in shock. This figure, this speed. Despite not surfacing for air, his movements remained agile. One phrase dominated Amelia's mind. Underwater breathing. He must have evolved the ability to breathe underwater. Recalling her previous life, Amelia only heard later in the apocalypse that some high-level zombies, through medicinal enhancement and mutation, could breathe freely like aquatic creatures. Under such an amphibious-like monster attack, even the last refuge island was occupied, turning the world into a zombie nation. But now, is Bliss a monster? As she thought, this handsome monster leaped out of the water like a dolphin and clung to Chungfeng's rail. With a long arm, he scooped Amelia into his embrace, flipping onto the deck. Before Amelia could react, she looked up at Bliss, cupping her face to meet his eyes. Bliss tilted his head, blinking. The greyish film covering his eyeballs flipped into his upper eyelids, revealing clear, sharp eyes that shone brighter than ever. Indeed, zombies with underwater breathing have a protective film over their eyes, usually hidden but visible when underwater, allowing clear vision without goggles. Overjoyed, Amelia's tense face finally lit up with a beautiful smile. Kayla nudged her teasingly with an elbow. Hey, even if you wouldn't give up on him, you don't need to stick to him like glue. You should tend to your injuries. Only then did Amelia realize she was still clinging to Bliss and quickly jumped down. Forgetting her injured feet, she fell into a heap with Kayla and Nova who were trying to catch her. The girls laughed and joked, unaware that a high-powered telescope was capturing every move they made. The man behind the lens picked up a phone. It's me. Tell the island that the target is approaching. Be on alert. Chapter 38, Field Battle is still a battle. Fortunately, after this incident, the subsequent voyage did not encounter any major mishaps. Although the sea waves became more violent after the heavy rain, thanks to Alexander's excellent driving skills, the boat didn't rock much. Amelia hugged a pillow in the cabin, screaming while Nova was stitching her wound. Elsa, who was holding her down, was drenched in sweat and sat on Amelia's back. Please, madam, you've been given anesthesia, can't you bear it? You didn't seem to fear pain when you jumped into the sea chasing the captain. Amelia howled. How could they be the same? Jumping into the sea and dying would end it all at once, but using needles for stitches is another matter. Needles. Wouldn't it be great to throw the inventor of these pointy things into the sea? Elsa was speechless. How can it heal without stitching? Nova also sweated from working hard. This is an Achilles tendon. If handled improperly, you might become crippled. Luckily, it wasn't deeply injured or completely severed. Otherwise, with current medical conditions, even if stitched, it would likely get infected. Oh, puke. At this moment, all of Amelia's senses were concentrated on her ankle. Due to limited medical resources, Nova only applied external anesthesia, so she soon felt the sharp needle piercing her skin. Besides making her scalp tingle, a sudden dizziness made her feel nauseous. Hey, don't vomit on me, Amelia. The three girls bickered until Nova finally determined that the tendon's tension was just right by squeezing Amelia's calf muscle, then let her go. All the girls were exhausted and lay down in the cabin. Nova rested her head on her arms and laughed at the tear-streaked face of Amelia. Aya, you're laughing at me too. Amelia wiped away her tears and sweat, saying pitifully, I used to think you were fearless. Nova's tone was gentle, reminiscent of Amelia from her past life. Amelia pouted, who in this world is fearless? I'm afraid of needles, pain, death, and blood, especially my own blood. Ha ha. The two girls couldn't help but laugh. TSK, you'd rather endure pain, risk death, and bleed to save Emiliano. Ah, women tilde. Elsa's gossip mode was on. Amelia rolled her eyes. Don't you remember when I saved you, enduring pain, risking death, and bleeding for you? Did the Ripper run away because you're ugly? Elsa sat up. Don't change the subject. Be honest, have you fallen for our handsome and charismatic Emiliano? Fallen? Did you see something? Amelia blushed, realizing Elsa meant something else. She quickly coughed to cover her embarrassment. Cough, don't make things up. It's pure comradeship, understand? Field battle, still counts as a battle. Huh. Elsa scratched her chin thoughtfully. But yes, previously you two looked like a good match. You could have done your part to carry forward human civilization. Now, with Emiliano's condition, fate has indeed played its tricks. Amelia flicked her forehead. What do you think about all day? If you're bored, learn how to bandage wounds or cook meals from Ayao. Our injury rate is too high, relying on her alone will tire her out. Elsa disagreed. I want to. She showed her wrist wrapped messily with knots. But this thing requires specialization. Even if Ayao has patience to teach, I lack the talent. Amelia agreed. Compared to herself, she preferred conducting experiments and fighting over nursing, sewing, and surgeries. Nova felt embarrassed. I haven't done much. It was clear she felt inferior for lacking combat skills. If it weren't for Amelia agreeing to let me follow, I might have perished like others in the temporary camp. All matters along the way were handled by you guys. I couldn't even argue, let alone fight. Just not being a burden is already good. Burden? What are you talking about? Elsa disagreed first. Without your idea to use blood to wake up Emiliano, Amelia might not have returned to Fengchao. Not to mention fearing needles and screaming here. Amelia nodded. True, Ayao. She saw too much of her past self in Nova. She hoped to survive by relying on a powerful person but felt inferior all the time for depending on others' protection. This conflicting emotion accompanied her throughout the early period of the apocalypse until she joined the vaccine research group and gradually discovered her own value, which made her feel a little better. All these big and small injuries we have are treated by you. The food you process gives us confidence to eat it. You are our team's logistics minister, battling every day in your own way. Amelia spoke with utmost seriousness. Every time I fight and think of the trust you've placed in me, I become more determined. It was so in the past, it is now, and it will be in the future. So next time when I get injured again, please take care of me, Tilda. Amelia. Nova's eyes were moist. For the first time, she felt that her efforts were recognized and indispensable. She originally wanted to say some words of thanks but thought of something else before she could speak. So she whispered to Amelia. I think Emiliano, mumble. The sound of wind and waves outside drowned out the girl's whispers. Until the bell rang from the intercom, Alexander told everyone that they could already see land. After sitting on the boat all night, everyone missed the solid feeling of their feet touching the ground. They rushed to the deck to look around. The early sun at the horizon emitted faint light, like a warship setting sail. Gradually, the sky turned red, golden light brewing in the morning mist. It lit up the sea with shimmering ripples and brightened everyone's hearts. The outline of the nearby island had appeared, lush and green, seemingly welcoming them with open arms. It's been so long since we've seen such beautiful scenery, Tilda. Elsa sighed. Amelia lifted her head, feeling the breeze brushing her face. It was indeed a rare moment of relaxation. Her stomach growled, wishing they could catch some fish to fill their stomachs and take a good nap before landing on the island. Just as she was thinking this, she suddenly heard a strange noise above her head. Pitter-patter, it sounded like someone was setting off fireworks in the sky. Ouch, Tilda. Suddenly, Elsa covered her head. What hit me? Amelia followed the sound and saw a lively fish flopping on the deck. It seemed like the blessings of Buddha. Just as she wished for grilled fish, it fell from the sky. Of course, she wouldn't easily believe such good luck, but the faint noise above her head grew louder and closer, until a huge black shadow appeared over the Fengchao. My goodness, what is that? Everyone looked up. Almost simultaneously, Amelia's left shoulder and Nova's right shoulder were struck by something. Reaching out to touch, it felt cold and slippery. It was a small fish, no wider than a palm. In less than a moment, more fish began falling from the sky like rain, darkening the sky again. Shaking her head, Amelia hadn't figured out what was happening when she saw a water wall about 6 or 7 stories high rising on the horizon. Ling. Alexander. She had never seen such a scene before and couldn't find words to describe her shock. Alexander, having seen the sudden occurrence, ran back to the cabin shouting while heading to the cockpit. Get back into the cabin quickly. Amelia experienced the fierce and violent nature of the sea for the first time. The weather changed abruptly. She was about to pull Elsa and Nova back into the cabin when she saw a small boat approaching them not far away. Looking closely, there were people on board waving and signaling. With more fish hitting the deck, Amelia couldn't hear what they were shouting. She glanced down and picked up a handheld flag lying near her feet. She knew a bit of flag language, gesturing randomly based on her previous life memories. Her message was that they were heading for the island and asked about the current situation at sea. The people on the other boat soon took out their signal flags and responded steadily without panic. Based on memory, Amelia understood their meaning. Danger, follow their boat and stay away from here. Given the current situation with no better options, Amelia relayed the information to Alexander in the cockpit, and the Fengchao followed the small fishing boat around the water wall toward the island. Finally, when the ship reached shore, while packing her things, Amelia found a cloak and put it on Bliss. She looked up and down, left and right. The cloak covered the pale skin of Bliss and most of his face before she called a few people to disembark. The small fishing boat that had guided them was already tied to a pier, with an old man and a young man standing at the ferry landing. Seeing people coming down from the Fengchao, they came forward to greet. You are from outside the island? Why didn't you follow the route? There are often dragons surfacing over there. It's very dangerous. Amelia let Bliss walk among the crowd, while she stepped forward. Binghai is now full of zombies everywhere. The usual ferry port has fallen, and we are not familiar with the way. Thank you, sir, for guiding us. While speaking, Amelia noticed that the other young man kept glancing at her until he finally asked uncertainly, Amelia? Is your name Amelia? Everyone was taken aback, especially Amelia, who, after carefully looking at the young man's features, also felt some familiarity. Seeing her nod, the young man became excited. It really is you. Don't you remember me? I'm Kyler, Judah Kyler. Mentioning the name, Amelia not only recalled him but remembered clearly. Kyler had been a constant presence in her life from kindergarten to elementary school. Back then, Flynn and Candace were already key figures in the research institute, frequently working overtime in the laboratory. Sometimes Lizzie wanted Amelia to have a warm meal when she returned home, so she would let her come back with the neighbor's elder brother. Kyler had always been an understanding child, gentle and popular in the neighborhood. Seeing Amelia's delicate and tender appearance, he readily agreed when Grandma asked. After that, he not only picked her up from and dropped her off at school but also helped her with homework and played with her, spending almost every day together. Until Amelia entered junior high school, and he moved away with his parents from Binghai City, losing contact afterward. I remember. Amelia hadn't expected to meet a childhood friend here. Looking at his still boyishly handsome face, she smiled. Judah Kyler, how did you end up on the island? Are uncle and aunt fine? Seeing Amelia remember him, Kyler's smile grew wider. They're all fine, and they're on the island. They'll be so happy to know you've come. Oh, by the way, who are these people? Amelia briefly introduced the names of everyone. Kyler nodded at each of them and then suggested to Amelia. You must have come suddenly and don't have a place to stay yet, right? How about going to my place first and then slowly finding somewhere else to live? There are plenty of empty houses on the island, enough for everyone. Amelia thought that as outsiders, it would be better for them to avoid drawing attention from Yingxing by settling at Kyler's place and gathering information first, so she agreed happily. Kyler called home first, then took the luggage from Amelia. They chatted as they walked back. Listening to Amelia recount the current situation in Binghai City, Kyler frowned. How did it get like this? I wondered why the ships carrying food and supplies were delayed. So Binghai City has, a look of sympathy appeared on Kyler's face. The island is doing better. Occasionally, there are a few radiation-sick patients who go mad, but they have been dealt with promptly. Food resources such as grains and vegetables can last for some time. Everyone will just have to tighten their belts until the National Rescue Team arrives. Amelia wanted to tell him that this crisis was global and no rescue team would come, but seeing the bustling pedestrians, she decided to wait until they settled down before privately telling Kyler to store more food, as a thank you for his hospitality. The island wasn't too large nor too small. Taking public transportation, they soon arrived at Kyler's house. Beside the wide, grand road, the lawn was beautifully maintained, and the gate decoration was elegant. Compared to the ruined Binghai City filled with debris, garbage, and corpses, this place was undoubtedly paradise. Especially Kyler's home, which was a detached villa with European-style architecture, exuding elegance from the outside. He knocked on the door as if familiar with the routine, then winked at Amelia. Feels like bringing a girlfriend home to meet the parents. It's a little exciting. Chapter 39. Is he your boyfriend? Elsa glanced at Nova, her face displaying a look of amusement. Amelia furrowed her brows upon hearing this. She didn't like his way of saying it. However, before she could correct him, the speaker's voice cut in with a query. Who's there? Kyler said excitedly, Mom, it's me. Come see who's here. Soon, unhurried footsteps were heard from inside the villa. One side of the main door opened, and a well-dressed woman came out. Who is it? Look at you, all excited. Oh, you are. The woman's gaze swept over the three girls before finally resting on Amelia standing beside Kyler. She sized her up for a moment, then hesitated. You're not, that girl who used to come to our house often, the one. Kyler reminded her gently, Amelia. Gabriella clapped her hands together. That's right. Little Zun. My goodness, years have turned you into a fine young lady, even more beautiful than your mother. Amelia smiled politely. Auntie, I'm sorry to disturb you. No trouble at all. Gabriella patted Amelia's hand. Why did you come to the island? Mom Tilda, Kyler reminded her. Let's not stand at the door. Amelia and the others must be tired. Let's go inside and talk. Gabriella suddenly realized, oh right, let's go in. The door to the European-style villa swung wide open, and Gabriella invited everyone inside. Kyler was about to put his arm around Amelia's shoulders but stopped just short as she nimbly sidestepped, leaving him awkwardly leading the way. After entering the villa, they had to cross a courtyard to reach the living room. Amelia noticed 2 or 3 men standing by the gate, all dressed in uniform attire, equipped with batons at their waists and knives strapped to their legs. They looked highly trained and certainly weren't ordinary bodyguards. Elsa whispered softly in her ear, Amelia, your brother lives quite lavishly and impressively, doesn't he? Feeling their gazes, Kyler explained. It's because of those patients who escaped from the Sakura sanatorium recently, causing trouble. You haven't seen them, they pounce on anyone they see, relentless. Dad and I decided it would be safer to have some people over for security. Amelia thought to herself, not only have I seen them, but I've also taken care of quite a few. As he spoke, Kyler reassured her, stay here without worry, everything will be fine. By the time they crossed the courtyard and stood in the grand hall of the villa, Kyler, originally intending to ask everyone to sit down, paused when he saw someone already seated on the sofa. The person stood up immediately to greet them. Brother Lou has returned. How are the preparations going? Need any help? He glanced at Amelia and the others, looking apologetic but not very sincere. Oh, guests. That's surprising. Kyla's usually gentle smile faltered. I thought we agreed I could handle it alone. Why are you here? The man chuckled while rubbing his hands. This mission is too important. Our superiors worried you'd be under too much pressure, so they sent me over to. He paused for a moment before continuing. See if you need any assistance. No thanks. Kyla rejected him outright. The man draped an arm around Kyla's shoulder, walking them aside. To ease the tension, Gabriella asked Amelia and the others to go upstairs and choose rooms, then join them downstairs for dinner once they settled in. While walking upstairs, Amelia couldn't help but glance at the unexpected visitor. Short-statured, he wore a suit that looked ill-fitting, especially with his curly hair and scruffy appearance, making him look entirely out of place, almost as though that wasn't his real hair. On the second floor, Gabriella showed them 2 rooms, 3 girls sharing one, and Alexander and Bliss sharing another. She asked if they felt crowded, mentioning that if they did, there was another guest room at the end of the corridor. Amelia hurriedly assured her that 2 rooms were enough and thanked Gabriella for not overexerting herself for their arrival. Gabriella told them to take their time settling in and would call them for dinner when it was ready, before rushing back downstairs. Inside the guest room of the Lou residence, there were inner and outer chambers. Though only around 15 square meters, it felt luxurious to those accustomed to sleeping in cars, fields, and even dungeons. Ah, bed. I've missed you so much. Elsa dashed into the inner room and dove onto the large bed. I have to pamper you tonight. Amelia, you and Adelita take the other one, Tilda. Nova hadn't relaxed like this in ages. She dropped her luggage on the dressing stool in the outer chamber, massaging her shoulders. Watching Amelia walk around the room and peek outside through the window. Your leg isn't fully recovered yet, you should rest more, Nova advised. Amelia nodded but did not avert her gaze. From the window upstairs, she could see the courtyard clearly. She watched Kyla end his conversation and escort that man out. He didn't even reach the gate before turning back inside. The man seemed utterly unconcerned, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it up. After exchanging pleasantries with the guards at the door, he sauntered off. He seemed more familiar with the guards than with Kyla. Seeing Amelia staring out the window, Elsa climbed off the bed and crept over quietly. What are you looking at? By the time Elsa peeked out, the man had already walked through the gate, leaving only Kyla in the yard. Reunion after a long time apart, your rich and gentle neighbor brother looks like Emiliano finally has some competition, Tilda. Lost in thought, Amelia took a moment to respond. What competition? Thinking she was pretending not to understand, Elsa waved at Kyla in the yard. Hey, brother Lou, Tilda Han Tilda. Kyla looked up and waved back upon hearing her voice. But in that warm smile, Amelia caught a fleeting look of panic. When the kitchen began to waft with the scent of dinner, Kyla's voice came from the doorway. Amelia, have you all finished settling in? It's time for dinner. Even though they knew the island wasn't severely affected by the zombie surge, and that Kyla's family was relatively well off, the sight of a full table spread still made everyone's eyes widen. Elsa stared at a plate of braised pork on the table, almost drooling. Perhaps because lunch had been quite late today, both Gabriella and Foster seemed hungry as well. They invited everyone to sit down, and soon the only sounds were of chopsticks clattering against plates. After a few rounds of drinks and courses, Kyla added another bowl of white rice for Amelia and asked, "Where is your friend? Isn't he coming down?" He meant Bliss, expecting him to be merely delayed by something. But now that most of them had nearly finished eating, there was still no sign of him. Amelia naturally couldn't bring Bliss to the dining table, he didn't need to eat, and being too close might reveal his differences from ordinary people. So she smiled and explained that he was too tired from the journey and fell asleep without waiting for anyone to call him. She would take some food up to him later. Kyla didn't say anything, casually chatting about childhood memories. Do you remember the day it rained heavily after school? You refused to leave because you were afraid of getting your new shoes dirty. I carried you all the way home. And the time you bought a sugar-coated horse stick, and it dropped to the ground before you took a bite. No one could console you until Lizzie called me from far away to comfort you, stopping your crying. And. Amelia ate quietly, occasionally responding with a polite smile. This left Elsa, Nova, and Alexander giggling into their hands while indulging in sweet potatoes throughout the meal. Gabriella glanced at Amelia and then at her son, sighing at how time flies. Kyla, this child, often mentions you these past years. If we hadn't moved away back then, perhaps we would have been one family now. Auntie. Amelia couldn't help but interrupt. That was in the past. Who was the man who came in just now? It seemed like Brother Lou wasn't very welcoming towards him. Not Brother Kyla, not Brother Han, but Brother Lou, a respectful yet appropriately distant way of addressing him. Oh, him. Gabriella paused when Amelia mentioned the man, glancing at Foster and then Kyla. He's named Kian, a colleague from my work. Kyla cut in, the project hasn't been progressing smoothly recently, and our superiors are considering having him replace me. We don't like his style. Amelia nodded thoughtfully. Why isn't it going well? Is there anything I can do to help? Elsa chimed in. Yeah, what's troubling you? There's strength in numbers. Gabriella seemed to be waiting for this response, urgently signaling Kyla. Seeing he wasn't saying anything, she hurriedly spoke up. Actually, Mom. Kyla interrupted her. I'll handle my own problems. Besides, Amelia and the others came from afar, we shouldn't burden guests. But both Gabriella and Foster wore troubled expressions. I know what I'm doing. Please don't worry about it, he said, turning to Amelia. As I said, make yourself at home. Rest for a couple of days, and don't think about anything else. Let's eat. The table fell silent again. Everyone finished their meal lost in thought, then went about their respective tasks. Amelia put on an act as she carried a bowl of rice upstairs, instructing Alexander to eat if he got hungry later and not to draw attention from the family. As soon as Elsa entered the room, she called for a bath. Amelia sat beside her, continuing to study the calculation drawings left by Kong Wenbin. Time flew by until evening arrived. Since Kyla and Lu Dad were called away due to temporary matters at work, dinner was delivered to each person's room by the housekeeper. Nova changed the medicine for Amelia before going to take a shower. Just as Amelia thought of checking on Bliss in the neighboring room, there was a knock on the door. Amelia, are you there? It was Kyla's voice. Amelia packed away the drawings and opened the door for him. Outside the door, Kyla was dressed simply in a polo shirt and jeans. Though he wasn't as strikingly handsome as Bliss, his demeanor was comfortable and inviting, like the warm seniors everyone remembered from school. Sorry to disturb your rest. Can we take a walk together? Amelia smiled and agreed, telling Nova before following him out. The side yard of the Liu family villa had a pebble path surrounded by neatly trimmed flowers, making it feel like a quiet forest trail, perfect for an after-dinner stroll. Due to her injured foot, Amelia felt some pain walking on the uneven ground. Kyla offered to support her but was refused with a shake of her head. Look at me, so caught up in our reunion that I forgot about your injury. Let's sit here for a while. This time Kyla did not allow Amelia to refuse. He gently pulled her hand and guided her to a stone bench, pressing her shoulders to sit down. Do you want some fruit? I can ask the housekeeper to bring some over. No need, I ate quite well tonight. Also, resources are scarce now, and it already feels inappropriate that our group is eating here. Don't trouble yourself, Brother Lu. Kyla sat down slightly disappointed. I still prefer you calling me Brother Kyla. Amelia nonchalantly withdrew her hand. What you call me doesn't change our relationship. You have something to say to me, don't you? Is it related to the project you mentioned at noon? Hearing this, Kyla softened his expression. Nothing gets past you. Amelia continued, you don't need to be formal with me. Tell me what's on your mind. If I can help, I will. Kyla sighed and revealed the truth. Due to the unique geographical environment, the island needed regular hydrological measurements and water management according to weather conditions to ensure resident safety. After the zombie-infected radiation patients escaped from the Sakura Rise Sanatorium, some who were not detained on time caused chaos at the Sea Defense Dam and occupied a survey lab. They attacked anyone who came in, injuring several staff members. Since Sakura Rise claimed they were only patients and could not be forcefully restrained, Kyla's several attempts with security personnel were unsuccessful. With the rainy season approaching and no measurement data, Kyla had to personally observe the sea and wind on a fishing boat, which led to rescuing Amelia and the others from nearly being capsized by waves. The construction and survey of the sea dike have always been my family's responsibility. If Kian takes the lead, the entire project might be taken away. I heard that Jan's team includes seasoned special operation personnel. Could you please ask them to help subdue those patients and retrieve the survey drawings? Without hesitation, Amelia replied. Just set a time, and we'll discuss a plan. Kyla hadn't expected such a swift agreement. Though excited, he was also slightly concerned. They are all madmen, and this mission will be dangerous. Shouldn't you get their approval first? Amelia patted her chest confidently. No problem, I can make the decision for them. Kyla's gaze dimmed for a moment before speaking. You seem close to Emiliano. Is he your boyfriend? Chapter 40. This damn seductive guy. Amelia had already stood up and was about to head back when she paused at Kyla's words. She pondered slightly and shook her head. No. Then, should we? Hearing this, the stone in Kyla's heart fell. Just as he was about to say something an inch closer, she spoke again. He is far more important than a boyfriend. Therefore, when Elsa opened the door to the knock, she saw an utterly dejected Kyla and a guiltless Amelia standing outside. The teasing remarks she had prepared upon their return were all choked back into her throat. Not until closing the door and confirming that Kyla had walked far enough did she come nosily close. What did you two talk about? Why does your brother Kyla look not so good? Amelia didn't reply. After entering the room, she started searching around. What are you looking for? You're still injured. Be careful or you might rupture your stitches. Nova, seeing this, could no longer hold back her words of warning. Yet, Amelia placed her index finger over her lips, making a gesture. Soon enough, she found two small black objects, one from the ventilation outlet of the air conditioner in the outer room, and one from the flower pot by the window in the inner room. After exchanging looks, they were both astonished, their mouths agape with surprise as if asking each other what to do next. While turning on the faucet deliberately to make some noise, Amelia quietly asked Elsa, "Where's that piece of gum you took from the living room this afternoon? Give it to me." Elsa loved snacks, especially chewing gum when she had nothing to do. Seeing it on the coffee table in the living room, she felt awkward taking too much, so she only took a single piece to put in her pocket. She never expected it would actually come in handy. After chewing the gum for a moment, Amelia spat it out and wrapped the two black objects in it before putting them in the ashtray. Then she told the two girls, "There's something off here. Pack everything up and get ready to leave at any time." Pointing at the wrapped objects, Elsa asked, Are those bugs? These things are usually seen in spy movies. How could your neighbor have them? Did they really run into trouble? Nova shook her head. Perhaps, these bugs were installed for us. Amelia clearly agreed more with Nova's point of view. First, she gestured towards the house. Guests don't often visit the island, yet the guest room Memalu temporarily arranged for us was cleaned spotlessly, even in the corners. She stood up, opened the wardrobe, and looked at their feet wearing slippers. Clearly, only 3 people, the family and the housekeeper, live here, but there were 5 or 6 sets of unused pajamas and shoes readily available, with exactly 3 pairs for women. You mean? A shiver ran down Elsa's spine. They knew we were coming. When? How many of us? And maybe even. Amelia paused, thinking of Bliss. A chill crept over her heart. How did they know? What should we do now? Just run away? Elsa asked. That won't work, Nova disagreed. They haven't taken action against us yet. If we try to leave forcefully, it might alert them. Amelia nodded. Adelita is right. Look at the bodyguards by the door. Speaking of which, she called Elsa to look outside the window. Their job isn't to keep outsiders out, it's to prevent insiders from leaving. Damn it. Elsa let out a curse. This damned Kyler. I thought he was a decent guy and even considered him as a potential choice if Emiliano couldn't recover. Who would have thought he had ulterior motives behind his back? She kicked off her slippers while talking. Kyler, green tea. Isn't that green tea? A play on words implying someone pretending to be nice? He acts caring on the surface, but is nothing good inside. Amelia calmed her down, telling her to keep her voice down. Even though they found 2 bugs, there might still be undiscovered ones. So what do we do now? What benefits will they gain from this? Oh, what did he want to talk to you about? All Elsa could think about was ripping Kyler apart for being a hypocrite. Amelia pondered. He asked for my help with something, and I agreed. What? Knowing what kind of person he is, you still agreed to help him. Elsa couldn't sit still again. Nova pressed her down onto the sofa. Calm down first, listen to what Amelia has to say. After gathering her thoughts, Amelia explained her plan to the 2. Once the details were confirmed, Amelia urged Elsa to take a shower first, then pulled Nova aside. Adelita, tomorrow I'll definitely go with Bliss, but after that fight on the ghost ship, I feel a bit physically drained. Before she could finish, Nova opened her first aid kit, took out a small packet of pills and solemnly handed it to Amelia. These are painkillers I took from their lab when I came out of the underground air raid shelter. There's ibuprofen, indomethacin, and even some fentanyl for emergencies if necessary, but remember to be cautious with the dosage. Still seemingly uneasy, she then pulled out a tightly rolled towel from her luggage, inside which were several small syringes. While strolling through the garden today, I found that our neighbor keeps 2 little pot-bellied pigs in his yard. I slipped into the backyard under the pretense of going to the bathroom and extracted several adrenaline shots. Take them just in case. Amelia didn't expect Nova to be so considerate. It would be dishonest to say she wasn't touched. Adela Tyro, it's so great having you all here. She gave Nova a gentle hug. Nova blushed slightly. As you said, since every time you get injured you have to trouble me, this time let my resolve accompany you to the battlefield as well, Tilda. After making all the preparations, Amelia went to Alexander's room next door and simply told him that she and Bliss were going to the C-Dam office to help handle some matters and that he should go shopping with Nova and Elsa tomorrow. Alexander didn't suspect anything and readily agreed. Spending a sleepless night, dawn arrived swiftly. Kyler had prepared breakfast early in the morning. Seeing Amelia and the others come downstairs, he greeted them with a smile. Nova nodded discreetly, but Elsa couldn't hide her emotions. She glanced at Kyler, didn't speak, and directly pulled out a chair to sit at the dining table. What's wrong with Sister Joshwan? Did you not rest well because the room was uncomfortable? Amelia stuffed a piece of pastry into her mouth to prevent her from lashing out. She was woken up by barking dogs this morning, so she's a bit grumpy. Oh, Kyler recalled. Does someone around here keep a dog? How could Brother Lou not know after living here for so long? Amelia countered, while observing his reaction. Sure enough, Kyler's hand paused as he distributed utensils. It was clear this place wasn't his true home. Seeing this, Mother Lou smoothly intervened. Yes, son, don't you remember? The house in front has a big dog that barks every morning when it sees people, which is quite annoying. Yes. Swallowing the pastry in her mouth, Elsa looked at Kyler and emphasized, the dog's barking really annoys people. Kyler smiled awkwardly. I'll have someone talk to them about it. Let's eat, shall we? Breakfast ended with everyone harboring their own thoughts. Kyler noticed Amelia heading upstairs with a bowl and asked, isn't Emiliano coming down to eat? Amelia nodded. I'll discuss the details with him. We'll meet in the courtyard at 9 o'clock sharp. Without looking back, she ran upstairs. Bliss still had that dazed expression, sitting motionless by the window most of the time. Only when Amelia opened the door did his eyes focus on her movements. Amelia stood beside Bliss, hiding herself behind the curtain and half a wall, pretending to put breakfast in his hands but actually eating it herself. Feeding herself fried dough sticks, she occasionally glanced at Bliss. She knew Bliss grew up inland and wondered if he was accustomed to the crispy aroma of baked bread and fried dough twists in Pingshai. She tore off a small piece and offered it to Bliss. Do you want to try? It's really delicious. Looking at his bewildered expression, Amelia chuckled at herself. Even if he used to enjoy it, he probably couldn't taste it properly now. Thinking of this made her heart feel somewhat bitter. He still hadn't escaped the fate of becoming a zombie as he did in the previous life. Unconsciously, Amelia held his hand and spoke in as light a voice as possible. It's okay. In this life, I'm here for you. As long as it's not the end, I won't give up any hope of turning you back to normal. Surviving the apocalypse and finding family required leveraging Bliss's formidable combat abilities. Everything else could wait until he returned to normal. Amelia thought this way, unaware that her feelings for him had changed subtly amidst Elsa's jokes. Thinking she'd need energy soon, Amelia sped up her eating. The piece of fried dough twist she planned to give Bliss also ended up in her mouth. Bliss seemed to still be reflecting on Amelia's words, staring blankly at the crumbs on the corner of her lips. Sensing his gaze, Amelia raised her hand to wipe but was caught by the wrist. Then, the light in front of her suddenly dimmed, replaced by an enlarged handsome face of Bliss. A gentle warmth swept away the crumbs and powder from the fried dough twist from her lips. Amelia's heart raced, and when she felt him seriously pursing his lips to taste, she inwardly cursed. Damn it, this bastard is still so seductive even as a zombie. After everyone was ready, Amelia also came downstairs with Bliss. In the courtyard, besides Kyla and that boatman from the other day, there was also a sturdy middle-aged man standing there. Seeing the two walking together, the expression on Kyla's face changed slightly but he waved in greeting, suppressing any remarks. Emiliano has arrived. Let me introduce you to Lane from our unit's security department. Apart from guiding us, he also provides additional safety for this mission. Bliss naturally ignored the introduction, waiting for Amelia's instructions. Amelia pointed to the vehicle at the door. Time is tight and the task is heavy. Let's get in the car and talk on the way. The vehicle was a military-style open-top 7-seater off-road vehicle. The middle-aged security director surnamed Liao drove, the fisherman sat in the passenger seat, while Kyla and the backpack along with all the tools took up one row. Amelia and Bliss sat at the back. Lane, seeing that the person Kyla brought was just a pretty boy who didn't speak, was quite dissatisfied. Engineer Lou, not that I don't trust you, but we've sent people multiple times and they all returned empty-handed. You're taking 2 kids who aren't even fully grown? We're probably going to come back empty-handed again. Kyla's mind was elsewhere. He had originally expected to bring Alexander and Bliss, but seeing Amelia get in the car made him feel somewhat more relaxed. But his tone expressed concern. Jan, I understand your bond with Emiliano. He glanced at Bliss who remained silent. But this mission is dangerous. If I had known you were coming too, I wouldn't have agreed. His underlying meaning was that Xiao knew how dangerous it was but still brought her, obviously not caring much about her safety. If anything happened to her on the way, he would be responsible. Amelia knew he couldn't let go of Alexander at home and was trying to tarnish Bliss's image in her eyes. So she pretended to explain unintentionally. Can't help it. Alexander is Elsa's boyfriend. She always follows what he says. This morning, after being woken by dogs, she insisted that Alexander take her for a walk around and find some local delicacies to calm her nerves. They probably won't be back until lunchtime. She looked out the window at the road. Brother Lou, don't worry. Bliss has experience dealing with those infected. Lane snorted through his nose. PH, don't boast now, only to wet your pants when you meet them. Except for changing boats to cross the sea dam, no one spoke much during the journey. The sea dike, built 7 years ago, took 5 years to complete. It required countless resources to build a sea barrier over 10 meters high with a highway on top and a railway foundation. This dike shortened the coastline within the island by several hundred kilometers, significantly reducing the seawater's intrusion onto the land, protecting the island's safety. The water on the other side gradually turned into a freshwater lake, occasionally providing additional water resources for people. Looking at this magnificent sea dike and the vast ocean, Amelia felt her chest broaden. If not for Japan's nuclear sewage discharge, all of this would be invaluable human assets. Sadly. Standing at the bow of the boat, Kyla pointed to the distant observation tower and said to Amelia, "The observation office is right there. Who knows if those lunatics are still around?" As they approached the underground 3rd level of the observation tower, they saw the door to the observation hall open next to roaring seawater. It seemed like any sound here would be swallowed by the relentless seawater. Amelia patted Bliss's shoulder and whispered something in his ear. Bliss strode confidently, kicked open the iron door, and walked inside. Soon, sounds of clanging and growls echoed from inside. Amelia knew Bliss was already engaged with the people inside, and she stepped over the threshold. Kyla opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. He followed Amelia into the door. Amelia turned on the lights in the observation room and saw Bliss holding 2 writhing zombies by hand, with another underfoot. Everything was quiet again. "Brother Lou, are these the ones causing trouble? Let's check the number." Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, a hissing sound came from all directions. Then white mist enveloped them. Amelia instinctively covered her mouth and nose, reaching out to find Bliss's position while calling out loudly, "Kyla, where are you? Is anyone there?" In the thick fog, Amelia touched someone. It wasn't Bliss but Kyla. Only to see him twisting Amelia's hand behind her back, forcefully hugging her waist while whispering in her ear, "I did warn you beforehand. If you insisted on coming along, then don't blame me." Chapter 41, Then I'll serve you well. Amelia's arm ached as she struggled, but to no avail. She glared at Kyla. "What do you mean by this?" Kyla wore his usual expression, smiling warmly and gently. But now it seemed as fake as a mask on his face, showing no trace of sincerity. The surrounding steam had already stopped, and the white mist was so thick that only 2 steps ahead were visible. He snapped his fingers, and immediately figures moved in the thick fog, occasionally passing by, all rushing towards where Bliss and the radiation patients had just engaged in combat. Sensing Amelia's entire body stiffening, Kyla whispered to comfort her. Don't worry, I'm still someone who values past feelings, especially for you. As he spoke, he admired Amelia's appearance up close. Her petite face, her almond-shaped eyes filled with moisture. So many years had passed, yet she still exuded an innocent and gentle charm, pure and sincere, radiating warmth that made one want to get closer, discovering more charm the longer they spent together. Only as a child did she seem more playful, while now the occasional flash of sharpness in her eyes added an element of stunning beauty, captivating one at first sight. Amelia avoided Kyla's gaze, feeling nauseous. Hearing faint sounds of fighting in the thick mist, she couldn't help but shout out loud. Bliss, how are you? Respond to me. Kyla's smile faded as he tightened his grip. Sure, don't shout so loudly. He won't respond to you anymore. Amelia glared angrily. What exactly did you do to him? Wasn't it all lies what you said about helping retrieve the survey data, securing the coastal dike project, and ensuring the island's safety? Those were indeed true, but, seeing everything under control, Kyla didn't mind revealing the truth. To achieve these goals, the condition wasn't to clear the patients from the observatory, but your Emiliano. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Amelia's ear again. He is a zombie, isn't he? Amelia narrowed her eyes. You knew all along. Kyla shook his head with a smile. It wasn't me who knew, but someone else. The sounds of fighting in the mist gradually subsided, suggesting the battle there had ended. He didn't think Amelia could put up any resistance with Bliss restrained, so he loosened his grip slightly. But he lingered around her soft waist, reluctant to let go entirely. Due to her earlier struggle, the edge of her clothes around her waist had rolled up. Amelia felt Kyla's fingers moving unscrupulously around her waist, wishing she could chop them off right then and there. If you know Bliss is a zombie, you should understand that these people can't hold him down alone. Amelia coldly threatened. Aren't you afraid he'll tear you apart later? Kyla laughed as if hearing something amusing. You have such confidence in him. Let me tell you the truth, this mist doesn't affect humans, but it's filled with drugs that paralyze a zombie's brain. Forget tearing anyone apart, he'll likely be taken to the lab and dissected alive. No, he's already dead. You. Amelia cursed inwardly with every foul word she knew. From the moment we set foot on the island, everything, the reunion, the kind reception, it was all planned by you to capture Bliss today. Kyla pondered seriously. Not really. The original plan from Ingxing was to kill you both upon arrival, but fearing that zombie's terrifying combat strength, it just happened that I was in charge of surveying that day. I saw you through the telescope and came up with this non-violent plan. He continued as if he'd gotten a good deal. Kian's easy prey was snatched by me. Honestly, I should thank you, otherwise, I would have been under that bully for who knows how long. You mean that person waiting for us in the villa's living room when we arrived? Amelia asked. Kyla nodded. Exactly. He's just a lackey, relying on his closeness to President Akil, cursing at everyone. He's grown greedier over the past 2 years, even trying to push me out as chief engineer. How absurd. Everyone knows the coastal dike project is a lucrative opportunity, but not everyone has the technical expertise to handle it. Isn't that right, my dear sister Tilda? The closer he got, the more he sensed a sweetness emanating from Amelia, tempting him to strip her bare and savor her inch by inch. Kyla wasn't without women, but none stirred his animalistic urges like Amelia, making him unable to resist violating her right there. After all, the mist was thick, and no one could see what he did, so he started acting improperly. Feeling Kyla's breath drawing near, Amelia turned her head away but was forcefully pulled back by him, who tightly gripped her jaw. At this moment, rejecting me isn't a good choice. If you don't want to end up like your friends in the sanatorium, becoming the next batch of test subjects for biological experiments, think about how to make me comfortable. Then I can talk to President Akil and let you stay as my woman. After speaking, seemingly confident that Amelia wouldn't resist, he leaned in to kiss her red lips. Before his lips could touch her, he saw a flash of cold light, followed by an emptiness in his arms. He realized half his nose had been cut off by Amelia. The tip of the paratrooper knife, which she held in reverse, gleamed with a hint of crimson before Amelia flicked it clean. Ah! Kyla screamed like a pig being butchered. His screaming was so unbearable that Amelia couldn't help but kick his tibia, crippling him and forcing him to kneel at a height where she could easily choke him. Her smile was still sweet, but it now sent shivers down anyone's spine. TSK, too noisy. Stop screaming so loudly. Amelia gave back his words exactly as he had spoken them. Since no one will respond to you, you might as well save your energy. Blood still seeped through Kyla's fingers as he covered his nose. Tears streamed from his eyes, unable to open them, as he clumsily opened and closed his mouth. Knowing he wanted to say something, Amelia released her grip. Regaining freedom, Kyla coughed violently, then looked fearfully into the thick mist. Having made so much noise, and yet none of his people appeared, did that mean they were all killed? No, that couldn't be possible. The mist was still here. Could it be that the laboratory data was wrong, and the drugs inside were ineffective? Amelia already understood his confusion. The drug is fine, it's just easy to deal with. She took out 2 small nose plugs from her pocket, pretending to insert them into her nostrils. See, problem solved. Kyla was puzzled, that wasn't what he wanted to ask. How did they? Amelia then exclaimed, Oh Tilda. You're asking how we knew about this drug that restrains Bliss and how we protected against it, right? Kyla nodded. A trace of relief surfaced on Amelia's face. This all thanks to Adelita. When they were still on the ship, Nova had found Bliss's inexplicable coma very suspicious. Adding to that, after encountering the ghost ship, Porter had taken many zombies out to sea without any restraint and remained unharmed. This confirmed her suspicion that there must be a method to temporarily disable zombies. And on their ship, Stuart, such substances existed. With this hypothesis, she searched the cabin where Bliss was located, finally scraping some fine powder from the wall. Under the rich wood fragrance, a faint sweetness lingered. Amelia placed a small Ziploc bag in front of Kyla. You used this substance to coat the cabins filled with zombies, transporting them to Ping Hai, right? Recalling Alexander's account of discovering Stuart, a daring idea emerged in Amelia's mind. This fast boat didn't accidentally run aground here, rather, it arrived with a concealed purpose. Someone arranged for Stuart to bring experimentally modified zombies into Ping Hai. To avoid leaks, they secretly executed all crew members upon arrival and staged their deaths to look mysterious, making it seem like the ship hadn't sailed far before running aground. Unknown to them, the narrow strait was not the starting point but the end point. Kyla's face began to show terror. Just by this, she accurately deduced the source of Ping Hai City's zombie outbreak. Kyla didn't know how meticulously she thought or boldly hypothesized, he only knew he had provoked someone he shouldn't have and death was near. He might still have one last card. You let me go, I swear, I won't harm your friends. Amelia laughed. Why do you think I cooperated with your plan? Why did I come all the way to the seawall? Kyla felt a chill. Why? One reason is to distract your main forces, allowing Elsa and others in the villa to escape safely. Amelia supported her chin, pondering. They should be safe now. Then, daring not to continue, Kyla recognized his overwhelming defeat. What's the second reason? Amelia straightened her expression and approached, gripping the combat knife. Second, I have a question for you. You'd better behave or I don't mind getting my knife dirty again. Kyla was at his wit's end. Ask, as long as I know. The ones responsible for radiation sickness and biochemical experiments, besides those from Yingxing and the hospital, the research institute is also involved, right? Kyla was utterly shocked by this question. Even before he could answer, Amelia had already read the truth in his face. Her hand holding the knife trembled uncontrollably. The research institute is on the island, and my parents are there too, right? Kyla didn't expect Amelia to figure this out as well. He gaped wide-eyed. How did you know? Amelia smiled. Since we met, you've asked about my situation and Ping Hai's situation, but you never mentioned my parents. The only reason can be that you must have seen them, and recently too. Recalling the last time he saw Flynn and Candace, Kyla dared not answer Amelia's question. I. Amelia kept moving closer. After the apocalypse, I went to the research institute. It had already been completely looted. Was it done by Yingxing? Kyla started shaking more violently, whether due to pain or fear. Slowly, he couldn't bear the psychological burden anymore. Struggling to get up, he dragged his useless leg while shouting Lao Liao's name and ran into the thick mist. Just as Amelia was about to chase him, she saw Kyla abruptly stop in his tracks, then slowly retreat back towards her. Blood dripped from an unknown point on his body onto the ground. It made a soft dripping sound. Foster, see? I told you not to be so stubborn, and look what happened. A casual voice sounded out, instantly irritable to hear. The man named Kian, whom Amelia had briefly encountered in the villa, emerged from the mist. He held a bloody knife, stepping over the trail of blood left by Kyla. Jiao. Kian. When? Ugh. Although short-statured, Kian had considerable strength. He pulled the blade out of Kyla's chest with one swift motion. Kyla collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Kian squatted down beside him, touching the back of his neck. If Bossakil found out you revealed the company's secrets, your fate would be much worse. You should thank me. With that, he gave a hard pull and pushed downward. Kyla fell prostrate before him as if bowing in gratitude. After dealing with Kyla, Kian stood up. Due to the humid heat of the observation station, sweat trickled down his forehead, causing him to scratch his head continuously. Unable to endure it any longer, he took off his wig and tossed it aside. Tilda, this feels much better. Then, chuckling, he pointed at Amelia with his finger. Hey, Amelia, right? Impressive, Tilda. He clapped his hands as he spoke. Not bad for Professor Jiang and Professor Xia's precious daughter. You've managed to escape from us once at the Research Institute and figured out the whereabouts of the researchers from Kyla's rambling. Truly outstanding. Amelia's mind buzzed as she finally remembered where she had seen this man before. The Research Institute of Ping Hai City, the bald man. On the day the apocalypse struck, after picking up medicine from the city hospital, she found all the researchers had vanished without a trace, apparently taken away by someone. To cover their tracks, they created a false impression that zombies had breached the institute, making the neighboring Physics Research Institute people scapegoats. When Amelia entered the office where her father, Flynn, worked, looking for clues about the researchers' disappearance, the bald man returned with others, seemingly searching for something. She slipped out unnoticed while they were distracted, driving away in a box truck. Through the rearview mirror, she saw the bald man and a few others chasing after her. At the time, she didn't know if they had recognized her, but now she had unwittingly come forward to extract information from Kyla. Is that why you couldn't find what you were looking for? Did you take it? The bald man clicked his teeth, spreading his hands toward Amelia. Come on, give it to me, and I'll take you to see your parents. Chapter 42. This prediction scores full marks. Amelia rarely found herself in such a difficult position. because she had guessed that what the bald man wanted was the particle amplifier. And before she left, she had hidden it in Elsa's luggage. Firstly, the particle amplifier was currently in a damaged state and couldn't be used even if carried around. This trip might be risky. If it were lost carelessly, it would be a pity for all the supplies inside the spatial bag. Secondly, she had absolute trust in these few companions. In case anything happened to her and Bliss, leaving the supplies in the spatial bag for them would at least ensure they could survive for a while. As for how to use and repair it, she had already sorted out the method based on the data provided by Pablo, placing it with the particle amplifier, waiting for an appropriate time to test it. Originally, she had planned to deal with Kyla, find out about the whereabouts of her parents and grandmother, then reunite with them. However, this bald man appeared unexpectedly, disrupting Amelia's plans. If she didn't produce the item now, the bald man would surely guess that it might be with Elsa and the others. Then, their chances of escaping would become slim. She needed to find a way to buy some time. Amelia made up her mind but knew that pretending to be oblivious wasn't a good strategy. The bald man might look like a petty thug, but as he said, he was cautious and smart, with a strong sense of vigilance and suspicion. Otherwise, Kyla wouldn't have fallen into his hands. She then thought of something else and pretended to pat the wedge-shaped crossbody bag on her shoulder. The item is with me, but how do I know you've really seen my parents? Hearing this, the bald man smiled and covered his left chest seriously. I'm not like that smooth-talking pretty boy Kyla. A U citizen doesn't lie to another U citizen. Despite his unseemly appearance, there was an inexplicable harmony when he said this, as if making a vow. Amelia stared at him with a bemused look, indeed wanting to confirm her parents' current situation while stalling for time. Seeing that the young girl wasn't easy to fool, the bald man scratched his head. After rummaging through his pockets, he finally pulled out his phone and searched for a while. Photos should be enough proof, right? Saying this, he raised his phone. Amelia slowly stepped into view, her heart racing uncontrollably. On the screen, a woman lay on a CT bed face up, while a man beside her carefully attached patches to her body. Without doubt, they were her parents, Candace and Flynn. Candace looked pale, her figure much thinner than Amelia remembered, clearly having suffered from illness for some time. Though Flynn looked grave, he tried to stay strong in front of Candace, attempting to give her hope and courage. On the other side of the translucent lab door, an elderly woman stood holding their coats, waiting. It was her grandmother. Noticing Amelia's distraction, the bald man pointed at the people on the screen one by one. Dad, Mom, Lizzie, right? Amelia took half a step back and nodded. Then she slipped off the crossbody bag from over her head, gestured toward the bald man, and suddenly threw it at him. The bag wasn't heavy, but it flew through the air with force. The bald man involuntarily followed its path with his eyes. At this moment, Amelia reversed her grip on the paratrooper knife and rushed at him at full speed. The bald man may look short and stubby, but his reactions were incredibly fast. He knew when to let go and didn't obsess over catching the bag. Instead, he assumed a defensive posture, ready to meet Amelia. Although Amelia had plenty of combat experience from her past life, she soon felt strained fighting the bald man. Perhaps due to the toxins in her body, once she exerted too much energy, she began experiencing palpitations and tightness in her chest. Looking at the bald man's expression, he seemed to be handling her easily, like playing with a child. Continuing this way would only work against her. So she decided to take a bold move, starting to fight fiercely, creating an illusion of desperation. After a punch, the bald man blocked it, only to be met with the paratrooper knife coming from another direction, aiming straight for his chest. After several blocks, he managed to catch Amelia's somewhat powerful attack, firmly gripping the hand holding the knife, stopping any further advance. This was what Amelia had been waiting for. After a few futile struggles, she released her hand. The paratrooper knife dropped due to gravity into her lower left hand, jabbing towards the bald man's lower abdomen. This move was learned from a knife master she passed by in a village in her previous life. After zombies swept through human society, apart from armed bases and safety forts, some civilian artisans and groups relied on their skills and abilities to survive. Some of them did not have thermal weapons, but their inherited knife-forging skills were exquisite, with some of the cast blades and swords even capable of competing against the evolved limbs-offs. Sharp as they were, slicing through iron like mud. Moreover, most of them had excellent martial arts skills, especially in utilizing their weapons for combat. This feint was highly deceptive. It wasn't just useful against mindless zombies, but even skilled martial artists might not easily evade it. Amelia was certain that this move, even if it didn't kill the bald man, would at least severely wound him, buying her time to escape with bliss. However, the expected sensation of the blade-piercing flesh did not come. The bald man had anticipated her maneuver, not only blocking her attack with the fallen crossbody bag but also using an elbow strike to pin Amelia to the ground. My, what a fiery little thing, with pretty good kung fu. The bald man pressed his knee against Amelia's back, preventing her from getting up. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, he swiftly dodged her paratrooper knife. Pity, this knife is too large for you. He analyzed her failure as if he were an experienced practitioner. If it were 3 inches shorter and the handle half as wide. As he spoke, he compared sizes using Amelia's palm. You wouldn't get cut when changing hands, and being closer to me would increase your chances. Amelia was amazed by the bald man's expertise and thought of his name Kian. The knife master who taught her self-defense also seemed to be surnamed Zhao. But she had no time to verify whether this was coincidence or fate, as under the bald man's command, Bliss was brought out of the dispersing white mist by his subordinates. His body was smeared with red and green colors, and one finger was clipped onto the buttonhole of his tactical vest. It was easy to imagine how brutal the previous fight had been. But now wasn't the time to sympathize with enemies, because Bliss appeared before Amelia wearing the specialized helmet seen earlier in the air raid shelter. He looked lethargic, controlled like a puppet. "Strip off his top," the bald man ordered. His subordinates acted quickly, soon exposing Bliss's well-built chest. All healed, recovering pretty fast. Xiao. Amelia knew they must have used the helmet to limit Bliss's movements, probably forcing him to inhale the paralyzing drug mist. She wasn't sure if simply calling him could wake him up. Before she could finish calling his name, the bald man waved his hand. One of his subordinates got the idea and placed a guillotine-like device on one of Bliss's fingers, severing it with a snap. Ah! Amelia's mouth gaped open, too shocked to produce any sound. "Let go of me, you." Turning back angrily, she saw the bald man intriguedly contemplating. Evolved such rapid healing ability so quickly, very impressive. Lowering his head, he innocently asked, seeing Amelia's murderous gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that? This is the consequence of you disobeying and attacking me first. He suffered for you." Amelia froze. The bald man continued, "But why worry? It'll grow back anyway. Let's make a bet. How many days will it take for this finger to regrow?" Amelia, imagining the look in Kian's eyes towards Bliss, could foresee what kind of treatment he would receive if captured by these so-called experimenters. The scene in the laboratory still lingered in her mind, causing her heart to ache. She couldn't let that happen again. "What's the wager?" Amelia asked, head lowered. Hearing her tone, the bald man knew she was heavily impacted. "Well, don't say I'm bullying a kid. If I win, I don't ask for anything. If you win..." The bald man weighed the knife in his hand again. "I'll modify this for you, guaranteed to fit better." Amelia shook her head. "Trivial stuff isn't interesting. If you win, I'll give you what you truly want." The bald man then opened the wedge-shaped crossbody bag, finding nothing inside except some common external medicine. Slapping his forehead, "Caught rabbits all my life, only to get blinded by a rabbit." Throwing the bag aside, he asked, "What do you want if you win?" Just pretending to ask, as he had no intention of giving. Amelia shifted her right leg closer to her chest. "I want your ancestors to go to hell." With that, she forcefully twisted her body, dislocating her right arm from the shoulder joint. The bald man involuntarily leaned forward, giving Amelia the chance to wrap her arms around his neck. Meanwhile, she had already taken out a syringe of adrenaline from the pocket on her work pants thigh, and the needle easily pierced into the bald man's carotid artery. "Don't move," Amelia said coldly. In the moment the syringe was already half empty. "This was prepared for myself, but since you are my senior, I don't mind letting you use it first." The bald man didn't expect her to be so desperate. From his feeling, her right hand was probably going to be crippled. At this moment, his temples were pounding, and a suffocating sensation was gradually creeping up. "I now understand who that guy in the air raid shelter fell to." Kian rarely admired anyone, but this seemingly frail girl had more backbone than most men. "Stop talking nonsense." Amelia knew this might be her only chance. "Let your men release him." Before the bald man could signal, they had already loosened their grip on Bliss, clearly unwilling to let this woman risk their boss's life. "Take off the helmet." Kian's bald head seemed as if it had been scalded by boiling water, turning red due to soaring blood pressure. "Do as she says." He had no doubt this girl would kill him if given the chance. Bliss's helmet was removed. Although he managed to stand, his fighting ability seemed significantly diminished. Amelia knew how cunning the bald man was, so she dared not easily relax the syringe in her hand. She could only call Bliss's name, trying to wake him up. Perhaps the drugs used in haste were less potent than those in the cabin, and Bliss quickly responded to Amelia's calls. "That would do." Seeing this, Amelia made the bald man stand up, retreating with Bliss to the edge of the seawater near the door. Glancing at the roaring sea, Amelia hadn't had time to act when she heard two sharp whistles blow darts. She immediately released the bald man and fiercely pushed Bliss, sending him into the turbulent sea. Just as she was about to jump in after him, an anesthesia dart struck her thigh from an unknown direction. Dizziness overwhelmed her, and she plummeted headfirst into the sea. The bald man grabbed her wrist at the last moment. Looking at the unconscious Amelia, he muttered to himself. "Sorry, President Akil thinks you're more valuable for research than that zombie." Elsa and the other three followed Amelia's plan. After dealing with the uniformed guards left in the villa, they ran towards the only small hill on the island. The terrain there was complex, and the dense vegetation during this season would delay their pursuers. Below the cliff was the harbor, which would make it easier for them to hijack a boat and escape. However, Alexander felt uneasy throughout their journey. The island had been bustling when they arrived, yet now they hadn't seen a single person after running for so long. It was as if everyone on the island had vanished overnight. Traveling by foot wasn't fast, and fearing they might miss the agreed time with Amelia, they decided to borrow a nearby car. As Alexander broke the car window and got into the driver's seat, Nova asked the others, "Did you hear something?" Elsa listened and looked at the darkening sky. "Thunder. It might rain soon." Nova shook her head. "No, it's not that." Unlike thunder rumbling in the clouds, this sound started softly, like whispers, gradually growing louder and sounding like distant drums. The ground beneath their feet began to tremble. Just as Nova crouched down to examine the few centimeters of dirt bouncing up, Elsa shakily said, "Lee, little Lingtong, isn't it ready yet? If you don't hurry up, we're all going to be doomed." Chapter 43, Bomb. Give them a taste of their own medicine. In a daze, Amelia remembered that she had opened her eyes several times. Her vision was either a white expanse or an eerily black void, making it impossible to tell how much time had passed. It seemed as though she had had a very long dream. In the dream, the end of the world hadn't come. Her father, mother, and grandmother were all by her side. Her family sat around a table, happily making dumplings together while watching the festive TV broadcast celebrating the most important holiday of the year. As midnight struck, firecrackers erupted outside, their deafening noise drowning out all conversation. Amelia volunteered to join her father in setting off firecrackers to dispel the bad luck of the past year. But just after she lit the fire and turned around, a stray firework shot through her window and exploded inside. She watched in shock as her father, Jiang Danny Ming, rushed towards the house only to be tackled and torn apart by a monstrous creature covered in decaying flesh just before he reached the door. Amelia was stunned. When she finally mustered the courage to approach and check on her family's injuries, the crowd surged forward, knocking her off balance, and she lost her way home. The scene around her changed abruptly. Someone nearby tugged at her sleeve, and when Amelia turned, they slapped her across the face. Bitch, outsider woman, you fox spirit who ruins other people's families. We should kill you. Amelia, covering her face, murmured, I'm not. It's her. She has tarnished our school's and college's reputation. Throw her out. Yes, throw her out. Our school doesn't need such a disgraceful student. In her helplessness, Amelia saw Sullivan among the crowd and begged him to vouch for her, insisting that she was only attending class and not what everyone accused her of. But instead of speaking up, Sullivan publicly stripped her naked and leered wickedly. 500 yuan per session with this young and beautiful college student. Pay first, then experience later. Amelia struggled futilely to cover herself with her clothes. Desperate, she tried pushing back against the surging crowd, trying to escape. However, someone grabbed her foot, and when she looked down, Justine was lying there, covered in blood. Help me, Amelia, 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 Amelia. The calls grew louder, as if someone was shouting directly into her ears. What do we do? I can't wake her up. Well, look at what she's like now. It's no wonder you can't wake her. Alexander, carry her and go. But. Elsa stopped Alexander from entering the room and approached the naked Amelia, who was chained to an experimental bed. Wait, don't come in. I. Seeing a discarded white lab coat nearby, Elsa tried to cover Amelia but recoiled as if electrocuted. What's wrong? Nova quickly removed the electrodes and magnets from Amelia's body, using a scalpel to cut the last strap holding her ankle. Noticing Elsa covering her mouth with tears welling in her eyes, Nova took over and dressed Amelia. When she tried to lift Amelia, her hands trembled at the sight of the grievous injuries on her body. The realization hit her, these monsters had twisted every joint in Amelia's limbs, leaving them connected only by the outer layer of skin. Amelia's body felt bonelessly pliable like a doll's, incapable of any support. Damn it. For once, even Nova swore, her lips trembling uncontrollably. She couldn't imagine what Amelia had endured, unsure whether it was fortunate that she was still alive. Alexander stood guard outside, occasionally fighting with the guards rushing in. Are you done yet? We don't have much time. Nova gritted her teeth. Danny Xian. Elsa was already crying. Qingyao, is she still alive? Even if she dies, we won't let her die on this cold experimental bed. Let's take her out. Those words seemed to awaken Elsa from her daze. Wiping away her snot and tears, she covered Amelia with the lab coat, fastening each button carefully before letting Nova stay with her while she took the gun from Alexander at the door. Perhaps earlier, she had been accustomed to hiding behind Amelia. Perhaps she indeed hadn't fully emerged from the false righteousness of peace, unwilling to harm lives. But these people, they didn't deserve it. With her mental fortitude solidified, she no longer hesitated to fire bullets directly into the enemy's faces. When Alexander first hoisted Amelia onto his back, his expression changed drastically. But as a soldier, he quickly regained his composure, grabbing a disposable sheet to cover Amelia and secure it around himself. Be careful. Nova steadied Amelia to make her more comfortable on Alexander's back while searching for medicines to pack into their bags. Elsa guarded the rear, covering them as they walked. As she switched magazines, the guards behind had already caught up. A man who seemed to be the leader gave orders. The boss said that woman can't be killed, just shoot wildly at her. Immediately, several gun barrels were raised. Just as everyone was about to be riddled with bullets, several figures with stiff movements suddenly burst out from the corner. Their faces were shriveled and dehydrated, like the bark of old trees, making creaking noises as they moved, even shedding dust. Right as the pursuers opened fire, they stood between Amelia and the guards. Tap tap tap. The bullets thudded against them like hitting a wall. Seizing this chance, Elsa quickly replaced the magazine, intending to deal with the guards when she was suddenly overshadowed by a towering figure. Bliss was covered in blood, but nothing was as terrifying as the bloody hue in his eyes. In one swift motion, he leaped over the stiff wall and rushed into the crowd, unleashing chaos. Elsa watched as those stiff figures gradually pushed the guards into a corner, leaving them helpless under Bliss's wrath. She followed Amelia and the others, the rifle slung across her shoulder. After running a few steps, they caught up with the ones who left earlier. Seeing them standing still before a door, she immediately approached to inquire. The two we encountered have some skills, they're not bluffing. Why aren't you moving? Nova, pale-faced, pointed towards the scene inside the room. Elsa peered in, momentarily stunned. In the vast room were numerous sealed water tanks, rounded like capsules. Inside these capsules were liquids of unknown composition, containing creatures of various sizes. These were not humans but beings that became less human-like the further back they were placed. Some had impossibly long bodies, multiple limbs, or even second heads. Elsa recognized one of them. The creature, with hardened limbs, could tear someone apart instantly. It was a Ripper they had previously encountered. There were many other monsters she couldn't name. This room seemed to be Sakura Rising's laboratory for transforming zombies into monsters with special abilities through cruel experiments. Some subjects were still alive, injected with drugs, enduring unimaginable suffering as their bodies transformed. This place was both a monster factory and a living hell. Bomb. Amelia had woken up somehow, mumbling. Alexander, being the closest, noticed first. Amelia, you're awake. What did you say? A glimmer appeared in Amelia's clouded eyes as she reorganized her thoughts. Bomb it. What did she say? Bomb what? Here. Alexander urgently repeated Amelia's words to Nova and Elsa. Based on her understanding, Elsa agreed first. Bomb. Leaving such a place would mean more deaths. Little Spirit Tong, find a way. Recalling the building plans seen earlier, Alexander explained. This place is by the sea, connected to the coastal dam, and part of the island's infrastructure. If we bomb it, seawater might flood in, possibly destroying the entire island. Explaining the potential consequences, instead of causing hesitation, it strengthened their resolve. Let it sink. The island has already been ruined by Sakura Rising, there's no point in keeping it. Elsa stated. The situation on the island is dire, but we need to find a way to escape. It's a long distance from here to the cliff where our boat is. We might all end up sinking into the ocean. Alexander explained. Uncertainty due to unfamiliarity with the terrain led to indecision. As they hesitated, Amelia weakly lifted her head from Alexander's back. Top floor, helipad. In her semi-conscious state, she had more than once heard people communicating in the room about where to place the supplies brought down from the helicopter. But she couldn't confirm when exactly she had heard this information. Helipad. The group became excited. If there was a helicopter, safely leaving wouldn't be an issue. However, while they now had Bliss and some strange stiff figures blocking the pursuers, who knew about the personnel and weaponry on other floors of the building? And most importantly, how could they confirm whether there was an aircraft on the helipad now? This is easy. Elsa was finally in her element. She specialized in information technology and security and was also a renowned hacker. So far, she hadn't encountered any program she couldn't hack. She looked around, picked up a small laptop from the lab table, opened a wiring box, found what she needed among the tangled wires, and connected it to the laptop. Her fingers tapped away at the keyboard, and soon the screen split into 8 smaller screens showing surveillance footage from each floor. So fast. Alexander had experience with communication equipment like radios, so he considered himself fairly proficient with machines and electronics. He admitted that he would never have worked as quickly as Elsa did. Elsa kept her eyes on the screen, first finding the view of the rooftop helipad, which indeed showed a military transport helicopter parked there. Then, based on the personnel distribution on each floor, she quickly calculated the shortest route with the fewest guards. The group then turned their attention to Alexander with grave expressions. Blow it up. Give them a taste of our power. When Baldy Kian received word that Sakura Rising's headquarters had been invaded, he was withdrawing the team searching for Elsa and others back for support. A faint vibration underfoot nearly made him lose his balance and fall. Seeing the experimental base far off bursting into flames, Baldy Kian spat. Damn. Give me. Probably due to the adrenaline Amelia injected him with, whenever he raised his voice, he felt dizzy and lightheaded. Boss. Mr. Akil's call. Baldy's expression shifted from furious to puzzled and then resigned within less than a minute after taking the call. After hanging up, he said somewhat reluctantly, withdraw. Also feeling the tremors were 2 young men waiting outside the main entrance of the Sakura Rising experimental building. Both wore neat clothes under large robes, one deep red and one deep blue. One held a small flag-like object, and the other held a bell. Holy crap, what's going on inside? Little brother, you gotta protect your big brother if anyone comes out. The man in the red robe clung to his blue-robed companion's arm, watching the situation through the slit in his sleeve. As a strong gust blew past, the intense stench almost overwhelmed both men. The red-robed man covered his nose, gagging for quite some time. Are they cooking shit in there? Why is it so foul? The blue-robed man only frowned and shook his bell without a word. Soon they heard the sound of a helicopter approaching overhead. Through the static of the radio in the red robe's hands, came Elsa's voice, but most of it was drowned out by the noise of the helicopter. What? I can't hear you. The red-robed man vented his frustration into the radio. Finally, after listening for a while, the blue-robed man dragged the red-robed man into a nearby car and sped off. Almost simultaneously, there was a loud bang on top of their car. It seemed something had grabbed onto the roof and was chasing after the helicopter along with their speeding vehicle. Chapter 44. Amelia rises from the dead. The helicopter transport could comfortably accommodate over 10 people. For Amelia's group, including Bliss and the 2 young men, there was ample room. As they looked down through the windows, they saw the entire island enveloped in clouds of smoke and dust. It seemed like a damaged ship, carrying its secrets, slowly sinking into the sea. In her semi-conscious state, Amelia vaguely saw Nova wiping away tears while cleaning her body. Elsa was pulling a curtain with one hand and pushing a large red object out with the other. The two argued back and forth incessantly. Let me take just one look, Just one glance. I want to see that big shot who can control zombies. The red-robed man pleaded. There are differences between men and women, do you know this? Elsa wouldn't let him get close to Amelia. Adelita is treating her. You should go outside first, outside now. Feeling embarrassed, the red-robed man pretended to be persuaded by Elsa and returned to his seat. However, he secretly turned back and, seizing an opportunity when no one was paying attention, lifted the curtain and peered inside. Unexpectedly, just a fleeting glance before he could clearly see anything, Bliss, who had been sitting idly beside, suddenly twisted his arm and pressed it to the ground, continuously shouting for help. Nova covered Amelia with a thin blanket, fearing that Bliss might accidentally harm the young man in red robes. She then took out a syringe and injected it into his neck. Almost every laboratory at the headquarters of Sakura Pharmaceuticals was equipped with such agents that temporarily induced unconsciousness in zombies. Since zombie blood cannot circulate or metabolize, the drug's effect would gradually wear off over time. Nova worried that if Amelia's injuries worsened, she wouldn't be able to deal with Bliss, so at least she had a way to control him. It wasn't until more than half of the drug was injected that the red-robed man finally screamed and escaped from Bliss's grip. He clutched his elbow and ran back to cry next to the blue-robed man. Junior brother, they teamed up to bully senior brother. You must avenge me, oh. The blue-robed youth was already accustomed to his senior brother's occasional outbursts. He remained seated silently, as if not disturbed at all. The red-robed man glanced at Bliss, who was slowly falling into unconsciousness, and said bitterly, "Next time, don't fall into brother's hands, or else, Kate." Elsa rolled her eyes. If you hadn't provoked Amelia, Emiliano wouldn't have flipped you to the ground immediately. The red-robed man quieted down momentarily, then innocently replied, "Isn't it true? We risked so much, almost losing our lives, just to rescue a dead person." Nova stiffened, but before she could speak, Elsa stood up. "What do you mean dead? What are you saying?" The red-robed man responded matter-of-factly, "I've dealt with more dead bodies than you've seen living ones. Whether someone will live or die, it's clear at a glance. Your friend has all her meridians broken, and it won't be long. You're talking nonsense. How can Amelia, how can she?" Halfway through her sentence, Elsa herself was unsure. After all, she had witnessed Amelia's condition firsthand. Even though there was still a faint breath left, who could survive with all their joints broken? And even if she could live, she would be unable to take care of herself, relying on others for daily survival. This might be manageable during peaceful times, but in this apocalyptic world, any sudden danger could threaten everyone's life. Even if they wouldn't abandon her, would proud Amelia accept living so humbly? The answer was evident. Everyone fell silent, and for a moment, only the sound of the engine and propellers resonated within the cabin. Time passed, unknown how long. The protagonist causing everyone's unease, Amelia, now felt warm all over. Her heartbeat quickened, and a wave of warmth slowly spread throughout her body. Her consciousness gradually returned, and her mind became clearer. Though her body still felt heavy, it was far more comfortable compared to the numbness and soreness in each joint before. She could even slowly sit up and reach for the thin curtain. Outside, Nova and Elsa were leaning against each other, napping, with tear marks on their faces. Her mouth was parched, and she gently called out to the young man in red robes. Can you pass me some water?" The red-robed man, having a kind heart, instinctively agreed. As he approached with the water bottle, he suddenly realized something was wrong, stopped in his tracks, and then jumped onto the blue-robed man. "My God, Buddha, Jesus, ancestors, save me, it's a ghost." His high-pitched scream nearly shattered Amelia's eardrums. Just as she was about to tell him to calm down, she saw Nova and Elsa, who had been awakened by the commotion, staring at her intently. Her mouth was round enough to fit an egg. "Amelia, how did you?" Clearly, she had confirmed it herself. And now, even the wrist lifting the curtain showed bruising from broken joints. How could it move so freely in such a short time? Elsa was both surprised and delighted. "You're the ghost," she scolded the red-robed man, then passed him the water bottle and cautiously handed it to Amelia. "Do you think you can manage? Do you need me to feed you?" Amelia curled her lips into a reassuring smile. "I can do it myself." She took the bottle of mineral water, a little awkwardly, and tipped her head back under everyone's watchful eyes, drinking. Because her bodily functions hadn't fully recovered, Amelia could distinctly feel that digesting this small sip of water was far more challenging than lifting her hand. After swallowing just a tiny amount, she clutched her stomach and spit out most of it. Nova recalled seeing several medical refrigerators placed side by side in Amelia's laboratory, and an ominous feeling welled up inside her. She rushed to Amelia. In front of everyone, she lifted the top she had dressed her in, revealing a flat abdomen. A long scar, resembling a flesh-colored centipede, crawled upward. What did those beasts do to you? In Nova's heart, doctors were always supposed to be compassionate. But after seeing the countless capsules filled with water in the headquarters of Sakura Pharmaceutical, she hated how these demons in human form existed. Under the guise of joint ventures, they used hospitals in foreign lands to carry out experiments on living humans under the pretense of researching radiation prevention and water purification. They also altered their symptoms, turning them into disgusting monsters. The sudden outbreak of zombies in Pinghai City might very well have been their doing. After all, this wasn't the first time Sakura Pharmaceutical had tried to use germ warfare for racial extermination. Amelia felt Nova's trembling and held her hand, stopping her from looking further. "All right, I'm fine now." With a light expression, she asked everyone, "How did you come so quickly?" Elsa sobbed uncontrollably. "How quickly? Do you know how long it's been since those people took you? Amelia tilted her head. How long? In her memory, she continuously opened and closed her eyes, losing track of time long ago. 9 days. 9 whole days. It felt like not 9 days but half a century. Thinking about how they had to evade pursuers, endure food shortages, and risk their lives to enter the lab and save her, Amelia couldn't help but feel choked up. She looked at the red-robed man who was still staring blankly. These two are... Nova had tearful eyes too. These two are people we met while searching for supplies on the island. Hey, let me introduce myself. Seeing it was about his identity, the red-robed man hurried to speak. My name is Quinton, and this is my junior brother Manny. We too, are corpse transporters. Amelia blinked. Corpse transporters. Only now did she carefully observe the two young men before her. Besides the ill-fitting wide robes, they wore blue cloth hats on their heads and coarse straw shoes on their feet. Their appearance was indeed quite different from normal people. Corpse transporters, as the name suggests, were people who specialized in transporting corpses. Those from remote western Hewn Mountains were particularly famous. In ancient times, transportation wasn't as advanced as it is today. With rugged terrain and dangerous rivers in southern and northern Hewn, vehicles and horses couldn't easily travel through. Many people who died away from home wished to return home, and their families would hire corpse transporters to bring their bodies back for burial. Even today, if you happen to stay overnight in a small village in this area, there's a high chance you'll encounter a nighttime procession. Each person in the procession wore a wide grey robe and had their face covered with black cloth. The person leading the way held a copper bell or gong, ringing it every few steps to guide the others and alert night travelers to make way. If there were many people in the procession, another person with a flag would follow at the end to prevent anyone from falling behind. If you get lost in the mountains and find an inn still open late at night, don't stay there because it's specially for corpse transporters and their corpses. Live people staying there risk getting sick from the yin energy. In her previous life, Amelia had only heard that the selection process for corpse transporters was extremely stringent. Not only did candidates need to be brave and physically fit, but they also had to meet a very specific condition: their appearance had to be ugly. However, looking at these two men in front of her, although one was lively and the other reserved, they were both young, handsome, and dignified. If it weren't for their attire and self-introduction, they wouldn't seem like corpse transporters at all. The stiff figures who covered her escape from the headquarters of Sakura Pharmaceutical, protecting Elsa's retreat, must have been their clients. We were just passing by to pick up people on the island, but we got surrounded by those monsters with pus-filled sores shortly after arriving. Fortunately, these righteous heroes intervened, using an armored tank to clear a bloody path for us. Otherwise, we might have been forced to jump off the cliff. Armored tank. Amelia could imagine the scene. The island's defenses were very strict, and only the military had the authority to mobilize tanks. To seize such powerful weapons from them was no easy feat. Elsa knew Amelia thought they were far more capable than they actually were, so she recounted what happened after they fled from the villa. That day, they saw dust billowing and felt the ground rumbling. Initially thinking it was thunder or an earthquake, they soon saw the hazy, smoke-like clouds far away. Zombies, with twisted steps and roaring cries, rushed toward them, their numbers making everyone's scalp tingle. If they were directly hit by this wave, they might not even have bones left. Just as Alexander was anxiously trying to speed up by commandeering vehicles on the roadside, the zombies suddenly turned and headed straight for the military base on the island. This gave them precious time to escape to the mountainside. Over the next 3 days, various areas on the island were attacked successively. Wherever the zombies passed, it resembled a living hell. Moreover, soon the entire island was thrown into chaos, with people from Sakura Pharmaceutical and the military all involved in the battle, paying no attention to searching for them. By yesterday, except for the wandering zombies, there was not a single living person in sight. Alexander also wanted to ensure the safety and success of rescuing you, so a few days later, he drove out the only usable armored tank from the military base and coincidentally saved Quinton and Manny. Perhaps due to too many wrongdoings by Sakura Pharmaceutical, the negligence of the sanatorium guards caused another large-scale escape of patients, leading to today's crisis on the island, Elsa said bitterly. If not for the chaos, we wouldn't know if we could rescue you with our limited strength. At this point, Nova seemed thoughtful. And Amelia, have you noticed that the zombies we see now are not just one type? One type is simply patients affected by nuclear radiation. Although they attack living humans, once they succeed, they won't stop until they tear their prey apart, but the people they bite don't turn into zombies, meaning they aren't contagious. Another type. Nova adjusted her words before continuing. Seems to carry an extremely contagious virus. Once bitten, the virus rapidly transforms the injured, turning them into zombies within minutes. While others might be slow to notice, given Nova's medical acumen, it wasn't surprising she could spot the issue. Indeed, as our Adelita mentioned, Amelia nodded. This raises another question. In theory, Pinghai City should be heavily affected by nuclear radiation, and even if zombies appear, they should primarily be patients. But as we've seen on our journey, not only do we encounter infectious zombies, but also mutated monsters. Amelia then recounted her suspicions about Sakura Pharmaceutical and the Chengfeng to the group. No one remained indifferent after hearing this. Chapter 45. This poison, unsolved. Previously, when saving people, everyone heard Amelia say she had bombed the Sakura Flourish Pharmaceutical Company on the island. Initially, it was believed that she did this out of revenge for the inhumane treatment she received in their laboratory. However, after hearing Amelia's conjectures, they realized the zombies in Pinghai City were likely sent over by Sakura Flourish from within the island, leading them to applaud, saying what a good bombing. Damn little cherry blossoms, building a factory in someone else's territory is one thing, but who knew they never gave up on destroying us? Bombing just one factory was letting them off lightly. We should have overturned their whole island. Elsa was the most emotionally stirred. Amelia, however, was puzzled when she heard them talk about riots breaking out on the island. Sakura Flourish had strict control over patients, yet issues kept arising recently. Firstly, Porter led some of the earliest patients involved in radiation research out to sea, and then there was another breach at the sanatorium just days ago. It seemed as though there was an external force secretly undermining Sakura Flourish. This force couldn't be the Pinghai government led by Daryl. From what was known from the cave experiments targeting radiation diseases and Lighthead's acquaintance with Mr. Sun, it appeared there were clandestine dealings between them. The massive fire that later destroyed the air raid shelter could very well have been a result of cracks appearing in their relationship due to uneven distribution of spoils, ending in Sakura Flourish striking decisively. It also couldn't be any official organization from U country. In such a scenario, there would be no need for these convoluted schemes. With the end already upon them, a direct confrontation might be more straightforward. Since it's neither official nor from Pinghai, then what could it be? Suddenly, Amelia thought of her parents, taken by Sakura Flourish and still missing. Could it be them? After finally finding Kyla on the island who might know something about her parents' whereabouts, she didn't get the chance to ask before he was silenced by Lighthead. If they were indeed brought to Sakura Flourish under the guise of assisting with research, were they aware when she was taken into the lab and subjected to inhumane experimentation while barely conscious? After the island was bombed, where were they taken? Were they still alive? As each question was answered, new ones surfaced endlessly. Feeling her mind whirl, Amelia felt as if her blood was boiling. Seeing her pained expression, her complexion becoming increasingly flushed, even the bruises on her hands and feet fading away, Nova rushed over. Suddenly, Amelia felt a choking sensation in her chest and began vomiting blood. Amelia! Everyone gathered around, even Quinton and Manny, the embalmer apprentices who hadn't known her long, showing concern. Didn't you say she was recovering? Elsa asked anxiously. No matter how skilled Nova was, without diagnostic equipment, she couldn't accurately assess Amelia's condition. Perhaps my apprentice can try? Quinton suggested. This calls for traditional Chinese medicine. He then gestured for Manny to check Amelia's pulse. No way. Nova blocked them, worried they would discover Amelia's abnormalities. Amelia patted her shoulder. It's fine, let him take a look. She gave her a meaningful glance. It meant that even if they had ill intentions, she could immediately counteract them. In this post-apocalyptic world, trust in comrades was essential, but so too was vigilance against potential betrayal. Even those who once helped her for mutual benefit could betray her again due to self-interest. They trusted each other, but cautiously. Quinton pulled on Manny's sleeve, whispering something to him. Only then did Manny, who had been sitting with closed eyes, open them. His gaze was light as he glanced at Amelia's face before placing his hand on her pulse. Her wrist felt cold. Amelia assumed it was because her own body temperature was too high, making Manny's hand seem exceptionally cool, like summer rain rhythmically tapping her wrist. A moment later, he withdrew his hand and muttered two words. Poisoned. Quinton clapped. My junior said it. She's poisoned. Several pairs of narrowed eyes looked at him. We're not deaf. They clearly heard him. Amelia moved her wrist, still feeling the lingering coolness. Then please tell me. Not knowing how to address the embalmers, she struggled with a formal term and managed to spit out master. Do you know what kind of poison it is and how to cure it? Though she asked out of courtesy, Amelia didn't expect a solution from Manny. Whether it was good fortune or bad, after passing through the gate of death at Sakura Flourish, she had gained the ability to self-heal. Given time, any illness or poison should be able to be cleared. But Manny fell silent for a moment before saying two words. Unsolvable. Everyone was taken aback, falling into silence. Amelia sensed that Manny perhaps had more to say but didn't know how to ask. Elsa couldn't hold back. Hey, Red Robe, tell your junior brother to speak clearly. Otherwise, I'll have Emiliano throw both of you off this plane. She then comforted Amelia. Amelia, don't take it to heart. Who knows if these young brats can actually do anything? Maybe they're just talking nonsense. Quinton knew Bliss's strength. Glancing out the window at the vast land below, he swallowed hard but did not back down. My junior brother never lies. If he says it's unsolvable, there must be a reason. Elsa rolled her eyes. A minute ago, you said Amelia was almost dead. Now look at her, she's awake and her limbs have recovered. I think you two are just charlatans with no real skills, maybe even fabricated the title of embalmers. Quinton became agitated. Why do you always insult us? Do you not know what we can do? Who saved you in Sakura Flourish? Besides. Just as he was arguing, Manny murmured two more words. Unless. Unless what? Manny looked at Amelia again. Master. You mean Master might have a solution? Manny nodded. Sweat broke out on Quinton's forehead. Little brother, can you finish what you say in one go next time? You scared me. Elsa waved her hand. If a disciple is like this, the master probably isn't much better. Forget it, we're even now. We'll find a suitable place to part ways soon. Quinton couldn't sit still after hearing this. Go ask around in Lingsea. My master is a famous ghost doctor there. Not only is he adept at necromancy, but every patient he treats recovers. Then he stood up straight and spoke to Amelia. Since you saved our lives first, it's only right to repay the favor. Brother Sue will accompany you to Lingxi to ask my master to cure your poison. If it doesn't work, you can do whatever you want to me. Amelia watched Elsa wink at her, realizing she was intentionally using reverse psychology to make Quentin bring them to his master. Just as she was about to refuse, she caught sight of Bliss sleeping in the corner. If Quentin's master could control the dead and heal the living, might he have a way to restore Bliss to normal? This made her hesitate. Before she could decide, Elsa had already made the decision, instructing Alexander to fly the helicopter toward Lingxi. It had been over a month since the apocalypse hit Pinghai. The number of zombies was increasing daily, and affected cities were gradually spreading from Pinghai outward. Looking out the window, they could see plumes of smoke or fire rising across Yu country's landscape. Only Amelia knew that this war wouldn't stop until it spread to every corner of the world. Due to limited fuel, they couldn't reach Lingxi directly. They needed to find a safe place to refuel under cover of darkness. During the flight, Amelia asked Elsa if she had brought their luggage. Elsa's eyes lit up, saying she hadn't only brought all their belongings but also some items from Sakura Flourish, including the laptop she held. She handed the backpack to Amelia. Seeing the particle amplifier lying safely in the side pocket, Amelia sighed in relief. Elsa, curious, remarked, "Little Linkingtong and I studied this thing, but we couldn't figure out what it does. Why are you so anxious about it? Is it some important treasure?" Amelia glanced at Quentin and Manny nearby, unwilling to reveal the secret of space just yet, and explained. "It's something my parents left behind. The particle amplifier was researched by her mother and found in her father's office." Technically, she wasn't lying to Elsa. Understanding Amelia's dedication to her family, Elsa stopped pressing further. Amelia checked the laptop's battery level and inserted the USB drive given by Porter. She called Nova over to examine it. As the data from the USB drive began to load, the three were stunned by the sheer volume of information. In just a few short years, Sakura Flourish conducted tens of thousands of experiments under the guise of offering free treatment to radiation patients, relying on hospitals within the island. Each person's data, illness, medication, and reactions after mutation were meticulously recorded. Some patients, due to weak constitutions or developed drug resistance, failed to provide effective results for the experiments. They would be dragged into the lab countless times a day, even revived despite losing vital signs, all in the name of testing human limits. Nova turned away, unable to bear the sight. Amelia also felt downcast. "Adelita, I know this is hard, but perhaps only you can understand the value behind these medical data." Nova understood her meaning. Walking through the apocalypse, they might encounter various diseases. The data on this USB drive could not only help them prevent radiation sickness but might also assist in Bliss's recovery. However, mere data wasn't enough. She needed extensive experiments to verify her hypotheses. In simple terms, even if she knew how to mix the medicine, she needed actual ingredients to use. The items she had taken from the lab weren't nearly enough. Seeing her worried expression, Amelia knew what was on her mind. Thinking of the experimental equipment, drugs, and food resources in her spatial bag, she resolved to find an opportunity to repair the particle amplifier. Just as she was pondering, she saw Quentin taking something out of Manny's pocket, furtively working on it. "What are you doing?" Amelia asked loudly, startling Quentin, almost dropping the object in his hand. "Look at you, yelling like that when you're supposed to be ill. You scared Lord Danny." Stepping closer to the two, Amelia saw that Quentin was holding a sachet that didn't quite match his identity. What era do we live in? Why would a grown man embroider sachets? Elsa hurriedly put away her laptop and joined them. Quentin pointed at Manny. "Don't underestimate this sachet. It's my junior brother's family heirloom." Before he could finish speaking, a gust of wind made everyone blink. The sachet in Quentin's hand flew up but stayed close due to its weight, eventually landing at Amelia's feet. Amelia picked it up and noticed the sachet wasn't large, with a silk surface smooth as water. On its face, fine threads thinner than hair depicted cranes ready to take flight. At first, Amelia thought there was only one crane, but upon closer inspection, 5 long-legged cranes with red crests and white feathers circled the tiny area. Each one unique, serene, lifelike. Elsa scoffed. "I told you they aren't from a high-class family. Calling this a family treasure? It's just birds embroidered on fabric. No matter how pretty, they're not alive. What's so special?" Quentin suddenly became serious. "How do you know they're not alive?" Amelia paused, examining the sachet again. Despite multiple inspections, it seemed clear the cranes were embroidered onto the silk. Quentin's claim puzzled her. Could they come to life? Just as she wondered, a pale, cold hand appeared, retrieving the sachet from hers. Amelia felt Manny's cheeks flush slightly during the gesture. "Herulai. Herulai?" Did this mean the embroidered cranes could make sounds? Everyone simultaneously held their breath, listening intently. Minutes passed, with only the occasional wind disrupting the silence. Elsa thought Quentin and Manny were just trying to scare them and was about to retort when the sound of a revving engine approached rapidly, carrying a strong wind. Small pebbles on the ground crunched under the force, and a powerful beam of light pierced through the night, blinding them. Amelia instantly went on guard, hand resting on her paratrooper knife, ready to confront any threat. Chapter 46, Holding Hands to Walk. Since Bliss became zombified, the bayonet knife was almost always carried by Amelia. In her previous life, this knife had been her weapon for fighting and self-defense, so she used it with great ease. Seeing the dazzling headlights approaching, heading straight toward their group, Amelia made everyone be silent and hide. She then woke up Bliss, who was sitting dazed nearby, hiding in the dark waiting for the right moment. Anyone who could drive a car wouldn't be a zombie. Was it from Yingxing? Or someone else? Amelia pondered silently. Whoever it was, they would deal with them first before asking questions. The car approached quickly, revealing an old-fashioned modified pickup truck covered in dirt and mud upon closer inspection. The headlights flashed continuously, still blinding even after switching from high beams to low beams in the pitch-black night. With a screech, the car stopped. A burly man jumped off the vehicle. He stood at the front of the car facing the light, his whole figure hidden in darkness making it impossible to discern his appearance. He exclaimed softly, scratching his head and talking to himself. The sound of cranes came from here. Why is there no one? At this moment, Amelia and Bliss crept up from behind the car, and before the man could turn around, Bliss pulled him down from behind. The man also seemed skilled, thinking he encountered bandits in the wilderness, immediately trying to resist. But no matter how hard he struggled, the person on top didn't move an inch. Not only could he not counterattack, but he couldn't even escape the restraint. Just as he marveled at the astonishing suppression, a shiny knife was placed on his neck. Don't move. Amelia's voice was clear and cold, carrying an irresistible aura of authority. Who are you? What are you doing here? Upon hearing that it was a woman's voice who first asked without demanding money or goods, the man was somewhat confused. Were those sounds of cranes just now emitted by you? No sooner had he finished speaking than he noticed Bliss beside him, breaking out into a cold sweat. You, monster, don't make such a fuss. Quinton and Manny disregarded Elsa's attempts to stop them and emerged from the shadows. Quinton, in his red robe, seemed very familiar with the newcomer. Nai Dash, you've served young master for quite some time now. How can you still be scared by a corpse? That's truly shameful. Seeing the blue-robed young man who emerged between the swaying tree shadows, the burly man realized it must be his young master. He couldn't help feeling both sorrow and joy, a 6-foot-tall man speaking with a crying tone. Young master, I finally found you. You don't know that there is a kind of monster in the city now, looking like the corpses we usually deliver, but they attack strangers. The old lady has been receiving patients at the clinic day and night, treating those bitten. Quinton thought inwardly that not only did the young master know about these creatures, but he nearly fell victim to them as well. Pointing to Amelia and others, he said, we've already met them. If it weren't for these few, we might not have come back. Upon hearing that the young master had also encountered the monsters and nearly lost his life, Dash first apologized to Amelia and the others, then thanked them profusely. I'm sorry, sirs. I failed to recognize true heroes when I saw you. As you saved the young master, you are the benefactors of the Kai family. Dash, on behalf of the old lady of the Kai family, thanks all of you for your great kindness. Amelia, realizing this man wasn't bad, made Bliss let him go. She waved to Elsa and the others, signaling that the danger had passed. She was curious about what he meant by the crane calls, so she asked Dash. What exactly do you mean by the crane calls? Did you really come because you heard them? Dash scratched his head, saying, were the crane calls not sent by the young master? Manny shook her head, gesturing to Amelia. It was her. Everyone was getting increasingly confused by their conversation, and only then did Dash slowly explain. Apparently, the thread used to embroider the cranes on the sachet was not ordinary silk thread, but rather crane feathers. According to legend, cranes can live for 100 years. Before dying, they flap their wings and cry out until their last feather is swept away by the wind from the ninth heaven, after which they bow their heads and die. This last feather carries the crane's cry, able to communicate over thousands of miles, embroidered by capable men into the sachet as a means of sending distress signals. Recalling, Amelia guessed that when she stroked the embroidered cranes, the thread and knots rubbed together, transmitting the call. However, the frequency was too high for human ears to detect, requiring specialized equipment to pick up. Hence, while Amelia and the others heard nothing, the Kai family had already received the message and sent people to arrive promptly. Amelia apologized to Dash but then asked Quinton. If it was indeed a request for help, wouldn't it be better to ask straightforwardly? Besides, didn't we agree to set off again after refueling? Why did we need to send someone to pick us up? Quinton's tone was unusually steady. This area mostly consists of mountains and lakes. Although your plane is fast, you need to find a place to land, which would attract too much attention. Small vehicles are more convenient for moving around. Fortunately, it's the Kai family who came. What if it were Yingxing? Another fierce battle would be inevitable. Amelia pondered and found it reasonable. Just as she was about to say that Quinton was thoughtful, he turned his head toward Manny. Is this correct? Seeing Manny nod, Amelia gave up on her high expectations. When Manny raised his head, he inadvertently caught Amelia's gaze and quickly looked away. He deftly reached into Dash's waist pouch, pulled out a small porcelain jar, and handed it to Amelia. Amelia blinked, unsure of his intention, and instinctively glanced at Quinton. Unexpectedly, Manny, who usually only spoke in short phrases, took the initiative. It's for external injuries, to treat your wounds, no scars will be left. Amelia replied with an O and slipped it into her pocket without further thought. But this gesture from Manny left Quinton and Dash stunned. Quinton in his red robe slapped Dash. Am I dreaming? My junior, actually. Dash covered his face and cried, not dreaming, young master actually spoke to strangers. But my brother, why did you hit me when you were dreaming? Elsa and Nova giggled. Amelia called Alexander, who had just returned with fuel, and they moved the luggage to the pickup truck Dash had driven. Alexander wiped sweat off his face, puzzled. Huh? What happened? Not taking the plane anymore? The night had grown cooler with autumn approaching. As Quinton, Manny, mentioned, the route to Linksea was mostly mountain roads, not easy to travel. After much bumping and swaying, even with little food in their stomachs, they felt like vomiting. Only after Elsa couldn't bear it and shouted for the car to stop, did Dash point to a lane illuminated ahead. We're here. From Dash's words, Amelia learned they had arrived at Anling City, the transition point of Linksea. Most buildings here were old-style alleys, somewhat resembling large courtyards from old dramas, but each house had its own unique touch. Especially a two-story detached villa surrounded by green bricks and black tiles, covered with climbing ivy on the walls, adding elegance to the village instead of decay. Even in the apocalypse, it exuded a vibrant aura. Exhausted, everyone had been sleeping but was awakened by Dash's sudden break. Elsa rubbed her bruised forehead, opening her eyes to see the house in front of her, stunned. What's going on? Where are we? Did we time travel? Amelia opened the car door, letting the night breeze clear her mind. Princess has arrived. We're at the Kai family residence. Dash said the main gate couldn't be used and led them to the backyard before notifying the elderly lady, allowing everyone to enter first. Quinton seemed right at home at the Kai residence, stepping forward to knock on the door. And Donovan with white hair peeked out holding a flashlight. Seeing Quinton and Manny, his face lit up. Oh, young master has returned. Previously, the copper crane spread its wings, and the old lady was worried about you. Halfway through his sentence, noticing the unfamiliar faces, especially Bliss's pale and stiff figure, he stopped. They are. Amelia was about to speak when Quinton whispered something to the old man. The old man scrutinized Amelia closely, then turned on the porch light, immediately becoming respectful. I see, please come in, all of you. He then quietly asked Quinton, young master really spoke to that girl? And didn't get angry when someone touched his pouch? Manny strode inside coldly, stopping beside them to say meddlesome, then walked into the living room without looking back. Confused, Amelia was about to follow but was held back by someone grabbing her wrist. Bliss halted, his bright eyes revealing no emotion. Thinking he didn't want to enter the Kai residence, when Amelia gently grasped his hand, he was easily led in. Once released, he resumed his earlier demeanor. For some reason, Amelia felt he wanted to say something to her, but they still needed to settle in the Kai residence first. So, setting aside her doubts, she held his hand and walked in side by side. Elsa and the others followed closely behind. Upon entering, they were startled by the scene before them. The courtyard, which looked small from the outside, was unexpectedly vast and full of surprises. It was well organized and neatly arranged. Beyond the lush flower beds at the front, the view suddenly opened up, revealing elaborately carved beams and painted decorations everywhere. There was also a winding stream beneath the corridors, meandering through and spilling into a small pond surrounded by odd stones amidst the foliage. Walking through it felt just like Elsa said, like they had time-traveled to an ancient noble family. Mommy, these flowers must be very expensive, right? Elsa curiously touched the flowers with her hands. They were still moist from recent watering. They appeared more vibrant than the group's own state. The old man with white hair led the way, explaining to everyone as they walked. Just around this corner is the guest hall. Our elderly lady prefers tranquility, so she piled many stone mountains in the front courtyard for shielding purposes. If you can win her favor and get to the back courtyard to see those medicinal herbs, then you will truly witness something both rare and lively. Although he addressed you to all, his eyes focused only on Amelia. Amelia wondered why she needed to win her favor but felt her hand being gripped a bit tighter. Sure enough, after walking for a while, passing through the flower path and around the rock formations, a classical Chinese two-story building came into view. Apart from the false prosperity seen at Liu family villa inside the island, this was the first time Amelia felt such a detachment from the post-apocalyptic world, sensing that normal human life wasn't far from her reach. Everyone sat down in the guest hall as Dash returned from parking the car. He carried a tray of tea and served everyone. While serving tea, he pointed to the roof. Looking up, they saw a lifelike flying crane hanging from the wooden beams, its wings made of copper sheets thinner than paper. It could indicate the approximate direction once resonated by a crane's call. Amelia couldn't help but marvel at how exquisite the detection device was, almost resembling a piece of art. The fragrant tea awakened their senses. Just as they were about to savor the aroma, a clear voice came from the inner hall. What kind of girl has caught my Mionus eye? Let me see. Indeed, one hears the voice before seeing the person. After the voice faded, Amelia saw a woman, wearing a plain traditional chipao, with her hair tied back by a hairpin, who appeared to be in her early 40s, walk out. Her gaze swept over everyone present, finally resting on Amelia. Amelia hadn't spoken to an elder in years, so she called out hesitantly, Auntie. Unexpectedly, the woman paused, then laughed heartily. My, what a sweet mouth this girl has. I like her already. She glanced at Manny, it must be her. Just as Amelia was confused, Manny respectfully called, Lizzie. Lizzie. Amelia and the others stared wide-eyed. Even Dash smiled and bowed to call, elderly lady. Not possible. Amelia couldn't help but look at Manny. He seemed to be in his mid-20s but was addressing a middle-aged woman without a single grey hair as grandma. Were women in his family marrying just at the legal age? Seeing everyone's reactions, the elderly lady of the Kai family was evidently pleased. Observing Amelia's gentle and quiet demeanor, she liked her even more and wanted to approach her to chat, but then noticed Amelia's hand intertwined with Bliss's, frowning slightly. So she asked Quinton, "What's going on?" Your father doesn't just trick grandsons to work with corpses now but also deceives innocent young girls into ghost marriages. Quentin might have been scolded by the elderly lady before. Hearing the change in her tone made his body shiver, quickly explaining. Please look closely, this isn't a corpse. Chapter 47, He has no chance. Alili exclaimed with an O, and began to carefully observe Bliss. She sized him up from head to toe first, then moved behind him, using her finger like a needle, pressing on some acupoint. Bliss immediately clutched his head and crouched down in pain, emitting continuous groans deep from his throat. Captain, Bliss. Amelia and others immediately knelt anxiously to check on him, but the old lady seemed confident about the situation. Indeed different from those monsters outside, he's still clinging to a thread of life. Hearing this, Amelia was surprised. She had thought that after being attacked by the undead infants, although Bliss didn't randomly harm others for some unknown reason, he had become a living corpse who didn't need to eat or sleep. Now, hearing Alili's words, there might be hope for him to return to normal, which made her heart leap with joy. Does that mean he's still alive? Is there any way to save him? Alili shook her head. I'm afraid it's too late. Amelia froze. What do you mean? The old lady squatted down again, pressing several more points on Bliss's body. His furrowed brows slowly relaxed, and he slumped against the wall, drifting into a heavy, dazed sleep. Then, she lifted his hand and took the fruit knife from the table, swiftly making a cut. The skin and flesh parted, revealing no blood flow, only dark red and purple areas, showing signs of decay. This was the first time Amelia had seen such a condition. She wondered how this could be possible. Didn't he evolve the ability to heal himself? How could his flesh be rotting? Waste products in the human body are expelled through metabolism. Since his blood can't circulate, it has indeed stopped the toxic gases from reaching his heart and brain. But it also means these waste products are accumulating in his body, like a garbage dump that isn't cleared out. Wouldn't it rot? Alili explained calmly. Moreover, traditional medicine emphasizes promoting blood circulation to remove stasis and aid healing. Even if I have a way to treat the blockage, it inevitably requires the power of his bloodstream to restore circulation. Elsa exclaimed happily, so doesn't that mean Emiliano will be back to normal soon? But if we restore blood circulation? Nova raised another concern. Wouldn't it cause the remaining toxins that weren't cleared from Emiliano's body to continue affecting his heart and brain, eventually turning him into one of those infected zombies? There's a possibility. The old lady nodded. But given the current situation, his body will likely decompose within a couple of days. Amelia felt a headache coming on. This seemingly offered a solution but actually put them in a dilemma. No matter what they chose, there was a risk of losing him. Lost in thought, Amelia remained silent. The old lady seemed to realize she had spoken too harshly. She turned and smiled at Amelia. Don't be too sad, child. As they say, there's plenty of fish in the sea. My grandson Mion is quite nice, good-looking, and comes from a good family. You might consider. Nana. Manny interrupted her. We should focus on saving him. The old lady looked disappointed with him. You stubborn child, I only want what's best for you. When you said it might be too late, Amelia, who never gives up until the very end, asked, did you mean there might still be a glimmer of hope? The old lady glanced at Amelia, whose concerned expression seemed genuine. She looked around at the young people in the room, all staring at her expectantly, then sighed. I have no other method besides medicine. If you can find their half-hearted dead teacher, maybe he can come up with something. Quentin clapped his hands. That's right, old lady. We came back this time to find our master for medical help, just not for this zombie brother, but for Miss Amelia's treatment. Alili harumphed. Do you really think my eyesight is so poor that I can't see the stronger poison in this girl? I was just reminding you, she can wait, but he might not be able to. Amelia was puzzled. During her transformation in the lab, she had gained the ability to heal herself. Broken limbs and damaged internal organs had healed, but the toxins inhaled during the experiment continued to linger without improvement. She looked at Alili, who observed her as though diagnosing a patient. Earlier, when Manny took her pulse, he had accurately diagnosed her poisoning. Nova had been the first to notice the problem. It seemed that the symptoms of poisoning were very obvious, even someone with basic medical knowledge could spot them. Yet, this poison was strangely resistant to conventional medical treatments. Seeing Amelia lost in thought, Alili, being tough on the outside but soft on the inside, finally spoke. Their half-dead master lives by the Vowing Lake, about 100 miles away. Recently, with those zombies appearing outside Anling City and the tunnel through the mountain collapsing, you'll have to climb over Vowing Mountain in the west of the city. What? While Amelia and the others had no concept of the route, Quentin jumped up at the mention of it as if he was going to break the roof. The tunnel's gone. How are we supposed to get there then? Elsa was annoyed by his outburst. Didn't the old lady just say, go around the mountain? Quentin smirked, knowing that she hadn't climbed the mountains west of the city. A straight line distance of just a few hundred meters would be extended by tenfold or more going around the mountain. Take Vowing Lake for instance, situated atop Vowing Mountain, it's a man-made lake behind a high dam surrounded by green mountains, preserving the most original natural scenery. But because of this, the animals and plants on the mountain retained their habitats, making the journey dangerous with possible encounters with ferocious beasts like clouded leopards and wild apes. Even with combat experience, they'd still waste time trekking. Ordinarily, traveling via the tunnel to Vowing Lake would only take 1 or 2 days, but going around the mountain would take nearly a week. That's why the old lady said Bliss couldn't wait for them to find their master. Going around the mountain is too far. What about crossing the mountain directly? Amelia asked, not giving up hope. Crossing the mountain? That's even less possible. Quentin leaned back into a chair, tired from jumping, continuing after seeing the old lady glare at him. Vowing Mountain looks gentle but has many steep peaks, and its paths are complex, like a maze. You'd get lost in it without a guide, let alone rescue someone. Everyone's spirits sank after hearing this. Amelia gazed at Bliss's peaceful sleeping face. Damn, we can't save him after all. Just when everyone thought they were out of options, Manny mentioned Mule Team. Mule Team? They looked at each other, confused. What's that? The old lady glanced at Manny, thinking this might be a solution, then explained to everyone. The Mule Team is a unique delivery service that uses mules to carry goods over mountain trails in our western region. Before tunnels, highways, and railways were built, many mountain roads were so rugged that normal people couldn't travel on them. Places like the Kai family's business relied on foot travelers and mules to transport supplies in and out of the mountains. Even the ancient T-Horse Road was formed by groups of cargo handlers leading mules, step by step, creating regional trade routes. For years, even with modern transportation like high-speed trains and airplanes, the Mule Team members still operate courier companies, maintaining their tradition of traveling several times a year. In cases where roads are damaged, tunnels collapse, or airports are unavailable, they can immediately set out on horseback, traversing the mountains to deliver essential supplies. Fuller of the Mule Team is an old acquaintance of ours. The old lady stood up and handed a pendant from her lapel to Manny. Have Mion take my letter tomorrow. I'm sure he'll do us a favor and take you along. The group thanked the old lady and followed Dash's arrangement, ate some food, and then went to sleep in separate rooms. Amelia, accustomed to staying alert, heard sounds from the next room. Concerned about Bliss and Alexander, she quietly got out of bed to check. As she opened the door, she saw Manny coming out of the adjacent room. Manny, momentarily stunned upon seeing Amelia, showed her a small medicine bottle in his palm. Silver heart pills, for preservation. Amelia understood he was buying time for Bliss and smiled. Thank you. Manny nodded. Just as he turned to leave, his expression flickered under the dim corridor light. If you have something you want to ask, I'm listening. Amelia took a step forward and spoke. Manny felt touched, pointing at Bliss. He isn't your creation. When encountering Elsa and the others on the island, they mentioned saving a girl who could control zombies, which made Manny somewhat resistant. He was a bit introverted, preferring the company of corpses over people. They were silent and sincere, revealing everything about their life and death. Manny needed only a glance to know what they endured in life, how they died, and what illnesses they had. To him, handling and transporting bodies wasn't a terrifying or complicated task but more like helping these voiceless listeners complete their final wish to return home. A body is a person's most precious last words left in the world. So, when he found out that someone used corpses as tools for fighting and killing, he believed that this person must be unscrupulous in achieving their goals. He and Quentin agreed to provide backup outside of Cherry Blossom Revival merely to repay the favor of saving their lives. But when he saw Elsa and the others risk everything to save people, and Bliss still chose to protect her even after losing his mind, he hesitated a bit. She might be different. On the plane, hearing about her ordeal, he felt her strength. Especially at the moment he touched her wrist, his innate, somewhat pathological cleanliness did not reject her. Remember, he couldn't treat patients due to his condition and therefore could not become a doctor. In his excitement, he told Amelia that perhaps the master had a way to cure her poisoning. She didn't show gratitude or even seemed reluctant to accept help. It wasn't until she unconsciously glanced at Bliss, who helped her fight off the zombies, that she reluctantly agreed with her companion's decision. Perhaps from the beginning, she wanted to treat Bliss, not him. Manny couldn't recall seeing anyone treat a corpse like this. Even relatives who hired body movers and went miles just to bring back their dead, did so either out of custom to avoid misfortune or for peace of mind. If this was how she treated corpses, how would she treat people? What Manny found hardest to resist was her sincere and sharp honesty. Amelia didn't know how much Manny thought in that moment. She blinked her eyes and thought about what he said, then nodded. Of course not, he's my friend. At that moment, the shimmer in her eyes outshone Baofeng Lake under the moonlight. Manny rarely smiled but now he curved his lips. Perhaps because of his poor social skills, he was particularly adept at sensing people's emotions. Maybe the girl before him hadn't realized her true feelings yet, but he knew he wouldn't have the chance anymore. Manny handed the small bottle to Amelia and softly said goodnight before turning and heading downstairs. Amelia held the slightly warm little bottle, thinking that Mr. Kai wasn't hard to get along with and was quite nice. She slept well that night. The next morning, Amelia woke up and found the room empty. Elsa and Nova were nowhere to be seen. As she wiped her face, she heard an approving exclamation from downstairs. Delicious. Just as the door was knocked on, Dash's voice came from outside. Miss Amelia, breakfast is ready. There's not much fancy stuff during such chaotic times, please come down and eat. Although he said it was nothing special, when Amelia stepped into the yard, she almost got dizzy from the delightful smell. Crispy fried rice cakes and a bowl of soup noodles made her mouth water. Elsa and the others were gathered around an 8-square table, too engrossed in eating to speak. While stuffing their mouths full, they waved at Amelia without stopping. Only Bliss, who didn't need to eat, stood quietly by the side, allowing the old lady to prod and poke his arms and legs and occasionally use silver needles to stimulate his meridians. The post-apocalyptic warmth of daily life felt precious to Amelia. Finally, after a satisfying meal, Manny returned from the outer courtyard. He and Quentin finally took off the ill-fitting robes and put on regular clothes. Seeing 2 pieces of glutinous rice cake left on the table, Quentin grabbed them and stuffed them into his mouth. I've arranged with young Dagger He's delivering goods to Vowing Mountain today and will take us there along the way. Elsa wiped her greasy mouth and pointed at Manny. You're all going? Isn't having a guide enough? Herbs. Manny reverted to his habit of speaking in short phrases. But after 2 days of getting to know him, everyone could guess what he meant. Probably that young Dagger was delivering herbs for the Kai family, so he would supervise the delivery. The old lady gave her grandson a sidelong glance but didn't break his intentions. Nova, hands empty, told Amelia. I won't be accompanying you this time. Chapter 48, Wine Kiss. Amelia thought she felt unwell and asked if she wanted the resident doctor of the Kai family to take a look. Nova shook her head. No, Lizzie mentioned that Anling held a joint working exchange between Chinese and Western doctors. I remember seeing an invitation on my father's desk. If he hasn't returned to Pinghai, he might be here. Amelia thought it was not impossible. I'm worried about you going alone. Let Raina and Alexander go with you. Elsa looked like she had expected this. We already discussed it. Little Lingtong will stay with you, and I'll accompany Adelita. But, although it wasn't dangerous, Amelia still felt that 2 girls traveling together weren't safe. Don't worry. No one would dare touch guests of the Kai family in Anling City. I'll have Dash drive and follow them. Since the old lady had spoken, Amelia didn't argue further. Before they left, Elsa secretly pulled Amelia aside and handed her something mysteriously. What's this? Amelia took out the heavy object from her chest. It had a silver-grey plastic case with neatly arranged numeric buttons. Elsa put her hands on her waist. I modified this old Nonya phone into a satellite phone. It has a GPS. No matter where you get lost in the mountains, I can find you. She showed another black device, slightly larger than the one Amelia held. See? I got 2 from a scrapyard on the island. If you're bored on the way, you can also call me. Old brands are reliable. 1 hour of charging lasts for days. Amelia was both surprised and delighted. She hadn't seen such a thing for years. She remembered using it to crack walnuts when she was little. She never realized Elsa had such skills. Thinking this, she noticed no one around them and whispered, Do you remember the thing I asked you about last time? Do you still have an impression of it? Elsa recalled, Oh, the thing your parents left you? Amelia nodded. Right. It means a lot to me. It's in the side pocket of my backpack. When you have time, study it. If you can fix it, that will be a great help. Really? How important is it? Elsa half believed. More important than Emiliano? Amelia paused, then saw her suppressing laughter. Realizing she was teasing again, she flicked her forehead. All you talk about is Emiliano. I think you're the one who stuck on him. Take care of Adelita until we return. Amelia and 4 others got into the Kai family car. Considering Dash driving during the trip there, Manny refused to let him drive and decided to take them himself to the inn where the mule train rested. Quentin grew up in Lingxi and lived in Anling for several years. He acted as a tour guide, telling Amelia about the local customs along the way. The streets were empty, probably due to recent zombie infections. Occasionally, Amelia saw people covering someone with ropes and clothes, hurrying in the direction they came, possibly heading to the Kai family pharmacy. Anling wasn't large. Soon, they arrived at a restaurant called Juzian Lu, where a tall horse was tied outside. According to Quentin, this signified the arrival of the mule train. Those who wanted to deliver or collect goods could make arrangements quickly. He pointed to a man dressed in black with blue pants and a shoulder bag. Anling is at the intersection of Lingxi's transportation routes and is a border area for many ethnic minorities. Many medicinal gatherers and hunters come to the city to trade during this time. But you should stay away. Outsiders are easy targets for their robbery and murder. Hearing this, Amelia punched him. You should have told Danishien and the others. If anything happens to them, you'll answer to me. Quentin rubbed his arm, looking miserable, but before he could explain, Manny spoke first. It's fine. Dash is with them. He entered the inn without waiting for a response. Since the Kai family heir had spoken, Amelia gave Quentin a dirty look and followed inside with Bliss. Despite the chaos outside, the inn was bustling. Perhaps because of the presence of the mule train, people filled the room, raising their bowls to toast each other, red-faced and tipsy. Amelia almost fainted from the strong smell of alcohol upon entering. Pinching her nose, she slipped inside to avoid being pushed back by the crowd. She was so focused on walking with her head down that she didn't notice the wine jar placed carelessly on the second-floor railing as someone indulged in drinking. Another loud laugh erupted from above, and the unstable wine jar finally succumbed to its precarious position and fell from a height. Amelia reacted quickly. Hearing someone shout "Be careful," she looked up just in time to see the jar falling right toward her. But she was surrounded by tall, broad-shouldered men with bare torsos. On her right was a wall, leaving no room to squeeze through or dodge. She could only close her eyes, cover her head, and try to protect vital parts of her body from being hit. A bang echoed, indicating the jar had struck something hard and shattered. Amelia opened her eyes and met a pair of bright, starry eyes. The wine jar had landed on Bliss's back, but his somewhat hardened skin remained unharmed. A little leftover wine trickled down his shoulder and dripped onto Amelia's forehead, releasing a rich aroma. Bliss tilted his head, dipped his finger into the wine, and put it in his mouth. Seeming quite satisfied with the taste, He followed the scent, puckering his lips and leaning closer to where more of the wine had fallen. Amelia felt a cool sensation on her forehead and the pressure against her body increased as she was pressed harder against the wall. Her heart rate accelerated, but only for a moment. Then, she sensed the pressure around her lessen. Bliss had formed a circle with his hands, encircling her in his arms, pushing back any forceful intruders with equal vigor, giving her a small space to move freely. Noticing two strangers, one of the large men who bumped into them started to stir trouble, rallying friends to teach the newcomers a lesson. However, a waiter from inside intervened, separating the groups. Seeing Manny already ascending the stairs, the man whispered something to the big guy, pointing at Manny. Upon hearing it was someone from the Kai family, the man patted his shoulders and backed off. Amelia observed this all, realizing the Kai family indeed held some influence in Lingxi, even controlling the mule team. After settling the drunk men, the waiter led Amelia and Bliss to an elegant private room on the second floor. Manny and Quinton were chatting with someone inside, while Alexander waved at them from beside. Before approaching, Amelia heard a booming voice inside. "You damn brat Danny, how many years have we not seen you? Turns out you ran into the mountains to learn necromancy. What kind of outdated nonsense is that? You should learn to deliver goods from Uncle Yang instead." Manny still maintained his taciturn demeanor but seemed quite familiar with the so-called Uncle Yang, taking the seat of honor without hesitation. Quinton motioned to Amelia and said to Uncle Yang, "Uncle Yang, everyone is here. When do we set off?" Uncle Yang waved a hand. "What's the rush? Don't you see the brothers downstairs are enjoying their drinks? Our mule team doesn't adhere to the rule of no drinking before traveling. The tougher the journey, the more we need a good drink before departure." With that, he placed a bowl of wine in front of Amelia and Bliss. "Come, if you two want to join my caravan, finish this bowl first." Amelia was a bit taken aback, thinking why seeking help required drinking. She glanced at Quinton and Manny for guidance. Quinton whispered in her ear, "This uncle is just like that. Even if the King of Heaven came, he'd make him take a sip. Otherwise, he won't give face." Amelia wasn't unwilling to give face to Uncle Yang, but alcohol had always been problematic for her, making it difficult to comply. In her previous life, unaware of her intolerance, she was forced by Sullivan to drink a bottle of beer during a group event with roommates, which landed her in the emergency room. When Elsa, Justine, and others picked her up, they scolded Sullivan fiercely for forcing girls to drink. Proven true, he wasn't a good person. Manny noticed Amelia's reluctance and was about to intervene when Bliss took the bowl before him, gulping it down in one breath. Unsatisfied, he grabbed Amelia's bowl next and swallowed it too. After several rounds of drinking, Uncle Yang's eyesight and mind weren't entirely sharp. Not noticing Bliss's unusual stiffness and pallor, he was delighted by his drinking. "Ha ha ha, brother Danny, you're a great match. Uncle Yang likes you. Come, let's drink a few more bowls." Amelia sat aside with Quinton, watching Bliss and Uncle Yang compete over the wine jars, admiring Bliss's unexpected tolerance. Thinking to herself, she hadn't realized Emiliano could drink so well. Quinton mentioned that the mule team drank without interfering with work. During the bandit uprising in the mountains, the government sent troops to exterminate them. Trapped in the forest, many soldiers fell into swamps and mud, suffering heavy losses. The bandit chief didn't launch a direct assault but instead intercepted the supply routes of this small team, waiting for them to be defeated without a fight. Due to the complexity of the mountain paths at that time, no one dared to approach easily. It was Uncle Yang who drank a jar of aged liquor and led his brothers from the mule team to climb up from an uninhabited cliff, delivering weapons, ammunition, and supplies to the team. The coordinated attack took the bandits by surprise. Alexander had previously been in the army and also participated in such local anti-bandit operations. He deeply understood how difficult it was to break through in these no-man's-land areas, as locals did not trust soldiers and feared provoking the bandits, making their lives even more precarious. At this moment, he felt a certain admiration for this burly, scruffy man. He raised the large bowl and gulped down water-like liquor. Uncle Yang especially enjoyed dealing with men who drank heartily. He treated Bliss and Alexander as brothers and said they should visit him again in Lingxi, where he would treat them with fine wine from the year his daughter was born. After a thorough drinking session, Uncle Yang led Amelia and the others downstairs. Outside the building, the mule team was ready to go. Although they were all tipsy, their movements became surprisingly agile, quickly securing the medicine boxes from the Kai family onto the horses, reminiscent of old caravans on the ancient Tea-horse road. Amelia noticed the formation, with only one horse per row but two people accompanying each to prevent goods from shifting or falling off, stretching the line quite long. She asked Quinton while looking down, "Why not put a cart between two horses? That way it would be easier and require fewer people." Quinton responded promptly, "Just shows you've never been into the mountains. The peaks in Lingxi may not look too high, but most paths are winding and some are so narrow that only a person can pass sideways. A horse's steps can hardly be synchronized, let alone having two horses side by side, it would end up dropping everything into the ravine." Amelia was surprised. That narrow? She wasn't unfamiliar with steep mountains, having once hiked up nearly thousands of steps on the treacherous fish intestine path, her legs trembling the whole way. She couldn't imagine how the mule team could manage with such heavy loads. Uncle Yang saw Amelia's concern and patted her shoulder with his big hand. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. Your brother has ways to get you through." Amelia sighed inwardly, wondering why her seniority kept increasing. Then she saw Uncle Yang hooking Bliss's back. "Xiao brother, you protect sister-in-law at the rear. I'll be up front. Kai family's Danny Z. Go, count your boxes to make sure nothing is missing. Quinton laughed at the grim expression on Manny's face. She whispered to Amelia, just wait, little master will definitely report Uncle Yang to Grandma. By then, the team was fully prepared. At the front, Uncle Yang had already mounted his tall horse, and with a loud hoist sail, the entire team echoed, reverberating throughout the city of Anling. Amelia felt herself being lifted and placed on a horse by Bliss, following the team slowly. Vowing Mountain was picturesque yet towering and steep, with dense forests. Passing through a collapsed tunnel, they encountered a few zombies wandering around. Uncle Yang, used to it, avoided startling other animals in the forest by drawing several shiny knives from his waist and, after receiving Amelia's instructions, throwing them forcefully at the zombies' heads. No wonder his team hadn't been replaced even in modern times when transportation was highly developed. They moved incredibly fast. Before departure, Amelia worried about the speed of the mule team, but now she would have been exhausted if not for Bliss's support. As she reached for her water bag for another sip, the people in front had already dismounted. Manny explained simply, we're going up the mountain. Chapter 49, No What If, He Will Definitely Hold Me. Vowing Mountain has a highest peak named Shenjie Ridge. As the name suggests, it is as difficult for immortals to cross this ridge and get to the other side of the mountain as it is to transcend a calamity, let alone ordinary people. Due to the presence of such a precipitous mountain range in between, what would have been only half a day's journey to Baofeng Lake was extended to 4 or 5 days. Amelia did not consider herself a delicate young lady, but from dismounting the horse to walk on the winding mountain road up until now, her legs had become weak and almost uncontrollable. She glanced at Bliss who was walking beside her with an unchanged pace and secretly wished she could also be a tireless zombie. Seemingly sensing Amelia's gaze, Bliss turned his head stiffly. Not sure if it was just an illusion, but Amelia felt that there was a hint of vitality on his expressionless face. If it wasn't for the clicking sound coming from his neck which continued, he looked no different than an even fairer young man compared to ordinary people. Thinking about their brief encounter in her past life and now having traveled together all along, most of the time he appeared before her in the form of a zombie. Amelia was almost forgetting what impression she had left on Bliss, this person. He seemed to be sarcastic, decisive in action, ruthless, so much so that when she knew he held some evidence against her, she couldn't help but want to escape. This feeling began to change perhaps from the moment he started to treat every life equally. Just one more day, she told herself as well as Bliss silently. If you really get a chance to recover into a normal person after tomorrow, I will not run away anymore. I will truly understand you and become real partners. At this point, Bliss clearly lacked the ability to think, acting purely on instinct. After giving Amelia a glance, he lowered himself and used his arm to hug her calf. Amelia's legs were already shaky, so when Bliss hugged her, she leaned back involuntarily and ended up sitting on a solid shoulder. Bliss supported Amelia's body with one hand, continuing to follow the team steadily. Her small figure made Bliss appear tall and strong. Her hands naturally circled around his neck. If the time could rewind to her past life, Amelia would never have imagined this overwhelming sense of safety coming from a zombie. Manny, who saw this scene, looked away. The path beneath their feet became increasingly narrow, with a cliff less than an arm's length away. Any slight carelessness could lead to a fatal fall. Starting from then, Amelia always felt as if something was watching their every move. But looking around, there were hardly any trees growing on this steep mountain path. It was either bare rocks or cliffs, leaving nowhere for anyone to hide. Possibly due to exhaustion, she probably hallucinated. Shaking her head, she dismissed the impractical assumption. Quinton couldn't stay still for long, constantly chattering with whoever was around. Seeing Amelia look around, he swapped positions with Alexander behind him and started chatting. Well, since we still have a while to reach the bottom, do you want to guess how Uncle Yang plans to fly across this Shenjie Ridge in one night? Amelia thought internally that he might as well compare it to the Battle of Luding Bridge, and wondered what was left to guess. However, riding on Bliss's shoulders made the journey easier, so chatting with him helped pass the time and staved off sleepiness. So she stroked her chin. He must transport both people and goods. There must be a cable car or aerial tramway on this mountain. Quinton's eyes lit up as he clapped his hands, praising Amelia's quick thinking. Even Uncle Yang heard her from the front, his clear voice echoing through the mountains. This little girl looks like a pampered miss, but she's certainly not dumb. There indeed is an aerial tramway, however, you'll see if you have the guts to ride it, Jay. You're the fool, Amelia murmured under her breath. What's there to fear about a cable car? Quinton shook his finger. You've seen how dangerous this Shenjie Ridge is. Due to the limited space, large cable cars can't be transported up here, so the tramway is essentially just a single steel cable stretched across the gorge. You use pulleys and climbing ropes to slide yourself and your cargo to the other side. What? Amelia even resorted to dialect in surprise. It really is just like the Battle of Luding Bridge. She looked at the bottomless abyss next to her, where flashlight beams couldn't reach the end. God knows how high it would be once they reached the top of the mountain, making her swallow hard. Quinton finally found Amelia scared too, which gave him a smug look. He sneakily glanced at Manny standing guard at the rear. When my junior brother rode this tramway for the first time, he wet his pants in fright. Let me know if you need a change of clothes. Just then, a small stone hit him on the head, making him cry out ouch. Amelia didn't need to guess, it must have come from Manny. If he peed his pants, then what did you do? She deliberately asked in a loud voice so that Manny, who was at the back, could hear. Oh, great. Sure enough, shortly after, a reply came from Manny at the rear. Quentin scratched his head. Hehe, can't really blame me for that. You'll know when you try it yourself. With this light-hearted exchange, everyone's steps became a little less heavy. From Anling until now, they had been walking for nearly 3 to 4 hours. The cool moon occasionally disappeared behind the mountains, and the night wind gradually picked up. The mountain road had narrowed to less than 1 person wide, and Amelia, carried on Bliss's shoulders with one hand, saw nothing but a bottomless abyss below her feet. She worried about Bliss losing balance and struggled to get down. Just then, a scream came from the bend ahead, followed by the sound of rocks rolling down. The unexpected event caused Quentin to slip as well, but fortunately, Alexander pushed him against the cliff wall, preventing a fall. But the person who screamed wasn't as lucky. Their screams lasted over a minute before stopping. Uncle Yang sighed regretfully and glanced at the bottom of the cliff. After we finish, send his share to his family along with mine. Then he led the group forward again. However, Amelia had some thoughts. This road, though steep and perilous, was only dangerous for ordinary people. The Horse Team brothers probably walked such routes every 10 days or so. Even she, who was walking this mountain path for the first time, could manage. Would they really lose their lives so easily? As soon as this thought arose, Amelia felt that sensation of being watched again. Just then, footsteps behind her grew frantic. The nearest Horse Team members sprinted toward them, disregarding the danger of pushing everyone off the cliff. Quentin shouted, "Damn, what's going on? Are you crazy?" But those people didn't seem to hear, crying and shouting as they rushed over. Even Manny couldn't stop one of them. If they collided head-on, everyone would tumble down to join Brother Danny at the bottom. Thinking of the horrific scene made Amelia feel numb. But she couldn't let Bliss push them all down either, leaving her in a dilemma. She looked up and saw a slight protrusion on the rock above. Without hesitation, she loudly called to Quentin and Alexander. "Clear the way, climb up, get to the top." Alexander, having developed a tacit understanding with Amelia, forcibly pulled Quentin up halfway. The charging men reached them, narrowly missing their legs and causing another member to fall with them into the abyss. One of them, more fortunate, managed to grab the edge of the cliff and held on without falling. Save me. The earlier fall had narrowed the already narrow path even further, leaving only space for one adult foot. Even if someone wanted to help, it was impossible except for Manny, who was closest. The man knew Manny was his only hope. But considering Manny's status and the status of Master Kai, how could Manny risk his life to save a mere porter? Or perhaps Manny could only use him as a stepping stone to reach safety. Anyone in their right mind would make the choice. Seeming to foresee his tragic fate, the man loosened his grip on the rock. But then he heard the sound of pebbles falling. From this angle, Amelia could only see Manny stretching his arm downward while speaking in his usual calm voice. "Hold on. Be but Master Kai." The man stared at the young master of House Kai, who clung to the cliff with one hand and reached out with the other. "Hold on." Manny's posture was strenuous, and he panted slightly after a moment, but he forced out a few words through gritted teeth. "The Kai family only saves lives, we never take them." Amelia felt inexplicably uplifted. Even Quentin stuttered. He what? Do you want to lose to your junior? Save him." Amelia knew she might have opened Manny's heart to people, but this moment marked his true acceptance of living beings. Quentin regained his composure but was unsure how to proceed given the sheer cliff walls. "There's nothing to hold on to, how can we save him?" Amelia thought for a moment, took a deep breath, and said, "How not? We are, aren't we?" Quentin didn't understand, but Alexander grasped her meaning and shouted to Manny, "Jump over and grab our hands, swing over, shit." Quentin knew this group of people were good at taking risks, but he didn't expect them to play so big. "Aren't you serious? Can we really swing over like on a swing set? If we don't catch, won't we end up bones shattered?" Amelia smiled, her serene face showing a bit of determination. "Anyway, we'll die if we stay here. Might as well take a chance, who knows, maybe we can turn things around." With that, she looked past Quentin and Alexander, toward Manny in the rear, invisibly giving him courage. Manny pointed at Alexander half hanging on the cliff wall and told the man from the horse team, "You go first." Firstly, changing positions on this narrow path would only increase unnecessary risk. Secondly, with him providing support, the man could mentally prepare faster. Members of the horse team were accustomed to dangerous jobs, so naturally, they had some courage. After gauging Alexander's position, the man shouted and leaped over. "Ah!" Alexander's arm brushed against the cliff face, scraping skin and flesh, but he held on tightly without letting go. "Quentin, hurry up." Fearing Alexander might not hold, Amelia urged Quentin. Quentin saw Manny following behind, steeled himself, secured his body, and stretched out his hand. "Come on." Amelia's method was risky, but it proved feasible in practice. Especially when Bliss took his turn, he easily swung the man forward. The man stood steady, tears streaming down his face, and called for Manny to come quickly. Manny rubbed his palms and mimicked the previous man, jumping towards Alexander first. The process went smoothly until just as Quentin caught Manny and hadn't yet swung him over, a large rock rolled down the mountain, hurtling toward their heads. Unable to control his momentum, Manny knew he might drag Quentin down with him in a moment of crisis, so he let go of Quentin's hand. Fellow apprentice. Master Kai. At the last moment, Manny thought. Now I can't tell Grandma how this turned out. But after the shock and rolling stone, instead of the sensation of falling, he felt excruciating pain as his arm dislocated. Looking up, Manny saw the huge rock brush past his back, burning his skin, followed by a face full of dust. Amid the dust, he saw the delicate girl smiling at him. "Sorry, you're the doctor. Fix your own shoulder when we get up." At that moment, Amelia's entire body hung off the cliff, gripping Manny's one arm tightly. Bliss held her ankle while digging into the cliff wall with his other hand. Using their body lengths, they managed to reach the falling Kai family master. An eruption of cheers erupted from the horse team, especially Quinton, who shouted and hurriedly helped young Ergu guide everyone to pull the three up. After all the fuss, everyone's nerves were on edge, so young Ergu let them rest on the spot. The Kai family specialized in medicine, and Manny's medical skills were beyond doubt. He popped his elbow back into place with a single push. He looked at Amelia sitting nearby rubbing her ankle and approached her. "Thank you." Amelia waved her hand and pulled out the ointment he gave her. "No need, you've given me this before, haven't you?" Manny paused, recalling the moment. It was indeed terrifying. But seeing Amelia worry-free, he asked. It was too dangerous. What if Bliss didn't hold on to her, or if he hadn't kicked away the falling rock, another life would have been lost for him. Was she not afraid of sacrificing herself? Amelia smiled without hesitation. "There's no what if. He would definitely hold on to me." Chapter 50 Jealousy. There was no if. He would definitely be able to hold on to me. This sentence echoed in Manny's mind for a long time. He didn't know what Amelia and Bliss had been through, but it must have led to this unconditional trust. For a moment, he felt a sourness in his heart. Just as he was thinking about this, Manny felt a tap on his shoulder. Amelia blinked at him. "Didn't I also pull you back too, Tilda?" Manny froze, realizing that he was also someone she was willing to risk her life for. He suddenly smiled. Haha. Casual words could so easily sway his mood. Could love really make one so vulnerable? Manny looked at Amelia, his usually calm eyes now filled with fervor. What should he do? He was a bit reluctant to hand her over to Bliss. Amelia was startled by his sudden smile, then felt a cold touch on her ankle. It turned out that Master Manny had personally squatted down and crouched to apply ointment to her injuries. That, Amelia tried to evade. "Your hand is injured too, let me do it myself." But Manny held down her moving foot without raising his head and said in a deep voice, "I'm a doctor." With limited space to move around, Amelia was afraid that any big movement might push him off the cliff or bump into his injuries, so she let him apply the medicine. But why did she feel inexplicably guilty? She instinctively glanced at Bliss and found him staring intensely at Manny's actions as if ready to pounce and throw Master Manny down the mountain ravine at any moment. Cough, cough, ah. Amelia discreetly grabbed Bliss's hand, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Looking around, she finally found her target in the crowd. The brother from the caravan. Amelia called him over people's heads. What happened just now? Why did those two people run? Her question drew attention not only from Quinton and Alexander but also Fuller, who was slightly farther away. This journey had not gone smoothly. They hadn't even reached the peak of Immortal Tribulation Ridge when people died. No one wanted to understand the cause more than he did. Yeah, Laro Liu, what happened just now? Where are Lei Zi and Sun Pang? The brother called Laro Liu, having just recovered his senses, became visibly tense again when mentioning the incident. He nervously glanced around before shakily saying, "Gutu, it seems like something is wrong on this mountain. Lei Zi and Sun Pang were chatting behind me, but they vanished in an instant." What? Amelia frowned. Fortunately, she hadn't brought Kayla along. Otherwise, with her fear of ghosts, she would be panicking by now. Reflecting on the climb, besides these few outsiders and the three who fell behind, there indeed seemed to be two brothers guarding the rear, and now only Manny and Laro Liu remained. She asked Manny quietly, "You didn't notice how they disappeared either?" Manny shook his head. He couldn't say he had been staring at her the whole time, could he? That was odd. Amelia pondered. The mountain path was so narrow that even if they fell, there should have been some commotion. How could they vanish into thin air? Sensing that this wasn't simple, Amelia suggested to Fuller. "The team is spread out too thin. If something happens, we can't take care of everyone. We should inform the brothers ahead to stay alert." Fuller nodded and stood up, putting his hand to his mouth and whistling loudly. Since the mountain path stretched out the group, Uncle Young used a whistle to communicate. Soon, responding whistles came from the middle and front of the team. After receiving the response, Fuller's expression grew graver. Maisie Laro Chi hasn't responded. Something must have happened there too. As soon as he finished speaking, loud noises came from around the cliff corner. A voice shouted, Azhan is missing." Hearing another person had disappeared, Amelia immediately took a defensive stance. She alerted everyone to be cautious of their surroundings. Fuller's hair stood on end, and his hand rested on a bulge at his waist, clearly carrying a gun. "Damn it, this is getting crazy. I want to see what ghost dares mess with the caravan." He started toward the scene. If this person was alive and not dead, even if something had happened, there should have been some noise. They wouldn't have just vanished mysteriously in the middle of the mountainside. Suddenly, a light flashed in Amelia's mind. She hurriedly stopped Fuller. "Wait, Fuller, did anyone else go missing besides people? What about the horses and cargo? Anything lost?" Fuller looked around and blew a long whistle again. Only after receiving responses did he answer. "They're all here, just the people are missing." Amelia seemed deep in thought. Compared to horses and cargo, people should be much harder to deal with. But only people have disappeared. Could it be? Before she finished, Quinton chimed in. "Is there a monster on the mountain that eats people?" It was one thing for others to say this, But everyone knew Quinton and Manny were top students of corpse transporters. His words added to the panic already gripping the group. Smack. Amelia couldn't help but hit him on the head to calm everyone down, speaking louder than before. I meant, could it be that people have some special quality that makes them targets of mysterious disappearance? As soon as she spoke, she felt someone squeeze her hand. Looking back, she saw Bliss enveloping her entire hand in his own, as if afraid she might suddenly vanish too. Amelia patted his hand with her other hand to reassure him. This gave her an idea. She said to Fuller. The team can't stall like this forever. How about we hold hands? That way, if anything happens again, we'll be ready to help each other. Fuller thought it was a good idea. But seeing everyone's disheartened expressions, he took out a horsewhip and struck the rock wall with a deafening crack, like a bolt of thunder hitting their hearts. Quinton, being closest, got covered in dust and dirt, looking bewildered at Fuller. Uncle Young. Before he could finish, Fuller's voice boomed even louder than the crack of thunder. Look at you wimps. You're scared over a little problem? Can't move anymore? Who do you think you're putting on deadpan faces for me? He pointed at Amelia. A first-time mountain climber hasn't complained. You men need to stand up and show your mettle. The caravan must keep going unless the owner says stop. Even if the sky falls, we've got to keep our backs straight and push through. Yes. Everyone, whether in front or behind, standing or sitting, scared or confused, stood up with clenched fists at Fuller's call. Hold hands and take care of your fellow brothers. Move toward the ropeway. All right. Amelia had to admit, Fuller had a kind of power. As long as he was around, the whole caravan felt invincible. His speech, though crude, was inspiring when it mattered most. She brushed the dust off and grabbed Bliss's hand. Just as she wanted to pull Alexander behind her, she found it was Manny instead. Manny stood still with outstretched hands, not moving forward, seemingly waiting for Amelia to decide. Alexander and Quinton shrugged, indicating it was between them. Amelia scratched her head, wondering why this situation felt so awkward among these burly men. Having proposed the idea, she had to go through with it. But as soon as she moved, her right hand was pulled back by Bliss. Bliss's expression remained the same, but there was hidden hostility in his eyes. Amelia patted his hand to ease him and extended her other hand towards Manny. Just as she was about to touch him, she suddenly turned and grabbed the corpse transporter robe hanging from his waist instead. Then she chuckled, I won't touch your injured hand. This grip is more secure. Hee hee. By now, the caravan had linked hands as Amelia suggested and continued moving slowly up the mountain. Amelia glanced at the rearguard, Laro Liu, and whispered something to Manny. They then moved to the end of the line together. Alexander and Quinton were puzzled but didn't dare switch places once the group started moving. So they kept walking while Laro Liu was in the middle. The night was cool in the mountains, and Amelia instinctively tightened her coat collar, causing Manny's displeasure. Hold on. Hey. Amelia was taken aback. Then she realized he was referring to her letting go of the robe to adjust her collar. Are masters all this stingy? She inwardly grumbled but decided to grab it again. Before she could, Manny already pulled her wrist and stepped aside. A shimmering object flashed past her flashlight beam and fell to the ground. Before she could identify it, Manny pointed ahead. They're here. Old Liu walked as if nothing had happened, but suddenly felt his body becoming light, quickly rising upward. Before he could even scream, something sticky covered his mouth and nose, robbing him of breath in an instant. It's over. He thought that he must have encountered the same situation those brothers faced earlier, which likely meant a dire outcome. Closing his eyes, he waited for death to come. Suddenly, he heard two metal clashing sounds, and the upward momentum of his body halted abruptly before starting to fall downward again. Just as he was about to fall into the abyss, someone grabbed hold of his clothes. Don't be afraid, I've got you. Opening his eyes, old Liu saw Quinton and Alexander tightly holding the back of his coat, struggling to pull him up. Amelia picked up the severed piece of white silk thread, her heart sinking. There were indeed restrainers on this immortal tribulation ridge. Restrainers are an evolved kind of zombie creature with elongated bodies and 6 additional limbs on either side. They can spit out steel-like fine threads from their mouths. When hunting live prey, they act similarly to spiders, wrapping people in a cocoon and injecting a corrosive liquid through their mouthparts. This liquid can dissolve internal organs without causing loss of consciousness. In the end, the person eaten by a restrainer would only watch as their internal organs turned to pus and blood, dying in excruciating pain. With the presence of restrainers confirmed, the previous question was answered. People, not cargo, disappeared because restrainers were the only evolved monsters that reproduced by consuming human flesh. Secondly, it was about weight. Even if horses and cargo were light, together they would weigh 300 to 400 pounds, while an adult human weighed no more than 200 pounds. By having everyone hold hands, Amelia inadvertently increased their collective weight, making it harder for the restrainer's silk to ensnare them. This was also why she specifically moved to the rear of the line, placing old Liu in the middle. Fuller was always attentive to the team's condition and rushed over when he heard the commotion. What happened? Old Liu. Before he finished speaking, he vanished with a whoosh. Amelia, prepared, immediately looked up. Bliss. There were several skilled members in the group, but on these cliffs where footholds were scarce, only Bliss's speed and strength made him most suitable for action. Holding a paratrooper knife, he leaped down to Fuller, slicing the restrainer's silk thread effortlessly using the force of his descent. Bliss then lifted Fuller by the waistband and began to descend with him. Amelia was just about to warn him to be careful not to fall further when she felt a sharp pain in her earlobe, as if cut by something sharp. Immediately after, she heard Manny say tensely, "Don't move." Amelia instantly guessed that restrainer silk might have landed on her. However, the paratrooper knife was with Bliss, and the only weapon she had for self-defense was a dagger she placed in her boot before departure. Just as she was about to reach for it, Manny stopped her again. "Don't move." Confused, Amelia glanced at Manny and immediately understood his intent. Manny's shoulders were also covered in hair-thin silk threads, which started small but grew thicker as they twisted, nearly reaching his neck. These threads connected to her shoulders. Any movement from her side could wrap around his entire neck. While maintaining steady breathing, Manny drew a small knife used for cutting herbs. "I'll do it." Saying this, he slowly leaned towards Amelia, extending his hand to use the small knife to slice through her short hair at shoulder length. Perhaps shielded by Manny's body, more silk threads fell onto him, leaving Amelia unable to move, warning him, "Turn your body and avoid these threads." Manny seemed not to hear her, his breathing gradually growing heavier as he focused on the task. The small knife was not as sharp as the paratrooper knife, and the limited distance constrained Manny's movements. He could only cut slowly. As the threads on Amelia's shoulders neared completion, he used the knife handle to wrap around them and yanked hard. Feeling a sticky sensation, his palm was cut by the elastic fine thread. Once the restriction on her body was gone, Amelia quickly turned to help Manny. Seeing the blood on his palm, her heart sank. "Let go fast." Before she could finish speaking, Manny was pulled into the air by thousands of silk threads. The small knife slipped from his grasp, hitting the rock wall with a ding. Cursing under her breath, Amelia pulled out the dagger from her boot. Just as she grabbed a handful of silk threads, a tremendous force yanked her body up, pulling her into the sky. Chapter 51, Wronged Puppy. Among all the monsters Amelia encountered in her previous life, the most common were the binders. This type of monster could reproduce once they survived, making them the most numerous and hardest to completely exterminate among the mutated zombies. They nested close to humans because they needed fresh human flesh and blood to feed their larvae. Their habitats ranged from frequented forest paths to long-abandoned office buildings. As long as one was near buildings taller than 3 meters, they had to be wary of stepping into the binder's trapping web. Thus, people would carry sachets with specific medicines and essential oils like mint or lavender, which binders disliked, to significantly reduce the chances of encountering them. However, Amelia was not prepared this time. In a panic, she grabbed the silk threads spewed by the binder and got cut. The last thing she saw was Bliss climbing up the rock face towards her. Just when he was almost within reach, a dense network of silk threads enveloped her like a massive, devouring net. Amelia instantly felt darkness envelop her as she was thoroughly wrapped in the cocoon. Feeling her upward speed slow down, Amelia instinctively knew she had been hung somewhere by the binders. The space inside the cocoon was extremely small, leaving her unable to twist her body enough to shake off the sticky threads on her back. A mixture of pain and itch spread from her feet, and she knew it wouldn't be long before paralysis set in. Those captured earlier, like Manny, might already be in more danger. Amelia fished out a windproof lighter from her pocket and bit down on it, then grasped a small knife despite her bleeding hands and thrust forward fiercely. The binder's silk was sticky and elastic but still not metal. Even though it formed a cocoon, it wasn't entirely impenetrable. Failing to thrust through, she began cutting horizontally. To her surprise, a slit opened up before she exerted too much force. The mountain breeze blew in, dispersing the haze that had covered her vision. At that moment, a rhythmic knocking sound came from behind her. Thinking it might be Manny trying to call for help, Amelia pushed harder to expand the slit so she could escape. While she struggled, something landed on her cocoon. Thinking it might be Bliss catching up, she quickened her cutting and called his name. "Bliss, come help." Before she finished, a large, furry face, the size of a washbasin, poked through the opening. Under the intermittent moonlight, Amelia clearly saw her terrified reflection in its pitch-black, ping-pong ball-like eyes. "You son of a bitch." She cursed and retreated quickly. Fortunately, the opening wasn't large enough to let the enormous creature through. It had intended to digest its prey slowly but found it trying to escape, so it chased after, only to get blocked by the cocoon. Frustrated, it attacked with its head tentacles madly. Inside the cocoon, Amelia couldn't retreat further. As she dodged, one of her calves was pinned by the binder. SSS. The pain fueled her resolve. She took out a powerful flashlight from her waist and shone it at the binder's eyes. Taking advantage of its recoil, she severed a tentacle with her dagger. The binder howled, realizing it had bitten off more than it could chew. It jumped to the top of the cocoon, aiming to attack from another angle. Amelia tried to pull out the impaled tentacle from her calf but broke out in a cold sweat with just a slight effort. The tentacles, though short, had countless hooks like a shoe brush. Once pierced, they would latch onto the flesh, making extraction as painful as skinning. Pain was precisely what Amelia feared the most. Deciding to deal with the immediate problem, she focused on escaping the cocoon first. Thanks to her struggle with the binder, the slit was now big enough for her to poke her head out. Looking around, she found no sign of the binder but noticed crisscrossing tree branches beneath her feet. Biting the dagger in her mouth, she dragged her injured leg out of the cocoon. Suddenly, a foul smell approached, and something wet landed on her head. The binder lay above the cocoon, raising its forelegs and striking down forcefully. Smelling the stench approaching, Amelia didn't flinch. Instead, she curved her lips slightly. "Give me." She wore an especially sweet smile, but her words were the harshest. "Tear it apart alive." Just a second ago, the binder was thrilled that its forelegs were about to pierce through Amelia's head, but in the next second, it felt like its forelegs hit something and couldn't advance any further. Before it could realize what had happened, it saw something flash by and plummet down the mountain. Meanwhile, its body was still attached to the cocoon, held in the hands of a tall, slender young man. Bliss forcefully tore off the binder's head and threw it down the mountain. Seeing Amelia's punctured calf, he narrowed his eyes and proceeded to tear off the remaining 8 legs one by one. As soon as Amelia reached out, Bliss discarded the remains of the creature and squatted down so she could put her arm around his shoulders. Once she completely emerged from the cocoon, Amelia noticed the silver threads crisscrossing the branches of nearby trees. There hung numerous white cocoons of various sizes, their sheer quantity enough to make anyone's skin crawl. She immediately turned to look at the cocoon where she heard sounds, calling loudly, "Manny." The cocoon started shaking violently, and faint sounds of movement could be heard inside. "Hurry," Amelia urged Bliss after steadying herself on a branch with her hand. "Get Manny out of there. If we wait too long, he might turn into pus." Oddly, Bliss, who usually obeyed without question, remained unmoved by her plea. No matter how much Amelia pushed him, he didn't budge an inch. She was baffled by his behavior at this critical moment. In frustration, she pulled out a paratrooper knife from the equipment set under his armpit and said angrily, "If you won't do it, I will." Saying this, she limped toward the branches. Approaching the cocoon, Amelia tapped on the white cocoon. "Manny, I'm going to cut it open. Move to the side so you don't get stabbed." Hearing muffled sounds from inside, Amelia raised the paratrooper knife and slashed at the cocoon. Just as she made a small cut, the branch supporting both of them snapped with a crack. Amelia quickly hugged the cocoon to stabilize herself and prevent Manny from falling. Despite her quick action, she heard a sob coming from an unseen part of the cocoon. Then her hand was wrapped by a sticky thread. Unable to shake it off, she saw that the threads holding the cocoon had broken, and the opening she just created faced downward, worrying that someone might fall out. "Bliss." Amelia called out anxiously. "Help me." Finally, Bliss took a step toward her, but before he even embraced her waist and pressed her into his chest, he kicked the white cocoon down the mountain. Hey, you can't be serious." Amelia felt that with this kick, they might not be able to leave Linksea Mountain. The Kai family wouldn't let them go. She punched Bliss in the chest. "You stay here." Amelia dared not let him have another chance to take revenge. As for why she thought Bliss was taking revenge, she couldn't explain it clearly. "I'll see if anyone can still be saved." With that, she prepared to climb down the tree. However, easier said than done, especially with her injured leg. Not knowing where to start, she saw the white cocoon that had been kicked down move a couple of times. Amelia was pleasantly surprised. Young Master Kai was still alive. She was about to call out to him when she noticed a round thing crawling out of the cocoon. It shook itself and stretched out 8 thin legs from its round belly, shakily supporting its body. Amelia muttered inwardly, "My God, this is a binder larva." Seeing its size, she realized young Master Kai probably hadn't survived, making her somewhat angry. How dare it eat someone right in front of her? She took out her dagger and shouted down, "Manny, rest assured, I'll kill it to avenge you." Saying this, she threw the dagger at the larva's head. A newly hatched binder has the softest skull, easily pierced by a sharp blade. Unfortunately, due to her single-legged effort, the dagger missed slightly, only stabbing into the larva's chest. Pained, the larva let out a scream. Before it could turn to see who attacked, a sharp branch pierced through its head, and it whimpered twice before stopping all movement. The person responsible glanced at the tree disdainfully. "You want vengeance for whom?" Manny now looked rather disheveled, but at least his limbs were intact. He and Quinton and Alexander, also battered, waved at her. "Hey!" Amelia scratched her head. "So that wasn't you in the cocoon?" She glanced back at Bliss, who showed no expression. But no matter how Amelia looked at Bliss, she felt that he looked aggrieved, like a gentle little dog blaming her for misunderstanding him. Cough, cough. Amelia cleared her throat and asked while lowering her head, "How did all of you get up here? How's the team?" Alexander pointed to the white cocoons hanging around. "The team is all here." Amelia was astonished. In such a short time, the caravan people had all been bound and hoisted up. With her paratrooper knife, she slashed one of the cocoons free. After it fell, Alexander quickly cut through the outer layer of silk with his knife and pulled the person out. It was Fuller. When he came out, his legs were still a bit unsteady, but his flushed face clearly indicated that his anger had reached its peak. At this moment, several small binders approached. Fuller took the engineer's shovel from Alexander, cursing as he leaned on it to stand up. "Damn it, dare to sneak attack me. Let you ugly freaks taste Iron Horse Fuller's might." Saying this, he swung the shovel at the approaching binders. Seeing the numerous white cocoons around, some of which had probably been hung up for quite some time, Amelia realized that if they delayed any further, many more lives would be lost. She said to the 3 people under the tree, "Let's knock down the cocoons, you save the people." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt herself being lifted lightly. Bliss carried her horizontally and leaped several times to reach the ground, only letting go in a safe spot. Quinton and Manny exchanged a glance and said to Amelia, "Why should a girl push herself so hard? Since you're injured, leave the rest to us." Saying this, Quinton gave Manny a boost, who then easily jumped onto the treetop. The two worked in perfect harmony, one cutting and the other rescuing. Bliss also returned to the tree at this point, continuing to tear apart and kick the approaching binders, protecting Manny as he saved people. Amelia wasn't one to sit idle either. She hastily applied the external medicine given by Manny and joined Quinton and Alexander in slicing open the cocoons to rescue the trapped people. However, due to the varying durations of time they had been bound, some people had already stopped breathing when their cocoons were broken open. Even those who were still alive had been tortured by the corrosive liquid until they looked ghastly pale, unable to move or possibly pierced by the long legs of the binders. After working tirelessly, they managed to save about half of the people. But the binders kept gathering, making it difficult for Fuller to handle them alone. Seeing the gruesome deaths of his comrades, he wished he could tear these monsters apart just like Bliss. Quentin was exhausted, both saving people and battling the binders. After sending another sharpened branch into a binder's head, he pushed it into the mountain ravine, panting. What kind of creatures are these? Why are there more and more? He then untied a red robe from his waist and put on an exquisite small compass. If I don't show my power, they'll take me for granted. Let them taste my strength. Amelia was only a few steps away, having just checked the breath of one of the caravan members. She sighed and shook her head, preparing to move him aside when he suddenly twitched and started moving. She stepped back in shock. Then she heard the sound of chants. Rubbing her eyes, she vaguely heard the word rise and saw the bodies that had gathered stand up shakily and move towards Quentin. Open the heavenly court, grant immortality, return the 3 souls and 7 spirits to infancy, left for the 3 souls, right for the 7 spirits, listen to divine orders, detect misfortune, unseen when walking, unknown when sitting, hurry as order. Though it was only a few spells, Quentin was drenched in sweat after reciting them, more than he had been during the fight against the monsters. But he didn't care, with a nearly obsessive energy in his eyes. In the past, I've always asked you to settle your spirits and await the end. But today, I give you a chance to right your own wrongs. With heaven above and earth below, Disciple Quentin petitions on behalf of the unjustly dead, willing to trade my young life for each of you to slay your enemies. Kill. Chapter 52. CP must not be mishandled. Amelia had never seen such a scene. Those stiff figures, their expressions still carrying the fear of death, yet they advanced resolutely toward us. Once they grappled with each other, they fought to the death. They had no weapons, some bit with their teeth, others tore with their hands. It seemed as if these were not dead bodies fighting theirs but living warriors battling fiercely for revenge and clearing the way for their brothers. Some who had died only recently had blood that hadn't yet coagulated, and when theirs attacked, it flowed onto the ground of Shenjie Ridge, turning into jade that would not fade for years. For a moment, the howls of the creatures and the roars of the people echoed under the moonlight. The mountain wind brought back echoes from the deep valleys. In the autumn night, the cold air swept away the cotton-like clouds, gradually revealing the deep green sky. When the surroundings gradually quieted down, Amelia realized they had won this battle. But why did she feel somewhat heavy-hearted? She stepped forward and supported Quentin, who could barely stand. Seeing blood continuously flowing from his ears, she frowned and asked, I've never heard of corpse guiding being able to control corpses to fight. Is there a risk in what you're doing? Quentin released the finger signs he was holding, and those people fell one by one. He also sat on the ground. Of course there's risk. He wiped the blood streaming from his nose and looked miserable. Otherwise, why do you think I envy your ability to control zombies? Amelia couldn't help but feel both angry and amused. I'm not like him. Before Quentin could say more, Manny stuffed a pill into his mouth, causing him to choke and cough. Cough, cough. Little brother, cough. Enough nonsense. Manny shot him a glare, and he obediently shut up. Amelia thought to herself, who is the senior brother and who is the junior here? As cleanup work began, Manny returned but there was still no sign of Bliss. Amelia, after dealing with her wound on her calf, looked into the lush branches and asked, did any of you see Bliss? Everyone paused, exchanging glances but finding no answer. Knowing that Bliss wouldn't leave the team for no reason, Amelia was about to climb a tree to search. Before Manny could stop her, a fiery ball rolled down the mountain at breakneck speed. It mercilessly crashed several hiddens lurking in the dark off the cliff. Upon closer inspection, the blazing fireball turned out to be the body of a large. Wherever it passed, dry branches and leaves were set ablaze, making Shenjie Ridge look as if it were lined with lights, clearing the path ahead. Amidst everyone's exclamations, Bliss leaped down from a protruding rock high above and landed steadily next to Amelia. His entire chest was burnt bare, and blisters appeared on his exposed skin, especially on his arms, where severe burns turned the skin pitch black, emitting a pungent smell. Everyone knew who caused the fireball, but Amelia's eyes revealed deeper contemplation. From her 2 lifetimes' experience with zombies, ordinary ones only bit and scratched mindlessly. Even those improved or evolved were just more varied in their attack methods. Bliss, who could use weapons, think strategically, and know the tactic of capturing the king, seemed far beyond evolution. He appeared to have gained some intelligence or perhaps possessed human-like characteristics despite his zombie body. Such a powerful existence instantly brought to mind an image in Amelia's head. The tall, red-eyed zombie king. Would she encounter him again in this life? If she did, would they stand a chance against him? Noticing Amelia's daze, Manny thought she was worried about Bliss's injuries and gently pushed her aside to pull Bliss away. Staggering, Amelia felt bewildered. Seeing someone about to be taken away, she called out, hey? Having been Manny's fellow disciple for many years, Quentin immediately understood his intentions. He blocked Amelia. Quentin, hey? My junior brother wouldn't hurt him. Amelia, no, it's not that. Quentin, what not? It's inappropriate for a girl to smear things on a man's body. Amelia, then. Quentin, then what? If you don't believe me, watch my junior brother. He has great skills. Both of them turned around, and just as Manny had led the person to where the medicinal supplies were stacked, under their gazes, he hesitated about where to start. A young man with a clear and handsome face stood in front of another slightly taller, bare-chested, equally handsome young man. Holding ointment, his expression occasionally wavered between hesitation and timidity. Amelia was speechless, already composing several paragraphs in her mind. But she soon tapped her head to remind herself, CP must not be mishandled. Manny threw the medicine bottle to Quinton. You do it. Quinton ultimately ended up being the one who harmed himself, lamenting that he didn't know how to apply the medicine. Actually, Amelia also knew that Bliss had a decent self-healing ability and his wounds would eventually recover. But she couldn't bear seeing him like this. In the end, Alexander took over and, along with Amelia, applied medicine and bandaged Bliss. They finally finished tending to everyone's injuries, and the brothers of the caravan group all stood up. Fuller originally planned to bury the dead brothers first, then later find a feng shui master to choose an auspicious day to move these brothers back, so they wouldn't be buried in this desolate mountain. But Quinton suggested it might be better not to, because these brothers weren't ordinary people. Having fought monsters, there might be viruses on their bodies. If any accidents happened when they were moved back, it would be better to cremate them right here. Fuller also knew that with monsters appearing frequently outside now, the Kai family alone was holding the gate of Anling in Lingxi. If something unexpected happened because of these brothers, the caravan group would become the eternal sinners. That night, the fire on Xianjie Ridge burned especially bright, visible from towns several miles away. The group returned to their original location. Fortunately, none of the goods or horses were lost. Manny intended to cancel the delivery plan after sending them down from Xianjie Ridge due to the heavy losses suffered by the caravan group. He wanted to return to Anling for repairs and regrouping. But Fuller disagreed, saying that the credibility of running the caravan was more important than life. If they didn't deliver the goods because of some incident, even if the Kai family agreed, he wouldn't be able to operate in Lingxi anymore. After a brief rest on the spot, they set off again with the group and horses. Finally, when they were less than a few dozen meters from the mountaintop, the group stopped. Amelia saw Fuller bend down and fiddle with something among some bushes, and suddenly a cableway appeared before everyone. Despite being outdoors, exposed to wind and sun, when Amelia touched it, it felt surprisingly smooth and new. Fuller explained that the covers and branches were meant to protect the cableway. Moreover, he pointed to a steel wire embedded in the cliffside, saying that the cableway's locks, wires, and other components were regularly checked or replaced by assigned personnel. Otherwise, with the heavy cargo transported by the caravan, if it wasn't properly maintained and broke, losing lives would be a minor issue, but losing the cargo would be unaccountable to the owners. This simple device, called a cableway in fancy terms, was basically just a pulley with several iron chains. Amelia estimated that the steepest part of this slope was probably around 60 to 70 degrees. Yet, it could carry people, horses, and cargo across miles of rugged mountain cliffs. Just looking at it made one's legs weak. Without some courage, it would indeed be hard to cross. Amelia was truly impressed by these horse runners. Not only because of their righteousness but also for their bravery. Seeing Amelia peek out and pull back, Fuller pointed to a place below shimmering in the moonlight. That's Bosuo Creek. Once past that, we'll reach the Baofeng Lake area. Estimate the time up the mountain, this slide will save nearly 10 hours of travel time. Amelia looked into the distance and indeed saw a gentle stream cutting diagonally through Mount Baofeng, slowly flowing forward. Quinton seemed to have mostly recovered. Standing on tiptoe, he told Amelia that this was the longest creek in Lingxi, providing 70% of the livelihood for nearby residents. As a child, he was a regular visitor to this little creek. While floating river lanterns, he and Manny would catch shrimp in the river. Using the principle that river shrimp are attracted to light, they inserted small wooden stakes into the stream, surrounded them with nets, added a few lanterns, and waited a few hours. When they reeled in the net, they'd get a full catch of river shrimp. Once, while they were too engrossed, Manny's pants got soaked. Amelia found it amusing. She couldn't help but wonder, the silent and reserved Manny had such a dramatic childhood. What about Bliss? Did he have happy times like this before? While thinking, the flying basket for crossing was ready. Quinton volunteered to go down first but was pulled back by Fuller. It's not your turn to be the vanguard yet, let me do it. With that, he shouldered a box of goods and slid down first. Laro Liu of the caravan explained to Amelia. Guotu doesn't look down on you. It's just that Nai is slender. If he can make it through smoothly, it doesn't mean everyone else can. Not to mention we have horses and cargo in the team. Guotu going down first is to ensure the steel wire can bear everyone's weight. Amelia nodded. She admired his courage, attention to detail, and reliability, which made sense why Uncle Yang earned such respect in this era. But then Alexander was somewhat puzzled and pointed at the steel wire that Fuller had taken across. Why isn't it designed as a two-way cable from the start? That would reduce the risk of crossing. Laro Liu shook his head. Once you're safe, others will be safe too. We take this path with nothing but our brother's bravery and boldness, essentially taking paths no ordinary person dares to walk. If the cable were two-way, it would invite more competition. Amelia realized it was indeed logical. Excluding state-level tunnel construction, if everyone could cross Xianjie Ridge overnight, the uniqueness of the caravan would disappear, cutting off their income. However, if one person sets up a two-way cable each time and retrieves it afterward, they can control the earnings. Even with tunnels, during bad weather, the task of transporting goods still falls on the caravan. The one-way cable depends entirely on body weight and gravity, making it impossible to turn back mid-journey or deal with emergencies without relying on human reflexes, potentially leading to fatal outcomes. This job is about risking lives, which explains why only some can earn it. As they chatted, Fuller signaled from the other side. Laro Liu and his fellow caravan members started securing the goods onto the cable and began transporting them. Manny looked at Amelia's injured leg, fearing she might be in danger crossing alone. Maybe. He wanted to say he would go with her, but before he finished, Bliss bent down, picked her up, and walked away. Amelia heard two metallic clicks as the world spun, facing Bliss who held her single-handedly. Then Laro Liu called out, "Let's go, Tilda." The landscape flew backward rapidly as the sensation of falling enveloped her. Occasional vibrations from the cable made Amelia unconsciously cling to Bliss. To avoid aggravating her injured leg, she wrapped her arms around his waist. Initially, it felt fine, but as they were left alone, Amelia noticed her heavy breathing. This intimate position reminded her of that day by the waterfall, when their passions had ignited. She thought she even felt his heart pounding alongside hers. Knowing Bliss would support her firmly even if she let go, she placed her hand on his chest, wanting to feel his heartbeat again. Looking up at Bliss, his gaze shifted as he watched her move. In his star-like eyes, there was only the girl who seemed fragile yet resolutely led everyone through numerous dangers. Amelia felt a bit dazed and leaned closer to his slightly parted lips. The autumn breeze chilled her, startling her into realizing her actions. She must be crazy to think of doing such a thing. Luckily, Bliss wasn't fully lucid then, or she'd be mortified. Smiling bitterly, she decided to retreat. But suddenly, her head was firmly pressed down, preventing her from moving. Chapter 53, The Power of Love. Amelia hadn't even had time to react when she was overwhelmed by a chilling yet forceful presence that stole her breath away. In a domineering and rash manner, the territory of her lips was conquered one after another, while the hand around her waist tightened its grip even more. Due to the sudden nature of the event, Amelia didn't have time to close her eyes. The star-like gaze of him was right before her eyes, revealing an unbridled invasion in his deep eyes. Xiao. Qi. She tried to speak but could only produce muffled words, provoking an even stronger intrusion. Because of the swaying cable car, Amelia dared not push him away easily, afraid that they might fall into the ravine again. She could only let the stone thrown into the lake disturb the peaceful autumn water. However, Bliss clearly wasn't satisfied with this. Feeling herself being lifted, Amelia suddenly became alert. "What are you doing?" "We're on a cable car." She couldn't imagine what Bliss intended to do. It wasn't just the fact that they were in a life-threatening position, but also how they would explain themselves if they safely reached the other side. Finally getting a chance to catch her breath, she used her forearm to forcefully keep Bliss away. In Bliss's eyes, there was raging desire, seemingly mixed with a hint of obsession. No matter how Amelia struggled and resisted, he didn't lift his head from her shoulder. As another torch approached from the mountain, someone wearing a harness slid down. Amelia lifted her leg and took out the tranquilizer for zombies that Nova brought from the island, holding up her right hand high. Just as she was about to throw it, something flashed in her mind as she recalled his unusual behavior earlier. Is it because of Manny? Bliss hesitated, then bit down hard on Amelia's shoulder. Ouch, Amelia cried out in pain. Are you some kind of dog, biting people? She had forgotten that zombies not only bite but also eat people. But this reaction made her put the tranquilizer back into her pocket without further exerting force against him. Instead, she gently placed her hand on his head, stroking it comfortingly. He's not a bad person, he helped us a lot. Amelia actually didn't know why he was so upset with Manny, treating him like a spoiled child who needed comforting. She softly consoled him. If you don't like him or the Kai family, we can leave Anling as soon as we get back from seeing the doctor, okay? Bliss raised his head, the wind tousling his hair slightly. Amelia wanted to smooth it out, but her wrist was caught. Seeing Bliss seriously looking at her hand and then at her, Amelia remembered her previous suggestion at the cliff and quickly assured him. No holding hands, I promise. Then Bliss looked at her wound, and Amelia added. No applying medicine either. When his gaze shifted to her lips, Amelia was confused. What? I didn't let him kiss me. Bliss's eyes turned cold as he bit down on her somewhat chapped lower lip. Amelia thought she understood his meaning. But, isn't it a bit much not even to talk? Bliss's eyelashes fluttered, forcing open Amelia's lips. A tingling sensation swept over all her senses. Amelia found herself involuntarily immersed, waiting for their lips to part slightly. His dark eyes almost sucked her in. Apart from surrendering, she couldn't think of anything else but cautiously said. Less talking, stick to what's important. Amelia felt that if the time on the cable car extended any longer, Bliss would definitely devour her whole. Even half-heartedly resisting, by the time they reached the bottom of the mountain, her shirt was already torn to shreds. Helplessly, she had to borrow an outer garment from a fellow member of the horse team. If asked, she'd say she was scratched by branches sliding down from the mountain. Quinton scratched his head and examined himself. Why am I not like this? Afraid he might accidentally reveal the truth, Amelia pushed him towards Fuller to ask about the route ahead. After unloading, Fuller asked Manny for the account book and mentioned that the two teams would separate here. He would continue as planned to deliver medicine and collect debts, while Amelia and the others headed toward Vowing Lake to find Quinton and Manny's master. It was already past midnight, so Fuller decided to camp for the night and set off at dawn. However, Amelia kept thinking about the deadline mentioned by the old lady of the Kai family and decided to rest briefly before continuing their journey. The men readily agreed with the girl's proposal. They prepared separately, agreeing to depart in half an hour. Amelia had no appetite, so she drank some water and remembered Elsa had given her Nonoa's phone number. Considering Elsa's sharpness, she might know the reason behind Bliss's abnormal behavior. So she dialed the only number on the phone. After 2 rings, Elsa's surprised voice came through. Jiang, you finally got in touch. Amelia held her forehead and sighed. The signal doesn't sound very good. Then it seemed that the other side fiddled with something for a while, and the voice became much clearer. Is it better now? Amelia had limited time, so she quickly interrupted. Okay, this is fine. All right. Elsa continued. How are things over there? You wouldn't guess where we are. Amelia thought to herself that no matter where they went, they couldn't leave Anling. They probably found another fun place. But now wasn't the time for that. She briefly mentioned Bliss's aversion to Manny and his unusual behavior, which made Elsa click her tongue repeatedly. TSK, what's hard to understand here? He likes you, and he's jealous because he saw another man being nice to you. Amelia was stunned for a moment and blurted out, you've got to be kidding me, he's a zombie. After saying that, she felt it might not be respectful to Bliss as a fellow companion, glanced at him nervously, and then covered the microphone, continuing, can you be serious for a moment? Elsa retorted, how am I not being serious? Isn't this denial just from yourself? Think back to how he treated you before he turned into a zombie. Amelia was puzzled, how did he treat me? Like I was the culprit who killed his sister, wishing he could kill me? Elsa truly admired Amelia's thick-headedness as someone who'd never been in love. Would he try to save you repeatedly if he wanted to kill you? Even as a zombie, he protects you every time. Think about it. Even though his recent actions have been abnormal and he doesn't follow orders, has he ever truly harmed you? Amelia was dumbfounded. No. Unless those intimate gestures causing her social death counted. Well, Elsa continued, and have you seen other zombies be controlled or obey commands? No. You fool, hate can't have such power, only love can. It wasn't that she didn't believe in the power of love, but she couldn't believe it was as extreme as Elsa described. Especially in the apocalypse, Amelia could believe Bliss reacted due to physical urges or unknown stimuli, but to think he liked her would mean she'd wasted years living in this new world. Elsa was adamant, however. Amelia, aren't you too red-faced and shy to speak right now? Ha, we're also heading to Vowing Lake to find the ghost doctor. If you don't believe me, once he cures Emiliano, I'll ask him for you. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? The signal started breaking up again. Elsa thought she had explained everything clearly, but what Amelia heard was jumbled. We, also going, ghost doctor, you, believe. Hello? Static drowned out most of Elsa's voice, making it hard to understand anything. Amelia pinched the bridge of her nose to ease her throbbing headache. Estimating further conversation would be pointless, she advised Elsa to stay safe and hung up. By then, Quinton and Alexander were rested enough. They took out the map Fuller had given them and proceeded. After walking for about an hour, Amelia noticed Quinton constantly checking the map and asked, isn't that ghost doctor your master? Why do you need a map to go to your master's place? Quinton pouted, we usually take official roads. Since you're in a hurry, we had to take mountain paths. It's been years since we've walked through Immortal Tribulation Ridge, so naturally, Uncle Young knows the way better. Amelia was skeptical. As they spoke, they saw a towering tree by the roadside. Quinton climbed it, stopping at about human height and pointing forward. We're here, Vowing Lake. Amelia hurried forward, looking in the direction Quinton pointed. Not far away, ripples sparkled under the moonlight, revealing a deep blue lake. The lake was clear as a mirror, and the surrounding mountains were gentle and serene, not as steep as Immortal Tribulation Ridge, exuding a calm and harmonious ambience. Your master sure knows how to pick a place. Except for the poor transportation, it's a great spot for retirement. Amelia finished speaking, noticing Quinton and Manny looking at her like she was an oddity. What? Amelia blinked. Was I wrong? Does anyone pick a place overrun by zombies to retire? Quinton rolled her eyes at her. Amelia, zombie? Quinton nodded, explaining the strange events around Vowing Lake from years ago as they walked. Apparently, it was something that happened before the founding of the People's Republic of China. Legend had it that there were richly endowed burial sites in the mountains west of Lingxi which a group of grave robbers targeted. Due to their inexperience, only one person escaped after they fell into a trap, and he was saved by villagers nearby, regaining his health with their help, but was warned not to dig graves or rob tombs again. He agreed verbally but, once healed and out of the village, couldn't resist the lure of grave robbing again, using his previous experience to try and rob the tomb once more. Unbeknownst to him, most of the people living in the village where he was saved were actually gravekeepers. They kept watch this time and apprehended him just as he reached the entrance to the tomb. The villagers bound the grave robber and beat him fiercely, ignoring his pleas for mercy. In the end, they left him tied to a tree to fend for himself. After several days without water under the blazing sun, the grave robber perished. Feeling guilty about what they did, the villagers eventually gave him a proper burial because they felt that killing a man was too cruel. Perhaps resenting the village for what they did, the man turned into a zombie seeking revenge, wiping out all the villagers. In the aftermath, the whole village transformed into zombies, creating chaos and turmoil in the region around Lingxi. After hearing this story, Amelia sighed. Had she heard this story a few years ago, she wouldn't have believed it. But now, with zombies running rampant and far more evolved monsters than those described by Quinton, it didn't seem so unbelievable anymore. Who knows if these so-called zombies were just mutated humans? Quinton, however, patted her chest proudly. Later on, my master took action, both treating the zombies and the villagers, like a talisman keeping the area around Vowing Lake peaceful. Amelia was surprised. Has he been treating zombies since then? How old is your master now? Hearing this, Quinton hesitated, bending her fingers as if trying to calculate an answer. 80. Manny stated succinctly. 80. Amelia exclaimed. And Donovan in his 80s, would he still be able to treat Bliss's condition? She began to doubt if this trip would be in vain. Manny seemed to want to say more but was interrupted by rustling sounds coming from the adjacent forest. Everyone immediately became alert, forming a protective circle around Amelia. Shortly thereafter, 2 faint green lights appeared through the bushes, moving towards them with a menacing glow. Amelia clutched onto Bliss's sleeve, never expecting that just before reaching Vowing Lake, something else would happen. While waiting anxiously, she couldn't help whispering to Quinton. It looks like your master hasn't completely tamed the monsters around here. Quinton was about to speak when the 2 green lights rapidly approached. A loud roar erupted, and a large creature emerged from the bushes, instantly lunging at Bliss on the left side of the outer perimeter. Its force was tremendous, dragging Amelia along as she was flung to one side. When she lifted her head, she faced a huge beast with a long and pointed wolf-like face. Its savage and bloodthirsty eyes immobilized her on the spot. It was roughly the size of a small calf, with a tail almost as big as a fox's, and its sharp claws easily tore several gashes into Bliss's upper clothing. It took nearly a minute for Amelia to regain her senses. She pulled out her combat knife, trying to steady her trembling hands. Seeing the giant beast raising its claws to strike at Bliss's heart, Amelia rushed forward, wielding her knife to block the attack with all her strength. But the beast possessed some inexplicable power. Even with Amelia and Bliss working together, they couldn't push back its claws. Alexander tried to help, but was swept into the thicket by the beast's tail. Catching sight of Quinton and Manny still standing idly nearby, Amelia shouted in frustration. Why are you still watching? Help. Oh. Quinton blinked. Right. She approached the beast. Weston, sit down. Chapter 54. Only one can be saved. Amelia was taken aback. Before she could react, the giant beast had already moved first, retracting its claws and sitting obediently to one side. Amelia, having not pulled back her strength in time, lost her balance and fell onto Bliss's body. Looking up from below, she was even more amazed by the large physique of this animal. Amelia pointed at the giant beast in front of her. This, you know this monster? Quinton held out his hand in front of the giant beast, which immediately lifted its paw to place on top of it. After stroking its fur with satisfaction, Quinton then said to Amelia, it's not a monster. It's a wolf breed hunting dog raised by my master, named Weston. Amelia thought to herself, my goodness, this isn't a wolf breed at all, it's probably much bigger than any wolf. At this moment, a voice that was slightly hoarse but resonant came from the direction Weston had jumped from. Weston, you naughty dog, did you scare someone again? Everyone. Quinton scratched his head and shouted, Master, do you mean Weston is a dog or the person who raises it is? Manny quickly covered his mouth, preventing him from continuing. The shrubs parted in 2 directions, and a lively old man stepped out. Though called an old man, he didn't look older than 50 or 60 to Amelia. His hair and beard were already white, but he was exceptionally well-groomed. He wore a traditional Chinese-style robe buttoned across his chest and, like Quinton and Manny, wore coarse hemp sandals on his feet, though his looked older with some bristles sticking out, covered in leaves and mud here and there. In his hand, he held a whip, and upon closer inspection, the handle was strung with copper coins using red thread. With a wave of his hand, he lashed Quinton with the whip while scolding. You little brat, how dare you call me a dog? While speaking, the elder hadn't expected so many people to be outside. His sharp eyes swept over everyone, stopping on Bliss, and his tone was clearly dissatisfied. After taking on so many commissions, you only bring back one. Quinton and Manny exchanged glances, both unconsciously hiding behind Weston. The ones on the list weren't brought back. This one is, from someone else's commission. What? The elder put his hand on his chest and looked at Manny. Your senior brother is unreliable, you tell me. Amelia had never seen Manny so flustered before, just like a student suddenly called upon to answer a question they couldn't. Indeed. Seeing another lash about to come, Quinton hurriedly explained. Master, listen to us. There were monsters on the island. The clients on the list sacrificed themselves to save others. Bullshit. You're full of it. The phrase refers to someone completely unreliable. Clearly furious, the elder waved his whip around. It must be because you didn't lead properly, ruining the clients' bodies and disgracing me. I will beat you to death. As Quinton ran away, he cried out, Junior brother Amelia, please say something for me. Manny, realizing he was also implicated, nodded vigorously at his master. Indeed. Hearing this, the elder became even angrier and took off his shoe to chase after Quinton. Your junior brother confirmed it. What else is there to say? Quinton wailed, Master, you're angry and confused. Junior brother meant that the rescue mission was indeed real. Amelia watched the 3 of them chasing and scuffling, finding it less serious and more like a sign of deep affection, and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. The 3 stopped instantly and turned their gaze to her. Why are you laughing? Amelia was startled and hastily waved her hands. Well, maybe I shouldn't be laughing. Cough. Clearing her throat, She saw the elder squint his eyes at her. Who are you, young lady? Amelia opened her mouth but didn't know where to start. The elder pointed at Bliss on the ground. And who is he? Amelia pondered that this might not be easy to explain either. Under the elder's scrutinizing gaze, the atmosphere grew tense. Just then, Alexander, who had been thrown into the bushes by Weston, stood up abruptly, startling the elder and making him exclaim in a thick Linksy accent. Haskaban, you scared the life out of me. Who are you? Alexander innocently wondered, what did I do? Finally, when Manny managed to seize the elder's whip, Quentin recounted everything that happened on the island and why Amelia and the others had come to Vowing Lake. He officially introduced the elder as Ami, a renowned ghost doctor in the Linksy area. Mr. Gongsun stroked his beard and mused, saving lives is a great virtue. If that's true, it would provide better peace than returning the dead to the earth. As he spoke, he glanced at Quentin with a look of frustration. But you, he paused mid-sentence, did you use forbidden techniques as I guessed? Amelia, recalling how Quentin had forced the corpses to fight until blood gushed from their noses and mouths, couldn't help but admire the old man's clairvoyance. She whispered to him, is your master a corpse driver or a fortune teller? How could he guess this? The old man harumphed, pointing to one side of his ear. Blood is still there for all to see. Do I need to guess? Everyone. While they were talking, Weston kept circling Bliss, seemingly very interested. Worried that he might start gnawing on him like a bone, Amelia tugged at his clothes and moved him to the side. You too. Ami merely looked at Amelia and Bliss's expressions to roughly understand their conditions. That old bat just pushes the troublesome things onto me. Amelia thought her unexpected arrival might have annoyed the Donovan. Straightening up, she said solemnly. Sir, as a revered elder in the medical field, it seems impolite of us to seek help uninvited without any gifts. But as you mentioned, saving lives is a virtuous act. Xiao Qi, Emiliano was once a member of the Special Forces rescue team, having saved countless lives. Even turning into this state was due to shielding me from a knife. If you can save him from peril, it would indeed be a virtue. Surely, when he regains consciousness, he will treat you as family. Whatever you need, we will do our best to fulfill it. By acknowledging her faults, praising him, and offering rewards if helped, she spoke without leaving any loopholes, leaving the Donovan speechless. She then bowed deeply to the Donovan. Ami sized up Amelia. Just pleading for him, not yourself. Caught off guard by the question, Amelia realized she had been neglecting her own critical condition that even self-healing couldn't cure. Seeing her silence, Ami continued probing, if my strength wanes, and only one of you can be saved, who will it be? Quentin and Manny found their master's question too harsh. Master, don't be so unfair to this young lady. Yet, Ami remained fixated on the girl's youthful face. Amelia thought differently. Saving one meant she still had a chance. Thus, she felt instantly relieved. Please save Bliss first. Thank you, Mr. Gongsun. You. Her joyful expression seemed genuine, evoking different emotions in the three of them. Ami was impressed. Quentin was worried. Manny felt disheartened. All right, let's go. It's fate that we met. No matter what, Ami's nod put Amelia at ease. On the way back to where they were staying, Quentin occasionally reassured Amelia. Don't worry, Master is stubborn but kind-hearted. Just plead more, and you'll be fine. Amelia didn't mind much, knowing she wouldn't die anytime soon. Worst case, she'd refrain from fighting and leave it to Bliss, saving her energy. As they walked slowly together, they eventually arrived at the southwestern corner of Vowing Lake, at a chaotic graveyard. Surrounded by solitary tombs and animal bones, Amelia marveled at how the Donovan found such a gloomy place amidst such beautiful scenery. Quentin explained that corpse drivers often deal with bodies, so they cannot carry too much young energy, as it might harm the clients during body driving. Moreover, practitioners tend to be somewhat flawed and should avoid drawing attention, lest spirits or monsters interfere with their luck. Amelia observed Quentin and Manny. Aside from Manny's slightly introverted personality, they didn't seem plagued by major illnesses. Before she could ponder further, Ami huffed. Mitch, those without skills fear such things. At my age, with my capabilities, I have nothing to fear. Amelia nodded dramatically. Oh Tilda, why did you choose to settle here, then? The old man pouted proudly. Because I like it. Just then, Weston stopped, growling softly. Ahead, a few jeeps were parked beside a small bamboo house, spewing exhaust fumes. Some people stood guard, hesitating whether to enter after several knocks went unanswered. Ami immediately pulled Weston by the neck, hiding everyone deeper in the bushes. As they walked and talked, Amelia heard Ami grumble. So Chizzy was right. There really are some little devils and demons coming to the door. Girl, now you know what's wrong with Quentin, don't you? Amelia, momentarily at a loss, asked, what's wrong? Ami shot him a disdainful glance, Raven's mouth. Everyone. But from Ami's tone, it seemed that these people had come more than once. Amelia asked, does old sir know them? Ami denied it. Do I need to bother knowing them? Amelia's sweat dropped. Despite his age, the old man still had quite a temper. Then, why don't we go over there? The old man sneered, all because of that blasted seminar a while ago. The old crow from the Kai family insisted on dragging me along. None of the organizers were polite, blabbering about joining in some research. I ignored them and slipped away when I went to the bathroom during the meeting. Who knew they wouldn't give up and tracked me down here? Seminar? East-West Medical Academic Exchange Seminar? Amelia pondered, recalling that it must be the one Nova's father, their hospital dean, attended. Nova mentioned that the dean never returned, possibly being detained by the organizers in Lincolnshire. Thinking about this, Amelia noticed someone next to the jeep holding something familiar, a satellite phone Elsa gave her before leaving. She remembered Elsa saying she brought one too. How did it end up in their hands? Could Rusty be among them? Hey, girl. Amy patted Amelia's shoulder. Weren't you saying to do your best? Now, I want you to fetch something from the bamboo house without alerting them. Will you do it? Of course. Amelia nodded. Really so easy? Amy doubted her sincerity. If you fail, I can't guarantee what these people might do. Amelia stretched her limbs. Even if you hadn't said it, I'd still need to confirm something. Besides, who'd be good putting others in difficult situations? I'm prepared for anything. Amy scrutinized Amelia. Although she looked delicate and gentle, the resilience and occasional sharpness in her eyes reminded him of his younger self. Good. If you can get the item, I'll ensure this Chizzy returns to normal. Hearing this, gratitude filled Amelia's face. Bliss has a chance. Manny whispered, I'll go with you. Amelia shook her head and pointed to a partially open window on the first floor of the bamboo house. Don't worry, Mr. Gong isn't testing me. Among us, only I am small enough to fit through that window. Ha 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 ha. Amy grew more fond of Amelia. A clever girl. If you succeed, not only will I treat your illness, but I'll even take you as my disciple. Quinton seized the opportunity to cozy up. From now on, we're fellow disciples. Remember to address me as senior brother when we meet. The old man smacked Quinton. With your skills, calling me senior sister would be more appropriate. Amelia chuckled awkwardly. In a sense, master and disciple had identical personalities. May I ask, mister, what exactly do you want me to fetch, and where is it placed? While tying her shoelaces, she asked. The old man thought carefully and described it as a square red wooden box placed in one of the drawers of a cabinet on the second floor. Amelia gaped in disbelief. You're not joking, are you? A Chinese medicine cabinet has hundreds of drawers. With good luck, I might find it quickly, but if I have to search each one, these people could sleep in the house by then. Amy pondered. I'm not intentionally making it hard for you. Truly, I'm too old to remember exactly where it is. But I took it out after grinding medicine yesterday. Today, my mind just... Amelia sighed and stowed Bliss's paratrooper knife into her boot. Before leaving, she told Quinton, Manny, and Alexander. If things don't look right, remember to come in and rescue me. Chapter 55. What's in the box? While the people outside had yet to attempt breaking into the house, Amelia circled around to the back of the room. She leaned on the windowsill and swung inside through a crack, entering Amy's medicine building. This bamboo building where the ghost doctor lived was much simpler than expected. On the ground floor, there was only one square table and a small bed in the corner. Medical herbs and other items like red strings, ink pots, peachwood, etc., were scattered everywhere. To be on the safe side, Amelia quickly searched the entire first floor, confirming no one was there before climbing up to the second floor. Calling it the second floor was a bit misleading. It was more like a higher mezzanine connected by a wooden ladder. With every step, it creaked loudly. Amelia tried to move as quietly as possible, fearing that too much noise would alert the people outside. Finally, stepping onto the upper partition, Amelia's forehead was covered with a thin layer of sweat. But she didn't dare to stop. Crouching low, she saw an herbal medicine cabinet placed in the shaded area. Well, here it is, she muttered. She had braced herself for a cabinet with dozens of drawers, but what she saw had horizontal rows of 13 and vertical rows of 12, covering an entire wall with well over 100 drawers. Amelia couldn't help but silently complain. Why couldn't this box just be kept downstairs with everything else? It had to be hidden in these drawers. She found herself the fool this time, and if she forgot again, who knows who would end up being the next unlucky one. However, Amelia wasn't going to waste time searching drawer by drawer. Based on the elder's height and the wear patterns on the handles, she roughly narrowed her search to between the 4th and 7th rows from the middle. Determined to finish the task quickly so Bliss could return to normal, Amelia started searching without delay. It was worth noting that despite the chaos on the first floor, the medicinal herbs were neatly arranged. Some drawers even divided their contents into 3 sections, commonly used items at the front, while those needing protection from light were placed inside. Even with limited speed, Amelia managed to search through most of the drawers within half an hour. Just as she stood up to reach eye level with the drawers, the sound of a lock dropping came from the entrance, followed by the loud rumble of a vehicle engine approaching. Amelia quickly stopped and crouched down to observe the situation below. The first people to enter were holding truncheons, scanning the room and shouting towards the door. There's indeed no one here. They can't have known in advance and run away. Shortly after, a slightly chubby middle-aged man walked in, holding a phone. Impossible, he pointed at the teacup and candle holder on the table. The wax has just hardened, and the tea isn't entirely cold yet. They can't have gone far. They probably just went for a walk nearby. He then turned on the speakerphone. I've already given my suggestions. You give the orders. A man's hearty laugh came from the phone. Director Wen, there's no need for such caution. Since Mr. Akil entrusted you to be the consultant, he naturally trusts your judgment. Use any of these men freely. You won't hear a single no from me. Amelia clamped her hand over her mouth. Not only because the person leading the team to invite guests to the bamboo building was Nova's father, but also because the familiar voice on the other end of the phone belonged to none other than Bald Kian, who had ambushed her and Bliss on the island. Qian was associated with Yingxing, which meant the organizer of the previous seminar was actually Yingxing. Their purpose was clear, to gather experts from both traditional Chinese and Western medicine fields to conduct pathologic drug experiments and human modifications. But she never thought Director Wen would be involved as well. Oh no, then what about Qingyao and Danny Hua? Amelia peeked through the window at the phone in the man's hand. Its model matched the one belonging to Su Danny Hua. She then looked at the nearby jeep, whose windows were tightly shut despite the early autumn season. People might be inside the vehicle, and she needed to find a way to confirm. As she thought, she heard Director Wen's voice continuing from below. You all heard that, search this place thoroughly. Even if we can't find the people, the item can't be carried on them. We must find it. Several strong men exchanged glances, following Director Wen's orders but not appearing fully convinced as they began searching. After watching for a few minutes, Director Wen turned and left. They were also looking for something. Amelia lowered her body further, almost touching the partition. But even then, it wasn't safe. As they approached directly under the partition, Amelia looked around for a hiding spot. This place was almost bare, let alone a place to hide a person. In her panic, Amelia accidentally hit her head on a drawer she hadn't closed properly, causing a loud thud. Who's up there? One of the men immediately ran out to check the partition. What's wrong? Another asked him. He replied, someone is upstairs. I'll go take a look. As he spoke, he saw the ladder standing beside him and swiftly climbed up. The space above the partition was entirely visible, filled only with the smell of medicinal herbs, and not a single person in sight. The people below laughed at him. TSK, did you hear it wrong? If someone was here, why didn't they respond after all our shouting? The man who climbed up muttered under his breath. Strange, I clearly heard something like a person, but there's not even a ghost to be seen. Still unconvinced, he pushed open the window for inspection. Outside was a circle of desolate graves. Feeling unlucky, he closed the window again. At this moment, Amelia was clinging to the back of the window, standing on a bamboo plank barely wide enough for her foot. Fortunately, when this bamboo building was constructed, the outer bamboo sticks on the first floor were slightly higher. Otherwise, with Amelia's current arm strength, she wouldn't have been able to hold onto the window ledge for long. With the window half closed, the conversation inside was still clear to Amelia's ears. Inside, the man said, I've already come up here. You check the first floor, let's hurry and find it quickly. We don't want to get that dog whatever Dean's scolding. The man upstairs responded, didn't you hear how they lobbied for some consultant position from Mr. Akil? They're hoping to earn merit by finding something. I bet it won't last 2 days. Hey, look what I found. Suddenly, his tone turned excited. Amelia peeked through the window slit and saw him standing just a few steps away from where she had just searched, taking out a small square box from an opened drawer. TSK, just missed it. She almost had it. Meanwhile, outside near the guarded jeep, Rusty was peering into the car window, talking to the person inside. Xiaoyao, you said your classmates are coming here with that thing? Inside the enclosed vehicle, it was warm. Nova fanned herself while speaking. Dad, it has a name, it's not something as you say. If you don't want to call it by its name, you can call it Emiliano with us. It was clear that Rusty was growing impatient. Oh, stop worrying about names. Why haven't they arrived yet? Could it be? He wanted to say they must have run away upon learning the news, but facing his daughter who had been deceived, he held back. Elsa immediately became anxious. Did they get lost? She then opened her laptop to try and locate the others. Nova glanced at her, thinking it was indeed possible. They had driven around and spent an entire night since the afternoon to arrive here. It was now early morning, and Amelia and the others should have already crossed the mountain. Their absence suggested they might have indeed gotten lost in the vast mountains. She too became worried. Dad, please help find Amelia. If they don't make it here today, we won't find Dr. Gong and Emiliano will be in danger. Initially, Rusty was worried that this operation might yield no results. However, if they could bring back the zombie and the girl with special constitution, he could show off a little. Thus, he comforted his daughter. Don't worry, since she's our student and a good friend of yours, I will definitely. What do you promise? Quinton suddenly appeared beside them, startling Rusty and the two girls in the car. Who are you? Rusty stammered. He was about to call for help, but Nova interrupted with bright eyes. Dad, this is Dr. Gong's apprentice. Then she asked Quinton. Brother Quinton, why are you alone? Where are Amelia and the others? What happened? Quinton grinned playfully and waved his hand. Don't worry, she's fine. Isn't this why I'm here? He elongated his voice, as if waiting for something. To do what? Nova was puzzled. Watching Quinton lean familiarly against the car window, his fingers slowly tracing the door, he grinned. To welcome you. Just then, the sound of the door lock being lifted was heard. On the other side, the guard collapsed instantly, revealing Manny outside. He pulled the car door open and shouted, Quick, get out. Before Elsa and Nova could react, they were pulled out of the car by Quinton and Manny. Earlier, Amelia, while clinging to the outside of the bamboo building, had used gestures to signal Quinton to check the car, leading to their discovery of the two girls. Nova was still dazed, looking at Quinton separating her from her father. She asked from behind. What are you doing, brother Quinton? He's my dad. Quinton, however, held the flagpole in his hand horizontally. Shouldn't you ask your dad what he's doing here? Nova paused, then looked at Rusty. Dad. Rusty first showed panic, then calmed down. I already told you, I came to invite Mr. Gongsun to our exchange conference. Then he looked at Nova with a kind expression. Xiao Yao, don't you trust your father? Nova hesitated. Earlier, inside the car, she couldn't see what was happening outside and in the bamboo building. But now, looking over Quinton's shoulder, she saw people with truncheons jumping out of the car, approaching with unfriendly faces. Some even rushed into the bamboo building, rummaging through it. Her suspicion grew. At this moment, a few impatient men cursed and raised their truncheons to strike Manny. Fortunately, he was agile. Carrying Elsa, he dodged and blocked, kicking one of them to the ground. Rusty thought inwardly, these useless ones, more harm than good, exposing himself. Just as he wanted to make some excuses, a fight broke out on the second floor of the bamboo building. Then the window shattered, and someone fell out. Amelia. Nova recognized her first. Seeing her about to land on her back, certainly getting hurt, Quinton waved. Weston, go. The huge wolfhound howled and leaped over the width of the jeep, running a few steps to below the bamboo building. Amelia felt like she landed on a carpeted surface, still in pain, but the fall force was significantly cushioned. She held a small wooden box, with a gash on her forehead bleeding. Clearly, she had been fighting inside before rolling out. Seeing the tense standoff between the two sides, Amelia gritted her teeth, grabbed the fur of the hunting dog, and climbed up. Then she heard a whistle from the bushes. The hunting dog, as if receiving orders, carried Amelia deep into the woods. The man peering from the second floor, clearly with scratches on his face and neck, shouted, "Chase her down and bring her to the boss. Hurry." Below, who cared about Rusty or Dean Lee? Eager for credit, most chased Amelia into the bushes. The remaining ones stared at Quinton and Manny. One of them, an older-looking muscular man holding a submachine gun, sneered and approached. "Since there are fewer people left, let's try the company's new weapon." Quinton and Manny tightened their weapons, looking for cover to avoid the bullets. But the man deliberately opened the sight, the red dot moving between them. Then he raised the gun and fired toward the sky. As expected, no gunshot sound came. Instead, a faint buzzing noise became gradually sharp and ear-piercing. People covered their ears involuntarily, and from the cargo behind him, heavy knocks started. Bang! Bang! Amelia lay on Weston's back, quickly arriving where Ami and Alexander were hiding. 3 people had moved to a relatively flat and concealed spot. Ami was continuously inserting silver needles into Bliss's acupuncture points, while Alexander strained to hold him still. "Sir!" Amelia shouted from afar, preparing to throw the wooden box. "I got it. Catch it." Ami glanced at Amelia, startled by her action. "Girl, don't throw it." Amelia, hearing this, tried to stop herself, but it was too late. The box flew out of her hand. The lid opened mid-air, and a round, fleshy thing fell onto her forehead. Looking into its shiny black eyes, Amelia screamed. "Bug! What kind of bug is this?" "Oh." Chapter 56, The Sense of Security He Provides. Amelia wasn't afraid of anything, except for pain and insects. Especially those soft-bodied creatures that wriggle like big fat worms. At this moment, a golden worm as thick as a finger was perched on her forehead, staring at her with its tiny eyes. Amelia's body hair stood up in fright. She didn't dare to reach out for it and only wanted to shake her head to fling the bug off. Ami held her shoulder first. "Don't move." He spoke while gently picking up the worm with his thumb and index finger. "Close call," he sighed with relief. "My treasured golden worm, cultivated from precious herbs over many years, nearly fell because of you." Amelia took half a minute to recover, her limbs still weak. This thing is a treasure. How do you use it?" Ami looked left and right at the golden worm, seemingly reluctant to part with it. "This is called a Jinchan Jiyu, capable of curing all poisons and diseases. As for how to use it." Speaking, he walked up to Bliss, pinching his chin lightly, making Xiao obediently open his mouth, and then tried to place the worm inside. Amelia felt her scalp tingle, too late to protest when she heard footsteps approaching behind her. Immediately, she bent down and swung her leg. She knocked down the nearest attacker and snatched the truncheon from his hand, striking him on the head, knocking him unconscious. Standing up, facing the wave of pursuers, she picked up the wooden box and handed a syringe inside to Ami before closing the lid. "Please excuse me, I'll draw them away." She preferred fighting to watching the ghost doctor's unconventional methods. However, Amelia could already feel her heart pounding fiercely in her chest. She didn't know how long she could last. Ami didn't really put the golden worm into Bliss's mouth but drew out Alexander's paratrooper knife. "Brother Danny, may I borrow this for a moment?" He then precisely made an incision on Bliss's body with the knife. The golden worm latched onto the wound and began to suck vigorously, changing color gradually. After repeating this action several times, Ami used silver needles on certain acupoints. Slowly, Bliss's pupils regained focus. "Awake." Alexander, whose face was bruised from Bliss's struggles, excitedly leaned forward upon seeing his response. Captain, you're awake. It's me, Alexander. Bliss had not spoken for so long that his voice sounded unfamiliar. At this moment, Weston, who had been running to help Amelia, let out a cry of pain as his small ball-like body was thrown sideways into the bushes, demonstrating an abnormal strength. Ami glanced at the battlefield, his expression graver than before. He waved his hand in front of Bliss's eyes, noting his slow response, then pricked Bliss's fingertip with a needle. A surge of warmth flooded Bliss's heart, instantly restoring most of his consciousness. "You're finally truly awake." Ami retracted the needle and weighed the syringe in his palm. Since you're awake, there's something you need to decide for yourself. Alexander helped Bliss sit up. Listening to Ami finish speaking, their expressions varied. Amelia was busy fending off the pursuers when Weston was thrown out, blocking her path. About a dozen people surrounded her. One of them, wielding a truncheon, approached. Run, why aren't you running? Let's see where you can go, girl. Hand over what you have. Sweating profusely, Amelia leaned on her knees, breathing heavily, raising her hand to show the wooden box. If you dare, come and take it. The man gestured, and two men with truncheons moved toward Amelia, one in front and one behind. Just as one was about to reach for the wooden box, Amelia suddenly pulled back her hand, letting the box fall. Distracted by the falling box, the man looked down and didn't notice the blow coming until Amelia slapped him hard across the face, leaving him stunned as she twisted his arm and kicked him aside. The other man hesitated momentarily due to Amelia's sudden move. By the time he reacted and tried to grab her, she struck his leg with the truncheon, immobilizing him. Having quickly subdued both attackers, Amelia picked up the wooden box which hadn't rolled far, feeling her vision blur and chest constrict, knowing she was reaching her limit. But she couldn't afford to spit black blood in front of the enemy. She suppressed the metallic taste rising in her throat. Every second she endured here would give Bliss more time to recover. The leader gritted his teeth, too good for nothings. He waved his hand. All of you, go at her together and take her and the box to the car. No matter how stubborn Amelia was, she couldn't withstand the overwhelming force. Filthy bitch. After being subdued by several people, she received a slap from the man who had just given orders. After I report back and interrogate you, I'm going to make you pay for this. Take her away. Before being taken away, Amelia glanced back at the depths of the forest, relieved that they hadn't been discovered. This relief vanished completely when she was brought back to the clearing in front of the small bamboo house. The aftermath of the battle lay scattered around. Quinton's flag was broken, with one arm missing. Manny was covered in injuries, his clothes soaked in blood. Even Elsa and Nova had reddened faces, bundled together and thrown beside the cargo van, leaning against a tire. Amelia looked at Corey with fury in her bloodshot eyes. Are you even human? Ayao is your own daughter. Corey glanced at the man beside him wearing a headscarf before speaking. You shut up. Ayao got into this mess because she followed you. Then he turned to ask the man holding the submachine gun. Well, my daughter is young and easily misled by others. Could you? Before he could finish, the headscarf man shoved his hand away, patting him disdainfully. Is she young enough? His lecherous gaze lingered on Nova's chest. Seeing this, Corey flushed with anger. I'm at least a consultant hired by the company. Show some respect for my daughter. The man laughed as if it were a joke. He pushed Corey towards the cargo van, where two men immediately grabbed him by the arms. Someone placed the wooden box in his hands. Consultant, my ass. Our boss has patience to play games with you. Once I take this back, I'll tell everything about what this so-called consultant has done. Where's the thing? The headscarf man turned to inquire. The man holding Amelia hesitated. The thing? Isn't it supposed to be? He had expected to be rewarded for retrieving it, but upon seeing the empty box, his hopes crumbled. You can't even handle this simple task. The headscarf man slapped him hard. Amelia couldn't help but chuckle despite herself. What are you laughing at? The headscarf man asked. Amelia coughed lightly due to difficulty breathing. Hee, I'm laughing because karma comes fast for those who do evil. The slap she had received earlier was now returned in kind. The headscarf man, having met Amelia with Kian, recognized her upon closer inspection. So it's you. With a mocking tone, he walked behind Amelia and suddenly took the paratrooper knife from her, slashing forcefully down her shoulder. Amelia felt an intense pain spread across her back as blood soaked her entire upper body. Ah! She bit her lip hard, trying not to scream, but her face turned deathly pale, weakly collapsing forward, only staying upright due to the grip of her captors. Amelia! Elsa screamed in shock, everyone's eyes filled with blood. The headscarf man wiped the blood splattered on his face, irritated. What are you yelling about? I didn't kill her, cut it out. Bending down, he leaned close to Amelia's ear. I've seen what happened in that lab. Amelia shuddered, his voice bringing back the memories and horrors of the dark laboratory. The sound of surgical tools clashing, the pressurized noise, and even the click of needles all echoed in her ears, each sound capable of shattering her psychological defenses. Satisfied with her reaction, the headscarf man continued. Why don't you just tell me where the contents of the box went, or else, hey. As he spoke, he slowly pressed the paratrooper knife into her neck, each deeper thrust eliciting a more agonizing moan from Amelia. Felt quite bored these past days. With you, I can vent all my frustrations without worrying about killing you and facing company backlash. Hey. The headscarf man's violent and bloodthirsty nature was laid bare. Manny saw this and attempted a desperate fight, his voice clear. Suddenly, a disfigured corpse in the center of the clearing stood up and lunged at the headscarf man. But before it could reach him, it was impaled by a claw and tossed high into the air, crashing several meters away onto Manny, likely breaking more of his ribs. Blood dripped from Amelia's mouth, her eyes filled with incomprehensible terror. What is this? The headscarf man laughed wickedly. You don't recognize this. But you should. Didn't we meet at Pinghai City and in the subway tunnels? Oh, what did they call it in the company meeting? Ah yes, the Ripper. Amelia couldn't help but recognize it, only puzzled why the Ripper was attacking Manny while ignoring the people from inching around him. As if reading her thoughts, The headscarf man aimed his submachine gun at Manny, who was pinned under the corpse. You didn't know, right? Thanks to our research on you, the company has developed a device that can control which target zombies attack. Let me give you a demonstration. The red dot from his sight immediately appeared on Manny's body. A buzzing sound filled Amelia's ears as she watched the Ripper slowly approach Manny. Her teammates' furious shouts and curses filled the air. She could only repeat mechanically, no, no. Manny had the pride of an aristocrat. Even after seeing how dangerous the Ripper was, he still tried to stand up and fight. However, he was badly injured, and the weight of the corpse made it difficult for him to get up. He could only let the Ripper trample both of them. The Ripper focused on the red dot, pressing down with its claw. It instantly pierced through the corpse and continued its downward motion toward Manny. In a moment, Manny would be impaled through the chest. Amelia struggled once more to break free from the grip beside her. Her healed knife wound on her back reopened, the pain unbearable as if she was being torn apart. But she couldn't care less. She reached out to grab the headscarf man's gun. This was her last chance. But the headscarf man shattered her hopes again. Easily dodging her attempt, he punched her stomach, making her double over in pain. Then he grabbed her hair, forcing her face upward. Come, watch how he dies. Amelia had never felt such despair before. If saving Bliss meant sacrificing someone, she wished it could have been herself. But now, even the right to take her own life was denied her. Just when all seemed lost, a powerful voice called out. Weston, who threw you aside? Go fetch your honor. Startled by the voice, the headscarf man was suddenly interrupted as the Ripper was flung away by a massive object. At the same time, one of the men beside him suddenly had his head separated from his body, rolling on the ground with its mouth wide open. What? What? Before he could finish asking, a powerful force hurled him 3 meters high. When he crashed down, his chest felt numb. Amelia found herself spun around and caught in a familiar embrace. Struggling to keep consciousness, she looked up and saw a flawless, perfect profile. Xiaoqi, cough cough. The strain of leading their pursuers earlier exhausted her strength. Although her external wounds were visibly healing, the feeling of suffocation persisted. Bliss held her with one hand while crushing the man who had hit her with the other, not blinking as blood splattered onto his clothes. He slowly lowered his head, his eyes reflecting like stars. Amelia felt his handsome face drawing closer, but in public, she felt no embarrassment, only the desire to see him more clearly. Yet just when his lips were about to touch hers, he turned his face away. He gently pinched her ear and set her down. By the time Amelia realized, his warm breath was already far from her, moving swiftly towards the surrounding crowd. Struggling to her feet, she saw Alexander freeing Elsa and Nova by slicing through their ropes. Bliss's arrival instantly turned the tide, clearing the battlefield like leaves swept by autumn winds. Even the Ripper, thrown by Weston, was shredded to pieces in an instant. Ami stroked his beard and approached Amelia. Not bad, right? Before she could respond, the headscarf man opened the cargo van door, releasing 2 Rippers and a corroder from inside. Cursing and limping, he pointed the red dot of his sight at Ami. To hell with you all. Chapter 57. Not a couple? No problem, we can be in the future. Amelia did not know when the man in the headscarf had run to the back of the truck, but seeing even more monsters than before about to pounce, she was no longer as afraid as she was earlier. Sir. But she still rasped out a warning to Ami. Ami epitomized composure and calmness. Just as the monsters were almost upon them, he raised his hand, causing the corpses lying on the ground to rise up one by one, instantly forming a wall that blocked the first ferocious assault of the Rippers. The man in the headscarf laughed insanely at this sight. Ha 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 ha, the old man hasn't learned anything new yet. They used this trick just now, it's not nearly enough. He hadn't finished speaking when he saw the Ripper's claws piercing through the corpses, but unable to lift them easily again. It was as if the corpses had taken root in the ground. No matter how much force was used, they remained immovable, blocking Amelia and Ami solidly behind them. Unable to succeed with brute strength, the Rippers tried to pull their claws out and circle around, but as they retreated, their arms became firmly stuck in the corpses, making it impossible to advance or retreat. The standoff continued. Ami smiled and said, a young person's skill isn't fully developed, so let this old man play with you. 1,000-pound drop. As soon as he finished speaking, the corpses locked onto the Rippers in front of them with their limbs and pressed them towards the ground. The Rippers, renowned for their strength, could not resist at all, merely waving their limbs helplessly against the corpses attacking them. However, the corpses felt no pain, and instead, the Rippers were constantly injured by their own movements. The man in the headscarf, unwilling to give up, thought the corrosive liquid from the corroders could melt metal, so the corpses would dissolve into pus within moments. Thus, he desperately pulled the trigger repeatedly. The corroders received the order and had already melted the hands and feet of one corpse, freeing themselves from confinement. White smoke billowed with every step they took. Roaring fiercely, they crossed the wall of corpses at top speed. The viscous claws were about to touch Amelia's shoulder, ready to peel off large chunks of her skin. But just before they reached her, the corroder halted its action. Amelia felt this scene eerily familiar. The monster's foul face was right in front of her, yet it couldn't move any closer. Bliss grabbed the corroder's tail tightly as he did in the underground tunnel. However, this time, unlike in the tunnel, he didn't give the corroder any chance to self-destruct. Instead, he twisted off its head and threw it deeper into the bushes. He then immediately turned and lunged towards the 2 struggling Rippers. Amelia noticed that the flesh on Bliss's hands, which had been eroded by acidic liquid just moments ago, with wounds visible to the bone, had already healed completely in a few minutes, faster than before. Coupled with his pale complexion and lightning-fast moves, Amelia trembled and asked Ami, "Sir, is he still normal, or?" Ami stood with his hands behind his back. This was his own choice. Earlier, while treating Bliss, Ami had guessed that his transformation into a zombie and acquisition of power stemmed from residual toxins in his brain. If all the toxins and stagnant blood were removed, he could become a normal human again. However, it inevitably meant he would be weak and need time to recuperate, unable to participate in battles. To save others, only by stimulating the poison's eruption could he gain stronger power. But that would mean the toxin entering his brain, leaving him no chance of returning to normal. He would forever remain a zombie without emotions or consciousness, driven only by bloodlust. Amelia listened intently as Ami spoke each word clearly. Looking at the now even more powerful Bliss, tears blurred her vision. His choice was the same as when facing the infant zombies. To save her and these traveling companions, he sacrificed himself. Biting her lip, Amelia couldn't say a word. In a short moment, whether Rippers, Corroders, or the henchmen of Inxing, all fell victim to Bliss. Alexander came over with the man in the headscarf held at bay by a paratrooper knife. Nova wanted to bandage Amelia but was waved off. "I'm fine. You should check on Manny and Quinton first, their injuries are more severe." Nova knew Amelia had some self-healing ability, but looking at her blood-stained outerwear, she turned away and gave her jacket to Amelia before checking on the unconscious Manny. Amelia, wrapped in Nova's jacket, stood up and looked down at the man in the headscarf who had been kicked in the knees and was kneeling. "Besides Mr. Gongsun and that box, who else is your target?" Given the grand scale of Inxing's operation and bringing a truck full of monsters to Lingxi with great fanfare, it couldn't be just for kidnapping Ami alone. The man in the headscarf spat out a mouthful of blood but remained silent. Amelia had no patience to waste words on him. She snatched the paratrooper knife from Alexander's hand and, crouching down, stabbed it into the ground next to where the man's hand was placed. The man screamed in agony, only to have Amelia clamp her hand around his neck, trapping his breath in his throat, neither able to inhale nor exhale. Then she heard her sweet and soft voice beside his ear, carrying the scent of death. "I really won't die, but you are different. Before this body loses all its vitality, I will enjoy it thoroughly." As she spoke, she twisted the knife in her hand, the sound of tearing flesh and grinding bones sending chills up the spine. The man's eyes bulged as his face turned from red to green. His mouth opened and closed, emitting intermittent sounds of ah. Amelia didn't release his throat until he began rolling his eyes. Immediately after, the man gasped wildly, feeling like the air tasted sweeter than ever before. My mission is just this old, cough this elderly gentleman, others I don't know." Amelia clearly wasn't satisfied with his answer. She pulled out the paratrooper knife and poised it again, threatening another stab. The man, suffering immense pain, quickly raised his voice. But, he covered his face with his other hand, looking far more submissive than before. "But before we set off, there were 3 teams in total. I led one team here to the mountains, while the other 2 went to Anling City and Guxian Town." Amelia didn't know much about Guxian Town, but mentioning Anling City immediately brought to mind the Kai family. Surely, Alili was also one of their targets. I only know so much. Please let me go." The man's words abruptly stopped mid-sentence, his shocked expression frozen on his face as he was split into 2 halves. The wound location matched almost exactly where he had tried to slash Amelia. As he fell, Amelia saw Bliss standing behind him, holding the knife. Everyone present was stunned by Bliss's violent act. Even Amelia, who had seen plenty of bloodshed, turned away at the sight. Monster. Corey was so terrified by the scene that he screamed loudly. Hearing this, Bliss glanced at him. Amelia hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed him. "Don't kill him. After all, he was Corey, father of Nova, whom she couldn't bear to harm." Bliss's eyes were bloodshot from killing. He stopped, then looked back at Amelia with such intense killing intent that she shuddered. "Xiao." Amelia's voice caught in her throat. For a moment, she feared Bliss might kill anyone who dared stand in his way, including her. Wanting to ask Ami if he could still hear her, she suddenly felt herself lifted lightly and carried under the arm, striding into the nearby bushes. Elsa worried Bliss's unstable state would hurt Amelia, so she asked Ami, Mister, is it okay to let them go like that?" Ami stroked his beard, watching the duo disappear into the distance, his eyes filled with understanding relief. "It's fine. It's just some side effects from anesthesia." Everyone was confused. Apart from the unconscious Manny and the treating Nova, none of those present were particularly knowledgeable about medicine or anesthesia. So naturally, they didn't understand the implications of the elder's words. Nova initially was also puzzled, but then paused, turning even redder. You don't mean..." Everyone waited anxiously for her explanation, seeing Nova stammer and blush even more. Elsa impatiently, "Oh come on, Qingyao, spit it out already. You're going to drive me crazy." Almost tearing the bandages in her hands, Nova finally whispered, "Emiliano may be experiencing post-operative sexual hallucinations." Post-operative sexual hallucinations refer to cases where patients experience sexual excitement or hallucinations after being anesthetized during surgery. This occurs due to certain sedatives, like propofol, which can regulate various neurotransmitters in the brain's cortex, hippocampus, and limbic system. During recovery, the cortical areas remain suppressed, while the subcortical areas are no longer inhibited, leading to emotional, psychological, and memory changes. During surgery, contact with certain parts of the patient's body can stimulate responses, causing the patient to experience sexual fantasies or suggestive thoughts, mistaking them for loving touches. Everyone stared in disbelief. So. Elsa hesitated. So Emiliano won't do anything to Emilia? Nova shook her head, clearly beyond her understanding. Everyone turned their gazes to Emi again. I've never treated a zombie before, how would I know? The old man coughed lightly. Anyway, judging by their relationship, it doesn't really matter if something happens. The crowd widened their eyes once more, looking at him as if he was speaking in riddles. Feeling uneasy under everyone's stare, the old man became uncertain. What? Aren't they husband and wife or lovers? Everyone shook their heads. No. What? Emi slapped his forehead. That girl kept calling that girl's name even when unconscious. I thought. Disciple. He tugged Quinton beside him. Quickly, go chase after them. After hearing the old man's words, everyone paused for a moment, then they all said in unison. They can be later. Emilia was being carried by Bliss the whole time, her injuries healing rapidly as time passed. His hands were steady, and even while walking briskly, the movements didn't jolt her wounds. Emilia reached out to touch his face, but her fingertips felt no human warmth. Fool. She was filled with regret and anger, clenching her fists and hitting his chest repeatedly, crying all the while. Are you crazy? Do you know how hard we struggled to bring you here, how much we suffered, how worried we were? You just woke up but gave up first. Emilia let out all her grievances through her cries and shouts. You are like this, planning to make me feel guilty forever? This way. The poison entering his brain meant he would be a zombie for life. Emi's words constantly echoed in her mind until Emilia finally broke down into sobs. This way, how will I ever get a chance to know you, understand you? Just as Emilia thought all her plans were turning into illusions, warm breath brushed against her ear. Why not start getting to know each other this way? This familiar yet strange voice made Emilia dazed for a long time. When she came back to her senses, most of her clothes were already gone. Bliss's actions resembled a beast baring its fangs, determined to claim its prey. Why, wait. Her voice began to break. Twisting her body in resistance, Emilia only found herself held tighter. Though their bodies were already pressed together, he still wasn't satisfied, trying to get closer. Lifting one of her legs over his arm, the instant her defenses crumbled, the moans escaping her lips were swallowed by him completely. In the heat of passion, Emilia felt herself lifted again, pressed against the nearest tree trunk. The rustling of leaves sounded around them, dew on the leaves falling like light rain. While the two under the tree burned fiercely, rising and ascending until their vision blurred, reflecting only each other. With her injuries, Emilia was the first to find it unbearable. Are you a monster? Bliss smiled wryly. Aren't zombies supposed to be monsters? She hadn't heard wrong. Emilia immediately pushed away his relentless pursuit but hit her healing backwound due to excessive force. Ignoring the pain, she quickly cupped Bliss's face, confirming the star-like eyes were filled with her reflection before uncertainly asking, Is it really you, Bliss? Bliss raised an eyebrow. Doing this, who else do you hope it would be? The mocking yet self-mocking tone confirmed for Emilia, it was truly him. But, she tugged at Bliss's hair, twisting it around. The old man said you have residual poison in your brain, destined to be a zombie for life. Was she deceived? Bliss grabbed her hand, removing it from his hair, placing it on his chest where there was a scar that wouldn't heal even with his excellent recovery ability. It's true I'll be a zombie for life, but the poison entered my heart, not my brain. Chapter 58, Too Harsh? Emi respected Bliss's choice but still came up with a compromise. After the golden silkworm had absorbed the last remnants of the poison in his brain, Emi made it parasitize Bliss's heart as a source of toxins. From then on, every pump of fresh blood from his heart carried necrotic poison throughout his body, unexpectedly making his power even stronger than before. The method was ruthless and extreme, an approach unimaginable and too risky for ordinary people to attempt. Truly, Emi lived up to his reputation as the top ghost doctor of Linksea. Upon hearing this, Emilia did not react with the anticipated joy. She fell silent for a moment before quietly asking, what's the price? She didn't believe there were free lunches in this world. Bliss did not hide the truth. Once a month, the pain is like being gnawed by 10,000 ants in my heart. Emilia clutched at Bliss's collar, her fingers trembling, not just because the pain was still fresh. So, what are you now? A zombie with feelings and thoughts? For some reason, Bliss felt an emptiness in his heart for a moment. Are you afraid of me? Emilia shook her head, her voice trembling as if she were crying. I still couldn't keep my promise to bring you back properly. It turned out it was because of this. The hollow feeling in his heart was now filled with warmth. The girl in front of him seemed fragile and trembling like a small animal, as if this was how someone her age should be. Instead of exposing her fangs and claws to protect her companions and seek the truth about her family, Bliss drew her into his embrace, his voice soft. As long as you... He paused. As long as you and the others don't see me as a monster, I will always be Bliss. The firmness of his touch reminded Emilia belatedly of what had just transpired between them. Her face flushed red as she pushed him away. We. Bliss kept one arm around her, maintaining their previous position. Seeing the rare blush on her face, he felt playful. This isn't the first time, why shy now? Emilia could pick up on the crux of what he said. It's not the first time, but before you. Her face became even redder. Those 2 times. Bliss deliberately emphasized the word 2, finding it amusing to watch Amelia's changing expressions. I just couldn't speak, I wasn't unconscious. Realizing Bliss remembered both previous encounters, Amelia felt so hot that she thought she could fry an egg on her cheeks. She changed the subject hastily. Well, how about when the golden silkworm was implanted? Wasn't that risky without proper sanitation for cranial surgery? Do you remember the syringe in the wooden box? Bliss answered cooperatively, it was anesthesia. He wanted to see how long she would keep diverting the topic. Amelia blinked. Oh, that dosage would put anyone under completely. But then she snapped her fingers. Ah, so your behavior after anesthesia was due to side effect. As a biology and medicine major, she naturally understood postoperative hallucinations and the embarrassing situations they could cause. Is that what you think? Bliss's face stiffened, and the pressure from his forward lean made it hard for Amelia to breathe. Due to their size difference, she was completely enveloped by his towering figure. Amelia nodded eagerly. This was the best explanation she could find for their earlier actions. Though she didn't know why, part of her secretly hoped he would deny it. Silence spread between them. Just as Amelia thought they had stayed away too long and should return, Bliss pressed her against the tree trunk again. The wounds on her back, mostly healed, were reopened by his continued onslaught. Bliss. Amelia bit his shoulder in resistance. You're hurting me. Ignoring her protest, he eventually said, I must be hallucinating. Please bear with me. Then he exerted even more force, draining the remaining strength from Amelia. Only when they were both immersed in endless heat did Bliss lift her over his shoulder and walk back. By the time they reached the small bamboo house, the once chaotic area had been cleaned up. One advantage of corpse handling skills was that they didn't need to carry bodies manually, saving much effort. Dawn was approaching, and a lone lamp was lit inside the bamboo house. Their entrance drew everyone's attention. Emiliano. Nova, as usual, was first to ask about Amelia's injuries. Can you take care of her? She still needs medication. Bliss gently placed Amelia down, waiting until Nova steadied her before saying, Thank you. The originally silent room became even quieter after Bliss's words, so much so that you could hear a pin drop. Amelia clearly felt Nova pause in supporting her, as if she was delighted by the outcome of her efforts. Bliss, he had truly returned. Captain. Rarely did they see Alexander with red eyes. He moved closer to Bliss, wiping away his tears. Thank goodness Mr. Gongsun brought you back. You don't know how close Amelia came to losing her life to bring you back to normal. Sniff. The memories of the past few days flashed through Bliss's mind. From deciding to come to Linksea despite the risk, to crossing the monster-infested Immortal Tribulation Ridge, and just now using himself to draw away the pursuers, these scenes replayed in his mind. He knew very well how much this outwardly gentle but inwardly strong girl had sacrificed. Looking at Amelia's weakened appearance, Bliss couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Had he been too harsh on her just now? Ami lifted Bliss's wrist, probing his pulse like playing a stringed instrument, nodding repeatedly. Not completely saved, he is still essentially a zombie, just one with a beating heart. Then, like an old child boasting about his creation, he looked at Amelia. How about it, little girl? I kept my promise. Why not seriously consider becoming my disciple? Amelia waved her hand without hesitation. Let's forget it. Your teachings are too profound for me to understand with my low insight. The old man knew she was upset because he hadn't told her about Bliss. He thought young people nowadays were too easily offended. Just as he wanted to impress upon her the benefits of being his disciple, Amelia shifted her attention from the matter of discipleship. The Sakura revival team is still active. We should take advantage of the timing and hurry back to protect Lizzie Kai. Manny, who was now awake, only followed Amelia with his gaze, never looking at Bliss once. Mentioning his grandmother, he couldn't help but worry. However, given the influence of the Kai family in Anling, the Sakura revival wouldn't act rashly. Their use of seminars to attract members indicated they wouldn't openly arrest people. Lizzie Kai was safer at the Kai residence than here. Master. He thought Master should return to Anling with them. First, it would be reassuring to have both elders nearby, and second, they could support each other if anything happened. Summarizing his thoughts, everyone agreed it made sense. But there was still another issue, the town of Valley, which was their other destination. Valley Town lies at the boundary between Linksea and Miao territory, home to many skilled poison masters. These black-skinned Miao aren't good, they often use their poison techniques to harm tourists from other regions. If they collaborate with Sakura Revival, it could be a real problem. Ulrich and others either ran errands for Ami or dealt in medicinal herbs, having contacts among the Miao people and knowing several famous Miao doctors and shamans. But they had no clue about the specific person Sakura Revival was looking for. Amelia pondered. Those they want to recruit should have been invited to participate in the seminar. Do you have no impression of them, old sir? Ami snorted. Why should I remember what level they are? In reality, most of the current poison masters were of much younger generations compared to Ami. It was said that his skill in leading corpses originated from puppet poisons in the Miao region. Moreover, considering his ability to cultivate golden silkworms, the connection between him and the Miao was deep. Quinton explained the relationship, then stroked his chin and said, Master left early during the event and didn't see the later arriving poison masters, which is normal. Since Ami didn't know. Amelia pondered for a moment, then looked at Corey crouching in the corner. Out of respect for Nova, she didn't speak immediately. Nova understood Amelia's meaning and spoke first. Dad, it's time to tell us everything you know. Corey, who had been calmed by Ami's medicine, dared not meet the eyes of the younger generation, especially his daughter. He lowered his head. I just accepted the hiring from Sakura Revival but never participated in their internal affairs. This is the first time. Amelia believed he was telling the truth at this moment. Ami, however, impatiently waved his hand. Regardless of what kind of devils they summon, let me handle it. With the old man's assurance, Amelia and the others felt relieved. But I still want to know how to get to Valley Town. Not that Amelia was overly sympathetic and wanted to save people at all costs. However, what Sakura Revival had done on the Land of You was too disgraceful. Even if they were going to celebrate someone's birthday in Valley Town, Amelia did not want to let them come and go as they pleased so easily. Alexander said this was easy. They used to excel at ambushes when they were soldiers. Although now their priority was to return to Anling City quickly, they could still cause some trouble on the way back, making it harder for Sakura Revival to return. Amelia was about to make a decision when she remembered something and instinctively looked at Bliss. After all, Amelia had temporarily taken over the leadership of the team due to his injuries. At this moment, Bliss stood straight, saluting in a military posture, waiting for orders. That settled then, Amelia felt more confident with his approval. Everyone, rest up quickly. We leave at dawn. Elsa used this time to inform Amelia that the little gadget she left behind was fixed. Initially, Amelia didn't understand until Elsa showed her the device resembling a small handgun, which made her eyes light up. Elsa said it was theoretically fixed, but pressing the trigger didn't seem to do anything, repeatedly asking Amelia its purpose. Amelia placed her hand on the trigger, and when the slight ringing in her ears confirmed it was working, she praised Elsa for her skill while carefully putting the device away. Explaining its function would take too long, so she postponed it, resting briefly before it was time to leave. On their way back via the main road, they found a temporary outpost set up by Sakura Revival in the mountains and looted it thoroughly. While others were enjoying their loot, Amelia went around back and unexpectedly discovered a locked warehouse. Using an axe to break the lock, she found the warehouse stocked full of supplies, daily necessities, food, drinking water, everything. Amelia exclaimed how lucky they were. She immediately took out her particle amplifier, opened the spatial pocket, and moved everything inside without leaving a single bottle cap for Sakura Revival. Time passed differently inside the spatial pocket. When she emerged from the warehouse, out of breath, she met Bliss, who had come looking for her after waiting for too long. He glanced at the empty warehouse behind her. It's getting late. Saying that, he pulled Amelia back to the group. There was a covered truck at the outpost. Except for Alexander, who drove, everyone climbed into the truck bed and bounced along towards Anling City. Meanwhile, Anling wasn't the peaceful town it once was. The streets were crowded with sick people and their families. The threshold of Kai Family Herbal Hall was almost worn through by people bringing their loved ones for treatment. Even Lizzie Kai couldn't keep up with the influx of patients. The screams of the sick and the wails of their families continued unabated despite the staff's efforts. Dash. The usually elegant Lizzie Kai now had blood and pus stains on her coat, emitting a nauseating odor. Her work paused due to lack of medicine. She called Dash's name. Mrs. Lin. Dash, sweating profusely, had just disposed of a pot of black, foul water and rushed back with a bag of medicine. What is it, Mrs. Lin? Are there any more soapthorn spines? Lizzie Kai usually wiped sweat with a handkerchief but now hastily used her sleeve to continue cutting away necrotic flesh with a knife. Dash looked around, stopping a pharmacy clerk rushing in. Why haven't the soapthorn spines arrived? Mrs. Lin is waiting. The clerk looked pale and stuttered. I. Dash pinched him, restoring his senses. You say you don't know? Wait until Mrs. Lin gets a hold of you. The clerk indeed snapped out of it, waving his hands frantically. It's not that I don't know, they can't be delivered. They can't be delivered? Lizzie Kai's sharp hearing caught the words instantly. What do you mean they can't be delivered? Dash asked. Master Lin, madam, something happened. You should come see outside. Chapter 59, The Ultimate Secret Weapon. Anling, a small city, boasts its highest ground occupied by the Kai family courtyard. Standing atop the pavilion on the artificial hill in the back garden offers an unobstructed view of every street and alley within Anling City. When the old lady first heard what the young apprentice had said, she thought he was simply babbling from exhaustion due to the sudden influx of patients. Only when she saw the chaos beyond the walls did she exclaim that it truly was going to be the end of days. Once quiet streets were now teeming with injured or fleeing residents. Yet both highways and railways were inexplicably blocked, turning the entire city into a massive, locked cage, allowing the illness to sweep through all of Anling. This won't do. Despite the situation, the old lady, seasoned by numerous trials, maintained her composure and started devising solutions. We need to quarantine those infected, otherwise, more will get hurt. Although the news didn't report in detail about the zombie attack in Pinghai, one could easily imagine the scenario based on what Amelia and others described. If left unchecked, Anling would gradually become another Pinghai. Dash was at a loss. There are too many patients. Even if we put them all in the courtyard, it wouldn't be enough. The old lady thought for a moment and said, we can set up tents in the alley outside the gate and clean out the village houses. Village houses? Dash asked hesitantly. The ancestral tablets of the Kai family are in the village houses. Wouldn't this be disrespectful to our ancestors? In Ningxia, respect for ancestral halls is a deeply ingrained tradition, and they are only visited during special festivals and rituals. But the old lady was resolute. The Kai family owes its prosperity to the support of everyone here. Now that something has happened in Anling, who should take responsibility if not us? Let the ancestors open their eyes and bless Anling and the Kai family to get through this crisis. Amelia wasn't particularly socially anxious, but at this moment, she preferred being on the roof enjoying the wind rather than staying in the truck bed. The atmosphere became subtle when Manny switched places with Quinton and sat next to Amelia. "How's your leg?" Although Amelia's self-healing ability wasn't as remarkable as Bliss's, the injuries from the Immortal Tribulation Peak had mostly healed. She smiled at Manny. "It's fine. Don't worry." Perhaps sensing her recent distant attitude, or perhaps distracted by thoughts of Sakura excitement, Amelia's response seemed perfunctory. Suddenly, Manny lifted Amelia's calf onto his thigh, holding a famous topical medicine of the Kai family while lifting her pant leg to check the wound. But the next moment, a hand with distinct knuckles stopped him. "It seems inappropriate to touch a girl's body without her consent," warned Bliss, his expression stern. "I'm a doctor," Manny replied. "The feelings you have for her aren't like a doctor's for a patient." Manny's fondness for Amelia was obvious to anyone with keen eyes, even to someone emotionally dull like Amelia herself, who still believed everyone was just good friends. Bliss's words plunged everyone in the truck bed into a gossip-like excitement. "She got her leg injury because of me. I have to take responsibility." Manny rarely spoke to strangers, usually limiting himself to 2 words, but this time, he conversed with Bliss, which was quite unusual. "And you, what relation do you have with her? What gives you the right to decide what's appropriate?" Manny didn't possess Bliss's striking appearance, but his handsome face also had clear features. His poor eloquence momentarily stumped Bliss. Under normal circumstances, he might have mentioned the countless injuries they've taken for each other, suggesting they could eventually end up committing to each other. But this time, he simply looked at Amelia, as if waiting for her to make the decision. While Manny addressed Bliss, his true intent was to hear Amelia's answer. He wouldn't admit defeat until she confirmed her relationship with Bliss. Both men were vying with each other, but Amelia, the main character, was utterly clueless. She wondered how an injury to herself could lead to an argument between these two. Struggling to mediate, she felt scrutinized by both men. She first placed her leg down from Manny's lap and scratched her head. "I'm still breathing. Why does someone else need to decide things for me? And what am I supposed to decide?" "Bliss." "Manny." Bliss let go of his hand and sat back in place, his expression grim. Manny switched places again with Quinton, sitting alone in the corner. Elsa and Nova exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Elsa patted Amelia. "One sentence and you've offended 2 people. You really understand the art of language." "Amelia." As the truck approached the outskirts of Anling, Alexander noticed a cluster of people gathered under a small hill and asked, puzzled, "Hey, what activity is going on outside the city? So many people are queuing." Amie squinted her eyes and then slapped the car door, making it buzz. "None of those are people." As soon as she finished speaking, that small hill suddenly moved and slowly turned into a human shape, standing up. Dash was leading the city's residents toward the Kai family compound while communicating with the old lady of the Kai family. "Don't worry. I've placed all the patients in the village houses. For the seriously ill, I've specially invited doctors and pharmacists from Anling Hospital to help take care of them. Now, there are too many zombies gathered at the old city gate. Even 10 government personnel combined can't handle it." The old lady of the Kai family held the receiver between her neck while bandaging the patients. "The city gate is our last line of defense. It must not be breached." Her tone was firm and resolute, comparable to Lady Shi Tai-jun who could still lead troops into battle at 80. "Go and bring out those things stored at the bottom of the warehouse, from the families, shops, and factories. Every weapon counts. Everyone should guard the old city gate. If a single zombie gets in, none of you will be allowed back into the Kai family compound." Dash paused, but his pace quickened again. "You take care, old lady." Dash brought more than 100 brothers to the warehouse, where the heavy metal door was slowly opened. The dust-covered waterproof tarpaulin was pulled off, revealing well-maintained guns lined up in the alley. Type 54 pistols, Type 64 pistols, Type 92 pistols, Type 95 assault rifles, Type 95 squad automatic weapons, Type 95 carbines, Type 95 general-purpose machine guns, sniper rifles. There were so many models that they could arm an entire city defense force. When these gun barrels all pointed towards the old city gate, there was no distinction between the Kai family, Lee family, Zhong family, government forces, or civilian militias. Everyone was an Anling person. The old city gate had a tower and walls extending 50 meters on each side, said to be built with bricks collected from every household in Anling City, embodying over 1,000 years of history. Due to its height and sturdiness, plus armed protection and various roadblocks, the first wave of zombie attacks was quickly repelled. However, they didn't tire, and whenever they gathered, they surged forward. Even the most combat-ready people would eventually wear down. Seeing Dash and others come to support with weapons, the captain guarding the gate was both relieved to have reinforcements and surprised by their luxurious equipment. He had heard that the Kai family was tough, but he didn't expect them to have reserves of firearms. As the two discussed how to set up a fire net, a loud bang came from the city gate. Upon closer inspection, they found that the culprit was a slender creature with a long tongue. The creature usually walked upright like a human but would drop to all fours when attacking. Its tongue stretched and retracted, carrying a heavy roadblock with spikes weighing over 100 pounds, throwing it towards the crowd. Several people, unable to dodge in time, were impaled, blood spreading everywhere. During this momentary lapse, the defenses at the city gate faltered, allowing zombies to pour into the city one after another. With Dash's order, bullets rained down upon the zombies without mercy. The high and sturdy walls of the old city gate, combined with firepower suppression, repeatedly repelled zombie attacks, boosting the morale of the Anling defenders. However, at this moment, Dash felt the ground shake as if an earthquake was happening. Accompanied by rhythmic rumbling, a shadow the size of a small mountain loomed before the city gate. This. Everyone present trembled uncontrollably with fear. The sudden appearance of the shadow was so tall that those standing on the ground couldn't even see what was above its shoulders or if it had a human-like head. When it slowly leaned down, its hands resting on the wall, the ancient gates collapsed like paper, exposing numerous vulnerabilities. Dash, holding his gun, forgot to shoot until he saw the black lines intertwined in the white eyes staring at him, realizing it was a zombie, far more terrifying than the others. The massive figure curiously observed the terrified faces below, its pale face curling into a sinister smile. Then it stepped back a few paces, accelerated a few steps, and kicked the city gate with tremendous force. Thus, Anling's gateway was completely breached. Dash and his companions, being close by, were thrown several meters away by the blast, covered in dirt and almost losing their grip on their guns. Before the dust at the city gate settled, the ears were filled with dense footsteps. Suddenly, a zombie broke through the dust cloud, lunging at the nearest person. The cries and screams stopped abruptly. However, within less than a minute after that person was bitten to death, he staggered to his feet again, approaching others with murky eyes and a stiff body. Shoot. The captain's command came out stuttering, and before he could finish his sentence, he was tackled down and engulfed by the zombie horde. War! A child's cry suddenly rang out from somewhere, adding a touch of sorrow to the eerie atmosphere. Fire! Dash's loud shout jolted everyone back to their senses. They could not retreat. Behind them were countless elderly, women, and children of Anling. If they were to falter in fear, their families, relatives, and friends would die at the hands of zombies, and Anling would become a dead city in no time. Pop! Gunfire escalated from sporadic shots to a torrential cascade. Everyone was determined to defend this land with their lives, ready to form a human wall if the city wall broke. They coordinated with each other, supporting each other, and made an agreement that when one of them was grabbed by a zombie, the other would immediately shoot their head off. While reloading, Dash saw the child who had been crying earlier, covered in blood, and lifted her up. "Don't be afraid, Uncle is here." He wanted to say more but was interrupted as a huge shadow loomed over him. Lifting his eyes, he saw an enormous face looking down at him with deep curiosity. Then it grew impatient, and a hand as large as a truck pressed down towards him. This slap would turn both Dash and the crying child into bloody pulp. Dash hugged the child tightly, facing away from the giant hand, holding on to the faint hope that she might survive. As the mountain-like pressure bore down on him, Dash closed his eyes in despair. But gradually, he realized that the unbearable weight had stopped at a certain point. Opening his eyes hastily, he saw a pale, long-fingered hand holding back the zombie's downward force. Then came a series of rapid gunshots from a nearby high point, sharper and more continuous than anything heard before, sounding unlike anything in the Kai family arsenal. To get the old lady involved, you've really put in a lot of effort, even mobilizing a giant. A sweet and clear voice echoed through the chaos, standing out sharply. Amelia was now standing on a 7-story residential building, her raised rifle smoking, clearly an Israeli Tava TAR-21 assault rifle. The giant was a mutated zombie creature, significantly larger than a normal human, with hard flesh and immense strength. Ordinary bullets couldn't fatally wound it and would only provoke its violent nature. Giant was the name people later gave it. Without heavy weapons, victory was nearly impossible. However, Amelia knew its weak points and possessed secret weapons far more powerful than aircraft, tanks, or rockets. "Bliss, I'll blind him for you. It would be embarrassing if you can't win after this," she called out to the ground below. Dash looked and saw that the one single-handedly resisting the giant was indeed the zombified Bliss. Despite still having a ghastly white complexion, Bliss seemed more human, moving much more agilely. Although he was a zombie, Dash felt like a celestial deity had descended upon them. Hearing Amelia's words, Bliss snorted coldly. "Just him?" With that, he twisted off one of the giant's arms, letting it howl in pain. Enraged beyond measure, the giant stomped into Anling, crushing half the zombie horde underfoot. It seemed hell-bent on killing Bliss before giving up. Bliss, however, wasn't worried. He moved forward into the zombie crowd, dodging and weaving, avoiding any damage from the giant's attacks. Instead, the zombies pouring in from the city gate and walls were quickly decimated, some sticking to the ground and unable to be peeled off. At this moment, Dash was helped up by a graceful figure. Turning around, he couldn't hold back his tears. "Young master, you're back." Chapter 60, Zombies also act like hooligans. Manny and Quinton's blue and red robes fluttered in the wind. Behind them stood an old man, dressed plainly with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying everything before him with disdain. Manny picked up the gun from the ground and handed it to Dash. "Go back." Dash glanced at the child in his arms. "Young master, I'll send the child back and come to assist you." Manny shook her head instead. "Lizzie, the old lady?" Dash was surprised, then he remembered Amelia's shout from upstairs earlier. "You mean they're after the old lady?" Manny nodded. "All right, but..." Dash looked at the still surging tide of zombies heading towards the city gate. "Who says it's just a few of us?" Ami's voice rang out strong and steady. With a wave of his hand, a series of incantations echoed around, and soon stiff figures began emerging from the streets and alleys, or the collapsed ruins. In no time, over 100 had gathered. Tell Lizzie Gapo to be careful and not to die before me. Dash nodded awkwardly and rushed off towards the courtyard with the child in his arms. The sun set in the west, and the evening glow burned the sky like fire. Standing high up, Amelia could see from afar that a cluster of dark figures appeared at the edge of the forest west of Anling City, rapidly approaching the city gates. Straining her eyes, she could roughly identify among the numerous ordinary zombies, there were more than a dozen tears and corrosives, as well as several tongue devils. It seemed this time only one giant had been dispatched. Just as they had analyzed before entering the city, all participants were monsters. The team from Yingxing likely took advantage of the chaos within the city to sneak into the Kai family compound. Watching Bliss exchange blows with the giant, Amelia thought to herself that this might also count as revenge for his past self. While deep in thought, she sensed more zombies approaching from behind. Amelia watched coldly, raised her hand, and fired a burst that took them all down. She then shouted to Ami and others downstairs. "Old man, there's still a gap in the wall, zombies can squeeze in." Ami replied irritably, licking bricks and tiles, fixing walls and roofs. "What do you think I am, a contractor?" Amelia smiled and slid down the building using a rope tied nearby, looking every bit like a female special forces soldier. "If you become a contractor, won't I become a cleaner?" Amelia winked at Quinton and Manny, raising the walkie-talkie in her hand. "So let's do what we agreed on. Old man closes the gate, and we split into 3 groups to deal with the zombies. If anything happens, use Zishuan's modified walkie-talkie to contact each other." Quinton and Manny nodded, and the 3 of them ran off in different directions. Amelia chose the area near the city gate where Bliss was fighting, holding a Tava TR-21 and occasionally shooting a zombie in the head. Thanks to their cooperation, the zombies inside Anling City were almost entirely cleared in a short time. After rescuing a family of 3 trapped by zombies in a house, Amelia found her ammunition running low. Looking around to ensure no one was nearby, she prepared to replenish her supplies when a slimy tentacle wrapped around her gun, dragging her forward with force. Her back hit the ground painfully. She drew her combat knife to cut the strap holding her gun, rolling to the side as it snapped free, narrowly avoiding an attack from the creature nearby. Standing up, Amelia saw the creature that attacked her step out of the shadows. Its long tongue flung the gun aside, revealing a gaunt body, a tongue devil. Fortunately, its target had been her weapon, not her chest, or else Amelia would likely have been breathing less now. Gripping her combat knife tightly, Amelia watched the monster warily. The tongue devil's tongue could pierce through targets and had a long range. Without her gun, fighting it with a short knife at this distance wasn't favorable. She needed to find a way to close in for a melee fight. But, instinctively feeling the heartbeat in her chest, she knew she had to end this quickly, or she might pass out again like before. As Amelia observed the tongue devil, it too was studying her. Compared to other monsters, tongue devils were relatively intelligent. They were good at finding weaknesses and delivering fatal strikes. This was evident from how it seized her gun first. Seeing the prey holding a weapon before it, it didn't launch an attack immediately but retreated a few steps, flicking its tongue to test her. Amelia dodged nimbly, but the tongue followed her every move. A lot of stamina was drained from the back-and-forth exchanges. This cunning creature made Amelia determined to fight harder. Noticing that the tongue devil's tongue could not attack continuously and had to retract after each strike, Amelia deliberately exposed a flaw, luring it to stab her shoulder. Seeing her flushed face and labored breathing, which clearly indicated exhaustion, the tongue devil stretched its tongue toward her left shoulder, which was turned away from it. PFT. Thinking it had succeeded, the tongue devil excitedly wrapped its tongue around her upper body, rapidly closing the distance. This was what Amelia had been waiting for. Just as the monster's deformed face was about to touch hers, she pulled out her commando knife and thrust it forward with all her might. If this blow landed, victory would be virtually assured for Amelia. However, suddenly her heart pounded fiercely, and an endless darkness began spreading across her vision. Damn, so soon. But she couldn't just drop the raised knife. Despite feeling dizzy and chest tightness, she did her best to stab. Her strength diminished significantly due to these conditions, and her blurred vision caused her to miss her intended target, the temple, and instead stabbed the right side of the tongue devil's face. Feeling betrayed when it thought it had secured its prey, the tongue devil wailed and tightened its tongue grip. Amelia felt as if she were being constricted by a giant python, the air in her lungs slowly being squeezed out. Just as she was losing consciousness, the pressure on her body eased, and she was steadied. Meanwhile, the tongue devil's cries ceased. Opening her eyes, she saw Bliss having a frenzied battle. He grabbed the root of the tongue devil's tongue with one hand and pulled it out entirely. The force split the creature's head in two, sending red and white matter spilling to the ground, lifeless and still. "Why are you so violent now?" Recovering slightly, Amelia started to tease him. "What about the giant?" Bliss didn't answer but looked up at a motionless, stinking monster sprawled across the city wall. "It will take days to clean up." Then he lowered his gaze to her bleeding shoulder. "Sacrificing 800 to wound 1,000 enemies, is this how you fight?" Jiang Shen smirked. "Just a minor injury, nothing fatal. It'll heal quickly." Bliss pursed his lips. "Doesn't dying hurt?" As he spoke, he knelt on one knee, letting her sit on his lap, awkwardly tearing off a piece of cloth to use as a bandage. Feeling warmth from his words, Amelia couldn't help but laugh at the jostling of her injured shoulder. "Your nursing skills are way worse than your combat skills." Compared to a Adelita, even Kai. Before she finished, a tightening sensation around her waist drew her close to Bliss. Through the thin fabric, she could feel the heat radiating from him. His deep voice warned in her ear. Don't mention him. Amelia shivered. Fine, I won't. Why are you so? Suddenly her head was held firmly by Bliss, whose eyes showed intense emotions. He roughly interrupted and silenced her with a kiss. Amelia tasted a metallic sweetness, noticing how skilled he was at pursuing her tongue no matter where it hid. The kiss was passionate yet barely controlled. Her tongue dulled as Bliss reigned in the desire clouding his eyes, releasing her slightly. Breathing heavily, Amelia said, if you don't control yourself, next time I'll break your head. Even rabbits bite when cornered. Control? Bliss suddenly smiled, lowering his head. You should know my boundaries by now. Ignoring her warning, he provocatively moved closer. Do you need help remembering? Realizing what he meant, Amelia blushed furiously and tried blocking herself from him. You, shameless. Zombies also act like hooligans. Bliss wore a smug expression as if daring her to do something. Before he could speak further, they heard another loud crash nearby, soon followed by a desperate cry for help. Seizing the chance, Amelia slipped out of Bliss's embrace, following the sound. Near the edge of the city wall stood a small building, half collapsed from the zombie attack. Amelia and Bliss found a young girl hanging between the cracks of the cracked foundation. Her entire body was dusty, but her eyes sparkled brightly. The ground beneath her was collapsing further. Hanging by only a fragment of the floor above countless steel bars, falling would mean certain death. Help me. Please save me. Lying flat on the edge of the crack, Amelia signaled the girl to stay calm, find a foothold, and that they would pull her up. Following Amelia's instructions, the girl balanced on a tiny column, looking up with hopeful eyes. Amelia carefully unwound the rope from her waist, tied a secure loop, and hung it on a fire hydrant. Then she looked at Bliss. You go down and reach for her. Shake the rope when you're in position, and I'll pull both of you up. Bliss watched her without speaking, then skillfully wrapped the rope around Amelia's waist and between her legs. In no time, he fashioned a makeshift harness. What do you mean? Amelia blinked. You want me to go down? You, a grown man, can't bear to let me. Bliss curled his lips and carried her with one hand toward the edge of the crack. As a zombie, I need to keep my distance. With that, he lowered Amelia down by pulling the rope. Amelia held onto the rope, signaling Bliss to move while locating the girl's position. She thought, this handsome guy just talks too much. He's cuter when he acts a little silly, like a puppy. Putting aside her grumbles about Bliss, she focused on saving the girl and extended her hand. Considering her arm strength wasn't enough, Amelia instructed the girl to hug her and pulled the rope tightly. As they slowly ascended, she patted the girl's back, whispering reassurances that everything was fine. Once the girl was saved, she finally released her grip on Amelia and thanked them, gulping down the water Amelia offered. What's your name? Seeing the girl looked like a student, probably 16 or 17 years old. The girl swallowed the last bit of water and timidly replied, Jingjing. Jingjing. Amelia put away the rope and said to the girl, we have things to do, it's not safe outside right now. Do you know the Kai family? You should go there temporarily for safety. Someone will arrange for you. As she stood up, her clothes were tugged again. I only arrived here a few days ago, mostly unfamiliar with the city. Could you please take me there? Amelia glanced at Bliss, who indicated it was her call. Though the giant was already dealt with, several other monsters were still wreaking havoc. They couldn't leave at this moment. Seeing medics occasionally passing by to pick up injured people, she thought for a moment and told Jingjing, I'll take you to the main road and ask someone to guide you there. Jingjing nodded, was pulled up by Amelia, and followed them out of the alley. Whenever zombies appeared on the way, Amelia didn't even glance at them, leaving it all to Bliss to handle. Finally spotting an ambulance coming their way, Amelia waved it down and approached first. After briefly explaining Jingjing's situation, the medics nodded, indicating she could follow them. As Amelia turned, Bliss had just emerged from the alley shadows after killing another zombie. Jingjing, trailing behind him, stopped at the edge of a building's shadow. She heard Amelia calling her name and looked up with a strange smile. The setting sun cast its last blood-red light, stretching long shadows. Just as Amelia was about to tell her to come over, she noticed a long tentacle wriggling out from the shadow beside Jingjing. Run, Bliss. Get away from there. Her loud warning almost cracked. Even Bliss, swift as he was, couldn't avoid being partially caught. A hand and a foot stayed where they were. Hihi, quite fast, huh? Maybe I should have finished you two off in the alley. Jingjing licked something invisible, with a shocking red mark appearing on the corner of her mouth. Blood trickled from the severed limbs, but Bliss didn't flinch, focusing on what creature could sever his hand and foot so swiftly. The girl, whose figure seemed weak and thin, stepped into the sunlight, revealing herself to be a human-shaped octopus with 8 tentacles growing from her back. Amelia gritted her teeth, furious. How did she misjudge this? This is no Jingjing, but a fairy. Chapter 61. Rest assured, I can't die. Fairies are extremely difficult monsters to deal with. Their true form is that of ordinary humans, often from vulnerable groups like children, women, and the elderly. However, they have 8 translucent tentacles sprouting from their backs, wielding strength comparable to a Ripper's and agility on par with a Kuroda's. They can slice a person into several pieces instantly without them even noticing, making death come without any awareness, much like an invisible killer, hence their name. Amelia had only seen one in a lab in her previous life, its human form already dead and the tentacles behind it withered. Yet it still left a harrowing impression. She never expected to encounter a live one in Anling. Based on its distance from Bliss just now, this living fairy's tentacles could extend up to 10 meters. More terrifyingly, this might not even be the limit of its attack range. Amelia waved for the medical staff behind her to get into the vehicle and leave, but just as she moved, she felt a strong wind rush towards her. Something flew over and struck the ambulance, overturning both the vehicle and the people inside. Had Amelia not reacted quickly enough to push the medical staff down to safety, they would surely have been killed by then. The medical staff, having narrowly escaped death, was still dazed and didn't even think to say thank you, completely unaware of what had just happened. "Get everyone out," Amelia said, shielding the medical staff with her body. "Escape from the back of the car." The medical staff hesitated before nodding, then got up according to Amelia's instructions to call the survivors and flee for their lives. The fairy looked at Amelia and tilted her head with a smile. The shadow under her feet suddenly stretched and flew toward them. "Not good, run." Amelia shoved the medical staff away, saving them from a lethal strike, but was herself ensnared by a tentacle around her left arm, revealing a deep wound that cut through flesh and bone. Not willing to take this hit in vain, Amelia picked up a fallen scalpel and stabbed it into the tentacle. The incredibly sharp scalpel pierced through instantly, splattering blood all over Amelia's face. She continued exerting force until there was no more resistance, and the pressure around her arm finally loosened. Amelia glanced at the ground, seeing a piece of tentacle she had cut off. Fresh red liquid dripped onto the ground, indistinguishable as whether it was hers or the fairy's. The fairy laughed even more wildly. "You think that could hurt me?" As she spoke, the severed part of the tentacle grew back rapidly before their eyes, extending anew. It continued to wave provocatively within reach of Amelia, not too close yet not too far away. Meanwhile, Bliss, who had his limbs severed by the fairy, had only managed to heal the cuts, far from regenerating new limbs like the fairy did. The fairy picked up the piece of tentacle Amelia had cut off and casually tossed it towards a nearby residential building. The impact created a large hole in the wall, displaying power comparable to a cannonball. "You see, this is the power I possess." The fairy gloated triumphantly. "You have no chance of winning. If it were anyone else, they might have been intimidated." Unfortunately for the fairy, she had encountered Amelia and Bliss, two stubborn individuals who didn't know the meaning of surrender. Almost simultaneously, the two launched an attack. Bliss charged forward with a one-handed grip on his bayonet knife, while Amelia performed a sideways roll, picking up the gun that had fallen to the ground and firing at the fairy. Despite facing attacks from both near and far, the fairy remained unperturbed. Her tentacles behind her danced so swiftly that they seemed to blur, forming a transparent protective shield around her. Neither Bliss's strikes nor bullets could penetrate her defenses. Amelia marveled at the fairy's strength. These invisible tentacles were not only formidable weapons but also impenetrable shields. She glanced at the setting sun. It would be less than an hour before it fully set. For now, they could judge the positions of the tentacles based on occasional shadows on the ground. But once night fell, victory would truly be hopeless. Since frontal attacks were futile, perhaps attacking from behind might reveal a weakness. While dodging the projectiles thrown by the fairy's tentacles, Amelia searched for an angle to position herself behind the fairy. With another round of gunfire, the rat-a-tat-tat echoed again. Even though Amelia hadn't expected to seriously injure the fairy, not even a single bullet managed to scratch her. How could this be? Clearly focused on dealing with Bliss's attacks, did she have eyes in the back of her head? "Useless, your bullets can't keep up with my tentacles." The fairy seemed to have ample time to chat while fighting Bliss. The fairy turned slightly and pointed at Bliss, saying to Amelia, "Originally, I planned to strangle this troublemaker right there at the foundation. Who knew it would be you who came down? You must be the one who escaped from the lab before, right? There aren't many humans with self-healing abilities, Tilda, why don't you?" She licked her lips as she spoke. "Why don't I eat you, so I can evolve into the most perfect existence?" Amelia was shocked. It turned out that the rumor in her previous life about monsters enhancing their strength by devouring humans and their kind was true. Moreover, some uniquely formed monsters didn't need any further transformation. They could gain the other party's abilities just by devouring them, such as the strength of a ripper, the speed of a corroder, or underwater breathing. However, such special monsters were extremely rare, and Amelia had never encountered one in her previous life. Bliss might also be one of these special cases, but he seemed not to gain abilities by eating enemies, rather through battling or killing them personally. The fairy's words infuriated Bliss, making his attacks even more ferocious. But no matter how he tried to stab, slash, or pierce from various directions, the tentacles easily deflected everything. Even when he occasionally managed to cut off a tentacle with his sharp blade, it would regenerate a new one within moments and continue fighting. What could they do? This monster seemed invincible, able to recover in no time even if injured. Amelia's mind raced, hoping to find a solution. Seeing Bliss's attack speed gradually slowing down, the fairy's eyes gleamed. "So this is your limit, huh? Your strength isn't bad, but what a pity to encounter me." Just as she spoke, Bliss suddenly jumped in the opposite direction. As the tentacles followed, he used one foot to push against the cement wall and swiftly changed direction. The tentacles couldn't change direction fast enough and struck the wall hard. Focusing on defending against Bliss's renewed charge, the fairy's cheek was grazed by flying debris, causing her anger to rise. She wiped the blood from her face. Fine, then I'll eat you first." Saying this, 3 tentacles attacked simultaneously, slamming Bliss horizontally with great force, penetrating 2 cement walls in succession. Bliss. Amelia could only provide cover fire while moving closer to him. Darting left and right, she finally reached Bliss's side. He was buried under rubble, only half of his body visible, covered in blood. Her heart felt like it was being kneaded repeatedly, and Amelia quickly cleared the collapsed wall to dig him out. Cough, cough, cough. Bliss coughed uncontrollably, a large hole torn open in his abdomen, with purple intestines spilling out. He lifted his remaining hand to cover Amelia's eyes, speaking in a deep voice, "Don't look." Through the gaps between her fingers, Amelia could roughly see the severity of his injuries. She pried open Bliss's hand, pushed his intestines back inside, and wrapped the wound with her jacket. Worried it might come loose during movement, she tightened it further. Ouch, easier. Bliss winced and pressed Amelia's trembling hands. "It's okay, I'll be fine soon. Didn't you say I can't die?" Amelia raised her red-rimmed eyes, repeating his words, "Can't die, but can't feel pain?" At that moment, Bliss felt that the shimmer in her eyes was the most precious thing in the world, too precious to let it fall onto the dirty ground. Before Amelia could say more, Bliss hugged her and rolled to the side. Where they had been, the ground now lay in splinters, a large pit gouged out. She glanced at the building behind her, helping Bliss to his feet. "Let's go, to higher ground." Thanks to the building's cover, the fairy's tentacles couldn't fully extend, limiting her to 1 or 2 at a time, giving them time to dodge. The fairy clearly didn't plan for a fatal strike, acting more like a mischievous child playing hide-and-seek while attacking. After much effort, they finally made it to the 3rd floor, Amelia feeling her legs give way. Looking at Bliss, whose severed limbs had only partially healed, without finding the monster's weakness, the upcoming battle would become increasingly difficult. Just then, the tentacles stopped attacking. As Amelia was about to peek through the window to locate the fairy, she slowly floated up from directly opposite. The tentacles lifted her body effortlessly to the same floor where they were hiding. Her bangs fluttered, and Amelia felt her throat tighten, then all her limbs went numb. 5 tentacles abruptly extended from the window, tightly wrapping around Amelia's limbs and neck. Ooh! Amelia found it hard to breathe as she looked at the fairy's face so close to hers. Just as something flashed through her mind, her consciousness began to blur. "All right, the cat-and-mouse game is over. Let me think about which part of you I should taste first." The fairy smacked her lips, considering how to enjoy the feast. Bliss quickly appeared behind Amelia, first using his paratrooper knife to cut the tentacle wrapped around her neck, then lifting a heavy steel plate and slicing through several tentacles like a cutter. Amelia felt someone supporting the back of her neck, warm breath filling her lungs. When she opened her eyes, Bliss's eyelashes were trembling right before her, with droplets hanging from them, sweat or tears, she couldn't tell. After a while, he raised his head, his eyes bright even in the dim light. "I'll draw her attention, you see if you can find any weakness to attack." Saying this, he got up to leave but was stopped by Amelia grabbing his hand. "You." Amelia's voice was hoarse, yet she had to remind him. Bliss squeezed her hand reassuringly. "Don't worry, I won't die." Just as the tentacles lifted the iron plate, Amelia relied on her survival instinct and rolled out, using the iron plate to shield herself. Bliss, holding the gun that Amelia had used earlier with one arm, dodged swiftly while firing at the tentacles. The fairy, gradually losing patience due to Bliss's unpredictable movements, snarled. "You're such an indestructible cockroach, but no worries, I love crushing bugs like you with my own hands." Saying this, the tentacles attacked Bliss at an even faster speed. Amelia found a blind spot where she could observe their battle, leaning against the wall and catching her breath, desperately looking for the fairy's weak points. She had just had an idea, but it slipped away as her consciousness started fading. What was it? Damn, what was it? Amelia cursed inwardly. If they didn't figure it out soon, both she and Bliss would end up in the monster's stomach, helping her gain more power. Wait, why did eating them help her evolve into the most perfect being? They didn't have any obvious skills except self-healing. But clearly, the fairy's self-healing ability was much faster than theirs. Severed tentacles regenerated instantly. Why did she need to eat them? Unless... Amelia finally remembered something she overlooked when the fairy choked her. The wound on the fairy's face hadn't healed. The fairy's body and tentacles were separate entities. The tentacles could recover quickly, but the main body couldn't. Even the tentacles, after being severed, couldn't regenerate instantly. It was just that other unharmed tentacles took over the attack while waiting for recovery. Controlling the tentacles and attacking the fairy's main body would kill her. Convinced of this, Amelia started devising an attack plan. However, the tentacles were nearly transparent, visible only at close range, making control difficult. Suddenly, she recalled Bliss raising the steel plate earlier. Only a desperate attempt. She touched her waist. Fortunately, the radio wasn't lost. She quickly dialed the frequency and whispered. "Alexander, where are you? Can you find a sniper rifle?" While retreating and drawing the fairy's attention, Bliss learned to counterattack by wounding himself. When a tentacle wrapped around or pierced him, he slashed it off, giving himself at least a minute before it regenerated and attacked again. By this time, Amelia had already rushed over with a rebar. As she ran, she shouted, "Attack her human form." Bliss caught sight of the fairy's unhealed wound from the corner of his eye, confirming the weakness and launching an even fiercer attack. First, he dodged a tentacle's strike using his speed. Amelia, judging by the shadows, stabbed the rebar into the floor gap, immobilizing one segment of the tentacle. Only 4 tentacles danced in the sunset's shadow. With one less tentacle, the fairy became more cautious in her attacks. Noticing Bliss's superior speed and strength, the fairy decided to deal with him first. 4 tentacles coiled around Bliss, controlling his limbs and lifting him up as she had done with Amelia earlier. 2 tentacles supported his body from below, 4 controlled his limbs, 1 severed tentacle still recovering, and another firmly pinned to the ground by the rebar. Amelia took out the radio and shouted, "This is the moment, fire." The bullet left the barrel with a bang. Alexander pulled the trigger from a high-rise 1 kilometer away. Just as Amelia thought everything would settle down, she saw the fairy blocking the bullet that was about to hit her forehead with half of her tentacles. She seemed to wince in pain, then grinned fiercely at Amelia. "So this is your plan?" As she spoke, the hole made by the bullet was slowly closing, the entire tentacle nearly perfectly restored. "Making me feel pain will come at a price." Amelia watched as the fairy's tentacle reached out toward Bliss, easily snapping his neck. "No, don't." Chapter 62, Hurt You? I'll skin it alive. Amelia didn't know how she managed to emit a sound, only feeling a sweetish and bloody sensation in her throat as she picked up the steel bar and frantically stabbed it toward the entity. She had found the monster sprite's weakness but forgot that Bliss, also a zombie, had his own fatal vulnerability, the head. The supporting tentacles retreated, and Bliss's limp body slid away. Amelia kneeled down, cradling his shoulders, trying to set his grotesquely angled head back in place. "Cheetah, you promised, you wouldn't die." Large tears rolled down, dropping onto Bliss's lifeless face. The sprite, no longer threatened by Bliss, encased herself within the floor Amelia was on using her tentacles. Looking at Amelia, whose heart felt as if it were being sliced, the sprite shook her head and said, "He died this way completely because of you, Tilda." Her voice was seductive yet mocking. Amelia froze at this, then loudly denied, "You're lying." "Lying?" The sprite paid no heed to Amelia's fighting ability, closing in to say, "You thought you found my weakness, planning to immobilize my tentacles before striking at me from afar, correct?" The idea was right. Surprise attacks are indeed most effective. But there was something you didn't know. "What?" Amelia asked. The sprite bent down, gently wiping away the tears on Amelia's face with her hand. "I have very good hearing." She pointed at Amelia's walkie-talkie. "I heard it when you asked for a sniper rifle through the radio. I was prepared. So you intentionally showed us a weakness, just to see my reaction after hope turns into despair, right?" Amelia grabbed her hand, but before she could exert force, it was easily shaken off, and she received a harsh slap, her cheek swelling immediately, blood trickling from her mouth. "Yes." The sprite licked the blood off her tentacle, savoring the taste with an unsatisfied expression. "And you did put on quite a show. How does it feel to see someone die because of your misjudgment?" Amelia bit her lips until they bled, not speaking. The sprite lifted Amelia's chin with her tentacle. "But even if I hadn't heard about you borrowing the gun, you still couldn't kill me." "No, why?" She pointed at the lifeless Bliss on the ground. "Because your blade isn't as sharp as mine." To prove her point, she pierced through Amelia's palm with her tentacle. Goo! Blood dripped onto the tentacle, allowing it to momentarily retain its shape. "Enough talk. Let me think about how to enjoy this torment thoroughly, Tilda." Before her words faded, the tentacles moved impatiently. Her feet suffered the same fate as her hands, being pierced through by other tentacles without restraint, creating new holes all over her body. A bunch of impatient ones, the sprite scolded her disobedient tentacles, "If you go ahead without my command again, just wait and see what will happen to you." Slowly, Amelia was lifted more than half a person's height, her blood staining the tentacles bright red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. Hearing Amelia mumbling, the sprite leaned in curiously. "What are you muttering?" "Haha, all 8 here." Amelia actually smiled. "I'm thinking about how to repay you and these tentacles for the wrongs done to Bliss and me." The sprite laughed aloud. Zun's words fell along with a drop of blood. As the sprite pondered her words, her half-smiling face slowly froze. She looked down to see a rebar piercing out of her chest, blood dripping onto the ground mixing with Amelia's. Agonizing pain gradually filled her consciousness. Realizing what happened, the sprite tried to identify her attacker but saw a flash of white followed by blood redness, completely losing her vision. "My eyes. Who is it? Who did this?" She haphazardly controlled her tentacles to attack, but each movement revealed the blood of Amelia on them, making every action transparent. Before touching anything, they were severed at the root by a sharp blade. Several attacks met the same fate. Finally, she began to lose strength and could only use her tentacles to support her wobbling body. "You." The sprite could only search for Amelia nearby based on the sound. "What did you do? Come out. Answer me." Amelia fell into a familiar embrace as she landed from the air. She desperately wanted to cut this sprite apart with her own hands, but lacking the strength to hold a knife, she looked up pitifully at the impeccable profile beside her. "Rest well if you're hurt, leave the rest to me." Bliss's eyes blazed with no less fury than Amelia's. He barely dared to hold her tightly, fearing he might cause her pain. It's you?" The sprite identified Bliss's voice. "How is that possible? I clearly snapped your neck. How can you still be alive?" All zombies had one weakness, their heads, even the advanced ones with regenerative abilities. "You twisted his neck, but unfortunately, that wasn't fatal." Amelia stood slightly in front of Bliss now, hearing the strong heartbeat in her ears. "You used his fake death to trick me, even using the sniper rifle to lure my words out." The sprite belatedly realized their plan. Whether Bliss deliberately drew her anger at the beginning to give Amelia an opportunity, or later when the distant shot was blocked by tentacles, everything was to ensure the method to subdue the sprite. Attacking the main body while employing unpredictable means was essential for success. And Bliss, already killed, was the sharpest blade. It's impossible, impossible. I possess the most perfect weapon in the world. How could I lose to you? The sprite pounded the tentacles behind her. It must be you didn't fight hard enough. That's why they took advantage and ambushed me. Seeing her manic behavior, Amelia felt a mix of irony. You lost because you placed yourself too high. Tentacles are weapons to you, but Bliss is not. Stubbornly, she used her left hand, now with some strength restored, to take the knife from Bliss. Now it's your turn to experience being attacked blindly. As she moved to act, her severe injuries caused her to fall back into Bliss's arms. Let me do it. He reached for Amelia's knife. But Amelia shook her head stubbornly. I need to skin her myself for injuring you like that. Something stirred in his heart. Bliss glanced down at her before extending his hand. Instead of touching the knife, he covered her hand. Showing off should not happen again. With that, a flash of cold light emerged, and the sprite's head rolled to the ground, its mouth agape. The tentacles shrank rapidly and crumbled into visible powder within moments. The radio at his waist crackled with noise. Captain, Amelia, are you okay? Alexander's breathless voice came through. He had watched through the scope as Bliss's neck was snapped and Amelia was pierced in the limbs. Not that he hadn't wanted to shoot again, but Amelia had tapped out Morse code instructions on the radio, fire just one shot. Though he didn't understand it, trust made him follow through as agreed. Then the monster girl entered the floor, hidden by cover, leaving no chance for remote attack. The radio remained eerily silent until then, prompting him to approach, calling out while running. By the time Quinton and Manny arrived late, everyone looked at the bloody duo and the lifeless sprite on the ground, amazed. Such a little girl, and she managed to injure both of you so badly? Quinton scratched his head. Amelia glared at him irritably. Just try and see if you wouldn't die instantly. Ask Alexander, he saw something of it. Alexander nodded, remembering the strange scene, bullets fired but the girl unscathed. Moreover, Amelia was lifted, bleeding from her limbs, and the girl didn't move until she approached. It was truly unbelievable. Amelia winced, asking in pain, how about you guys? Is everything clear outside? Manny nodded, the emotion in his eyes unclear. Master is wrapping things up. That's good. Amelia thought to herself that they had managed to forcefully hold Suzanne and prevent it from meeting the same fate as Ping Hai, but, thinking of Sakura Rise's objectives, it wasn't time to rest yet. Let's go back to the Kai family compound. In the courtyard of the Kai family compound, a group of armed men had surrounded the entire hall, led by the bald man named Kian. He paced up to Kayla and Nova, using his gun to gesture over their heads. Corey, which one of these two is your daughter? Corey timidly lifted his head and pointed at Nova. Kian understood. All right, I'll do you this favor. Apart from her, throw the rest out to feed the zombies. Don't. Nova clung tightly to Kayla, only to be slapped back into the corner. She watched helplessly as Kayla was dragged away, crying out in despair. Dad, please make them let go of Zhuxian. I beg you. Corey opened his mouth to speak but was silenced with just a look from the bald man. You want to save her? Sure. The bald man pointed the gun at Kayla but spoke to Nova. Tell me where the old lady is. Look, she's not close to any of you. No need to hide her whereabouts and watch your companions suffer. Nova recalled Amelia's parting instructions and the disgusting laboratory on the island. She shook her head. I don't know. The bald man sighed and fired a shot at Kayla. Nova screamed, covering her mouth. Kayla hadn't realized what happened until she felt pain in her abdomen. Looking down, she saw blood slowly seeping out. Zhuxian. Nova wanted to rush over but was held back firmly by Kian's subordinates. She could only cry out. Crazy, you're all crazy. Creating so many monsters isn't enough for you. You'll ruin this world. Kian rubbed his bald head. Sister Zhu, that's not right. The world will eventually end. What we are doing can ensure some people survive. Look at your friend who gained immortality. Many people dream of that. She should thank me, thank Sakura Rise for its blessing, and... He stopped speaking, seemingly touching upon something confidential. Nova knew he was talking about Amelia, feeling even more enraged. Living like that is considered a blessing? That's true, you're the one who deserves to die. She glared at Kian, ready to buy time for everyone with her life. Want to know where the old lady and Amelia are? Dream on. Have the guts to kill me too. Kian looked at these two girls who seemed no older than students and wondered where they found the courage to face such cruel death. In this apocalypse, many people would stop at nothing just to live another day or even an hour. All right. But he wasn't afraid. He had his ways to get answers. Bring in the two GU masters. Footsteps echoed outside. A man and woman dressed in dark brown ethnic minority clothing walked in. The man was called Badai Xiong, and the woman next to him, his wife, was named Aman. The bald man greeted them politely. GU masters, do you have any GU that can force someone to tell the truth? I think this student knows something. Let this layman witness your craft. Badai Xiong nodded to Aman, who then took out a small box from her bag. Inside each compartment, there were wriggling insects. She picked one and showed it to the bald man. There's no strict definition of a GU that makes people tell the truth, but there is one that causes unbearable pain from insect bites, forcing them to confess to live. Saying that, she forced open Nova's jaw and shoved the insect inside. Chapter 63, Counterattack. Nova felt something slide down her throat, leaving a fiery and burning trail that made her scalp tingle. She tried hard to induce vomiting, hoping to expel the thing by this method. But no matter how she tried, only the acidic water from her stomach came up, nothing else. A man raised her coldly beautiful face. If it could be vomited out by you, then I would have wasted my years of practicing the art of using GU poison. She looked at Nova with satisfaction, and ran her long nails over her face. Quite a handsome face, but what a pity about your beauty. Just as Nova couldn't understand what she meant, she felt like there was turmoil in her belly, and something rapidly fell down, as if it wanted to burst out. At the same time, the blood vessels on her neck swelled up, and black thread-like bugs wandered inside, drilling into her face. Nova couldn't even scream. She scratched fiercely with her nails, and soon her neck and cheeks were torn and bloody. Xiao Yao. Seeing his daughter in this state, Rusty couldn't help but feel heartache. But he didn't dare to go against the bald man, not to mention these two terrifying GU masters. Kayla lay weakly on the ground, pale and cold due to excessive blood loss. Although she wouldn't die right away, she could only watch her life slip away little by little. Amelia. She could only hope that Amelia would come back quickly to save Xiao Yao. But thinking of the mountain of corpses outside the city, she was unsure if they could return alive. Dad. Nova was almost driven mad by the intense pain. She wondered how Amelia managed to survive such close calls again and again. She began to babble nonsense, even placing her hopes on her cowardly father. Please, kill me. Xiao Yao. Rusty couldn't bear to see this anymore and turned away. At this point, saving lives is the priority. I'll talk. He shook off the guard holding the gun and approached the bald man. You just want to find Zoya, don't you? She is in Digby. For the first time, Xiao Adelita called her father by his full name, struggling to shout out these 3 words. If you say one more word. The severe pain and unbearable itching on her face alternately tortured her senses. Nova couldn't utter another word. The bald man patted Rusty's back. I know you don't want to see your daughter suffer. Talk, will you? Finally, Rusty chose to tell the truth. The old lady went to the village house to treat the injured. Oh, the village house. Kian finally got some useful information and looked around, asking, who knows the way to the village house? No one responded for a long time in the courtyard. The bald man lifted his gun. No one knows. Then I'll start killing. Just as he was about to shoot randomly. Who's making such a fuss looking for an old woman like me? A woman's voice came from outside the courtyard. After a while, she appeared at the entrance. It was none other than Alili. The bald man put on a smiling face. Oh, you're here. Look how tired I am. Then he gave a look to the side, and someone immediately blocked the back route of the courtyard. Alili saw Kayla and Nova lying on the ground as soon as she entered. Especially Nova, who had been severely tortured by the GU worms, rushed over to help her up. My dear children, you've suffered so much. Originally, the courtyard of the Kai family was crowded. She personally arranged for some of the patients who could be moved to be taken to the village house and then rushed back to save people. Afraid of encountering zombies or other risks along the way, she left Nova and others here to stand by and provide emergency treatment for those bitten by the sick. She hadn't expected that just leaving for a moment would cause these children to endure such suffering. She then looked at the 2 GU masters. You brought the worms into Anling and the Kai family. Do you think I'm too old to handle it? A man was about to speak but was stopped by the man beside her, who bowed to Alili himself. Long time no see, Medicine Master. Please forgive my wife's rudeness, we just wanted to meet Medicine Master. Alili huffed. Meet? I'm afraid it's not that simple. You usually play tricks like poisoning tourists to get their money, which is despicable enough, but they are what kind of people? Creating these disgusting monsters, causing so many deaths, how can you collude in such conscienceless deeds? Bald-head Kian clearly didn't like this. If you say so, old lady, but it's not quite right. The monsters did come out of Yingxing, that's true. But even without the monsters, many people would still die from disasters in the world, it's just a matter of time. He tapped the stock of his gun against his shiny bald head one by one. Since everyone is going to die anyway, making some contributions before dying isn't a waste of life, is it? After all, Yingxing gave them the meaning of life. Phew. No one expected such an elegant old lady to spit out profanity. By this logic, since you're destined to die after being born, what's the point of living? Just slit your throat now. The bald man wore an expression that nothing could affect him as he glanced at Dash behind Alili, knowing that he had returned from the city gate. Old lady, buying time won't work. You don't think those who went to the city gate can return alive, do you? These words hit a sore spot for the elderly woman of the Kai family. She had witnessed the scene on the way to the village house. Although there was a hint of panic in her eyes, her experience allowed her to quickly regain her composure. Let these 2 girls go. The bald man laughed. There's no such thing as a free lunch. You can't expect me to leave empty-handed, can you? Kai's elder lady pursed her lips, seeing that the 2 girls would not survive without immediate medical attention. Their companions were fighting to protect Anling outside. If she let something happen to them, how could she face anyone with her dignity intact? I'll go with you if you release them. At worst, she wouldn't do anything. The old lady thought. However, the bald man smirked and sat down in a chair boldly, all signs of respect gone. An exchange needs equal terms. Just walking with me can't save them both. The old lady paused, then asked, "What do you want?" The bald man clapped his hands. "Life for life, of course. Do you want my life?" The old lady narrowed her eyes. Dash immediately tightened his grip on the gun, but even this small action was noticed by the bald man, who had his men disarm him. Then he wagged a finger. "Not just yours, but also that old man who can control corpses. What's his surname again?" "Oh yes, Gong-sun. But since he went to the city wall, I don't need to take care of him myself." The old lady was silent for a moment, then chuckled softly. "You really have great audacity." Kian shrugged. "We have no choice. We considered that even if we invite both of you, with your temperaments, you wouldn't contribute much to the experiments and might even be counterproductive." As he spoke, he signaled his subordinates to hand the old lady a knife. "I deeply respect you, so would you prefer to do it yourself or let us help?" The old lady took the knife, while Dash shouted, "Don't do it, old lady, you." Before he finished, his mouth was tightly covered. "I never thought that Sang Xian, who has always been strong-willed, would end up like this." Sang Xian was the old lady's maiden name, which she rarely used after marrying into the Kai family. The bald man said indifferently, "Heroes grow old too. Just get on with it, old lady. The longer you delay, the less likely they'll live." Kayla and Nova lay on the ground, too weak to even open their eyes. The old lady, skilled in medicine, knew they could last only about an hour more. Without treatment, there would be no hope. She made a decision, cutting her wrist, allowing blood to seep out, and then ordered the bald man's men, "Bring a basin of hot water." Everyone looked at the bald man's expression. "What are you doing?" Kian rubbed his chin. "I don't trust you," the old lady said honestly. "I've shown sincerity. Before I die, I want to see these two children safe with my own eyes." "Fine, old lady, you're tough," the bald man nodded, then told a man, "Undo the GU poison for her." A man then took out a reed pipe, lit a small stove, and pulled out a piece of black substance, slicing it into small pieces and burning it over the stove. Smoke immediately rose when the black substance touched the fire, neither black nor white, swirling above the stove with a scent of blue leaves, causing tears to stream down everyone's faces. She cut Nova's finger with a small knife, pus and blood oozing out. She then held the burnt black piece with tweezers, smoking the wound. After a while, the pus and blood stopped flowing, as if something was blocking it. A man used a needle to slowly pick out the substance and placed it on the fire for roasting, revealing wriggling black threadworms. Each time he picked some out, pus and blood would continue to ooze from Nova's fingertip. After a while, the black threadworms would block the wound again, necessitating another round of picking and burning. This process was repeated several times until the terrifying black lines in the veins on Nova's neck and face finally disappeared, gradually returning to normal. During this period, Kayla also had thick bandages wrapped around her abdomen. Seeing that the lives of the two younger ones were saved, the old lady of the Kai family's complexion looked as ghastly pale as paper. Although a person with a cut wrist wouldn't die immediately, soaking the wound in warm water prevented the blood from clotting, and prolonged exposure would lead to excessive blood loss, fainting, and eventually death. The old lady of the Kai family did this both to demonstrate her determination to fulfill her promise to Bald Kian and to ensure she could witness the temporary safety of the two children with her own eyes. However, the courage to feel life slipping away bit by bit wasn't something everyone possessed. Especially at her age, if not for sheer willpower, she might not even have the strength to sit up. Bald Kian checked the time and felt it was about right, so he walked over to the old lady of the Kai family with his gun in hand. "You said you'd do this. Now it's your turn to keep your promise." Seeing this, Dash struggled to break free from the restraint, but Bald Kian's subordinates weren't weak either. Not only did they prevent him from escaping, but they also kicked him viciously behind the knees, making him kneel on the ground. The old lady of the Kai family's face showed no expression. Perhaps her only regret was not seeing Manny one last time. "Old lady." Nova had regained consciousness by then. Seeing Bald Kian walk towards her with a gun, she could only let out a faint murmur, her eyes moist. The old lady of the Kai family said softly, "Good child, don't cry. If you get the chance, tell Mion that he has always been my pride, and the pride of the Kai family." As she finished speaking, the barrel of Bald Kian's gun was already pressed against her temple. "Goodbye, old lady." Just as he was about to pull the trigger, there was suddenly a metallic sound from above the living room. Bald Kian raised his gun alertly and saw a copper crane flapping its wings as if it were about to fly off the ceiling. The copper crane spreading its wings drew everyone's attention for a moment. Though it seemed like just a decoration posing no threat, the thought crossed Bald Kian's mind that the longer the night dragged on, the more complications could arise. Deciding to finish off the old lady first, he lowered his head only to find that she had vanished, replaced by a black gun barrel pointing at him. "Coming into someone's home to claim lives, who do you think you are, the black and white impermanence?" Amelia's calm and exquisite face appeared behind the gun, and all the subordinates he had brought were now disarmed by Bliss, lying motionless on the ground. Manny helped the old lady to her feet, wrapping her wounded wrist with gauze. The rest of the group gradually entered the hall. Ami took immediate control of the two GU masters, then began treating Kayla and Nova, seemingly unable to suppress his anger even by looking at Bald Kian. The situation turned in an instant with their return. Amelia took out a small sachet similar to the one Manny had, pointing at the embroidered crane on it and saying to the old lady, "This is the first time I've seen how this thing indicates direction. Could you make one for me to take along next time?" Seeing her injuries, some still bleeding, the old lady nodded. "I wouldn't mind if you took away the copper crane." With a gun pointed at him, Bald Kian still maintained his usual nonchalant expression, albeit with a hint of surprise. After a moment's thought, he said, "To survive this, you truly are Dr. Jiang's most outstanding experiment." Chapter 64. You are my painkiller. It had to be said that the bald man hit the nail right on the head. Amelia's expression indeed changed upon hearing this. "What did you say?" Kian, under the gunpoint of Amelia, slowly moved forward. "I didn't say anything wrong. All the experiments on you were personally conducted by Bobby. If you don't believe it, we still have video recordings." "Enough." Amelia interrupted him sharply. Although she knew this was probably a tactic used by the bald man to disrupt her thoughts, mentioning her father still stirred up uncontrollable emotions within her. Bliss stood beside her, providing her with some support and clarity unconsciously. Amelia knew she couldn't let the bald man manipulate her train of thought, so she pretended to be indifferent and said, "I wanted to ask you last time, but I was outmaneuvered by you." She composed herself and voiced an old suspicion. "Was Lisbeth's incident related to you?" The reason she caught Bliss's attention initially was due to that explosion at the city hospital. Now that he was back in his right mind, it was time to keep the promise he made then. "TSK, you can't be pinning all the victims' names on me or on Yingxing." The bald man smiled sardonically. "With over 10,000 people dying from zombies each day, if everyone questioned me like this, I'd have no time for work." Amelia halted her retreating step, pushing back against him with the force of her gun and tilted her head. "How do you know she's dead?" Caught off guard, the bald man heard Amelia continue. "As expected, wasn't that explosion you're doing, Yingxing?" Bliss clenched his fists, ready to strike at any moment. Amelia closely watched every expression on the bald man's face, hoping to find a flaw, but unexpectedly, Kian seemed to relax his tense shoulders. "Maybe, but I didn't participate. At that time, I was helping Bobby and the others evacuate from Pinghai City's research institute." Just as the bald man spoke, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang loudly. He paid no heed to the gun pointed at his forehead and simply pulled out the phone. "Speak of the devil." Seeing the caller ID, he waved it towards Amelia before answering. "Bobby, I'm currently with your precious daughter. Do you want to speak to her?" Before he could finish, Amelia snatched the phone from his hand. As she watched the call duration ticking, she vaguely heard questioning voices coming through. They sounded somewhat like her father, but she couldn't be sure. Her finger hovering above the speaker button hesitated. The bald man seized this moment, grabbing the gun from Amelia's hand and fired 2 shots, bang bang. One bullet lodged into Amelia's shoulder, while another aimed at Zoya. Despite her self-healing ability, Amelia was still pushed back several steps by the bullet's momentum. Bliss supported her, leaving no time to worry about anyone else. As Zoya seemed about to die from Kian's gun, someone lunged forward to shield her. The bald man took advantage of the chaos, hid among the plants and rockeries in the garden, cursing under his breath as he glanced back and disappeared. By the time Amelia recovered from the pain and confusion, the call in her hand had already been disconnected. In her ear was Nova's uncertain voice, weak and trembling. "Dad." Only then did she see that the person who used their body to shield Zoya from the lethal bullet was Dean Digby. Nova lacked the strength to stand up and crawled to Digby with bloodstained hands. "Dad, how come?" Zoya felt Digby's pulse and immediately instructed Manny. "There's an oxygen tank and mask in the rear room. Call the village clinic and have them bring a defibrillator and ventilator. Hurry." Manny quickly brought the emergency oxygen bottle and mask to Digby, who shook his head with tears streaming down his face, unsure if it was from pain or otherwise. "Forget it. In this time, let me say a few words." Then he looked at Zoya. "Thank you, madam, for saving Xiao Yarrow with your life. I, as a father, have been inadequate and have committed many mistakes." Zoya held his hand. "Don't get too emotional. It's not your fault." Digby shook his head again. "After the symposium, I heard about what happened in Pinghai. At that time, I was scared and didn't dare to go back myself. When I saw Yingxing hiring people, I thought I could use their help to go back and take a look. I didn't expect." He couldn't bring himself to meet Nova's gaze as he spoke. "I'm sorry to Xiao Yao, I've failed my family." Nova thought of the difficulties she had faced along the way. If not for Amelia, she would either have been sold by Sullivan, that scumbag, or long dead at the hands of zombies. The pain in her heart completely overshadowed the physical suffering. Even though she knew he had connections with Yingxing, she would rather berate him alive 1,000 times than see him confess in this state. She wanted to speak, to vent, but due to the injury to her throat, her voice was hoarse, only able to make our sounds. Digby looked at Amelia again. "As far as I know, Yingxing's new experiment may be related to biological parasitism and symbiosis. That's why they set their sights on Lingxi, sparing no expense to invite the Kai family's ghost doctor, while the Bugarvisters were only a second choice." Cough, cough. Amelia nodded. This did align with her speculations. As early as when she saw the masked man using lasers to control zombies in the little bamboo pavilion by Baofeng Lake, she had realized that Yingxing not only wanted to create higher-level zombie weapons but also wanted these weapons to be fully under their control, just like corpse drivers controlling zombies and Bugarvisters controlling insects. Or perhaps like the relationship between herself and Bliss. Regardless of corpse driving or insect taming, it all involved medicine. The Kai family had maintained balance for so long, surely holding some trump cards. If they could develop an antidote, even the most formidable weapon would become useless to others. They couldn't afford to gamble on such possibilities. From the bald man's actions, it was clear they preferred not to miss a single target. "They will not give up after failing this time. You must be careful." Amelia knew this was the last thing Digby could do for his daughter. Thinking of her own father, she solemnly promised. Don't worry, Director Wen. Our Adelita is our companion, and I will protect her. Digby knew they would keep their word and nodded gratefully. With little strength left, he turned his gaze to Nova. Seeing his daughter, who once hadn't lifted a finger for housework, now blooded and battered, he was moved to tears again. Xiao Yao, forgive me. Exhausted, Digby couldn't finish his words. In the hall, Nova wept over his body for a long time. It wasn't until footsteps outside announced the arrival of more people from Anling Hospital and the Marbang brothers bringing one good and one bad piece of news. The good news was that most of the zombies in the city had been cleared, and the old city gate had been resealed. They had won the defense battle, but before anyone could feel relieved, the doctor immediately poured cold water on their hopes. Due to the high number of wounded, the stock of medicinal herbs was running low. The hospital's warehouse had been looted during the zombie attack, leaving almost nothing intact. The remaining supplies from the Kai family were mostly herbal medicines, lacking the antibiotics needed to treat external injuries. Zombie bites and scratches easily became infected, causing numerous complications. Without immediate control, there might be a new wave of infectious diseases within the city, which would be even more dangerous. Sweat dripped from the doctor's brow, indicating signs of fever. To avoid infecting others, he kept his mask on. If the doctor was in such a condition, the patients and their families must be worse off. Yet, with Anling sealed, even if medicines could be brought from elsewhere, how much time would it take and what uncertainties would arise? No one dared to bet on it. The old lady slapped the armrest of her chair. We will endure. Rolling up her sleeves to cover her bleeding wrist, she said. We've endured the attack. There's no reason to collapse now just because the enemy has retreated. She considered the current situation and decided to divide their efforts into 3 directions. Dr. Gu, please return to the hospital and gather all usable antibiotics and other medicines for the most critical patients. Contact young Larawa, his Marbang moves quickly. Have him buy as many medicines as possible from nearby towns and villages, charging it all to the Kai family pharmacy. Mion, Lizzie knows you're injured too, but these guests are honored visitors of the Kai family and benefactors of Anling. Can you take good care of them? Manny nodded, clearly taking on the responsibility without hesitation. Good child. With that, she stood up and looked at everyone in the courtyard. Everyone, muster the backbone of Anling. We will get through this. Amelia looked at this frail elderly woman whose hair seemed to have turned grey overnight. For a moment, Amelia felt that it was because of her, and countless others like her, that people had hoped to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. But she was indeed too exhausted. She wanted to say that the medical supplies in her spatial ring could help, but as soon as she opened her mouth, everything went black before she lost consciousness completely. When she woke up again, she saw Bliss's straight back right in front of her. Just a soft hum escaped her lips, and concerned eyes immediately swept over. Seeing she was awake, he whispered. Awake. His injuries seemed to be mostly healed. As Amelia sat up, she realized she was in a large room of the Kai family residence. Next to her bed lay Elsa and Nova. They were both sleeping deeply. Amelia put a finger to her lips, signaling Bliss to keep quiet, then pulled him closer by the shoulder. Feeling the girl's warm breath on his ear, Bliss paused for a second before he heard her ask him to take her out for a walk. With one arm, he scooped her up into his embrace. Amelia half-hugged Bliss's neck, her face slightly flushed. As no one else was rushing in and out of the Kai family compound, Amelia coughed lightly. Cough. I asked you to take me out for a walk, not to carry me out. She had long been used to his physical touch, but whenever their eyes met, her heart would stir with indescribable emotions. Bliss didn't question her further, just carried her from the back door of the Kai family residence to a minivan. Is this enough? Amelia was puzzled. Enough? For what? To move supplies. Setting her down, Bliss kept one hand around her waist to support her, worried she might tire standing. How did he know she had access to supplies? Looking up at his chiseled profile, Amelia wondered if Bliss had become even sharper since regaining his sanity. Bliss, seeing her staring, teased. Not. Or did you just want some alone time with me? Of course not. Amelia pushed him, but then remembered the raid on Ingxing's temporary base in the mountains. You saw us, didn't you? Meeting him outside the warehouse should have clued her in that nothing small could escape his notice. Bliss shook his head. I was outside, not trying to spy but to ensure your safety. Something inside her stirred, but he continued. After all, you promised me something about Xi-Qing. Without you, my lead is broken. Amelia couldn't help feeling sulky. So now you know about Ingxing, and you think you can find them without me. She tried to pry his hand off her waist. Let go, my life means nothing to you from now on. Instead of letting go, he tightened his grip. Now more than ever, I can't let go. Amelia tried to evade. Why? The old man said you're my medicine. When the monthly pain strikes, I'll need you to help me. Imagining the intimate scenes, Amelia pushed him away. How? Stop it. I'm warning you, don't mess around. Bliss leaned closer. Is it messing around? Why do I feel you like it? You're talking nonsense. You. Amelia's face was almost beet red, hurriedly changing the subject. We can talk about this later. Now, we must help the Kai family, help Anling's patients get through this crisis. There are many medical supplies in the warehouse. I hurt too much, you need to help me. Bliss never took his eyes off Amelia, he loved watching this petite girl flustered. How can I help? Amelia stepped back, And this time Bliss didn't stop her. She drew a smaller caliber handgun, pointed it at herself, took a deep breath, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 65, Ecstasy or Death, Either Works. Elsa's skills were indeed quite good. In the past, she even needed headphones to synchronize brainwaves, but now that wasn't necessary. A space of dozens of square meters appeared before the two. It was rare to see surprise on Bliss's face. Amelia held the particle amplifier in her hand, weighing it for a moment, and impulsively asked what she had been hesitating about. This thing is pretty intimidating. Aren't you really afraid I'll kill you? Bliss, who had already taken a step forward, paused. The moment their eyes met, Amelia regretted asking so hastily. This could provoke him into saying something flirtatious again. But on Bliss's flawless face, an unusually complex expression appeared, eventually calming down with a charming smile that captivated everyone. If I could choose. He gazed deeply into Amelia's heart. Dying by your hand would be my greatest wish. Amelia was stunned. Bliss, you. However, after a moment, he reined in that earnest sentiment and replaced the serious look with his usual teasing smile. Ecstasy or death, either works. Get lost. Her voice shook the sparrows resting on the wall, nearly causing one to fall off. Only when the night breeze finally cooled her burning cheeks did Amelia point to the space in front of them. To cut it short, time flows faster inside this thing than outside. We can't delay moving things. Bliss, as always, nodded without question when it came to anything involving her. They flattened the back seats of the minivan, and in no time, the rear seat was filled with medicines taken from the space. Bliss let Amelia sit in the passenger seat and started the engine. Just as he was about to drive towards the village house, a man ran over. It was the doctor they had rescued from the ambulance. Recognizing him, Amelia opened the car door. The doctor panted. Is the old madam in the courtyard? Amelia, having only recently awakened, naturally didn't know, glancing at Bliss. Bliss also shook his head. She should be at the village house, shouldn't she? The doctor waved his hands hurriedly. She was there initially, but a patient developed a special complication. The old madam said she returned to check some medical books and hasn't gone back since. The situation has gotten chaotic there. She sent me back to find her. Amelia felt instinctively that the complications were severe. Otherwise, even the experienced old lady of the Kai family wouldn't be unsure. Immediately pulling out the car key, she handed it to the doctor with instructions. We've gathered some antibiotics and supplies. Take everything to the village house and use what you can. I'll help you find the old lady. Seeing the antibiotics was like seeing a lifeline for the doctor, who thanked them profusely before slipping into the driver's seat. As soon as he pressed the gas pedal, the car made a rattling sound. He frowned and stuck his head out the window. How did you get it here? Embarrassed, Amelia couldn't say that they hadn't moved the van at all, so she just waved and watched the doctor drive away in fits and starts. Turning around, the two didn't waste any time and first circled to the front door to confirm that the old lady had returned to the compound 2 hours ago before entering and searching room by room. When they reached the tea room in the backyard, they saw Manny rushing out and deliberately avoiding eye contact. Manny. Amelia called him over. Is the old lady inside? Manny seemed to be in a hurry and simply replied, no, before attempting to leave. But Bliss grabbed his collar. If I go in and find her, what then? Let go. Manny said coldly. Ignoring him, Bliss tightened his grip. Hey, Bliss, don't. Amelia wanted to say, don't take personal grievances into public affairs like you did on Immortal Tribulation Ridge, but then she thought, there was no private grudge between the two, and they had cooperated more than once. They could be considered comrades in arms. How did they still end up in such a hostile situation? Deciding to phrase it differently. Just talk things out, don't fight. Then she turned to Manny, speaking kindly. We just met a doctor from Anling Hospital outside. He said the situation at the village house isn't good and wants to consult with the old lady. Considering the elderly woman's age and that she had been working hard all day attending to patients, she added. Of course, if the old lady is resting, we can come back later. Manny forcefully shook off Bliss's hand. It's Grandma's wish not to let you in. Saying that, he picked up the items he had dropped and walked toward the front yard. Hearing that the old lady was safe and hadn't encountered danger on her way back, Amelia relaxed. But with a glance, Amelia saw that Manny was holding a large bundle of clothes, among which was the elderly woman's jacket she had worn before. There was a noticeable patch of blood on it. Admittedly, the old lady had lost quite a bit of blood when she cut her wrist earlier. Just from the warm water alone, others with weaker constitutions might have fainted long ago. But the location of the bloodstain on this piece of clothing suggested it wasn't just smeared but rather soaked in blood. An ominous feeling arose in her heart. She opened her mouth to speak but didn't stop Manny, instead quickly walking a few steps and pushing open the door of the tea room. Manny hadn't expected such impulsive behavior from the always polite and measured Amelia. By the time he shouted don't go, she had already stepped inside. The moment Amelia pushed open the door, she smelled a familiar yet pungent odor. It was the smell only produced by humans after they had transformed into zombies. She looked at the old lady of the Kai family, Sang Xian, who was tied to a chair, saliva constantly dribbling from the corner of her mouth, and went up to check her eyes. Faint black threads were seen moving around. Amelia felt a tightening in her chest and slapped her hand on the teak table. What happened? Seeing there was no way to hide it, Manny loosened his clenched fists and appeared somewhat dejected. He explained the situation. It turned out that the elderly woman had moments of disorientation on her way back to the village house, which was thought to be caused by excessive blood loss and dizziness. Manny wanted her to rest first, but she wouldn't feel relieved until everyone was safe and sound. So, he reluctantly agreed to let her rest in the vehicle after the antibiotics were distributed. Unexpectedly, once she fell asleep, she never opened her eyes again, mumbling incessantly and drooling non-stop. Thinking back now, perhaps the dagger used for cutting her wrist was contaminated with the zombie virus, or she contracted it while treating patients. By the time Manny realized, it was too late. The old lady held his hand, repeatedly urging him to go back, go back. Perhaps her lifelong pride made her unwilling to let anyone see her in such a pitiful state. Nor did she want her condition to disrupt everyone's morale. Manny came back instinctively to inform the doctor who was reviewing medical books, hoping against hope to find an antidote. Amelia understood her predicament and pinched the elderly woman's shoulder, looking at Manny with red-rimmed eyes. Don't listen to your grandmother this time. We've already snatched Anling City from the zombies. Are we going to give up saving one person from death's hands? Hope flickered in Manny's eyes. You have a way. Amelia pondered for a moment, not sure. I know little about medicine. We need to bring our Adelita and the old man over. Seeing Bliss make no move to follow, Manny glanced at Amelia. I'll go. Watching Manny walk away, Bliss repeated his question. Are you really sure you have a way? Amelia avoided his gaze. I already said I'm not sure. We need to discuss it with the old man and our Adelita. Bliss may not understand others well, but he knew Amelia thoroughly, both past and present. He took a step forward and gripped her shoulders firmly, forcing her to meet his gaze. You. Suddenly, a scene under the setting sun flashed through Bliss's mind, and his expression darkened. You don't mean to. Amelia wasn't surprised that he guessed her thoughts. You've said I'm your medicine. This time, I also want to see if I can be medicine for everyone. When Manny returned with Nova, Ami was already discussing rescue possibilities with Amelia. Amelia immediately spoke about her discovery. In previous cases where humans turned into zombies, although their conditions were similar to the old lady's current state, there was one absolute difference: body temperature. As she spoke, she took out 2 thermometers. One belonged to the elderly woman, and the other had tested Bliss's temperature. Like most zombies, Bliss's highest temperature during intense activity remained at 36 degrees Celsius, lower than normal human minimums. Meanwhile, the elderly woman's temperature was approaching 38 degrees, indicating a high fever, something unprecedented. I asked the doctors at the village house, and many patients exhibit similar symptoms. Whether it's fortunate or unfortunate, these febrile patients, while losing consciousness and sometimes becoming comatose, do not attack like typical zombies. Nova quickly grasped the key point. Do you mean? Her voice was still hoarse. Perhaps a fever is crucial in delaying or preventing humans from turning into zombies. Amelia nodded, connecting this to her own experience, possibly being the first case. Do you remember, ever since we came out of the dormitory building, you've been insisting I take fever-reducing medicine, but at that time, medication was scarce and there were many things to deal with, so it was never attended to. Back then, Bliss had been injured by a zombie infant. She had originally intended to kill him but was unexpectedly bitten instead. Thinking she was doomed, she wasn't infected and retained part of Bliss's brain function, which laid the foundation for Gong Qianang to later restore his mental clarity. At this moment, not only Nova but even the physician Gong Qianang and Manny admired Amelia's sharp observational skills and reasoning ability. That makes sense. An idea had already formed in the old man's mind. Without explaining to the younger generation, he hurriedly went to the herb room. Manny offered to help gather herbs and followed him closely. Seeing that only her companions remained in the room, Amelia looked at Nova and asked Bliss to close the door. Amelia. Only then did Nova finally break down into tears in Amelia's embrace. The death of her father and the destruction of her appearance, no one could withstand such a heavy blow if they faced it all at once. Amelia patted her back to comfort her. Our Adelita, I'm very sorry about the dean, but your face might have a chance to recover. Nova looked at Amelia in disbelief. She had been cursed by the sorcerer Arman, and her cheeks and neck were almost torn apart by her own hands. Even if the wounds healed, they would leave terrible scars. Initially, she had made up her mind that, following Amelia through the apocalypse, she wouldn't plan for love or marriage and didn't care about her appearance anymore. Maybe having scars on her face could scare off those with ill intentions. But who, really, as a young girl, would willingly be an ugly creature forever? Just now, while Manny was supporting her outside the courtyard, the sight of her unhealed wounds scared a little boy who was coming to get medicine. That moment pushed her emotional pain to its peak. Luckily, Manny turned to block other people's view, sparing her from further attention, leading them to the tea house. Now hearing Amelia say she could make her face recover, she hesitated for a moment. Do you really mean it? But, yet, she still feared the despair after hoping. What needs to be done? Amelia didn't explain outright. Instead, she picked up a cup of tea from the table and handed it to Nova. It might taste bad, but I promise it will work. Nova took the tea, trusting Amelia completely, and drank it without hesitation. It didn't taste as bad as Amelia said, but the metallic taste lingering in her mouth was hard to shake off. What is this? How come you know how to concoct medicine? Her words were interrupted by a sudden surge of sweetness and bloodiness in her mouth, instantly changing her expression. This can't be. Her eyes fell on Amelia's hand resting on the table, noticing a deep wound. Then she grabbed it, looking at the wound, her eyes welling up again. How could you let me drink your blood? Amelia scratched her head. I didn't want to tell you because I was afraid you'd feel disgusted, but think about why Sakura was eager to take me back. It might be because my blood, modified with self-healing abilities, can cure most external injuries in the world. She grew more excited. Bliss is an example, those monsters too. If this is true, then the elderly woman, you, Danny Shia, and the patients in the village house. Stop talking. Nova cut her off. Amelia, I thought you were a heart of iron person because you always remained clear-headed in the apocalypse, knowing what to do and what not to do, but now you really disappoint me. The ache in her chest intensified when Nova pointed it out. Amelia saw her eyes redder than when Mr. Digby died. After a long pause, Nova continued. Do you understand what would happen if people outside found out about this? You would be treated as a miracle drug and drained of every drop of blood. Do you understand? Chapter 66, Sister Eats Candy, Brother-in-Law Eats Candy Tilda. A tingling sensation slowly crept up Nova's neck, and those terrifying wounds were healing at a visible rate. Amelia's eyes lit up with joy, but Nova wasn't as happy as she expected. Looking up, she met a somewhat reproachful gaze, and heard her say, Actually, you never had any hope in the old man's prescription, did you? You planned to use your own blood from the start, right? Then she turned to Bliss and asked, You just let her act recklessly? Amelia scratched her head, about to laugh it off, but was tightly held by Nova. Knowing that what the other party wanted was an honest answer, she paused for a moment, then looked up steadily and said, Yes, but at first, I didn't have confidence in its healing ability until I saw its effect on you. What Amelia said was exactly what Nova least wanted to hear. Just as she felt used and was about to release her grip on Amelia's hand, it was grabbed back. Just as you said, if others knew, in this zombie-infested world, people would repeatedly draw all my blood or worse, turning me into something monstrous to save themselves. Amelia continued explaining, I'm not a saint, nor Buddha. I won't sacrifice myself for strangers, but you are my closest friend. The old lady and Mr. Gongsun saved Bliss, and Suzanne took us in when we had nowhere to go. If I don't do something, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Hearing this, Nova immediately recalled her father who shielded the old lady from bullets with his own body. She fell silent. After speaking, Amelia didn't immediately release her hand. I need your help, not just to test the remedy, but because you are the best person to keep this secret for me. Nova hesitated. Even if you're unwilling, please do it for me. Amelia's eyes shone brightly. Not if you're unwilling, I won't force you. Nor this is your choice, and I respect it. But please do it for me, making it seem like a necessity. At that moment, Nova suddenly realized why she trusted Amelia so much. It wasn't just because Amelia was kind, confident, and independent, but also because she always tried her best to make others grow stronger and tougher. Lowering her head, she brushed off Amelia's hand. Ao Adelita. Amelia wondered if her words were too heavy, especially considering Ao Adelita had just lost her father and almost lost her beauty. Just as she thought of rephrasing, Ao Adelita picked up the tea knife and pulled her wrist. If you cut too deep, you don't need such a large incision to draw blood. Are you agreeing? Amelia confirmed again, watching Nova draw blood for the old lady. Before long, the black threads in the old lady's eyes slowly faded. Nova wiped the blood off the tea knife and said, Now that you've told me everything, refusing would probably get me silenced by you and Emiliano, right? Bliss shrugged indifferently upon hearing this. Hearing her jest, Amelia felt relieved. Recalling her earlier words, they sounded a bit mushy, so she jokingly said, At most, we'll pull out your tongue, not take your life, ha 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 Tilda. Nova played along with a frightened gesture. Seeing new bandages Alia had left on the chair, she wrapped her neck. The wound might heal faster if exposed to air. Amelia reminded. Nova interrupted her, it shouldn't heal too quickly or it might attract suspicion. Hearing this, Amelia knew she had entrusted her secret to the right person. When the old man returned with the prescription and Alia, seeing the old lady's breathing stabilize, they finally relaxed. Nova offered to help boil the medicine, which Alia greatly appreciated. The group helped Amelia, who was heavily injured, back to her room to rest. Leaving, she saw Nova nod seriously at her. Amelia smiled and watched from the window for a long time. The plan unfolded as expected in the tea house. Nova handled the preparation of the medicine, adding Amelia's blood in the smallest required amount when it came out of the pot. For patients like the old lady, whose injuries were severe and required more medicine, she insisted on personally caring for them. In short, she aimed to ensure the old lady recovered slowly without revealing Amelia's secret. Due to having to provide a significant amount of blood every day, even though her self-healing speed was already quite fast, Amelia's body remained incredibly weak. It wasn't until most of the patients had recovered or showed obvious signs of improvement that she began to focus on her own recuperation. This period of adjustment lasted over a month. During this time, the zombies increased in number by multiples, and most cities in New Country had already fallen. However, with lessons learned from previous mistakes, Suzanne, under the leadership of the Kai family, became an oasis of sorts in the apocalypse. People at least had a comfortable place to stay and could earn food and daily necessities through their labor. Later, when Amelia recalled these days, despite often lacking energy, it was one of the most leisurely times she had in the post-apocalypse world. One sunny day, accompanied by Kayla, Quinton, and Bliss, Amelia walked to the old city gate. The area had been rebuilt multiple times, making the once unbreakable gate of Suzanne now display the word Suzanne base prominently. And Donovan, passing by with his grandson collecting supplies, noticed Amelia approaching and whispered something to his grandson. Amelia saw a little boy running towards her, holding up a chunk of milky white substance. Sister, Grandpa asked me to give malt candy to Sister. Thank you for protecting Suzanne and protecting Titus Tilda. Looking up at the Donovan, he bowed in gratitude to Amelia. Amelia bent down and smelled the sweet aroma of malt coming from the boy's hands. So your name is Titus. She gently touched Arjux's cheek, noticing its slight roughness at such a young age. In this resource-scarce time, this might be the child's only candy for a year. Amelia didn't want to take it all for herself. She extended her finger, pinched a corner of a piece of malt candy, and put it in her mouth, letting the soft sweetness dissolve. Thank you, Titus. One piece is enough for my diet. Titus looked at Amelia up and down and said, Sister is pretty, no need to lose weight Tilda. Flattered by this compliment, Amelia felt her heart melt. You're so young, do you know what losing weight means? Titus proudly nodded, I do. My mom used to be chubby, so she always talked about losing weight. Later, she did lose weight, but she had to lie in bed all the time and couldn't play with me anymore, so sister shouldn't lose weight either. Amelia felt a lump in her throat. The little boy's mother must have been ill, or... She gently pushed back the open hand of Arjux, smiling, all right, sister won't lose weight. But I don't really like this candy, maybe Titus can keep it and share it with Grandpa Tilda. For a moment, disappointment flashed across Arjux's face before he looked at Bliss beside him. How about brother-in-law eat some Tilda? Choke, cough cough. Amelia almost choked on nothing thanks to Titus's comment. It should be brother, right? Why brother-in-law? Titus explained, my sister once brought home a brother for dinner and asked me to call him brother-in-law. As he spoke, he lifted his hand higher, trying to reach Bliss. Brother-in-law eat candy Tilda. Amelia knew Bliss's preferences before were unclear, but since turning into a zombie, he no longer needed to eat, just occasionally finding a wild chicken to drink some blood. Just as she was about to refuse for him, Bliss naturally took a piece of malt candy from Titus, broke off a small part, and put it in his mouth. Noticing Amelia looking at him, he raised an eyebrow, unsure if it was the taste of the candy or satisfaction with Titus's address, but his mood certainly improved. Quinton, who had been watching silently, feeling ignored, chimed in. Hey, little bean, I also protected Suzanne and you guys. Why not offer me some candy? Seeing plenty left in his hand, Titus looked up sincerely at Quinton. Second brother-in-law can have some too. Under Bliss's sharp gaze, Quinton nervously withdrew his outstretched hand. Everyone present was amazed by the boy's logic, except Kayla, who thought the situation hilarious and helped Titus put the remaining candy back in his pocket, laughing uncontrollably. The Donovan, unaware of what his grandson had said, saw the group chatting and laughing while returning his grandson, bowing again before leading him home. Kayla nudged Amelia. Luckily Alia isn't here, otherwise, our zombie boss might have gotten upset. Amelia was speechless. Quinton, overhearing their conversation and wanting to respond, moved next to Kayla upon seeing Bliss's gaze. My junior is now the backbone of the Kai family, handling big and small matters. He doesn't have time to wander around with us idlers anymore. Amelia thought about how, since the elderly lady had regained consciousness, her physical strength and energy were far less than before. Manny took over the heavy responsibilities of the Kai family and Suzanne at this time. It has to be said, no one expected that Manny, who had always been unwilling to interact with others, even somewhat autistic, would manage the entire Suzanne so efficiently. Perhaps it was true that people could grow rapidly under pressure. You say. Kayla picked up Quinton's words. Our Adelita has also been very busy recently. The two exchanged a glance, both having the same understanding expression. Kayla didn't expect Amelia's wooden brain to figure it out, so she patted Bliss's shoulder. Congratulations, Emiliano, for putting your heart's worries to rest. Amelia wasn't in the mood to play guessing games with them. She looked at the fiery sunset in the sky and couldn't help but feel as if she were in another world. A passing phone ring caught her attention. Her pupils constricted suddenly as she instinctively chased after it, ready to snatch it away when a hand pulled her wrist back just in time. At first shocked, the person recognized the hero who had saved the city, repeatedly thanking her. Only then did she realize what she was doing. Calm down a bit, we'll find it eventually. A deep voice became the mental balm for Amelia at this moment. Amelia. Kayla and Quinton ran over from afar. Only then did Amelia realize how far she had followed the ringing. They weren't fools. They knew her actions were related to the call connected with Baldy at the Kai family. She was concerned about her family's safety and wanted to know whether the one who turned her into this monster was indeed the Flynn mentioned by Baldy. Kayla, knowing Amelia always respected her father, advised first, don't think too much. Maybe Baldy lied to escape. He's not that kind of person, besides, even tigers don't eat their own cubs. Your Uncle Jiang's beloved daughter. Amelia frowned. She wasn't sure what kind of person her father was now. She vaguely remembered encountering him in her past life. The stubborn middle-aged man in the dusty grey research uniform dared to confront a group of armed guards with nothing but empty hands to retrieve promised experimental data. He even donated his body for vaccine experiments, insisting on personally killing himself to ensure he obtained the first-hand data. She once asked her father why he had to go to such lengths. What was his answer then? Amelia struggled to recall but couldn't bring it back to mind. Why don't you, Quinton, always straightforward, suggested, since you care so much, why not ask him face to face? Kayla rolled her eyes. Sounds easy, but how? He's captured by Ingxing. We don't even know where he is, and even if we do, can you really meet easily? Quinton replied indifferently, then find a way. Aren't you good at gathering information? Finding someone shouldn't be hard. Once we confirm his location, plan a rescue. As he spoke, he pointed to the repaired old city gate. To those beasts who transform people into monsters, mercilessly trampling on lives, even slaughtering them all wouldn't be enough. Suddenly, something flashed in Amelia's mind. Kayla waved her hand. Do you think it's a movie? Just investigate and attack whenever you want. It's the apocalypse. Not knowing when the next meal will come, let alone rescuing anyone. Amelia, do you think he's bluffing? Maybe he's right. Amelia murmured. Kayla had already dismissed Quentin's suggestion. Hearing Amelia's words, she blurted out without thinking. You see, even Amelia agrees with you. So stay put, wait, what? You agree with him? Chapter 67, A New Journey. Amelia finally got her thoughts together, nearly being startled into silence by Kayla's scream. She turned around and slapped her hand on her forehead. Amelia, are you all right? Are you delirious from a fever? Amelia swatted away Kayla's hand and gave her a withering look. I truly think that what Quentin said makes sense. Throughout this journey, we've always been the passive ones, chased by zombies, betrayed by Daryl, deceived by Kyla, used as subjects for unknown experiments, besieged by monsters in Anling City. As Amelia spoke, her gaze wandered behind her, as if she could see their past experiences through the path they had taken. It seems like there's always an invisible string pulling us around like headless flies. We haven't figured out our opponent's intentions yet, and even our original goals have been forgotten in the process of fleeing for our lives. Thinking back to the vows she had made at the start, to find her parents and grandmother no matter whether the apocalypse ended or not, to find a safe and stable place for her family to live without ever separating again. A lump formed in Amelia's throat. Since learning that her parents were held captive by Yingxing, that goal seemed farther away than ever, and her situation was worsening. During this month, she constantly asked herself, if what Bald Kian said was true, that her father participated in experiments and personally transformed her, would she still want to see him? Would she still want to find him? The answer was definitely, yes, and the urgency in her heart was even stronger than before. So, instead of harboring suspicions any longer, why not take decisive action and charge straight into Yingxing's headquarters? At that time, whether it's for revenge or rescue, it would all depend on her mood. We must cut the puppeteer's strings if we want to live freely. When Amelia shared her thoughts with everyone, Kayla became excited. Amelia, you finally opened up. I've been waiting for you to say this. Quentin rolled his eyes at her. You can say anything without consequences when someone else has already spoken up first. Is this how people can be so hypocritical? Having been roommates for years, Amelia knew what got Kayla excited. When spy movies like James Bond were all the rage, she dreamed of becoming the mastermind behind some powerful figure, directing operations from a computer screen and providing intelligence support. But reality isn't a movie, and she, Amelia, isn't James Bond. You'd better calm down. If we really plan to go all in, there's still a lot of preparation we need to do. Movies don't show all that. Everyone agreed immediately, deciding to return to the Kai family to prepare for the next step. Amelia suddenly felt someone watching her. She stopped and looked around but couldn't find the source of the gaze. What's wrong? Bliss saw her standing still and asked. Amelia shook her head after regaining her composure. Nothing, let's go. The setting sun stretched their side-by-side shadows long, and this moment was secretly captured and sent to an unknown number. The phone on the table buzzed, and the man rose to pick it up, his silhouette bathed in the blood-red twilight. When he opened the photo, his hand trembled slightly as he caressed the screen with relief. Whose message is it? A pale woman sat up in bed and softly asked. The man hastily put away his phone. Nobody's. Did they have new plans? The woman sighed, continuing, it's all my fault with this weak body. Otherwise, I could have helped you more. The man poured her a glass of warm water. Just focus on recovering. Leave everything else to me. Don't you trust me? The woman initially shook her head but lowered it to take a small sip of water when she saw his insistence, swallowing with great difficulty and coughing violently. I'm not worried about you, I'm worried about Jan. Her eyes filled with deep care at mentioning this name, but the next moment, they were tinged with guilt and self-blame. You will eventually have to face her, I just don't know if I'll still be around to speak for you then. She started coughing violently again, each spasm bringing up phlegm mixed with blood. Even the cup she had just been holding slipped from her hands and shattered on the floor. The man wiped the blood from her mouth and helped her lean back onto the bed. Don't think too much. Focus on getting better so you can help me explain things to January. You know she listens to you the most. The woman nodded, watching him clean up the glass shards on the floor. In the future, we should use nutrient injections. There's no need to waste food. The man paused for a moment before replying softly. Sure, after you recover, you can eat whatever you want. There's no rush for now. A faint smile curved at the corner of the woman's mouth. She was about to say something when the door to the ward was suddenly pulled open. A few burly men walked in, with a bald man leading them. Though they looked intimidating, they still treated the couple as politely as possible. Bobby, the data from Z country has been transmitted over. Should we prepare a laboratory for you? The bald man glanced at the woman on the bed after he spoke. Dr. Shia, sorry to disturb you. The man put the broom and dustpan in the corner, took out a pair of glasses from his chest pocket and put them on, carefully comparing the documents handed over by the bald man while waving his hand to signal them to wait outside. The bald man intended to ask something but the man turned his back on them directly. Having no other choice, the group retreated from the ward and peeked inside from the small window on the door from time to time. The man circled something on the drawing with a pen, then folded a few pages and hid them under the covers when he leaned down to speak to the woman. I will finish a little later tonight. I'll ask Mom to come over and keep you company. The woman nodded and deliberately blocked his view when he secretly tapped on his phone. Go ahead, don't worry about me. The man helped her adjust the blanket and followed the bald man out. Outside the window, the sun was gradually setting, its glow slowly fading as night quietly descended. The lights were still brightly lit in the Kai family courtyard. Amelia listened to suggestions from different people, rubbing her temples. Seeing that continued discussion wouldn't lead to any useful result, she knocked on the table in front of her. Then she cleared her throat. I understand everyone's thoughts. This plan is different from our previous ones. It's true that we need to prepare weapons and ammunition, but first, we need to solve the problem of survival, food. As she spoke, she asked Manny, how long can the food in the city last? Manny thought for a moment before replying, at most a month. Though they had won the battle in Anling, the granaries in the city had been heavily damaged during the zombie attack, and much of the food supply was destroyed in the fire. Even if Amelia and the others did not plan to expedition to Yingxing, food would remain the primary challenge they faced. But it was only the beginning of the apocalypse, and getting food would become increasingly difficult in the future. Just as they were unsure where to start, Gongsun Laoju rubbed his walnut and walked into the room. I know of a place, but whether or not you can get what you need depends on your skills. Amelia's eyes lit up. Where are you talking about, Elder? The city of the Sun Lions, said Ami, stroking his beard. Amelia had heard of this place in her previous life. Located at the southernmost border of Udai, it was a small city surrounded by river valleys and plains, renowned for having the world's most fertile soil, capable of yielding 3 to 4 times more crops than usual. It could be said that it was the city which could survive the longest, relying on self-sufficiency after the apocalypse. Due to its location bordering 3 countries, various factions within the city coexisted in a complex web. Even though it was administratively part of Udai, all major decisions were made through a roundtable meeting. Participants in the meeting had divided the wealth, residents, and even weapons of the entire city of the Sun Lions into 10 equal parts, each independently possessing one portion. These 10 people were known as the Sons of the Sun. As the mid-stage of the apocalypse approached, everyone faced a shortage of food. Not everyone had ignored the potential of the city of the Sun Lions, but none had succeeded, some even losing their lives. The decisions of the Sons of the Sun played a decisive role in these outcomes. Some of them were brutal, some stingy, and some deceitful. They were those whose true nature you couldn't comprehend unless you encountered them face to face. Especially when their interests were threatened, they would hesitate not a moment to kill anyone who stood in their way. Ultimately, the city of the Sun Lions fell due to internal wars among the Sons of the Sun. Thinking of the enormous wealth in the city and the unopened grain warehouses still full until the end, Amelia couldn't help but feel tempted. But at this moment, the Sons of the Sun were at the height of their power, just like their name suggested. Their agreements among themselves had yet to be breached, and Amelia couldn't help but weigh if she had the strength to compete with them. Kayla hadn't heard of the city of the Sun Lions, but she had absolute confidence in Amelia and Bliss. Our team lacks many things, but never skills, she said while pacing back and forth in the hall, muttering to herself as she walked past each person. Amelia has the most powerful brain, Emiliano has the greatest combat strength, Ayao is a miracle working doctor, and even I can at least help everyone repair equipment and build an all-knowing information network. This way, no matter where we go, we won't be ambushed. Amelia originally had some self-deprecation, but after hearing this, she immediately felt that they might have a chance to fight for it. Just as she was about to speak, Alexander's aggrieved voice came from the corner. By saying so, does it seem like I'm the least useful one in the team? Bliss patted his shoulder. Your role is indispensable. Although the group did not think Alexander was useless, after hearing Bliss's words, they all cast expectant glances, waiting to hear his conclusion. Perhaps someone else could drive motorcycles or cars, but without you, there would be no way to operate fishing boats, tanks, or airplanes. We'd only rely on our 2 feet, and it would probably take us over a year to reach our destination. Recalling, Amelia found that Alexander indeed matched Kayla's nickname for him, being adept at handling all types of vehicles. After detailed division of tasks, everyone felt confident about the upcoming journey. Having agreed to set Sun Lion City as their next target, they decided to rest for 3 days before departing. Night fell. Anling City began to fall into silence. On this once warm and bustling land, a building stood out prominently with its distinct style from the surrounding small houses. From afar, it appeared red-walled and green-roofed, exquisitely arranged. This was formerly the city's top university, a dream school for students across Lingxi. However, it had now lost its vitality, presenting a desolate dead silence. Because it was close to the old city gate, occasionally zombies or monsters would slip in and cause trouble. At this moment, a rustling sound came from somewhere, and a young girl with a ponytail climbed over the wall, landing quietly on the corridor beside the teaching building. She nervously looked around and then waved to someone behind her. This is the place, come in quickly. From the window she just climbed through, a bobbed head appeared, trying to follow her by flipping over with one hand, but got stuck and fell heavily off the wall. Ouch, how clumsy are you? The girl who entered first complained while helping the bobbed head up. Keep your voice down, don't alert the monsters here. The bobbed head almost injured her hand on broken glass in the corridor. Hearing the ponytail's warning, she involuntarily hunched her shoulders. Are there really monsters here? Can we beat them like this? Shouldn't we go back? The ponytail tapped her forehead. Why are you scared? I heard from the patrol team today that it's just a tiny monster. Otherwise, how could they leave it alone? Aren't you admiring that sister guarding the city gate? She practiced taekwondo for a month specifically. I finally found someone to practice with. Don't mess up at this crucial time. The bobbed head tightened her belt as she followed behind her, still hesitating. But before she could finish, she felt something crawl rapidly across the floor above her head. When she looked up, there was nothing but a dark ceiling. Only their muffled footsteps echoed through the vast teaching building. Above them, unnoticed, several pairs of sharp, slender legs emerged from the stairwell, ready to spit thin, hair-like threads toward their backs at the right moment. The ponytail noticed the shiny glow under the flashlight beam first. Hey, don't move, what is th? Before she could finish, the bobbed head was lifted and instantly transported to the rooftop. The bobbed head didn't even realize what happened. Her mouth was wrapped in fine threads, stifling any screams. The creature hiding in the shadows finally revealed itself, approaching with its legs entwining the bobbed head, wrapping her up in a cocoon. Just as it prepared to feast, a stone hit its eyes. You ugly beast, let her go. The creature, already famished, originally planned to eat one and then deal with the other later. But seeing no one else downstairs except the girl shouting, it withdrew halfway and then re-emerged. It would have a full meal tonight. Chapter 68. Would you do such a thing to your friends? The binder's usual method of preying is to wrap people in silk threads into a cocoon and then inject a venom that can dissolve internal organs, allowing its victims to witness themselves being drained while still conscious. Letting people die in excruciating pain is their enjoyment. However, the binder that the two discovered today had been on the run for some time and had not eaten for a while. When it caught Janine, it was about to devour her when it was stopped by Ashlyn. Seeing no one else inside the building besides the two girls, it hung itself upside down using a thin silk thread and rushed over. Ashlyn claimed she wasn't afraid, but she had never faced the monster head-on before. Moreover, this monster was twice the height of an adult, completely different from the small creature described in intelligence reports which hadn't even fully grown fur. Seeing the binder charge at her with claws outstretched, her slingshot trembled uncontrollably. This trembling caused the stone, initially aimed at the other eye, to miss and fly past the left cheek. Thoroughly enraged, the binder howled and raised its front legs high, ready to strike at Ashlyn. Relying on her agility, Ashlyn dodged the first attack but, turning without noticing the direction, ran into a corner of the staircase and was blocked by the binder. Desperately hungry, the binder intended to tear her apart. It placed its hind legs on the stair railing, stood upright, and brought down a heavy blow on Ashlyn. Ashlyn quickly grabbed a mop handle behind her, blocking the fierce attack at the last second. Despite her quick reflexes, the force of the attack still cracked the skin between her thumb and forefinger, causing blood to trickle out. But she dared not relax, holding the mop tightly against the stairs, preventing the binder from advancing further. Just as she felt she could still hold her ground and try to find a way out, the suspended Janine screamed a warning. But since her mouth was sealed by the binder's silk threads, she could only produce muffled sounds. It turned out that while Ashlyn was focusing on defending against the binder's front legs, the remaining 4 sharp legs had already approached her body. Finding an opportunity, the binder struck suddenly, piercing Ashlyn's left abdomen. Fortunately, those hind legs were shorter, stopping after penetrating just a couple of centimeters into her flesh. Even so, the pain caused her to break out in a cold sweat, weakening her grip slightly. At this point, the binder had control of the battle. Yet its cruel nature made it prolong Ashlyn's agony instead of finishing her off immediately, repeatedly jabbing small holes in her body. Ashlyn's strength was almost depleted due to the excruciating pain. Help, help, anyone, please, save me. She knew that in the dead of night, no one would come to her aid even if she shouted until her voice broke. Yet extreme fear forced her to instinctively cry for help. A sound emerged from the binder's belly. It had played enough. Raising its front legs high, it prepared to pierce through Ashlyn's chest in one swift move. TSK, so girls really aren't capable, huh? She thought this in her final moments. Unable to bear watching the brutal scene, Janine closed her eyes. But then she heard a metallic clink, followed by a sudden sensation of weightlessness. Opening her eyes moments later, she found herself standing in the hallway on the 3rd floor, with injured Ashlyn sitting at her feet. A sudden cold light flashed past her face, accompanied by a calm voice. Take care of her. Then, with a light tap of her foot, she leaped from the 3rd floor. Her blade glinted in the moonlight, leaving a silver-grey trail as it pierced into the binder's tough skull with sheer force. Before the two girls could react, the young girl had already stood up from the dead binder's body, spinning her combat knife back into its sheath and tucking it into her waist. An evolved monster that would normally require several adult men to subdue had been killed by her single strike. Admiration rose in both girls' eyes. After confirming there were no other monsters nearby, Amelia slowly climbed back to the 3rd floor. Seeing Ashlyn's pale face due to blood loss, she rummaged through her pockets and pulled out a small bottle. As she instructed Janine to hold Ashlyn down, she poured white powder onto the wounds. It hurts, it hurts. Ashlyn cried out in pain, trying to dodge. Just endure it. This is the best medicine for external injuries from the Kai family. If not properly treated, it will leave scars. Amelia's tone was cold, but her voice was sweet. Realizing the truth in her words, Ashlyn gritted her teeth until Amelia finished applying the medicine. That's it. Amelia patted the almost empty small medicine bottle and still put it back in her pocket. This place isn't safe either. You two should go back early. With that, she turned to leave. Wait. The ponytailed girl stopped Amelia, who was about to leave, but the movement of getting up pulled at her wound, making her wince in pain. She nudged Janine with her elbow. You speak. Janine hesitated and then said, "Excuse me, are you the sister Danny who fought the monster at the old city gate?" Amelia thought for a moment and replied, "Not just me, many of my companions participated in the battle." "It was you." The ponytailed girl, holding her stomach, sat up straight. "Can you tell us how we can become like you?" "Like me?" Amelia looked at the two girls with some confusion. Being like me is not necessarily a good thing. Thinking of everything she had been through, Amelia wished they would never encounter such situations. "What's good or bad? I just want to get stronger." The ponytailed girl, supporting Janine, shakily stood up. "Why do you want to get stronger?" Amelia asked. Without hesitation, the ponytailed girl answered, "The patrol team doesn't accept girls because they aren't strong enough." Lizzie also said that only by becoming strong can one survive in this world full of monsters. So, Amelia saw determination and passion in her eyes. "Please tell us how to get strong." Beside her, Janine gazed steadily at Amelia, explaining their reasons for being there. "We wanted to join the patrol team and contribute our share to protecting the city. But they don't take girls, so Jingjing and I decided to capture a monster and bring it to them. They would definitely agree." Amelia understood their intention. Without speaking, she walked to the wall, pressed the switch, and instantly the corridors from top to bottom were lit up by fluorescent lights. Pointing to the few shrunken white cocoons still hanging on the top floor, Amelia said to them, "Your failure this time is because you didn't investigate your opponent before taking action." Her gaze was cold, as if she were a stern teacher scolding students. The name of the monster, its attack methods, special skills, weak points, and ways to handle it, none of these were prepared before rushing here. If I hadn't happened to pass by, your bodies might never have been found. The ponytailed girl and Janine were left speechless. Amelia returned the slingshot she had picked up downstairs to the two girls. "It's not that only the strong can survive, but those who can survive in such an apocalypse are truly strong. First, you must stay alive. Don't do such risky things like today again." With that, she jumped down to the next staircase, quickly disappearing into the night. Janine stretched her neck to look at the binder with its crushed skull downstairs and asked the ponytailed girl, "Well, should we still cut off part of that monster's leg and take it to the patrol team as proof?" The ponytailed girl scoffed. "No need. What's the point of claiming someone else's credit? One day, I will kill a monster with my own hands and show everyone who once looked down on us and girls. Prove that I can." "Oh, you touched my wound." Standing on the rooftop of the school building, Amelia waited until the two girls supported each other out of the school gate before jumping down the wall and dashing towards the old city gate. She nimbly scaled the city wall, charging at any idle zombie or monster she encountered, killing them swiftly without lingering. The entire process was smooth and efficient, with no extra movements. After dealing with the third one, Amelia climbed onto the old city wall for a rest. She checked her watch, counting her heartbeat. 143, 144, 145. Confirming her heart rate stayed below 152 beats per minute, avoiding the previous symptoms of dizziness, chest tightness, or fainting from blood loss, Amelia put away her combat knife. It seemed she wasn't completely unable to fight in the future, but she needed to be cautious, keeping the duration short and aiming to end things quickly. In this way, the agile left and right fighting style wouldn't work, as it easily consumed her energy. She needed to strike decisively, but that required overwhelming strength to suppress the opponent. With her small build, even with training, she needed to leverage external forces. Or like today, using gravity when dropping from a height. Thinking of this, Amelia felt a bit regretful. If only her ability wasn't this cursed self-healing but something like Bliss's strength. Just as she thought this, she suddenly noticed an unusual noise behind her. Amelia immediately drew her combat knife and got into a defensive stance. "Who's there? Preaching to others is easy, but you can't be careful enough for yourself, huh?" Bliss stepped out from the shadows. "If you had gotten yourself killed by coming out here alone, did you think about how others would feel?" Amelia let out a breath of relief. "It's you. Why didn't you make any sound when following me?" "You scared me." Bliss gave a slight smile. "If I didn't make any sound, how did you know I was there?" Amelia paused for a moment, then felt a chill. "Wait, how long have you been following me?" "Not just a few days." He walked closer with large strides. "It's every day." "Every?" Amelia's eyes widened in disbelief. So this whole month, she had been training under Bliss's watchful eye. Thankfully, it was him and not a monster, or she wouldn't even know how she died. A night breeze blew through her collar, and Bliss took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. "Good job. From initially being able to last 30 minutes, you've now managed 3 hours intermittently. Just remember, not every battle will give you time to rest." Amelia pulled the coat tighter around herself and said casually, "No problem, since I still have you." Bliss clearly found this statement agreeable, rare that he smiled. "Sorry." Amelia always felt she owed Bliss an apology. "If I told you everything on the day we met, maybe your sister wouldn't have." Bliss shook his head. "Even if you told me back then, I might not have believed you. After all, at that time, I didn't trust you as much as I do now." He stopped mid-sentence. Amelia waited for a while without hearing anything more and blinked her eyes in confusion. "What didn't you believe about now?" Looking into her earnest eyes, Bliss felt a sudden surge of frustration. His words came out harshly, almost against his will. "They say women are the most sensitive creatures. Are you really a woman?" Her protective behavior, the jokes of people around them, and the intimate things they shared between them wasn't all that enough to make her see their relationship differently. Was she pretending not to understand or simply never cared about these feelings? Amelia, who had been calm up until now, felt dazed by his question. She became angry as she regained her composure. What do you mean? How could you not know if I'm a woman? Words slipped out before Amelia realized what she had said. She wanted to slap herself. It sounded like she was asking Bliss to take responsibility for her. This was the end times, where men and women solving physiological problems wasn't abnormal. Moreover, every encounter with him had been under special circumstances, not deliberate indiscretion. Bliss belatedly realized he had lashed out at her. He opened his mouth to speak, but they both started at the same time. I. Startled again, they both spoke in unison. You first. You first. In that case, I'll go first. Finally, Amelia broke the awkwardness. We're adults. Considering your injury at that time, I can understand. Let's forget what happened before and move on. We'll remain friends and the best trusted partners, okay? As she spoke, she extended her hand to shake with him, sealing the agreement. Friends. Partners. The deep voice, carrying a hint of danger, pierced through Amelia's ears. Seeing Bliss approach with red eyes, Amelia was puzzled. Why does he look angrier? When their palms touched, she felt a cold sensation. But as soon as he grasped her hand, her entire body was pulled towards him. In the next second, her lips were firmly locked with his. The warmth of Bliss's breath brushed her cheeks like a light rouge. The kiss was intense, almost brutal, as if he was trying to draw all the oxygen from her lungs. Amelia pushed his chest, leaning against the wall to avoid him. But Bliss, with one arm around her waist and the other supporting the back of her head, only deepened the kiss. Just as Amelia felt herself losing breath, he slightly parted his lips and gazed deeply into her eyes, his gaze filled with stars. Would you do such a thing with friends? Chapter 69, Being Moody. His star-like eyes harbored a tempest, staring at her for a moment before his hand, which was resting behind her, started to misbehave, igniting fires all around. Amelia tried to stop him by reaching back, but this only led to the buttons on her front popping open, giving him the opportunity to bury his face in her neck. Something warm and moist swept over her collarbone, first causing tingles, then slight pain, moving downward with an intensity that could set everything ablaze. The overwhelming desire to fully possess her raged within him. Just as Bliss was about to continue, he imagined seeing her delicate little face intoxicated by his actions when he felt a cold blade pressed against his throat. Even if we're friends, I will kill you if you go any further. The pressure from behind slackened, but the man in front did not intend to retreat, instead pressing into the hand holding the knife. Is that so? Though the corners of his mouth curved upwards as if smiling, his eyes were cold enough to freeze anyone solid. I've said it too, dying by your hand would be my most willing end. Amelia had reached the city wall, there was no place left to retreat. Yet, the person before her kept advancing, the bayonet already digging into his skin. Zombies did not have highly developed pain receptors, but Amelia believed that even if they did, Bliss would still make the same choice. What exactly did he want? Did he really plan to force her to kill him? Amelia knew very well that this person preferred yielding rather than resistance. If she gave in just a little, this meaningless standoff would surely end immediately. But she couldn't let go of her pride. Why should she give in to him? Why should she coddle him when he started acting like a rogue right from the start? Just as they were in a deadlock, they faintly heard a cry of help from below the city walls. Amelia pushed Bliss irritably. Did you hear? It sounds like someone is in trouble. Bliss, however, seemed indifferent. What does it matter to me if others live or die? Amelia, are you? Was this still the Special Forces Captain Bliss who always put his life on the line to save others? Seeming to realize Amelia's confusion, Bliss curled the corners of his lips, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. I'm long past being any damn captain. Bliss is just Bliss. You wouldn't say you're meeting the real me now, would you? Swallowing hard, Amelia felt an unprecedented chill rise from her feet, slowly spreading throughout her body. The cries for help continued, and it appeared Bliss was determined to remain a bystander. Amelia clenched her teeth and pushed him away forcefully, throwing herself backward through a gap in the city wall. Bliss was momentarily stunned and instinctively reached for her, but only managed to grab the coat draped over her shoulders. She plummeted rapidly like a broken kite. As she neared the ground, Amelia suddenly turned and plunged the bayonet into a crack in the brick wall, slowing her descent. When she finally landed safely, her hands were numb from the shock, but she didn't care what Bliss thought, rushing straight toward the source of the cries without looking back. Watching Amelia run away, Bliss's gaze darkened, and he clenched his fists tightly. The residents trapped in the web formed by restrainers were freed by Amelia with a few swings of her torch, burning through the silk threads. Not bothering to listen to what the rescued person said, she returned to the Kai family compound deep in thought. The next day was the agreed departure date for Sun Lion City. Amelia got up early but deliberately waited until everyone else gathered before coming out, avoiding the awkwardness of facing Bliss alone. Bliss leaned casually against the side of the vehicle, his usual aloof and refined demeanor unchanged. However, after yesterday's incident, Amelia felt an air of hostility surrounding him, making it difficult to approach. Since they were 5 people traveling with luggage and equipment, including a small generator, Manny arranged a 7-seater minivan for them. Elsa habitually opened the door opposite Bliss and gestured for Amelia to get in. Amelia paused, then turned and slipped into the passenger seat next to Alexander. Elsa blinked in surprise. Hey, you? Amelia interrupted her without explanation. Sun Lion City isn't close. Sitting here will allow me to check our direction conveniently. Elsa scratched her head. The directions were already set in the car's GPS using an electronic map she had prepared. Bliss didn't comment, merely opening the door and getting in. Nova tugged at Elsa's sleeve, glancing at Bliss in the backseat, seemingly asking if they were having a disagreement based on his lip movement. Before Elsa could answer, they saw Manny supporting the elderly woman out of the courtyard gate. Amelia was about to get out of the car when the elderly woman slammed the door shut and motioned for the remaining three to get inside. Rolling down the window, Amelia noticed the elderly woman looked much better, which brought her relief. You're not fully recovered. Let Manny see us off. The wind is strong outside, you should go back inside. The elderly woman, seeing everyone obediently get into the car, leaned her elbow on the window next to Amelia and spoke. I've been treating patients all my life. How could I not know my own body? Today, I just want to chat a bit, listen carefully. Her eyes welled up slightly as she continued. Sun Lion City isn't like Anling. According to the old coot, the forces inside are complicated and intertwined. It's a place where people eat people without even spitting out the bones. You must be extra careful, especially you, young lady, who acts boldly and recklessly. As she spoke, she gripped Amelia's hand tightly. Don't think that because I'm sick, I don't know about your little moves. When Xiao Ye brought in the medicine the first time, I smelled it right away. Amelia was amazed by the elderly woman's sharpness. After all, although she had retained some consciousness back then, most of the time she was unconscious, and drinking medicine required Nova spoon-feeding her forcefully. Looking back at Nova, Amelia saw surprise on her face too, and she shook her head, signaling that she hadn't said anything. The elderly woman continued, Sang Xian is not ungrateful. You saved my life, so I will take this secret to my grave. But you still have a long road ahead. Remember, you cannot easily reveal your bottom cards to anyone. If you encounter difficulties along the way or in Lion City, remember that we are behind you. No matter what, the Kai family will go through thick and thin with you. Even if things don't turn out as expected, you can always return to Anling. There will always be a place for you here, and the gates of the Kai family compound will always be open to you. Amelia clasped the elderly woman's hand and nodded vigorously. This sense of having a fallback was something she had never experienced before, either in this life or the last. The elderly woman's health was indeed significantly affected by her illness. After speaking, her palm felt icy cold from the wind. Amelia waved to Manny. Hurry and take the elderly woman back. Once we have news about the grain, we'll contact Fuller and have him send it back as soon as possible. Manny nodded and, before turning around, gave a specific look at Nova seated in the middle, softly saying, be careful. Nova blushed slightly, responding gently. The sound of the car engine drowned out their reluctance. Carrying several passengers, it left Anling City and headed east. On the road, Elsa tapped on her laptop, chatting incessantly. TSK, young Master Kai is really great. He's handsome, capable, and rich. I've noticed he's been hanging out with you, Qingyao, lately. Is there something going on between you two? Nova, counting the stock of regular medications, replied without lifting her head. Manny and I often meet because we're taking care of the elderly woman. Occasionally, we discuss issues related to medication and care. To be honest, we may have mutual feelings, but right now, I just want to be with you all. As for the rest, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Elsa slapped her thigh. Good for you, Qingyao. Usually, you seem so delicate, yet you handle relationships straightforwardly, unlike certain people. She glanced specifically at Amelia's chair while speaking. You've dated a boyfriend before, yet you can't even understand your own heart. Amelia, who had stayed up late the previous night, covered her face with a hat and rested her eyes. Hearing Elsa's sarcastic remarks, she didn't feel like arguing, thinking to herself that dating Sullivan hardly counted. She was more likely to have been deceived. Bliss sat silently in the back seat, listening to the conversation among the others. His gaze lingered on Amelia in the front seat, deep in thought. The car kept driving for a long time, passing through many cities and towns that had been reduced to desolation after being hit by zombies. Occasionally, they encountered humans who were cornered and chased by zombies, and when they could, the group would offer help. However, they did not let anyone ride with them, only leaving food and water before continuing their journey. Gradually, the roadside started to have camps formed by survivors. Unlike Anling or the underground air raid shelters in Pinghai, which were organized and managed, the refugees here were chaotic and disorganized. After traveling day and night, the group chose to camp near a temporary campsite close to the highway just as dawn was breaking. People in the campsite gradually woke up. Initially, some bold thugs eyed the car and its supplies greedily, but after Bliss and Alexander disciplined a few, the rest stayed within their bounds, temporarily putting aside their improper thoughts. In the apocalypse, as long as you were strong enough, others wouldn't dare easily have ideas about you. Especially since Manny had loaded the vehicle with firearms and ammunition for them. Since it was just a temporary stop, Amelia arranged for a few people to take turns on watch, ready to fire a warning shot at any sign of trouble. This could alert the group to danger while also deterring those in the camp who might have ulterior motives. After exchanging some food and water for information on nearby road conditions and zombie distribution, Amelia wandered around the camp casually. Most people had already begun their day. They moved between dilapidated tents and shanties made from composite boards. Those with strong men still maintained pre-apocalypse hygiene habits, squatting by streams to brush teeth and wash faces. Elderly, children, and women could only sit listlessly under ramshackle awnings piled with garbage, thinking dully about how they would get enough food for the day. People with food resources set up makeshift stoves, Passing by them, one could barely open their eyes due to thick smoke. Even so, most pots contained little more than a small amount of rice gruel, easily counted even by preschoolers. Of course, many others could only watch enviously as others cooked, their stomachs empty. In these past 2 or 3 months, humans, just as Amelia had witnessed in her previous life, stripped off their veneer of civility to reveal brutal and savage true natures. Conflicts were everywhere over dwindling resources like food, clothing, tools, or even a patch of relatively clean, dry land. Fraud, robbery, murder, anything that could keep one alive was employed without hesitation. Even though Bliss had given a stern warning when they first arrived, staying too long could eventually lead to being trapped by various schemes. They might not be able to steal the vehicle, but they could prevent it from leaving. Some women prostituted themselves for shelter. In front of Amelia, a woman wore revealing clothes despite the chilly autumn morning, flirting with a man who lived in a shack. The man, dusty all over, rummaged through his pockets and pulled out 2 dried steamed bun slices. The woman looked at the buns, swallowed hard, trying to appear dignified to negotiate for more supplies. But the man became impatient, pulling her down and forcibly raping her in broad daylight. Her screams went unheeded. Such incidents were common in the camp. Despite having seen so much in her past life, Amelia still felt uneasy, perhaps because her time in Anling had made her forget the brutal reality of the post-apocalyptic world. Walking quickly back toward the car, she heard a young woman's voice nearby. "Brother Cheng, could you give me an insulin vial? My grandma has diabetes, and without medicine, she might." Cheng, a once obese man, leered at the woman's figure, rubbing his chin. "Exchange? Such a scarce drug, what do you have to offer?" The woman tried to remain calm, taking out 2 breads and a sausage from her backpack. "Well, I also have these. If you think it's not enough, I can go into the city tomorrow to find more." "To the city? No way." He interrupted her, feigning concern. "The city is now full of zombies, very dangerous. How could we let a woman risk her life finding food?" He touched her waist boldly. "Especially such a beautiful woman. Lizzie would worry if you got hurt, Tilda." "Brother Cheng." The woman stepped back, avoiding his hand. "Don't touch me, I'm not." Another man in the tent grew impatient. "Who cares? Just say yes or no to giving him grass." Cheng laughed lewdly, waving an insulin syringe. "Well, how long can your grandma hold on?" The woman hesitated. "Just for one night?" The other man slapped her, yelling, "Who do you think you are? Want to trade a night for insulin? Bitch." The woman covered her face, too scared even to cry. The man called Brother Cheng was clearly determined to have his way, now squinting his eyes. He waved at his brother. "What are you doing? Don't scare her." As he spoke, he continued to approach the woman. "One night? Okay." Then he circled a finger around the tent. "Include my brothers here too. If you take good care of us, the insulin is yours. How about that?" The woman glanced fearfully into the tent, where 6 or 7 men stood. She knew even if she refused now, they would still forcibly keep her, losing not only her dignity but also the chance to get insulin for her grandmother. Finally, she opened her mouth but could not utter the word okay, only clutching her palm tightly and taking small, hesitant steps toward the menacing men. Amelia, hearing the word grandmother, couldn't help but think of her own family. She considered that there was still some insulin in her space, and thought about rescuing the woman, then finding a secluded place to secretly give her a few vials as an emergency aid. Even if it wouldn't change her ultimate fate, at least this wouldn't happen right before her eyes. Just as she made up her mind to act, a tall figure had already rushed into the tent ahead of her. He shielded the woman with one hand while gripping Brother Cheng's neck tightly with the other. "I have something else to trade for the insulin in your hand." Chapter 70. This woman cannot follow. The man was being choked until he could barely breathe. "WH. At conditions?" Bliss said coldly, "Your life." The onlookers, upon hearing that he had come to disrupt things, exchanged glances and rushed forward en masse. Bliss didn't release Axel but with one hand, laid them all on the ground in agony. After scanning the area coldly, he continued to question Axel. "Well, do we have a deal or not?" Axel's face turned purplish, eyes rolling back, and with his remaining consciousness, he nodded. "Okay, I agree." Only then did Bliss loosen his grip. Axel fell to the ground, coughing violently. He never thought air would taste so sweet. Even the insulin in his hand slipped away. After picking it up, Bliss held out his hand to Axel again. "And the rest?" "I didn't say just this one." Axel was taken aback. "Brother, I also have diabetes. If I give you all the insulin, what will I do afterward?" Bliss gave him a fierce glare, which frightened Axel into immediately handing over his entire waste bag. Inside were 5 more insulin syringes, a gold watch, 3 compressed biscuits, and a cell phone with only 1 bar of power left. Without even looking at these items, Bliss stuffed them all into the woman's arms. Then he led her out of the tent. The woman thanked Bliss profusely. Bliss stared at her for a while, and before leaving, only left a parting shot. "Go save your grandmother." Amelia watched the woman turn and run away, feeling an odd lump in her chest, neither able to exhale nor swallow it down. The day before, he had said other people's lives and deaths had nothing to do with him, yet now, seeing a pretty girl meant risking fights to grab medicine. Men's words are truly deceptive devils. For some reason, Amelia felt inexplicably upset seeing the girl she wanted to help achieve her wish. Quickly returning to the backseat, she slammed the car door shut with such force it startled Elsa, who was making a fire nearby to cook. Looking at Amelia, who buried her head to sleep again, and then at Nova beside her, she asked, "What happened here?" Nova shook her head in puzzlement. Bliss glanced at the various expressions around him and planned to get in the car to rest as well. But Amelia, acting quickly, pressed the door lock button. Tugging a few times to no avail, Bliss knew Amelia had locked the door and did not insist. Instead, he deliberately circled to the nearest door next to her, leaned against it, and closed his eyes to rest. After an unknown duration, voices woke Amelia from her sleep. "I hurried off just now and didn't get to ask your name." A gentle female voice spoke. "Bliss." Bliss replied indifferently. "You Feng." The girl murmured, "What a nice name. I'm Haley. Thank you so much for helping me just now. I don't have anything valuable, but these." Haley handed over the bread, sausages, handkerchief, and towel in her hands. "You can choose what you need or take them all as my thanks." Normally, Bliss would simply walk away without a word, since his icy demeanor kept others from daring to approach. But today he behaved differently, glancing at the items in the girl's hands, finally accepting the pink handkerchief. "I didn't do much, there's no need to be grateful." Just as Elsa approached with a bowl of freshly prepared porridge, she heard Bliss's unusually soft tone and nearly dropped the bowl and its contents. "Why you? I. She. Bliss paid no heed to Elsa's bewildered look, reaching for the porridge bowl and turning to hand it to Haley. "It's warm, why don't you drink it while it's hot to warm yourself? Aren't you supposed to?" That was for Amelia. Elsa wanted to explain the bowl was intended for Amelia, but it was already given away by Bliss. Haley blushed. "This isn't right, food is so scarce now, how will you manage if you just give it to me?" Bliss responded slowly. "Don't worry, at worst, I won't drink it." Elsa's mouth gaped open wider. Amelia could no longer bear it, suddenly opening the car door and colliding with Bliss's back. Under normal circumstances, Bliss would never lose balance from such a light push. Perhaps due to the unexpected nature of Amelia's action, it knocked Bliss off balance, causing the porridge bowl to wobble and spill mostly onto Haley opposite him. "Ah!" The girl cried out in surprise, trying to pat away the hot porridge, but ended up soaking most of herself. Bliss looked at Amelia getting out of the car. "You." He paused before continuing. "Do you have dry clothes for her to change into? Otherwise, she might catch a cold." "Amelia." Seeing Amelia about to curse, Elsa hurriedly interrupted. "Wait, I have some. Hold on." She retrieved a clean jacket from the trunk and handed it to Haley, then pulled Amelia away. Haley, noticing Amelia's unfriendly demeanor, timidly asked Bliss, "Did I speak too loudly and disturb this sister's rest? I didn't know anyone was in the car." Bliss did not respond but opened the door. "Change into these clothes first." Alexander, sipping his porridge, watched Elsa pull Amelia aside and asked, "Who is that? I've never seen the captain treat anyone so considerately." "Ah, why are you hitting me?" Elsa glared at him fiercely. "Just keep your head down and eat your porridge, talking won't make you any better." Nova then refilled a bowl of porridge and handed it to Amelia. "Don't argue with him, fill your stomach first." "I'm angry. Why should I be angry?" "I'm just fine," Amelia said grumpily as she brought the bowl to her lips. Before Nova could stop her, Amelia had gulped down a large mouthful but quickly spat it out, having burned her tongue. She fanned her mouth in pain. Nova muttered soothingly, all right, don't be angry." She handed Amelia a cup of cool water. Amelia grabbed it and drank it all in one go. Nova sighed, "You should have held it in your mouth to cool down." Then she fetched the medical kit, mixed a cup of saline solution, and gave it to Amelia. "Don't swallow this time." Noticing Amelia's awkward situation, Bliss's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. When the commotion settled down, Haley had already returned to her camp. Looking at Bliss sitting down again, Amelia, still speaking through clenched teeth, said, "Why didn't you keep her around longer? Why did she leave so soon?" Everyone chuckled despite themselves, and Bliss barely suppressed a smile. "She has to take care of her grandmother and can't stay away for long." Madison. How intimate did they get in such a short time? In Anling, you never called Mrs. Kai grandma. Feeling defeated, Amelia turned away, still sulking when Bliss spoke to Nova again. "It's not easy for her to take care of an elderly, sick person alone. Set aside some of our medicines and let me take them to her." Taking advantage of Nova's hesitation, Alexander asked, "You're giving her porridge and medicine. Captain, are you interested in her?" Clang. Amelia's spoon dropped into her bowl, and she put it down, exclaiming, "My mouth hurts, I can't eat anymore." She then threw down the bowl and moved far away from Bliss. Puzzled, Alexander scratched his head. "What's going on?" This time both Elsa and Nova pushed his head down together. "Stop talking if you don't know how to. Just showing off your mouth." Without waiting for Nova to set aside the medicine, Haley ran over crying in the afternoon. Since Bliss was checking the road conditions, she saw Amelia sitting on top of the car, fanning her mouth. "Have you seen Brother Xiao? My grandma, my grandma." Amelia wasn't in the mood to deal with her, but the word grandma seemed like a spell, making her unable to ignore it. Checking the time, she called over Nova. "Hop down and bring us there." Haley looked around but couldn't see Bliss, so she led Amelia and Nova to her shack. The shack had only a shaky composite board on top, covered in mildew due to the dampness, and was surrounded by tattered sacks that couldn't block any wind or rain. An emaciated old woman lay sideways on a narrow piece of cardboard. Seeing this old woman, who bore a slight resemblance to her own grandmother, Amelia felt her heart tighten. The space inside the shack was so small that only one person could fit close to the old woman, so Haley let Nova take the position. Nova listened to the old woman's heartbeat with a stethoscope and examined her body. Finally, she sighed helplessly and shook her head at Amelia. Haley cried uncontrollably, how could this happen? I gave her insulin, how could Lizzie still? Nova picked up an unused insulin syringe from the ground and examined it in the sunlight. The type of insulin varies, short-acting, intermediate-acting, long-acting, or even ultra-short-acting. Moreover, based on Liz's condition, the medication duration has been quite long, and her body has developed resistance. Also, her pancreas isn't functioning normally. Insulin should be injected every 6 to 12 hours. If the injection was delayed too long, she might have. Haley bit her lip. Amelia sighed at the unpredictability of life, wishing her own family members could be healthy. Just as she was about to say a few comforting words, she saw Haley turn and run into someone's embrace. Brother Xiao, Lizzie. What am I going to do? It turned out Bliss had returned to camp and learned from Alexander that something had happened, so he hurried over. He stood there without pushing her away, letting Haley cry in his arms like a weeping woman. Amelia pursed her lips and turned to leave. You. Bliss instinctively reached out to stop her, but was held back by Haley grabbing his sleeve. Wah, Brother Xiao, can you please help me bury Lizzie? I'm all alone now. Seizing this moment, Amelia quickly walked back to the camp. Elsa, seeing only Amelia and Nova return, asked, just the two of you? What about the other one? Amelia acted as if she hadn't heard and walked straight past. Nova pulled Elsa aside and whispered, Emiliano stayed behind to help. The elderly lady. She shook her head as she spoke. Elsa crossed her arms, hey, it's not our problem but hers. When did Emiliano start meddling in others' affairs? Her voice trailed off but was still heard by Amelia. It felt like a small thorn pricked her heart, faintly noticeable but fleeting. Yet soon after, that slight pain spread throughout her body, making her feel uncomfortable from head to toe. By dusk, Bliss returned with Haley, who looked like she had been crying. Elsa immediately stood up. What do you mean? Before Bliss could speak, Haley stepped forward and grabbed Elsa's hand. My only relative is gone, and I've offended Axel. I really can't stay here anymore. Please let me follow Brother Xiao for a while. Even just a short distance would help me find a place to settle. Elsa pulled her hand away. If you want to follow Bliss, why are you asking me? Ask. She wanted to ask Amelia if she would agree, but thought better of it and changed her words. Go ask whoever you want to follow. Amelia watched from afar as Bliss said nothing, simply retrieving a bottle of water from the car and handing it to Haley. It all seemed so natural. A flicker of something passed through Amelia's mind, and she subconsciously clenched her fist. Another sleepless night followed. Seeing their relationship becoming increasingly strained, Elsa took Bliss aside when Amelia was asleep. I don't know what's wrong with you lately, but that girl can't follow us. Bliss countered. Whose side are you speaking for? Elsa crossed her arms. Whose side do you want me to speak for? Though they had traveled together for so long, these two rarely had private conversations, and such sharp exchanges were even rarer. Bliss, never one for explanations, glanced at her and walked away. Furious, Elsa pointed at his retreating figure. You, don't expect me to speak well of you to Amelia anymore. Since their falling out, the atmosphere on the road became somewhat awkward. Haley sat in the backseat next to Bliss, offering him water, chatting, and eventually resting her head on his shoulder and falling asleep. Elsa deliberately spoke loudly, but this did not wake Haley. Instead, she snuggled closer to Bliss. Bliss kept his gaze outside the window, neither encouraging nor rejecting her. Amelia avoided the scene, either studying the formulas left by her mother or checking the route to estimate when they would reach Sun Lion City. Suddenly, a car horn sounded from the front. A sports car sped past without slowing down, heading straight toward their vehicle. Chapter 71, The Deal. It seemed inevitable that the two vehicles would collide, resulting in a catastrophic crash. Fortunately, Alexander had extensive driving experience. He reminded everyone to sit tight and fasten their seatbelts, then pulled the handbrake and swerved the steering wheel sharply at the critical moment. Although he managed to avoid a head-on collision with the oncoming coupe, the car lost balance and crashed into a lamppost on the roadside, causing significant damage to the front end. Everyone was thrown forward by inertia. Amelia instinctively checked on Bliss after steadying herself. She saw him gripping the window handle tightly with one hand, barely moving from his spot, while Haley was flung to the other side of the backseat with a scream. Feeling her gaze, Bliss lifted his head to meet her eyes. Amelia felt guilty and quickly pretended to look elsewhere. Elsa rubbed her sore forehead and started cursing. Why are you in such a rush for a funeral? Driving so fast. Seeing someone getting out of the coupe, she yelled even louder as she pushed open the car door. The world is in chaos, but this road isn't yours alone. You can just drive however you want. The newcomer was a middle-aged man with a well-proportioned build. He glanced at Elsa, then bent down to check on the passengers inside the car. Which of you is Miss Amelia? Everyone was taken aback, especially Amelia. In these post-apocalyptic times, she wasn't a celebrity. Why would a random person on the road know her name? With extreme caution, Amelia pushed open the damaged car door. It's me. The middle-aged man didn't seem surprised, as if he had already gotten his answer from observing earlier. Miss Amelia, I am Rupert. I have been sent by my master to escort all of you to Sun Lion City. Hearing this, Amelia exclaimed inwardly. She had heard about the extraordinary influence of Sun Lion City in her previous life. Yet, they had received word about their group before they even officially entered the Sun City area. Clearly, there must be informants among the camps they passed through along the way. However, in this chaotic post-apocalyptic setting, any invitation was likely to conceal ulterior motives. Amelia asked, "Who is your master?" The man's response was impeccable. "Naturally, someone from within the city. What's the purpose of coming to pick us up?" Amelia persisted, trying to remain patient. The man smiled enigmatically. "Perhaps it's because my master enjoys being hospitable, and also," he gestured toward the smoking car, "if you don't have a tow truck, I'm afraid it won't be possible for your vehicle to continue its journey." Elsa grumbled, "We were just walking on the road fine until you came charging out." Amelia waved her off. "Then please lead the way and help with the towing." Rupert, the middle-aged man, took out a pre-prepared tow rope from the trunk, attaching one end to the 7-seater minivan and the other to his own car. Amelia helped Elsa get back into the vehicle. After several more bumpy hours, they finally saw the true appearance of the so-called Sun Lion City. At the center of a golden sea of wheat stood a towering citadel. Even amidst the ruins of the post-apocalyptic world, it still exuded opulence and grandeur. Standing for 100 years on land bordering 3 countries, it served as a gateway between north and south and a bridge connecting east and west, indicating its wealth. Although under the administrative jurisdiction of the U-Kingdom, the appointed governor was only one of the 10 sons, who together with the other 9 administrators controlled commerce, the military, transportation, energy, communication, food, wealth, and other vital sectors of Sun Lion City. As they approached the city gates, the coupe ahead began to zigzag instead of driving straight. Puzzled, Elsa leaned out of the window to examine the ground. "This guy sure is weird. There's plenty of space around, yet he's taking bends and twists. What, does he think there are nails on the ground?" Amelia observed the flat terrain. "Fear not, there might be more than just nails." "Huh? What do you mean?" Elsa asked. Amelia picked up a half-empty water bottle and threw it as far as possible out of the window toward the rear diagonal direction. Within seconds, an explosion erupted where the bottle landed, sending a gust of wind laden with dirt toward them. Before anyone could brush off the dirt, Rupert's voice came from ahead. "Be careful, noble guests. This area around the city is dotted with landmines every few meters. Throwing litter here could literally blow you to bits." Elsa muttered to Amelia, "Damn, those really are some big nails." This statement was ostensibly a warning, but Amelia knew it was a blatant threat. Without a guide, they wouldn't stand a chance of crossing this minefield unscathed, meaning they were effectively trapped and unable to escape. With Rupert's guidance, they finally managed to cross the minefield and reached the foot of the city gate. There was already a row of people standing there, all dressed in splendid attire. The leader was a man with well-groomed sideburns, appearing to be in his early 40s. Unlike many middle-aged men who often have bald spots or beer bellies, he had a fit physique, indicating that he took great care of himself. Rupert bowed respectfully to him and whispered a few words. The middle-aged man then walked straight toward Amelia. Before he could get close, Bliss pulled Amelia behind him. The man smiled politely. "I mean no harm. I just want to welcome Miss Amelia on behalf of the authorities here. Welcome everyone to Sun Lion City." He extended his right hand. Whether it was because they had finally reached their destination or due to Bliss's protective behavior, the cloud of gloom over Amelia's heart dissipated slightly. She stepped out from behind Bliss and gave the middle-aged man a half handshake. "We are just young ones. What honor do we have for such treatment?" Amelia paused and looked at Rupert beside her. Rupert immediately understood her meaning and introduced the man, Mr. Joaquin, the authority of the Sun Lion City Chamber of Commerce. Amelia nodded and continued, "For Mr. Lee to send an envoy to greet us and even come out of the city personally, this really makes us feel quite honored." Having seen Daryl in the Binhai underground shelter, a politician who looked like a businessman, she now encountered a businessman in Sun Lion City who acted more like a politician. Joaquin laughed heartily. "Since you call yourself a junior, can I address you as Little Zun?" Amelia hesitated for a moment before nodding. "As you wish, Mr. Lee." "Zun." Joaquin went on, "The news of Anling has spread throughout the U-Kingdom. Any base of significant size knows your names. I've always admired heroes, so welcoming you is not unworthy, rather, it's admiration. I wanted to see these young heroes firsthand." His gaze swept over everyone and finally rested on Bliss. "And this is..." Since Amelia's group's deeds were widely known, Bliss's exceptional abilities must not have been a secret either. But Amelia didn't want people to treat him with bias and quickly interrupted. "He is our companion, Bliss." Joaquin realized his words were impolite and extended his hand to Bliss as well. "Emiliano, hello." Before the apocalypse, Bliss would not bother with such formalities, let alone now. He glanced at Joaquin's hand but made no move. Joaquin remained unperturbed, calmly retracting his hand. "To ease the awkwardness," Amelia said. "Since Mr. Lee knows everything about us, surely our reason for visiting Sun Lion City can't be hidden from you." Joaquin smiled. "Oh? Getting to the point so quickly?" Amelia replied with a smile. "Isn't that why you greeted us personally?" "Ha ha ha." Joaquin nodded approvingly. "Very good, indeed. You're sharp. Since you've laid it out bluntly, I won't hold back as an elder." As he spoke, Rupert handed him a report. After a quick glance, he signed it and motioned to pass it to Amelia. "This is Sun Lion City's annual grain production and accumulated inventory. I can give you half." Everyone exchanged glances, surprised. Was it going to be this easy? Amelia knew there was no free lunch, especially when dealing with a businessman. "Surely, Mr. Lee, there must be some conditions." Joaquin nodded. "Of course, in this post-apocalyptic world, handing over so much grain isn't something any city or base can do without cost. Amelia gestured towards the 7-seater van behind her. What conditions do you have? We have nothing but what's in the van. Her intuition told her that Joaquin's demand wouldn't be simple. Her own immortality was still supposed to be a secret. Joaquin scanned everyone again, his eyes settling on Amelia. The particle amplifier. Amelia's face changed abruptly, more shocked by this revelation than by the exposure of her self-healing ability. Only Bliss knew about it after moving the supplies together. She hadn't even told Elsa what it was. How did Joaquin know? Even Bliss, along with the others in the team, found this term unfamiliar. Especially Elsa asked, what is being amplified? I've never heard of it. Sir, are you sure we have that thing? Joaquin knew from Amelia's expression that he had found the right person. He stared straight at Amelia, like a patient hunter waiting for her answer. Elsa suddenly thought of something and pulled on Amelia's sleeve. Hey Amelia, could it be? Amelia had no secrets before her except for the item left by her parents. Could it be? After a moment, Amelia said firmly, sorry, I cannot accept Mr. Lee's condition. As Mrs. Kai had said, it was one of her trump cards. Without this advantage, her plans to survive in this post-apocalyptic world, or even stockpile supplies to eventually strike back against the Sakura Pharmaceutical Company and rescue her parents and grandmother, would remain mere fantasies. For the first time, Joaquin showed impatience on his face. This item can only serve as a storage tool in your hands, but the Sun Lion City has a top-notch technology team. They might be able to develop high-quality soil or even a relocatable home. At that time, I guarantee you and your companions will be welcome to settle in Sun Lion City. Thank you for your kindness, Amelia replied, her personality making her wary of easily trusting anyone, but this is far from what we planned before coming here. Planned? Joaquin laughed sarcastically. You were planning for herbal medicine from Linksy, weren't you? Amelia raised an eyebrow. You figured that out too? Joaquin clearly dismissed it with disdain. I admit that medicines are indeed scarce resources in Sun Lion City now, but they are not impossible to obtain. Wanting to trade grains for herbs lacks sincerity. With that, he waved his hand. Not far away, the 7-seater van suddenly started moving, pushed into the minefield by several surrounding muscular men. The deafening explosion caught everyone off guard, leaving them stunned. Before they could react, Joaquin continued. Now you don't even have items to trade. The Sun City doesn't welcome guests who come empty-handed. You. Amelia was about to react when Rupert stepped between them. Master's meaning is, since you gentlemen have no intention of this deal, please return. Then he followed Joaquin, turning back toward the city, accompanied by a row of armed guards blocking their way into the city. Hey. Dust covered Elsa's face. Are you guys just fickle-minded? How do you expect us to go back? Cut off from retreat and with their food supplies destroyed, they stood little chance of surviving long outside the city walls. Their only option was to enter the city and plan their next move. Moreover, Amelia was genuinely enraged by this man's attitude. Thinking of where he got the information about the particle amplifier, she shouted. Since you know about the incident in Anling, you should understand that these people can't stop us. She reached for the handle of her paratrooper knife and exchanged glances with Bliss, who immediately assumed a defensive stance. Joaquin paused, pointing carelessly at the numerous gun barrels poking out of the city walls. Do you want to die? Can you ensure your companions aren't afraid of death? At this moment, his cunning merchant nature was revealed. Even if you agree to hand over the particle amplifier now, the conditions have changed. No grains, only 3 days of accommodation. How does that sound? It was a classic good cop bad cop strategy. Amelia clenched her fists. As the situation seemed to escalate into an inevitable conflict, a woman's voice sounded from the crowd. Mr. Lee, bullying a group of kids won't look good for you. Everyone turned to look. A woman walked gracefully out, wearing a tailored suit and a rose silk scarf around her neck, radiating an air of nobility. Seeing her, Joaquin first flashed a look of surprise, then disdain. What do you want to say? The woman folded her arms. My point is that even if business isn't made, respect remains. Destroying their vehicle and setting conditions for them to stay in the city for 2 days is too much. Joaquin waved his hand dismissively. You have no say in Sun Lion City. Undeterred by his rude attitude, the woman took off her earrings and instantly sliced open her palm with the sharp end. She spoke deliberately, word by word. I'll vouch for them. Let them enter the city, wash off the dust from their journey, and sit down for a proper discussion. What do you think? Chapter 72. Just like this, give him to someone else? Aziel looked at the woman's bloody palm and narrowed his eyes. Have it your way. With that, he walked back into the city without turning his head. As he passed by, the woman bowed slightly, then she began to explain to the bewildered crowd while untying her neck scarf to wipe her hand. The rule of Sun Lion City is that 2 types of people entering the city cannot be stopped. 1. Merchants bringing goods for trade. 2. Guests vouched for by the Sons of the Sun. Seeing the surprise in everyone's eyes, she raised a charming smile and extended her hand to Amelia. Don't look at me like this, I am still one of the Sons of the Sun. In the city, they usually call me Adeline. Amelia was not an ungrateful person. Even though this Adeline had already shown her ulterior motives clearly, the urgent task at hand was to enter the city. Therefore, she shook the white hand generously. Amelia. Adeline turned sideways. Then let's talk once we're in the city. Amelia nodded at everyone, just about to follow Adeline into this glorious Sun Lion City when an unbelievable voice came from the back of the group. Elder sister, is it you? Following the direction of the voice, Amelia found that the speaker was Haley. With tears welling up in her eyes, she stepped forward and grabbed Adeline's hand. Elder sister, it's me, Shiwei. Adeline sized her up and down, somewhat uncertain. Shiwei, how did you get here? Back home. Before she could finish her sentence, Haley answered through her tears, it's all gone. The city was destroyed some time ago, my parents didn't make it out, nor did Grandma. Brother Xiao saved me. Elsa rolled her eyes dramatically, muttering to Nova. Brother Xiao, it was Amelia who agreed to bring her along, Xiaolingtong drove the car, and the food was divided among us. But all she remembers is Bliss. Nova shook her head at her, signaling her not to speak too loudly as they still needed Adeline's help to enter the city. Since sisters were reunited, Adeline received everyone at her home after entering the city. Stepping into the villa hall, all were captivated by the decorations around them. A magnificent crystal chandelier hung high on the ceiling, and exquisite marble tiles adorned the floor, each reportedly hand-carved by master artisans. On the walls of the hall were world-renowned paintings and antiques, showcasing the owner's wealth throughout the mansion. Amelia couldn't help but marvel, this was the power of a son of the sun. After ordering the meals to be served, Adeline slowly pulled everyone into conversation. Turns out, Adeline was Haley's elder sister, originally named Corinne. She had married into Sun Lion City at the young age of 20, while Akash was already in his 40s or 50s. Naturally, their life together was far from satisfactory. One night, upon hearing from her drunk husband that her parents had traded her for a substantial dowry, she became disillusioned and severed ties with her family. Later, Akash died from excessive drinking, and Corinne inherited the Zheng family business, becoming today's Adeline. Upon the arrival of the apocalypse, she had thought about searching for her family members but had disagreements with the city's information controller. Despite superficially promising to investigate, no tangible news had ever been provided. Adeline knew the outside world was strewn with corpses and had little hope left. However, unexpectedly, Amelia's party brought her younger sister back. A pair of parents willing to exchange their daughter for money, I don't feel much about them being gone, except worrying about my young sister and the grandmother who raised me. Now that we have reunited, truly the heavens have eyes. Haley felt a sense of security now that she had such a capable elder sister. She shyly glanced at Bliss and recounted fearfully. After our home was lost, Lizzie and I wandered and almost had to resort to selling myself. Fortunately, I met Brother Xiao. Elsa nudged Amelia's arm discreetly and whispered, here we go again. Adeline, being so astute, noticed right away her little sister's feelings for Bliss. As the nanny poured wine for her, she personally filled Bliss's cup and asked, Emiliano sounds too formal, calling you Yufeng wouldn't offend you, would it? Bliss remained cold and distant. As you wish. Adeline gently touched the cup. I only have this one younger sister, and naturally, I don't want her to follow in my footsteps. Meeting someone in this apocalypse must be a profound connection. Egon seemed smitten with you from the moment we met. Yufeng, if you don't mind, how about? Big sister, what are you saying? We've just met. Haley's face flushed red, a mix of anticipation and shyness. Madame Zheng teased her, oh come on, what's there to be shy about? I think Bliss is talented and heroic, and he surely has a good character. I can rest assured leaving her in your hands. Clang. Just as Amelia's heart pounded, she heard the sound of chopsticks hitting the plate beside her. Elsa could no longer hold back. Madame Zheng, I understand your concern for your sister's future, but isn't it a bit impolite to snatch people right to their face? Snatch. Madame Zheng paused. Why would you use such a serious word like snatch? Is there a girlfriend of Bliss among us? As soon as she finished speaking, Amelia felt someone fiercely poking her arm. Looking up, she saw everyone's gaze fixed on her. Especially Bliss, who seemed even more eager for an answer than Madame Zheng. After some time, Elsa whispered urgently into her ear. Come on, don't be coy, otherwise, you might lose him. Amelia's palms sweated as she clutched the chopsticks, hesitating before uttering a few words. Does he? I haven't heard anything. Disappointment flashed through Bliss's eyes, then sank into the depths of his pupils. Elsa sat down in frustration. For a moment, everyone at the table except the two you sisters looked uneasy. Madame Zheng broke the awkward silence. It's all my fault for bringing up such a personal topic so soon. Let's eat first. Yufeng, shall we talk privately later? Amelia noticed Bliss nod slightly from the corner of her eye, making the meal taste like sawdust. After dinner, Madame Zheng arranged comfortable guest rooms for everyone and took Haley and Bliss to tour the villa. Amelia pushed open the window to get some fresh air, and looking down, she saw Haley happily talking to Bliss in the garden. Trying to eavesdrop, she was startled by Elsa slapping her back. You didn't have the courage to admit it earlier, and now you regret trying to listen in? The voice was loud enough to catch Bliss's attention. Amelia quickly closed the window, complaining to Elsa. Do you have to announce it to the whole world? Then she plopped onto the couch by the window. I'm really confused, Elsa pressed on. Is it so hard to admit you like him? Amelia had closed her eyes to gather her thoughts but opened them again, struggling to find words, intertwining her hands behind her head. Since their luggage had been destroyed in the explosion, they didn't need to pack much. Madame Zheng generously gave each of them separate rooms, while Nova eventually joined them. Is it because of Sullivan? Did you develop trust issues and thus hesitate to accept anyone else? Elsa looked troubled. Her? Sullivan? How can he be compared to Bliss? Wait, ex-boyfriend? You knew that already? Amelia sat up, narrowing her eyes at Elsa. You knew something earlier. Elsa hesitated, not much, Just that I once saw him with a freshman girl in the woods after coming back from the cafeteria with Justine. Amelia flicked her forehead. You didn't tell me sooner. Elsa scratched her head. We tried hinting several times, but you were too focused on Sullivan back then, not noticing anyone else. You even used your living expenses and offered tutoring to support him. The dorm talked about whether you were drugged by him. Fortunately, you didn't lose your virginity. Amelia was embarrassed by the past. She admitted she had been too love-stricken before but didn't need to dredge up old memories. But Elsa suddenly pointed at Nova. Now that you mention it, didn't you also get involved with a scumbag? And that happened before Amelia broke up, which counts as intruding. Amelia chuckled, glancing at Nova who also wore a helpless expression. All right. Adelita personally disposed of the scumbag, avenging both of us. Ah, Sullivan died. When? Did Adelita? Nova pulled Elsa, who was eating melon seeds, to sit down. I mean, Amelia suffered a deep emotional betrayal after she gave her all to someone. She was hurt both emotionally and mentally, which made her hesitate to accept others' kindness again, whether it's Bliss or Manny. Amelia scratched her head. Manny? What does this have to do with Manny? Both of them looked at each other, speechless. Nova patted Amelia's hand. Maybe you should sit down and really talk to your heart. After all, no one will wait for you forever. We all know what kind of person Bliss is. If you miss this opportunity, I guarantee you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Her own heart. Amelia subconsciously raised her hand to touch the wound on her neck. Even after gaining the ability to heal herself, the scar left by that first zombie bite never fully healed. But her heart was already full occupied by thoughts of her parents, Ingxing, and how to lead her companions through the apocalypse. How could she find a crack to see what she truly felt about Bliss? And even if she faced her feelings honestly, how could she be sure Bliss felt the same way? Misunderstanding his intentions could ruin even their current relationship as companions. This moment of turmoil was driving her crazy, but then Elsa uttered the last thing Amelia wanted to hear. Maybe, you've already missed him. It turned out that Elsa had opened the window again, intending to call Bliss upstairs for a face-to-face conversation. However, just as she was about to speak, she saw Haley happily jump up to embrace Bliss, as if they had reached some kind of agreement. This scene deeply hurt Amelia. Her previously full heart now felt like it was missing a large piece. It was as if someone had stabbed her and cruelly torn out a chunk of flesh, leaving a wound that even her healing ability couldn't repair. Watching the two hug, tears began to well up in her eyes. She gulped down air in large breaths, not even realizing how she ended up being invited to the tea room by Madame Zheng. Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang. Madame Zheng's voice finally snapped Amelia back to reality. Sorry, Adeline. I was distracted and didn't hear what you said. Madame Zheng smiled, not minding Amelia's distraction, and asked with genuine concern. Must be tired from the journey. There's plenty of time for talks. You don't have to rush. Why don't you go rest? But Amelia shook her head. We haven't finalized the terms. I won't feel at ease resting. Madame Zheng handed Amelia a cup of tea and lit a stick of incense. I enjoy dealing with smart people. Shall we be straightforward? Instead of giving the particle amplifier to Joaquin, why not give it to me? Amelia narrowed her eyes. Before discussing this, could Adeline tell me how you learned about the particle amplifier, and how you knew I had it? She believed very few people knew about the particle amplifier besides her parents and Kian, the bald man who searched her father's office. He only knew such a device existed. Based on their interactions, he suspected she had it during their first meeting on the island, but after capturing her and finding nothing on her, he never mentioned it again. So, it wasn't someone from Ingxing. Could it be her parents? If they were still inside Ingxing and could send messages outside, it might mean there was someone inside helping them. Or perhaps they had been bought off by Ingxing and were hunting her worldwide. Madame Zheng looked troubled. To be honest, Miss Jiang, my connection with communications isn't great. I only learned about this treasure from Joaquin. As for where he got the information, I genuinely don't know. Saying this, she placed a certificate in front of Amelia. But coincidentally, the Zheng family controls the food supplies of Sun City. So if you're willing to transfer the particle amplifier to me, the food supply can still be divided as Joaquin promised, and I can even offer more. How does that sound? Chapter 73, He's getting engaged, but not to me. Amelia saw that she could not obtain any information about her parents from Mercedes and instantly lost interest. However, Mercedes herself provoked her thoughts. Although Amelia was currently unclear about the order and power division among the Sons of the Sun, it was evident from Mercedes's daring challenge to Aziel that this person had remarkable ambitions and tactics. She needed to be handled with caution. Seeing Amelia didn't speak, Mercedes assumed she was questioning her strength. Spitting out the fragrant tea from her cup, Mercedes stood up and said, "Follow me to a place." Amelia followed Mercedes through the living room and past the garden. Suddenly, at the end of the pavilion, they turned underground. The light dimmed instantly. They proceeded relying only on the flashlight held by Mercedes. After walking for about a dozen meters, they stopped in front of a huge round gateway. Mercedes pressed the switch on the wall. As the surroundings lit up, eyes accustomed to darkness felt a slight sting. Behind this door is a granary storing all the grain of Sun Lion City. Even if stored underground, the annual damage from mold is enough to feed an entire anling. Only with the stamp on my chest can it be opened. As Amelia's eyes gradually adapted to the light, she saw Mercedes holding a very small, exquisite red stamp, flat on one side and carved into a key shape on the other, fitting perfectly into a recessed part of the gate. Feeling Amelia's gaze, Mercedes continued. If you don't believe me, I can open it now for you to see. However, I need to see the particle amplifier first. Amelia remembered Mrs. Kai's words, she must not reveal her trump card until the last moment. If I refuse, will Akash also immediately kick us out like Mr. Lee? Asked Amelia. Adeline's smile stiffened momentarily, but she quickly put on a regretful face. I am quite easygoing, especially since you saved Egon. If Miss Jiang cannot bear to part with it, I can let you stay in the city for 3 days. Once the 3 days are up, you'll have to return where you came from. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a piercing ringtone. The underground passage was so quiet that even without the speakerphone on, Amelia could clearly hear Haley's excited voice from the other end of the line. Sis, he agreed. We're coming over. Are you still in the tea room? Mercedes glanced subtly at Amelia. I'll be right back. You take Yufeng to the tea room and wait for me. Then she looked at Amelia again. There's no rush, Miss Jiang. Maybe there will be good news in this courtyard in 2 days. On the way back to the tea room, Amelia encountered Bliss and Haley who were coming from the garden. Perhaps it was the bright smile of the girl or the intense outside light, Amelia's eyes felt sore and stung. She fled hastily, unaware that Haley had swiftly hidden something in her right hand. Once inside the room, a sudden sense of exhaustion enveloped her whole body, causing her to drift off leaning against the door. After an unknown period, urgent knocking woke her up. Amelia, did you hear? Bliss is getting engaged to Haley tomorrow. Elsa pounded furiously on the door. Upon hearing the lock click, she rushed in without noticing Amelia standing behind the door, crashing her against the wall. Oh, why were you standing here? Are you hurt? Amelia's gaze seemed vacant, and after a long while, she asked, what did you say? Nova noticed Amelia's rapidly swelling forehead and hurriedly took out a bottle of water from the refrigerator, applying it to reduce the swelling as she spoke to Elsa. Calm down and tell Amelia slowly. Not calm. Elsa was sweating profusely. They might already have children if we're not quick enough. Saying this, she pulled Amelia's wrist and rushed out. Let's go. Today I'll make him explain everything to you. Danny Xian. Nova still held the icy water in her hands, shaking her head helplessly. Being dragged by Elsa around the villa, Amelia finally found Bliss near the back door. Seeing his figure brought more a sense of strangeness. If not for personal experience, Amelia would never have thought losing someone could happen in just an afternoon. It felt like her beloved toy was snatched away, like chasing after floating flowers, eventually turning into shattered foam on the sea, dissolving into nothingness at the first ray of sunshine. Her body moved forward under Elsa's pull, but her heart seemed to be drifting further away as their physical distance decreased. Just as they were about to catch up, Bliss quickened his pace and walked out of the villa. Wait a minute, Xiao Qi. Elsa was waving and shouting, but before she finished her sentence, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two. May I ask, what do you want with my fiancé? Haley emerged from somewhere, blocking Amelia and Elsa's way. Fiancé? Since their first meeting, Elsa had always found Haley to be an affected, green tea, and now she made no attempt to hide her unfriendly tone. You're calling it a bit too soon, aren't you? Haley smiled gently. What? Haven't you heard yet? Bliss and I are deeply in love. We're getting engaged tomorrow at the largest hotel in Sun Lion City. As friends of Bliss, you're welcome to come Tilda. Seeing Haley's smug face, Elsa felt anger rising. It's so different when you have someone backing you up, huh? Who was it that only a few days ago pitifully begged us to take her along, and now she has the nerve to act like the lady of the house, openly snatching men from others? Haley shook her index finger, ignoring Elsa, and moved closer to Amelia. Don't say I didn't give you the chance. What did you say at dinner back then? Don't tell me you've forgotten already. You pushed him towards me yourself. Amelia was taken aback for a moment. She saw the victorious gleam in Haley's eyes as she noticed Bliss getting into a car by the back door. A man like Bliss, if you don't want him, naturally there are others waiting. I'm just more fortunate. Elsa pushed her. Just talk without getting so close. Amelia, let's go ask him for clarification. Amelia felt rooted to the spot. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flickered in her mind. Are you really willing to be with him, even if he's not human? She stared intently at Haley, searching for any hint of hesitation on her face. Unfortunately, all she found was disappointment. On the contrary, the satisfaction in Haley's eyes grew stronger. Are you talking about his being a zombie? He told me long ago, and I don't care. As she spoke, she flaunted her happiness, which hurt Amelia deeply. If you love someone, you should accept everything about them, right? Besides, this is the apocalypse. Having such a powerful man to protect me gives me a tremendous sense of security. Amelia had never felt so inadequate. She lacked the courage to take another step forward. She turned around. Let's go. Elsa wasn't ready to give up, but I said, let's go. The sound of the car engine echoed from afar. Amelia held back her urge to look back, perhaps saving this last bit of stubbornness for herself. The next time she saw Bliss was at the engagement ceremony. He was dressed in a crisp black suit, broad-shouldered and slim-waisted, standing tall and upright. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses concealed the cold and harshness in his eyes, giving him an unexpectedly refined and dignified air. The venue was illuminated with countless lights, making it look like a fairyland. The music flowed like a gentle stream, spreading joy and happiness to everyone present, but to Amelia, it was only noise. She wore a simple black off-shoulder dress with a light shawl draped over it, following the crowd to the seating area. In truth, Amelia had little heart for dressing up. When Mercedes sent dresses of various styles and colors to their room for selection, the group picked the black one immediately. As Elsa put it, wearing this black dress to the wedding is like attending a funeral. Let those men who can't appreciate bliss die. Perhaps it was quite different from her usual style. When Nova finished dressing Amelia, even Alexander couldn't help but stare. Her short hair was styled high up, adorned only with a hairpin, revealing an elegant and aloof demeanor, restrained yet strikingly beautiful. As she approached Bliss and Haley, the autumn wind blew leaves into the guests' eyes. Amelia's shawl was lifted by the wind and slid to one side. The chill crept down her collar like a slick snake, gradually spreading through her limbs, causing involuntary shivers. While trying to adjust it, she stumbled due to the crowd pressing against her and almost fell down the steps. At a critical moment, a strong hand caught her. With the familiarity they shared, she knew exactly who it was without looking up. She lowered her head, not wanting him to see the wetness in her eyes. She calmly pulled her hand away, but before she could fully withdraw, the familiar hand gripped hers again. Yufeng Tilda. Meanwhile, a soft voice sounded. Haley came over and affectionately linked her arm through Bliss's. It's a bit cold here. Can I borrow your coat for a while? Then she glanced at Amelia. The latter's lips had turned pale due to the chill of the autumn leaves. Bliss said nothing but quietly draped his jacket over Haley's shoulders. Haley exaggeratedly broke into a wide smile as if Amelia wasn't even there, and continued talking. Sister asked me to go confirm the procedures one last time. Would you accompany me? Having said that, she pulled Bliss into the venue. When Amelia tightened her collar, Elsa had already come over. They all took their seats according to the name cards on the tables and waited for the ceremony to begin. Most of the dining tables covered with white tablecloths were laid out with exquisite delicacies. Only the one facing the stage in the center was draped with light golden fabric. Mercedes was holding a glass of wine, mingling among several people dressed lavishly. Aziel was someone Amelia recognized, the others were predictably the rest of the Sun Sons. As the lights around them gradually dimmed, Mercedes picked up the microphone on the stage. Thank you all for being here tonight for my little sister Haley's engagement. In this chaotic world, finding happiness is her good fortune. Apart from sincere blessings, what her elder sister can give her is a grand occasion to mark this special moment. Regardless of what we or they or Sun Lion City will face in the future, at least today will remain in our memories forever, becoming the most precious part. Amelia clutched the tablecloth tightly, hearing only the roaring noise in her mind. Her gaze wandered until it fell on Bliss walking toward the backstage area. For some reason, perhaps just an illusion, she felt his movements and posture were somewhat stiff, as if he were an emotionless zombie. She shook her head. She must be getting dizzy. Wasn't he a zombie originally? While she was distracted, Bliss, as the groom-to-be, had already stood in the center of the stage with Haley. Haley wore a coy expression, recounting their journey from first meeting to falling in love. Elsa munched away without decorum, muttering, "Only met 2 days and there's so much to share." If so, Amelia could write a whole romance novel. Nova noticed how off Amelia seemed tonight and secretly squeezed her hand under the table. "Actually, you don't have to stay here. If you're not feeling well, let me take you back to the villa to rest." Amelia's hand was icy cold. Before she could respond, the microphone had been passed to Bliss. The MC cheerfully asked, "Let me ask the prospective groom on behalf of the pastor, do you want to marry Miss Haley, who is gentle and beautiful?" Bliss mechanically took the microphone. More than willing." Amelia's mind buzzed. All his words rushed back to her at once. "Come here, trust me. At this moment, no one can see you crying. If only you behaved yourself, you wouldn't be suffering like this. Hurry up, get away from here. My sister's matter depends on you. As long as you don't think I'm a monster, I am still Bliss. To die by your hand would be more than I can wish for, more than willing." Even if this was the worst timing, even if they could never be friends again, Amelia wanted to hear what Bliss thought of her from his own mouth. This might be her last chance. Wait. Determined, Amelia immediately tried to stand up and stop the ceremony. However, before she could finish her sentence, someone from the front row beat her to it. A middle-aged man with a beard stood up. "Hold it. Mercedes, can you explain why you suddenly raised the price of grain for my troops?" Clearly, this was the Sun Son in charge of the city's military. Mercedes's raised hand slowly fell. She obviously didn't like being interrupted. General Sun waved a hand to cut her off, speaking loudly. "Since everyone is here, you need to give me an explanation now. Otherwise, damn it, I'll turn this engagement or wedding into a funeral." After saying that, he drew his gun and slapped it hard onto the table. The sound was so loud that even the guests in the last row felt it deafening. Mercedes's smile faded from her lips. She picked up the microphone again. "Since that's the case, let's have your funeral first." As she spoke, she raised her gun and, mere inches away, pulled the trigger with a bang right at General Sun's forehead. Chapter 74 Threat. The bullet pierced through the brain, and blood splattered onto a woman in an evening gown standing behind the round table. She hesitated for a moment, watching the burly man collapse less than a meter away from her, before letting out a high-pitched scream like a slaughtered chicken. Murder. Pandemonium broke out on the scene immediately. More gunshots echoed soon after. Amelia quickly crouched under the table with Alexander, protecting Kayla and Nova. He lay by the edge of the table, quietly observing everything that was happening. His gaze naturally shifted to the stage, where Bliss stood under the spotlight like an idol star, handsome and tall. His eyes stared blankly ahead, showing no change in expression despite General Sue's death or the chaos around him. He was indeed very off. As he was thinking, Mercedes raised the gun in his hand and threatened everyone loudly. Don't move. I know all of you here are influential figures in Sun Lion City, but look around you. Without my permission, no one will leave here tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, the doors of the banquet hall slammed shut. Immediately, dozens of men in black suits appeared from somewhere, holding submachine guns. Apart from spreading out 2 men per table, they also guarded the front and back doors, key passageways, and even the second floor. Mercedes kicked General Sun's body, confirming he was dead. He then took out a seal similar to the one hanging on her chest from the general's body before having someone drag the corpse out of the banquet hall. Joaquin, seated in the center, calmed down quicker than others. He pulled out a handkerchief from his left breast pocket, wiping the blood off his sleeve, and asked Mercedes, clearly displeased. What do you mean by this? While playing with the seal in his hand, Mercedes suddenly pointed the gun at Joaquin. I mean nothing more than wanting you people of privilege to listen to what I have to say properly. Joaquin's female companion clung tightly to his arm out of fear, trembling so violently that Joaquin could feel it through their close contact. It looked as if he were submitting to Mercedes's cold intimidation. He roughly withdrew his hand, flipping several nail covers the woman had been gripping tightly, causing her face to turn pale from pain. Joaquin glanced at his companion disdainfully and then turned back to Mercedes. When they told me that Zheng Lin's death might have been your doing, I didn't believe them. Now, it seems I underestimated your capabilities. Mercedes wiped her bright red lips, looking enchantingly beautiful despite being around 40 years old. In your eyes, women are just facades to show off, tools for comparison, and symbols of status. Not only you but also my late husband, Zheng Lin, thought the same. From the day I married into the family, I became the sacrifice of power, never treated as a living person. Outwardly, I looked glamorous, and people called me Adeline respectfully. But at home, whenever he was displeased, he would hit or scold me without any restraint. To maintain his good image for the monthly roundtable elections, he would hit me only in hidden areas like the chest and abdomen. Over the years, I lost count of how many ribs were broken, how many pregnancies were terminated by his violence, but my face remained almost unchanged from those days. Wearing a mask of fake smiles in public, my life behind closed doors was worse than a dog in the Zheng family. So when I found out he was going out again, I secretly replaced the alcohol antidote with cephalosporin. Luckily, he always had poor tolerance for alcohol, turning red after drinking. According to his attendants, he was considered merely drunk when he passed out on the table. Mercedes's smile gradually grew more deranged. That night, I couldn't sit still, but my heart finally settled when I received the call from the hospital. However, truly securing the position of Sun's son, I owe it to you, Mr. Lee. Her words seemed to stir unpleasant memories for Joaquin, making him visibly upset. But Mercedes didn't care, becoming more eloquent as she continued. Thanks to your greedy ambition to seize Zheng family's grain warehouse, you thought a woman like me, who has always been underestimated by you, would be easier to control. Thus, you ignored the claims of other uncles and brothers of Zheng Lin. Unfortunately, Joaquin, you never imagined I could handle the Zheng family single-handedly, expanding the grain business further. Before the disaster, I even achieved the position of Sun's son, which even Zheng Lin couldn't obtain during his lifetime. As Amelia listened to Mercedes recount her hatred and grudge with the Zheng family and Sun's son, he was also observing the surroundings, looking for an opportunity to escape. However, just as he made a move, a black-suited guard nearby pressed his head down forcefully. Stay crouched. One false move and you're dead. Despite the black-suited guard's voice being very low, it still caught the attention of Mercedes Corinne, who was in the front telling her story. If she had been wary of Amelia because of Bliss before, now she was completely unbothered. She nodded at Yu Shimin, who then picked up a tray and approached each son one by one. Don't want to end up like Mr. Sun? Hand over your seals. Although these sons were the most prominent figures in the city, they had no choice but to comply under this situation. One by one, they handed over their small seals, all uniformly styled. But when she reached Joaquin, not only did he not move, but he also smiled grimly. Your ambition is not just to take over the Zheng family, but the entire Sun Lion City. As he spoke, he hid his left hand behind the table. Mercedes nodded in acknowledgement, seemingly oblivious to this little action. That's right. The Zheng family gave me a taste of power, but as long as you are above me, I can never live freely. Either give up power or face death. A smart person should know what to choose. What if? Joaquin showed his ferocity. I choose neither. With that, he fiercely pressed the button in his hand. This was his last line of defense wherever he went, embedding seasoned bodyguards among the crowd, ready to launch a surprise attack if necessary, often achieving surprising results. This strategy had saved his life more than once in critical moments. But as the piercing beep sounded, everything around remained eerily silent. Joaquin widened his eyes, trying several times again, all yielding the same result, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Seeing his finally panicked look, Mercedes clapped her hands happily, and 2 black suits dragged out a grey-suited man who had already been beaten unconscious. Didn't guess wrong, huh? This must be one of yours. Mercedes already wore the expression of having total control. You thought you arranged things so secretly, yet to me, it's laughable like a clown. Joaquin asked in shock, how did you find out? You're too high and mighty, completely unaware of your subordinates. Mercedes pointed mockingly at the fallen man. Shimin only had to snap her fingers, and he spilled everything. Joaquin looked at Yu Shimin on the stage and realized. She's not your sister. Mercedes shook her head. Yes, my sister is genuine, but we recognized each other a month ago. By the way, I have to thank Miss Jiang for giving us such a good opportunity to carry out this plan. Indeed, a wedding banquet was the perfect reason to gather all Sun's sons. Her gaze swept towards Amelia, but her finger pointed at the stage. Little sister, bring down your fiancé. Yu Shimin whispered something in Bliss's ear, then gently pushed him from behind, making him walk straight down to stand in front of Joaquin. Joaquin, now without any means to save himself, began to fear. What do you want to do? Mercedes observed his expression with interest. What do I want, Mr. Lee? Don't you know? Saying this, she shot a glance at Bliss. Joaquin immediately took several steps back, knocking over a wine glass on the table. Don't come near me. You want the seal, right? Here it is. He pulled out a ring box-like object from his pocket and threw it at Mercedes. She caught it, opened it, and saw a delicate, small seal inside. She held it between two fingers, inspecting it against the light. This tiny thing gives absolute control over Sun Lion City, passed down through so many generations of the Lee family. Now, it's finally in my hands. Her excitement was clear in her voice as she waved Bliss over again. Joaquin retreated in horror, but within 2 steps, Bliss grabbed him by the neck. Corinne, you. The lack of oxygen left him struggling to speak fully. I've given you the seal. What else do you want? You promised not to take my life. Perhaps it would be more fitting to call her Corinne from this moment on. From this point forward, she seemed ready to cast off all restraints and truly live as herself, though this freedom had already stained her hands with blood, making her appear like a deranged demon. Corinne laughed even more unrestrainedly. Despite how long the apocalypse has lasted, I've never actually seen a zombie kill before. Bliss's grip tightened, and Joaquin would not last a minute before his neck snapped completely. Bliss, stop. She finally understood why Bliss's state seemed strange. He appeared to have reverted to his previous dazed and confused zombie state, where his thoughts were utterly unclear. Amelia couldn't help but stand up desperately. Don't be her killing tool. Halfway through her sentence, she was forcefully pressed back into the table by the black-suited guard behind her, breaking dishes and slicing her forehead on sharp fragments. Alexander tried to assist but was choked mercilessly by another black-suited guard at the table. As for girls like Kayla and Nova, they were restrained so tightly they could barely move. Corinne glanced at Amelia and waved to the black-suited guards. Let her come over. It's just in time for everyone to see how a good blade should be used to achieve its full potential. Without the force restraining her, Amelia straightened up, blood trickling down her face, giving her a certain broken beauty. Amelia, don't go. Kayla warned, only to be slapped by the black-suited guard. I lost the chance to stand by your side once. I won't let go of this one. Amelia silently vowed, tearing off the napkin to wipe the blood flowing down her cheek, and walked firmly towards Bliss. Reaching for that familiar palm again, Amelia's voice regained its sweet and steady tone. Bliss, it's me. There's never been innocent blood on your hands, not this time either. Haley seemed amused, shaking the syringe in her hand. This is an upgraded drug developed by Sakura Rising. Controlling zombies like him no longer requires lasers. Just add a little bit of the controller's blood to the injection, and he will obey every command. Once he was pushed out, it's not easy for him to return now. As she spoke, she leaned close to Amelia's ear, appearing intimately as if they were close friends. What do you think? If I told him to kill you now, would he listen? Amelia paused momentarily, then a faint smile tugged at her lips. If it could really work as you say, I'd be more than willing. She spoke each word clearly, suddenly understanding how Bliss must have felt when he said those words. It wasn't masochism, rather, I would prefer to give my life for someone important rather than die meaninglessly. Recalling how Nova and others had used their blood to awaken Bliss on the Chengfeng, Amelia lifted her dress hem and drew a paratrooper knife from her thigh, preparing to slice her wrist and feed it to Bliss. Haley's eyes gleamed as if she had been waiting for this action, and she viciously ordered, "Strangle her." As soon as the words were spoken, Amelia felt the warmth in her hand vanish, replaced by a deadly grip around her neck. The paratrooper knife remained in her hand, but she had no strength left to lift it. Truly a fine blade. With him, our most concerning combat power issue is resolved. Seeing Bliss's veins bulging, Haley nodded satisfactorily. Originally, my plan in the camp was you. I even found an old woman who resembled your grandmother to win your trust. Never did I expect the supposedly toughest zombie would bite first, which was surprising indeed. Amelia felt a chill run down her spine. From the start, Haley wasn't a long-lost sister but part of Mercedes's plan. Posing as a refugee in the temporary camp, her true target was them. First, pretending to trade with gangsters and being bullied, then using human compassion to create a hero scenario. Next, Liz's death left her entirely dependent, ensuring she wouldn't leave the group without facing cruel retaliation from the gangsters. Any normal person would feel partly responsible for her dilemma and would not refuse her request to travel together. Though it appeared Joaquin initially arranged Rupert to pick up Amelia and the others, it might have been Haley deliberately sending signals after infiltrating the team. If she had revealed her identity before Mercedes helped them out and brought them into the city, she could have seamlessly left the group and returned to the Zheng family, continuing to act under Mercedes's command. What a grand scheme indeed. Chapter 75. On what terms do you make such demands? Every step Amelia took had been meticulously orchestrated by someone else. No wonder she felt something was off when they left the camp. Everything happened too coincidentally, as if it had been prearranged. At that time, due to her quarrel with Brad, she hadn't thought deeply about it. Otherwise, with her intelligence, she would have realized it was a trap. Haley glanced at Cordelia for permission before asking Amelia. After you left, I had our people search the clothes you were wearing. We didn't find the particle amplifier, so you obviously wouldn't bring it to the ceremony site. Where did you put it? Amelia pursed her lips and remained silent. Cordelia gestured towards a nearby man in a black suit, and Kayla was immediately held at gunpoint to the back of her head. I know you don't fear death, but can you guarantee your companion doesn't either? Imitating Joaquin's tone, she added, after all, there are 2 more of you. Consider this one's life lost as punishment for underestimating us. She made a slashing motion across her throat. Don't. In her life, Amelia might have experienced many moments of despair, but none compared to this one, making her feel like a complete failure. Her best friend had lost her life again because of her mistake, and she didn't know how she could ever overcome such a setback. But Amelia was still Amelia. A sudden flash of inspiration struck her. Her life could be used as leverage against the U sisters. They didn't know what the particle amplifier looked like, and only she could enter the space created by its activation, as it matched her brainwaves. Thus, they needed to keep her alive, using Kayla and others as hostages to disrupt her thoughts and prevent her from making quick decisions. The U sisters were indeed skilled manipulators. Kayla's life hung in the balance, and Amelia's neck was being tightly gripped by Brad, immobilizing her. Unable to act, she opened her mouth as wide as possible and bit down on her tongue. Cordelia panicked and shouted angrily, "Don't shoot. We haven't obtained the particle amplifier yet. Stop her quickly." Brad was holding Joaquin in one hand and Amelia in the other, leaving no free hand to stop her from biting her tongue. Haley didn't even know how to issue that order. Meanwhile, the man in the black suit who was holding a gun to Kayla's head reacted too slowly, and his finger already pulled the trigger. Amelia thought, it's too late, but just as regret filled her heart, a sweet, metallic taste filled her mouth, without the expected intense pain on her lip or tongue. Looking up, she saw Brad's handsome face close to hers, his eyelashes casting shadows on her cheeks. Behind him, the man aiming at Kayla had been cut in half from waist to abdomen, dropping his gun which fired a few rounds, shattering the chandelier overhead but not harming anyone. How did he do it without moving, killing an enemy nearly 7 meters away? After a while, Brad released her, his eyes lingering on her crimson lips. His voice was deep and sensual, "As long as I'm here, it's not your turn to risk your life." This scene not only surprised Amelia but also threw the U sisters off guard. Especially Haley. How is this possible? I followed the instructions, mixing my blood into the potion and injecting 3 doses. How could it fail so soon? When did you recover? It's not recovery. Brad's voice was now laced with danger, unlike when he spoke to Amelia earlier. From the beginning, I never fell for your tricks. Cordelia quickly regained her composure. What are you waiting for? Shoot. Kill him, kill them all. If Brad couldn't be controlled, the best option was to eliminate him. The men in black suits started firing, but after half a minute, there wasn't a single mark on Brad. Instead, several gunmen fell, some missing limbs or decapitated. Brad simply set Amelia down gently and protected her in front of him, making no extra movements. Monster. Everyone felt like they were witnessing a ghost, but Amelia saw rapid flashes of movement under the light and knew what was happening. It was the fairy's tentacles. After killing the fairy in Anling, Brad had acquired her ability and evolved transparent tentacles. And from her previous lack of awareness, it seemed Bliss's tentacles were now more flexible and controllable. He could summon them when needed, which not only avoided accidental injuries to his companions in daily life but also served as a trump card, securing victories against enemies at crucial moments. But the U sisters had no knowledge of this. Most of the men in black suits lay on the ground barely alive, while Cordelia still couldn't understand where she had lost. Watching Bliss slowly approach her, she angrily raised her gun. You, don't come any closer. Bliss merely raised an eyebrow, and her gun was sliced into 2 pieces. He glanced at the limp Joaquin beside him and said to Amelia, "This tail can only be tied up by you." Amelia squatted down, picked up a vial that had fallen on the ground, and asked Cordelia, "This kind of agent is only accessible to the higher-ups of Ingxing. How did you get it? Who revealed the information about the particle amplifier? To whom else besides the people of Sun Lion City did it leak?" Cordelia had yet to recover from the brutal scene moments ago and clearly refused to accept the finality of her defeat. Ha, are you interrogating me with that tone? I haven't lost yet, not yet. The seal is still in my hands, Sun Lion City is still under my control. As she spoke, she searched for the seal on the tray. Haley had already fainted from fear, the tray falling from her hands, scattering the seals all over the floor. Cordelia rushed over, picking through the seals frantically as if searching for gold, clearly losing her mind. Seeing that nothing could be learned from her, Amelia struck Cordelia's neck with a chop, causing her to collapse. She placed the seal back on the tray and carried it to Joaquin and the other Sun children. "Mr. Lee, the terms of the deal have changed. Do you want to hear what they are?" Ultimately, she traded those seals for nearly 10 years' worth of food supplies for Anling. Of course, they didn't need to be paid all at once. Every time it was time to harvest wheat or corn, Anling could share grain resources with Sun Lion City. When Amelia brought Fuller, who had rushed over upon receiving the message to collect food, to the grain warehouse beneath the Zheng family villa, the sight behind the massive gates left her speechless. There were plenty of sealed containers taller than 1 story, but there wasn't a single grain to be found inside. It turned out that after Cordelia took over the Zheng family, the grain had been sold off in various ways and squandered on luxury items like jewelry and precious stones. Only when the end times arrived, and grain became the most critical resource, did she regret her actions. Facing the integration of resources by Sun City, she knew that on the day the truth was revealed, she would be sent outside the city walls to feed the zombies, so she resorted to every possible means to gain control of the entire Sun City. Short-sightedness due to long hair. Amelia cursed inwardly, thankful that she hadn't agreed to see the particle amplifier when Cordelia first brought her here. That would have been trying to get something for nothing. Joaquin, with his substantial influence and reputation in the city, immediately notified the city's grain stores upon learning of the problem at the Zheng family's grain warehouse. They collected all available food and distributed it among the population for a month, leaving plenty for Fuller to take back to Anling. Amelia worried about what the people of Sun Lion City would eat after that month, so Joaquin took her to the southern part of the city. It was now autumn harvest time. Tens of thousands of acres of cornfields were gradually turning golden under the sun, with mature ears resembling a golden ocean. Large greenhouses dotted the golden landscape, forming a beautiful picture of autumn harvest. This contrasted sharply with the charred land outside the walls. At this moment, Amelia understood why this place was called Sun City, not only because the dominant color was gold, but also because the harvest depended on the bright sunlight. After this crop is harvested, the grain warehouses will be full again. Joaquin's pride and satisfaction were genuine. Looking at Amelia, he had learned something about her team's ambitions during these few days. If you establish a base in the future, Sun Lion City will always be your granary. Amelia, knowing he wouldn't say this without reason, smiled. What does Mr. Lee want in return for this? Joaquin was straightforward. You know, our military backbone was crippled by one shot, and most of my subordinates can't shoulder heavy responsibilities. Sun Lion City is like a juicy piece of meat on the fire in this apocalypse. If news leaks or zombies attack the city, not only will Anling not get its promised grain supply, but we won't know how to survive either. So, he was both demanding and pleading, almost begging. I know where there's an absolutely reliable armed force. I can tell you about it, but you need to assign some people to defend Sun Lion City. Amelia was taken aback. Mr. Lee knows I'm looking for an army. She then realized that the amount of food she required indeed exceeded what a small city like Anling needed. After thinking for a moment, she nodded seriously at Joaquin. It's a deal. When Amelia returned to the Zheng family villa with Joaquin's precious information, Bliss was waiting on her way back to her room. Since their engagement dinner, she had been busy with negotiations between Sun Lion City and Anling and hadn't had time to ask when Bliss had discovered the plot of the Yu sisters. But now, recalling how he had used their own scheme against them, she couldn't help but speak with some emotion. I thought I would be able to taste your wedding candy. Guess I was excited for nothing. Bliss raised an eyebrow. Excited? It looked like someone stood up in a hurry when the officiant asked if I was willing to marry Yu Shimin. Amelia was speechless. He saw that. Just as she was about to speak, her body was suddenly yanked toward him, crashing into his familiar embrace. Bliss didn't move, just staring at the girl in front of him with interest. So eager to throw yourself into my arms, are you upset that I might marry someone else? Amelia knew she had been pulled to him by those transparent tentacles, but this treacherous man pretended it wasn't his doing and even teased her indirectly. How despicable. Seeing his tall figure looming over her, Amelia instinctively tried to back away. There was nothing behind her, yet she couldn't budge an inch. Bliss tilted his head, his voice lazy and gentle, but his tone hinted at curiosity. At that moment, you said wait a moment. What did you want to say to me? Amelia felt her ears grow hot from his warm breath. You. Bliss, unusually patient, gently coaxed her. I'm here. I wanted to ask you. Despite the perilous situation at the time, Amelia couldn't bring herself to speak under Bliss's gaze. What? His eyes revealed an earnest anticipation. I wanted to ask. Amelia clenched her fists. Might as well die trying. Why did you save Yu Shimin back then? Why did you let her travel with us and even agree to an engagement? Don't tell me you already knew about the conspiracy back at the camp. If so, we wouldn't have bothered going to Yingxing. You could have divined where my parents and grandmother were imprisoned and how they were doing. After speaking all in one breath, she was slightly out of breath. Bliss stared at her for a long time before slowly saying, At first, I didn't know it was a conspiracy targeting you. I saved her and brought her along because... He paused mid-sentence. Amelia swallowed hard. Because what? She thought to herself, fine, men are all the same. Even Bliss couldn't resist pretty girls and forgot his former comrades. But then again, even if he was fickle, why should she be angry? To see you get angry. Bliss was frank. Me? Angry? Amelia blurted out in disbelief. You must be joking. Why would I get angry? Yes, she was angrier now. Seeing Amelia's chest rising and falling, clearly close to exploding, Bliss's lips curved into a gentle smile as he continued. As for the engagement, I didn't agree to it. They planned to use agents against me, so I wanted to see what else they had in store. After blocking with my tentacles and pretending to be controlled, she came up and hugged me, putting on a show for everyone. Amelia shoved him. Are you a KTV waiter letting anyone hug you? Anyway, remember this, in the future, if any older sister, younger sister, young lady, or mature woman comes onto you, keep them away with your tentacles. No touching allowed, understood. Bliss was momentarily stunned, then his gaze grew more intense. So, what right do you have to make such demands on me? Chapter 76, Transformation from wolf dog to puppy dog. No matter how bleak the world outside was, at least the few people in Sunlion City could have a moment of tranquility. Uncle Yang's team arrived in the city dust-covered the next day. From their disheveled appearances and expressions, it was clear that the journey had not been easy. But even so, he did not ask for rest, saying that since most of the zombies had just been cleared along the way, it would save effort to return now. If too much time was wasted, not only would the food not be transported back to Anling as scheduled, but even the whole team might perish on the road. Amelia thought it made sense. In this kind of apocalypse, her capabilities were indeed limited. Everyone and every city had their own path to walk, so she didn't force anything. The few people helped Uncle Yang's team load up their vehicles and then saw them off all the way to the city gates. Elsa took advantage of Amelia's distraction to pull Bliss aside. What? Companion? You asked her what identity she used to tell you to stay away from other women, and she just said companion? Bliss shrugged helplessly. Elsa facepalmed. So you let her off the hook? Bliss glanced at Amelia, who was talking with Uncle Yang in the rear of the convoy. What should I have done? Elsa said dominantly. Kiss her until she agrees. Bliss. You're also, Elsa complained about Amelia, then muttered at Bliss, in matters like these, men should take the initiative. Do you expect her to confess first? She probably doesn't even know her own feelings. Bliss fell silent for a while. After some time, he finally said, I don't want to force her. Elsa thought inwardly that brother, you forced her plenty of times before, once more wouldn't hurt. Then she patted Bliss's shoulder to console him, it's okay. At least you've done one thing right. Although Bliss didn't ask, his puzzled gaze fell on her. Elsa stretched out her index finger and thumb, placing the tiger's mouth near her chin. You understand to court the best friend first. Bliss thought seriously for a moment, I don't think I've done anything specific. Elsa reminded, then you should start doing something from now on. This felt like being blackmailed. But Bliss didn't mind because he knew the character of everyone in the team. Even without Amelia's involvement, he'd treat everyone well and would risk his life for any of them at critical moments. You say. Elsa stroked her chin, is it possible that your personality is too wild and wolf-like, while Amelia actually prefers a puppy dog? As she spoke, she gave serious examples. Before you regained consciousness, her feelings towards you seemed maternal, always taking care of you wherever she went, exhibiting her maternal instinct to the extreme. Hearing this, Bliss felt a bit reflective. Especially during the Immortal Tribulation Ridge event, even though he lacked consciousness but had memories. Recalling how she agreed without hesitation when he held her hand and asked her not to heed Manny. Now, thinking about it, perhaps he really did bring her too much pressure as Elsa suggested. A puppy dog, what does that look like? Elsa nearly choked on her own words. She was just teasing, considering Bliss's background and experiences. His wolfish and wild nature came from battling against life and enemies, which shaped his survival strategy. If not for his independent, dominant, and resilient character, Bliss wouldn't be who he was today. Generally, such men disdain the gentle and whiny puppy dog personalities because they feel it lacks the masculinity a man should have. However, seeing Bliss's earnest consideration of changing himself for his beloved, Elsa couldn't help feeling a bit envious, even jealous of Amelia. She lost contact with her parents early in the apocalypse, living a nomadic life without a future. But when could she also have a man like Bliss to give her security and a home? Puppy dog. Elsa patted the new laptop computer inside her bag. When we have time, I'll list everything out for you. Amelia was explaining the agreement reached with Joaquin to pothead Yang at the rear of the convoy. The situation is roughly as follows. Henceforth, Anling can come to Sunlion City to collect grain according to the agreed schedule. The quantity will be as previously discussed. Although the journey is somewhat long, it will be a trouble to you, Pothead Yang. Pothead Yang was already overjoyed, waving at Amelia repeatedly. It's not hard, you've done too much for Anling already. The soil in the west of Lingsea is barren, and there are no vast tracts of land around Anling suitable for farming. If things continue like this, at least half of the people will starve to death. Now that we have a way to get grain, how can hardship matter? He watched truck after truck of grain pass by him, feeling an internal sense of security. Thank you for all you've done for Anling without asking for anything in return. As I said before, if you need help with anything, as long as Joe lives, I'll be at your beck and call. Amelia smiled and nodded. Actually, she wasn't completely unrepaid. Back in Anling, she had stockpiled nearly 500 pounds of medicinal herbs in her small space. Now, she held Joaquin's seal to collect another 300 pounds of rice, flour, and oil from Sunlion City. Including the experimental instruments and medicines she had previously collected, both rooms were almost full. She needed to think about upgrading the space urgently. However, she was not a physics expert. Though she understood the formulas, applying them was a different story. Moreover, unfolding particles required energy. If she wanted to upgrade the space, the particle amplifier might no longer be just the size of a pistol. However, she couldn't determine the exact proportions. It could increase twofold, tenfold, or even 100-fold. If the particle amplifier became too large to carry or required more energy than currently available, then even with a larger space, it would lose its meaning. The solution she thought of was to use these resources wisely, ensuring she and her team wouldn't run out of supplies during their journey, while also providing capital for negotiations. Grain was the hard currency in this apocalyptic world, replacing money to obtain more of what she needed. As she walked, lost in thought, she found herself lagging behind. Just as she was about to catch up, a voice stopped her. Do you happen to be named Amelia? Amelia paused and looked back at the young girl wearing a black-grey patched robe but with clear, bright eyes. Do you know me? After some thought, she couldn't recall any information related to this girl. I don't, the girl replied. But you have a fateful destiny. You are destined to suffer 3 betrayals in your life. My Lysiester has a connection with you, so he sent me here to remind you. Amelia was taken aback. Seeing the girl's tattered appearance, she suspected she might be one of those who, due to current hardships, had come to beg for food or money. After all, living in Sun Lion City required trading something for necessities. As for the name, considering the noise their group had made, it was possible this girl had heard about her somehow. Feeling pity, Amelia decided to help. However, she had nothing on her to exchange for food, so she asked a nearby shop for paper. Blowing on Joaquin's temporary seal, she pressed it firmly onto the paper. Take this. Amelia handed the red-sealed paper to the girl. Go to Mr. Joaquin. He'll take care of your food and lodging. The girl seemed to expect this reaction, gently pushing away the offered hand without anger. It's my duty to tell, and your choice to believe. Amelia, seeing her serious demeanor, asked. So tell me, which 3 betrayals? The girl steadied herself, stretching out her hand, revealing silver rings on each finger, 10 in total, each engraved with strange symbols and patterns. As she lightly touched a turtle shell, faint light emitted from the rings, as if communicating with fate. They are, betrayal by family, friends, and lovers. Amelia felt a mix of embarrassment and frustration. Family, friends, lovers, it sounded like everyone around her would betray her. Seeing her bitter smile, the girl bowed and turned to leave. Is that it? Amelia asked. The girl waved goodbye and quickly moved 10 meters away. Just a reminder, please take care of yourself. Amelia found the vague warning both amusing and frustrating. While catching up to the group, she pondered the girl's words. Betrayal by family, friends, and lovers. Amelia muttered unconsciously. She understood the betrayal by a lover best. Sullivan had been the scum of men, cheating on her and spreading rumors to evade responsibility for their breakup, accusing her of being someone else's mistress. He deserved worse. Betrayal by family. Thinking about what the bald man had said about that experiment involving her, if it was truly conducted by her father Flynn himself, then that could correspond to the betrayal by family. But based on her understanding of her parents, there must be some hidden circumstances behind this. This was why she spared no effort to find them, wanting an explanation for herself. As for betrayal by friends, she looked up at Fuller's team walking ahead, those companions laughing and joking around. The gentle and considerate Nova, the lively and talkative Elsa, Alexander who knew how to operate any vehicle, and that reliable-looking Bliss. Would the traitor be one of them? I'm really going crazy. Amelia tapped her head. Just a few words from a stranger, and because 2 points matched vaguely, she started to suspect her teammates. It must be because she was too tense and tired lately, brought on by Bliss. Amelia tried to console herself. After drinking half a bottle of water, her mind felt a bit clearer. She hurried to catch up with the group. Bliss returned to the Zheng family villa immediately and took Elsa's computer back into his room. He stared at the screenshot on the screen, carefully studying and taking notes. The title read, Guide to Cultivating a Puppy Boyfriend. He continued reading. Characteristics of a puppy boyfriend. Fine features, handsome looks. Bliss checked himself in the mirror from left to right. Although he had a military background, due to naturally fair skin, he didn't look as rugged as typical soldiers. His nose and eyes were well defined, and from people's usual comments, he considered himself rather handsome. So, he ticked this box. Thankfully, Bliss was comparing notes alone in his room, otherwise, Elsa would have surely teased him for being top-tier humble-bragging. Continuing down the list. Persistent pursuit, single-minded loyalty. Bliss thought about how he always set clear goals. In the army, he strove for first place in every project. After discharge, he worked hard to join the Pinghai Special Rescue Team to earn money for his sister's treatment, showing a never-give-up attitude. As for loyalty, the image of Amelia filled his mind. From the moment he met her, despite uncertainty about the future, whoever he chose wouldn't change. Tick. Next. Gentle, caring, and good at soothing. Bliss fell silent. Moving on. Affectionate and loves to pout. Silence deafened. Since these qualities weren't innate, they would need focused practice. Typing away, how to be a gentle and considerate man appeared in the search bar. Speak softly, pay attention to details. When dating girls, take care of their emotions, like holding her hand when crossing the street, pulling out her chair at meals, tilting the umbrella towards her in the rain. During her period, make ginger sugar water, gently coax her to drink it while staying by her side to cheer her up, so she doesn't feel lonely and miserable. Bliss scribbled quickly, summarizing. 1. Speak softly. 2. Take care of emotions. 3. Remember periods. The first 2 were manageable, but how to ask about periods? Feeling overwhelmed, Bliss braced for worse. How to act coquettish. Pretend to be sick or pitiful, learn to use moans and reduplicated words like ma, o. For example, say gently, be good, don't get wet in the rain, or I'll pick you up after work, baby, I miss you so much Tilda. Another example, turn I want to sleep into can I please go to sleep. Bliss almost couldn't hold back his urge to vomit. But when he saw why girls liked puppy boyfriends, even battle-hardened Bliss felt his ears redden. Because. Strong, healthy, and lovingly clingy. If in certain moments, he leaned his head against her chest, looked up at her moist eyes, and softly whispered, one more time, okay, it wasn't impossible. Chapter 77 I'll follow your lead Tilda. Amelia had no idea that Elsa and Bliss had secretly discussed how to transform him into a more submissive and gentle person. So when she came out of the bathroom in Zheng family's villa where they rested, after washing off the dust from carrying grain downstairs to the hall, intending to look for something to fill her stomach, besides Alexander, she saw a familiar figure in the kitchen, which seemed rather out of place. "Ah, you." Just as Amelia spoke up, she saw Elsa quickly step aside. While blocking Amelia's way into the kitchen with her body, she frantically waved her hands behind her back, signaling Bliss to hide something. "Amelia, you're down?" Ah. She laughed awkwardly. "Why did you come to the kitchen? Haha Tilda." Amelia looked innocent. "What else could I do in the kitchen?" "I'm hungry." Elsa clapped her hands. "Hungry, that's good. That's very good." She put an arm around Amelia's shoulder and walked her out. "I came to the kitchen because I was also hungry. Guess what I saw?" Amelia narrowed her eyes. The ingredients grew legs and ran away by themselves. "Right." Elsa blurted out without thinking about what she would say next. She caught herself just in time, not forgetting to pat Amelia's shoulder. What ingredients can grow legs? If they could, the grains would have run back to Anling on their own earlier, saving Uncle Young the trouble of risking his life making such a long trip. Amelia crossed her arms watching her, clearly waiting for more than idle chatter. Elsa didn't keep her guessing any longer and dramatically pointed at Bliss. "I saw our invincible Emiliano cooking dinner for everyone." Mentioned, Bliss's back stiffened. He continued chopping vegetables without responding. Even though food wasn't scarce in Sun Lion City, fresh vegetables were still rare items. They were specially allocated by the Solar Suns to thank Amelia and others for retrieving the seal from the Yu sisters. Fruits and vegetables, which are difficult to preserve, almost vanished within a week after the apocalypse began. Amelia still had some in her spatial ring, left over from when they were originally in Pinghai, coming from supply boxes meant for a small supermarket. Since time flows differently inside the spatial ring compared to the outside world, these items hadn't rotted yet. Usually, they only used a little bit of them to cook noodles or soup on the road. Opportunities like today, where they could feast lavishly, were few and far between. Amelia had initially planned to gather a few girls to prepare the meal properly but didn't expect Bliss to beat her to it. She watched this man who remained upright even while facing a cutting board with interest. "Oh, Commander Xiao can cook too." Despite her teasing tone revealing anticipation, Bliss was drenched in cold sweat. He could be considered an all-rounder in both the military and the special forces, but the only thing he couldn't get right was cooking, especially in terms of knife skills and heat control. Either he chopped things to shreds or burned them black. In the past, when he was taking care of Lisbeth, they mostly relied on takeout and canteens. After the apocalypse, Manya and Alexander took turns cooking for the group, often resorting to instant foods. Suddenly having to cook now, Bliss feared Amelia might not dare eat what he prepared. "Must this dinner be made?" Bliss muttered helplessly, yet was heard by Elsa who had turned back to fetch a glass of water. Thus, she whispered sternly, "Don't forget to be gentle and caring, little milk dog. Cooking is a big plus in the gentleness department. Hurry up and do it without wasting time." Seeing Bliss overwhelmed, Alexander came over. "Captain, don't worry, leave it to me." Bliss looked at him, nearly hugging him and calling him buddy. Elsa intentionally dragged Amelia away until the meal was ready. Amelia looked at the table full of steaming dishes, tomatoes scrambled with eggs, shrimp and Chinese cabbage, scallion braised tofu, and assorted vegetables. There was also fragrant rice that sparkled invitingly. Although they were ordinary home-cooked dishes, in this post-apocalyptic world, they surpassed delicacies. Especially knowing who cooked them, Amelia felt warmth spreading through her heart. She picked up a piece of tofu first. The tofu was tender and flavorful, the aroma of scallions was strong, and the taste was soft but not greasy. After eating, she felt refreshed as if fresh air had entered her body. There was a familiar feeling lingering on her palate, as if she had tasted something similar before. Amelia raised her sparkling eyes towards Bliss. "Did you make all of this? It's delicious beyond words, Tilda." Cough, cough. Bliss was about to admit it, but seeing her satisfied and trusting face, he hesitated. Elsa nudged the stunned Bliss with her elbow, giving him a look as if an arrow must be released once drawn. "I'm asking you, Emiliano." "Yes." He replied awkwardly, but seeing Elsa glaring at him, he quickly corrected himself. "Yes, sure Tilda." Amelia was still savoring the food, munching on a piece of potato from the stir-fried dish. Hearing Bliss's strange response, she almost bit her tongue. "Ahem. Are you okay?" She coughed much louder than Bliss's voice. Manya immediately patted her back while glancing slightly reproachfully at Elsa and the others. Elsa whispered to Bliss. "It's no big deal, your discomfort isn't because of any problem with you." Bliss. Seeing Amelia looking at him, Elsa pulled everyone to sit down. "With such a rare chance to enjoy a peaceful meal, don't just stand there, let's dig in." And with that, she led the charge. Amelia had been craving this for a long time. Since Bliss's strangeness wasn't anything new, she didn't pay it much mind. While eating, she mentioned her recent plan to set out for Kaffa. With the acquisition of grain, Amelia originally wanted to find a reliable group of mercenaries. They would be responsible for protecting Sun Lion City and Anling, and also accompany her across the ocean to Sakura country to find their base and rescue her family members. But according to Joaquin, Kaffa City in T country possessed the world's strongest military force. Unlike mercenary corps, these soldiers were not constrained by law and could be freely traded. In other words, as long as one paid the right price, these fierce warriors could become one's own men, without the worry of betrayal. However, Kaffa City was a neighboring country's port city, thousands of kilometers away. Unlike sailing to an inland island with a fishing boat, going to Kaffa required a large and stable vessel. Due to Sakura country dumping nuclear wastewater into the sea, coastal cities suffered far more zombie attacks compared to inland areas and had more radiation-infected people. In short, even if they could reach Kaffa, whether this legendary city still existed was uncertain. After careful thought, Amelia came up with a compromise. During the journey, Elsa would use satellite communication to send contact signals to Kaffa to explore the situation within the city. Considering they might deliberately block or ignore the signal, the message was that they wished to trade grain for the city's military forces. This was why they couldn't send the signal from within the city. If others found out about the abundant grain reserves in Sun Lion City, they might try to steal it before reinforcements arrived. Elsa considered whether the technology could support it and nodded in agreement. Amelia then looked around at everyone. What do you all think? Seeing everyone nodding in agreement as usual, Amelia shifted her gaze to Bliss, waiting for his answer. It seemed to have become a subconscious habit that actions weren't taken without his approval, always feeling something was missing otherwise. Then Elsa lightly coughed and kicked Bliss under the table. Turning with a smile on her face, she actually reminded him softly, "Say it." Amelia followed her gaze to Bliss, thinking he had some questions. However, Bliss changed from his usual stern demeanor, somewhat bashfully saying, "Whatever you say." Clatter. Not only did Amelia drop her jaw in shock, but Manya and Alexander nearly dropped their utensils too. Regardless of Bliss being the leader of their small team, giving orders all the time, even after turning into a zombie, his commanding presence remained strong enough that Amelia had to consult him after making arrangements. Although sometimes it was just a slight nod, it conveyed an upper level's acknowledgement of lower level plans. Even in difficult times, she felt more confident knowing he approved. Occasional reminders and effective modifications made subsequent actions smoother. But his words just now, they conveyed the same meaning, but it felt like their roles were reversed. She became the one giving orders, and Bliss obediently accepted them. Amelia stood up and walked to Bliss's side, touching his forehead. "No fever," she said, pulling over Manya, Adelita, check if he's sick. Bliss took this as Amelia's first voluntary approach to him, deeply feeling that maybe the milk dog plan really worked. He boldly grabbed Amelia's hand, striving to make an innocent smile. "I'm fine. Just stay with me more often." Everyone fell silent at Bliss's reaction, while Bliss was silently regretting his actions. Forgot. If only she had thought of replacing I with ones earlier, the effect might have been better. While wondering if Bliss was possessed by a ghost, Amelia and her team set off on their journey to Kaffa City. With Bliss around, the zombies along the way didn't even get close to the group before having their heads cut off. Watching the shadows of 8 transparent tentacles dancing in the sunlight, Amelia couldn't help but marvel. Bliss's ability was simply invincible. After killing specially modified monsters, he could gain their abilities, such as the Shredder's strength and speed, the fairy's tentacles, and the mutated shark's underwater breathing. He was like a huge container. With enough battles, he could become stronger. But Amelia couldn't figure out the source of these abilities. Was it really through battles or killing monsters as she thought, or... Suddenly, a question flashed through her mind. Where did his initial self-healing ability come from? Could it be? Amelia raised her hand to touch the wound on her neck. Could it have been from her? Recalling what Yushimin said in Sun Lion City about controlling zombies by mixing one's blood into the experimental drugs. The method of acquiring monster abilities was almost imaginable. It used blood as a medium. This explained why he didn't obtain some monsters' abilities, such as the Corroder's acidic body fluid, the Restrainer's hair-thin yet steel-strong threads, or the Giant's monstrous size. But then she thought of her own ability, feeling somewhat puzzled. Wasn't it because she was sent to Sakura Star's laboratory for modification that she gained this ability? Bliss turned into a zombie before they went to the island. Could it be? A glimmer of hope rose in her heart. Perhaps her father had indeed participated in the experiment, not to modify her but to protect this secret. But halfway through, something happened, and the people from Sakura Star claimed it as his achievement. As for the subsequent events, they might not have been carried out by her father but rather by others verifying his claimed results. The usage habits of those drugs were proof. Amelia vaguely remembered that when she visited the lab as a child, her father would always put away the experimental drugs and petri dishes no matter how late he finished his experiments. He said it was first because some drugs were extremely toxic and could endanger lives if mishandled. Second, some drugs were too precious and expensive, and spilling them would result in enormous losses. Even if the lab could compensate for damages, given Flynn's serious and responsible attitude towards everything, he preferred to nip problems in the bud. Judging by the casual placement of used equipment and poor control over drug dosages that led to her waking up multiple times during experiments, it absolutely wasn't her father. Thinking of this, Amelia felt relieved. Even looking at the scenery outside the window, the gloom lifted, and everything seemed brighter. Their luck held. After reaching the seaside, they found a decent-sized passenger ship. Thanks to zombie cleaner Bliss and universal driver Alexander, they soon set sail. The sea was the safest place, so Amelia allowed Elsa to contact Kaffa via communication. Hard work paid off. On the morning of the second day, they finally received information from Kaffa City. Transaction agreed. After bumpy travels, they arrived at the foot of Kaffa City. Elsa learned that there were signposts along the way leading to the city, which matched satellite maps for the main road into town. It should be that way. Ah, those are. Following Elsa's finger, Amelia saw what those signposts were and involuntarily clenched her fists. Chapter 78, The Black Warrior. Due to Country K's unique terrain, Kaffa became the only city on this continent that had half grassland and half desert. Within sight, at the junction of the grass sea and the desert, there was a conspicuous wooden cross nailed into the ground, with a man who had long been dead chained to it by iron chains. Tattered clothes hung on the emaciated body, strips of cloth fluttered in the wind, and what served as directional pointers were his bone-white hands. Occasionally, a few wandering zombies passed by but showed no interest. As they dragged their steps and looked toward Amelia and the others, they instantly found themselves decapitated. Amelia glanced down at the rolling head beneath her feet and walked past without changing expression. Elsa sighed after looking at Bliss. Such a heavy task lies ahead, whose little puppy can cut heads as if slicing vegetables. Bliss shrugged and continued moving forward. On the way to Kaffa City, such human-shaped road markers could be seen at intervals. However, the degree of decay varied. Some resembled the first one they saw, almost reduced to dried-out husks under the scorching sun. Others had died not long ago, mouths wide open, with still visible injuries from before their deaths. Amelia wanted to examine the cause of death for these people. As her hand neared the corpse, Bliss warned her. Be careful, these bodies have been locked here without attracting zombies, which must indicate a reason. Amelia nodded and beckoned Nova over. She drew a small knife from her person, carefully scraping a layer of tissue from the corpse into a test tube. After the procedure, even the stainless steel blade turned an abnormal blackish green, clearly toxic. The pharmacology is your domain, Qingyao. Try analyzing the components when you get the chance. With so many zombies around, if we can remove the toxic parts, it might benefit us. Nova agreed. Just as she took the test tube from Amelia, she felt a faint fizzing sound coming from it, which then shattered instantly. The sudden incident caught both Amelia and Nova off guard. They watched as the green-black tissue fell into Nova's palm along with the shattered glass. Get water, quickly. As Amelia shouted, she pulled off her sleeve and whipped Nova's palm forcefully. When Alexander handed over a bottle of water, Amelia tried to help rinse Nova's hand clean, but she pulled back. Ari Adelita. Amelia didn't understand her action. Nova said, to be safe, don't touch me. Just hold the bottle and rinse. Amelia pursed her lips and poured the water slowly as instructed. By the time more than half the bottle was gone, the stains were washed away, and no abnormalities were detected. Only then did Amelia breathe a sigh of relief. Good thing, good thing. Nova's frown finally relaxed. Elsa squatted down, puzzled. It wasn't heated unevenly or subjected to sudden temperature changes. Why would the test tube shatter like this? Strange indeed. Amelia was also confused but could already see the city standing at the end of the grassland. Since Nova seemed fine, they quickened their pace towards Kaffa. Thanks to Elsa's advance contact, Amelia and the group soon had the closed city gate opened for them. Separated by the grass sea, Kaffa's architectural style was completely different from New Kingdom's, giving off a grand yet elegant first impression, fitting for its long history. With a few broken foreign phrases, Amelia led everyone towards a milk-white Gothic building. Its spires soared skyward, as if trying to pierce through the heavens, surrounded by palace-like chambers below. Walking through the corridors extending endlessly, they were met with dazzling stained-glass windows and vivid marble sculptures. Like the hands of Rodin, the depth of Michelangelo, the inspiration of Leonardo da Vinci, and the freedom of Raphael. Amelia had been to Country K in her previous life, but it was during the late end days when most structures were destroyed in battles between humans and zombies or among humans. Even the hospital where their vaccine research team stayed was barely half standing. This was the first time she saw such magnificent and colorful buildings. Halfway through, someone sent by their awaiting host arrived to greet them, leading them toward the central palace. Walking behind the attendant, Amelia clearly heard the rustling sounds of metal rubbing against marble from his footsteps. She furrowed her brow and came back to her senses only to find that the attendant had already pushed open a wooden door filled with classical carvings. In the spacious hall, a fair-haired, blue-eyed man was holding a wine glass waiting for their arrival. Welcome, my esteemed guests. He was one of the rare people in this end days who showed such enthusiasm upon first meeting. He greeted Amelia and others using the international common language. Amelia replied politely with a smile. Of course, it might also be because he desperately wanted the food in their hands. The man nodded at each of them in turn and then waved over a young girl with curly black hair, who seemed quite young. The girl wore similar attire to the attendant earlier, a long fitted dress revealing only her ankles. However, her clothes were slightly more delicate and thinner, and she wore an obvious collar around her neck. This is the master of Kaffa. The honored guests may call him Garfield. I will serve as the interpreter during your conversation. If there are any deficiencies in my service, please bear with us. Fair-haired, blue-eyed Garfield continued his chatter after the girl finished speaking. And immediately after he finished, the girl translated without a moment's delay. The master's meaning is that since this is a transaction, he would like to see the sincerity of all present. Amelia jingled the car keys in front of Garfield. There's just a small part in the car. I'll decide the price for the rest after I see your army. Garfield smiled. Then the honored guests might have to pay more, as I have great confidence in my men. After saying that, he made a please gesture and led the way. Amelia and the others followed him to a wide square where a neat formation was already lined up in rows. Each member of the formation wore a black helmet and mask, dressed in black and carrying a small submachine gun, even their skin was dark. They stomped their left foot hard as they saw Garfield coming. Garfield spread his hands. Esteemed guests, you can examine at will. This is Kaffa's proud army, the Black Warriors. Black Warriors. It truly lived up to the name. Amelia, having studied history in high school, knew well about the origin of these black-armored soldiers. Historical records trace them back to several thousand years ago in U Kingdom, where the ruling authority maintained a famous black-armored guard. They protected the royal family and nobility internally and swept away turmoil externally. With this elite force, they conquered other small countries and unified the 6 directions. The fame of the Black Armored Guard spread, leading to the renowned Black Armored Cavalry and the Black Armored Army. Several hundred years later, U Kingdom's rulers once sent elite cavalry deep into K country, making K wary of you for hundreds of years due to the power of the Black Armored Cavalry. Amelia hadn't expected Kaffa to use this name for its most powerful army, giving off a sense of fate. Whether it was objects or people, if they cost something, Amelia wouldn't hesitate. Examining these so-called Black Warriors, apart from looking stronger than average men, she couldn't spot anything special. Is this the strongest army in the world? Amelia turned to ask Garfield. The translator repeated it to him, and Garfield's expression changed slightly. Before he spoke, he yanked on the chain attached to the girl's collar, throwing her to the ground. He then turned back to Amelia, resuming his courteous demeanor and spoke in broken international common language. You don't need to doubt me, honored guest. As he spoke, he walked past each Black Warrior. The selection and training of Black Warriors are extremely strict. Each starts from the age of 6, receiving day and night training until they master 3 weapons, and engage in combat with each other. 5 are grouped together, and only the last one standing remains. Garfield casually picked a Black Warrior and drew out the knife from his belt. They have no emotions, no weaknesses, not even a sense of pain. He stabbed the knife into the Black Warrior's chest, moving it under the clothes. Though sharp, the blade moved slowly through the cloth, evoking an image of unbearable pain. Yet, Garfield wasn't satisfied yet. He tore the Black Warrior's clothes open, slicing a piece of flesh from his chest with a straight face. This Black Warrior didn't resist, nor did he frown. Amelia looked away, but Garfield continued proudly with the object in his hand. To ensure they are absolutely without weakness, the final part of their training requires each warrior to buy a child from the market who is the same age or even younger, and kill them in front of their parents. A child can be bought for 1 gold coin, but he gives the Black Warriors a bag of coins. If anyone tries to run away with the coins or loses one during the process, they will be killed by secret agents who follow them closely. So, my esteemed guest. Garfield turned around and threw the small knife hard into the crowd of Black Warriors, yet not one of them attempted to dodge. I can assure you, my army is the strongest in the world. Once Garfield moved aside, Amelia saw that the dagger he threw was embedded in the stomach of one of the Black Warriors. Garfield wiped his hands and had someone pull the dagger out, blooded, and stuffed it back into the equipment bag of the warrior from whom he had sliced flesh. Elsa muttered a low curse. What kind of army is this? They're slaves. Amelia couldn't agree more. From the eerie road signs outside the city to the attendants wearing leg chains and the translator girl with a neck collar, everyone bore the clear mark of slave. And Garfield was the largest slave owner in the city. It was hard to imagine whether the system that had been abandoned for hundreds of years returned after the apocalypse or if this inhumane exploitation had always existed in this ancient civilization. Amelia turned to leave. She did not want to use an army of slaves. Even less did she want to become another slave owner. But the translation girl suddenly grabbed her ankles, addressing the group in somewhat broken new language. Esteemed guests, if you leave like this, these Black Warriors will be deemed unsatisfactory and thrown into the arena to fight until only one remains alive. She timidly looked up at one of the Black Warriors. My brother is among them. Please give him a chance to live. Amelia was shocked. If not for the girl pleading for her brother, she wouldn't have realized these lives could vanish because of her decision. After some thought, she asked Garfield. How many such Black Warriors do you have? Garfield, assuming Amelia wanted to confirm the grain was enough payment, smiled and held up 10 fingers. 10,000. Amelia imperceptibly furrowed her brow. This meant at least 10,000 children were brutally harmed when they became Black Warriors. Compared to those who died in the apocalypse, the number wasn't overwhelming, but it was enough to shock everyone's conscience. I need to consult with my companions, Amelia said, taking a 1-kilogram bag of grain from Alexander's backpack and tossing it to Garfield. We cannot communicate well, so let this girl guide us around the city. Slaves were the most abundant thing in the city. A handful of bran could trade for a strong laborer. Garfield happily agreed to exchange a skinny, frail girl for so much clean flour. The girl led them through Kaffa's streets, and Amelia pondered where else she could find a suitable army besides the Black Warriors to help her capture Cherry Blossom Island and destroy the Sakura pharmaceutical, which was filled with vile and corrupt individuals. Suddenly, something flashed in her mind, but before she could think about it further, a child darted out from the market, bumping straight into her. She helped the child up, noticing his slave-like clothing, immediately understanding his identity. Seeing his hopeful eyes, she understood he wanted her to buy him. Amelia knew the tragic fate of slaves, but saving one didn't mean saving all. She brushed the dirt off his clothes, shook her head, and handed him a bottle of water. The little boy took the water bottle with some fear, then fished out a small square box from his chest and handed it to Amelia before running away, gesturing for her to open it halfway through his escape. Amelia knew there wouldn't be anything valuable inside, but it might be the most precious thing the child owned. She smiled at him, touched the latch, and just as she was about to open it, someone collided with her shoulder, causing her to drop the small box. Chapter 79 originally, Sister likes this kind of thing. The person who bumped into Amelia was a man dressed in a black robe, the wide brim of his hat concealing his face. Not only did he not apologize, but when Amelia tried to bend down to pick up the small wooden box, he once again grabbed her wrist. Ouch! Amelia winced in pain. However, before the man could take any further action, Bliss swiftly stepped forward and twisted the man's arms, pressing him to the ground. Amelia rubbed her sore wrist and prepared to pick up the box given by the young slave boy just now. She saw that the lid of the wooden box had opened on its own, and a scorpion slowly crawled out. Seeing Amelia as the nearest target, it immediately raised its tail and lunged at her. Its glossy black tail, with a hint of green at the tip, indicated an extremely potent venom. One sting would almost certainly cause severe poisoning if not death. Amelia quickly moved backward, but the scorpion suddenly paused mid-dash and was instantly pinned to the ground by a small knife. Looking back, she saw that the assailant was none other than the man in the black robe. Meanwhile, the frail-looking young slave boy was hiding behind some cargo crates, glaring at Amelia and her companions with a malevolent expression. The translator girl explained helplessly to Amelia, "These children have grown up amidst abuse without any sense of right or wrong. If you're nice to them, they may try to make demands, and if those aren't met, they'll turn hostile. Few people in Kaffa City buy children under 10 years old for this very reason. Not only are they too young to do much work, but they haven't been sufficiently tamed." Hearing this, Amelia felt a complicated mix of emotions. Seeing that Bliss had already released the black-robed man, she turned to him and said, "Thank you, sir. If not for you, I would probably be injured by now. What should I call you?" After hesitating for a moment, the man removed his large hood. He wasn't a foreigner like Dula with blonde hair and blue eyes but had a typical East Asian appearance. His skin was reddish-brown, with a straight nose and broad mouth, and a square face that bore sharp and piercing eyes, radiating vigilance and wisdom. Amelia asked in mild surprise, "Are you from you?" Before getting an answer, Alexander recognized the man's face and seemed even more astonished. "Commander Wei, how did you end up here?" "Commander." Amelia glanced at Bliss, who also looked taken aback, clearly recognizing the man. As everyone waited for the familiar Commander Wei to respond, he awkwardly gestured with his hands. "She says he has damaged vocal cords and can't speak." It was the slave girl who spoke. "My brother is also mute, so I know some sign language and can translate for him." She then conveyed this message through sign language to the black-robed man. Amelia thought it inappropriate to discuss in such a bustling street and asked the translating girl to lead them to a nearby snack shop. They secured a private room there and sat down to talk. It turned out this man was named Hector, who had been Bliss's commander when he first joined the military. Due to family reasons, Hector later left the service to become the head of security at a pharmaceutical company. When the zombies emerged en masse, the company sent boats to evacuate employees from branch offices. Unbeknownst to all, some infected individuals were aboard, leading to chaos and ultimately everyone's death, except Hector, who managed to jump overboard and was eventually rescued by fishermen. The prolonged sea journey delayed medical care, leaving his vocal cords permanently damaged. Since then, he wore a scarf around his neck. Alexander expressed regret after hearing this. He had followed Commander Hector closely during his time in the new recruit training, and their bond was strong. Bliss, having been supported multiple times by Hector during his military career, felt particularly uncomfortable seeing his former comrade in such a state. But Hector didn't seem bothered and patted the two younger men on their shoulders to reassure them. "He says you don't need to worry about him. Life in Kaffa may be humble, but survival in these times is already fortunate enough, let alone having food, drink, and freedom," said the translator girl, conveying his message. Mentioning freedom made Amelia notice the disappointment in the translator girl's voice. For many slaves, this was already what they longed for most. Alexander suggested to Hector, "We have a doctor named Adelita in our group. Maybe she can examine you, Commander?" Nova nodded, willing to offer her assistance. Hector shook his head. "This gentleman says he has already gotten used to not speaking with people. If one day he can return to the land of you, even if he dies immediately after, he will be able to close his eyes in peace." Bliss was somewhat silent. Their purpose for this trip was to find a powerful army, but given Amelia's earlier attitude, it seemed she didn't want to use the Black Warriors. They might stay in this place for a while longer or go elsewhere to search. The journey ahead could be fraught with difficulties and dangers, and Bliss did not wish for his comrade to risk further danger. Seeing Bliss and Alexander both fall silent, Hector waved his hand as if nothing happened. "He says he is really happy to meet you all, but he still has matters to attend to. If there's anything needed, you can find him at this address." Hector left an address behind before leaving the room. The group decided what to eat before returning to their accommodations. When the dishes were served, Amelia frowned and rubbed her stomach, putting down her chopsticks after only a few bites. Upon reaching the residence Tom had arranged for them, Nova also said she felt unwell and wanted some rest. Alexander offered to accompany her, leaving Bliss to head to their room to tidy up. Amelia and Elsa took the translator girl for a stroll in the courtyard. They sat down at a pavilion with stone tables. "What's your name?" Amelia suddenly asked the translation girl. Startled, the girl replied, "My esteemed guest, slaves do not have names. If you need a way to address me, you may call me Iantha, for I was born on a Sunday." "Iantha." Amelia nodded, gesturing for her to come closer. The slave girl obediently lay down beside Amelia's feet, just as she did daily over the past decade. Amelia fished out a key Tom had given her. But as soon as she touched the collar around Iantha's neck, the girl flinched in fear. "What are you going to do, my esteemed guest?" Amelia, annoyed by the repeated esteemed, instructed her not to move and forcibly unlocked the collar. The collar fell away, yet Iantha appeared terrified. Trying to speak but seeing Amelia's warning gesture, she withdrew the imminent esteemed. I know this is your kind intention, guest, but this collar is the mark of my belonging to Master Tom. It cannot be removed once the indenture contract is signed. Otherwise, Master Tom would beat me to death. Amelia examined the collar. Each slave owner has their own mark. Iantha nodded and crawled back to Amelia's feet. Yes, each master stamps their newly bought slaves with a mark of their own. She demonstrated by pulling down her dress, revealing a diamond-shaped emblem on her inner thigh. This is the family crest of the Tom clan. Women get it here, men on the back of their necks. A man who imprints his family crest on women's thighs undoubtedly engages in despicable acts. Iantha, barely 14 or 15 years old, faced such degradation in her prime. Despite her anger, Amelia could offer no more than momentary relief. Go, I won't tell him, Amelia said, tossing the collar onto the table. But Iantha still looked worried. Not like that, you've just arrived so you don't know. In the vast city of Kaffa, there is nothing Master Tom wants to know that he can't find out. Elsa doubted, is it really that exaggerated? Seeing Amelia's skeptical look, Iantha provided an example. Yes, once Lord Jelly wanted to find his daughter who had eloped with a slave. He put a pouch of gold coins in front of Master Tom. Within 10 minutes, Master Tom gave him the exact location, and they found Lord Jelly's daughter there. The slave was butchered on the spot. Elsa shivered. Amelia remained unfazed. The daughter of Lord So-and-so is still a noble within the city. It's normal for spies to recognize her. Removing a collar is a small matter. We won't say, how would he know? Why are you so afraid? Iantha's expression verged on tears. Master Tom's methods extend beyond informants. That slave stole a golden watch from Lord Jelly's study to elope with the young lady, hiding it at a dry well they often passed. They were intercepted while fetching it. Master Tom deliberately didn't tell Lord Jelly about it until later sending his men to retrieve the item. Hearing this, Amelia hesitated. Indeed, for a noble lady, it would be understandable if she was recognized. But slaves are all over the streets in Kaffa City. Who would particularly notice their every move? This Tom indeed has some unknown methods. Iantha picked up the collar from the table with a frightened look and handed it over, but Amelia did not want to put back this symbol of hierarchy that she had just removed. Consider it an order, like guiding the way, translating, and doing work. I'll explain to Tom. Go rest now. The girl's eyes were wet, filled with gratitude and emotion, but mostly fear. She humbly retreated to the edge of the pavilion but accidentally bumped into Bliss, who was about to enter. In his hands were the most famous snacks of Kaffa City, half-moon fried meat pies. Of course, due to resource shortages, the meat filling was replaced with vegetable filling, and the fine flour used for making the pies was replaced with coarse flour. Even so, only the slave owners in the city could enjoy such treats. Commoners wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Elsa saw this and tactfully made an excuse to check on Nova as she left the pavilion. Passing by Bliss, she didn't forget to give him a thumbs up before hurriedly leaving. Silence lingered between the two for a while. It was Amelia who broke the silence first. Knowing he had something to say ever since meeting Hector, she reached into the plate and pinched off a corner of the pie. I know you're worried about Hector being here. Once I ask around for news about mercenaries, we'll set off. Amelia stuffed the entire pie into her mouth and chewed loudly without any regard for decorum. Bliss wasn't surprised that Amelia guessed his thoughts. Seeing her rub her stomach mid-meal, he magically produced a bottle of warm water. Drink some of this. Don't catch a cold. Amelia took the water from him, uncapped it, and smelled ginger sugar inside, unsure where he had found it. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she said, cough, cough, did you misunderstand something? Bliss stared into her eyes, almost blurting out what, but changed it to what. Amelia felt uncomfortable at his strange tone, thinking about his occasional gestures with Elsa on the journey, squinting her eyes. What new bad idea did Elsa give you? What are you two planning? Trying to disgust me so you can inherit my aunt credit pay or what? Bliss neither answered nor spoke. Another long silence. Since the day in Zheng family's villa garden when he asked what identity gave her the right to tell him not to touch other women, their alone time often ended in silence. Bliss seemed unsatisfied with his answer then, but besides being comrades, what else could they be? Certainly not, bed buddies. Cough, cough. Amelia expelled these bizarre thoughts from her mind. Just as she was about to speak, Bliss unexpectedly asked, how old are you this year? 27, how? Before she finished, she realized her slip of the tongue. With memories from her previous life, she subconsciously revealed her real age but forgot that after rebirth, she was just a second-year college student, barely 20 years old. Bliss's suspicion grew as he moved closer, his low voice unreadable. Really? Amelia's palms started sweating. And if it's true, what? I started school late, okay. As soon as she said it, she regretted it. Even starting school 2 years late wouldn't make her 7 years older than her classmates, let alone a yet-to-graduate student knowing so much about zombies and monsters, able to name them and describe their weaknesses and countermeasures, leading everyone through tough battles to reach Kaffa. Anyone hearing this would have doubts. Preparing to bluff her way through, she heard Bliss seriously say, if that's the case. Amelia was extremely nervous. Did he already find something out? Taking another step closer, Bliss continued, shouldn't I call you, sister? Her. Amelia's mind was instantly flooded with Bliss's soft, slightly sweet sister. You're not. She stuttered, unsure if it was tension or excitement. Not. Bliss tilted his head, moving closer again. Not sister. No. Amelia patted her chest to calm herself down, forcing herself to stay composed. But as she tried to regain her composure while being cornered by Bliss and stepping back, she accidentally hooked her foot on the leg of a stool beside her and let out an exclamation "oh my" as she fell backward. Although she knew that she wouldn't fall far because of the table behind her, Bliss still reached out his long arm, one hand circling her nape and the other supporting himself on the table. Amelia's hands grabbed his shirt front in confusion, and the collar in her hand unfortunately hung right around his neck. "Oh Tilda." His voice was cool and low, the inviting rising tone carrying a lazy hoarseness, gently pressing down. "So, it turns out sister likes this kind of thing." Chapter 80 Poisoning. Bliss joined the army in his teens, retired in his early 20s, and after serving as a special forces captain for several years, he should now be around 24 or 25 years old. Calling her sister wasn't out of place, but now, just inches away from her, his eyes flickered with a hint of red, and deep within his dark gaze lurked a burning desire that seemed ready to consume her at any moment. His nature had always been predatory, yet now he paused. Each call of sister seemed to substitute for actions, enticing her to take the initiative. Amelia tightened her grip on his shirt collar and lifted her head, pulling him closer by his necklace. Just as she was about to touch those thin lips, Elsa's frantic voice came from not far away. "Amelia, something's wrong." Seeing them quickly separate, Elsa didn't care about the awkwardness and pulled Amelia off the stone table. "Oh, you two can make out later. Our Adelita is in trouble." Hearing this, Amelia's heart skipped a beat. Following Elsa into the room, they saw Nova in a semi-comatose state, half of her clothes soaked in sweat, her sleeves rolled up to reveal festering sores all over her forearm, emitting a foul odor. "How did it get so bad so suddenly?" Amelia asked. Elsa shook her head continuously. "I don't know." She kept grabbing her wrist sometimes on the way back and said she felt uncomfortable. "I thought she was just tired from the past few days and didn't pay much attention. But when we got back, she was already like this." The sores were worse the closer they got to her palm and were slowly spreading from her forearm to her upper arm. It must be from the tissue scraped off the landmarks outside the city. Amelia immediately thought of the broken test tube. Although they had collected new samples afterward and Nova had thoroughly washed her hands, she still fell victim. As the team's doctor, she was usually the first to notice any illness and would take appropriate measures. Now, even Nova was ill, and everyone wanted to help but didn't know where to start, only feeling helpless. "This won't do," Amelia said. "Have Ian there invite a doctor from the city to see what's wrong with our Adelita. We need to diagnose her before we can treat her." Ian there arrived quickly after getting the message and asked upon seeing Nova's condition. "Did you come into contact with the landmarks outside?" Realizing she might have more information, Amelia nodded for her to explain. According to Ian there, Nova's sores were caused by a substance extracted from a plant called EPU, translated as an insane poison. After being modified by a city doctor, it was used to coat wooden crosses and slave corpses outside the city, preventing decay and effectively repelling zombies. However, living humans couldn't be exposed to it. Even a tiny bit would gradually corrode the skin, starting with rashes and progressing to sores, ultimately causing unbearable itching and pain until death. Some slave owners would also use it to control their slaves. If someone uses it, there must be an antidote, right? Or at least, who is that doctor, and where does he live? We can't just watch our Adelita die in pain. Elsa was almost in tears. Amelia was also taken aback. This poison was even more terrifying than corrosive fluid, and someone actually used it to discipline slaves, truly ruthless. Ian there shook her head. This wasn't originally meant for human use, and there isn't much antidote available. The doctor who created it was recently executed for turning into a zombie, and his body hangs on the wall outside the city, eventually replacing one of the rotten landmarks on the cross. Is there no way then? Elsa was close to crying. Bliss, however, had another idea. Where does this plant called EPU grow? Is it in the city? Amelia quickly understood his implication. You mean within 10 steps of any toxic substance, there must be an antidote? Bliss nodded. Elsa doubted it. That's only in novels. What if it doesn't work? Then what happens to our Adelita? Biologically speaking, it's not entirely baseless. Amelia briefly explained. Ecology is all about balance and natural selection. In any ecosystem, there are natural predators to maintain balance, otherwise, the species would multiply unchecked, leading to its own destruction. If a species is toxic, its predator will gradually evolve resistance. For example, in the Zishuangbana region, there is a tree called arrow poison tree. Its sap is highly toxic and can cause cardiac arrest and suffocation upon contact with wounds in humans or animals, earning it the name heart-stopping tree. However, growing around this highly toxic tree is a delicate grass called redback bamboo grass, also known as gabu grass, which is the only antidote for the arrow poison tree. Only a few locals can recognize it. But after hearing this, Ian strongly advised against anyone taking the risk. The EPU grass grows deep in the grasslands outside the city, surrounded by zombies. Recently, people who went out of the city reported encountering a creature that resembles a zombie but has extremely sensitive hearing. It doesn't attack directly, but its piercing scream attracts other surrounding zombies, which will completely devour any person. Master Garfield calls this creature the Listener. Listener? Amelia searched her memory but couldn't find any information about this listener monster. Could it be something that suddenly appeared in this life and didn't exist in her previous one? Or perhaps it had existed but was so rare that it disappeared before being discovered and documented in the records of the apocalypse. Amelia crossed her arms, lost in thought. However, from what she heard, aside from having sharp hearing to attract zombies, it didn't seem like an insurmountable challenge. After all, with Bliss around, no matter how many zombies there were, they would only be offering themselves up for elimination. We should still invite a doctor to alleviate our Adelita's suffering. As for the antidote, I'll go look for it, Amelia said without hesitation. I'll go with you. Naturally, Bliss stood by her side. Ian felt that Amelia and her group were different from the slave owners in the city. They had been kind to her, so she tried her best to persuade them to stay safe. Even if you're not afraid of zombies, the grassland terrain is complex. Without a guide, you could easily get lost and never return. That was indeed a problem. Moreover, considering Nova's condition, she probably wouldn't last much longer. If they couldn't come back quickly, finding the antidote would be futile. Amelia furrowed her brow in deep thought. Where could she find a suitable guide? Perhaps Bliss had someone in mind. He should be able to help. Chapter 81. Trust in him. Hector still wore his black robe, with the wide hood covering his face. He returned home covered in dust and saw Amelia and Bliss already waiting at the door. After briefly explaining their purpose, Hector suddenly stood up, took down a hunting rifle from the wall, and fired a shot at them with a bang. Amelia instinctively reached for her paratrooper knife. You can disagree without getting so worked up. Bliss wasn't nervous at all. He slowly turned back to look. He saw that a zombie flipping over the low wall hadn't even gotten close before it was blown to pieces by one shot. Only then did Amelia let out a sigh of relief and mutter under her breath. You seem to really trust him. It wasn't so much that Bliss trusted their former company commander. Rather, he knew guns inside and out, and just by looking at the angle and direction of the gun barrel, he knew that Hector's target was not the two of them. But instead of explaining, he asked Amelia, if it were me, would you have doubts? With you, I'd be completely reassured. Amelia patted the pocket holding her paratrooper knife and continued to watch Hector, as if confirming whether he could lead them to find the antidote. Unbeknownst to her, during this time, Bliss's gaze never left her. Hector slung the rifle over his shoulder and answered using the tactical hand signals common in his former unit. Departure. Amelia traded some grain for a small off-road vehicle that was still somewhat operational. The three left the city heading west, seeing undulating hills splitting the terrain in two, the west being desert, the east a sea of grass. In this mountain hollow they ventured into, wild grass grew abundantly among ancient intertwining trees. Waist-deep chaotic grass vaguely carried wisps of mist, lingering due to the low-lying terrain where winds couldn't penetrate. Intermixed with the stench of decaying bodies, it made one nauseous. From a high vantage point, it looked like a vast green trap, where any animal or person caught inside would only rot and stink, never leaving. The bumpy road made them feel out of breath. After a violent jolt, the vehicle finally stopped moving. Upon checking, they found the wheels had sunk into a deep pit. This place was still 40 to 50 kilometers from where the yew grass grew, too far to reach on foot before dark. Fortunately, Bliss lifted the nearly 2-ton vehicle out of the hole with ease. Before they could get back in the car, a pair of blood-red eyes flashed from the hole and dashed toward Hector at an incomprehensible speed. However, Hector, as a veteran soldier, reacted swiftly and dodged. Amelia, quick on her feet, pulled out her paratrooper knife and stabbed forward. She felt coarse fur graze her face, and the creature, a large rat driven mad by zombie poison, was skewered mid-air. Are you hurt? Amelia saw a scratch on Hector's hand left by the rat's claws. There's a first aid kit in the car. Before he finished speaking, Hector had already torn a strip of cloth from his robe to bandage the wound, as familiar as daily chores. Seeing he had taken care of it, Amelia didn't insist further. Swinging her knife arm to rid herself of the rat, she saw a large centipede over a meter long emerge from the grass and snatch the flying rat. Clearly starving, it wasn't satisfied after swallowing the rat and moved towards Amelia. Too close for comfort, Amelia could see its extended palpi clearly. Fortunately, the rat distraction kept it occupied, or else it might have already bitten her. A gunshot rang out from Hector's rifle. Startled, Amelia quickly rolled away. But the centipede couldn't avoid the bullet, which struck it squarely, emitting a chilling roar. They say a worm doesn't stiffen after death, and indeed, even severed into two parts, its upper body still tried to bite Amelia. Bliss got into the driver's seat, revved the engine, and drove straight ahead, stopping inches from Amelia without hurting her while crushing the centipede flat. Amelia watched the car charge at her without flinching, proving her claim of unconditional trust in Bliss. When Bliss leaned out the window, she waved at him. Next time, stay away from me. These colorful splashes will need cleaning if they get on us. Saying this, when Bliss reached out his hand, she instinctively extended her hand to him without hesitation. Hector also bent down to get into the car, and the three continued their journey as planned. Looking at the occasional landmarks that still appeared deep within the sea of grass, Amelia couldn't help but sigh. Even without zombies, life for these slaves would have been hellish, suffering from the moment they were born, with no dignity or peace even in death. The sun set in the west. Though the sunlight gilded the sea of grass, it offered no warmth to those living on this land. Hector pointed to a dense forest where even sunlight could not penetrate, indicating that it was their destination. The trees were too thick, so the three parked by the roadside and chose to proceed on foot. The woods around Kaffa had many swampy areas, but Hector always led them accurately, avoiding dangerous spots with steady steps. Watching Hector leading the way, Amelia asked Bliss. Your comrade seems quite capable, able to discern direction by the growth of plants and identify nearby swamps by the degree of leaf decay and smell. Could he be from special forces? Bliss raised an eyebrow, impressed. This is just a basic survival skill. Give me 3 days to familiarize myself with the surroundings, and I can do the same. Amelia pouted, wondering why she hadn't noticed Bliss's boastful nature before. Just as she was about to speak again, she saw someone digging incessantly nearby, and next to him seemed to be the yew grass they were looking for. Amelia touched her paratrooper knife, signaled Bliss to be alert, and approached cautiously. After watching for a while and seeing no zombie-like stiffness or visible injuries on him, she gathered her courage and asked, "Excuse me." Before she could finish, the person suddenly turned around. A ghastly pale face with dark hollows where eyes should be, replaced by an exaggerated large mouth that stretched to the ears. Amelia involuntarily took a step back. A hoarse voice, barely human, came from behind her. Quick, cover its mouth. Chapter 82, The True Listener. This was the first time Amelia had heard Hector speak since they met. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like a string about to snap or a rusted bearing that hadn't been used in ages. It carried a grainy texture, grating against one's eardrums. But soon Amelia stopped finding Hector's voice unpleasant because the eyeless creature before them was opening its blood-red mouth, emitting a scream akin to a woman's. The screech was so shrill and piercing it felt as though someone was stabbing her eardrums with needles. Amelia felt like her brain might explode from the sound. Go, quickly, it's a listener. Hector didn't care about his strained voice, he only wanted to get both of them away from this area as fast as possible. They were too close to the edge of the forest, outside which was a vast expanse of grassland. If they were surrounded by zombies here, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Moving deeper into the forest, using the towering ancient trees as cover while fighting back step by step, at least gave them a glimmer of hope for survival. The surrounding woods and grasslands rustled loudly as zombies started gathering in response to the commotion. Amelia resisted the urge to vomit from the piercing screams and followed Hector in a sprint. Although these were just regular zombies, they had devoured many people since the beginning of the apocalypse, making their strength and speed far beyond what they used to be. Amelia, sandwiched between Bliss and Hector, occasionally slashed at any zombies that got too close, noticing that the ordinary zombies in Kaffa region were stronger than those in mainland U country. Huff, puff, huff, puff. The prolonged running and continuous combat made Amelia's heart and lungs feel increasingly overburdened. Her vision blurred slightly, unsure how much longer she could hold on. But the listener was exceptionally adept at tracking their movements. No matter where they ran, it would always be found, screaming right behind them. Its noise irritated them and excited the zombies. We need to shake off this tracker. Amelia panted this to Bliss during a brief respite. Bliss noticed her face turning pale, knowing she was reaching her limit. If she fainted here without a doctor nearby, the situation would become dire. He stopped, delivering a powerful blow that toppled an ancient tree, positioning himself and the zombie horde in front of it while Amelia and Hector hid behind. Follow Captain Wei to find the medicine. I'll deal with these. Saying this, he kept a firm gaze on the zombies trying to cross the fallen tree to reach Amelia, severing their heads mercilessly one by one. Bliss. Amelia trusted his abilities but couldn't help feeling worried. Be careful. Bliss turned to look at her, his features carved with sharp precision, one side gently bathed in the evening sun, the other concealed in the shadows of the darkened woods. He nodded slightly before charging fearlessly into the crowd of zombies. Hector gripped his gun tightly, seemingly hesitant about whether to join in. Amelia pulled him down, crouching low to avoid detection and quietly running towards the deeper forest. By the time the sun set, it was already pitch black around them. Amelia switched on her wolf-eye flashlight, searching meticulously for traces of the Yipu herb, not missing a single inch of land. Captain Wei, the Yipu herbs are mostly found at the edge of the forest. Do we really not need to go back and search there instead of venturing deeper? Hector squatted, apparently having made some discovery, beckoning Amelia over. Due to prolonged combat with zombies, the bandage on his earlier rat bite had become loose. Amelia glanced at the wound, frowning slightly, then followed his gesture closer. As she bent down like Hector to inspect if they had found the antidote, something suddenly flashed in her eyes. Before she could react, her commando knife was already in Hector's hand, who took advantage of her momentary distraction to lunge toward her chest. Amelia dodged sideways hastily, but the blade still slashed through the strap of her backpack, scattering its contents. However, she didn't have time to gather them as Hector continued his relentless attacks. Though his strikes were swift, they weren't meant to kill her but rather to capture her alive. Her heartbeat thudded like drums, and Amelia knew if this went on, she might eventually lose consciousness. Deciding to take a gamble, she allowed Hector to plunge the blade into her chest. Ooh! Even knowing she wouldn't die, the pain was real. Amelia screamed inwardly, but she used the opportunity to press herself closer to Hector, trapping the knife with her ribs so he couldn't move it. Unable to withdraw the blade, Hector tried to release it and retreat. But Amelia had already firmly grasped his hand, preventing any movement. I don't want to kill you, don't force me. That hoarse voice sounded like a devil crawling out of hell, sending chills down one's spine. Amelia grabbed his hand and fiercely pulled off the blood-stained bandage. Captain Wei, what happened to your hand? Blood trickled from the corner of Amelia's mouth, but she still managed a defiant smile. Her pale face, illuminated by the strong beam of her wolf-eye flashlight in the silent night, looked eerie and frightening. Hector was taken aback as Amelia seized the opportunity to scratch at his face. Due to the short distance for dodging, even though she didn't directly claw his face, her neatly trimmed sharp nails still left a thin scratch between his eyebrows. When the scratch appeared with no blood flowing, Amelia wore an expression of understanding. You didn't expect to be scratched by a rat and hastily wrapped it up so we wouldn't know you're actually a bloodless corpse. As she spoke, she kept a tight watch on Hector. You are the real listener, right? Sure enough, Hector's previously expressionless face revealed a slight flicker in his pupils upon hearing this. You. His voice was as creaky as a broken wind box, barely distinguishable if not listened carefully. When did you start suspecting? Amelia smiled brightly, seemingly completely forgetting her injuries. At the thatched cottage, it was just a little strange. Bliss and I didn't hear the zombies approaching, yet you shot before they even entered the door. Plus, saving me from the slave boy's ambush earned trust while revealing your exceptional hearing. At first, she only had some doubts, but once they entered the woods, Hector's behavior became more peculiar. A man so observant hadn't noticed the monster capable of emitting ear-piercing screams nearby. It seemed as if he intentionally led them towards the monster. And given his knowledge of the area, he should have known that pu herbs grow around the forest's edge, yet after spotting the monster, he led Bliss and herself deeper into the woods. While entering the woods might help ordinary people, it would restrict Bliss's capabilities. After all, the transparent tentacles behind him could stretch nearly 10 meters, requiring ample space to operate effectively. The dense woods provided perfect cover for the zombies, preventing their heads from being snapped by the tentacles before getting close to Bliss. But ever since they entered Kaffa City, Bliss had retracted his tentacles, leaving outsiders unaware of his attack method. Unless outside the city, seeing firsthand how he used the tentacles against relentless zombies. But ultimately, these were just my speculations. Amelia caught her breath and continued, what truly confirmed my suspicions was your answer just now. Hector hadn't expected his vulnerabilities to be so thoroughly exposed after only 2 encounters. Chapter 83, You were the one who fell for the trick. When Amelia first heard about the listener from Kwai Shi, she only found it a bit odd. If this creature lured zombie hordes to gnaw on humans by screaming, based on how monsters were usually named after their mode of attack, it would have made more sense to call it a screamer. Amelia looked at Hector before her. The listener was named by Francis for you, wasn't it? His aim was to utilize your hearing to control the slaves and citizens of Kaffa City. Every move we made after disembarking was within his grasp, correct? Hector didn't deny it. You're really smart. No matter how many times she heard his voice, she couldn't get used to its grainy raspiness. Holding Bliss back while controlling me, what did Francis want to get from us? Amelia came straight to the point. Food supplies, replied Hector simply. He not only wanted to trade food in exchange for black warriors but also intended to snatch it forcefully. This was something Amelia had already guessed to some extent. They had used food supplies to gain entry into Kaffa, hoping to exchange them for the world's strongest army. Meanwhile, the slave owners inside Kaffa were doing everything they could to ensure their survival and to continue cultivating new black warriors by plundering all edible resources around them. However, due to T country's geographical limitations, even though they had black warriors that could temporarily fend off zombies, there was no suitable land for cultivation. So their attention turned to the few people who had willingly ventured here. Due to Amelia's caution, they only knew that the group was from U country but didn't know where the food supplies came from. After looting the boat used to cross the sea without finding any trace of food, Francis decided to let Hector monitor the group's actions. Using the barrel of the gun in his other hand, Hector tapped a dot on the ground and drew a large circle. My range of listening roughly covers the entire distance of Kaffa City. As long as I listen carefully, I can clearly hear any movement anyone makes. He lifted his head as he spoke. But you've been tight-lipped. Up until now, not a single word has revealed the location of the food. Hector originally intended to separate Amelia and Bliss. If threatening Amelia didn't work, he planned to use her to force Bliss to disclose the location of the food supplies. Although Bliss had been led away, these two had spoken for so long that if it had been anyone else with such a gaping wound in their chest, they wouldn't be standing. But Amelia, the girl before him, although pale-faced, still stood steadily in place, gripping tightly onto herself. Trying to pull out the knife again proved extremely difficult. It seemed almost to have melded with her body. Hector looked at Amelia again. I'll say this one more time, tell me where the food is, and I won't kill you. Otherwise. Cold sweat trickled down Amelia's forehead, yet she felt the strength in Hector's hands suddenly weaken. As he slowly opened his mouth, Amelia felt as if the world was spinning, her head feeling like it was splitting open. A moment later, the clear tearing sensation diminished as Hector closed his mouth. Blood flowed from Amelia's eyes, nose, and ears. This is my true power, Hector stated. Recalling previous encounters, Amelia's strength to speak noticeably weakened. So you were the one who broke that test tube? Hector nodded. Just a bit of bad luck, my real target was you. Amelia tightened her grip on the blade. If not for Adelita taking over the test tube, it might have been her who ended up poisoned with boils on both arms. As a retired veteran, besides excellent reflexes and proficient combat skills, his deadliest weapon was using sound to kill. As early as the 1960s, French scientist Vladimir Gavreau had proposed the idea of using sound to kill. As the father of acoustic weapons documented in textbooks, he did not disappoint. Many of the acoustic weapons he invented could silently kill within 10 miles. Ultrasound weapons primarily generate intense air pressure through high-frequency waves, causing blurred vision, nausea, and reducing or eliminating human fighting capabilities. If strong enough, ultrasound can directly kill a person. Infrasound weapons are even crueler, rupturing internal organs instantly. Since the apocalypse, zombies have gained abilities through mutation or alteration. Hector's vocal cords were affected to varying degrees, allowing him to emit terrifying sound waves capable of attacks with human anatomy. The range of sounds humans can hear is limited. Sounds that are too high or too low cannot be heard. This means that even though he only opened his mouth without making a sound, the sound waves emitted could instantly kill. Amelia wiped the blood from her nostrils and ears, saying mockingly, "No wonder they say to beware of people who don't speak and dogs that don't bark, because you never know what they're really thinking. But I'll tell you a secret." As she spoke, she pulled out the paratrooper knife stuck in her body in the opposite direction. "With just this knife, you can't kill me." Saying this, she staggered toward Hector with the knife. Once, twice, thrice. Hector dodged methodically. "Let's cut to the chase. I won't tell you where the food supplies are. If you want to report back to Francis, you'll have to kill me." Seeing Amelia's stubbornness, Hector knew he wouldn't get anything useful from her. So he removed the scarf around his neck and slowly opened his mouth. Amelia, already unsteady on her feet, felt dizzy and leaned against a tree, starting to vomit. When he saw she was close to the brink of death, Hector closed his mouth again. The wind rustled through the leaves in the woods. "You're not screaming anymore." Amelia couldn't tell east from west, only shouting at the top of her lungs. "I'll shout for you, Elsa." The buzzing sensation continued, but Hector didn't move. He followed the direction of the sound waves and found Amelia's fallen phone on the ground. "It won't work." Hector returned to Amelia with the phone. "While my exceptional hearing makes me vulnerable to sound waves, every time I emit them, my hearing automatically shuts off." "Is that so?" Amelia's lips curled into a triumphant smile. "Don't blame me for speaking up. Bliss, your former company commander, admitted it himself." Before she finished speaking, Hector felt a gust of wind behind him, and his mouth was firmly covered. At the same time, Bliss's voice sounded beside him. "This will be the last time I call you Commander. Chapter 84 Change of Mind. Seeing Hector's astonished expression, Amelia shook the phone in her hand. Never thought that the things prepared by Zishuan at short notice would actually come in handy. However, it's not used as a means to attack you but to cover your ears at critical moments, allowing Bliss to get closer. Hector closed his eyes briefly. He did not expect the two to have such cooperation, without needing words. Just as Amelia finished speaking, Marty's voice came from the other end. "How is it? How effective?" Amelia ended the speakerphone mode. Though not as expected, it achieved its goal. "How is Adelita?" Marty's mood instantly fell. "Not good, the doctor gave her medicine, but the sores are slowly spreading to her shoulders. Kuei, she said that if it reaches the chest." "No." Amelia interrupted, "Stay with her well until we return." After hanging up, Amelia took out a bundle of round-leaved grass, with a small yellow flower half opened at the top. "Is this the antidote?" This was what she had casually picked when she saw the screaming zombie, grabbing it from where it was randomly clawing. Hector nodded. Amelia asked again, "Brayden has the antidote, doesn't he?" After hesitating for a moment, Hector continued nodding. "These slave masters who eat people." Amelia stomped her foot in anger and grabbed Hector by the collar. "Will he do anything else to Zishuan and the others?" Bliss comforted her. "No. Before he gets news that we've been subdued, he'll just let the doctors squeeze out all the remaining food from their bodies." "You?" Amelia asked Hector, "You're not a slave, so why collaborate with Brayden, a slave owner like him?" It seemed that Hector had never shown much malice toward them from the start. Being compatriots of U-Country and Bliss's comrade in arms, Amelia wanted to hear his response. She raised the phone, signaling Bliss to release Hector. "I advise you not to try any tricks. Perhaps your sound waves are powerful, but they won't be faster than his movements." With a hoarse voice, Hector began to recount his story. The previous account about becoming a security captain after military service, the boat capsizing during the zombie outbreak and being rescued to end up in Kaffa were all true. However, his throat injury was due to a zombie bite. He assumed he would eventually be infected and turn into a mindless, flesh-eating monster. But when attacking a person carrying a medical kit while fleeing, he accidentally got injected with a drug that restored his human consciousness. When one can't speak, hearing becomes extremely acute. Initially, Hector relied on this sharp hearing to evade zombies and hunt animals. Apart from eating, he would also skin the animals and secretly sell the pelts in the city, gradually managing to survive in this area. Later on, somehow, Brayden found out about him. He approached Hector under the pretext of buying pelts and discussed a deal. Brayden wanted to control all of Kaffa for himself, while Hector could have the right to stay in the city permanently with a comfortable room and stable food supply. These terms, which would have been unthinkable under normal circumstances, were immensely tempting in the post-apocalypse world. He was tired of living in the wilderness, exposed to harsh conditions. With his acute hearing, every slight wind made him feel threatened. In the end, he agreed to cooperate with Brayden. But deep down, his tenacity as a U-Countryman and unwillingness to fight others made him keep his ability to use Soundwave secret. "The poisoning was not my intention. If necessary, I will personally ask Brayden for the antidote to help your companions." Looking at this man before her, Amelia felt more resentment than hatred. Resenting the cruelty of the world and resenting that he did not hold on to the last shred of integrity. Collaborating with a greedy slave master like him, his demands will only increase. Recalling everything that happened since they encountered the seemingly magnificent ancient city of Kaffa, images flashed through Amelia's mind. I didn't originally intend to buy these slaves for an army, but now I've changed my mind. Inside the lavish palace-like hall of Kaffa City, Braden asked excitedly the servant who came to report. Really? They really brought a truckload of grain? The servant answered eagerly, yes, Master Braden. I saw with my own eyes a truck loaded with rice and flour entering the city. It should almost be at the gate. Braden kicked away the black slave girl massaging his feet, and another quickly crawled over to put on his shoes. When the mute messenger came to say that they had changed their minds and wanted to buy all my black warriors, I doubted if it was true. They did hide the grain after all. After getting dressed, Braden took out a small scepter from the drawer. Let's go see if their offer can satisfy me. If not, then. As he spoke, he made a gesture of cutting his neck, and the servant immediately understood, following him with a fawning laugh. Amelia and Bliss returned, dust-covered, to see the slave owner Braden walking out of the main gate with a beaming face. Braden instantly noticed Kuei behind Amelia, who wasn't wearing the family's distinctive collar. Just as he was about to react, Amelia swiftly blocked his view. Good morning, Master Braden. I wonder if these 3 tons of grain are enough to buy 10,000 black warriors from your city. 30,000. Looking at the mini-truck in front of him, Braden was inwardly delighted but still pretended to be difficult on the surface. This. Amelia countered, not enough. Braden hesitated for a moment before saying, 3 pounds of fine grain for 1 black warrior would normally be more than enough, but. His eyes gleamed with greed, and Amelia knew it was driven by desire. But among these 10,000, half have not been fully trained yet. Handing them over now might make you, our esteemed guest, think I'm selling inferior goods. Perhaps staying in the city a little longer would be better. Our time is very tight. Amelia interrupted him without waiting for him to finish. If the goods don't meet expectations, our companion is ill, and we can consider the remainder as payment for medicine. Braden pretended to be surprised. The guest is ill. It's my duty to provide medicine. How could I ask for payment? Amelia waved her hand, unwilling to continue this pointless conversation. My sincerity has already been brought here. When will Master Braden let us see all the black warriors? Braden put away his hypocritical expression, holding the scepter and gesturing for everyone to enter. Chapter 85, Fight as a Free Being. Amelia was led forward by a servant, while On beside her inspected his troops like a leader reviewing his own forces. They have not been tested in war. If the guest can first give them some combat experience, it would undoubtedly be a good choice. On kindly reminded. Amelia showed interest. Oh? How to gain combat experience? On secretly mocked Amelia for her lack of knowledge. Along the coast of the Black Sea, apart from Kaffa, there are scattered villages. Looting villages that have not been attacked by zombies can not only test the combat capability of the black warriors, but also any villages captured can be resold to me if guests do not want to take them along. The price is negotiable. Perhaps the next batch of black warriors could be selected from among them. Looting other villages or small bases. Amelia stopped walking. This is Sir On's suggestion. On turned around inexplicably, looking at Amelia. Of course, if you wish, you can also take them directly into battle with zombies. However, the difference in casualties I cannot make up for. Amelia watched On pass by her, standing still for a minute before suppressing her urge to punch him, and followed. Turning a corner, a vast arena came into view. Rows of fully armed black warriors stood neatly in formation, each with a servant holding a whip managing them, waiting for their master's inspection. On slightly raised his scepter, and the black warriors moved on command. These will all belong to you, my noble guest. He pretended to hand over the scepter to Amelia. Amelia looked at the scepter in his hand, carved with a golden giant eye that seemed to see through people's hearts, below which was a short, delicate whip. Symbolizing in Kaffa City, On would monitor everyone's actions on behalf of the gods and urge people to advance. She reached out her hand, but On pulled back. Cash on delivery. Even without Stephanie translating, Amelia understood his meaning, took out her car keys, and tossed them to the servant by his side. The servant caught the keys and nodded slightly to Hector. Seeing him walk out silently, On finally handed the scepter over to Amelia. They are yours now, but soon everything you have will be mine. He threatened Stephanie not to translate the true meaning of this sentence, then watched Amelia fumble with the scepter. What should I do? No matter how Amelia waved the scepter, none of the black warriors responded. Finally, On seemed to have had enough fun. Oh, I forgot, besides this scepter, they only understand orders given in Kaffa language. Saying this, he tried to snatch the scepter from Amelia. Amelia stiffened, gripping it tightly. What do you mean? On did not care and gave orders in Kaffa language. Seize him. The black warriors who were like wooden figures just moments ago grabbed Bliss. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the servant injected a needle into Bliss's neck. Seeing him gradually lose consciousness, On laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, do you think having one monster protecting you can sweep through my Kaffa? Don't daydream, I have 10,000 black warriors. On never took seriously the girl claiming to buy an army and did not plan to make any deal with her. He regarded them as fat sheep delivered to a wolf's mouth, longing to devour every bit of them. This face should fetch a good price. On mused aloud, already salivating at Amelia's beauty. Don't worry, before taking you to the slave market to get more value, I'll enjoy myself. As he leaned in with his scalded pig-like face, he ordered, seize him. Familiar words entered the ears of the black warriors, but in a clear, sweet tone. Before On reacted, he found his arms twisted behind his back, forced down onto the ground. You. How is this possible? Amelia tilted her head and looked at him. So, as long as one has the scepter and speaks Kafir, they can command the Black Warriors? Her fluent Kafir stunned on. How can you speak Kafir? Amelia pointed at Stephanie. She taught me last night. Pointing at her head, she added, luckily, I have a good memory. It's impossible. On couldn't believe it. You spent the whole night in the Cow-High Forest. Where did you find time? He seemed to have realized something. It's him, that man from U Country. He deceived me. Learning to distinguish truth from falsehood while acquiring information is essential. If you only use your ears and not your brain, it will lead you into a dead end. Amelia drew her paratrooper knife and sliced off his ear in one swift motion. Amidst his cries of agony, she extended her hand toward Bliss. Rest enough. It's time to get up and work. Xing's star-like eyes snapped open and tightly gripped the delicate hand reaching out to him. Seeing their master captured, the servants began to grow restless and agitated, unsure of what to do in the face of this new situation. Amelia's lips curved slightly as she loudly commanded the Black Warriors. Black Warriors, take up your weapons, kill the slave masters, destroy their henchmen, and slay anyone holding a whip. Chaos erupted in the arena. Even though On still had his own guards, they were quickly overwhelmed by the relentless and pain-insensitive Black Warriors. The Black Warriors surged like a raging tide, instantly engulfing the entire city of Kafir. When Kayla helped the now-cured Nova reach the highest fortress in Kafir, Amelia stood like an all-powerful queen, overlooking the city. As the smoke cleared, the Black Warriors still stood in neat rows on the open ground. All the slaves in the city had their shackles removed, and On had joined most of the other slave owners in the underworld. Walking among the ranks of Black Warriors, Amelia could tangibly feel the solemnity and suppression. It was the tension of awaiting a new master's inspection after a great battle. In front of everyone's eyes, she gripped both ends of the scepter with her hands, pressing down while lifting one leg, instantly snapping the scepter into several pieces and tossing them into the dirt. Once, you lived in fear of enslavement. Today, I give you freedom. But freedom in this apocalyptic world may not be as wonderful as you imagine. At least from now on, you can freely choose whether to go east or west, to live or to die. I need an army now, and you former Black Warriors are my best choice, but I won't force you. If anyone wants to quit and live a normal life, I promise no harm will come to you. I believe. She glanced at Bliss nearby and continued, true bravery does not rely on whips, but on faith and trust. With that, Amelia climbed back onto the high wall and shouted loudly, who wishes to fight for me as a free being? Chapter 86, Upgrade the Space. After a night of intensive study, Amelia had mastered simple French phrases, but she was far from communicating fluently like a native speaker. Erilyn translated Amelia's intentions and the offer of freedom to the Black Warriors and all the slaves. Silence fell over the training ground. Recalling the ungrateful slave boy who had betrayed her, Amelia knew this was a huge gamble. She didn't know how many Black Warriors would stay, but what she wanted was a truly powerful army loyal to her, not puppets submitting under oppression and depending on a staff to act. Suddenly, a gunshot broke the silence. Bliss immediately shielded Amelia, watching as a Black Warrior stepped out of the ranks with a gun. His tentacles behind him boldly assumed a defensive posture, casting ominous shadows in the sunlight. Amelia gently pressed Bliss's hand, stepping out from his protective embrace and walking towards the Black Warrior. The Black Warrior's face was entirely hidden by a helmet and mask, revealing no expression. Seeing him slowly raise the gun, Erilyn couldn't resist rushing forward, placing herself between Amelia and the gun muzzle. What are you doing? She liberated all of Kafir City from the hands of slave masters and gave you the choice. If you're tired of fighting, just leave, don't harm her. The young black slave girl in front of him was only about 14 or 15 years old, small and thin, barely reaching his eyebrows. Compared to the burly Black Warrior, she looked as vulnerable as a chick awaiting slaughter. But even so, she still chose to stand in front of him. Erilyn. Before Amelia could finish her sentence, another gunshot rang out. Another Black Warrior stepped forward from the ranks. This time, she clearly saw that the gunshot wasn't aimed at her or anyone else, but into the sky of Kafir City. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Gunshots echoed repeatedly, lingering above Kafir City. Amelia calmly stepped over the broken staff, knowing at that moment that this powerful army of Black Warriors was hers. Except for those who chose to leave voluntarily, 8,700 Black Warriors remained. To be honest, this number exceeded Amelia's expectations. Whether it was for leaving guards in Anling and Sun Lion City, or mounting a frontal attack on Sakura Island, these Black Warriors undoubtedly gave her confidence. She temporarily entrusted them to Bliss, who had experience leading troops. They did not intend to stay in Kafir any longer. Amelia originally wanted Hector to find out where the truck carrying food supplies had been driven. As soon as she mentioned it, Hector shook his head and pointed towards the city gate. From afar, they saw countless people pushing a vehicle, moving slowly but steadily. Some were malnourished and frail, yet the food on the truck remained untouched, not even moved. Amelia knew that these were the slaves of Kafir City repaying her in their own way. They climbed onto the vehicle, and no matter how much Amelia waved goodbye, neither Erilyn nor the people of Kafir City would leave the vehicle. Fortunately, with the protection of the Black Warriors and Bliss, no zombies could approach the crowd. Honored guest, can I really not come with you? I can do laundry, cook, carry water, chop wood, anything. Erilyn had been a slave since childhood. The best life she could imagine was having an owner who wouldn't torment her daily. Though now she had freedom, she lacked direction and wanted to follow Amelia, even if it meant doing menial work. Amelia jumped off the truck and walked far with the crowd and Erilyn. Erilyn, with the apocalypse upon us, I don't know whether losing something to rely on is good or bad, but I hope each of you can live according to your own will, even if you lack direction for now. Saying this, she nodded toward the young man beside her. Besides, you've reunited with your family. Isn't that more important than anything? Erilyn glanced at her brother, once a black warrior, who returned to her side after Amelia granted him freedom. No but, Erilyn. I hope we meet again someday. A farewell during the apocalypse might well be forever. As she spoke, she climbed back onto the vehicle and tapped on the door. Alexander in the driver's seat understood and finally turned the key to start the engine. The vehicle sped away, with the black warriors marching neatly behind. Watching Kaffa City disappear in the rearview mirror, Amelia felt unprecedented exhaustion. She nimbly climbed in through the car window and looked at the still somewhat weak Nova, asking, "How are you feeling? Are you sure you're all right?" Nova smiled and rolled up her sleeve, revealing a section of her pale forearm. The sores on it were still shocking to see, but most of the wounds had scabbed over, and no new pus-filled blisters had appeared. It still hurts, but the maddening itch is gone. Amelia took the ointment from Elsa's hand and said regretfully, "I should have brought Erilyn along, that little girl seems quite skillful. Not like you, Danishien, look at this bandaging job." Elsa wasn't happy and placed her hands on her hips. "What do you mean by that? Everyone has their specialties. While I'm not good at applying medicine or bandaging." She gave a mysterious smile and pulled out a small black rectangular box with a red button on top. "Do you want to know how many square meters your space is now?" Amelia blinked in confusion and was dragged out of the vehicle by Elsa. Finding an open area, she handed the box to Amelia. "Want to try?" Amelia hesitated, pointing at the conspicuous red button. "Are you sure? This looks just like a detonator button for a time bomb." Elsa rolled her eyes. She allowed Amelia to criticize her bandaging skills, but when it came to her mechanical expertise, she wouldn't tolerate any doubts. "Give it here. If it blows up, let it blow up first on me." With that, she snatched the amplifier from Amelia and pressed the button without hesitation. Amelia felt a sharp pain in her ears, as if something had pierced them, and a buzzing sound filled her mind. It only subsided when Elsa put headphones into her ears. "I went through your sketches. The designer of this is truly a genius." Elsa still remembered her excitement when she first saw those formulas. She also knew that the owner of this device was likely Amelia's mother, Candace, so she didn't hesitate to praise her. When Amelia recovered and opened her eyes, she couldn't believe what she saw. Danishien. Her eyes widened. "Whose villa did you move here?" Chapter 87, The Eerie Manor. Amelia rubbed her eyes and looked again. The spacious and bright room still seemed like a mirage, giving an illusion of unreality. Calling it a villa might be an exaggeration, but compared to the two small rooms before, the space had expanded more than tenfold. The previously cramped experimental equipment now lay on the ground like scattered toys. It appeared that establishing a portable laboratory was something she could consider now. Elsa proudly took out another headphone and put it on. To unfold particles into higher dimensions, more energy is required. "This is as far as I can go for now." Amelia's mind struggled to keep up. She interrupted Elsa. "More energy? Are you saying this isn't the largest size possible?" Elsa nodded. "Yes, based on my calculations, it could expand at least 10 times more. But power, propulsion, modifications, these will require much effort." "Hey, don't pinch me, Danishien, you're amazing." Amelia couldn't contain her excitement. She had been worried about the cost of maintaining an army. If supplies couldn't keep up, let alone attacking Sakura Island, even getting back to Sun Lion City would be difficult. She entered the space and found the fresh vegetables she had brought from Sun Lion City. "Come on, we've been tired for days. Let's have a proper meal." Elsa readily agreed but stopped short when she saw Amelia running straight toward Bliss with the vegetables. Bad, she forgot about that. Amelia looked at the dish Bliss passed her, full of questions in her head. Is this garlic sprout stir-fried with rabbit meat?" Bliss nodded awkwardly. "Ah." Amelia tried to find the right words without hurting Bliss's pride. "You did well, just don't make it again." She glanced at Elsa, who was smirking. Narrowing her eyes, Amelia asked, "What are you two hiding from me? If you don't say." Amelia looked around for something to threaten them with, then simply picked up the dish. "If you don't say, I'll eat this in front of both of you." Elsa thought, "Lady, you sure know how to escalate things." If Bliss had spoken, it probably wouldn't have gone well. Before she could explain, static came from the walkie-talkie in her hand. It was Alexander calling. "Captain, Amelia, come and take a look." Since they were bringing thousands of black warriors back to U country, traveling by ship wasn't feasible. So they decided to return through the interior, taking remote routes to avoid catching the attention of other large bases. Alexander, leading several black warriors, had discovered a strange manor. Only when Amelia got close enough did she see Donovan dressed in elegant clothes standing at the manor's entrance, casually trimming branches with shears. Beside him was a 4- or 5-year-old boy squatting on the ground playing with a toy car. Sunlight filtered through the lush branches, casting a peaceful scene on them, well, if not for the livor mortis covering their bodies. That wasn't all. Following Alexander's gaze, Amelia saw shadows inside the manor, revealing multiple corpses like this. Some watered flowers, others swept. They didn't resemble zombies, nor were they normal humans, yet they carried out tasks a living human would do. A Filipina maid, dressed in servant clothes, had turned completely blue but kept sweeping non-existent garbage. Another maid endlessly brewed a coffee cup long dried up. Even more chilling, numerous dead people stood in the garden, while the Donovan trimmed their fingertips. Normally bold, Amelia couldn't help but step back until she leaned against a sturdy chest. Gathering her thoughts, she said. It looks like controlled corpses. Could there be corpse drivers like Quinton and Manny in this foreign country along the Black Sea shore? Bliss shook his head. I don't think so. Do you know the legend of the evil Luo High City in the Tibetan region? He had once served in the military near the foot of Kunlun Mountain in Tibet. Local legends spoke of a city at the foot of Kunlun called Evil Luo High City. Once the capital of a western demon kingdom, it was destroyed in a massive subsidence disaster. Later, explorers in the Tibetan region accidentally discovered this city buried under sandstone. Time inside seemed frozen at the moment before the disaster. People repeated actions, and even the beef stew in the pot still emitted a tempting aroma. There was even a cow about to be slaughtered, but when the butcher's knife fell, the disaster struck. Half of its throat was cut open, bleeding profusely, while the other half remained intact on its body, maintaining this half-alive, half-dead state for hundreds of years. After listening to Bliss's recount of the legend, Amelia immediately understood his implication. Are you saying that their time was frozen just before death, so they mechanically do the same things over and over? Bliss nodded. Amelia couldn't help but admire Bliss's sharp observation skills and his courage to hypothesize based on what he saw. Indeed, in her previous life, there was a creature called a controller with terrifying power to manipulate time. However, due to the enormous energy required to use this ability, such monsters were rarely used in combat after being created and were easily devoured during the base's attack by zombie creatures. Due to the peculiarity of this power, it wasn't passed down. She never expected to encounter something like this here. Energy. Amelia pondered, recalling Elsa's mention that upgrading the space also required immense energy. This controller must have a source from which it continuously draws energy to control everyone in the manor. With this thought, the eeriness before her became less daunting. She instructed Alexander to remain with the Black Warriors at the entrance while she and Bliss cautiously ventured deeper into the manor. The entire manor was covered with lush vegetation, most buildings overgrown with vines, obscuring their original appearance. Several servants wandered under the warm autumn sun, oblivious to Amelia and Bliss's presence, mindlessly repeating their pre-death activities. It wasn't until they reached the base of a 3-story building, where shadows flickered behind windows untouched by sunlight, that Bliss sensed an anomaly among them. Just as he was about to climb up using the nearby drainpipe, a pale hand grasped his shoulder. Chapter 88. This damn luck. The corpses in the manor, who had been ignored just moments ago, suddenly started moving. They shuffled forward with stiff steps, squeezing their way to block the path of Amelia and Bliss. One after another, they blocked the way leading inside the house for Amelia and Bliss. Unlike zombies that would rush at people, these corpses seemed to have no intention of attacking. They only pushed and obstructed, clearly not wanting the two to approach the house on the 3rd floor. Amelia was pulled by Bliss, feeling her waist tighten as he lifted her up. Grab the water pipe next to the window and climb up. Without even thinking about it, her body reacted the moment she heard his voice. Once she steadied herself on the window ledge while holding onto the pipe, Amelia turned around and asked, "What about you?" Bliss stared coldly at the corpses before him. "I'll draw them away." With that, he suddenly pushed off the ground, doing a backflip over the heads of the corpses and sprinting toward the front entrance of the 3-story building. Sensing a threat, the originally calm corpses suddenly became agitated, roaring as they chased after Bliss. The weapons they held varied, mostly items they were using when alive: scissors, brooms, watering cans, teacups. Bliss moved swiftly among the swarm, quickly arriving at the courtyard in front of the house. There lay the manor owner's largest flowerbed, but now it was not surrounded by beautiful flowers, but rather by an endless stream of skeletons crawling out of the ground. Some were human, some animal, and even some monstrous ones without heads. Densely packed together, it was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Amelia didn't immediately climb up the pipe to search for the controller. Watching Bliss deal with the swarm not far away, she felt something was off. Where did these corpses come from? According to her knowledge, people or bodies within the controller's time frame wouldn't attack unless the original body was threatened, nor would they decay. The moment time stopped, it stayed like that forever. For instance, the old man pruning flowers and the child playing with toy cars, they had livor mortis concentrated on one side of their bodies due to blood settling in lower parts of the vessels, still contained within the vessels without spreading outside, known as the sedimentation phase. Their movements were extremely stiff, typical signs of rigor mortis. Both indicated that the controller had frozen time shortly after their death, roughly 4 hours later. Not just those two, most of the active corpses in the manor shared similar characteristics, dying within a 2-hour window. Since time had been halted by the controller, even if they continued to move, their livor mortis and stiffness wouldn't change. But these corpses emerging from the ground were different. Some were missing limbs, others reduced to bones, and some showed signs of being gnawed on. It was as if someone else had eaten what remained and buried them here. Just as she thought this, something flashed above her head. Before she could see clearly, a chilling voice entered her ears. "You look delicious. Let me eat you." Before the words had fully left its mouth, a gust of wind struck. Amelia drew her combat knife to block, but was thrown backward by a powerful force. In that moment of weightlessness, she couldn't even call out for help from Bliss. Her attacker quickly followed up, opening its mouth to bite at her neck. Reacting quickly, Amelia reversed her grip on the knife to block its mouth filled with fangs. Then she kicked off its body, flipping upside down toward the ground. Fortunately, Bliss had noticed the trouble and rushed to catch her just in time. Seeing the creature rapidly approaching, he blocked its subsequent attack with tentacles. Unbelievable, a fairy's ability. The owner of the voice licked its lips as it spoke. Failed in its sneak attack and blocked by Bliss's tentacles, it quickly retreated out of his reach, jumping onto a statue in the manner. The monster was emaciated, with thin arms and legs, yet its belly was abnormally large, resembling a bloated balloon. Who knew what it contained inside? Herd fairies often pretend to be weak, luring others before striking, but you're quite tall and strong, so I guess we're of the same kind. Its greenish eyes swept over the two, full of greed. Recognizing the creature's appearance, Amelia's pupils constricted, her heart tightening. What was going on in this manner? To have both a controller and a devourer, two high-level creatures, appear simultaneously was highly unusual. Apart from the controller who can manipulate time, the devourer is one of the hardest monsters to deal with in the late post-apocalyptic world. Its ability lies in consuming other monsters to acquire their powers. Though it starts off weak without any notable combat abilities, it possesses an exceptional intelligence. For monsters it can't defeat, it would incite and lure other zombies into fighting. Once they are both worn out, it would appear suddenly and reap the benefits. However, unlike Bliss, the amount of power it gains from devouring its enemies is limited, possibly only a tenth of the original power. For example, if a shredder has a strength rating of 10, it can only gain 1 point after eating it. Thus, it must constantly consume enemies to strengthen itself. Because it excels at hiding, by the middle to late stages of the apocalypse, it was almost impossible to handle once discovered. And as people started using modified zombie monsters for combat, sending more and more out only provided it with an endless supply of nutrients for growth. By the day Amelia died, humans had yet to find an effective way to deal with a fully formed devourer. Amelia sighed at her own terrible luck. But looking at the state of this devourer, it seemed to be at a beginner level, not like those which have already developed incredible speed and strength from previous encounters. It stayed in this manner probably because these corpses attracted zombies, making it easier for it to ambush and feed. The remnants of those humans or monsters were just leftovers from its meals. Amelia felt a piercing pain in her wrist where she held the paratrooper knife. Lifting it up, she saw that a large chunk of flesh had been corroded by some liquid, likely from being near the devourer's mouth earlier. Combined with its attack speed on her, it probably had consumed many corrosives before. The devourer's eyes darted back and forth between them, immediately noticing Amelia's rapidly healing right hand. Today's luck is really good, fellow. It referred to Bliss as fellow on its own. I haven't acquired the self-healing ability yet. Can you let her go to me? Chapter 89, I will wait for her to come back. Even though Bliss did not know the devourer's name, he could still guess its abilities from what it had said. He replied coldly, out of the question, and then rushed at the devourer. Their strength and speed were evenly matched, and Amelia could hardly see more than 2 after-images dashing back and forth in the courtyard without cease. Occasionally the sound of fighting would draw near but immediately afterward would be gone again. Looking at the current situation, Bliss seemed to have sufficient power to suppress this devourer. However, Amelia looked toward the third-floor window, hoping that the controller wouldn't choose this moment to join the fight. But things always happened just like that. If there was a possibility that something would go wrong, no matter how small the probability, it would inevitably occur. Just as Bliss was locked in fierce battle with the devourer, suddenly a dead restrainer spun its threads, ensnaring Bliss's tentacles from behind. Though the rending beast only had 1 claw left, it sliced across Bliss's back with unstoppable force and cleanly severed half his tentacle. Bliss winced in pain, but he didn't dare pause for a moment. Using his remaining tentacles to brace himself against the ground, he flipped over the restrainer and rending beast. With a single flick of the scythe in his hand, both their heads tumbled to the ground. Although it appeared he had escaped danger temporarily, the devourer had been waiting for this opportunity. It seized the moment when Bliss was distracted, flashed before him with piercing eyes. From Amelia's perspective, after looking into the eyes of the monster, Bliss's movements lagged, his raised blade hesitating as it fell, completely losing its killing power. Damn! Amelia cursed in her heart. This devourer apparently already possessed the controller's time-manipulating ability. However, perhaps due to limited numbers devoured, at this point its power was clearly inadequate. It could only momentarily stop Bliss's time, thus slowing down his attacks. For 2 equally strong opponents, such an opening was enough to be fatal. The devourer saw its chance, circled around to Bliss's back, and began pulling off his remaining tentacles one by one. Seeing the man before it being tortured, the devourer behaved like a wicked child, clearly not planning to take his life right away. Hey, I say this because you're my kind. If we join forces and eat enough monsters to gain enough power, the whole world will belong to us. By then, there will be plenty of women more beautiful and graceful than her for you to do whatever you want with, however many you wish. Why don't you let me have her first? Changing its stance, it continued. Or maybe I won't devour all of him. How about we each take half? Even if recovery is slower, as long as we stay alive, we can slowly upgrade. Bliss answered with a palm strike. Even under such unfavorable circumstances, he still tore open the devourer's belly, letting colorful guts spill out. The devourer finally revealed a look of anger. Since you refuse my generous offer, prepare to experience my true skills. With that, it glared fiercely until its eyes flashed again. Just as it was about to make eye contact with Bliss, Amelia covered its eyes from behind. Don't look. After observing carefully, Amelia realized that her actions seemed safe, Apparently, this devourer could control only one person's time at a time. She rushed forward, believing that fighting the devourer together should increase their chances of victory. Feeling provoked, the devourer went mad and easily shook off Amelia, slashing at her with rending claws. Amelia didn't have Bliss's abnormal speed and hadn't even seen how the claws had reached her face. Bracing herself for the impending disaster, she closed her eyes and waited for the inevitable. But as drops of blood dripped onto her feet, she saw his calm and handsome face before her, unmarred by the blood, which made him look almost otherworldly. Ah! He wanted to speak, but blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth first. Be good and leave now. Saying that, Amelia felt her body lighten as Bliss tossed her up toward an upper floor. Clutching the windowsill with one hand and jamming the soldier's knife into the brick crevice with the other, she stabilized herself. Looking back, she saw that Bliss was already wrestling with the devourer once more. While using one hand to push its guts back into its belly, the devourer laughed maniacally while attacking. I'll slice you to ribbons and then peel her flesh in front of you to savor with my wine. Amelia gritted her teeth and climbed into the house. Her only hope now was to circle out of the mansion and bring the Black Warriors to support Bliss. But as she stepped into the hallway of the house, a melodious piano tune seemed to grab her heart like an invisible hand. The door behind her creaked open, and the sunlight from outside could only reach a small distance into the dim interior, creating two entirely different worlds. Amelia's feet felt heavy as she stood in the patch of sunlight by the doorway, casting a long shadow on the ground. A little boy, who looked no more than 10 years old, emerged from the shadows. Is it my sister who has come back? The piano music continued to flow, like a stream, like sea breeze, gently brushing past quiet sorrow. Looking past the boy toward the inside of the house, she saw a well-dressed lady in an evening gown playing the piano. A half-finished glass of red wine sat beside her hand as she pressed the keys mechanically. At the dining table, a neatly dressed middle-aged man sat with an open book in his hand. His empty eye sockets, wearing a pair of half-off broken glasses, used his two remaining fingers to pat the head of a little girl in his lap. The little girl had lost half of her face but still obediently lay on the man's lap as if listening to a story. These manipulated corpses wore their clothes from when they were alive, playing the roles of living people. When these people were alive, this scene would have been warm. Now, it was just as cruel. Amelia turned her gaze back to Arjux, who had asked her. He was covered in blood, unkempt, and had likely been living in this dark room for a long time. All signs pointed to him being the controller of this house. Opening her mouth, Amelia found her voice dry and hoarse. No, I'm not your sister. Oh. The little boy's hopeful expression immediately turned sad and lonely. He slowly retreated into the darkness. Then leave. I need to wait here for my sister to come back. Chapter 90. He is also my family. As the boy retreated into the darkness and attempted to close the door again, the piano abruptly stopped after several wrong notes. The sound of breaking glass, accompanied by the cries of men, women, and children, echoed, vividly portraying the agony of people in their final moments. The boy suddenly jolted awake. Ignoring Amelia watching from outside the door, he rushed into the corner of the room, searching frantically while muttering to himself. I remember putting it here, where did it go? His movements grew increasingly agitated with each cry of pain from the adults and children, gradually turning into slight trembling. Unable to bear the agonized screams any longer, he huddled on the ground, clutching his head in anguish. Amelia pushed open the door. Compared to the false warmth earlier, this gruesome scene was more fitting for the house, cruel yet undeniably real. She noticed something faintly glowing under the piano. Bypassing the noblewoman whose front chest was soaked in blood, she retrieved the object. It was a small black box with numerous surfaces, almost spherical. The faint glow emanated from a slight opening in its seams. This was likely the source of immense energy. Guided by the faint light emitted by the energy sphere, Amelia slowly approached the cowering boy with her commando knife, or rather, the controller. Now was the perfect opportunity to seize the energy and upgrade her space, to subdue the controller. But when she raised the knife, she hesitated, unable to strike down. Though he may no longer be considered human, he hadn't truly harmed them. Earlier, the corpses in the manor had merely crowded together, unwilling to disturb the quiet family time of the Steves and Brad. Compared to him, Ailbert, the slave master she had killed earlier, who cruelly exploited others for profit, was more like a real monster. The boy kept covering his ears, trying to block out the sounds of his struggling family. Even though he closed his eyes, the scenes from that day played repeatedly in his mind. Oyush, how long will you keep delaying your drawing assignment? Your teacher said last time, if you don't submit it this time, you'll have to be punished. The woman's voice was gentle and kind, even when mentioning punishment. Oyush propped his chin up in distress. But I don't have inspiration, Mom. Isn't it true that great artists need inspiration to create good works? The woman stroked his little head thoughtfully. How about Mom helps you find some inspiration? Then she took little Oyush to the study. When the melodious piano music danced from the woman's fingertips, Oyush seemed to see a colorful, festive night. Just as he was about to capture this inspiration with his paintbrush, his father opened the study door, followed by an unfamiliar uncle. Jessie, I need to talk to this gentleman. His father always spoke softly to her. Please take the child to another room. Oyush saw his mother smile, whisper something in his father's ear. He could faintly hear mentions of Una and birthday party. That's when Oyush remembered it was Candace's 5th birthday today. To celebrate, they were preparing a grand party at home, and his sister Una, who studied abroad, would return. No wonder the piano music his mother played earlier exuded happiness and excitement. One could already sense the atmosphere of the ongoing party. Taking Oyush's hand and leading him out of the room, the woman winked at her son. So tell me, Oyush, can you finish your homework soon? With the theme of his assignment already decided, Oyush nodded enthusiastically and ran back to his room. The familiar piano tune came from upstairs once more, and he eagerly awaited the arrival of night. As he immersed himself in his artwork, a loud thud came from above. Before he could identify the sound, a woman's piercing scream pierced his ears. Footsteps in the hallway became louder and more chaotic. Despite the thin door trembling before him, Oyush dared not touch the doorknob. When night finally fell, the entire manor was eerily silent. When the boy stood before the study door again, the scene inside was drastically different from what he had seen just hours ago. His mother lay in a pool of blood at the feet of the piano. His father was covered in blood, his eyeballs gouged out of his sockets. And there, squatting over his 5-year-old sister Candace's body, was a hunched, monstrous humanoid figure, staring at him with blood-red eyes. The reason he was so certain it was a monster was because it was tearing off half of Candace's face and putting it into its mouth to chew. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Little Oyush's anger replaced his fear as he grabbed the ice pick used for breaking ice in the wine bucket, stabbing at the creature again and again until it was unrecognizable amidst the blood and flesh. The sky was pitch black tonight, with no moon. Unable to bring any light to this estate. Don't leave me. Little Oyush hugged his head tightly, as if possessed by a nightmare, muttering incessantly. Memories intertwined with reality, blurring the line between what was real and what was illusion. Until his face was illuminated by a faint light, just like the warm light of that afternoon. Are you looking for this? Her voice was soft, like a gentle stream flowing through a plain, clean yet slightly cold, but carrying a hint of sweetness when heard. Oyush looked up and saw Amelia already opening the box and holding it out, not bothering to hide the knife in her hand. For a moment, he hoped this woman who had suddenly arrived would take the energy sphere and kill him, so he could be reunited with his family. But the moment he made eye contact with the energy sphere, the cries of the people in the room stopped. The piano music flowed out slowly once more, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion shared by the two of them. Amelia watched the scene before her, marveling at the terrifying power contained within this boy. She didn't know if her decision to give up on the energy sphere was the right one, only that she couldn't take away this child's sole solace. At that moment, the raucous laughter of a devourer echoed from outside. Amelia felt she might not have time to go back for reinforcements. She yanked open the thick curtain blocking the French window, gripping her commando knife tightly, ready to jump down, but was pulled back by a pair of small hands tugging at her belt from behind. Hold on. He lifted his dirty little face and said, you can't defeat it. There's still a chance to survive if you leave from the other end of the corridor. I can't leave. Amelia's expression was warm but resolute. My family is here too. Chapter 91. Big Sister will teach you Tilda. The Devourer, relying on its ability to briefly pause Bliss's time, kept trying to deliver a fatal blow by exploiting every gap. But Bliss narrowly evaded each attack, and the Devourer gradually grew more agitated. Seeing that almost no part of his body was unharmed, the Devourer pulled back once again. TCH, you're quite resilient. It threw away the last piece of tentacle it had torn from Bliss. Let's see how you evade this time. With that, it charged over at top speed. Bliss, drenched in blood and sweat, could barely lift the hand holding the knife. He reached toward the bulging waistband. It was the grenade he had taken from the Black Knight's gear bag. Initially, he only intended to use it as a precaution, but he never thought it would actually come in handy here. This monster far surpassed the previous ones in strength and speed. If it were to devour him, Amelia would be in danger. So he had already made up his mind to pull the pin at the moment of defeat. Even if he couldn't die with it, he would destroy his heart, the source of his power, to prevent it from falling into the monster's hands. The Devourer was getting closer, and it seemed there were no other options left. He bitterly laughed in his heart, hoping that Amelia wouldn't curse him for being worthless in the future. The pin was pulled with a click, but the Devourer's movements inexplicably slowed down. This was bad. He had timed its charge to prepare a fast detonating grenade. If it didn't kill the monster, at least it would cause severe injuries, preventing it from attacking others. His sacrifice wouldn't be entirely meaningless. But judging by the situation, the grenade would likely explode before the monster got close. Could the monster have anticipated his actions and deliberately slowed down? Bliss steeled himself, using the last bit of his strength to prepare to rush towards the Devourer. You use a grenade like this? A familiar voice suddenly interrupted. Amelia gracefully jumped down from upstairs and landed next to Bliss. As she reached for the grenade he held, her gaze shifted from slightly reproachful to something else. She then abruptly retreated. But Amelia's movements seemed unusually fast. Before Bliss realized what was happening, she had already snatched the grenade from him. Weighing the heavy object, Amelia felt oddly at ease instead of panicked. She smiled at Bliss, showing 8 teeth, and said clearly, Come, Big Sister will teach you. The Devourer had stopped charging but remained in a strange posture, with its left leg bent and right leg straight, as if running in place. Amelia leisurely walked up to it, examining where to place the grenade that should have exploded long ago. Her eyes drifted downward, noticing the open belly Bliss had sliced. Finding it suitable, she shoved the grenade inside. Then, without looking back, she dragged Bliss into the 3-story mansion, encountering no resistance this time. Bang! The muted sound echoed as shattered flesh flew everywhere. Letting the blast dishevel her bangs, Amelia said coldly, Time has been slowed down thousands of times by the controller. It should have enjoyed your grenade thoroughly. Imagining the pain of being ripped apart, Even Bliss felt a chill run down his spine. Oyush slowly descended the stairs but still wasn't accustomed to walking in the sunlight, sticking to the shadows as he approached them. Amelia looked at the small black ball box Oyush offered, surprised. This. I know you need this. Take it. Without waiting for Amelia to accept it, Oyush shoved the box into her chest. If you take it, my parents can no longer. Amelia wanted to say they could no longer come back to life, but thinking of the bizarre scene in the room, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Oyush shook his head. It's my fault. Dad and Mom have been tired enough. I've stubbornly refused to let them rest. I've been too selfish. As he finished speaking, the corpses standing in the manor began to fall one by one. Even above them came loud thuds. Amelia knew that perhaps from this moment, the manor had truly died, but a 10-year-old boy had come alive. Walking through the bright doorway, she extended her hand toward the shadow before Oyush's feet. Come out. You still have to wait for your sister Una to return, right? Oyush was not unfamiliar with the state of the outside world, but when he heard Amelia's words, he still extended his bony hand. She has already come back. Turning his head, he gazed at the enlarged family portrait in the center of the hall. On it were his refined father, gentle mother, lively and adorable twin daughters, and a smiling teenager. Oyush insisted on burying the people in the manor by himself without any help. Amelia did not press the matter. Since Bliss was quite injured, she borrowed a car from the garage and drove away from the manor. Seeing Alexander and the others waving to her nearby, she was about to step on the gas pedal to pick them up along with the Black Knight and return to the group. However, she noticed Bliss clutching his heart, struggling to suppress a cry. What's wrong? Is your wound too painful? Amelia stopped the car, wanting to check Bliss's condition. But as soon as she touched his arm, she recoiled, startled by his scorching temperature. How are you so hot? Are you? Amelia had never seen such an expression of pain on Bliss's face. It seemed as if this man was made of iron. No matter how severe the injury, it appeared to him like a mere trifle. Even when the devourer had punched several large holes through his body, he hadn't even frowned. But now, seeing him clutching his chest tightly and unable to speak a complete sentence, a terrifying thought struck Amelia. The Jin Chan Ji-Yu, which was parasitized into his heart by Old Master Sang, had started to cause symptoms. Every month, it caused the sensation of thousands of ants biting his heart. This poison had flared up once in Anling, but back then, there was both Old Master Sang and Lizzie Kai to help, and Bliss could endure it, so it didn't seem too terrible. Now it was different. He had just gone through a brutal battle and was wounded, his body still unrecovered. If the poison flared up now without any painkillers available, it would be life-threatening. Sweat immediately broke out on Amelia's forehead as she frantically searched her mind for ways to relieve his pain. Suddenly, she remembered something Bliss had said, and she bit her lip. She couldn't care less now, it was worth a try. Hooking her arms around his neck, she lowered her head and kissed him. Chapter 92 Until consent is given. Her kissing technique wasn't particularly good, merely pressing her lips onto his thin ones based on instinct until she could hardly breathe, then using her hands to push slightly away from Bliss's chest. Uncertain if it was due to pain or arousal, his breathing was deep, the ink-like depth in his eyes swirling, even swallowing the occasional beams of warm sunlight that would fall into them. Due to their proximity, his slightly trembling eyelashes brushed against her cheeks. It was the first time Amelia did not suppress the frantic beating of her heart. Her fingers interlocked with his palm, and as their fingers intertwined, light kisses fell once again. At first, they were mere pecks, gradually deepening until all her breath seemed surrendered in the process. Feeling Bliss's taut muscles slowly relaxing, Amelia thought the moment was ripe. She bit her own lip, transferring the blood into his mouth through her tongue. Although Bliss also had a self-healing ability, it was not as potent as hers. From the corner of her eye, she saw his wounds slowly healing. Amelia raised her head. Looking at how the corners of his eyes had turned pink because of her actions, he seemed far from being satisfied with just a taste. She reached out to smooth the furrowed brows caused by intense pain, her clear and sweet voice sounding like hooks catching Bliss's soul. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Seeing that Bliss's condition had improved significantly, Amelia propped herself up, trying to reach the bag thrown in the passenger seat which contained specially made emergency medication for external injuries from the Suzankai family. But as soon as she left his warm body, she was swept back into his arms. Flipping over accordingly, she ended up straddling Bliss's body. One of his hands supported Amelia's waist as he slightly sat up, not hiding the blazing desire in his eyes. Delicate kisses followed down his earlobe. Before she could refuse, his low, slightly hoarse voice penetrated her ears. Teach me, sister. Something exploded in her mind, her movements preceding her consciousness as she pressed him down by the shoulders, both sinking together into the entangled autumn ambience. Until the clouds at the horizon slowly dissipated, Amelia lay on Bliss's chest, applying ointment to his deeper wounds one by one. Watching his satisfied expression but still intensely focused on her, she reached out to cover his face. What are you looking at? A smile blossomed from her eyes to her lips. Bliss grabbed Amelia's hand, separating her fingers before lightly kissing them. You look beautiful, sister. Amelia couldn't help but feel exasperated. Indulging in these repeated sister calls had led her to this state, aching waist and trembling legs, more exhausted than killing 100 zombies. She waved her hand around, realizing she couldn't shake off this stubborn puppy love, pouting slightly. Clearly knowing more than anyone else, boasting so much experience and still asking me to teach you. Not being interrogated already should be enough. Bliss chuckled softly, immediately placing Amelia's hand on his heart. I don't invoke my right to remain silent. Sister can interrogate me however she likes, but having lots of skills doesn't mean having extensive experience. It's just. Interrupting himself, he gave Amelia's lips another peck before continuing. Natural talent. Amelia blushed slightly, pushing him back to lean against the backseat while applying medicine, continuing their interrogation. Sister, didn't Elsa teach you that? Cooking too, right? And all those peculiar ways of speaking previously, what exactly were you two plotting behind my back? Pursuing you. Bliss put it simply and clearly. Pursue. Amelia was prepared for a long battle but nearly fumbled when faced with his straightforward approach. Somebody said I'm too wild and fierce, unlike gentle and affectionate puppies, so. Realizing this, Amelia was embarrassed, so all those strange behaviors, the infantile speech, getting Alexander to pretend to be skilled in cooking, secretly finding out her menstrual cycle to send her brown sugar water were Elsa's idea to let him pretend to be a puppy to attract her attention. Though there were many misunderstandings in between, it couldn't be said there was no effect at all. Watching the once sharp-tongued Emiliano now babyishly calling her sister with such an innocent contrast really made her head spin. Seeing Amelia not saying anything, Bliss wondered what she was thinking and asked earnestly, "Do you prefer puppies or wolf dogs?" Amelia opened her mouth and replaced her intended words with, "Can't I like someone?" Finished speaking, she lowered her head, quickly dotting some ointment and poking it onto Bliss's wound with her other hand. The uncontrolled force caused a slight cry from him. "Slow down, it hurts." Amelia rolled her eyes at him. "Now you know to ask for it slow. Earlier, my throat almost tore yelling at you, yet you never." Hearing his low chuckle, Amelia realized she was teased again. Intentionally throwing the ointment on his chest. "Do it yourself." Bliss, however, was not going to let her go so easily this time, pulling her back by intertwining their fingers. "Is that it? You're done with the interrogation?" Instead of answering, Amelia asked, "What? Is there something you haven't confessed yet?" Bliss thought seriously for a moment. "Yes." "What?" Amelia asked. The person before her leaned in again. Someone also said, if the other party keeps dodging the question and avoiding the topic, then kiss until they agree. Once again, Bliss's burning palm moved towards his own back. Amelia felt that if he continued, she might not be able to walk for 3 days. Most infuriatingly, he was the one who was sick. Just as she was about to push him away, a flashlight beam from outside flashed in her eyes. Alexander was waving and signaling frantically from a distance, as if something urgent had happened. Based on the flickering light, Bliss deciphered the message behind it. "The camp is in trouble, return quickly." Originally, when Alexander saw Amelia and Bliss safely returning and parking the car, he did not urgently call for help, thinking there was no rush, thus giving the two ample private time together. Until just now, the walkie-talkie erupted with static noise. No matter how he fiddled with it, the noise did not disappear. Instead, intermittent words came through, revealing Nova's sobbing voice saying Elsa had been kidnapped. Amelia handed over the driver's seat to Alexander, opened the car door, and before the Black Warriors could even settle into their seats, the car shot out like an arrow. Upon returning to the temporary campsite, they found everything had been ransacked. Nova was sitting on the ground, sorting through what was left of the medical kit. Seeing Amelia and the others return, she got up from the ground. "Aya." As Amelia got out of the car, her legs still wobbled uncontrollably, but Bliss quickly steadied her. Nova threw herself into Amelia's arms, tears welling up in her eyes again. "Amelia, after you left, a group of people on motorcycles came. They didn't find what they wanted, so they took Danishen. I wanted the Black Warriors to rescue her, but. She spoke while shedding helpless tears. "But they didn't listen to me." Chapter 93. How did she become a younger sister? Amelia only now realized her mistake. She had indeed won the trust of the Black Knights, but she had forgotten that they couldn't instantly transition from their roles as slaves and weapons. The person they listened to and trusted was only herself. So when people in the group encountered danger without her giving orders, they would still choose to stand by and do nothing. "I wanted to find you but didn't know where to look for you. It took me a lot of effort just to make the walkie-talkie work, then I set some dry leaves on fire, hoping you would see it and come back as soon as possible. It's my fault. I shouldn't have left you alone here." Amelia wiped her face, which had been stained with tears again. Who kidnapped Reina? What were the characteristics of these people? What were they looking for? Nova knew the most urgent thing was to find the people, so she controlled her agitation and calmed down. They all wore local clothes, and their main goal seemed to be robbing supplies. When they saw the Black Knights, they became a little scared at first, but seeing no reaction from them, they brazenly searched through our belongings. They must have been looking for the scepter. Amelia felt Nova's analysis made sense. These locals, encountering her team by chance, saw the Black Knights stationed there with no master around, and besides seizing food and supplies, also wanted to get hold of the scepter, not knowing that she had already destroyed it. That's why they were empty-handed. Then why did they kidnap Reina? Just as this thought came up, Nova explained her confusion. At that time, Reina was holding a computer and studying a black box. That gang tried to snatch it, but she wouldn't give it to them, so they stomped on the laptop and the box and dragged her onto a motorcycle. It turned out it was due to a conflict. Amelia clenched her fists tightly under her breath. She patted Nova on the back, handed her over to Alexander temporarily, and then walked to the front of the Black Knights. "Black Knights, receive your orders." Thousands of warriors wearing black masks straightened their chests instantly, awaiting instructions. The situation in the post-apocalyptic world was ever-changing, especially in the vast wilderness. They not only had to worry about those who took Surena harming her but also prevent those people from being surrounded by zombies and endangering Surena. They needed to find her as soon as possible. Amelia steadied herself and slightly pondered before issuing her order. Form groups of 5, advance in a fan-shaped formation. Whenever you encounter a city, enter and ask around. Make sure to find her by dawn tomorrow. While they were making intensive efforts to find her, Surena woke up in a swaying vehicle. Her vision was blurred. Apparently, her face was covered with a dark hood. Her hands and feet were tightly bound when she moved them. Suddenly, the car braked sharply, causing her head to collide with something hard. Before she could recover, someone threw her out of the car. Lying on the ground, she heard several people chattering in front of her. Using her rudimentary international language skills, Surena roughly understood what they were talking about. That's it. Didn't they say there was a whole truck full of food? Did you keep it all for yourself, Danny? One asked. I kept nothing. That truck was empty when we got there. We took everything edible or useful that we could see. Then that redhead wouldn't let us touch anything else, saying they'd wait until their boss came back to distribute it. In anger, I snatched this woman, thinking I could sell her for a good price. Another cursed and replied, damn it, those redheads are getting too overbearing. They said they would do business together. How can we report this to the boss? As they spoke, a more resonant voice rang out. Are you back? The two immediately fell silent and responded differently from before. Boss. Through the hood, Surena couldn't see what this boss looked like, but she felt he was a tall and muscular middle-aged man. How much have you divided? The boss continued questioning. One of them stammered, we didn't divide much. Godwin said the supplies would only be distributed when their leader returned, so he sent me back. Worried they wouldn't take responsibility, I brought this woman back, thinking selling her could still get us some supplies. The towering man walked up to Surena and roughly pulled off her hood. Because of the roughness, it tore some strands of her hair along, causing her tears to almost flow. The man bent down, pinched her chin to examine her closely, then stood up. Untie your sister. Sister. Surena was utterly shocked. But the two younger men weren't surprised at all. They obediently untied Surena, helped her up, and called her sister as if she were really their long-lost relative. No, I'm not. Surena didn't know what this group of people intended to do, but before she could ask clearly, she was already being moved along by two of them. Where are you taking me? She screamed in panic. But neither the big brother leading the way nor the two young men holding her seemed angry at her resistance. Instead, they patiently consoled her. Don't worry. Since Judah has acknowledged you as his sister, we are all one family now, one said. Surena didn't believe their nonsense for a second. Recognizing a kidnapped person as a sister out of nowhere, such kindness didn't exist not only in the post-apocalyptic world but also in normal society. But as a girl, there was no way she could physically fight against several grown men. Regardless of their intentions, she had no choice but to follow their instructions for now. To minimize her suffering, she decided to follow this big brother's orders and then find an opportunity to escape or send a signal. Amelia and the others would definitely come to rescue her, but until then, she needed to protect her life. So, Judah? These words sounded awkward coming from her mouth. And these two brothers, can you let me walk on my own? Her arms were already turning red from being pinched. She really didn't want to be treated like a prisoner. The tall man in front stopped walking, glanced back at Surena, and waved his hand. The two men immediately released their grip on Surena. He walked to a small minibus that had been converted into a mobile temporary residence. Knocking on the door, two blonde girls wearing bright clothes came down from the bus. Get her some new clothes. Surena was led onto the bus, and the two girls reached for the buttons on her shirt. That. Surena grabbed the collar of her shirt. I'm more comfortable changing myself. The two girls exchanged glances and handed her the clothes. Hurry up. Dinner will be ready soon, and Judah doesn't like waiting for people. Chapter 94 Siblings with different fathers and mothers. Although the two got out of the car, they did not walk far. They leaned against the car body half reclining and half standing, talking casually. Elsa did not change her clothes immediately but crouched down to observe the surroundings. This camp seemed to be rebuilt from an abandoned vehicle yard, with most people's living spaces being wrecked vehicles. In the middle, there were two relatively large tents enclosed by vehicles, one with a roof added on top, and the covered thickly with heavy cotton and plastic sheets, unable to see what's inside. The car she was in was closer to the edge of the junkyard where lush woods could be seen. At this time, aside from two women guarding at the entrance, no one else was around. If she escaped now, perhaps. While Elsa was thinking, she suddenly heard a gunshot. Looking toward the sound, she saw that the long barrel of a gun had appeared from the edge of the water tower next to the scrapyard, blowing up the head of a zombie that was wobbling closer. Standing up, Elsa realized that where the zombie fell was an open area with nothing. Behind it, about 10 meters away, was the forest. If she had taken the risk to escape just now, she might have ended up like that zombie. She swallowed hard, still unsettled when there came a knock on the car door. Are you done yet? It was the voice of one of the men from before. Before Elsa could respond, the man opened the door and, seeing her still in her original clothes, pushed the two women inside. You help her get dressed, the big brother is already urging. With the help of the two women, Elsa changed into new clothes and was led towards the middle tent which had an additional roof. Before entering, the aroma of grilled meat hit her nose. Upon entering, Elsa saw the tall, robust man called Big Brother standing beside a barbecue grill, continuously flipping a marbled piece of meat. Inside the tent was a long European-style dining table that filled up the space. There were about a dozen men and women seated on either side of the table, each set with clean utensils. Seeing Elsa's refreshed appearance, he nodded in satisfaction. That's right, this way we're like a family. Bring her some cutlery. A plate with quite a few scratches was handed to Elsa. The big brother seemed to notice her nervousness and explained. These utensils used to belong to Noi, who had a bit of a temper. As for why they weren't being used anymore and why Noi wasn't present, Elsa understood clearly and slightly pushed the plate away. Looking at the various men and women at the table, their eye colors, hair, and skin varied differently, but they referred to each other as brothers and sisters. At the end of the table, there was also a woman with a headscarf and slightly graying hair whom everyone called Mom. Oddly enough, this Mom obeyed the orders of Big Brother. The meat was now well done, and Elsa watched as the Big Brother sliced the large piece of meat into over a dozen smaller pieces, distributing them personally to each person's plate. His own and the Mom's plates received the largest portions, while the rest varied in size. When he reached the last two men, only a tiny piece of meat remained on the barbecue. Aaron, today you didn't bring back any rations, so you can't have dinner, right? Ashton gave the last piece of meat to someone nearby. Elsa recognized him as the person who brought her back from outside. He seemed displeased, pointing at Elsa. That redhead gang robbed me during the chaos, and I did bring back a sister. Sure. Ashton put his finger to his lips. Don't scare the sister who has just come home. Bringing no rations means no food, that's the rule here. Everyone earns their meal through work, and we must not disrupt order. Aaron wanted to argue further but stopped upon seeing Big Brother's stern gaze. Elsa noticed that among everyone's plates, the red-haired girl opposite her had the most meat. She didn't look strong but rather slender, yet she received twice as much meat as the men around her. According to Big Brother's rationing rule, how did she acquire her portion? Seeing Aaron silent, Big Brother patted his shoulder. All right, sit down. He then turned to Elsa. You sit with Judy. Confused, Elsa said, my name isn't Judy. Ignoring her objection, Big Brother forced her into a seat with an unyielding tone. From today on, your name is Judy. As he walked back to his position, he added. This big family has come this far since the beginning of the apocalypse, requiring order and someone to maintain it. As your elder brother, I, Nash, hope you all can cooperate so that we can go further together. Come, give me your hands. He put the barbecue grill back in place, took the hands of the people on either side, and began reciting a prayer. Lord, help me fully submit to you, no matter how chaotic my surroundings are, let me be in your infinite peace. Lord, help me obtain fresh food every day and give us hope to survive in this world. Lord, help me spread unity among the family, reminding them that selfish desires lead to destruction and only by supporting each other can we survive. Lord. After the prayer ended, Nash used a knife and fork to divide the meat that occupied half the plate, and everyone at the table began eating. Elsa felt like she had entered a cult, looking at the red and white marbled meat on her plate, with absolutely no appetite. A girl next to her whispered, You're not going to eat. Can I have it? Without waiting for Elsa's consent, she picked up the piece of meat from the plate and tossed it into her mouth. Aren't we supposed to get food based on work? Elsa asked. The girl licked her fingers. That's before Brother Nash distributes the food. Once it's in your hands, it's your freedom, and Brother Nash won't interfere. So, thank you. This place purportedly treated everyone equally but tacitly allowed private fights and struggles for food. This elder brother's methods were truly off-putting. Since everyone except Brother Nash received only small portions, the meal was finished quickly. He checked the time and said to the red-haired girl, people should arrive soon. Lavender, take Judy with you when you prepare. Elsa clearly wasn't familiar with her new alias, and only got up in a panic when someone pulled her arm. What do you mean? Prepare what? Brother Nash replied, everyone has the duty to earn their rations. Go learn, Judy. If you don't bring back any food tomorrow, you'll go hungry. Elsa was led out of the tent. After a few steps, Lavender was called aside by a man, instructing her to wait in the car where she changed clothes earlier. Looking around, she saw people everywhere and knew it wasn't the right time to escape. She could only follow the instructions reluctantly. Glancing at the neighboring tent covered with thick cloth and plastic sheets, she found herself walking inside on impulse. The moment she lifted the curtain, a strong smell of blood hit her nose. She then saw that the meat hooks hanging high actually held a live person. The person's thigh, missing half its flesh, was still dripping blood. Seeing Elsa, the person's eyes widened, but the mouth was taped shut, unable to make a sound. Recalling the meat Nash grilled earlier, Elsa felt a churning sensation in her stomach. Just as she was about to vomit, a voice came from behind. What are you doing here? Chapter 95, Savior. Nash suddenly stood behind her with a knife, and Elsa was so frightened that she collapsed on the ground. She looked at the man approaching step by step in terror, afraid that the bloody knife would pierce through her chest in the next second. How did you get here? Where's Lavin? The red-haired girl quickly walked in upon hearing the voice, helping Elsa up from the ground and apologizing repeatedly. Sorry, brother, I'll take her away. Despite her slim build, she could easily support Elsa. Just as she turned to leave, Nash stopped her, causing her body to stiffen abruptly. Hold on. The tall man with the knife came behind them, putting his arm over their shoulders in a seemingly intimate gesture. While others are eating grass roots and tree barks, we have meat because of what? The red-haired girl shuddered. Because of our family's joint efforts. Nash clapped his hands. That's right. Besides the family, all other things come automatically. Remember that. The red-haired girl nodded, remembered. What about you? The man squeezed Elsa's shoulder, but she was trembling too much to say a word. The red-haired girl quickly replied for her, Judy is still shy on her first day home. I'll talk to her. Nash stared at her for a while before releasing her. Judy has good conditions. I hope you can take care of her well. Go. Elsa didn't know how she left the tent. When she regained consciousness, she was already pulled into a car by the red-haired girl and pushed onto the steps. If you want to die, do it somewhere else, not dragging me along. Elsa watched her skillfully tie up her hair, using caked powder and broken lipstick to paint her face. She changed clothes without drawing the curtain, indifferent to the men passing by outside even when taking off her bra. The automatic food isn't. A bad premonition arose in Elsa's heart. The red-haired girl smoothed out the roll of stockings on her legs. What other way can women earn food besides using their bodies? You'll see when we get there. She put a cotton bag over Elsa's head. What are you doing? Elsa tried to struggle, but Loven's grip was strong, pinning her down. Don't move, this is to protect you. Not all sisters can be unresentful after being deselected. With this on, you'll be more relaxed when working. Loven pulled Elsa while stuffing something into her pants pocket. When they're most relaxed after, use this. Your task will be completed then, understand? If Elsa didn't understand now, she would be a fool. Men earned food by robbing, while women earned food by entertaining guests. This place was like a huge den, only the currency was grain, not money. Pushed around, the surrounding voices gradually grew dense. Since her head was covered, she could only see the floor. She sensed several other girls were also being pulled out for selection. Listening to Lavan enthusiastically introducing her to the men, Elsa only hoped no one would choose her. But just as she thought this, a pair of men's shoes appeared in her field of vision. The man didn't speak, stayed for a moment, then grabbed her hand and dragged her away, almost pulling her wrist off. Let go of me. Let go. Knowing what awaited her, Elsa struggled fiercely. But her strength couldn't match a man's, and she was dragged forward. She occasionally heard men and women joking nearby. This guy must be a first-timer. He's so eager, how long has he been holding back? Who knows, look at his generosity, a small bag full of bread, soft too. Really? Bread? It's been ages since I last saw bread. That new one has good luck, coming here and meeting someone with bread. Don't worry, we'll have them eventually when he runs out. Elsa didn't hear the rest but understood that when this man had no more grain, he himself would become the sustenance for this scrapyard. Her wrist hurt from being pulled. This was probably the nth time she was thrown into the car today. Hearing the sound of the belt unbuckling, her heart pounded against her throat. Ignoring the hood, she desperately searched for what Loven gave her. It was her only weapon. In the next moment, her fumbling hands were pressed down again by the man. It's over. Elsa's heart sank to the bottom. But when the hood was removed and she saw the face in front of her, she almost burst into tears as if she had seen her savior. Xiao. Bliss covered her mouth with his hand and only let go after pulling the curtain on the car window shut. How did you end up here? Elsa asked in a low voice. Bliss slightly distanced himself from her, vigilantly observing the surroundings. She was worried these people might hurt you, so she asked me to come check first. This she undoubtedly referred to Amelia. But Elsa's mood had just swung wildly from despair to hope. Her eyes followed Bliss's every move, and her hands clung to his arms. I can't stay here for another minute. Emiliano, please take me away. Bliss calmly withdrew his hand, attributing her behavior to fear. Did they give you a syringe? Elsa searched her pockets and indeed found a small syringe filled with a cloudy liquid. When Bliss reached for the syringe, he deliberately took the end farthest from Elsa's fingers. Soon, when you get out of the car, tell their people that the task is completed. When they come to take me away, find an opportunity to slip to the wall base. Amelia will be there to pick you up. Chapter 96, The Plan. Elsa shook her head vigorously after hearing the plan. It's too dangerous. Everyone here is ruthless, especially the boss Nash. He even dares to eat people. I can't just think about saving my own life and leave you to him. Bliss glanced at her but remained silent. He injected a syringe into a pile of clothes, pushing it all the way in, then flipped over and lay on top, knocking on the car body. The people below reacted quickly and opened the door in just a few minutes. Looks like such a big guy, yet finished so fast. A man asked Elsa mockingly. With no other choice, Elsa could only act according to Bliss's plan. I drugged him. The man kicked Bliss's body, calling another man over, and the two of them carried Bliss away, one on each side. You. Elsa jumped off the car. Where are you taking him? The two men did not answer but headed towards the tent where human meat was hung. Just as she was about to follow, red-haired Loven blocked her path. Good job, now it's none of your business. Loven saw that half of Elsa's hair was falling out from being pulled up, and her clothes were torn apart, so she handed her a small piece of bread. My first customer was a scruffy old man who finished right away when he went in. You're lucky. She then left to attend to other guests. Elsa stood still for a while, glancing secretly at the water tower, moving along the edge of the abandoned cars. It took great effort for her to reach the perimeter of the scrapyard. Not far away lay the zombie with its head blown off earlier. There was no cover ahead, and if she walked out now, she would be an easy target. While trying to figure out how to find Amelia, she was suddenly dragged into the shadow by someone covering her mouth. Don't make a sound, it's me. Seeing Elsa stop struggling, Amelia released her hand. Elsa threw herself into her arms, and Amelia patted her back in comfort. Alright, it's okay. Did they hurt you? Are you injured anywhere? Whoa, I'm fine. Thinking of Bliss still in the tent, Elsa suddenly raised her head from Amelia's embrace. Seeing a few black warriors following behind her in the dark, she urgently grabbed Amelia's hand. Emiliano was taken away by them. You must go and rescue him quickly. Amelia motioned for her to be quiet, since although they were near the edge of the scrapyard, there was still a chance someone might pass by. Just let him handle it for now. I'll take you back. Adelita is waiting for you. To her surprise, Elsa shook her hand free. Emiliano risked his life to save me. I won't leave until I see him safe. Danishien, you. Amelia did not expect such a strong reaction from her. After all, matters concerning missions and combat had always been decided and executed by Amelia and Bliss. Danishien and Adelita mainly handled medical support and information assistance after the battles, ensuring their safety was the best help they could give to the team. Although worried about whether the mission would go smoothly, they usually chose to trust themselves. This time was no different. They could have stormed in directly with the Black Warriors, but considering Elsa was still in their hands, Amelia didn't want her to get hurt during the conflict, so she took advantage of their opportunity to open for business, sending Bliss disguised as a guest to come first. As long as everyone came out safely, the rest was up to Amelia. Realizing her reaction might have been excessive, Elsa explained. I mean, what if something happens to Emiliano once we leave? We can't abandon our comrades in arms. Amelia looked at her. Even if there were twice as many people in the scrapyard, they wouldn't be a match for Bliss. Elsa was speechless. However, Amelia did not continue the topic. Seeing the spotlight on the water tower shine over, she lowered Elsa's body. If you're worried, then stay close and let's see how they plan to eat Bliss. Inside the thickly draped tent, Nash was calmly slicing flesh from a living person. Judging by his proficiency, he had done this more than once. Seeing new captives being brought in, Nash wiped his blood-stained hands. The one who paid with bread is him? Nash approached, grabbing Bliss's hair and forcing his head up. One of the men carrying Bliss in, also the same one who brought back Elsa Aaron. Yes, these were found on him. As Aaron spoke, he placed various scattered items on the rack table in front of Nash. There were car keys, a flashlight, a pocket knife, a waist pouch, and an entire loaf of bread left. Did you figure out which faction he belongs to? Anyone who can still have bread now definitely isn't acting alone. Aaron, however, shook his head. I asked around, but nobody knows him. Nash looked at the car keys and identified them as belonging to an old pickup truck by the emblem. Whom did he choose? Nash asked again. Aaron replied, Judy. This guy wasn't much use. He didn't last long inside either. After hearing this, Nash showed no emotion and ordered someone to handcuff Bliss to a nearby rack while he walked over, tapping the table with each step. Suddenly, he grabbed the meat slicer from the table and lunged it toward Bliss's shoulder. But even as the sharp blade pierced through Bliss's shoulder, he kept his head hanging down without any reaction. Nash waved for Aaron and the others to leave, then spoke in a sinister tone. You've got quite a tolerance. I, Nash, admire a man with grit. Get up and have a chat. Maybe we can be friends. Since he had been exposed, Bliss saw no need to continue the act. He moved his stiff neck and raised his head, his eyes cold. I don't make friends with animals. Nash laughed. That's how it is in this world. If you don't eat others, others will eat you. We have to survive, right? Seeing that Bliss was ignoring him, Nash put all the items back into the waist pouch and handed it over. I know who you're here for. We don't have to make things difficult. We can even help you leave. All I ask is that you give us a way out. In the future, anything or anyone we recover, you can pick first. How about that? Chapter 97 Because I Like You. While Nash was trying to negotiate with Brad, Amelia had already brought Kayla around to the back of the tent. She had long found out that apart from this abandoned vehicle yard, there were quite a few similar small gangs in the vicinity, much like bandits who ruled mountains, surviving by robbing passers-by or smaller groups. They had demarcated territories for themselves and generally did not interfere with each other's affairs. Occasionally, when a large group passed through and they couldn't handle it alone, they would join forces with others. But frequently, they would end up fighting over uneven loot distribution. For instance, this time, Randall went out with the motorcycle gang to earn provisions but came back empty-handed after being chased away, which led them to target Kayla. Nash didn't participate in this action and assumed Brad belonged to some gang as well. Seeing he had bread, he wanted a share too. Kayla saw through a gap that a knife was stuck in Brad's shoulder. Her eyes reddened at the sight. If Amelia hadn't covered her mouth in time, she would have cried out and exposed their position. The conversation inside the tent continued. Brad curled his lips. What I ask for might be more than you can afford. Nash asked, what do you want? Brad pointed at his head. Nash, realizing what he meant, smiled. Brother, you look like someone from Yugu country, right? There's a popular saying in your country, isn't there? Ah, yes, a man will grow enraged for a beautiful woman. It seems very fitting for you. He walked forward, gently twisting the knife lodged in Brad's shoulder. But don't assume I'll always be so lenient, it won't benefit you. As a zombie, although Brad bled when injured, he didn't feel pain because he lacked pain receptors. Ordinary injuries barely affected him, which was beneficial in this world where battles were frequent. Except for one thing, the monthly recurrence of the Jin-chan Jiyu, golden silkworm poison. Though Amelia understood this, she couldn't stand watching others mistreat Brad. She kicked open the wooden board at the back of the tent, almost causing the entire frame to collapse. The noise attracted the attention of the guards at the abandoned vehicle yard. Before they could react, the black warriors left behind by Amelia instantly subdued them. Even the sniper on the water tower was shot down by a quick motion from the black warrior. Nash wanted to call for help but hesitated upon noticing the camp full of black warriors. Black warriors? Who are you people? Amelia paid no heed to the big brother and walked straight to Brad. I told you to protect Zhuxian, not to tolerate abuse without retaliating. As she spoke, Amelia suddenly drew her paratrooper knife. So swift was her movement that Nash didn't react in time, ending up with 2 or 3 deep cuts on his forearm, which caused him to wail in pain. Seeing Amelia genuinely angry, Brad immediately broke free from the chains binding him. He tried to pacify her. I didn't receive your signal. I was afraid the person hadn't escaped yet and needed more time. Amelia glanced at Kayla and continued. Let's go, Adelitiro is waiting for us. Kayla pointed at Nash. What about him? Amelia looked down at the burly man with disdain. All his previous authority had vanished, leaving just a big, intimidating brute. Let his so-called brothers and sisters deal with him. With that, she led the 2 and the black warriors away from the abandoned vehicle yard, making sure to gather resources before leaving. After all, these were resources they stole too, so why not take advantage? After the vehicles sped off into the distance, Randall pushed aside the tent flap and entered. Nash, clutching his wounds, spat threats. Randall, you're just in time, get me some trauma medicine. Judy, that little slut, I'll catch them all back eventually. Randall said nothing for a while before approaching him. Instead of fetching medicine, he kicked Nash hard. You. Nash cried out in pain. Randall, what are you doing? I'm the big brother. What kind of nonsense, big brother? Randall's expression changed. We've all been deceived by you. No wonder you kept urging others to earn provisions. Look at you, so big and tough, but good for nothing besides posturing. Out there, you'd be eaten by zombies without a trace. Feeling one kick couldn't satisfy his built-up resentment, Randall pummeled Nash mercilessly. Nash had no means to defend himself and could only cry out while covering his head. The noise attracted others from the camp, who watched coldly as their former big brother was beaten. Randall, tired from the beating, suddenly heard his stomach rumble. He looked around and picked up the boning knife hanging on a meat hook. Nash watched him in terror. What are you doing, Randall? Randall approached with a sinister smile. Ashton, you forgot. I haven't eaten yet today. A blood-curdling scream echoed over the abandoned vehicle yard, refusing to disperse. Amelia closed the car window, not wanting the night wind to disturb Kayla, who had already fallen asleep in the back seat. She gave her a quick check. Apart from some redness, swelling, and minor scrapes, she seemed physically fine, just deeply frightened. It was Brad's shoulder that kept bleeding profusely. After ensuring it was safe around them, Amelia stopped the car and let the black warriors stand guard. She took out a roll of bandages and carefully dressed Brad's wound. To avoid waking Kayla, she kept her voice as low as possible. Her naturally sweet voice, now softened even more, wrapped around Brad like cotton candy. Whatever we do in the future, protect yourself from getting hurt. I don't feel pain. Brad couldn't take his eyes off Amelia, as if he could never look enough. When tying the knot, Amelia applied a slight pressure as punishment. If you don't feel pain, I do. Brad raised an eyebrow with a half-smile. The injury is on my body, why should you feel pain? Amelia knew he was probing for answers but decided not to dodge this time. She pointed at his chest firmly. Because I'm heartbroken, okay? Brad felt his heart blossom. He had never imagined that one simple sentence could make him this happy. But he wasn't done yet, determined to hear those words directly from her. Propping himself against the door behind her, he leaned closer. You're heartbroken for me? Why? Amelia's eyes sparkled brightly, their depth resembling starlight shimmering on tranquil waters. The near loss before had never made her feel so certain about her feelings, almost ready to blurt out the words. I like you. Yes, because I like you. She couldn't pinpoint when this liking began. Perhaps it started when Brad first extended his hand, saying trust me. Or maybe when he shielded her from the Rippers and zombie infants with his body. Perhaps it even dated back to the high wall base in her previous life, where they missed each other by a thread only to meet again on the first day of her rebirth. This affection had been planted deep within Amelia's heart long ago. At that moment, she wanted to tell him without hesitation. Because I like. Mid-sentence, Kayla murmured from the back seat. Emiliano, Brad, don't go. Chapter 98, admitted. Since it was sleep-talking, Kayla's words were somewhat unclear. But in such a small space inside the car, it was enough for her muttering to be accurately heard by the 2 people in the front seats. Amelia's body stiffened instantly, and she subconsciously pushed away Bliss who was getting closer. To say that Amelia had cultivated a strong mentality in the last days of her previous life, being decisive in actions and having sharp intelligence as well as beauty. She could be said to have everything going for her except for matters of the heart. In her past life, she was deceived of both money and affection by Sullivan, nearly losing her life. After rebirth, with an excellent man like Bliss beside her, she stubbornly failed to recognize his deep feelings for her. It took her a long time before finally mustering the courage to confront this precious emotion in the last days, but halfway through her speech, she swallowed back her words. Previously, the way Kayla and Bliss would occasionally bicker and compliment each other after battles. These memories replayed one by one in her mind. Especially not long ago in the abandoned vehicle yard, even though Kayla was so scared, she still worried about Bliss refusing to let her return to camp first. Perhaps there was already something between them that surpassed friendship. Her heart turned into a chaotic mess. Amelia lost the mood to continue talking and wanted to push open the car door for a breath of fresh air. However, just as her fingers touched the lock, creating a tiny gap, she was forcefully pulled back by Bliss. His expression clearly showed he was affected, yet he refused to let go of this opportunity initiated by her. Finish what you want to say before leaving. Amelia lifted her eyes, which had become hazy. Though she didn't speak, her aggrieved expression seemed to ask, with things like this, what more is there to say? After much internal struggle, she ultimately chose not to speak up. Either sensing the subtle atmosphere between the two or feeling the coolness of the autumn night, Kayla gradually woke up. The first thing she saw upon opening her eyes was Bliss. Xiao. Emiliano. Upon seeing the figure embraced in front of him, Kayla changed the almost slipped-out Bliss into Emiliano. Amelia. What happened? From this sentence, Amelia seemed to sense a hint of jealousy, similar to how she felt when seeing Haley standing next to Bliss. It felt like a cotton ball was stuffed in her chest. Seizing this moment, Amelia opened the car door and got out. With the warmth in his arms gone, Bliss felt as if a heavy object had risen on the roof of the car, followed by a slender shadow appearing on the windshield. That was the tactical gesture he personally taught Amelia. No obstacles, continue forward. Learning from the previous lesson, this time Amelia intentionally left Alexander behind at the camp to protect Nova. The two were anxiously waiting when they spotted Amelia sitting on top of the returning vehicle, finally putting their hearts at ease. Nova immediately picked up her medical kit to meet them, while Alexander closely followed. Amelia. She waved while running. Seeing Amelia nod heavily, she knew Kayla was fine too. Once the car stopped, she rushed to the back seat. Danny Shen. Although they hadn't seen each other for only half a day, it felt like Kayla had just returned from hell, and tears welled up in her eyes at the sight of her companions. Ayao. How are you? Where are you hurt? Let me see quickly. Nova's first reaction, just like Amelia's, was to check whether Kayla was injured. Kayla shook her head. I'm fine, I'm fine. She only sustained some minor scratches when first captured, nothing serious. However, recalling Bliss, she grabbed Nova and said, Right, Emiliano was seriously wounded, saving me. Stop the bleeding and bandage him quickly. Nova paused momentarily, then saw a large bloodstain on Bliss's shoulder. Okay. While calming down Kayla, she told Bliss, take off your outer clothes first. Bliss still stared ahead as he rolled up his sleeve. When Nova approached with the bandage, she noticed that the wound under the clothing had already been meticulously treated. Did Amelia do this? Ever since leading the squad to escape the last days, Amelia often made others forget that besides being a frontline warrior, she could also act as a meticulous medic. Most of the time, after fierce battles, she was already exhausted and covered in injuries, leaving no time to treat herself or her comrades, so Nova had always taken on the role of the medic. Considering she was also a member of the vaccine research team in her past life, dealing with puncture wounds and suturing came naturally to her. Bliss nodded, glancing at the rooftop inadvertently. When Amelia heard herself becoming the subject of their discussion, she flipped over and jumped down from the vehicle, walking straight toward the Black Warriors formation. Alexander noticed Kayla's strange attire at first glance. What in the world are you wearing? He then saw Amelia walk away without saying a word to everyone, scratching his head in confusion. Hey, what's up with her? Everyone exchanged glances, remaining silent. After a day of commotion, everyone was hungry. Nova and Alexander prepared some food quickly, and the aroma spread far and wide. Seeing Amelia interacting with several Black Warriors, Nova came over with bowls and chopsticks. Have something to eat first. It won't be good if it gets cold. Amelia was deeply engrossed in thought and didn't notice someone approaching from behind. She put a hand on her chest to catch her breath when she turned around and saw Nova. Adelita, you gave me quite a scare. Just put that down for now, in a bit. Nova pretended not to understand the underlying meaning of Amelia's words as she handed the bowl over and took out 2 fruits. She took a bite of one and tossed the other to Amelia. These fruits grow by the river. Emiliano went out of his way to pick them. They're very sweet. Indeed, upon hearing Bliss's name, Amelia's expression changed immediately. Her hand that reached out to take the fruit froze midair and let it drop to the ground. Look. Nova pointed at the innocent fruit on the ground. I knew you were upset with Emiliano. Did you two have an argument? Amelia's face darkened. Who argued with him? You're still denying it. Nova picked up the fruit from the ground, wiped it on her clothes, and continued, your face clearly says, I'm not happy. Amelia subconsciously touched her own face. Really? Chapter 99, The Charm That Permeates Every Moment. Seeing Nova nodding heavily, Amelia seemed like a deflated balloon. She took the fruit handed over by Nova and put it into her mouth. It tasted like chewing wax, and she still didn't speak for a long time. Nova looked at Amelia, mimicking her expression and pretended to be angry while asking. Since Danishien wasn't here as expected, you still don't want to talk to me? Hearing this, Amelia froze again. This time even Nova was a bit surprised. What? This has something to do with Danishien? Amelia felt somewhat jealous in her heart. Adelita. After a long pause, Amelia finally hesitantly spoke. Do you think Danishien also likes Bliss? Nova had followed Amelia for so long. While she hadn't learned much else, she had mastered identifying key points. Also, so you finally admitted that you like him? Amelia was speechless and knocked on her head hard. I never said it was about myself. Nova pouted. Anyway, it's not me. I still want a chance to be Zoya. Amelia admired Ari Adelita's honesty. Love, what can't be admitted? I like you too, as well as Danishien and Alexander. Nova knew that Amelia habitually retreated but realized that no matter how anxious others were, it wouldn't help until Amelia figured it out herself. Thinking back to when they returned, Su Danishien did seem overly concerned about Bliss's injuries. There might be a misunderstanding. Nova pinched her chin thoughtfully. Danishien is a girl who was captured and witnessed such a bloody scene, nearly forced into prostitution. Emiliano appeared just in time to save her. Feeling grateful is quite normal. She had already heard all about the events at the junkyard while preparing food. And the storyteller was not Su Danishien, who usually loved gossip, but Bliss. After listening, Nova understood the man's implied plea for help and avoided embarrassing the girls by not speaking directly of it, thus showing his remarkable restraint. Amelia glanced far away at the campsite. Bliss was sitting on the roof of a vehicle, leaning on one knee, looking toward them. The moment their eyes met, Amelia instinctively averted her gaze from his intense stare. She couldn't help thinking, how embarrassing, why do I only know to escape in front of him? Let me think about it some more. Not being ready is okay. Time will slowly prove everything. Nova held her hand. Come on, we're waiting for the leader to confirm our next goal. Amelia's strength lay in that whenever she mentioned the upcoming journey, she could instantly shift from her unskilled domain to become confident and professional again. Leading the selected black warriors back to everyone, Amelia thoroughly explained her plans. Firstly, to ensure that no comrades would be kidnapped under everyone's watchful eyes without the black warriors taking action due to lack of orders, Amelia appointed Bliss, who had experience leading troops, and Alexander, who was familiar with military life, to evaluate the chosen black warriors and select a leader among them. This leader would normally train the black warriors in new combat techniques and have the authority to mobilize the force in critical moments. This required the leader to be not only loyal but also capable of independent thinking, able to make suitable responses based on the battle situation. This was exactly what the black warriors, who had grown up as slaves used to unconditional obedience, lacked most. The first person who came to mind for Amelia was the black warrior who stood up and fired his gun in acknowledgement after hearing her speech at Kafa's parade ground. Of course, she needed more than just one such individual, so she told Bliss. I'll leave them to you. Bliss nodded. His promises were always trustworthy and reliable. Secondly, they needed to replenish ammunition. Although the black warriors brought their own equipment when leaving Kafa, the amount of ammunition and supplies they had expended fighting zombies and robbers along the way was substantial. She couldn't treat the black warriors like zombies, sending them into battle without bullets or weapons to fight with their bare bodies. That was something slave owners would do. Now that this army belonged to her, it was easy to lead them into battle, but difficult to bring them back safely. Regarding this, Alexander provided feasible information. During his carpet search for Su Danishien with the black warriors, he heard that several hundred kilometers away there was a city base called Equique, known as the weapon factory of the post-apocalyptic world. They openly sold weapons and ammunition to surrounding cities and small groups at high prices. In the apocalypse, having a good weapon is equivalent to having another means of survival. When it comes to buying one's life, no price is too high. Amelia did a quick tally of the rations in her spatial bag. Apart from what was needed for her group, she still had enough left over for the thousands of black warriors to make a satisfactory purchase. She entrusted Alexander with the task of equipping the warriors, with one requirement: no matter who we run into, take out at least half of them on first contact. Alexander gladly accepted the task. Watching Amelia efficiently assign tasks, Bliss admired her leadership skills. He thought that in a short time, even he, a former seasoned captain and special operations team leader, might be overshadowed by her. Amelia didn't notice how her unintentional charm was winning over a man's heart like a storm. At this moment, all she could think about was discussing the energy ball with Elsa. Danishien, come with me for a moment. Amelia believed fewer people knowing about the particle amplifier was better, so she called Elsa aside. She first took out 3 brand new laptops she had scavenged from the junkyard camp. They broke your computer. I brought back 3 for you. Pick whichever one you like or use all 3 if you want. Fat. Elsa had felt somewhat awkward around Amelia, but hearing this, she couldn't help laughing. Only you could retaliate this fast. Someday Tilda. Someday referred to, in the future, or one day, which was also Amelia's nickname back in her dormitory days. In her previous life, she wasn't as strong-willed as now, resembling a timid little rabbit. Even when she was bullied, and Elsa stood up for her, Amelia would say things like, let it go, next time I'll. Because her name was Amelia, everyone teased her. If we have to wait for Amelia to get revenge, who knows when it will happen. This nickname stuck eventually. But those who mocked Amelia never imagined that that day arrived on the very day of her rebirth. Chapter 100, Unbearable Past. Hearing Elsa call her by her long-lost nickname, Amelia seemed to be transported back to the student era of her previous life before everything happened. Back then, her parents and grandmother were still with her, Justine was still alive, and although life occasionally had its disappointments, she still had a long time ahead to remedy them. Unlike now, one misstep could cost her everything. Elsa looked at Amelia. The face was still the same, but there radiated an entirely different aura from within, a calmness, confidence, and strength that were unrecognizable compared to before. The little rabbit from before had transformed into a leading wolf, guiding everyone to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. No wonder she attracted someone as excellent as Bliss. If I become like her, will he also cast a lingering glance my way? Amelia didn't know that Elsa had so many thoughts racing through her mind in that brief moment. She took out a round box from her chest and opened it slightly, revealing a dazzling light inside. Danish yen, I remember you said expanding the space requires sufficient energy. Do you think this thing can help? Elsa took the small box and examined it hesitantly from all angles. I can't be sure. As she spoke, she turned on her computer and rapidly typed on the keyboard. After some time, she turned the screen around for Amelia to see. This is a model of the particle amplifier I worked on earlier. Just like boiling water requires heat energy and generating electricity needs electrical energy, I'm not certain what kind of energy the particle amplifier needs yet. And your object? Elsa placed the small box on the ground and pulled 2 wires from her crossbody bag. One end connected to the energy ball, and the other through a black box to the computer. Amelia watched as a flood of incomprehensible data appeared on the screen. Elsa skillfully sorted through the data and began explaining. The energy inside this thing is rather complex. If used directly in the particle amplifier, it might cause damage. It needs to be converted before use. For example, when boiling water, even though electrical energy is used, you can't just apply electricity directly to the water. It must first be converted into heat energy via an electric kettle. Amelia stroked her chin, trying to digest what Elsa had just said. So you're saying that once we determine which type of energy the particle amplifier needs, and then find an effective conversion tool, we can use the energy ball for transformation? Bingo. Elsa snapped her fingers. Amelia felt a long and arduous journey lay ahead, but considering the current capacity of the space was enough for use, finding a conversion tool wasn't as urgent right now. She closed the lid of the energy ball and solemnly handed it to Elsa. I entrust this to you. Elsa was momentarily stunned. You're giving this valuable thing to me? Looking at the various scars on Amelia's body, some partially healed but still visible, it was evident she had suffered much for this object. Regarding the particle amplifier, no one understood more than Elsa how precious it was to Amelia, a memento from her parents. Previously, no matter how much Bald Kian or the Sons of the Sun demanded, Amelia never even showed it to them, yet she now gave her most important item to her. Amelia looked at Elsa's dumbfounded expression and asked, Aren't you my best friend too? Elsa's face turned red immediately. Amelia, She didn't know what to say. Amelia reached over and tapped the computer on Elsa's lap, pulling her up from the floor. I didn't eat much earlier. There are leftovers from the last hot pot we had in the space. How about? Of course, Elsa answered eagerly before Amelia could finish her sentence. For a food lover, nothing was unsolvable with a post-apocalypse hot pot. If once wasn't enough, then twice. That night, Amelia did not sleep soundly. In a daze, she found herself back in her previous life, waking up groggily on a small bed, feeling sticky and clammy. Not far away came the sounds of men arguing. She felt irritable and used a coat, dirty beyond recognition, to cover her face. Just as she was about to drift off again, the coat was suddenly yanked off her. Slaps and punches rained down mercilessly. You filthy bitch, after so many times, you still don't know how to please a man. Like a log, how am I supposed to earn food for us? Sullivan, enraged because the man who just entered complained about Amelia's poor performance and only paid half the agreed price, dared not provoke the muscular man and vented his anger fully on Amelia. Amelia hugged her head and remained silent. Such incidents occurred every now and then, and she had long become accustomed to them. Sullivan grew even angrier at the sight of her attitude, unknowingly increasing the force of his blows. I'll teach you not to stay silent. I'll teach you to endure. After beating her for a while, he became exhausted and leaned half asleep on the iron-framed bed, panting heavily. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful woman approached with a smile, reaching out to caress Sullivan's thigh. Oh, Brother Shio, what's wrong? Why so upset? Sullivan glared at the woman's half-exposed cleavage, grabbing it harshly, which elicited her giggles. Still because of that wooden log, he snapped irritably. In these times, she's still putting on airs of innocence here, making business suffer. Hardly any customers come by recently. Just now, one came but left unsatisfied because she lay there like a corpse, causing me to lose a good deal. The woman glanced at Amelia's pale face and sighed, leaning into Sullivan. It's just about disciplining women. How hard can it be? If I help you, what would I get in return? Sullivan scoffed at her words. Not that I don't trust you, but she's just a block of wood. Don't waste your effort. Undeterred by his lack of faith, the woman walked slowly to Amelia, pinched a small patch of flesh on her lower back, and twisted it fiercely. Taking advantage of Amelia's yelp, she slipped a tiny pill into her mouth. Amelia coughed as she looked down, soon feeling an ant-like itch crawling all over her body, her face flushing instantly. The woman pushed Amelia into Sullivan's arms, where her entire body became limp, involuntarily emitting a sweet moan when she landed in the man's embrace, a sound so tantalizing it sent shivers down the spine. Instantly, a burning desire ignited in Sullivan's lower abdomen, reigniting his interest in this woman he had been intimate with countless times. He immediately unbuckled his belt, but the beautiful woman grasped his growing desire. What do you think, Brother Shio? Is my method effective? Effective, oh yes, very effective. Sullivan was throbbing with pain, barely holding on. To prevent the beautiful woman from getting in the way, he threw her the bag of grain he got from the male customer earlier, then pushed Amelia to the ground and acted without hesitation. Chapter 101, A Voice That Overlaps with Memories. The woman watched calmly throughout. Afterward, Sullivan reclined against the bed frame, still savoring the moment, and invited the beautiful woman to sit beside him. What did you give her just now? It was really powerful. The woman extended a finger and placed it on his lips. This is my livelihood. Although I can't tell Brother Shio what it is, we can always do business together. She pointed at Amelia, who was still curled up on the ground, not yet recovered from the effects of the drug. This girl has a good foundation. With a little bit of manipulation, she could be a cash cow for 2 or 3 years. But using her like this, it's such a waste. Tilda. Sullivan, having tasted the sweetness, now felt a bit reluctant to let anyone else see Amelia like this. The woman pushed the bag of food back into Sullivan's hands and gave him 2 extra cartons of cigarettes. Cigarettes, like food, were hard currency in this post-apocalyptic world. Sullivan had long been content with smoking the leftovers, and it had been ages since he last enjoyed an entire cigarette. Especially after something like this, it made him happier than ever. Amelia lifted her dazed eyes and saw Sullivan eagerly lighting a cigarette, exhaling smoke, her heart sinking to an all-time low. But what could she do? Outside were hordes of zombies, and she had no survival skills. She had even considered dying like this, but seeing the broken bodies scattered around the streets, she couldn't bring herself to step out. Perhaps thinking of her endless tragic fate, Amelia shed 2 tears. Anyone who saw this fragile girl, looking like a flower with dewdrops, would feel an irresistible desire to conquer her. The beautiful woman's eyes sparkled with interest. Brother Shio. The woman gestured toward the broken yet enchanting Amelia. This drug is quite valuable. Let's not waste it. Amelia watched helplessly as the beautiful woman brought in 2 more men, her body feeling like a leaf tossed in stormy waves, shattered by their force. Ever since Sullivan and the beautiful woman struck their deal, Amelia's life took a turn for the worse. She was already exceptionally attractive with a good figure, though undernourished, her features remained perfectly proportioned. Combined with the drugs administered by the beautiful woman, each customer fell deeply entranced, willing to do anything to visit her daily. Besides the overwhelming love from men that nearly drowned her, there was also an unstoppable wave of hatred from other women. One day, while walking down the street, she urgently needed to relieve herself and turned into a corner of a building. In this post-apocalyptic world, many people had abandoned their former hygiene habits, including Amelia. However, as she reached the secluded spot, a sultry-looking woman slapped her across the face. While berating her, "You bitch, understand the rules. There's a pecking order. And you want to compete with me for Brother Ebert." The Brother Ebert she referred to was a notorious petty thug in the area, often frequenting brothels. Before Amelia, he visited this sultry woman most often, but after Amelia joined the beautiful woman, he never came back. Not only her but 3 or 4 other girls in the scene shared similar plights. Everyone sought protection in this world, and these girls had no choice but to serve these men, otherwise, they would starve. With regular customers taken by Amelia, they conspired to find her trouble. Amelia, naturally timid, didn't fight back against either men or women, especially in this new world where surviving meant doing almost anything. She instinctively covered her head, letting the girls vent their anger on her while praying it would end soon. This scene caught the eye of a man standing nearby. He was the Brother Ebert mentioned by the sultry-faced girl. Seeing women vying over him, he felt immensely satisfied. As the women reached out to strike Amelia's beautiful face, he stepped in. "That's enough, Lorna. If you damage Mommy's golden goose, watch what happens to you." The previously enraged girls stopped their hands. They wanted to vent but didn't wish to invite retribution. Lorna, with her sultry face, clung to Ebert. "Brother Ebert, you haven't come to me in so long. I miss you, Tilda." Ebert's hand involuntarily touched the girl's chest, but his gaze lingered on Amelia. "Is that so? Miss me where?" The girl purred seductively, saying annoying Tilda. When How You saw Amelia picking up the scattered items and trying to leave, he immediately resumed his usual expression and said to the fox-faced girl, "Give me 2 more days to make some money, then I'll come find you." He urged them to leave as he spoke. Amelia stepped aside waiting for the girls to walk far enough before she took her first step, only to be blocked by How You back into the shadow of the building. He immediately started tearing at her clothes frenziedly, his hot breath pressing against her face. "I saved you, and you want to just walk away? Hurry up and give brother a kiss." How You hadn't earned much food these past 2 days and was nearly driven mad with desire. As soon as he stepped out today, he encountered Amelia on the street. He had followed her, waiting for an opportunity in a secluded place to have a free meal, but unexpectedly ran into a chance to be a hero rescuing a beauty. He wasn't about to let this opportunity slip. Amelia resisted initially, but she was weaker than most girls and couldn't push off a grown man. She lowered her hands and resigned herself to fate. Whether he paid or not, it made no difference to her. How You became instantly aroused, pinning Amelia's face against the wall and tightly hugging her from behind. "Adelina said you're naturally suited for this business, always tight like a virgin no matter what we do, hey." His tone was sleazy and crude. "We've got all the time in the world today. Let's see if I can ruin you, little tease." Just as he was about to thrust forward, Amelia's eyes were almost unfocused, staring at the grey wall ahead. But after waiting for a long time, she only heard How You's pained cry. "Ouch, which bastard ruined my good?" "Ah." He went from cursing to screaming in agony in a heartbeat. "Ah, my precious." He looked down between his legs where blood and flesh mingled, and a tall, lean man wearing a tactical helmet stood before him. "You're too noisy." The man kicked How You in the back, sending him sprawling away. When Amelia turned around, she found herself overshadowed by a tall figure. She recognized it as the attire of the base's temporary guard. Seeing that he didn't move to leave, she assumed he also wanted to take advantage of her like How You, so she mechanically removed her top. The man pressed forward but did not remove his own clothes. Instead, he draped a coat over her shoulders. Due to the mask, his voice sounded muffled. Come on. Amelia felt her eyes well up again upon hearing those two words. Where can I go? In this vast world, there was no place for her to call home, just moving from one cage to another. The man stopped, pulled Amelia to her feet, and pushed her towards where the sunlight could reach. Grow towards the sun, live with death in mind. Chapter 102. Who is robbing whom? If it weren't for that person's reminder, she would have forgotten that she actually had a choice. She just didn't dare to take that step due to weakness, fear, and laziness. This was the mindset of the vast majority of people in this apocalypse. Living without dignity in a group was better than dying bravely alone. Amelia only remembered that at the end of her dream, her eyes were blinded by sunlight. She wanted to turn back and say thanks to that person but was swallowed by a rush of zombies. Ah! Amelia screamed, half asleep and half awake. Getting up, she bumped into a solid embrace. What? Did you have a nightmare? She looked up, seeing the face before her slowly overlap with the one from her previous life, making her momentarily unsure if she was still dreaming or awake. Bliss. So, the person who gave me the courage to take the first step was you. Seeing her reddened eyes, Bliss felt at a loss for what to do. He pressed her head to his chest awkwardly, consoling her in a low voice. I'm here, I'm here. Listening to his strong heartbeat, Amelia reached out to hug his slim waist. Elsa came over holding a notebook, intending to tell Amelia about her new discoveries. Seeing the two tightly embracing from afar, she snapped her laptop shut. Dawns in the wilderness always come earlier. Earlier than dawn are the scavengers on the wasteland. They have long been lying in ambush on the roadside or in the woods, waiting for passers-by. It has been 4 to 5 months since the outbreak of the zombie virus, and edible things in the wilderness have gradually been scavenged by hungry crowds. If they don't find relatively large cities and bases to settle down in, their survival will become an issue. But none of the large bases and cities would readily accept outsiders. First, feeding themselves in the city was already tough. Second, because the environment outside was too complex, and if infected individuals mixed into the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. There was one exception, though, Ajike City, known as the Armory of the Apocalypse. Anyone who lived along the Black Sea coast knew that this Ajike was originally just an obscure weapons factory. After the apocalypse arrived, not only did they not refuse displaced people entering the factory grounds, but they opened wide to welcome them. Each person entering could receive a weapon, and those who could gather enough resources to live within a day could stay. The rest could only rest in peace. Once Ajike expanded to a sufficient size, it stopped accepting newcomers but did not stop selling weapons and ammunition externally. These unlucky people often gathered in groups, eventually forming gangs like the ones in the junkyard. The closer to Ajike City, the more such robbery gangs congregated nearby. They exchanged some goods for weapons and ammunition from Ajike City to rob passers-by or small teams, then traded part of the loot for necessities and part for weapons back in Ajike. Thus they managed to survive, barely fed sometimes and starving other times. Considering the commotion that the Black Knights would cause when moving, they chose a resting spot and set up camp under the leadership of their newly chosen team leader, Dewey. Amelia and the others continued their journey. The road along the way was mostly abandoned, some collapsed, some blocked. Some were entirely blocked by fallen buildings, so there were almost no conditions for motor vehicles to travel. Various vehicles jammed the highway, rotting corpses inside open car doors attracting swarms of insects hovering in the air. A few wandering zombies blocked their path again. Rubbing her temples, Amelia got out of the car with her knife to clear the roadblocks and practice her skills. However, she was immediately drawn to the chains beneath the zombies' feet. No wonder they stayed in one place, apparently, they were deliberately chained there. Just as Amelia shifted her gaze from the zombies' feet, a black gun barrel pressed against her forehead. Hand over what's in the car, or your head's gonna blow. A man covered his face with blood, blending in with the zombies, awaiting the opportunity to strike whoever came down to check. At his whistle, a few more emerged from the bushes, surrounding the cars. But Amelia didn't care. She simply shook her head. Luck wasn't on your side meeting me. The leader across from her asked confusedly, what did you say? Before he could finish speaking, one of his comrades' heads exploded. The shooter was Bliss, who had gotten out of the car ahead of time to relieve himself. In fact, this was one of the few times Amelia had seen him use a gun. Ever since the zombie outbreak, Bliss mostly engaged in hand-to-hand combat, but his shooting skills were still sharp despite the long break. Bang! The gunfire continued. The man, clearly agitated as his companions fell one by one without any action from the woman in front of him, slowly lowered his gun from Amelia's forehead. All right, I'll let you pass. Okay. Amelia glanced at him and signaled Bliss to stop. Then she walked over to one of the men holding a rifle and pointed at it. Is this a sniper rifle? Before the man could decide whether to answer, someone jumped down from a high tree branch nearby. Bliss walked over nonchalantly and stood next to Amelia. Yes, it is a sniper rifle. She immediately took it from the man and handed it to Bliss. Our team needs a sniper. Look into which one among the Black Knights would be suitable. The leader on the opposite side felt like he had 1,000 horses galloping through his mind. How did they end up being the ones delivering packages instead of robbing? But after witnessing Bliss's skill with those 2 shots, he didn't dare to make a sound. Amelia glanced at him and redirected the gun. Cold sweat immediately broke out on the man's forehead. What do you want now? Amelia smiled innocently. You can see that we are outsiders unfamiliar with this area. We need to get to Ajike, so we'll need your help to guide us. Considering they just happened to cross paths, Amelia only took the leader of this group. She called Alexander, who was responsible for weapon allocation, and the three of them set off for Ajike. She left Bliss and the others behind in case Ajike changed their mind. At least someone would be outside to provide backup. Waiting always seemed longer. Just as everyone was getting drowsy, they heard Elsa's warning. Look over there. Chapter 103, As a Girlfriend. Everyone immediately followed the direction of her finger. In the midst of the dense forest, there was a narrow path that had been made by people. Several armed individuals surrounded a minivan, quarreling noisily as if some kind of conflict had arisen. A few among them were quite familiar, the very group they had just encountered. Since the distance wasn't close, Elsa and the others couldn't hear what they were saying. But through the wide-open van doors, they could see elderly people with white temples and children around 10 years old sitting inside. What should we do? Should we help? Due to the incident at the junkyard, whenever Elsa saw these thugs who bullied the weak with weapons, she felt a deep-seated hatred. Nova hesitated somewhat. Amelia isn't here now. If we injure someone else's people rashly, would that be inappropriate? Mentioning Amelia made Elsa feel uneasy. Why be considerate towards such people? They bully the weak because of their strength. We shouldn't turn a blind eye to their evil deeds just because some of them are cooperating with us. She glanced at Bliss, who was observing everything nearby through a scope. Emiliano, what do you think? She asked softly. Do you also believe that Amelia's report upon return is more important than human lives? Bliss frowned. What do you want to do? Elsa rarely felt like she had taken the initiative. If she could make a good impression now, would he see that she was no less capable than Amelia? She clenched her fists and finally determined. Open fire, provide long-range support for them. Don't, yet. The walkie-talkie emitted static sounds, with Amelia's voice intermittently coming through. The robbers are the same group we encountered earlier. Their leader hopes to give me face until I come back. Elsa was enraged. Amelia, you used to be the kindest person. How can you ignore human life for personal gain now? No, I can't do it. Having said that, she looked at Bliss. What will you choose? To listen to me or her? As soon as she finished speaking, Bliss's gun went off. But before Elsa could rejoice, she saw his target was not the armed robbers but the window of the surrounded minivan. Glass shattered everywhere, revealing an elderly person and a child inside, holding guns. One of the gun barrels was aimed directly at her. Elsa was dazed. They. At this moment, Amelia returned with Alexander and the leader of the group from Arctic City. Passing by the small road in the woods, they negotiated, both sides compromising a bit. Watching the minivan drive away, the child inside aiming at Elsa gave a mischievous smile. Amelia placed a handwritten contract on the car hood, which detailed the weapon trade agreement made in Arctic. She looked at Elsa. Not all members of robbery gangs are strong men, there are women and children too. They exploit the psychology of bullies to perform counter-robberies, sometimes using brutal means. If it weren't for Bliss's threat with the gun today, things might have gotten much worse. Enough. Elsa didn't want to continue listening. I acted rashly without understanding the situation, but you don't need to humiliate me like this. Amelia didn't expect such a strong reaction from her. I didn't mean to. But Elsa wouldn't listen, still venting her emotions. I'm not as smart as you, Amelia, nor as thoughtful as Nova. All I can do is misinterpret my feelings and nearly become a burden to the team. Saying this, she ran away without looking back. Danny Shen. Amelia wanted to follow but was held back by Bliss. You'll only make things worse right now. He looked at Nova, who immediately understood his intention. This area isn't safe. I'll stop Danish Yen from running too far. Watching the two of them walk away, Amelia sat down on the hood of the car, feeling disheartened. Bliss circled his arms, enclosing her in the middle. She'll come back once she calms down. Take this time, there are some things I want to ask you. Amelia was distracted. Can I refuse to answer? Bliss raised an eyebrow and moved closer. What do you think? Amelia looked resigned. You. Bliss's deep eyes gazed at her. You knew me before we met at the hospital, didn't you? Thinking of her astonished expression when they first met, it didn't seem like the reaction one would have towards a stranger. Amelia didn't expect him to hit the core of the matter with just one question. Recalling the dream she had, she hesitated for a moment before nodding her head heavily. Yes, even earlier than you might imagine. Bliss asked further, why do you know so much about the post-apocalypse world, especially the types of monsters? It's as if. He paused briefly, adjusting his words before continuing. It's as if you've been living in this post-apocalypse world for many years already. Amelia couldn't help but admire his keen insight, but when it came to explaining rebirth, such an unimaginable event, even if she told Bliss, he might not be able to comprehend it. I did start learning about the post-apocalypse and the monsters very early on, but not in the way you're thinking. Thinking halfway through, Amelia thought of Bliss's younger sister Andrea, which made her expression turn slightly sorrowful. There are some things I can't give answers to right now, because I'm also looking for an answer. And this answer might very well be found in Sakura Rise. She looked at the contract in front of her. After equipping the Black Warrior with weapons, they were almost ready for everything needed. If the answer was across the Black Sea, then no matter what, she had to find it out for herself and for Bliss. Since his sister's death, there was a moment when Bliss lost all hope of survival. It was Amelia's intrusion that gave meaning back to his life. Whether it was to seek out the person who harmed his sister or the emotions developed during their time together, It all allowed him to gradually find a guiding light in the post-apocalypse world. And today's question only made him more certain of his heart. That no matter what the final answer turned out to be, he would continue to follow this light. Some answers you can give now. Bliss gazed steadily at the young woman in front of him. Amelia countered, what? No matter what the future holds, you. His voice was stronger than ever. Are you willing to walk this path with me? As my girlfriend. Chapter 104, It Really Is You. Bliss was tired of the two of them skirting around each other and decided to be straightforward. Unlike his usual sarcastic and teasing tone, there was now a hint of cautious anticipation in his voice. When Amelia heard this, she took a long time to react. They were so close that their breaths mingled. Her heart pounded much faster than usual, as if it might explode, but she didn't feel the dizziness or discomfort that usually came with such intensity. A voice in her head screamed say yes, but when the words I do reached her lips, she hesitated due to Elsa's ambiguous attitude. She wanted to follow her heart but didn't want to damage her relationship with her best friend. Help. While hesitating, she heard a woman's scream coming from the woods. Danishen, a Adelita. Amelia exchanged a glance with Bliss and rushed towards the direction of the cry. From afar, they saw Elsa squatting on the ground while Nova held onto her with one hand and wielded a long wooden stick with the other, seemingly trying to do something. Danishen, a Adelita. Amelia, holding her combat knife horizontally, ran up to them but didn't see any zombies or monsters nearby. Are you alright? Sure. Before she finished speaking, Elsa and Nova both motioned for her to be quiet, pointing downwards. Put your knife away, don't scare her. Following their fingers, Amelia saw a pit not far from her feet, inside which sat a little girl covered in dirt, looking no older than 12 years old. That scream had come from her when she fell into the pit. Elsa and Nova were trying to pull her out using the wooden stick. Seeing her companions were safe, Amelia felt relieved. The little girl looked extremely shy, especially seeing the cold-faced Bliss, and instinctively crouched in the corner of the pit. She wore a large robe, with a black cross hanging from her chest. Given her normal movements and eyes free of zombie-like black lines, she appeared to be human. Either she had run away from a nearby base or had become separated from her family while walking on the road. Amelia put away her combat knife and jumped into the pit. After some effort, they managed to pull the girl out. Before they could ask her name or where she came from, more sounds came from the woods. In a panic, the little girl slipped away into the bushes while Nova failed to grab her in time. Moments later, the rustling in the woods drew near. The tall grass parted, revealing two men with guns. Amelia recognized them as the guides who had recently helped her sign the firearms purchase agreement in Arctic City. She stopped Bliss from attacking and stepped forward to shield Elsa and Nova. What can I do for you, gentlemen? The two men clearly recognized Amelia too, holstered their guns, and spoke with respectful tones. You misunderstood. Our base leader just returned and heard you had been here. He insisted we invite you back at all costs. Back again? Amelia frowned. Not trying to renegotiate prices, are you? Both men shook their heads vigorously and handed her a photo. Our leader said this would explain everything. Amelia, half disbelieving, took the photo. After a quick glance, she immediately covered it with her hand. Even Bliss's curious peek was brushed aside. Well, she stammered, unusually. Is your leader surnamed Shia? From the U Kingdom? They nodded in agreement. Amelia understood and turned to the others. Let's go. It looks like we'll have a good place to rest for a few days. What caused the outbreak of zombies remained unclear even to Amelia. Some believed it was humanity's pollution and nuclear waste disposal leading to nature's retribution. Others thought it was a virus accidentally released from a biological lab. Still, others considered it divine punishment, with zombies as a new form of humanity meant to replace traditional humans and achieve immortality on Earth. Many subscribed to this belief, like the men and women currently receiving baptism from a priest. Each held a crucifix, praying devoutly. Behind them, bound together by wooden stakes, were zombies snarling and writhing. Dear Lord, grant us hope and faith, free from disease and granted eternal life. Amen. Amen. For every sentence the priest chanted, the kneeling men and women echoed it. Until they, too, were chained to the same wooden stake, left to have their throats bitten through by the zombies. The priest seemed long accustomed to such bloody scenes. He wiped the blood splattered on his face and spread his arms wide. Thank God's redemption, let us call them immortals. Immortals. As everyone chanted in unison, several young people were brought before the priest. Every time he placed his palm atop someone's head and finished his prayer, he would hang a black crucifix around their necks, as if conducting a certain ritual. The church tower bells rang out, carrying the voices of prayer far and wide. Meanwhile, Amelia and the others drove back to Arctic City. Unlike last time, this time a crowd was already waiting at the gate, splitting into two sides with a middle-aged man wearing a cap standing in the center. Upon seeing their car approach, he strode forward quickly, reaching for Amelia's shoulder just as she got out of the car. But before his hand could touch her, Bliss twisted his elbow and pressed him down to one knee. Seeing their leader subdued, the Arctic City people raised their guns in threat. Upon seeing this, Alexander and the others also lifted their submachine guns, ready to fire. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Oh, Amelia, quick, get this brother to let go, don't you recognize me? Amelia hadn't anticipated things developing so fast, and with a wry smile, she patted Bliss. That's my uncle, Gwylem. Bliss froze, then hurriedly released his grip. He hadn't expected that meeting the family for the first time would nearly turn into a fistfight. Gwylem waved his hand to signal his men to lower their guns. Holding Amelia's shoulders, he inspected her from all angles before laughing heartily. My goodness, when the guard told me, I didn't believe it. It really is you, little Zun. Though they hadn't seen each other in a long time, Amelia still recognized the rugged face. It was indeed her mother Candace's older brother, Gwylem. Uncle, Amelia called sweetly, how did you become the leader of the Arctic City base? Gwylem opened his mouth. That's a long story. Right, how did you end up here? Are your parents okay? Chapter 105, Sudden Change. Hearing Gwylem mention her missing parents, Amelia's mood turned somewhat somber. I haven't had their news for a long time. I came here mainly to find them. Gwylem frowned upon learning that his younger sister's family was in trouble. This is not the place to talk. These are your companions, right? Let's go inside and discuss. Amelia followed Gwylem into the city but was stopped by guards at the city gate. Please hand over any weapons you have on you. Before Amelia could react, Gwylem, as the base manager, had already placed his sidearm on a rack by the entrance. Don't be misled. Although this place manufactures and sells weapons, it has strict order and defense mechanisms. For better management of everyone, except for the security personnel responsible for guarding and patrolling, no one else can carry weapons inside the city, not even me. He pointed to an empty rectangular box. When you leave the city, your weapons will be returned intact. This ensures the safety of the people inside the base. Seeing Gwylem's outstretched hand, Amelia placed the paratrooper knife into the open wooden box. Alexander was at the rear as usual. When he closed the lid of the wooden box, he noticed a few young men returning from outside greeting the guards. Entering what was known as the post-apocalyptic armory, Gwylem informed Amelia about how effective management kept fights rare in the base. Amelia told Gwylem why she bought weapons and described her journey so far. She also understood why he had become the head of the Ajike base. Amelia's mother, Candace's family, by today's standards, could be considered intellectuals. Both parents were university lecturers with independent and calm personalities. Even Candace grew up to be quiet and studious, often sitting with a book for hours. Originally, the whole family was honest and mild-mannered, but Gwylem was quite different. Whether it was throwing stones at windows or attaching fireworks to dogs' tails, he always caused chaos in the neighborhood. Frustrated, Grandpa Shia sent him to the military for training. Surprisingly, Gwylem thrived in the army, winning commendations and medals, advancing rapidly. Despite offers to stay as an officer, he opted for more freedom, volunteering for international peacekeeping and serving along the Black Sea coast for 10 years. After the zombie outbreak, he led the workers at Ajike, turning the factory into a stronghold, while accepting displaced people from nearby areas. Of course, this acceptance came with a price. Children and the elderly were exempt, but others, men and women alike, either participated in guard patrols or went out searching for food, or stayed in the base assisting with medical care and other tasks. In short, the base didn't support idlers. If you wanted to live in a stable and safe area, you had to pay a price. But as more people joined, resources became scarce. Without available positions, new arrivals were made to exchange food for weapons, to protect themselves when needed. These rejected individuals formed groups around the perimeter. Gwylem then took them to a cafeteria. The delicious smell of food greatly tempted the group who had been exposed to the elements for several days. With a generous gesture, Gwylem said, "Take whatever you like, as the head, I still get some privileges." Everyone settled down, and Gwylem deliberately sat opposite Bliss with a loaded tray. "Brother Danny has impressive skills. Looks like you've served in the military." Only now did Amelia remember to introduce Bliss. "These are the Special Forces Captain Bliss, who rescued us when the school incident happened. We wouldn't have arrived here safely without his help. That's his comrade Alexander, and these two are my classmates Elsa and Nova." Otilda Gwylem couldn't miss how Bliss's eyes lingered on his niece. Curiously, he asked, "Boyfriend?" "Fut." Having just taken a sip of water, Amelia nearly choked at Gwylem's question. Reactions among the crowd varied. Gwylem awaited Amelia's reply with interest, while Nova and Alexander looked expectant. Elsa, however, kept her head down focusing on her meal. Under Bliss's intense gaze, Amelia had to tell the truth. "Not yet." Gwylem didn't understand. Yes or no, if not yet, then what does it mean? Amelia was momentarily at a loss for words. Gwylem suddenly slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "Is it that Danny Z bullied you and doesn't want to take responsibility?" The people in the cafeteria were immediately drawn to the commotion, casting curious glances over. Amelia inwardly cursed how after several years of not seeing each other, Gwylem still had such an impatient temper. She hurriedly pulled him down to explain, "It's not what you think, uncle. Please sit down." Just as Amelia was at a loss on how to pacify her hot-headed uncle, Alexander returned with his tray and bumped into a young man walking hastily. That man spilled Alexander's food but didn't apologize, rushing off in a hurry. The few others at his table had been huddled in the corner, plotting something. Even when Gwylem's voice drew everyone's attention, they only glanced briefly before turning back to whisper among themselves. Gwylem glanced at Alexander and said, "Ignore them, they're just a bunch of religious fanatics. They chant about God being great and wonderful, but even God can't help them without food. In the end, they still have to come back to work in the base to earn their meals. Not just them, there are even more people from a church in the opposite village." Hearing him mention the church, Amelia recalled the little girl they met earlier. She also wore a cross around her neck, so she must be from that church. Just as she thought this, Amelia saw the little girl who had fled into the woods earlier, being led by a woman who passed by the cafeteria entrance. A nagging discomfort settled in her heart. Amelia simply told the group she was going to the bathroom, got up, and followed them. Seeing Alexander drenched in soup, Gwylem called for someone to take him to change clothes. Unexpectedly, before he could speak, one of the men who had been conspiring at the corner table suddenly stood up on the table, his expression animated, starting a passionate speech. Amelia had already followed the mother and daughter to the entrance of a family compound, trying to catch up when she stepped on something hard underfoot. Chapter 106, Exploitation. Amelia picked up the object out of curiosity, and it turned out to be the cross pendant she had seen hanging around the little girl's neck earlier. Although she had no particular religious belief, she understood that such an item could be particularly significant to a believer. So she wanted to catch up with the girl quickly and return it to her. There were quite a few middle-aged women cleaning and airing clothes outside in the residential compound at this time, just like the nosy aunties back home, enjoying gossiping when they had nothing to do. Amelia overheard snippets of their conversation here and there as she walked by. Look, she came back after all. Where else could she go if not back here? Things are so chaotic outside now, and at least life can be maintained under the management of the lieutenant here. I think so too, but her man is indeed a bit too much, often beating women, and she has such a young child. What else can be done? Survival is more important than anything. Oh, don't say that anymore, her husband is coming over. Hearing this, Amelia looked over and saw a burly man emerge from the guardhouse at the main entrance of the compound. This man was heavily built, with a small submachine gun slung over his shoulder. Without saying a word, he slapped the woman upon seeing her. You still remember to come back? Where have you been these past days, leaving me to fend for myself? In the post-apocalyptic world, food was basically distributed based on labor. Women didn't eat much in the first place, and this one before him seemed even weaker. The powerful slap sent her sprawling on the ground, unable to get back up. Amelia rushed forward to stop him but accidentally bumped into a middle-aged woman carrying clothes. She apologized for her clumsiness, then tried to leave when she noticed the woman stopping her. Wait a moment. Are you hurt? Do you need help? Amelia was bewildered by the question and saw the red bloodstain on the woman's palm. Yet, she had no wounds on her body. Then she glanced at her own hand and noticed red liquid dripping between her fingers, originating from the cross pendant. Upon closer inspection of the pendant, she discovered a fine crack. With a gentle tug, a small razor blade fell out, still wet with fresh blood. Sensing something amiss, Amelia looked again at the woman lying on the ground, who was trembling slightly, as if enduring immense pain. People around were wary of her husband's ferocity and dared not approach, only pointing and whispering. Feeling embarrassed, the man started dragging the woman off the ground by her arm. Don't pretend with me, get up. Hey. What are you doing? Suddenly, the woman leaped up and began gnawing at his neck, causing blood to flow everywhere. Only then did people notice her injury and moved forward to assist her. Alarmed, Amelia ran towards them, shouting warnings. Don't get close to them. Move away. Everyone, move away. The usually docile woman now pinned the man down firmly, and the man couldn't resist, only able to scream in agony. Her eyes rolled back, black threads visible inside. The man beneath her was nearly dead, his limbs stiff and outstretched. Despite Amelia's warning, a colleague of the man approached, trying to intervene. However, before he could touch them, both of them, already transformed into zombies, pounced and pulled him down. Everything happened so fast that several security guards were infected in the melee. If left unchecked, the area would soon be overrun by zombies. Seeing the little girl standing there in shock, Amelia quickly grabbed her hand and dashed towards the guardhouse. She wasn't Bliss, even against ordinary zombies, she couldn't fight unarmed. Only with weapons obtained from the guardhouse could she effectively defend herself. They approached the wall, able to see the weapon storage box through the window. Just as Amelia was about to open the window and jump in, she heard a familiar gagging sound very close to her. Turning around, she realized that the little girl she was holding wasn't a girl anymore but a zombie with blood-dripping lips. With sharpened nails stained black with blood, the girl lunged at her. Amelia knew that the nails must be coated with zombie poison. Any contact could lead to infection. But with the window behind her, she could only dodge sideways against the wall. Even with her quick reflexes, the little girl caught up and attempted to bite her the next moment. In a flash, Amelia closed her eyes, turned the cross pendant in her hand so its point faced upward, and thrust it into the girl's mouth, piercing through to emerge from the back of her skull. At this point, she had more or less figured out what had happened. Perhaps the woman couldn't endure the man's torment any longer and chose to take revenge by involving her daughter as well. But she looked at the cross in her hand and realized that someone was using these people for their own purposes. There was no time to think further. Chaos was already breaking out both in the guardhouse and the residential compound. She kicked over a barricade to kill 2 charging zombies, but the number of infected was rapidly increasing. She needed to inform her Uncle Gwylem about this immediately. It was dinner time, and most people had finished their day's work and were heading to the canteen for a meal. But some were barely through the door when they were bitten on the throat, becoming others' dinner. Bliss, Gwylem, and Alexander were protecting the survivors who came out of the 4th floor canteen and guiding them toward the emergency exit. Just moments ago, a young man stood on a table and loudly proclaimed, "New humans will inevitably replace old humans, everyone join the ranks of the immortal." He then used the cross pendant he held to cut his own throat, falling heavily to the ground. Everyone was shocked by this sudden scene. Before they could react, the young man who had fallen suddenly jumped up and lunged toward the nearest person. Gwylem immediately stepped forward to stop him, but their infection spread astonishingly fast, fully transforming into zombies within seconds. If not for Bliss's timely help, Gwylem would have been one of the countless infected by now. They fought while retreating. Except for Bliss, the others could only use chairs and tables as weapons, hitting one after another. Some people following behind them didn't move quickly enough and were immediately caught by the pursuing zombies, turning into new pursuers. Nova's sensitivity to medicine and infections remained sharp, and she noticed that these zombies were mutating faster than before. Gathering her courage, she seized the opportunity when Bliss subdued one zombie to collect a blood sample with a syringe. She barely got the sample when a zombie nearly grabbed her ankle, but Gwylem smashed its head with a stool leg. "You're as reckless as my niece. Do you really have time to draw blood from zombies for a physical examination right now?" Nova felt a vein twitch. "Does your niece know you say things like this about her?" Elsa slipped, almost falling onto a zombie, but fortunately, Alexander reacted quickly and pulled her back, retreating down the stairs. Finally reaching the first-floor emergency exit, they found that the iron gate, usually wide open, was closed today for some reason. Gwylem tried several times but failed to break it down. As zombies pursued from upstairs, the outermost people were gradually being consumed. If they didn't find a solution soon, they would face the same fate. Chapter 107 Go to Your God. While Amelia was rushing back to the canteen, she saw that chaos wasn't limited to the residential area. The factory district, entrance, and even the small gardens by the roadside were all scenes of frenzied zombies wreaking havoc. The tranquil peace of the base upon her arrival was instantly shattered, yet no one knew when this had all started. What she didn't know was that at the entrance of Akik Base, a man was holding up a Bible and loudly proclaiming. What she didn't know was that at the entrance of Akik Base, a man was holding up a Bible and loudly proclaiming, "Come, brothers and sisters, just as I prophesied, God is about to descend upon Akik. It's time to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us." The main exit from the canteen was already blocked by zombies, forcing Amelia to carefully find an alternate route to reunite with her group. Thinking of Bliss, she felt reassured about their safety. But if Gwylem remained trapped here, the entire Akik would be in grave danger. Immersed in these thoughts, she was startled by a loud banging beside her. A steel door was firmly locked with heavy chains. Amelia could only imagine how many people had met their end to the zombies on the other side, and she lowered her eyelashes. Just as she was about to slip away, she heard a familiar gruff voice. "To hell with it, come on. Anyway, I've lived for over 30 years without dying yet. Who else could it be but her impulsive uncle?" Sometimes Amelia wondered how the leaders who awarded ranks to Gwylem could have thought this guy deserved to be a major. No matter how much she cursed him in her heart, saving people came first. Amelia knocked hard on the door. "Uncle? Bliss, Adelita, Raina, are you inside?" Hearing Amelia's voice, Gwylem laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, just as I said, there's always a way out. Niece, your fair-skinned boyfriend sure can fight. He almost outshines me." Amelia wished she could sew his big mouth shut. "You're the fair-skinned one, and your whole family too." In her anger, she hadn't noticed she included herself in the insult. Looking at the layers of locks, Amelia focused on the fire equipment nearby. Breaking the glass, she grabbed the fire axe. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3. The chains snapped. Before she could announce the door was open, a dark barrel of a gun pressed against the back of her head. Inside, the air was filled with the smell of blood. Elsa and Nova cautiously stepped out of the iron gate, retreating involuntarily when they realized the situation. Bliss and Gwylem were still focused on the zombies in the building. As Gwylem retreated while fighting, he bumped into Elsa, muttering complaints. "The door is open, why aren't you moving?" A man's voice interrupted Elsa's response. "Major Gwylem, long time no see." He immediately recognized the voice and turned sharply. He saw a man dressed in a white robe, wearing a black scarf, looking smugly at him like a priest, with several armed believers beside him. With one hand gripping Amelia's neck, he greeted Gwylem. "Preston, it's you." Bliss's eyes turned cold, wanting to rush forward. Avoiding gunfire from the believers, he stopped just short of reaching them. The priest named Preston remained unperturbed. He lifted his gun and pressed it against Amelia's temple. "I advise you to drop your weapons and surrender quietly, or I'll blow her head off." Just then, more armed believers emerged from all directions. They clearly had breached Akik's arsenal, while most armed personnel within the base were killed by zombies. Any survivors were no match. Gwylem hadn't expected the rule that once protected Akik to now become a barrier to their self-rescue. Seeing the few before him complying, Preston ordered his followers. "Bring them to the square, and the rest go capture those who desecrate the divine." Outside Akik's weapons storage, there was a relatively spacious square. Several large iron cages stood in the center, filled with zombies. Believers used riot forks to control the completed zombies coming out of the buildings. Watching cage after cage fill up, Preston felt he had Akik under his control. Survivors were gathered opposite the cages. Preston placed both hands on his Bible, head bowed as if in prayer. A believer reported to him, "Respected Father, all immortals have been recovered." Preston opened his eyes, looking at the struggling zombies in the iron cage before him, he murmured deeply. "Those who have sacrificed today have merely received God's grace earlier than us. Let us pray together, may God bless them on their journey to peace, Amen. Amen." Having said that, he walked toward the survivors of Akik on the square. "I know you are now filled with doubt and hate, but But no matter what, after today you will all become the most devout believers of God, ready to face the test of faith. You have 2 choices. As he spoke, he moved between the iron cages and the survivors. You can join the ranks of the living, serving the immortals unconditionally every day for the rest of your lives, or you can choose to let your physical bodies die, allowing your souls to achieve immortality like them. So now, it's time to make your choice. Amelia sneered coldly. Choice? To live and become your accomplice, or to die and turn into a zombie to be used as a tool by you? Preston looked at Amelia, his smile faltering for a moment. But he shrugged, quickly resuming his hypocritical look of mercy. You are Major Gwylim's relative, aren't you? Welcome to join us. With us, you will receive God's favor, achieving eternal happiness and tranquility. It was peaceful here until you arrived. Amelia ruthlessly exposed his false pretense. It's because of your selfish desires that this place has turned into this mess. Preston seemed to find something amusing. It seems there is a reason why both of you can become family, the lack of understanding of God and stubbornness. As he spoke, he signaled for one of the believers to grab Amelia, pressing her against the outer edge of the iron cage filled with zombies. Gwylim, with his arms tied behind his back, struggled madly when he saw Preston about to harm Amelia. Crazy man, if you want to kill or maim, do it to me, don't you dare to trouble my niece. Preston ignored him. He needed to use Amelia as an example to warn the people in the base. Since you refuse to choose, I will welcome you, in the name of God, into the ranks of the immortals. Preston smirked coldly. Lock her in. Chapter 108, Revenge. This was the 3rd day of the zombie outbreak. There was only half a bottle of water and a small piece of bread left in the car. Watching his wife give the last sip of water to their daughter, Yuri licked his cracked lips and stiffly gripped the steering wheel as he continued driving. A week ago, he had taken his wife and daughter to visit his mother-in-law's farm, only to encounter this disaster on their way back. His wife was still complaining incessantly from the backseat, saying that if only they had listened to her and stayed longer at the farm, they could have lasted longer relying on the stored food even if they were trapped. Now the family was stuck on the road with no food or drink, and they had to avoid zombies, truly a run of bad luck. Yuri had long gotten used to his wife's nagging. At home, he always lacked a say. No matter what happened, whether it was his fault or not, his wife would eventually blame him, simply because he was a powerless little clerk. Why can't you do something about your daughter's fever? His wife looked at their child who, due to the fever, couldn't muster the strength to open her eyes, questioning Yuri. Dear Lord, what sin did we commit for you to punish us by letting me live with a wimp like you? Yuri was also worried about his daughter's illness, but with each word his wife said, it seemed he was the one who caused it, as though everything around them becoming zombies was his fault too. Her tone naturally carried impatience. I haven't had a drop of water for a whole day now, what more do you want from me? Hearing this, his wife became even angrier, unconsciously raising her voice. Yes, you'd rather my daughter and I die on this road so you can be rid of us. Yuri thought she was being unreasonable. Just as he was about to explain, he saw his wife opening the car door. What are you doing? It's dangerous outside. Yet it seemed his wife didn't hear him, she kept muttering complaints non-stop. I can't stand watching my daughter die. We'll find food and water ourselves. Yuri was in a dilemma, he never intended to neglect his daughter. But where they were, apart from wilderness, there were man-eating zombies, and the car didn't have much fuel left. They had to make it to a town to find food and medicine. Unfortunately, his wife refused to listen, and just then she got out of the car holding their daughter. By the time Yuri found a wrench to chase after them, a lurching zombie had already appeared from the opposite direction. Discovering living beings, it rushed over madly. His wife's legs went weak with fright, not knowing which leg to move first to escape. Yuri had never faced such a frenzied creature head-on either. As he watched the zombie pounce on his wife trying to bite her neck, he stood there dazed. At that moment, there was a bang, and the zombie was shot in the head. Gwylim was leading his transport team through the area when he saw the Gorkin family in danger and decisively fired a supporting shot. Coming to her senses, Yuri's wife thanked Gwylim profusely, saying that if it weren't for him, she and her daughter would have been killed by her husband Yuri. Originally, Yuri also wanted to step forward, but upon hearing his wife's words, a burning anger rose in his chest. It was clearly her refusal to heed his warnings that led to getting out of the car and encountering the zombie, yet she blamed him. Feeling Gwylim's gaze on him, Yuri felt helpless and unable to explain. Through conversation, they learned Gwylim was heading to Arctic. To avoid another situation like before, they decided to follow him for protection along the way. Arctic, as a weapons factory, wasn't in any better shape than other places. When Gwylim's group arrived, only half the people inside were still alive, barely surviving by hiding in an old warehouse. After clearing the surrounding zombies, the Yuris were allocated a dormitory room in the factory complex, temporarily settling down. Initially, all supplies were distributed evenly, and the family could barely make ends meet. But later, Gwylim began assigning tasks to everyone and distributed food and resources based on task completion. Yuri had no special skills, so the rations he brought back were barely enough for the family, inevitably causing his wife to complain again. In endless grumbling, he started to resent the distribution scheme set by Gwylim. Teaming up with others in the compound who wanted to reap benefits without effort, he often created trouble for the base. Gwylim was not someone to be easily bullied. Having observed everything, he seized an opportunity to apprehend all the troublemakers, giving each of them several days' worth of rations before expelling them from the base. After another night in the wilderness, Yuri's wife's nagging intensified, making him increasingly irritable. Finally, one day, unable to bear it any longer, He raised the pistol he had brought from Arctic and ended his wife's life. Just as he was planning to find a new base and start over with his daughter, he witnessed his daughter, who had just seen her mother killed by her father, scream and try to run but only take a few steps before being bitten in the neck by a zombie. Yuri was instantly left alone. He believed Gwylem was responsible for everything and decided to seek revenge on Arctic and Gwylem. By chance, he came upon a church where people didn't view turning into zombies as death but instead saw it as the beginning of a new life. Yuri exploited this belief, claiming to be a messenger sent by God to lead them to eternal life. He cultivated many fanatical believers and manipulated them to fulfill his own desires. Until one day, a woman with a child came to the church. She confided in him about the abuse she endured from her husband and asked God to help her escape her suffering. At that moment, Yuri saw the shadow of his deceased wife in her. He did not see the woman's battered body. He stubbornly believed that, like his wife, she blamed all the misfortunes in her life on the man she lived with. This scene was just as infuriating as when his wife talked to Gwylem about his incompetence. Upon learning that the woman had come from the Arctic base, he was elated. For before this woman, Yuri had repeatedly sent believers to infiltrate Arctic in an attempt to promote the new concept of eternal life, only to be thwarted by Gwylem each time. To avoid drawing attention and silently infiltrate Arctic, he attached a cross to the woman's daughter. When Amelia and others encountered the little girl, it was when the mother and daughter were preparing to return to Arctic after receiving a task. Due to fear of being discovered by Gwylem's men, they fled hastily. Yuri's plan was clearly successful. Looking at the bound Gwylem in front of him, he felt a release of his pent-up resentment. He walked up to Gwylem and maintained his false smile. Leaning close to Gwylem's ear, he whispered softly, "Feel what it's like to watch your loved ones turn into immortals right before your eyes." Chapter 109, Dare You Prove It? The moment Amelia was thrown into the iron cage, it instantly stirred up the zombies inside, rousing their bloodthirsty nature as they all snarled and lunged toward her. However, she wasn't one to just sit and wait for death. She dodged the first zombie's lunge, ripped the cross off its neck, and plunged it into another zombie's eye socket with a backhand. Though there were many zombies in front of her, at least they were all ordinary ones without any mutations. With caution and her skills, she could hold out for some time. Thinking this, suddenly, a female zombie pounced in front of her. Before Amelia could react, it spewed a black gas onto her face. Amelia had been exposed to toxic gas in an underground bunker laboratory and still suffered from severe heart strain during intense activities. Now enveloped by the poisonous gas from the female zombie's mouth, she immediately felt dizzy and her vision turned dark. She mustered her strength, kicked the female zombie aside, and leaned against the iron cage, panting heavily. Just then, the security guard husband who had been bitten by his wife in the residential complex began to gurgle loudly and lunged at Amelia. Jan. Gwylem wished he were the one in the cage. He struggled to rise but was held down tightly by two followers on either side. To ensure that Gwylem wouldn't miss a single second of Amelia's demise, Preston grabbed his hair, forcing him to watch as his niece was bitten. But precisely because he drew Preston's attention, Bliss managed to break free from the bindings on his wrists and jumped into the topless iron cage from above. Amelia felt a tall and sturdy figure loom before her, and the next moment, it was kicked to the other end of the cage. As she was about to faint, a pair of hands supported her waist. "Can you hold on?" Amelia weakly pointed to her heart. "I can't hold on anymore, it's your turn." Bliss carried her on his back, slowly retreating to a corner of the cage to protect Amelia from any attacks behind him. Meanwhile, Amelia glanced at the shadow on the ground and realized that his shadow was empty. "Where are the tentacles?" Bliss grimaced, twisting the corners of his lips. "It seems this thing doesn't self-heal." Amelia recalled how Bliss had lost the transparent tentacles on his back during their battle with the Devourer at the manor, yet after so much time, they hadn't grown back. In that case, this fight would rely solely on hand-to-hand combat. She instinctively tightened her grip around Bliss's shoulders, watching the zombies circle them repeatedly. Preston watched the figures engulfed by the wave of zombies, believing there was no hope for them to escape alive. He cast a smug glance at Gwylem. Flipping through his Bible, he continued playing the role of a benevolent priest. "My dear brothers and sisters, do not fear or be saddened. I am merely sending them to a better place. Before them lies the path of God's protection, and I am the messenger of life, the God of eternal life. Those who believe in me will live even after death. Live even after death." The believers raised their guns in cheers, treating Preston as a true deity. Seizing the opportunity, Gwylem rammed into one of the gun-wielding believers, preparing to fight to the death. But Preston didn't lag behind in reaction, immediately raising the gun and pressing it against Gwylem's forehead, just like when he shot his own wife. "Major Gwylem, remember this gun? When we arrived at the base, you handed it to me personally, saying that one must rely on oneself to survive the apocalypse. Remembering your words deeply, let's see if you can meet God with gratitude." Saying this, he was about to pull the trigger. Everyone looked away, unwilling to witness the death of the hero who had built Akik step by step. "Hold it." A clear but firm voice came from the iron cage. Seeing the crowd of zombies part to create a path, Amelia sat on Bliss's shoulders, slowly walking towards this side of the cage under the gazes of the zombies. What's happening? Did you see that? They weren't bitten. I saw too. Not only were they not bitten, look at how respectful these zombies seem towards them." The believers chatted among themselves. For a moment, Preston was also stunned, casting an astonished look at Amelia and Bliss. Steadily sitting on Bliss's shoulders, Amelia spoke with a force that shook the hearts of those listening. If you believe that the zombies are closer to heaven, then prepare to welcome a new god. In an instant, as Amelia finished her sentence, Bliss spread out his palm. Under his command, all the zombies seemed to be intimidated and slowly knelt down before the two of them. The believers who saw this scene hesitated. They had accepted Preston's control because they believed that turning into zombies would grant them eternal life, making them servants of the immortals. Now, watching the immortals prostrate themselves at Bliss's feet, the guns in their hands wavered. Preston could not tolerate any questioning of his authority. Pointing at Amelia and Bliss, he shouted angrily, "You are blaspheming against God. Everyone can see that you are just one of God's countless servants. Do not be deceived by them. Take up your guns and send them to meet God. Blasphemy is what you do." Amelia's words were firm. "You have harmed so many innocent lives for your own selfish desires." She pointed to the body of the little girl zombie, which the believers had placed to one side. "You even used women and children. If there is truly a heaven, I am certain you will end up in hell." "Nonsense." Preston was flustered. He ordered a believer beside him. "Kill her, kill them." But the believers were still immersed in the scene of the zombies kneeling before them, unable to pull the trigger no matter how hard they tried. "Father, you see how the immortals treat him. Could it really be fake? It's all fake. They are devils sent to deceive us. Don't believe them." Preston continued to incite the believers to fire. "Do you dare prove what you say?" Amelia spoke calmly. "Everyone saw just now that the immortals you speak of did not attack us. But father, what if you were in our place?" Preston was taken aback. Amelia continued, "If you can walk through the iron cage without being attacked, then I will admit that you are a messenger sent by God." Chapter 110, Reaping What One Has Sown. Amelia and Bliss naturally did not suddenly acquire the ability to control the zombies. It was just that while dodging and attacking, they accidentally broke a vial of medicine in one of Bliss's tactical vest pockets. That medicine had been improved by Nova using the medicinal powder scraped from the inner walls of the ship's cabin on the Chengfeng and the data provided by Porter, creating a version that could temporarily calm the zombies' emotions. It was originally intended for Bliss after he had become zombified, but once he regained consciousness, it never got used. Amelia felt that after the apocalypse, dealing with zombies was unavoidable. So when distributing equipment, everyone received several backup vials. She didn't expect they'd come in handy today. After the vial broke, the zombies that had surrounded them clearly moved more slowly. Seeing this, she asked Bliss to stop attacking temporarily. They opened the vials in their bags and smeared the contents on both of their palms. As they raised their hands, the medicine evaporated, and the zombies stopped attacking, presenting a false image of deference. Those who bowed were completely due to inhaling too much of the medicine, causing their legs to go limp naturally. Thinking of how Mac lured people into becoming zombies by exploiting their desire to end suffering and live happily forever. She was merely turning his own tactics against him. But Amelia also understood that such trickery worked easily in confined spaces with poor ventilation like iron cages. Once in an open area, it would be easy to expose the deception. She must create public opinion within limited time, preferably exposing Mac's hypocrisy and revealing his true selfish and greedy nature. While pressuring Mac, Amelia anxiously calculated the time, unaware of the faint red light flickering in Bliss's eyes. Watching the zombies in the cage slowly turn to look at him with blank, empty expressions, Mac involuntarily took a step back. But his followers gave him no chance to escape. "Father, if you are truly God's messenger sent to save us, please prove it to us." "Yes, Father, they can do it, surely you can too." The believers gathered around. Seeing his carefully orchestrated plan about to be ruined by Amelia's words, Mac could no longer contain his anger. He raised his gun to Bliss's head. "Die." Amelia showed no panic, not only because she could withstand the bullet, but also because she trusted Bliss implicitly. Not everyone knew about her self-healing ability. Just as Mac raised his hand, a figure lunged at him. Taking advantage of two believers relaxing their guard, Gwylem broke free and shielded his niece from the bullet. Ah! The bullet hit Gwylem directly in the chest. Amelia, caught off guard, widened her eyes. "Uncle." Then, gritting her teeth, she used Bliss's assistance to leap onto the top of the cage, hurling herself toward Mac. Meanwhile, Bliss nimbly leaped out, grabbed a believer's gun, and slashed through Alexander's restraints. One attacked, the other rescued, quickly controlling the scene. Mac received a heavy kick from Amelia and now lay on the ground laughing wildly at Gwylem. Amelia helped Gwylem up, watching him clutch his chest and unable to stand straight, tears welling in her eyes. "Uncle, wait. Qingyao is an excellent doctor. She will make sure you're fine." Saying this, she turned to look for Nova, but Gwylem firmly held her shoulder. "Jan," he struggled for breath. "Let Uncle take a good look at you." Amelia wiped her face and leaned closer. Gwylem lifted a hand to smooth her messy hair. "You say, such a beautiful girl, how come, she hasn't found a partner yet?" Hey. Amelia was still immersed in the pain of losing a loved one when she was momentarily dumbfounded. Coming to her senses, she tried to pull Gwylem's hand away from his chest. His outer coat was pierced, but the bullet remained lodged in the bulletproof vest, leaving only a bruised red mark on his chest. "Xia Sansui, you." Enraged, Amelia even called him by his nickname. Suddenly, Gwylem sprang up as if nothing happened, hiding behind Bliss from Amelia who was looking for a knife. "Niece, don't act rashly. Fair-skinned brother, help me." Bliss quietly moved aside, knowing well who to avoid. He let Amelia drag Gwylem by the hair and pummel him mercilessly. After the two had their fun, the scene was mostly cleaned up. Mac's face was covered in mud and blood, kneeling at the edge of the iron cage, mumbling something unintelligible that no one could make out. The zombies inside the cage, having worn off the effects of the drug, began chasing after the scent of the living. Gwylym raised his gun and fired a burst into the sky with bravado. Both the believers and the survivors of Ajayk were drawn by the gunfire, unconsciously focusing their gazes on Gwylym standing in the center. I, Gwylym, am a rough man. I know that in building the base, I couldn't be perfect and some of you felt treated unfairly. But let me tell you, this world is inherently unfair. Those who have will get more, and those who don't will have less. Perhaps you've indeed suffered hardships, but that's not an excuse to shirk responsibility or give up on yourself, nor is it a reason to harm others. Saying this, he walked toward Mac. You once had a family and lived a peaceful life in Ajayk, but you've ended up here today, don't blame others for that. By this time, Mac was already delirious, snarling with laughter. I am the priest, God's messenger. Follow me, and you will gain eternal life. I can grant you eternal life. Ha ha ha. In the end, Gwylym did not execute Mac. He motioned for his men to put away their weapons and release him. Initially, they planned to drive him into the wilderness to fend for himself, but unexpectedly, as soon as Mac unsteadily got up, shouting I am God, I am eternal, he dashed towards the iron cage filled with zombies, and no one could stop him. At the moment the blood splattered, Amelia averted her gaze. It wasn't that she couldn't handle such a bloody scene, she just felt a deep sense of sorrow over the irony of someone reaping what they sowed. Chapter 111, The One I Have My Eyes On Can't Escape. This is the 4th time this month that the experimental data from headquarters has been tampered with, and you can't even get a clue about who's behind it. You're all useless. The man in the suit angrily smashed the teacup in his hand on the ground. The fragments of the shattered teacup grazed the bald head's cheek. If they had been a little more off, he would have lost an eye. But bald Kian didn't dodge at all, leaving 2 visible cuts by the corner of his eye and earlobe. Mr. Akil is right. It was my fault on this matter. I will immediately organize manpower to comb through surveillance footage thoroughly to catch this troublemaker. The suited man waved his hand impatiently. Someone who could sneak in without anyone noticing isn't going to be easy to find like that. While speaking, he casually flipped through the experimental records. Suddenly, he noticed something and said to Kian, "How is Dr. Candice's body recovering?" Kian, who had followed the suited man for a long time, instantly understood his intentions and hurriedly stood up. "I'll go fetch Dr. Jiang." "Hold it." After thinking for a moment, the suited man got up from his seat. "I'll go personally." At the hospital ward of Sakura Rise headquarters, a nurse was cleaning Candice's wounds in her room. Flynn was sitting on a bench outside, head down working out numbers, occasionally pausing his pen when he heard moans from inside, then frowning as he continued his calculations. As footsteps echoed down the corridor, he just finished his calculations. Upon hearing someone approach, he slipped one draft paper into his pocket quietly. The suited man came over, greeting Flynn politely and inquiring about Candice's condition while urging progress on the experiment. "Hasn't the new drug already been administered? Why hasn't there been any improvement?" Without looking at him, Flynn glanced through the glass door at his beloved inside. Mr. Akil visiting personally must not be just to ask about the new drug. The suited man had never been so courteous to anyone except the big boss. He genuinely admired the couple's expertise in certain areas, perhaps only rivaled by a deity. Since Dr. Jiang likes being straightforward, I'll be honest too. The results of recent tests haven't been satisfactory, and the boss questioned me. As an outsider, I can only seek advice from Dr. Jiang. Flynn's eyes gleamed under his glasses. If we could achieve perfect results on the first try, it wouldn't be called an experiment but creation. Unfortunately, I'm not a creator and can't control every variable. The suited man had anticipated such a response. He also peeked into the ward through the window. What if this variable is Dr. Xia? Don't you care? Flynn clenched his fists. What do you want to do? The suited man spread out the experimental data sheets for him to see. I just want to know why the data after Dr. Jiang's operations went so wrong. Flynn's glasses reflected light, obscuring his expression. After a pause, he asked, why do you assume these numbers are wrong and others are correct? The suited man hesitated for a moment, then laughed slightly. I can understand if Dr. Jiang doesn't want to say, but teasing an outsider isn't fun. I can still tell the difference between cucumbers and eggplants. You admitted you're an outsider. Flynn rarely interrupted someone mid-sentence. How can you distinguish cucumbers from eggplants based on surface observations alone? The suited man. If the data is always normal, it means we're still within known boundaries. Abnormalities mean progress, just like telling someone 1,000 years ago the earth is round, they'd think you were insulting their intelligence. Flynn's words left the suited man speechless. He took the datasheet from the suited man, glanced subtly towards the ceiling, then marked 2 large parameters on it with a pen. To speak of abnormalities, isn't the person who grafts cucumber vines onto eggplant trellises more suspicious? The suited man looked at Flynn's marks thoughtfully. A moment later, the door to the ward opened. An elderly woman walked out, wiping tears from her eyes. Danaming, Xiajia. She stopped mid-sentence upon seeing the group standing at the door. Mom. Flynn moved forward to support her, then turned to the suited man. If there's nothing else, I must take my leave. Then he helped the elder back into the ward. The suited man handed the data sheet to Kian. Had better not let me find out, or, let's go. The footsteps in the corridor gradually faded away, and on the other end of the surveillance footage, a black figure had witnessed everything that just happened. Recalling the numbers circled by Flynn, this person also picked up a draft paper to scribble, finally smirking at the derived result. So that's how it is. Night fell. Rarely did Arctic Base light up a bonfire. But this time, there was no celebration after the catastrophe, only a memorial service. Watching Gwylym ignite the pyre holding the remains of the victims, Amelia walked over and patted her rarely outwardly sorrowful uncle. You've done what you should do, giving them peace in life and rest in death. Gwylym's eyes were dried by the firelight but visibly moistened. However, moments later he waved his hand dismissively. Uncle has accumulated plenty of assets in his lifetime, not crying over this little loss. But Jan. He turned to look at the weapon depot that was now half empty. The equipment I promised might be delayed. The Arctic people excel at crafting weapons. With enough time, I assure you'll take away exactly as agreed in the contract. Amelia knew now wasn't the time to fuss over the quantity of equipment. She looked at Gwylym, originally wanting to ask him to leave with her. After all, finding family members in the apocalypse was incredibly hard. But seeing the situation now, the entire Arctic was waiting for him to rebuild. If she forcefully took him away, it would doom everyone in this city. Just as she wanted to say something more, Brad and Elsa walked away from the crowd, heading towards a nearby building one after another. Amelia's gaze followed them for a while, unsure whether she should go and clarify things. Suddenly, her shoulder was heavily pushed. If you like someone, go for it. Danny Z is indeed a fine man, don't hesitate and risk being scooped up by someone else. For the first time, Amelia felt that this hot-headed uncle wasn't entirely as simple as he appeared. She gave him a big smile. The one I have my eyes on can't escape Tilda. Chapter 112, You Have Never Been a Choice Question. A long path meanders through the silence of the trees, autumn wind swirling yellowed leaves gently past a speeding SUV. Amelia rested one hand on the car window and looked at the tablet used for navigation with the other. Unable to hold back any longer, she turned to ask Bliss who was driving. Haven't you been smiling all day? Has your face not gone stiff yet? Have you not realized how many times you laughed out loud? Bliss's perennially cold expression finally thawed in a millennium-rare event. He touched his involuntarily upturned lips, smiling faintly. Have I? Amelia rolled her eyes. Are you that happy? Bliss took Amelia's left hand, intertwining their fingers, then felt it wasn't enough and kissed her hand lightly. Of course, becoming Bliss's girlfriend makes me happy. This all started from last night. Amelia chased after Bliss and Elsa to the edge of the square, just around the corner when she heard their conversation. Emiliano, I'm not a melodramatic girl. I just have one question for you and hope you can answer seriously. Elsa rubbed her clothes hemline, staring intently at the man before her. I know you like Amelia, but if she didn't exist, would you choose me? Amelia paused mid-step. She also wanted to hear Bliss's answer. No. Without any hesitation, Bliss spat out 2 words. Elsa's heart trembled as if something inside broke. When she bitterly laughed at herself for already knowing the outcome yet stubbornly asking this humiliating question, she heard Bliss add, It's not that I wouldn't choose, there's no if option. She raised her head blankly. Love is not a simple multiple-choice question, either or. Instead, once that vacancy appears, only one person fits the right answer. Bliss spoke as if stating an obvious truth. But, Elsa persisted, if she doesn't accept, are you going to wait forever? What if danger comes one day, won't you regret it? Even if Bliss did not voice it, Amelia could feel his sentiments. She was concerned whether she could reciprocate. Living in the apocalypse for too long, in such a brutal era where death was more common than farewells. Amelia had attended a special wedding. The groom, happily with his bride, receiving blessings from friends and family one moment, was next bitten through the neck by a suddenly raging zombie among the crowd, striving to restore order. After the chaos settled, the frail bride watched her now infected husband become a zombie and personally ended his life. Within an hour, a wedding became a funeral. This deeply affected Amelia back then. At that moment, she vowed never to let herself fall into such painful struggles. Not only her, people were accustomed to not investing too much emotion into anyone. Fleeting stimulation or one-night revelry satisfied physiological and psychological needs more. At first, Amelia thought Bliss was similar. Whether he initially got poisoned by a baby zombie losing control over himself, or later using himself as an antidote after becoming a zombie. As a biological medicine major, she didn't disdain such primitive human impulses. She naturally didn't connect them to their relationship. But gradually, she felt the gazes landing on her occasionally, growing accustomed to his thorough protection during battles. She knew Bliss desired more than fleeting encounters. However, facing an uncertain future, resting without knowing if she'd wake in this harsh world terrified her. She feared losing what mattered most. Also worried about hesitating in crucial battles due to emotional ties, not daring to give it all. Amelia coped with fear by unconsciously avoiding it until she heard Bliss say, whether she accepts or not, my heart will not change. If danger comes, I'll protect her with my life. In the worst case, we'll die together. Yes, the worst scenario would be dying together. Instantly, Amelia understood why that bride chose to marry during the apocalypse. The most terrifying isn't death itself, but regretting before death. Regret missing profound experiences because of one's cautiousness. Amelia stopped listening to the rest and returned to Gwylym, discussing equipment plans with him. By the time Bliss finished his talk and came back, he overheard them planning to find a train moving through snow. Gwylym, upon hearing Amelia would go, shook his head vigorously. No, no, it's too dangerous. You can't go alone, I don't agree. Amelia looked at Bliss walking over and smiled sweetly at Gwylym. How can I go alone when I have a personal bodyguard, right, boyfriend? Bliss was taken aback, but then realized she was calling him boyfriend, which made his lips curve up again. Amelia tried to pull her hand back, but couldn't overpower the man's strength. Seeing Bliss's pleased expression, she couldn't help but smile along with him. Thinking about what Gwylym had said about the possibility of an energy converter on the train traveling through the snow, Amelia felt they needed to discuss how to negotiate with the people on the train. She said, "Seriously, Bliss. It's boyfriend." Bliss interrupted her. Amelia scratched her head. Yes, but that's not a proper way to address you. Bliss pondered, then come up with one, something to distinguish me from others. Amelia chuckled bitterly, realizing she hadn't known Bliss was such a romantic. As the two were chatting and moving forward, suddenly Bliss slammed on the brakes. Thankfully, the seat belts kept Amelia from being thrown out of her seat. Rubbing her sore forehead, Amelia looked up and saw an old man standing in front of the car, unconsciously reaching for her paratrooper knife. The Donovan had white hair and a well-trimmed beard, now aiming a shotgun at Bliss in the driver's seat. He knocked on the window. "I didn't intend to stop your vehicle this way, but my car has broken down, and I need to get back urgently. I hope you can give me a ride to the next town." Chapter 113, The Eden of the Apocalypse. Amelia had encountered many people who stopped cars on the road, but most of them were straightforward. Some directly said they were robbing, while others simply used their guns to make demands without words. It was rare to see someone like this old man in front of her, holding a gun but purely asking for a ride. With Bliss's strength, he could easily subdue the old man before he even made a move. But when he started to act, Amelia stopped him. She placed her hands where the old man could see and slowly pressed the door unlock button. Seeing the car door open, the old man pulled the back door and got in. The journey continued in silence. Amelia quietly observed the old man through the rearview mirror. He was solidly built, with a beer belly that men along the Black Sea coast often developed in their later years. A wide-brimmed felt hat, now worn from frequent washing, rested on his head. A patterned scarf was tied around his neck. Noticing Amelia's observation, the old man didn't seem to mind. Instead, he scrutinized the two with his piercing blue eyes. He patted his wedge-shaped pocket. "I won't take your ride for free. When we reach our destination, you can keep all the food inside. But if you have any other intentions, sorry, my gun doesn't eat grass." He realized these two weren't typical refugees, not truly fearing the gun he held, but rather trying to gain more resources through him, which was why they opened the door obediently. After all, it had been so long since the apocalypse began that most people were starving. Few remained as well fed as he did. But he was anxious to return and decided to take this risk. Amelia indeed noticed this, though she wasn't coveting the supplies. She was curious about why the old man was in such a hurry. Signposts kept flashing by, marking the only relatively intact stretch of road. As a towering billboard came into view, a somewhat staggering figure entered their sight. That shadow paced around the billboard, seemingly searching or looking out for something. The old man's gaze suddenly focused on the window. "Stop the car." Bliss glanced at Amelia and brought the car to a halt. The old man in the back seat rushed towards the figure, holding his gun firmly. He reached out to pat the figure's shoulder, calling its name. "Juanita, how did you get out here? Didn't I tell you to wait for me at the estate?" As soon as he spoke, he sensed something wrong when he touched the shoulder. The person was cold and stiff, not at all like a living human. Just then, the person emitted a gurgling sound from its throat, turning its head just enough for claws to extend toward the old man, ready to pierce his chest. Realizing his mistake, the old man knew it was too late to raise his gun. Too close to the creature and with the shotgun's long barrel, he was bracing himself for death when a sharp gunshot came from behind. Bang! The zombie collapsed instantly, shot in the head. "Oh no, Juanita." Surviving the encounter, the old man threw away his gun and lunged toward the zombie. He frantically picked up the body, but blood smeared across the face made it hard to recognize the zombie. No, Juanita, you can't leave me like this. You promised we would go through everything together." As the old man wiped tears away from his eyes, a hand tapped him gently. "Lance, you're finally back. Who are these two young people?" Old Lance froze for a moment, then looked up to see his wife Juanita approaching. He embraced her tightly. "Thank God, you're alive." Juanita was a slightly slender woman, still beautiful despite her age, hinting at her former allure. "Of course I'm alive. I came out because you didn't return by the agreed time." She patted old Lance's back. "You should thank the two young people behind us. If not for them, you might have met God just now." Old Lance turned around. Amelia and Bliss were aiming their guns towards him. He picked up the shotgun from the ground and led Juanita back to the car. "Thank you both. I've arrived at my destination. Besides these rations, please accept this old buddy of mine as well, a token of gratitude for saving my life." Amelia looked at the shotgun offered by old Lance. "So the reason you were in such a hurry to come back was..." Old Lance placed the shotgun on the hood of the car. "I went out to deliver goods and had arranged a time to return with Juanita. She would worry if I didn't come back on time. Earlier, I didn't mean to threaten you. Please accept my sincere apology." Juanita helped explain. "I guess it's my fault, I always overthink things. But in this situation, even a minute outside worries me." He was gone for several days. "By the way, where are you headed? Have you eaten yet? Our estate is just ahead." Why don't you join us for a meal before continuing? Amelia and Bliss had been walking for half a day as well and, seeing that the couple meant no harm, agreed to their invitation. Moreover, there were no villages or houses around, and they couldn't see any sign of the estate. It would take the elderly couple a long time to walk there. But when they arrived at Lance and Juanita's estate, Amelia thought it might as well be their entire town. The small town had a high-voltage electric fence running around its outer perimeter, effectively blocking all approaching zombies. Occasionally, one or two might sneak through a gap but would inevitably trigger Lance's meticulously arranged landmine field. Amelia and Bliss closely followed Lance and Juanita, not daring to deviate by a step. Although dangerous, when Amelia set foot on this land, she felt a different sense of life from what the apocalypse brought. She looked at the professional defense setup before her. Did you two do all this? Juanita's voice was gentle. The town was mostly deserted by the second week after the zombie outbreak. Lance used to be in the military, he set all this up. After building this fortress, he lived alone here. Zombies or humans alike, if they stayed more than a second, he wouldn't hesitate to send them a bullet. Amelia wasn't surprised by Lance's actions. In the post-apocalypse world, exposing resources only invited competition. Lance tightly held Juanita's hand. But I still let you stay. Watching the couple's eyes unwilling to leave each other, Amelia couldn't help but marvel. You two have such great feelings for each other. Juanita smiled warmly. At our age, we aren't afraid of being laughed at by young people like you. Especially in such a world, every day together is a day one. What else could we possibly wish for? Hearing this, Amelia was momentarily stunned, feeling an internal knot unravel. She noticed Bliss's hand becoming noticeably warmer. The group came to a picturesque courtyard with a strong rustic charm. Juanita invited Amelia and Bliss into the house. Dinner was already laid out on the table, though long since cold. After quickly reheating the dishes, she raised a glass of red wine she had prepared beforehand. Here's to our last evening together, Tilda. Chapter 114, Thank you for loving me in the way I like. The last evening? Amelia asked, puzzled. The sunset outside the window dyed the sky red, with a beam of light entering the room and falling on Juanita's silver-grey hair ends. She smiled as she held old Marvin's hand. Yes, I've had cancer for more than a year now. If it weren't for Marvin, I might have already. Only then did Amelia notice her indeed paler complexion than that of a healthy person. Especially her hand gripping the cup, which was so thin it was just skin and bones. Had Marvin not been supporting her unconsciously from time to time, she might have dropped the cup at any moment. But despite her weakened state, she did not show any signs of illness on her face. Rather, she wore more smiles and kindness. Noticing the atmosphere at the table turned cold due to her words, she asked Marvin to play some soothing music and began to slowly tell Amelia and Brad about how they met. This town was within the evacuation zone assisted by the military at the beginning of the zombie outbreak. Marvin, being a survivalist, didn't want to leave and didn't trust the so-called military either. As the army put ceiling strips on each house, he stocked up supplies, food, ammunition, and energy in his underground fortress, making full preparations. After the military evacuated the residents, he began to enjoy the deserted town all by himself. For safety, Marvin also built barriers with high-voltage electric grids and set up layers of traps along the paths into the town to prevent infected people or robbers from breaking in. Thus, he lived alone for more than half a year. One day, while patrolling his territory as usual, Marvin noticed zombies chasing a woman who was about to enter a minefield. Such incidents were nothing new to him. Just as Marvin was turning around to get spare mines, he heard the woman desperately calling for help. Without knowing why, Marvin saw her fall just a few steps away from the minefield, with zombies closing in behind her, and he pulled the trigger like an impulse. Moments later, the zombies' heads were penetrated by bullets. Juanita survived because of this. Initially, Marvin reluctantly invited her into his home, giving her clothes and delicious food. He planned to send her away once she recovered. However, Juanita's elegance and cheerfulness reminded him of normal life before the apocalypse. Juanita also sensed Marvin's loneliness and solitude. While chatting about things of interest to him, she tried to earn a few more days of peaceful living. Gradually, they discovered they shared many common interests. Juanita loved dancing, and although Marvin appeared burly, he played the piano gracefully. Knowing Juanita liked fresh food, Marvin took her to see the strawberries he planted behind the house. Excited, Juanita picked two, offering one to Marvin and holding one herself. They held their strawberries together like toasting, celebrating the fact that they could still eat fresh fruit and breathe freely even in such an environment. Then Juanita stayed, and the two established a cohabitation relationship. Living together for some time, Juanita felt nostalgic for the old days, the normal life order, and harmonious neighbors, so she decided to renovate the nearby shops and streets despite Gustavus's objections. However, this action also brought them trouble. Passing robbers could tell this place was wealthy and broke into the town one rainy night. Marvin fought fiercely with them and managed to drive them away but suffered severe gunshot wounds. Thinking he didn't have much time left, he told Juanita to take enough rations and find other large bases. Juanita, however, insisted on staying and clumsily stitched up Marvin's wounds. Later on, as Marvin gradually recovered, Juanita fell ill. Marvin still blamed himself even now. I wish we hadn't fixed those cursed streets and shops. Yet Juanita would patiently explain. Showing love through our actions towards everything around us is important. I wanted to love the place I live in my own way. In the end, it was always Marvin who conceded. He loved Juanita, perhaps because she maintained her passion for life no matter what. looking at the sun slowly sinking in the west. Juanita moved her dance steps to the piano melody. Amelia surveyed the house. There was a basket of blooming flowers at the door, and graffiti covered the walls. Television, sofa, cups, every piece of furniture had its own knitted cover. It was clear these were all Juanita's creations. I know my time is short, and I want to choose a less painful way to leave. Marvin said he would finish delivering the last shipment to a nearby base and come back to be with me. Amelia understood. No wonder the old man had seemed so urgent when he stopped the vehicle earlier, and no wonder he mistook her for Juanita when he saw the zombie under the billboard. He was afraid that during this time, she might fall ill and leave first. Since you have everything here, what did you exchange a whole truckload of goods for? Amelia asked the last question lingering in her heart. Old Marvin pulled out something from his jacket pocket. When Amelia saw what it was, her eyes welled up with moisture. I've never liked having guests visit, but today I'm especially grateful to meet both of you to witness this. In front of Amelia and Brad, he knelt down on one knee. Juanita Colby, will you marry me? Juanita, however, smiled like a child, extending her right hand toward Marvin. Marvin slipped a shiny ring onto her finger. Yes, I will. That day, after much insistence from Marvin and Juanita, Amelia and Brad not only enjoyed a rare feast but also toured the town. Amelia even helped Juanita pick out a beautiful dress at the clothing store in town to wear. Until the sun completely set, the group returned to the house. It seemed no matter what weather it was outside, this place remained bright. Old Marvin brought out a bottle of vintage red wine, pouring one glass for Juanita and one for himself. Just like a few months ago when Juanita picked strawberries and shared them with him. Seeing Juanita lift her glass, Amelia couldn't help but stop her. Is there really no other way? We have doctors in our team, and I still have. She wanted to say that she had some medical equipment in her storage space, which might be of help. But Juanita shook her head. I'm not a doctor, but I know that even before the world fell apart, this disease was incurable. Thinking of his sister who also had cancer, Brad understood how Juanita felt at this moment. He walked forward and placed his hand on Amelia's shoulder, seeing her vulnerable side for the first time. Juanita also patted Amelia's shoulder. Good girl, you should be happy for me. With these words, she raised her glass again, toasting to Marvin. I know you don't like hearing phrases like each day is a gift from God, because you've experienced many bad days. Even after living with me, we had arguments and disagreements. But I want to say, the happy days I spent with you are more than those I've ever spent with anyone else. Thank you for coming back on time today, thank you for eating toast you didn't used to like, thank you for wearing a formal suit you've never worn before, thank you for inviting friends to witness our moment, thank you for loving me in the way I like. The alluring aroma of the red wine masked the bitterness of the medicine. Tears welled up in Juanita's eyes as she finished the drink under everyone's watchful gaze. She peacefully reached the end of her life. Chapter 115, The One Who Was Supposed to Be Dead. When the sun rose again the next day, everything resumed as usual, the manor, streets, shops, even the minefield. Amelia looked at the door that hadn't been opened for a long time and walked towards the car. The two of them needed Lance's guidance to safely pass through the minefield. But after waiting for a long time, it was Bliss who appeared with keys and passwords. Where's Lance? He couldn't have. Amelia seemed to realize something and turned to head back into the house. Bliss held her wrist. Sometimes the loneliness that comes after excitement is terrifying, just like I've never thought about how to live without you. Amelia bit her lip. What else did he say? Door locks, bunkers, and weapon storages. Bliss pointed them out one by one to Amelia. None of these were shown to them when they arrived yesterday with Lance. He said we could take anything we need, and also, seeing his hesitation, Amelia asked, what else? Bliss handed her a letter from Lance, addressed to Zizi among the two brats. The ink was still fresh, indicating it had just been written. The handwriting was strong and forceful. I once hated this world deeply, so when the zombie outbreak happened and everyone died screaming, I was happy. But later I realized I was wrong because at least someone deserved to be saved. By saving her, I saved myself too. Seeing you, it's as if I saw myself. Perhaps this is the reason why people like us exist. There's someone who needs protection. I leave all the supplies and weapons in this town to you. Use them well to protect those around you. Lance. Amelia glanced at this rightful Eden in the apocalypse and opened the car door without looking back. On the way, she asked Bliss. If we find our parents and grandma one day, let's come back here to live, okay? For a moment, Bliss was stunned. Us. Amelia nodded at him. Yes, we can't keep fighting forever. If there's a chance, we can bring our loved ones together, sit around a fire, and make tea. Are you inviting me to be part of your family? Amelia blushed slightly. If there's a chance. Bliss's eyes shone like stars. There will be. Although it was late autumn, the atmosphere inside the car was warm. After 2 more days and nights of travel, the duo finally entered the snowy region. The whole world was covered in white. Standing on the snow felt both lonely and peaceful. Amelia and Bliss wrapped themselves in the prepared down jackets and put tire chains on the car before driving slowly towards where steam was rising. As they neared the city, they saw many people setting up stalls to trade necessities. In the past, snow-covered lands had far fewer survivors due to the harsh environment and lack of food. But since the apocalypse, perhaps because zombies feared the cold, this icy world became one of the few places humans could survive. When Amelia and Bliss reached the so-called station, there were vendors selling hot roasted sweet potatoes nearby. They sat down, each holding a sweet potato, and asked the vendor when the train would arrive. Upon hearing they wanted to board the train, the vendor cast them an envious look. For people living in the snowy regions, the train was like a fortress, traversing the icy world and exchanging necessary supplies at various stations. Just as Amelia was about to board the train, a significant event was unfolding in the homeland of Sakura City. A bald-headed Kian, covered in blood, found the man in the suit. President Akil, the compound has been breached, this place will fall soon. We should retreat immediately. The man in the suit sipped his vodka while observing the battle scene outside the window. He wasn't in a hurry, instead asking calmly, "Have you found out the cause of the riot?" The bald man reported truthfully. It seems that during the cleanup of experimental equipment, a researcher failed to check the remaining drug dosage in the controller promptly, leading to an awake test subject tearing open its stomach and escaping outside. The experimental specimens? All of them escaped. The man in the suit continued asking. Seeing no signs of withdrawal from the man in the suit, the bald man checked on a tablet computer. Specimens number 7 and 8 are at the gate, 3 and 5 are in the laboratory, 6 encountered me and was killed, the rest lost their tracks during the riot. Hearing this, the man in the suit frowned. There's one more. He seemed to have pinpointed the problem and instead of leaving, led his people deeper into the experimental compound. The experimental building was filled with frenzied patients and monsters that were mutating. The man in the suit shot a monster that was trying to crawl out of a glass container, stepping over its splattered brain matter. In the basement of the experimental building, there was a double-leaf iron door. Next to the door, just like other laboratories marked with numbers, its number was 0. The bald subordinate took an assault rifle from his subordinate, held it himself, left everyone outside, and followed the man in the suit into the large gate. As a burst of white mist sprayed, the two looked through the observation window and saw the woman locked on the experimental bed. Or rather, calling her a girl would be more accurate. She was extremely slender, with thin arms and legs, looking sickly. Her pale little face was hidden behind strands of bangs, making it hard to see her true features. The man in the suit input the password as usual to open the intercom, gripping the microphone tightly while staring at the girl's movements. "Don't pretend, I know you're not asleep." Upon hearing this, the girl slowly lifted her head. Her face was fair and delicate, but her eyes exuded coldness and indifference. Anyone who saw her would likely shiver, but the man in the suit's lips curled with disdain. "Lisbeth, long time no see." Chapter 116, Subject 0. Lisbeth sat up from the experimental bed on the other side of the glass and rotated her stiff neck. Her face bore a six-tenths resemblance to Bliss, with clear and cold eyes, though softened slightly by the delicate features that belonged uniquely to a girl. "This name hasn't been called in quite some time." She pointed at the number on her patient gown. "Your people usually call me 0. While Lisbeth was talking to the man in the suit, bald Kian patrolled every corner of the lab, confirming no one else was around before standing next to the suited man again, gun in hand. Lisbeth had seen everything. She deliberately waited until he aimed the gun back at her before slowly untying the restraints on her wrists. "What brings Boss Akil here?" Seeing her moving about calmly, the man in the suit knew most of what had happened already. He inconspicuously stepped back, half hiding behind Kian as he spoke. "You had someone forge the experimental data, didn't you? Who else inside Ingxing is part of your group?" Lisbeth found this amusing. Dr. Jiang was right, you really are too arrogant. As she spoke, she took out a piece of paper with calculations and pressed it against the glass. "These are Dr. Jiang's calculations. You think the altered ones are the true experimental results. What you'll have to pay for is your own intelligence." The man in the suit quickly realized Flynn must have been involved in this rebellion that had been brewing. "You intentionally fabricated some normal false data so I'd relax my vigilance over the real data, thus concealing its effects." "Something like that," Lisbeth nodded. Suddenly, he found this girl terrifying. "So does that mean your body might have recovered long ago?" The man in the suit watched her closely, trying to find the answer he wanted. Lisbeth tilted her head and smiled. "You're not just arrogant but also blindly loyal. You're still thinking about reporting the experiment's progress to your boss?" As she spoke, she slowly walked towards the glass. The pressure exuding from her was far beyond what a young girl should possess. "In that regard, you're quite like him." Lisbeth pointed to Kian beside the man in the suit. "To still stand by his side at this moment, you must be a trusted confidant." Kian, a complete ruffian, could assess the situation and knew Lisbeth was playing them both like puppets, so he said, "Boss Akil, step back. Let me test whether she's human or ghost." With that, he fired at Lisbeth. Lisbeth neither dodged nor flinched, simply standing behind the glass, watching them both without changing her expression. After Kian finished firing, she tapped the glass that only showed white marks. "Why did we choose such durable bulletproof glass again?" "Oh right." She clapped her hands. "To prevent high-level monsters from escaping during experiment." Lisbeth typed on the lab's keyboard, bringing up a table named Monster Capability Levels and displaying it on the screen outside. Normal infected, Level 1, Rippers, Corrosives, Binders, Tongue Ghosts, Level 2, Giants, Fairies, Level 3, Devourers, Controllers, Hypnotists, Level 4, Breeders, Demon Giants, Oddities, Lisbeth. Her tone paused. Level 5. You must have had copies of this information already. Want to know what Level 5 means? At that moment, her eyes flashed with a sinister light. Simultaneously, a transparent capsule-like chamber rose from the floor outside the lab. Typically, this device would open inside the experimental area through the glass, but now it opened directly in the observation room where the suited man and Kian were. Kian, standing in front of the suited man, fired immediately as soon as the capsule revealed wisps of white mist. Whatever came out, he would shoot it in the head first. A series of casings fell to the ground with a clinking sound. But when the white mist cleared, a figure stood before them, headless. Just as Kian was about to shoot again, the suited man stopped him. The head, regarded as vital for zombies and modified monsters, was visibly regenerating rapidly. Soon, a complete person stood before them again. The suited man gritted his teeth. Don't waste your efforts. It's a breeder. Lisbeth clapped her hands. Right, a breeder. I was wondering why it's called a breeder and not a healer, despite only having faster healing abilities. As she spoke, she released the zombie from behind the capsule. Because it was a low-level zombie, its target was immediately set on the breeder, which was closest to it. Facing the zombie that lunged at it, the breeder used only one hand to block its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. At the same time, the chunks of flesh scattered on the ground, hit by Baldy's bullets, began to move. Slowly, they crawled back onto the zombie's body. The zombie contorted strangely for a moment and then calmed down. It stood shoulder to shoulder with the breeder, perfectly mimicking the breeder's movements. In just a few minutes, a second breeder had been born. All it takes is a small part of the body to parasitize another organism, developing its own consciousness. Sometimes I have to admire Ingxing's researchers. The names they give are really fitting. Lisbeth continued to smile harmlessly, as if she were just a mild-mannered female student. Mr. Akil, take the documents and go ahead, Bald Kian said to the suited man, I'll cover you. However, the suited man did not act immediately. He glanced at the red controller on the table and strode over, slamming it down hard. The bulletproof glass between the observation room and the lab shattered amid the ear-piercing alarm. Glass fragments rained down, refracting the originally pale light into twinkling stars, oddly beautiful. Watching the breeder's stiff head turn toward Lisbeth, the suited man sneered. Let Subject Zero cover our retreat. As he spoke, he pulled out a USB drive from the control panel, tucked it into his pocket, and put his hand on Baldy's shoulder. They started to back towards the door. Unexpectedly, they tripped over something, crashing face first into the shards of glass on the floor, cutting their faces bloody. Mr. Akil. Kian immediately knelt down to help, but something coiled around his neck, lifting him off the ground. Lisbeth stepped out of the lab, seemingly unconcerned about stepping barefoot on the glass shards. Did you think this glass was here to protect me? Her tone carried a hint of mockery. You're wrong, very wrong. Chapter 117 The Train That Won't Stop. The man in the suit pulled a USB drive out of the observation room and put it in his pocket, then he placed his hand on the bald man's shoulder as they slowly backed toward the door. Unexpectedly, just as they started moving, something tripped them, sending their heads smashing into the glass shards scattered on the ground, causing blood to gush from their faces. President Akil. Kian immediately crouched down to help but was suddenly strangled by something and lifted off the ground. Lisbeth stepped out of the lab without any hesitation, not caring that her bare feet were stepping on the glass shards. Do you think this glass is here to protect me? Her tone carried a hint of mockery. You are greatly mistaken. Suddenly, the glass capsule burst into raging flames. Just as the spawn was about to lunge at Lisbeth with a screech, it was forcefully shoved back into the glass capsule. A thick, transparent tentacle cast its shadow on the laboratory floor. The original entity tried to control the meaty parasitic tentacle, but Lisbeth mercilessly used another tentacle to sever it. The severed tentacle pinned the two spawns firmly inside the glass capsule. It wasn't until the flames turned blue that the spawns finally stopped moving. Dimly, one could still see some grayish-black residues wriggling. With a single smack of the tentacle, they were instantly obliterated. How? How can this be, you? Bald Kian struggled for breath, his face and scalp turning purplish-red from being strangled. Lisbeth effortlessly lifted both men. Did you want to ask why I can deal with it like crushing an ant, even though we're both level 5? While speaking, she removed her lab coat and draped it over the man in the suit before slowly walking toward the exit with the two men. The spawn is level 5 because its power only reaches level 5. As for me, it's because the highest classification for monsters you set is only level 5. The man in the suit thought he was smart breaking the glass, but instead, he trapped himself and the bald man in a more dangerous situation. Where are you taking us? He blindly struggled, knowing it was futile but unwilling to be crushed like an ant. Lisbeth smiled. Don't you want to report? It just so happens I have some questions for your boss too. Let's go together. Amelia had already eaten several roasted sweet potatoes, almost turning her whole face the color of a sweet potato, while Bliss continued to stuff food into her mouth enthusiastically. Finally, Amelia pushed away Bliss's hand when her stomach couldn't hold any more. Are you fattening me up like a duck, feeding me round to butcher later? Bliss looked at her, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. He enveloped her in his arms, his thin lips brushing against her ear. Eating is definitely necessary, but there's no need for such trouble. Amelia's ears flushed red immediately. Since Bliss held her from behind, she could only use her elbow to push against his chest in protest, trying to change the subject. Why hasn't the train arrived yet? This should be the right time. Bliss found teasing her immensely entertaining, but seeing a black shadow appear at the horizon, he whispered to Amelia. It's coming. They felt the ground vibrating. Not far away, a train sped across the railway tracks, tracing a long parabola, as if tearing apart every cell of the earth. Street vendors had already prepared items for trading. Amelia also clutched the 2 tickets she had just exchanged for 2 bags of rice. But as the train drew closer, Amelia sensed something was wrong. Bliss, look, isn't the train not slowing down? On the snow-covered plain, the brownish-grey train stood out clearly. Following her finger, Bliss saw that the train was still about 1 or 2 kilometers from the station. Normally, it should have started slowing down by now, yet it continued puffing white smoke, not only failing to slow down but appearing to accelerate. Come on, let's evacuate people. Amelia immediately wriggled out of Bliss's coat and shouted loudly to the people on the platform and nearby. Stay away from the platform, the train is rushing through. As they warned loudly, the station staff also reacted, blowing warning whistles and waving flags to signal danger ahead via semaphore, urging rapid evacuation for those out of earshot. In an instant, chaos erupted among the vendors and people near the platform. Amelia grabbed the sweet potato vendor who had just sold to her and ran. The vendor cried out as they ran. Oh no, my sweet potatoes. My grain. At this moment, what do you need sweet potatoes for? Your life is more important. With a strong push, she sent him flying into a distant snowbank. However, the speeding train moved much faster than anyone imagined. In just a few minutes, the massive locomotive was already in sight, roaring towards the platform. Only now did Amelia realize that due to the staff responsible for switching tracks fleeing in advance, the train would continue on its current track, which would undoubtedly destroy everything near this station. At the edge of the platform was a valuable lubricating oil warehouse. If it were to be hit head-on by the speeding train, no one at this station or within several hundred meters around would have a chance to escape. In terms of speed, Bliss could easily leave with her without issues. But if they did, this whole trip would be for nothing. The converter must be in the locomotive and couldn't withstand such a collision. No, we need to find a way to stop the train. Bliss looked at Amelia's determined face and quickly surveyed the surroundings. Beside the oil warehouse were snow-filled wooden barrels that people had stored to melt and filter for use in production and daily life. An idea flashed across his mind. He told Amelia to stay put and turned to go. Amelia was quick-witted and immediately understood his intention, but she immediately tugged at the corner of Bliss's coat. No, the distance is not enough. She pointed to the approaching train. Someone needs to manually apply the brakes. Bliss thought rapidly and immediately replied, no, it's too dangerous. Amelia hooked his neck and kissed him lightly on the cheek. There's you here, I believe in you. Bliss paused, frowning as he asked, what do you plan to do? Amelia estimated the distance between the platform and the train, then glanced at the top of the tall station building. You throw me onto the train. Bliss, being equally quick-witted, had already carried her to the observation deck atop the station building by this time. They watched as the train drew closer together. Amelia counted silently in her heart. 3, 2, 1, now's the time. Chapter 118, Who's Faster? Amelia wanted Bliss to throw her onto the train while manually applying the brakes and changing tracks to minimize damage to both the train and the station. Given Bliss's speed, he should have been able to accomplish all of this before the train collided with the platform. As the locomotive came closer, Amelia counted silently. 3, 2, 1, now. The sensation of weightlessness arrived as expected, but at the same time, the hand around her waist did not loosen. Snowflakes sliced past her cheeks like blades, yet a pair of warm hands quickly tightened her hood. When Amelia lifted her face from under the hood, she was already standing on top of the speeding train. As soon as she opened her mouth, a gust of wind and snow filled her chest. Bliss helped her jump from the roof into the gap between cars, then pinched her cold, red face gently. I made it in time. Amelia glanced at Bliss's left hand, which was unnaturally twisted. It must have happened when he landed on the roof, stabilizing their bodies against the fast-moving train. Even with his shredder strength, he couldn't avoid injury. If she had been thrown here alone, she would surely have been flung off the train long ago. Only now did Amelia realize how rash she had been. Behind them, there were bang-bang sounds of collisions from the cars. Through the glass door, she could see several zombies inside the control room clawing at them. Knowing time was limited, Bliss handed her a submachine gun. Take care. With that, he jumped off the train. Amelia saw a tall figure rapidly heading toward the station control room. She moved her stiffened limbs due to the cold and habitually held her paratrooper knife in her right hand. Facing the zombies in the car, Amelia slowly turned the door handle. It's still early. Let me give you all an early New Year's greeting. The sound of gunfire rang out like fireworks. The zombies were driven back by bullets, and Amelia didn't give them a chance to breathe, slicing each one with swift, clean movements. Once everyone in the locomotive cab was down, Amelia looked around and found a red button on the control panel, pressing it firmly. The sudden electric braking system made her body jerk. The zombies behind her in the next car lunged forward due to inertia, and Amelia barely managed to hold herself steady by gripping the control panel. Seeing one zombie still struggling to get up, Amelia finished it off with another stab. While searching for the power source, Bliss had completed the track change and returned to the train. His left hand had mostly recovered by then, and he crouched into a small corner to rest. Impressed by his ability's apparent upgrade, Amelia blurted out, "You really did this too fast." Bliss gave her a meaningful look but said nothing. Though emergency braking had been applied, the distance was too short, causing the train to graze the warehouse near the platform. The collision sent everything spinning, but with Bliss as a cushion, Amelia emerged unscathed when the train finally stopped. Snow covered the front of the locomotive, slowing the impact and cooling the engine. Feeling the surroundings stabilize, Amelia struggled to peek out of the corner. Just as she was about to assess the train's damage, a sudden tightening around her waist pinned her against the narrow wall. A wave of pine scent enveloped her, and the next second, a searing kiss fell upon her lips, intense and nearly uncontrollable, biting and demanding entrance eagerly. After a long while, Bliss finally stopped the passionate kiss, opening his eyes. Amelia's cherry-red lips and gasping breath filled his dark, smoldering gaze. He pulled her slender waist roughly into his arms. Fast might be my failing as a boyfriend. Next time, I promise to ensure sister enjoys herself thoroughly. Bliss emphasized enjoys clearly, making Amelia involuntarily ache in her lower back. Would she even survive if he enjoyed himself fully? She swallowed hard. Well, let's focus on finding the energy converter. Reluctantly, Bliss let her go. They searched from the front of the train to the rear, finding neither the converter nor any supplies, only zombies. Amelia scratched her head. What's going on? This ice-covered northern country shouldn't have just one train. She had suspected something amiss even when she boarded. If what Gwylem said was true, that the train on the snowy land was powered by converted energy, then it would be more likely to be driven by electricity. However, this train before their eyes mainly used heat energy generated by an internal combustion engine as its primary power source, clearly not the one they were looking for. Seeing the large drums piled up in the car behind the locomotive, Amelia approached and lifted the lids one by one to check. Strangely, there wasn't much diesel fuel inside, as if the amount was calculated precisely, intentionally making the train stop at a certain station. At this moment, the people nearby who had been taking shelter saw that everything had settled down and gradually came closer, peering curiously at the derailed train. This is terrible. Without the train, where will we go to exchange daily necessities in this icy wasteland? Yeah, I don't have enough coal for my furnace. I was waiting to trade fox fur for some. I'm worse off. My child is sick and needs antibiotics to survive. What are we going to do now? A woman in the crowd began crying, holding her sick child. Her heart-wrenching cries tugged at everyone's heartstrings. But even if people felt sympathy for her, there was nothing they could do. Without supplies, survival in this barren snowfield was only a matter of time. Just then, a burly man pushed through the crowd. There must be leftover supplies on the train. Move aside and let me take a look. Amelia warned him not to get too close, but he ignored her and marched toward the rear carriages. Using a crowbar, he tried to pry open the door. Finally managing to force it open, he hadn't even stepped inside when a zombie lunged out, biting at his arm. Perhaps due to the extreme cold, the zombie's movements were somewhat restricted. Before it could sink its teeth in, Amelia shot it through the head. Behind it, other zombies hesitated at the doorway, unable to leave the carriage. Bliss forcefully slammed the door shut. You've all seen it. This train has nothing but zombies and disaster. Amelia reminded them coldly. At this moment, something on the ground caught her attention. Upon closer inspection, she found a stamped train ticket. Chapter 119, Not Just One Reincarnated Person. As a major taxpayer in Japan, the headquarters of Sakura Pharmaceutical has a considerable scale. The main building with modern technology and the beautiful natural ecosystem blend perfectly here, but now it's filled with blood and screams. Lisbeth politely knocked on the door of a semi-transparent office. Soon, a hoarse voice came from inside. Come in. It seemed that this place hadn't been ravaged by zombies or monsters. The polished floor was almost reflecting people's shadows. Lisbeth walked in, covered in blood, disrupting the tranquility. The office spanned more than 100 square meters. In front of a large, floor-to-ceiling window, and Donovan with white beard and wearing black-rimmed glasses sat in a wheelchair, watching the explosions and screams in the compound as if he were watching a play, indifferent. On the sofa opposite him, Flynn was pushing Candace, who had been waiting there. Boss. The man in the suit still remembered his etiquette despite the situation. But as soon as he spoke, Lisbeth fiercely threw him to the ground. Mr. Grayson seems to be in high spirits, still having the leisure to invite Dr. Jiang and Dr. Xia for tea. Flynn adjusted Candace's coat and intended to join their conversation. He nodded at Lisbeth and pushed Candace into the adjacent room. The elderly woman had already prepared the medicine for Candace, handing her a glass of water as soon as they entered. Grayson withdrew his gaze from outside. Never thought I would spend my whole life conducting experiments only to lose to the test subject in the end. He glanced at Lisbeth. At least your appearance confirms my initial guess. Humans can gain the power to fight zombies through modifications. You could have become a weapon to save all humanity. Xiao Ziqin approached Grayson. She waved her tentacles behind her, shattering a pane of glass. Do you call this saving? How absurd. If you hadn't recklessly dumped radioactive wastewater, would humanity and the world even need saving? Without the radioactive waste, radiation disease wouldn't have swept the globe overnight. Citizens suffered in agony and fear. Yet these people frantically contacted organizations worldwide to develop human weapons. Ultimately, it was their extreme contradictions that caused all this. Aggressive yet mild-mannered, militaristic yet aesthetically inclined, arrogant yet polite, stubborn yet malleable, obedient yet resistant, loyal yet disloyal, brave yet cowardly, conservative yet welcoming new lifestyles. Creating the apocalypse while attempting to save humanity through weapons, it was the epitome of double standards. Grayson disagreed with her. This is just an inevitable path of technological and industrial development. Japan's land area isn't vast like other countries, yet our development surpasses them. If the land across the Pacific couldn't bear the burden, do you think they would remain silent as they are now? They would likely be even more frantic than us. Lisbeth knew further debate was futile. This was their ingrained belief, not something words could easily change. Yes. Lisbeth decided not to prolong this meaningless conversation. But I doubt you'll see the other side get desperate within your lifetime. Speaking, she tossed a half-meter-long dagger onto the ground. Grayson examined the knife and slowly got off his wheelchair. Kneeling respectfully before the dagger, he asked Xiao Ziqin. One last question, let me die understanding. Lisbeth looked down at him. Do you really think I want to answer? Grayson fell silent for a moment before asking. Who is the force behind you? I don't recall offending anyone I shouldn't have. Ha tilde. Xiao Ziqin laughed so hard her stomach hurt. Still thinking the one across the Pacific is an ally? She squatted down, speaking in a voice only they could hear. To be honest, in your previous life, you died at their hands. Grayson's pupils dilated in shock. What do you mean? Xiao Ziqin smiled. Literally. You should control your greed. I represent millions of innocent you citizens. Though incredulous, Grayson understood after a brief pause. How could characters outsmart someone holding the script? Desperate, he picked up the dagger, stabbing it into his abdomen, then slashed horizontally, intestines spilling onto the floor. The suited man cried out, attempting to follow suit, but Xiao Ziqin's tentacles restrained him tightly. You two are still useful to me, no need to be in such a hurry to die. She struck one of them, rendering him unconscious. Stepping over Grayson's body on the ground with disdain, she pressed an alarm on the desk. Instantly, mercenaries in camouflage uniforms rushed out from various corners of the compound, swiftly clearing the battlefield. Encountering troublesome monsters, they didn't linger. Instead, they lured them into metal boxes and locked the gate securely. Lisbeth wiped the blood off her face and pushed open the door to the adjacent meeting room. In her outstretched hand was a pink pill, which she handed to Candace in the wheelchair. This is the latest medication. It should work much better than the previous ones. Candace's face was deathly pale. She glanced at the pill in Lisbeth's hand but made no move to take it. Where is my daughter? At this moment, Amelia wore a black turtleneck sweater with slim-fit wool trousers and an outer layer of a long tweed coat in Prince of Wales check, along with a pair of lamb leather gloves. Sitting in the moving carriage, she looked so exquisite and efficient that it was almost unbelievable. Beside her, Bliss wore a beige suit jacket over a small collar-plaid shirt, exuding a luxurious yet vintage charm that gave his striking and expressive face a rare touch of elegance. His slender fingers were stirring a cup of coffee, adding a sugar cube before pushing it toward Amelia across the table. I remember you prefer things a bit sweeter. Their outstanding appearances drew most people's attention in the carriage. At this moment, a blonde woman in uniform approached, clearly taken aback by their stunning looks for a brief moment. But she quickly adjusted her expression, greeting them with a professional smile. Sir, madam, could you please show me your tickets? Chapter 120, A Strange Familiarity. Her head was pounding. In her hazy state, Amelia faintly called out Bliss's name. Bliss, how are you? She instinctively reached out but touched a hand that felt slightly roughened by time. You really did fall asleep in class, Amelia. Are you even aware of where you are? Suddenly, a bright light shone directly in front of Amelia. It pulled her abruptly from her daze back to reality. Opening her eyes, she saw the familiar bright classroom, except an angry face stood before her. Her hand was lightly holding onto his arm. After receiving a glare, Amelia quickly straightened up and retracted her hand, although her mind wasn't entirely clear. Teacher. What? How did I end up here? Colm tapped her head with his book. I'm here to teach. What I don't know is why you're here. Mr. Yuan placed his thermos cup in front of Amelia and asked with a half-smile. Why don't you tell me what you dreamed about? You were holding my hand tightly as if not letting me go. Low laughter spread around them. At this moment, a boy teased. What could it be? Probably dreaming about her boyfriend Tilda. The laughter grew louder. Do you think this is funny? With the final exams approaching, let's see who among you has been paying attention. Pay attention. Amelia felt an elbow nudge her. Turning around, Justine was looking at her with concern. Are you okay, Amelia? You look so absent-minded. Didn't you sleep well last night? Justine. Seeing her dead roommate reappear, Amelia instinctively moved away from her. Didn't you die? Because of her sudden movement, she accidentally knocked over Mr. Yuan's thermos on the table. The sound of shattered glass echoed through the spacious classroom. No one moved to pick it up, and no one spoke. Just as Amelia thought time had frozen, a rap on her head broke the silence. Can't you take a bit of criticism without getting rebellious? Don't want to listen, huh? Then get out of the classroom. As soon as he finished speaking, the bell for dismissal rang. Justine looked at Mr. Yuan with a grin. Then, teacher, we'll roll out now, Tilda. This caused another burst of laughter from the students. It was lunchtime, and students filed out of the building one after another toward the cafeteria. On the way, Amelia pinched her thigh hard. The pain was clear, anything but a dream. Yet, she had this vague feeling that she shouldn't be here, though she couldn't remember what she should have been doing. Who was the person she called when she woke up? While she was trying to recall, Justine tugged at her arm. Stop thinking about it. Look, your dream lover is coming. Amelia looked up and saw Sullivan not far away, waving vigorously. After saying something to the people nearby, he jogged over. Why did you come so late? We've been waiting. He naturally reached for Amelia's hand. Instinctively resisting, Amelia didn't manage to dodge in time and was grabbed by him. What's wrong? Are you upset? Sullivan seemed to notice Amelia's unease and softly asked. Before Amelia could respond, Justine explained. She got caught by Mr. Yuan during class. Oh, I thought it was something big. Come on, what do you feel like eating? My treat, Sullivan said lovingly. Well, who would have thought you'd be so generous today? Getting a free meal from you used to be as hard as climbing to heaven. Justine teased non-stop. Of course I should spoil my girlfriend. Right, Amelia? Amelia was led forward blankly, feeling both familiar and estranged by everything happening around her. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. Pulling it out, her eyes widened at the familiar number. Pressing the call button, she listened as the familiar voice resonated in her ear, tears spilling down her cheeks. Zun, are you done with class? Don't forget to go home early today. Your uncle and aunt are coming too. It's been a long time since our family gathered for Mid-Autumn Festival. Tilda. Lizzie. Amelia felt overwhelmed, but couldn't find words. Sullivan, hearing it was Amelia's family, leaned in naturally. Lizzie, this is Sullivan, Zun's boyfriend. We'll be back tonight to see you, Tilda. Amelia stared at him dumbfounded. Sullivan raised an eyebrow. What? Don't want to introduce me to your family? The grandmother on the other end laughed heartily at this. It's Sullivan, right? I was just about to ask Jan to notify you. Invite the classmates who can't go back home because of the distance. Come over together. Amelia looked at Justine and Sullivan's smiling faces, listening to her grandmother's kind voice, as if finally accepting that she was truly living among them. Time quickly passed into the evening. Pushing open the door, the house seemed as lively as during a Chinese New Year. Flynn and Orlando sat in the living room chatting. Seeing their daughter come back, they hurried over to take the gifts from the hands of their future son-in-law, ushering everyone into the house. He pointed to the round dining table and looked at Candace, who was busy in the kitchen. Look at all the dishes your mother prepared. Today you and your friends are in for a treat. Amelia laughed, going to change into slippers. But after rummaging through the shoe cabinet, she couldn't find her usual pair of furry rabbit slippers. In the end, she stepped into Candace's flip-flops. Everything was ready, and the large round dining table was filled with food, with relatives and friends seated around it. Flynn raised his wine glass first, giving a toast. Amelia was pulled to sit in the middle, and once again felt an inexplicable sense of fear arise in her heart. Amelia. Suddenly, a voice flashed in her mind, but looking around, everyone was focused on listening to him speak, no one calling her name. It was Sullivan who, seeing Amelia look at him, smiled and asked her what was wrong. Amelia. That voice continued, but when Amelia opened her eyes again, everyone's gaze was upon her. Are you okay? Jan? Amelia, what's wrong with you? Amelia. 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 The calls overlapped and rushed towards her ears. Amelia felt her head nearly exploding until she heard a steady and clear voice. Amelia, trust me. Amelia instantly woke up. She felt like she had been fished out of water, drenched in sweat. Looking at the faces around her, she murmured, "Where is Bliss?" Who? Everyone had a puzzled look on their faces, as if they had never heard this name before. Amelia stood up before anyone else and went to the front door. Jan, where are you going? Lizzie spoke as if to pull her back. Yes, Jan, this is your home, where are you going? Amelia, don't you want to be with me anymore? Amelia, am I not your best friend? Amelia suddenly became fully awake. At this moment, she finally realized what was wrong. Father Flynn never drank except for the wedding banquet when he married her mother. Mother Candace could never cook. Orlando and Jimena would not warmly chat at their home. Her family didn't know she had a boyfriend. Sullivan had never admitted his relationship with her in public. Justine would never defy teachers. She herself never slept in class. And most importantly, old Yuan had never taught her class as the class advisor. These familiar faces were doing things that were strangely unfamiliar. In other words, these might be things Amelia hoped they would do in her heart. Like a perfect dream, everything happened as she expected, but two words were overlooked: reality. When the false reality was shattered, not only Madison, but also Flynn, Candace, Orlando, Jimena, Justine, and Sullivan all reached out their hands towards Amelia, pale and bone-chilling, ready to swallow her completely. Chapter 121. Are you trying to kill me? Just as Amelia was about to be engulfed by the darkness surging around her, a pair of hands pulled her out of her predicament. Amelia opened her eyes and gulped down air in large breaths. Bliss held her hand, concern evident in his eyes. Are you okay? Only then did Amelia recall what had happened. The two of them had used the ticket stubs from the zombies to find the real Snow Country train. They had disguised themselves to board it and were planning to assess the situation when they were accidentally ambushed and both passed out. With either of their vigilance levels, such an ambush shouldn't have happened to both of them at once. But ever since handing over that half-remaining ticket stub, their consciousness started to blur. She leaned her head against that shoulder. It's fine, luckily for you. Had she not realized Bliss didn't exist in that false world, perhaps she would never have woken up. Before she could catch her breath, a monster's roar instantly heightened the tension again. Bliss helped Amelia up. It's not time to celebrate yet. Only then did Amelia notice several wounds on him that were bleeding, and one of the Ripper's claws was still stuck in his shoulder blade. Apart from the two already long-dead monsters on the ground, several more were eyeing them menacingly. Since we're still on the train, let's charge forward, Bliss said gravely. Amelia nodded and reached behind for her survival knife but found nothing. By this time, Bliss was already charging toward one of the corrosions. Although he had regenerative abilities, the space inside the carriage was too small, and corrosion fluid from the corrosion's mouth inevitably splashed onto him, causing white smoke to rise. Thinking of how he had to fight while also protecting her earlier, Amelia felt guilty. If only she had woken up sooner. Weapons previously brought onto the train lay scattered on the ground. Amelia picked up a submachine gun and positioned herself with Bliss diagonally across from each other to form intersecting lines of fire, waiting for the right moment to open fire. The corrosions were incredibly fast. Seeing they couldn't beat Bliss, one turned its gaping mouth toward Amelia. Amelia was already backed into a corner of the carriage, leaving no time to dodge. Firing might give her a chance to hit the corrosion, but the corrosive fluid on its body would burn her beyond recognition. But not retaliating meant being devoured alive. Just as Amelia hesitated, the speeding train entered a tunnel. Darkness instantly robbed them of their vision, but the sound of the corrosion's claws scraping against the carriage walls continued. Her mind flashed clear for a moment as she turned and squeezed the trigger. In the darkness, the rat-tat-tat of gunfire rang out, followed by the sound of something breaking. The train emerged from the cave just then. Waiting for Bliss to adjust to the light, he saw a large hole broken in the carriage wall. Both the corrosion and Amelia had vanished. He immediately rushed to the broken area and shouted Amelia's name loudly. From outside the train came a faint voice. Bliss, help me. Peering out, he saw a frail figure clinging to the gap between carriages, the wind and snow making her face appear even paler. It turned out that the gunshot hadn't been aimed at the corrosion but had shot through the inner wall, causing the creature to crash through and fall into the swirling wind and snow. She had also been thrown outside but managed to hang onto a door handle with her gun strap, preventing her from falling. Come over, hold on tight. As Amelia extended her hand, she saw another Ripper behind Bliss raising its claws high. She yelled be careful and felt along her calf, where a small dagger still remained. She threw the dagger backward. Due to the low temperature, Amelia's fingers were numb, causing the dagger to fly slightly off target, grazing Bliss's face before embedding itself in one of the Ripper's eyes. Though not severely injured, it gave the two a breathing opportunity. Amelia glanced at the train covered in wind and snow. This train. Taking advantage of this pause, Bliss grabbed the opportunity to pull her back into the carriage. Her limbs gradually regained sensation due to the warmth of the carriage, but the monsters were starting to gather around them again. If we stay here, we'll eventually be worn down by them. Let's move to the front carriage. Amelia pointed to the faint light by the door. Bliss supported her waist, helping her up as they moved towards the door. Over the short 20-meter distance, they repelled countless monster attacks. Finally, just as Amelia was about to touch the door, Bliss pushed her out. As Amelia turned back, she saw him with his back to her, the Ripper's sharp claws piercing through his chest from front to back. Bliss. Blood dripped onto her feet one drop at a time. Just as she had barely managed to call out his name with trembling lips, the body before her eyes collapsed heavily. Not knowing how many wounds he still had, when Amelia caught Bliss's slowly sliding body, she only felt her hands covered in stickiness. She leaned against the carriage door, her eyes fixed on the few figures approaching. The Ripper pulled its claws out and was about to strike down at Amelia. A glimpse of something on him made Amelia's heart skip a beat. In that split second, there was no more room for thought. Pulling out the paratrooper knife from beside Bliss's tactical vest, she plunged it into his heart herself. Why? The person in front looked at her in disbelief, but when Amelia raised her eyes, all the monsters behind him stopped attacking. Chapter 122, Twining Flower? She is not. Sure enough, no fresh blood flowed from the stab wound in the heart. Amelia looked coldly at the Bliss in front of her. You have been disguised perfectly, but you overlooked 2 points. She extended one finger. First, Bliss wouldn't be as reckless as me. Even when rescuing someone, he would never turn his back to a monster because if he couldn't ensure his own safety, everything would be in vain. Second. As she spoke, she pulled out the combat knife that was stuck in the man's heart. This knife is his, but I have always been the one using it. At the moment her words landed, an earth-shaking feeling surged. The compartment in front of her split open, whether it was the fake Bliss, the clawing monsters, or the battered carriage due to the fight all fell into a bottomless black hole. Amelia struck the interior wall of the compartment fiercely with the handle of the combat knife. That area appeared like a cracked mirror. Then everything seemed to peel off like wallpaper. The entire world gradually crumbled, becoming fragmented and broken. After waiting for everything around her to shatter and then reappear clearly again, Amelia found herself still inside a compartment, just with darkness all around her. The sound of the train moving on its tracks could be faintly heard beneath her feet. Although the illusion had disappeared, the intense dizziness in her head remained. Bliss. Thinking about how both might have been trapped in this compartment simultaneously by an illusion, she should find him nearby too if she was ensnared. So, calling out his name while searching in the dark. There's also a very important point for Amelia to realize she had woken up from one illusion only to fall into another. When she saw the entire train was pitch black without any lights in any compartments when falling out of the compartment. But after returning to the compartment, the fake Bliss mentioned going to the front carriages, and indeed, she saw weak light coming through the half-open door. All these inconsistencies made her brave enough to confront. Unknown how long she had been lost in this illusion, if Bliss had similar conditions, he might be in even more danger. She must find him quickly. Shaking her dazed head, Amelia got up, and suddenly the lights came on inside the compartment. Without waiting for her eyes to adjust to the light, she immediately searched for Bliss. But besides the orderly seating arrangement, there was no one else in the compartment. At this moment, an ear-piercing electric noise of a microphone pierced through her ears. Not bad, I thought you were just a useless twining flower, didn't expect to underestimate you. A woman's voice came from the speakers on the top of the train. Judging by the sound, this person should be quite old. Who are you? Where is my companion? Amelia asked with her neck raised. The speaker laughed. Looking for your companion? Come to the front carriage. Before Amelia could say anything else, the sound cut off abruptly, leaving the surroundings eerily quiet, as if the previous voice was still an illusion. Click. The door lock of the compartment sounded. Amelia gripped the combat knife and slowly approached. Seeing what was behind the door, she cursed loudly. And every move of hers was watched by the people behind the surveillance cameras. The middle-aged woman placed a cup of freshly brewed tea on the table, speaking in a tone completely different from before. Sir, are you sure you want to let her come to the front? Isn't it? A pair of clear-knuckled hands took over the teacup, a top hat hiding his face. He sipped the tea, a satisfied smile on his lips. No problem, this train hasn't seen a show for so long. Then something occurred to him. Has the other side been contacted? Our methods won't hold him for long. The middle-aged woman glanced at the unconscious Bliss beside her. Don't worry, sir, everything is arranged. Headquarters of Sakura Prosperity. Lisbeth put down the documents in her hand, her eyes glowing with unusual fervor. Is the information reliable? In front of her stood a tall foreign soldier who placed a string of recently deciphered characters on Lisbeth's desk. Based on the information we gathered, yes, but specifics can only be confirmed once we bring him back. Bring him back? Lisbeth was slightly agitated. Send someone right away. Arrange it. I want to see him standing here within 3 days. The soldier nodded and exited the room. Crossing paths with him was Flynn, his face rarely showing anger. He threw a file folder on Lisbeth's desk. Why is the experiment still ongoing? This seems different from the promise you initially made. Flynn's actions caught the attention of 2 guards at the door, who immediately appeared with guns, seeking Lisbeth's instructions with their eyes. She waved her hand, signaling the guards to close the door before continuing. I never said I would stop the experiments. I only promised to stop using humans for live organism modifications. As she adjusted the monitor to display the scene in the laboratory, she pointed to rows of glass capsules on the screen. But if we don't recover the existing experimental samples, it will be us who need to be recovered. Despite Lisbeth's petite stature, her presence was as imposing as Flynn's. Flynn looked at the girl in front of him, who was about the same age as his daughter, and felt a chill run down his spine. You already knew you were part of an experiment before you came to me. Instead of choosing to escape, you accepted the transformation. Why? Lisbeth glanced at Flynn. Escape? Why should I escape? She took out a diagnosis report from her drawer and placed it on the table. Even if I did escape, where could I go? Flynn picked up the diagnosis report and, upon seeing the data, subconsciously crumpled the paper. Lisbeth continued. To find me, Grayson paid a great price, and I lost all my family. If I ran now, I couldn't even save my own life. She skillfully controlled a tentacle to pull a book from the opposite bookshelf. I don't think there's anything wrong with the way things are now. At least I don't need others to take care of every aspect of my life, which is both painful and burdensome to others. Recalling Candace's condition, she quickly corrected herself. I don't mean to imply anything about you or Dr. Shea. Without your assistance, the modification might not have gone so smoothly. Flynn, being more of an academic, wasn't good at persuading. He put the report back on the table as it was. From today on, we will no longer interfere with any of the experiments. Chapter 123, Breaking Through. Amelia had lost count of how many times she had kicked away the zombies lunging at her, exhausting her to the point of near blackouts. Pushing open the door to the previous carriage, she found a dozen decomposed and rotting bodies crammed inside. At the sound of movement, they all turned their decayed heads toward her. When Bliss was around, these minions rarely required her personal involvement. Now cornered, Amelia yanked her combat knife out of a zombie with all her might, struggling to control her rapidly increasing heart rate. She leaned against the inner wall of the carriage, panting heavily. She glanced out the window at the snowstorm raging outside and then looked down at the single layer of clothing she wore. It must have been those people talking over the radio who, to prevent her from walking on the roof to the front carriages, deliberately took away her winter coat and cloak. She was now in the second-to-last carriage. If every preceding carriage greeted her with an equally formidable lineup of zombies, she might as well step out into the snow and freeze to death now. But Amelia quickly adjusted her mindset. Surely no one would be so bored as to keep a whole train of zombies for amusement. According to Gweilim's account, this train's core power source was an energy converter. Such high-cost operation wouldn't just exist to display zombies as exotic features. Moreover, judging by the fine attire on these zombies, most of them were likely passengers from earlier. Recalling how they deliberately used a decoy train to collide with the platform, apparently to conceal the fact that this train was still running. Coupled with the person speaking over the intercom earlier, Amelia concluded there were more secrets on this train. But what mattered most now was reaching the front carriages to find Bliss. With that thought, she once again steeled herself, assuming an attacking stance. Facing the 5 remaining zombies, she rushed forward with renewed vigor. Fortunately, her past experiences and continuous training kept her combat skills sharp. Combined with Bliss's occasional assassination technique instruction, Amelia managed to end the fight before her heart reached its breaking point. Ha, ha, ha. Only when she placed her hand on the door handle did dizziness start to set in. Just as she was about to pause and adjust, the autolock opened. Unable to control the force, Amelia twisted the handle and tumbled into the next carriage. Under the dim lighting, more dark figures gathered before her eyes. Damn, each carriage really has zombies. Her last coherent thought before losing consciousness was that she would surely be devoured down to nothing. Time passed unknowingly. When Amelia tried to open her eyes again, she heard a familiar woman's voice. I hope next time I come, I hear a satisfactory answer. Close the door. With the boom of the iron door shutting, Amelia fully regained consciousness. She sat up quickly, but instead of facing zombies, she saw crowded, ragged people around her. A darker-skinned woman, noticing Amelia was awake, approached with a bowl of water. You're awake. Drink this. Amelia studied the woman, convinced of her good intentions, and accepted the chipped bowl. As she raised it to her lips, she noticed several pairs of eyes fixed on her. Seeing Amelia hesitate, the woman explained. They mean no harm, they've just never seen anyone survive coming from the back carriages. Moistening her cracked lips, Amelia learned through brief conversation that these people were formerly street vendors at various stations. They had relied on trading goods with the train to survive the apocalypse. One day, train staff asked them to move their wares onto the train, and many complied out of desperation. Once they finished moving their items and wanted to disembark, the train abruptly started. Rushing off so suddenly, it even crushed maintenance workers on the tracks, spilling blood across the platform and railway. Since that day, the train had never stopped at any station again. Listening to this unbelievable story, Amelia furrowed her brow. Thinking of the earlier voice, she asked. Who was speaking just now? What does she want? The woman's face turned anxious. She hugged the child in her arms tighter. That's Ms. Rue, the conductor delivers all orders through her. Today, she came to take some children, saying they could enter the front carriages under special circumstances, but her eyes welled up as she continued. But who knows what awaits them up front, luxury or peril? How can we possibly entrust our children to her? Amelia looked at the boy in the woman's arms. Although her clothes were tattered, her eyes were very bright. Indeed, she would never be willing to hand over her own flesh and blood to strangers, especially when those people might be lunatics. The woman wiped away her tears. She pointed to the carriage behind Amelia. But the last person who defied Miss Rue was sent into that rear carriage and never came back. His name was Atticus. He was just a teenager, tall and thin. Amelia recalled the zombies she had dealt with. Among them, there seemed to be a tall, thin boy whose dusty clothes stood out from those wearing suits and coats. So he was taken from this carriage. What about the others? For what reasons were they thrown into the lowest level to die? At the same time, Amelia glanced at the different connecting area between carriages. Instead of simple automatic locks, thick iron plates were installed here. Considering the people in front of her, she couldn't figure out how to proceed. Should she pretend to be a child and bluff her way through? Mommy. While her mind raced, the child in the woman's arms spoke softly. I'm hungry. The woman wiped away her tears and fumbled in her pockets for a while before finding a dried ginger cookie. Here, be careful not to break your teeth. Just as Ajax was about to bite into the cookie, a man rushed over and tried to grab the food without a word. Since we're all going to die up front anyway, it's better you give me something to fill my belly. Hand it over. He planned to put it in his mouth right away after grabbing it. But before his hand even touched the cookie, a pale hand caught his elbow and easily twisted it away. Stealing from children, I don't think you deserve to live. Chapter 124, Judah, hope you're well. Are you done over there? Why is it taking so long to move just one person? Don't stand there and talk without feeling the pain. Try it yourself. It would be much easier if it was just one person, but the main issue is that there's also. The two mercenaries responsible for the transportation were complaining to each other, when one of them suddenly fell silent. What else? Speak up. Don't think you can trick me into helping you by doing this. Just get it out. The other had been waiting outside the vehicle for a long time, seeing no movement from inside, finally peeked through the door to ask. Hey, what are you? Before he finished his sentence, a red light flashed in the dim compartment, and before he could understand what happened, he fainted. When the person waiting couldn't wait any longer and came out to urge them on, they saw a glass capsule wrapped in a black curtain being carried out, with a tall figure wearing a mask standing beside it. Why did it take so long? What happened? The person who asked held a gun, ready to fire at any problem. He had heard that this time the item delivered was somewhat dangerous. No matter if it was what they wanted, as long as it threatened him, he wouldn't hesitate to shoot. The masked man patted the glass capsule and nodded, indicating everything was fine. Through the sunlight, a faint human silhouette could be vaguely seen inside the glass capsule. Seeing the object inside intact and behaving properly, the man beckoned with his hand. Come in. Originally planning to let the masked man enter first to load it onto the vehicle, unexpectedly he lifted the glass capsule on his shoulder and walked out of the parking lot with steady steps. The man stared at the masked man for a long time, stopping him before entering the elevator. Hold on. The masked man paused his steps, head down without turning around to look. No one noticed the fierce look in his lowered eyes. The man with the gun approached and patted his shoulder. Not bad, brother. If you want to make money, follow me in the future. I guarantee you won't regret it. Only after hearing this did the masked man retract the ferocity from his eyes, but he didn't nod, instead stepping into the elevator. The elevators in the experimental building required swipe cards to operate. Before the masked man made any move with the glass capsule, he heard the person outside say, "To B2. Then he swiped the pass card, and the elevator doors slowly closed. Most of the room doors on B2 were transparent. As soon as the masked man arrived, he saw several identical glass capsules parked in one room. He strode towards that direction and pressed the intercom button at the door. The lab personnel inside, dressed in white coats, turned back upon hearing the sound, carefully identifying the code on the capsule through the glass, pointing to another direction. There, Special Experiment Zone. The Special Experiment Zone he mentioned was easy to find. It was at the end of the corridor, surrounded by transparent glass walls. The space inside was spacious, equivalent to 3 ordinary labs. When the masked man arrived at the entrance of the Special Experiment Zone, no one was inside, but one of the petri dishes was still under the microscope without being cleared away. He glanced at the LCD screen at the entrance. As he approached, an infrared beam found him. With a series of beep sounds, the door opened automatically. After placing the glass capsule down, the masked man carefully examined the laboratory. On the table was a spread-out datasheet showing that some kind of live experiments were being conducted here. Thinking of the possible scenes, the masked man unconsciously tightened the report in his hand. At this moment, 2 more people descended from above, holding guns and quickly walking towards this direction. The masked man turned off the lights in the lab and crouched under the table. Are you sure the thing that entered earlier was switched? The person who tried to recruit the masked man escorted a mercenary with blood gushing from his head down to level B2. While confirming what had just happened, he loaded his gun as he walked. The bleeding mercenary nodded vigorously. Yes, absolutely true. He knocked us both unconscious, put my teammate in the capsule and wore his clothes to get in. The person holding the gun paused mid-step. What did you say? The thing in the capsule got out. Neither of them was new to this job. They knew very well what was inside the glass capsule. Especially the one holding the gun. He originally only intended to catch some petty thief for extra rations and had no interest in life-threatening tasks. But now, as the 2 of them stood at the entrance of the experiment zone, looking at the darkened glass door and the large glass capsule standing in the middle, both felt tense. He first threw his pass to the mercenary beside him and aimed his gun at his own reflection on the glass door. Open the door. Damn, what was there to be afraid of? At least he had a gun in hand, and he could always call for backup if needed. Controlling this big guy would be his ticket to success. The man beside him trembled as he placed the pass on the card reader, and the glass door opened with a soft sound. The 2 men slowly walked in. The masked man hid under the lab table, watching the 2 approach through the floor's reflection. He clenched his fists tightly. Though these 2 weren't hard to deal with, the visibility inside was too good. If anything happened in one room, everyone else could see it clearly. It would not be easy to escape after taking care of these 2. Just as he was thinking about how to finish the fight quickly, a woman's clear and gentle voice came from outside. What are you doing? Not only did the masked man freeze at the sound, but the 2 outside were also startled. When they turned around and saw who it was, the one holding the gun breathed a sigh of relief. Maisie, we heard that outsiders have infiltrated here. You'd better wait until everything is thoroughly checked before continuing your research. The woman gave a meaningful look at the datasheet that should have been on the desk but was now missing, then nodded slightly. She raised a small handgun and walked inside the glass door. Be careful, Maisie. The man with the gun wanted to say something more, but the leader had already walked to the experiment table and, without stopping, turned around and fired 2 shots in quick succession. Blood streamed down their foreheads before the 2 even had time to react, their eyes wide open even in death. The woman didn't even glance at their corpses, tossing the gun aside and wiping her hands with a wet wipe from the table. As she wiped, she spoke. Judah, hope you're well. Chapter 125, Good relationships make even thugs help. A man stood up from behind the lab table, removing the mask from his head. Who else could it be but Brad? He looked at the familiar face before him, suppressing the tumultuous emotions churning inside. Lisbeth seemed to have anticipated his reaction. She stepped over the viscous blood on the floor and turned on the lights in the lab. Instantly, the room was as bright as day, and she caught the expression in Brad's eyes perfectly. What? Don't recognize your own sister? As Lisbeth spoke, she raised her hand toward Brad's brow center. When they were kids, the 2 of them loved flicking each other's foreheads. Once, during a school activity called I Will Find You, pairs of familiar students were separated by a curtain. One person stood in front while the other stood behind, making gestures without speaking, so their partner could guess who they were. At that time, Brad was the one guessing. He saw a girl holding one hand horizontally while pinching her other hand into a lily finger shape, moving it toward herself. Unsurprisingly, they won the game quickly that day. Since then, this gesture became a signature move between the siblings. But this time, as Lisbeth lifted her hand, the person opposite took a step back. Ching Ching died in that explosion. Who are you? In just a few minutes, countless possibilities flashed through Brad's mind. Either these people used his sister's blood to clone an identical person, or he was still hallucinating. But the latter possibility was slim. Back in the capsule, he had experienced a dizziness once, falling into a beautiful dream where his parents and grandfather were alive, his sister went to college, and he earned a commendation in a mission, being promoted within his original unit. Everything seemed normal except for one missing person, the one who was etched into his very soul, for whom he would risk his life. He woke up shouting Amelia's name when 2 mercenaries outside were discussing who should carry the glass capsule. The scene before him now differed too much from the snowy wilderness, making Brad doubt if he was again in some inexplicable dream. Especially since the person standing before him was his sister, who died at the beginning of the apocalypse. Lisbeth understood her brother's character and could comprehend his reaction. Using a gesture known only to the 2 of them, she wanted to prove her identity. Compared to Ching Ching, I prefer you calling me Esther. Lisbeth smiled sweetly, yet this soft and gentle face from memory now appeared somewhat out of place and eerie. The word Esther made Brad feel vulnerable. He hoped his sister was still alive. But the hospital building exploded right in front of his eyes, with scorching flames devouring everything inside. Even if he tried to rush in to save someone, he was blocked by the wall of fire. Under such circumstances, could Lisbeth really have survived? Recalling Amelia's words about Lisbeth's special blood, he clenched his fists tightly. He already suspected that someone intentionally killed all those with antibodies in their blood, causing the zombie outbreak to spread globally, allowing them to profit from the chaos. But now, seeing Lisbeth standing right before him, did that mean? A horrifying thought struck him. I didn't cause the zombie outbreak. Lisbeth could easily guess what her brother was thinking. She showed a part of her arm, which still bore marks from her previous illness. I just wanted to survive. But why did those people call you leader just now? Brad gripped the weapon in his hand tighter. Lisbeth slowly approached step by step, speaking as she walked. Brother, if someone in this world hurts you, no matter what state you end up in, as long as you're alive, it's okay. But if it were me, would you treat me like this? Amidst the vast silence, suddenly a train passed by. Snowflakes soared up and lingered in the air. In one of the last cars, the atmosphere was tense. Amelia twisted a man's arm behind his back, facing off against a group armed with knives and crowbars. Hey, since you're new and don't know the rules, let my brother go now, or else. Or else what? Amelia tightened her grip, and the man who had previously robbed the child cried out in pain. Everyone, attack. Finish off this little bitch. You even have followers. Amelia single-handedly lifted the man from the ground. It looked like she was using brute strength, but in reality, it was a clever use of force. More importantly, it made the man rise to his feet due to the pain. The others watched as Amelia, who clearly looked like a young girl, had an exceptionally fierce expression on her face. It was understandable, if not tough enough, how could she survive in the last carriage? Realizing this, these men holding knives were forced back step by Amelia alone. A woman with a child followed behind her. Why don't we just forget it? We have no issues. As they approached the carriage connection door, Amelia ignored the woman's words and twisted the man's arm once again. Under her control, the burly man screamed in pain, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, his legs buckling. He pleaded bitterly. My arm is breaking. Let go, I surrender. I give up. The group of followers also broke out in cold sweats. Just then, the metal door swung open, revealing several uniformed personnel armed with guns, apparently train attendants. What's all the noise about? One of them spotted Amelia. What are you doing? You want to go back to the rear carriages? Drop your weapon. As he reached for the knife in Amelia's hand, he saw her lips curl into a sly smile. Right now, attack. The man who had been pinned under her suddenly lunged at the train attendant. Simultaneously, the thugs wielding short knives and crowbars redirected their attack, surrounding and beating the newcomers mercilessly, venting their frustrations. Amelia seized the opportunity as the iron door remained open and dashed through. She passed by the fiercest brawl and nodded at the man she had just tortured. Thanks, brother. He rubbed his sore knuckles and waved at Amelia. No problem. The train attendant hit the alarm in the chaos, starting the slow closure of the iron door. Using her slender frame, Amelia slipped inside just before the door closed. Chapter 126, Climbing Up from the Bottom. People in the snowy northern land have always admired the strong, and this even applies to hooligans. Especially Amelia, who managed to survive coming out from the last carriage. When she boldly stepped in to stop the man robbing a child's gingerbread, she already won the recognition of most people present, especially a hooligan leader named Anderson. His younger brother, Brogan, died at the beginning of the zombie outbreak when everyone was frantically grabbing supplies. With the outbreak of zombies, the city fell into paralysis, and Anderson found a car to escape with his brother from where they lived. On the way, they passed by a supermarket. Considering the long journey ahead, Anderson, taking advantage of his height and strength, looted some bread, water, ham, and other necessities, piling them into the car. Hearing that zombies fear cold, Anderson decided to flee towards the northern country. But the fuel in the car was not much, so he looked for gas stations along the road. After great effort, he found an unruined station in the outskirts of a neighboring city. However, as Anderson drove closer, he discovered that the fuel pipe on the tank had been sabotaged. Seeing that the surroundings were relatively safe, no humans or zombies, he left Brogan in the car, reminding him to lock the door, and went inside the gas station looking for replacements. While rummaging through drawers, he suddenly heard the sound of the car engine starting outside. Anderson rushed out only to see the car carrying his brother and supplies being driven away by someone else. Apparently, the fuel pipe had been deliberately damaged by these robbers who waited for passing vehicles needing fuel, then ambushed them to snatch supplies. At the moment the car drove past, the figures behind the windows appeared to be a man and a woman. Anderson threw the fuel pipe aside and chased after them madly. He didn't care about the food or supplies in the car, but Brogan was still inside. Even if the car's engine was weak, its speed could never be matched by running. Anderson didn't dare stop. In such a chaotic world, he dared not imagine whether he would ever meet his brother again once contact was lost. Moreover, no one would take a stranger on their journey. Now all Anderson could do was pray that these two people would eventually abandon Brogan somewhere along the road. Following the tire tracks left by the car, he hoped to finally reunite with his loved ones. Occasionally encountering a couple of zombies during his chase, he paid no heed to the ones chasing and hurting others but anxiously scanned those being attacked to see if any of them were his brother. Fortunately, until he found an abandoned car nearby, he hadn't seen Brogan's body. This stretch of wilderness was like nature's wasteland, originally untouched by humans but now marked with the imprints of tires. Running faster, Anderson thought perhaps these two were just after the supplies. But upon approaching the car, he found it completely empty with numerous dragging marks around. Following those marks, Anderson found Brogan in a shallow pit behind a large rock. His body was charred black, curled up like a baby at the bottom of the pit, protecting in front of his chest till death what he loved most, a box of ginger sugar cookies. Anderson squatted beside the pit, overwhelmed with despair, retching. He knew these two must have abandoned the car here intending to return to the previous gas station with the stolen supplies, lying in wait for more victims. When the man and woman at the gas station heard the approaching car engine, thinking another easy target was delivering supplies right to them, they unknowingly welcomed death. They attempted the same trick again, sneaking off with the car while the person checked the fuel tank. As Anderson watched the car drive farther away, he took out the detonator from his pocket. A huge explosion erupted with flames shooting high into the sky. Anderson had deliberately set the explosives near the fuel tank, controlling the amount of gunpowder to ensure the two wouldn't be killed outright. His calculations proved perfect. Trapped in the burning car, the man and woman struggled and were ultimately reduced to ashes, like the unfortunate Brogan. The gingerbread in the woman's hand on the train originally belonged to Anderson. Seeing someone dare to snatch a child's food right before him, he was about to step in to teach them a lesson, but Amelia got there first. A person who survived from the last carriage yet retained compassion and gratitude was someone Anderson would definitely support. Thus, the fight scene the conductor saw was deliberately staged by Amelia and Anderson to create chaos and facilitate moving people to the front carriages. Amelia had considered suggesting they travel together since overcrowding made conditions and food supply unreliable. But uncertain of the situation in the front cars and unsure if she could handle it, she followed Anderson's plan to move forward alone. Watching the heavy iron door slam shut behind her, Amelia sighed, truly believing that everything people do comes full circle. If there's a chance, she would definitely take these people at the bottom away. Clap clap clap. As she was thinking, a series of applause suddenly rang out in the carriage. The speakers on the ceiling started broadcasting intermittently. Indeed worthy of someone who could emerge from the last carriage, you climbed out of the bottom so quickly. Truly commendable. Amelia recognized the woman's voice. She hadn't forgotten this person's intention to take the children and asked, "What do you want with those kids?" The woman paused for a moment, then her words carried a hint of a smile. "You even heard about this. Not bad. But it has nothing to do with you. Instead of minding others' business, you should think about how to get out of here. If it takes too long, your friend might not be able to hold on much longer." Without waiting for Amelia's reaction, she switched off the microphone. In the previous carriage, Amelia had already asked. Before she came, no one had emerged from the last carriage. If it were Bliss, he wouldn't have failed to deal with zombies of that level. His absence likely meant he wasn't thrown into the bottom like her but was confined somewhere else. After hearing the woman's words, she became even more certain of this. The current carriage was empty, with barely any seats, visible at a glance. But Amelia still gripped the paratrooper knife tightly. Because she knew, the calm before the storm was always the most terrifying. As she moved steadily forward, unaware to her, every move was being closely watched by a pair of eyes, just waiting for her to walk into the trap set for her. Chapter 127, I met you much earlier than you think. In his previous life, Bliss was an even more stern and unsmiling person. Even his comrades in the same class seldom saw a smile on his face. During regular training, if some female soldiers or family members passed by, it would usually boost the morale of those rookies. There was one exception, and that was Bliss. No matter how beautiful someone was, he could remain focused on training without casting a glance. The only time his attention wandered was when he saw his sister Lisbeth come to find him at the military base. Although Lisbeth was gentle, generous, and graceful, her brother Bliss's stern demeanor kept most of the comrades from daring to approach her. But while they teased him, they mostly felt sympathy for him. Everyone knew how much Bliss cherished his sister. After losing his family, his sister became everything to him. So when it was known that Lisbeth also had cancer, even the leadership of the unit shook their heads with sighs. This young man's future in the barracks was gone. After leaving the military, Bliss joined the special rescue team in Pinghai City, living a life with 2 fixed points. Seeing his sister suffer after chemotherapy, he no longer wished for her recovery but only hoped she could endure less pain before her end. One day, he was queuing up at the pharmacy as usual to get medicine. A middle-aged woman, looking anxious, wandered around the queue for a long time and then abruptly cut in front of him without saying a word. Everyone in the hospital was already on edge, and naturally, no one was happy about the line cutting, urging her to go to the back of the queue. However, the middle-aged woman turned and pointed at Bliss in uniform. "Isn't he a soldier? They always say soldiers should prioritize the people's interests first. It's not too much to ask for him to let me go ahead for the public's benefit, right?" Her words put Bliss in an awkward position, as if being roasted on hot coals. Seeing her unreasonable behavior, people did not want to provoke her and started directing their dissatisfaction at Bliss. "Young man, you don't seem to be very sick. Why don't you go to the back? I'm waiting to get medication for my wife's pregnancy. Yeah, it's almost noon. Once I get my medicine, I need to rush home to cook for my child. Otherwise, it will be too late." Look at this lady, she's all sweaty, probably dealing with something urgent. She's right, what else can we count on soldiers for if not such small favors? Yes, instead of talking, you could have been queuing behind others. Right, just do everyone a favor. Everyone chimed in, ignoring the prescription in Bliss's hand. Lisbeth was waiting in the ward for an infusion. Every minute delayed meant more suffering for his loved one. Moreover, after getting the daily infusion dosage, he still needed to see the outpatient doctor for painkillers. Due to the severity of Lisbeth's condition, she required strong analgesics, which were strictly controlled and could only be prescribed at designated times. As it was nearing the scheduled time and the queue was still so long, moving to the back would mean missing today's medication schedule. Bred in the military, he felt obligated to uphold the honor of soldiers, yet his sister's health. His feet felt like they were stepping on thorns, unable to move but enduring excruciating pain every second. Just as the crowd grew increasingly impatient and Bliss reluctantly started walking toward the back, a pair of fair hands pulled at his sleeve. You can take my place. I'm not in a hurry, and it doesn't matter if I wait a bit longer. He looked up to see a soft, rabbit-like girl with a gentle voice. She might not have the strength to argue with the crowd, but she gave up her place for him. Before Bliss could respond, she hurriedly ran to the endless back of the queue. At that moment, it seemed like his heart skipped a beat. He met her again after Pinghai fell into chaos. He received a mission to participate in rescue efforts at the school. Zombies chased the students like headless flies, and Bliss instantly spotted the familiar face among them. She stumbled behind the group, nearly falling prey to the zombies several times. Cover the evacuation of the students. Bliss shouted, advancing with his comrades against the flow to block the zombie onslaught. Watching that girl pass by, he finally opened fire, bullets hitting the zombies' skulls. It was clear how dangerous the situation was at such close range. While his teammates praised his bravery, only he knew he feared accidentally injuring her with stray bullets. After dealing with that wave of zombies, he turned back to look for her. Sure enough, the little rabbit was terrified, now sitting on the ground. Just as Bliss was about to reach out to help her up and tell her to be more careful in the future, another pair of hands scooped her into an embrace before he could, comforting her. He saw the man's face and heard the little rabbit call him Sullivan. It must be her boyfriend. This man had also been among the fleeing crowd, but his hands only reached out once they were in a safe area. At this moment, a new mission came through on his earpiece. Bliss didn't know that the glance he cast back then was called longing. He then plunged into a new round of rescue operations. He thought in this chaotic world where today might be the last day, there would never be another chance for them to meet. But when Bliss received the mission to cover the evacuation of people from the main urban area and was resting in an unfinished building, he was shocked by the sight of a girl who was about to be assaulted. Even though she was rescued, the light in her eyes was already gone, and her actions of undressing seemed so natural. She treated herself like the thugs who wanted to molest her, only lusting after her frail body. Bliss wanted to take her with him and rekindle the light in her eyes, but he had a more dangerous mission at hand. Perhaps in this era, survival was the most important thing. The last time Bliss saw her was at a base called High Wall, which was about to be breached by zombies. To his relief, she was wearing the uniform of a medical specialist, able to live independently. He heard that this group of medical staff had just been transferred to High Wall a few days ago. What a pity. Bliss thought if he had known earlier that she was here, perhaps he could have personally thanked her. Thank you for letting me take your place. Thank you for giving me someone to cherish after losing all my family. Thank you for listening to me and living bravely. Thank you for making me feel, in the final moments, that the sacrifice was worthwhile. As he shoved her into the car, Bliss finally met the girl's gaze. At that moment, he had only one thought. Run. Run as far as you can. Run past life and death. Run towards the future. Chapter 128, Eating Live People. Amelia walked through this empty carriage, and suddenly her heart felt as if it had been tugged by something. However, she didn't think much of it at the time, completely focusing on the strange carriage. Behind her was a tightly closed, sturdy iron door. If this carriage was truly empty as it appeared now, why would there be a need to separate people with such a heavy iron door? With every step, Amelia looked back, trying not to miss any subtle movements. Although no one was in the carriage, the seats and shelves were somewhat messy. If not for the occasional power poles passing by outside the window, it wouldn't look like a train in operation but rather as if it had been abandoned for a long time. A casual swipe left a layer of dust on her fingertips. Amelia clapped her hands, but then felt she had stepped on something. She looked down, only to see the ordinary floor again. But this caused a slight stir in Amelia's heart. She slowly squatted down, placing her dagger on a nearby seat and closely inspecting the area where she felt the floor was different. At the very moment she let go of her weapon, the knife seemed to come alive, sliding off the seat. And from the floor that was previously empty, a large bloody mouth appeared, perfectly catching the falling knife and gnawing at it. Amelia immediately leaped back, putting some distance between herself and the threat. After finishing the knife, the creature slowly revealed itself. It had slender limbs, with a disproportionately large mouth and belly, resembling a common frog or toad found in fields from a distance. Seeing its appearance, Amelia knew it was a mutant created by zombies called a shapeshifter. As the name suggests, a shapeshifter could change its shape to hide itself and launch unexpected attacks when humans let their guard down. However, it couldn't transform into anything it wanted, it could only mimic what it had eaten. In her previous life, she had nearly died at the hands of this thing. It happened after escaping from the High Wall base, where all survivors had established a temporary camp. Due to injuries sustained during the escape, They needed a lot of clean water to treat wounds. Fortunately, the encampment was near a farmhouse with a small well dug by the previous owner. The nurse she partnered with asked her to tend to the injured first while she went to fetch clean water with a bucket. Thirsty herself, Amelia thought 2 people could carry more water back, saving trips and getting a drink faster. Plus, going alone in the wilderness was too dangerous. It would be better to call the patrol team. But there were still many wounded waiting for treatment, and the nurse only found a bucket holding less than 10 liters of water. Patrol teams usually changed shifts every 10 minutes, and it was just a shift change. The nurse couldn't wait and said she would fetch 1 bucket for immediate use, then make another trip once the patrol team arrived. Reluctantly, Amelia agreed to let her go, staying behind to care for the injured. Busy with the work, she lost track of time. By the time the moon hung over the trees, the nurse still hadn't returned. Worried about potential danger, Amelia informed the patrol team and they went to search for the nurse together. Unexpectedly, just as they left the camp, they saw the nurse returning. She was dirty, with some bloodstains, and the bucket she carried was missing. Amelia rushed forward to ask what happened. The nurse's face was stiff, seemingly frightened, stuttering about encountering zombies and barely escaping, the blood coming from her injuries during the fall. Seeing the nurse seemed unharmed, the patrol team handed her over to Amelia and went to check for pursuing zombies. Seeing her pale face, Amelia didn't press further, helping her back to camp. Once back, the nurse said she felt unwell and needed to treat her own injuries, heading to the small tent allocated for medical staff. Given her condition, Amelia couldn't ask her to help with the patients and took over the nursing duties herself. As dawn approached, exhaustion caught up with her. Since escaping from the high wall base, Amelia had been awake for 2 full days and nights. She handed over her tasks to another medic and planned to eat something before sleeping. On her way, she encountered the nurse again. The nurse saw Amelia and came forward. "Thank you for covering for me for so long. I've rested enough now and the bed is all set up. You should go lie down for a while to refresh yourself." Amelia was so drowsy that her mind was getting foggy, and at the mention of a bed, she could barely keep her eyes open. She simply briefed the nurse on the current status of the injured patients she was handling and walked towards the tent the nurse mentioned. She only remembered that when she turned the corner, the nurse was still standing there staring blankly at her. Amelia felt that she had been different since her return. Originally, she was someone who did things briskly and efficiently. This could be seen from how she went to fetch water alone earlier. But now, how to put it, she seemed a bit sluggish. However, Amelia didn't think much of it, assuming that she had been scared by encountering zombies alone, which was normal. So after finding something to eat, she returned to the tent. The tent was piled high with medical supplies, leaving only a small space for a military cot with a thin blanket on top, presumably used by the nurse who just left. Feeling unusually dizzy, fearing she might have caught a cold or flu, Amelia found 2 pills in the supplies and swallowed them with a sip of water. Just as she was about to lie down for a nap, before her bottom even settled, she heard someone calling her name outside the tent. Lifting the curtain, she saw the nurse who had just handed over the duties, saying that one of the patients had suddenly worsened and wanted to ask how Amelia had handled it before and if there were any allergy medications. Amelia said that her partner had already gone over and any issues could be directly addressed to her, so why come all the way to find her? The nurse said that since Amelia left, she had been taking care of the patients alone and hadn't seen anyone else come to help. This was strange. Could something have delayed that nurse? But with the patient's condition more pressing at the moment, Amelia didn't dwell on the reason and got up to go back. After finally stabilizing the patient's condition, she heard a piercing scream from outside. Someone had been eaten alive. Chapter 129, Reversal of Attack and Defense. Amelia was momentarily confused. When she arrived at the scene with others, she realized it was none other than the tent she had just been in. She watched with her own eyes as the camp bed opened its blood-red mouth and devoured a person right before her very eyes. Amelia was relieved that she hadn't fallen asleep with her eyes closed, otherwise, the one being swallowed whole would have been her. She didn't know how they dealt with the monster afterward. She only heard that it had disguised itself by swallowing the well walls, waiting for the nurse to fetch water. It then ate her and transformed into her appearance, coming to the camp to seek out its next target. Initially, it set its sights on Amelia, intending to eat the camp bed used for rest, transform into that shape, and swallow anyone who lay down on it. Unexpectedly, Amelia was called away temporarily, and someone else became the victim instead. The current situation was almost identical to what happened back then. Only this time, its target wasn't her but the weapon in her hand. The shapeshifter now fully revealed its true form. Besides having a frog-like physique, it also had a face riddled with pockmarks and scars. Quite quick on your feet. It licked its lips with lingering desire, revealing greed in its gaze as it looked at Amelia. But I suggest you relax a bit, otherwise, tight muscles won't taste as good. The shapeshifter always preferred tender textures, so it liked to strike when people were unaware. No one expected a comfortable bed to be a monster in disguise, so people lost their lives while sound asleep, unaware until it was too late. But Amelia understood that the shapeshifter's offensive power was weak, ranking below average among monsters. It lacked the terrifying strength of a rending creature or the agile speed of a corrosive creature. Precisely because of this, it cunningly utilized its ability to change forms, hiding around people and striking when opportunities arose. However, it chose to swallow only a weapon rather than attacking her directly. Seeing Amelia retreat cautiously, the shapeshifter advanced step by step. I heard you came from the last carriage, but... Its right hand transformed into the shape that had swallowed the dagger earlier, casually slashing twice, creating 2 gashes on the adjacent seat. With smug satisfaction, the shapeshifter continued. Now you're unarmed, even losing your only weapon. How do you plan to fight me? Although Amelia was extremely fatigued, she had managed to rest briefly in the previous carriage and got a hard ginger cookie, which somewhat sated her hunger. At this moment, she envied those who could open spatial items without any tools. Fortunately, she hadn't brought the particle amplifier here, otherwise, it would have certainly been taken advantage of during her unconsciousness. As she pondered, the shapeshifter approached swiftly, carrying a foul stench. At the moment the dagger descended, Amelia dodged precisely, causing the shapeshifter's attack to embed in the train seat beside her. Missing its target, the shapeshifter grew frustrated and accelerated both speed and force in its strikes. Yet, there was a noticeable gap between its combat experience and Amelia's. Every time it thrust with all its might, it narrowly missed Amelia's clothing just when it seemed close to succeeding. While Amelia remained composed, the shapeshifter was already panting heavily from exhaustion. Pointing at the knife in its hand, Amelia smiled and said, "This weapon isn't of much use to you either. You're already tired after a short while, seems you really don't need to be nervous." Furious, the shapeshifter's hand changed back into a slender palm. Though it felt an itch to bite Amelia, it soon grinned wickedly with its enormous mouth. It tore the small table from the train violently and hurled it at Amelia. Ducking low, Amelia dodged, but upon standing up again, she found no sign of the shapeshifter. She knew the shapeshifter had used its speed to transform into an object nearby while she dodged. Concealing its true form, it awaited an opportunity to strike unseen. Even though she anticipated facing a shapeshifter, the clutter in this carriage made it challenging to remember the exact location of everything. Based solely on her initial memory, Amelia couldn't keep track of where new objects appeared or where some went missing. Everything around her could be a disguise of the shapeshifter. This malicious creature seemed to enjoy this game of hide-and-seek with life or death stakes, often launching sudden attacks but not lethal ones. When Amelia dodged another falling safety sign, her right sleeve was slashed open, slowly seeping blood. Before she could catch her breath, feeling something wrong underfoot, she immediately jumped aside. A crack opened where she had just been standing, and a long tongue lapped up the falling blood before retracting into its mouth. "TSK, TSK, TSK, your blood tastes different from others." The shapeshifter, clearly savoring the taste, poked its head out to taunt her. It looked at Amelia, whose breathing was now uneven, wiggled its fingers, and continued. "With this, I'm even more reluctant to let you go." As soon as it finished speaking, it picked up the fire extinguisher in the carriage, put it in its mouth, chewed a couple of times, and spat out a large cloud of dry powder toward Amelia. Instantly, not only around Amelia but the entire carriage was enveloped in a dense white fog. Amelia had been hit directly, and now her left hand was red and swollen, itchy and painful, a clear sign of frostbite from the carbon dioxide in the fire extinguisher. She could only crouch as low as possible, trying to minimize her target area to avoid being ambushed by the shapeshifter. Seeming to see something moving ahead, Amelia took a cautious step, and the train floor made a slight noise. Almost simultaneously, her left shoulder was wrapped by the curtain, and the shapeshifter's disgusting tongue extended toward her face. "Got you." But Amelia's expression showed no sign of panic. Instead, it was filled with a smug satisfaction as if she had anticipated this all along. How convenient. From seemingly nowhere, her previously empty right hand now held a gleaming blade, her usual combat knife. "Me too." Without hesitation, she pinned the curtain to the floor with the knife. A bone-chilling scream rang in her ears. Not content with that, she yanked the entire curtain down, wrapped another segment around her foot, and then sat down on it forcefully. The blue curtain behind her immediately transformed into a long arm, twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken by Amelia. The shapeshifter couldn't believe it. "How is this possible? I swallowed your weapon. Where did you get another one?" Amelia smiled faintly. "Do you really think I would let you disarm me so easily?" Chapter 130, The Snow Country Train Trial. Actually, Amelia had been alert from the moment she stepped into this carriage. Originally, there was a thin layer of dirt on all items in the carriage, but the floor and seats she passed by were spotlessly clean. Either someone had passed through here before, or something inside this carriage caused it. Considering her past life's experience, she had already guessed with 80% certainty that it was likely a shapeshifter causing trouble, and had long been prepared. Since shapeshifters lacked the strength and speed of other monsters, each attack they made would be extremely cautious. While the enemy was waiting for Amelia to lower her guard, she was deliberately showing weakness to lure it out. The subdued shapeshifter had now returned to its original form. Lying face down on the ground, the hand pierced by the survival knife was twisted behind its back by Amelia, causing it to grit its teeth in pain and still not forget to threaten fiercely. "It's impossible. In this world, besides the master, no one knows of my existence. You couldn't have been prepared unless..." Halfway through its sentence, the shapeshifter seemed to suddenly realize a significant secret. "Unless what?" Amelia asked. "Unless you're not human." The shapeshifter swore firmly. Amelia thought it had truly guessed that she was a reincarnation, feeling a brief moment of excitement. After all, even Bliss hadn't thought of this. Or perhaps he had thought of it but simply didn't care. For Amelia, it felt like a topic that could never be spoken about, making her a lonely soul carrying secrets. She sometimes even wished to be seen through, thinking maybe one day someone might come up to her and ask, "Are you a reincarnated soul? It feels like you've lived once before." Amelia put away her fleeting disappointment. "Cut the nonsense. I have 2 questions for you." The shapeshifter was still being stubborn. "I won't say a word, do your worst." "Oh." Before it finished speaking, Amelia's action made it unable to continue due to unbearable pain. Hurts, does it? Amelia twirled the survival knife in her hand. I advise you to answer truthfully, otherwise, worse pain awaits. The shapeshifter drew a cold breath. Thinking to itself, this little girl looks delicate, but she has quite a fierce nature. Ask away. Better not suffer unnecessary losses. At most, I'll just evade the important parts, it thought. Who is your master? Knowing shapeshifters were crafty, Amelia stared intently at its face, unwilling to miss any micro-expression. The shapeshifter sneered upon hearing this. Just as it was about to reply, a sharp pain from its shoulder warned it Amelia's reminder. The master is the owner of this train. An involuntary response under intense pain carries some degree of authenticity. Be more specific. Amelia ordered. Thus, the shapeshifter reluctantly continued. It turned out that this train had recently changed ownership. The master the shapeshifter referred to was the new owner. He originally worked as a technician responsible for energy and conversion development, clashed with the original train conductor but could not challenge his authority, thus voluntarily went to the last carriage to request participation in the Snow Country train trial. A trial? Amelia was confused. But the shapeshifter explained enthusiastically. Yes, a trial. Anyone on the train who questions the conductor's decision can prove their worth through this test. If you can make it alive to the control room up ahead, you will gain control over everything on the train, including everyone's lives. Isn't this just like a tower climbing game? Thought Amelia. Similar to a level clearing game where players start from the bottom of a tower and climb up, overcoming various challenges on each floor. Only this so-called Snow Country train game offered unusually rich rewards alongside an even more brutal elimination mechanism. A single mistake could cost one's life. No wonder. Thinking of the zombies in the last carriage, men, women, old, young, tall, short, fat, and thin. Perhaps they sought the train's resources greedily and lost their lives as a result. You mean your master is the latest victor? This explains why the train no longer exchanges supplies at different stations as per usual. The shapeshifter nodded, looking at Amelia thoughtfully, then sneered. Don't think that because you got this far, you'll walk through unscathed. Be careful not to end up with nothing left. Amelia said indifferently, rest assured, I'll make sure you die even more miserably before that. Then she asked her second question. How many carriages are left ahead, and what's the purpose of collecting children on the train? The shapeshifter protested, that's 2 questions. Amelia gave it a hard slap. The vanquished have no right to haggle, speak fast. Or else. She made as if to twist the knife in her hand again, scaring the shapeshifter into nearly biting its tongue while speaking. As far as I know, there are at least 6 more carriages before we reach the control room. As for those children you mentioned, I really don't know. Seeing that this monster might indeed be ignorant of the matter, Amelia lifted it up from the ground. Open the door. The shapeshifter had no choice but to point miserably to the arm twisted by Amelia. The moment she released it, the long arm transformed into a key shape at its end. Move slowly, and don't try any tricks. Amelia warned. The shapeshifter seemed to have gotten used to Amelia's intimidation and became much more compliant. It obediently moved towards the carriage door and inserted the key into the lock. Hold it. Amelia suddenly stopped it. I'll do it. As she turned the key gently, an overwhelming darkness enveloped her, accompanied by the victorious laughter of the shapeshifter. You're finished. Bliss looked at Lisbeth standing intact in front of him. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. The zombies weren't my doing. Lisbeth could easily guess what her brother was thinking. She revealed a part of her arm, where the veins crawled like worms, horrifyingly. That was what happened when the needle slipped during chemotherapy, burning her hand with the medication. I just wanted to survive. Lisbeth explained. But they called you leader just now. Bliss tightened his grip on his weapon. Of course, he hoped his only relative was alive, but was the person in front of him still the familiar little sister he knew? Lisbeth took slow, steady steps closer. Brother, if someone in this world harms you, no matter what you become, as long as you're alive, it's okay. But what about me? Would you treat me the same way? Chapter 131 Escape. When Lisbeth opened her eyes after a long coma, she felt both surprise and fear. She was surprised that she had been reborn, returning to the time before entering that terrifying laboratory. What frightened her was that it was only 3 days before she would be found by Ingxing and sent into the lab. She wanted to escape. However, she had suffered from illness for a long time and even slight movements left her breathless. The effort of just sitting up made her feel as if she would cough out her lungs. Due to excessive movement, the needle came out, causing an excruciating pain in her hand. She fumbled for the call button at the nurse's station. Just when she was about to get it, a slender hand picked it up first. Accompanied by the beep-beep of the call, someone gently held her shoulder. What's wrong? Brother. Lisbeth looked up at the familiar face and couldn't help but cry. Brother. She rushed into Bliss's arms. Her fingers touched warm, soft skin, and her ears heard a strong, steady heartbeat. This was her brother, her living relative standing right in front of her. Bliss was somewhat flustered, thinking she had another nightmare, and he patted her back while consoling her softly. Ever since Lisbeth started the second course of chemotherapy, her condition had worsened. Having nightmares became more common. With a hoarse voice, brother, can you take me home? We don't stay at the hospital anymore, we don't go to see doctors anymore. Let's go home and never separate again, okay? She was too afraid. Not only because she was trapped in the lab with no means of living or dying. but also because she remembered Bliss's final appearance in her previous life, which was a truly unforgettable nightmare. "Don't be scared, I'll always be here with you," Bliss said. Seeing Lisbeth's deteriorating mental state due to chemotherapy over these 2 years, Bliss felt powerless beyond offering comfort, unable to let her give up on treatment. "Bed number 15 needs to change medicine. Use this bag first to flush the tube, then call me when all the yellow liquid is gone." The nurse finished her task and left. Just as she exited, Bliss caught sight of a familiar figure flashing by. "Brother, it's not that I..." Lisbeth wanted to explain, but words failed her. Rebirth and Doomsday sounded too unbelievable in peacetime. Even if she told Bliss the truth, he might think it was part of her nightmare and wouldn't take it seriously. "Brother, my mouth tastes funny. Can you buy me some juice?" Thinking of escaping, Lisbeth decided to make the move herself this time. Suspecting the familiar figure, Bliss agreed, reminding Lisbeth to ask for the nurse promptly after flushing. He then left. Lisbeth nodded but immediately pulled out the needle as soon as he turned his back. Watching her brother chase after that figure, she felt as if she had seen that face somewhere before. But now wasn't the time to reminisce, because she spotted 2 men in black suits at the end of the corridor. One bald, one impeccably dressed. Lisbeth turned and ran, attracting the attention of Kian, the bald man. At a corner in the garage, the 2 men finally cornered Lisbeth against the wall. As she was hooded and dragged into the car, Lisbeth clearly smelled the stench inside. It was a smell she knew all too well, the smell of humans turning into zombies, the smell of endless darkness. In the late stages of the apocalypse in her past life, everyone thought the culprit behind the zombies was Ingxing Pharmaceuticals. Only she, who had been through it, knew it wasn't one virus. To be precise, there were indeed 2 types of zombies. One type came from patients exposed to nuclear radiation. Their skin slowly rotted, their movements became sluggish, and under the influence of drugs and the will to live, they transformed into half-human, half-monster creatures. These patients could barely control their actions and showed little interest in human flesh. Their violent nature made them lunge at people and animals but weren't contagious. The other type, more like a bioweapon created by Ingxing. They cultivated a fungus initially intended to be parasitized in humans to enhance their resistance against radiation diseases. But an unexpected incident occurred. Due to staff errors, part of the nuclear-contaminated water flowed back into the lab, flooding the unformed fungal petri dishes. The fungi exposed to nuclear radiation also mutated. After the first parasitism, the mutation expanded into the human body. Some individuals with good constitutions who could withstand the changes evolved unique abilities, such as becoming a ripper or a corroder. However, others lost their reason and became uncontrollable, turning into zombies that bit anyone they saw. And it was extremely contagious. Once bitten, the fungus would immediately split and multiply from one host to another. Ingxing later struggled to control the spread of zombification and sought ways to suppress it. Due to the strict conditions required for fungal growth, one of which was temperature. A human's normal body temperature is around 36 degrees Celsius, making it fertile ground for the fungus to grow and reproduce. But once a fever occurs, it would exceed its survivable range. This is why cancer patients in later stages had a lower infection rate after being bitten, and some animals with higher body temperatures didn't become zombies. Even in the late stages of the apocalypse, no zombie dogs were ever seen. Now, this fungus-carrying zombie was right next to her, and Lisbeth couldn't even imagine what it was intended for. The car drove for some time, and she seemed to hear Bliss's voice. Through the mask, she could vaguely see that familiar figure. Lisbeth wanted to shout loudly, but the car sped by, giving her no chance at all. Not wanting to live through the same unbearable life as in her previous existence, she reached her limit and forcefully rammed into the zombie, thinking it would be better to die together. Unexpectedly, the lock on the back door of the car wasn't closed tightly, and with this collision, both she and the zombie rolled out of the car. The monster parasitized by the fungus lay sprawled in the middle of the road. To others, it appeared as just an injured person. Lisbeth watched helplessly as a passerby approached to untie the ropes binding its limbs, only to have his neck bitten off. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Kian grabbed Lisbeth and spoke into the phone. "Sir, the plan has changed. We might need to implement the relocation plan ahead of schedule." Chapter 132, The Darkest Hour of the Night, 1. When Flynn saw the face that bore some resemblance to Lisbeth, he was genuinely at a loss as to what she wanted. "I've already said I won't participate in any more experiments. Why are you here?" Lisbeth offered a polite smile. "This visit isn't related to our agreement. I'm here to ask for your help." Initially, when they had reached an agreement, whether it was helping her switch experimental subjects, fabricate data, or even participate in live modifications of creatures, it was because this young girl told him she was dying soon. He was always kind-hearted and noticed that Lisbeth did indeed look like someone who had suffered from illness for a long time. Thinking about his daughter Amelia, who was about the same age, naturally stirred his sympathy. Additionally, the relocation of the research institute raised doubts in his mind. After observing for a while, to figure out what was happening and also considering his wife Candice, Flynn chose to trust Lisbeth. Some things are like that. Once you get involved, there's no turning back. Indeed, as Lisbeth had mentioned earlier, those responsible for the relocation were not from the higher echelons of the country. The reason for the move was not, as they claimed, a temporary government project. Although the location changed from Pinghai city center to the island, Flynn immediately recognized it as Sakura Rise's private factory in New Country. When Candice developed radiation sickness, the only effective medication available domestically came from Sakura Rise, so they were well aware of the factory's background. Later, when they saw the so-called laboratory and its bizarre subjects, they began to suspect this project. What he didn't expect was for a foreign company to brazenly conduct such monstrous human experiments on another country's soil. Their observations matched Lisbeth's account fairly closely, making it easy to believe her. The conditions she offered were also generous, knowing that the couple was deeply concerned about their only daughter after the zombie outbreak. Through unknown means, Lisbeth managed to provide periodic updates on Amelia's whereabouts. She lost companions fighting infant zombies, escaped from a heavily guarded air raid shelter, encountered Willis on the way to the island, guarded Anling, and so forth. To save her or prove her conclusions, Lisbeth volunteered herself as an experimental subject, undergoing numerous modifications. Flynn watched her body slowly recover, but gradually, she grew unsatisfied, desiring greater abilities. Her reasons were compelling, surviving better and having the strength to fight against Sakura Rise. These past images flashed through his mind in less than a minute. Flynn refocused his gaze on Lisbeth. What kind of help? Lisbeth pursed her lips before speaking. I need the power inside him. Compared to current slashers and corrosives, Amelia had seen even more terrifying monsters in a private warehouse in Chiba in her previous life. For a moment, everything turned dark, transporting her back to a joint extermination mission against monsters in her past life. It was late in the apocalypse. Besides zombies and monsters wreaking havoc, conflicts between people, bases, and countries never ceased. A missile from across the Pacific landed on Japanese soil, destroying most of Sakura Rise's monster facility. Some incomplete monsters perished, while others escaped by chance. These high-level, powerful monsters caused significant trouble for nearby bases. Amelia's base was plagued by one such monster, with all search teams disappearing without a trace. In desperation, they applied for modified psychic monsters to join the fight. The operation mobilized over 10 teams, each consisting of 8 members, accompanied by a controllable monster, maintaining contact via radio. Due to limited technology, lower-level slashers and tongue ghosts dominated. The team led by Aristide received a slasher. Amelia, as a medic, accompanied this 2-woman, 6-man team, including a pair of brothers. Brother Aristide, a tall and sturdy military veteran, would frequently stop to carefully inspect their surroundings, shaking his head before continuing. Alan, the younger brother, was visibly weaker and paler, with several nasty scars around his eyes, giving his handsome face a grotesque appearance. He silently followed his brother along the mountain path. Brother Yuenwu, still no sign? The one who spoke was another girl in the team, slender and graceful with delicate features, her long straight black hair tied back, a truly exquisite beauty. But her fine eyebrows were tightly knitted, her face anxious, walking briskly in the formation as if restraining herself from rushing into the dense forest alone. Chiu Tong, don't be so anxious. Sam is not only your brother but also an important brother to us. We will do our best to find him. Believe he will be fine. Aristide comforted the young girl named Yesenia. Her brother, Sam, was an outstanding fighter. Aristide and Alan, who were patrol squad members of the base like him, had cooperated on many missions and were very close. Recently, several patrol teams had vanished in this forest without bringing back any information about monsters. The base dispatched the elite squad Sam belonged to investigate the situation here. This small team, though only 5 people, consisted of highly experienced members who had fought numerous battles together. Before the apocalypse, each had earned second-class merit individually for their valor. Such a formidable squad had entered this relatively small forest and now, after 7 or 8 days, had no further word since launching a distress flare 2 days ago. After deliberation by the base's leadership, they finally decided to organize this large-scale search operation. By noon, the search force had penetrated deep into the forest. In the woods, towering trees blocked out the scorching sun. Birds chirped, insects hummed, and streams trickled along. There were no signs of fierce combat, just peace and tranquility. The team stopped to rest, taking out food to eat for lunch. Yesenia barely ate anything, only drinking a little water, her gaze fixed on the dim depths of the forest. Though she appeared calm, her fingers constantly rubbing against each other revealed her extreme unease. Amelia understood that feeling. In this post-apocalyptic world, having a strong older brother to protect her was a blessing, but at the same time, it meant she had not honed her own survival skills. If she suddenly lost her loved one, her life would plummet from paradise to hell instantly. Chapter 133, Darkest Before Dawn, 2. Apart from Esmeralda, the overall mood of the team was rather low. For one thing, so many people had gone missing without a trace before, and even the formidable team led by Keaton had failed to make any progress. Their squad, no matter how it was configured, could not be considered more capable than the second-class merit squad. So, returning empty-handed had almost become something everyone in the team secretly hoped for. They might not even return at all. To lift everyone's spirits, Aristide, as the team leader, reiterated each person's assigned tasks. Some were responsible for the assault, others for providing cover, and still others had to maintain vigilance and control over the Ripper. Although the creature had been drugged, it was crucial to monitor the remaining dosage constantly. It would be counterproductive if they didn't find the enemy only to be backstabbed by their own side. In fact, Amelia had always harbored doubts about using monsters as weapons to fight other monsters. After all, these were not domesticated animals like cats or dogs that could form bonds through training and companionship. Relying solely on drugs and forced control measures would inevitably lead to total collapse. However, many bases now adopted this method, with some achieving certain results. Voices like hers opposing it were largely ignored. Through mutual conversation, the team members gradually loosened up a bit. Just then, Esmeralda seemed to have discovered something. She slowly stood up and walked into the jungle, reaching out to pluck a piece of xiaoji blue cloth from a branch. Holding the piece of xiaoji blue cloth in front of her eyes, she examined it closely, her fingers trembling. This belongs to my brother, it's something he left behind. The others quickly gathered around. Really? Are you sure it's Keaton's clothing? Yes, I'm certain. When my brother left home, he was wearing this very garment. Deep in the jungle, the dense forest remained eerily quiet, except for the trees swaying in the wind, showing no sign of abnormality. Let's go in and check, said Aristide, leading the way. Following the nearly non-existent path for a while, he stopped. Under a thick tree trunk, there sat a human corpse, head hanging down, body entwined tightly by vines, one stiff arm stretched out as if in a final plea for help. In front of him lay a used signal flare launcher. Esmeralda rushed forward and gently held the dried hand. Amelia seemed to foresee this young woman's tragic future and asked softly, "Is this your brother?" Esmeralda shook her head, but tears welled up in her eyes. "This person is my brother's teammate," she said, her body shaking. "But why did he end up like this?" The corpse on the ground had completely lost its flesh, reduced to a mummified skeleton wrapped in skin. And yet, just days ago, this person had fired a distress signal into the sky. It certainly wasn't due to natural death. As a member of the research team, Amelia had seen plenty of strangely dead bodies. Sometimes, one could determine what kind of monster had attacked nearby based on how the person died. But this case left her uncertain. Aristide took out his radio and reported the situation to the other teams searching in the forest. However, aside from static noise, no one responded. With her sharp hearing, Amelia detected an odd sound and ventured forward. "Captain Cheng, what should we do?" No response. Sweat formed on Aristide's forehead as he said, "Keep calling until we get a response." "There won't be any." Amelia returned from another path in the forest, holding no fewer than 5 or 6 radios. Those teams must have run into some mishap. Her words sent shivers down everyone's spines. They hadn't been far from here. What situation caused an entire 8-person squad to disappear without even sending an alarm, and without signs of intense battle? While they were thinking, several slimy tentacles suddenly emerged from the trees behind them, sticking to Aristide's tactical backpack and dragging him deeper into the forest. Amelia, being closest and reacting quickly, slashed the backpack straps with a paratrooper knife and pulled Aristide back just in time. At the same moment, sounds of rustling grass filled the surroundings. Her teammates were already engaged in combat with the slimy tentacles. Some who fell into the waist-high grass vanished from sight. Amelia dodged skillfully, but she wasn't a true warrior and found herself struggling to handle the situation, leaving her powerless to help the others. But then she saw a strange human face appear behind Alicia. It had a humanoid upper body, but its trunk, connected to the tree, was entirely plant-like in appearance. It was a high-ranking shapeshifter. Amelia recognized the monster and immediately called out to her nearby teammates. "Save her." Aristide, seeing Alicia in danger, immediately raised his gun to shoot. But as the bullets flew out, leaving countless tiny holes in the tree trunk, they didn't even scratch the shapeshifter. Seeing the bullets coming, it immediately gave up on grabbing Alicia and quickly vanished. When everyone started searching for it, a leaf suddenly slashed one teammate's throat, spraying blood everywhere before being dragged into the depths of the forest by some vines. Amelia cursed inwardly. This thing could change shape too quickly, and it no longer needed to consume an entire object. Anything in this forest that it wanted to imitate could be transformed at will. Finding the shapeshifter in such a vast forest was like looking for a needle in a haystack. But if it wanted to attack people, it required no effort at all. Everyone, back to back, form a circle. Aristide, with considerable combat experience, immediately ordered the survivors to gather into a circle, warily watching for suspicious movements from all directions. "Captain, we need a plan, or we'll end up disappearing like those people before." Alicia seemed to have accepted the fact that her brother was dead, her eyes swollen from crying. Aristide hadn't encountered such a situation either, but his role as captain forced him to remain calm. "Don't panic. Keep your eyes open, don't give the monster any chance." Thinking about the people who had previously disappeared, Amelia came up with a plan. "All those people can't have been eaten completely, right?" Aristide was more agile-minded and understood what Amelia meant. "You mean they might be imprisoned somewhere by the monster and could still be alive?" Amelia nodded. "I have a plan. We might still have a chance to rescue those trapped people." End of story.